In 2006, one morning as usual, loud traffic horns woke up the sleeping city of Gangnam. The blaring sound of car horns creates a stuffy atmosphere. Looking down from above, cars seem to cover the entire street. At a certain office in the city center, employees panicked and reported, "Department head, comms funds had been withdrawn." The head of the department turned around, surprised. He asked, "How much?" The employee sweatily replied, "About 20,000 shares." The head of the department seemed to have predicted something. He raised his glasses calculatingly. Someone noticed and burned his upper hand. The employee still had a worried face and asked the manager, "What should I do?" "What else to do? There will be an announcement soon. It's best to split up now." The department head majestically pointed his finger and ordered. Looking away, he exclaimed, "I don't know who they are, but they are indeed lucky people." As soon as he returned, the department head immediately ordered all employees to be careful because we don't know when another lucky person like him will appear. If we fail now, we will be dead. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inside the department head was somewhat trembling. He was curious about who that guy was. It seemed like they knew everything we were planning, like a ghost. The scene changes to a certain apartment. The sound of typing on a keyboard comes from inside. The closer we got to the apartment, the more intense the sound of typing became. A teenage boy enthusiastically typing on a computer appeared in the scene. His face was full of excitement. The corners of his lips kept curling up, thinking for a moment. 46 million in 3 days is truly a number that few people can earn. Thinking about the amount of money, his excitement continued to increase. The screen shows a stock index that is constantly increasing. The teenager thought, "This is money that I have never had in my entire life." Even though he thought like that, greed took possession of him, but this was still not enough. I was still not satisfied. The corners of my lips gradually lowered, my face became serious. I haven't really started yet. Looking at the stock index up and down on the screen, he came up with a bold idea. Maybe I should play a little more. I'm still in need. In a small room in the countryside, where the summer heat has not yet cooled down, the 18-year-old young man, Jang Taizan, in the old, dilapidated room as it is now, was given a new life and looked forward to a new future. Someday, Taizan himself will write a legend that he will become a rich man, holding many properties in this prosperous city of Gangnam. In 2020, on the Han River, the image of a man pretending to approach the railing. That's Taizan from 14 years later feeling extremely depressed. I'm about to be hired as a full-time employee. The company Taizan was working for went bankrupt. Now he is not only unemployed but also has to endure prolonged poverty. Standing near the railing, suddenly Taizan's thought flashed, should I jump down? The water surface of the Han River at night is dark and deep, as if it wants to swallow people down there. Before he was about to commit suicide, a voice suddenly came from far away. Wait. Taizan was startled and turned his head to look. Calm down quickly, urgent voices from the security police rang out. It turned out that a teenager was standing on the edge of the bridge intending to do something foolish. He shouted, "Don't come here, I will jump." The security police shouted loudly, "I don't care, come down here quickly, the days ahead are still long, why are you thinking like that?" Responding to the police's questioning, the young man hesitated, his expression filled with confusion. He cried speechlessly, his hands clutching the bridge, "Me, really?" His life was over. The young man burst into tears. Clearly he still wanted to live. After being advised, he sobbed for help. The security police reassured him and he stood up first. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Taizan's mood was complicated and he sighed in despair. Taizan's heart was troubled, thinking that every day someone threw themselves into the Han River. Taizan thought, even if he jumped down, this life would still be the same. He didn't want to commit suicide anymore. Taizan decided on a new plan, or should he go back to his hometown tomorrow? Taizan's footsteps walked along the bridge towards an unknown direction. Taizan stopped at the red light. Next to him was a boy in a yellow shirt engrossed in playing with his phone. The beeping sound coming from the yellow shirt boy's phone attracted Taizan's attention. Taizan became admiring the boy next to him, thinking to himself, he seems happy, so jealous of him. The red light gradually turns to green, colors pop up in the dark night. The boy in the yellow shirt walked across the street with his eyes still focused on his phone. Taizan whispered, not even paying attention to the signal. Taizan's thoughts were on the boy in yellow shirt. Kids today are so interesting. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn came from afar, startling Taizan. A car suddenly came. The yellow shirt boy was in danger. Taizan shouted loudly, "Hey!" Taizan stared wide-eyed at the car approaching the yellow shirt boy. That car was going so fast. Like the speed of light, the car rushed forward. Taizan's sweaty forehead glanced at the yellow shirt boy. The boy still calmly dialed his phone and walked on the street without knowing he was in danger. The ear-piercing sound of car horns gradually came closer, signaling the sound of death. The yellow shirt boy wearing headphones is still immersed in his world. Seeing that, Taizan couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't let the boy die. Tyson opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene before him, internally screaming, "Dangerous!" Finally, Tyson shouted with all his might, "It's dangerous, kid!" Combined with his legs, Tyson rushed straight towards the boy urgently. At the same time, the car was still approaching at the speed of light. The yellow-shirted boy only then realized the situation, his face stunned, not knowing what to do. Tyson used all his strength to rush forward, reaching out to push the boy away, putting himself within the car's range. The feeling of death covers all senses. Tyson seems to freeze. The car crashed into Tyson, throwing him away. The feeling of pain rushed in, but Tyson's consciousness was still active. He cursed in pain, "Fuck. So, do I have to die like this? I've never lived a single day of kindness?" In that moment, Tyson could still think about the fact that if after he died from a sexual accident, his parents would receive the insurance money, right? Tyson's consciousness completely disappeared. A voice rang out, "You idiot," completely awakened Tyson. Tyson woke up, surprised by the current situation. "What's going on? Why am I so absent-minded?" Suddenly, an old man with gray hair appeared before his eyes, making Tyson wonder, "Who are you? Why am I floating like this?" Tyson thought he was dead, so it was possible that the old man in front of him was his own dead body. Could it be? "Are you the god of death?" Tyson's words made the old man fall silent. The old man calmly tapped his wooden staff once and said, "I am your ancestor." Tyson was stunned. Ancestors? What? He couldn't believe what the old man just said. The old man shouted angrily, "I made you a descendant of the sky, so I let you wag your tail with the neighbor's dogs like that. They are even bastards who look down on us." Tyson suddenly being scolded hurts my ears. "What are you saying?" The old man raised his hand, his beard and hair blowing in the wind. "Listen carefully. I will grant you a favor." The old man frowned and said, "If you can be revived, don't try to act like a gentleman. Never forgive your enemies, or smash them to pieces so they can't raise their heads again." Tyson still didn't understand. He asked again, "What are you talking about?" The old man's eyes twitched as if sparks were emitted. "If you can't do it, I will kill you again, making you die over and over again for 5,000 years. Feeling like falling down, Tyson was scared. "Wait, what are you doing suddenly?" Tyson followed gravity and his scream filled the air. The louder he shouted, the faster he fell, and Tyson's mind seemed to be turned upside down. The scene of Tyson Road just hit by a car appeared before my eyes. About to fall into it again, Tyson screamed in panic, "Didn't you say save me?" Tyson's head hit hard on the stone road, pieces of stone broke like Tyson's nerves. The alarm clock rang, a loud sound signaling the morning had come. A hand rushed forward, blocking the sound of the clock, pressing the button to turn off the sound. The feeling of having just died made Tyson unable to adapt immediately. He had difficulty opening his eyes. Tyson lay on the bed, eyes wide open in surprise, looking at what was before him. Feeling surprised beyond words, Tyson widened his eyes. "Where is this?" Tyson stood up and looked at the small, old room in front of him. A familiar feeling came over him. Tyson recalls, "One day in August 2020 my head was broken. I was 32 years old at that time. But strangely enough, I am now. Looking in the mirror, I see that I am young again." He looked at the bookshelves. That was the boring life of a man. The mess around the room, the misery of loneliness in adolescence. I looked back in surprise. Oh my God, what was going on? I pinched my face because I couldn't believe it was true that I had just fallen asleep in bed. Spreading his arms in front of his eyes, he saw that he looked toned. It was a photo commemorating the Mid-Autumn Festival in 2006. "It's unbelievable but so cool." Tyson started calculating how old he was. "I really couldn't believe that I was 18 years old," he wondered. "There's nothing scary about the age of 18 in a person's life." He started to remember the old man from yesterday and thought, so he wasn't lying. He began to remember the memories of 32 years of his life, mixed with joy and sadness, resurfacing in his head. Memories are despised by people. The memories of his lover and his colleagues were so vivid that he couldn't even think of them as dreams. Tyson turned quickly to look at the object next to him. That was my high school uniform shirt. He wondered, do I have to go to school? Remembering the scene in the classroom made me sweat. The high school years that linger in his memory are all about playing games with his friends. I feel ashamed of myself when I only sleep in class. He was stunned when he remembered his own academic achievements. His face darkened and he suddenly remembered something. He found that he remembered all the self-exclaiming tests. Damn, this wasn't a dream, right? He still remembers the law exam. An image of the exam appeared in his mind and he wanted to take it again. Suddenly dumbfounded, he gasped when he remembered that he used to work in the stock market. With the goal of getting a job at a securities company, he studied for a consulting certificate in 3 types of finance: bonds, treasury, and even derivatives. Not only did he not learn about the Korean stock market index, the Korean electronic stock market, foreign stocks and stock indexes, he also learned about stocks and financial leverage derivatives. Thinking back, life is not a dream, that alone is not enough. In Taizen's mind, he remembered that old man. Why, he once said, "I will give you a gift." Taizen wondered what gift it was. Something made him come back. Suddenly a blinding light appeared, making him unable to open his eyes. From that end comes the sound, "Sit down, cross your legs," made him curious as to where it came from. That bright light disappeared and suddenly a black crow appeared. The old man he met appeared before his eyes again. The scene began to change and he turned around and asked, "Who are you and where is this?" He answered and identified himself as the head of Shinsun Hospital, Chunryung Shin. Taizen shouted back and asked, "What, the head of Shinsun Hospital?" Seeing that he was still far away, he began to angrily shout, "Hurry up and move, this is a practice-breaking curfew, if we are exposed you will be in trouble." He didn't think much about Shinsun Hospital, practicing against the precepts, or the divine dragon, they were all strange things to him. That old man complimented Taizen on his muscles are good, how can they be like that? He was surprised to be complimented like that and replied to his master, "My muscles are good." Suddenly the old man with a sinister face spoke straight to his heart, "Don't watch porn anymore, it'll break your bones." He continued, "Don't keep eating noodles like that, it's very bad for your blood." He started to seriously call you, "Close your eyes, let's begin." Taizen was a bit apprehensive, he looked down at the cliff below and felt more afraid to speak to the teacher in front of him. He didn't say what was wrong, but this place looked too dangerous. The old man sitting far away shouted loudly, "You know what the 3 core elements are? Speed, patience, ki." He finally agreed to sit down and practice because it sounded convincing. He said it looked like martial arts movies and novels. Hearing that, the old man threatened him, saying that practicing nonsense would hurt his bones, but he thought his master was like a charlatan. It was already late afternoon when it started. The teacher is behind you. Taizen suddenly started to feel like the powerful heavenly dragon was really behind him. He put his hand on his back and began to teach him. He said, after comprehending the small heavenly cycle and finding that truth himself. Hearing that, he turned around curiously and asked, "How?" "I answered your question, that's all I can say, now let's begin." He began to teach internal techniques to Taizen. He began to feel his inner strength. Power was transmitted to him. At the same time Taizen thought, "What is that? Why do I hear the sound of waves behind me?" He was gradually feeling the power more clearly. He advised, "Hold back, the more pain you have, the stronger you will be." Taizen could only think in his head with the uncontrollable pain from too much strength in him, "This old man, how can I hold back, I'm about to die." His endurance had reached its peak. He just kept giving him all his energy. Taizen's limit has been reached. So strong that all the animals were scared and shocked the whole area. Taizen seemed to gradually lose consciousness. After being taught internal techniques, Taizen felt the miserable feeling that everyone always talked about. His sweat flowed non-stop. The harmful fluids had been expelled from his body, and he was sweating profusely. He writhed in pain, feeling that this old man's Buddhist teachings were burning his nerves. "The power that was injected suddenly made me think I was dead." His blood vessels swelled as if they wanted to burn his body, but this old man still did not stop, until his body reached its limit, as the old man said, when tears and snot flowed out of his eyes due to pain. The limit of strength will also multiply with that pain. But that old man still decided to teach me the 5 pearls Tai Chi. 5 pearls Tai Chi are martial arts that only a few people can perform. Returning to reality, Taizen did not expect the power that was given to him. He realized that old man, he was not lying, he had understood the 5 pearls of Tai Chi. He remembered the old man's advice, "It just looks evil," but in fact, he is an outstanding disciple of the martial arts school. He is also a martial arts expert who fought for 4 days and 3 nights with the leader of the Fat Hoasun clan, took his life and received an award in the 3233rd contest of the Jade Emperor. You think it sounds cool, but who can verify it? Taizen looked back at his clothes, he was really sweaty. He thought, the effect of Buddhist teachings is really great, I have this much sweat in my body. Looking at the calendar hanging on the wall next to the clock, I clearly saw the sunrise and set many times, but the time here still hasn't changed. Standing on the bed drenched in sweat, he wondered if that was okay. Because of the mold on the wall in the distance. Taizen exclaimed, "Oh my god, look at that wall, it smells of poverty. Look at the network on the table. Next to it is a Celeron 500 system, 6 GB RAM, 4 MB graphics, 10 GB hard drive. There is also pirated software on the computer." Taizen was quite surprised, it looked like something from a museum. He felt and smelled the nauseating scent coming from the room. The room was extremely messy and there was a smell of sweat on the bed when he was infused with internal energy, so he decided to clean it out first. Suddenly there was a call. Tyson came down to eat breakfast. The familiar calls in his subconscious he remembered from his mother every time she called him. Tyson, come down for breakfast, you have to eat breakfast. He thought, even though I had heard these words my whole life, I still felt warm now. My mother was the only person who was by my side even if I failed or lost my job. He began to remember his mother. Perhaps his emotions were indescribable. In his mind, he recalled the days with his mother, the memories of the days when she texted him to tell him to eat enough meals. In his memories, his mother often said, "Don't eat noodles and fast food all the time, you have to eat well, son." Returning to reality, she was urging him, "Hurry up, the soup is about to get cold." Tyson quickly said, "Yes, Mom, let me take a shower first." He quickly walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. Looking at his strong and toned body in the mirror, he was surprised and asked himself, "Am I already this tall?" Laughing reluctantly, he was extremely surprised as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Rinsing the cool water from the faucet made Tyson feel more refreshed. He wondered if his body had been purified. Immersing in the cool water slowly feels so relaxing. Looking in the mirror, he was quite surprised and happy because his skin was also smoother. Peaceful scenery, clear blue sky. Tyson walked downstairs. He had just finished bathing so he could feel the comfort and coolness. Tyson, wrapped in a towel and drying his hair, suddenly stared into the distance. Before his eyes appeared gardening tools, and this was the garden where his mother always worked hard. There's also his father's old tractor. This is a house that has been passed down from ancestors for 10 generations, so it is quite old. For those reasons, he lives in the countryside. It felt like he hadn't come in to eat for a long time and was standing still like a man, so his mother asked, "What's wrong?" Tyson turned back to answer, "Yes," hesitantly continued, "I just thought the weather was so beautiful today." At the same time she brought out a fully and thoughtfully set dining table. She kindly smiled at him and told him to eat quickly, it's about to get cold. Thinking back to my mother who had to work every morning in the orchard, she looked so haggard. However, she was always the most beautiful mother in my middle school parents association. Thinking of my mother, Tyson couldn't hold back his emotional tears. His eyes began to well up, yes, to his mother. Unable to contain his emotions, he immediately rushed to hug her. Seeing her son suddenly act like that was so different from usual, she also suddenly said, "What's wrong with this guy? He's already so big and still alive." Tyson called out with tears in his eyes, "Mom, you are the most beautiful in the world. You are as beautiful as a fairy." She was also very panicked and asked, "Why is it suddenly like that? Why am I crying?" That kind and gentle woman, she graduated from Hanjin University of Fine Arts, where only excellent artists in Korea can study. Her mother once said that before she got married, she had never touched a piece of grass, yet my mother is a farmer. She heard her son's words and smiled happily and said, "Oh my God, it seems that in this world, we are not the only ones who are blind." Tyson continued to sob and said, "Although Mom is still healthy, don't try too hard. The more you see that Mom doesn't look like a rural woman at all." She patted her son a little shyly and said, "Stop it, there must be farmers so everyone can have food to eat." Tyson exclaimed to his mother, "Why are you so lucky? Did you sell your country in your previous life?" She smiled happily and said, "This guy." She became happy, her kind face smiled brightly in response to her son's words. Surely, her mother was a princess who betrayed her country. Tyson thought to himself that it's been a long time since he's seen his mother smile. Hugging his mother, feeling the warmth from her, Tyson thought to himself, "Mom, from now on, I will let you walk on a path full of flowers." After a while, seeing him hugging so tightly, his mother said, "Son, if you love me so much, why don't you eat more?" Hearing that, he quickly let go and apologized, hugging his mother without asking his father's permission. Hearing that sentence, she laughed loudly and said, "You're right, your father's jealousy is not the normal type." Then, he and his mother sat down to eat at a daesan booth. Along with the cool breezes, the scent of hot food rises. Tyson began to invite his mother to eat. It had been a long time since he had felt like that. Compared to what he had experienced, this was truly a precious meal. He ate deliciously and thought to himself, if I don't reincarnate, I won't be able to feel this again. I just brought in a spoonful of food, but he was so quick to praise me, my armpits hurt. "Mom, it's spicy and fresh, it's okay for drunk people to eat it. Why don't you open a restaurant instead of working as a farmer?" If my mother opened a bean soup restaurant, it would be as expensive as hot cakes. She asked him again, "Today you still know how to get drunk. Did you secretly drink alcohol from Mom?" "Mom, I'm an adult, why didn't I know?" She knocked his head and smiled, saying, "You joke a lot like your father." Tyson recalls that when he was in college, he was a notorious drunkard. But when he's young again, "I'm just a young man who doesn't know the smell of alcohol in his head." He can only think to himself, and in front of his eyes, his mother is angrily warning him not to touch alcohol. Looking far away, he suddenly saw a mouse running past. Also remember the oldness of the objects in the kitchen and the house. To the living room and the old TV, wondering why our family is so poor. Look at that little mouse. Staring at it, he realized. We must get out of this situation, we cannot continue like this forever. Tyson thought, I have to make money. Jang Tyson's mother suddenly approached and asked him, son, what's wrong with you today? I heard that if a person suddenly changes their personality, that person is about to die. Jang Tyson is currently diligently washing dishes after finishing the meal. His mother cares but can't bear to let him do it, so let her do it. Normally you don't get involved in these things. Jang Tyson turned around and happily replied, okay mom, when I was in the army I also washed dishes. His mother tilted her head in confusion and asked again, joining the army. He smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm just kidding. Jang Tyson's mother was still skeptical and continued asking, are you and your father trying to tease me? He tried to deny it, but it wasn't true. He realized that he was not good and thought, I used to be a bad child, and I never did it. He just continued to wash the dishes and turned back to talk to his mother. Mom, his mother asked, what else? His face was full of happiness and he said, I will make mom happy. His mother immediately replied in a louder voice. His father and son said that every day. A while later, it was noon, the space was quiet and peaceful. Because mother was not very healthy, she did not work at noon. Jang Tyson diligently took a towel and cleaned the floor. Diligently wiped from this corner to other places. Then he went to the window curtain, opened the curtain and shouted, let's clean up these bad smells. The old washing machine in the corner has finished washing the clothes. He took the clothes out of the washing machine and started hanging them outside to dry. His eyes darkened with sadness, thinking that my father had gone to the bank to borrow money. But then Jang Tyson continued to clean the house. He sat on the window to look outside to wipe the outside door. Then Jang Tyson brought the trash bag to throw it in the right area for others to collect the trash, took the trash bag there. He saw the cat sitting on the trash pile and angrily chased it away. Hey, go away. After finishing cleaning the house, Jang Tyson sat down to rest and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's done. My father specializes in growing organic apples, without using fertilizers and pesticides. He glanced over and saw a chopstick of apples next to him. Organic food is not very popular in Korea, because very few people are willing to spend money to buy expensive organic fruits. Furthermore, they taste like nuts. He reached for an apple and tried it. Then he continued to think about his current family situation, but his father's debt was very high. Then he grimaced and spit it out and said, what is this? There is nothing good about this pile of apples. Father has an orchard in 2 rice fields that his grandmother left behind 3 years ago. And in just a few months, it will all be gone and left with debt. Thinking of this, Jang Tyson's eyes darkened with sadness and helplessness. He continued to think about the important current issue at this time. At that time my family started to decline. And my father's brothers never came back again. My poor father. Jang Tyson stared at the apple basket and thought of a solution. First of all, I have to find a way to keep the fruit garden and rice fields. The problem is money. At this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in his head, numbers appeared in his mind. He exclaimed, yes, I still remember the stock chart from the past. Even though I've only seen it 1 or 2 times, I remember it very clearly. Why is that happening? Have I become a genius? Then Jang Tyson immediately objected to what I had just thought. It's impossible, moreover. Does it make any sense for me to return to the past like this? The male lead raised his head and looked up at the peaceful blue sky and thought, going back in time to 2006, that sounds crazy. But then a huge problem appeared that made Jang Tyson feel difficult in this country. What does it mean to own government stocks? The male lead stood up and slowly walked inside the house, but his mind was currently busy thinking about ways to make money. No one would lend money to high school students. Even if he had a part-time job now, it wouldn't be a good idea, don't have much money. With this situation, I cannot earn capital for my parents. Jang Tyson went into his bedroom, sat down on the chair, said uncomfortably, hey, what a genius, what could be better? Then he glanced at the computer on the table, and an idea immediately appeared in his mind, stock. Looking at the computer, he said, that's what I can do now. But then reality immediately disappointed him, but this computer is too weak, this scrap can only be used for typing documents. Jang Tyson suddenly saw something that made him think, wait. The MANHUA application appeared on his computer, making him excitedly exclaim, this is it. The male lead's eyes widened as he looked at the app he recognized in his head, web novel, MANHUA. Jang Tyson's laugh gradually became full of cunning and mystery, he. His eyes looked at the bright computer screen, he smiled and said, I'm sorry, writer Jang Hee-jae. Jang Tyson immediately remembered that magic warriors, along with lightning swords, were the 2 masterpieces of Korea at that time. The male protagonist's fingers nimbly used the mouse pointer to click on the software to type text. His mind still keeps thinking about those two novels, the first published in 2007, authored by Jang Hee-jae. Until 2020, the series has released 59 publications, and the number has not stopped. Jang Tae-sun smiled and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I remember every detail clearly." The male lead's fingers continuously typed. The screen also displayed the first lines of the novel he wanted to write. Jang Tae-sun said, "Same title, Magical Warrior, who belongs first to you, there." Jang Tae-sun's mind kept thinking about the novel, while his hand was constantly typing documents. The male lead's name was Red and the female lead's name was Jurin. After her father passed away, her family collapsed. To help her twin sister continue going to school, Red, the main character, is accidentally connected to an artificial game. While writing the male lead, he exclaimed in admiration, "The story is great." Jang Tae-sun's fingers skillfully glided over the keyboard keys. Suddenly, all the content of the novel lit up in my head, clear to every word. The male lead smiled and said, "I take back what I just said, I am truly a genius." He was still diligently typing the text. While typing, he not only said things like, "It's so interesting," he rewrote his previous work almost exactly, but felt that the masterpiece would be recreated under my hands. It was already a masterpiece, I didn't need to edit anything. Nimble fingers clicked documents. After just a while, Jang Tae-sun was able to write a lot of content in the novel. His mouth laughed loudly, his cheeks were red, his face showed excitement and said, "Wow, this smooth composition, yes, I already have literary blood in my body." The male lead smiled sinisterly. Implicitly said, "Let's just post it to the free directory first, right?" His eyes looked at the keyboard full of confidence, smiled and affirmed that the series would explode. Jang Tae-sun clicked to post his post. He stared at the screen with great anticipation and said, "This is a masterpiece." He started giving himself a nickname on Panmungo, it would be Gold River. The male lead looked at the computer screen showing his name and the article he had just written. His eyes were full of sparkles, his mouth was smiling brightly and he confidently said, "I am so proud of myself, my writing is also normal." Then he justified to himself that he had taken someone else's work. It was true that he had stolen the novel from the future. Suddenly, I remembered a famous quote from the main character in the novel, "Money has no eyes, whoever comes first is his." Jang Tae-sun shouted loudly, "Money has no eyes, whoever comes first is his," making the surrounding houses and the quiet countryside atmosphere suddenly noisy. His mother also woke up because of that. She covered her ears and wondered, what did that boy eat wrong? In an apartment building in a bustling city, a man was blowing on a chopstick of noodles and asked, "What novel is this?" Next to his computer there was quite a lot of fast food. He ate a cup of instant noodles while staring intently at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Wow, this male lead. I thought he was just a failure, but turns out he has some talent. This man's appearance is quite sloppy." He slurps his noodles while complimenting him. "This novel is great, it's the best book I've ever read." He read the novel and burst out laughing, this red name. Are those three useless items more important than women? As soon as he ate the noodles, he laughed so loudly that the food in his mouth, before he could swallow it, flew out. The man raised his hand and clicked on the mouse pointer and said, "I read all 10 chapters at once." He picked up the rice ball he bought at the supermarket and brought it to his mouth to eat, but his eyes were still focused on the computer screen, smiling and saying, "It is Gold River, if you release a book, I will buy it immediately." Then he fixed the rice ball in his mouth, typed on the keyboard with both hands, "Now make a reservation and recommend it to everyone." The man clicked on the keyboard again, then left a comment. From outside the window, you can hear him typing on the keyboard very clearly. Even though it was a free series, it topped the charts with only 10 chapters. Jang Tae-sun looked confidently ahead. The next day, in the hustle and bustle of the city, at a newspaper office, a voice asked, "Assistant Lee, have you seen this series?" Assistant Lee looked at his computer screen and replied, "Yes, even though it hasn't been released yet, they will still print 5,000 copies." On his computer screen right now are the comments from the audience when reading the novel. The chief editor asked, "There are only 10 chapters now, right? Is it too early to print it?" Another employee looked up at him and replied, "You see, this novel is very funny and the storyline is progressing very well." Another employee continued, "It's a very popular novel." An employee wearing a black vest sitting at the right corner of the table spoke up. The author was probably a famous author but had changed his pen name to publish the novel. The chief editor was still skeptical about the other staff's opinions and asked, knowing it was funny, "But don't you think fantasy novels would be more attractive than game novels?" His employees compete with each other to answer, and readers' tastes have changed. Recently, this game genre is very popular. The staff kept praising the novel, Magical Warrior. The title was very attractive. "This novel has great potential." The chief editor still hesitated and observed his staff. A girl with shoulder-length blonde hair wearing square-rimmed glasses suggested, "I will recommend this novel. I read it yesterday. The main character is really attractive. Our chief editor must contact the author." The chief editor asked, "What are the conditions?" She replied, "If the author is not a novice, we can divide 8% of the profits of 4,000 copies to that person." The chief editor was surprised and asked again, "What, so much?" She replied, "Actually, I was planning to propose 5% of the 5,000 copies." He thought for a while, then agreed and said, "The original proposal was better, contact the author." The subordinate replied, "Yes, I will do it now." At another newspaper office, a man with jet black hair asked his colleague, the chief editor, if he had read it. At this moment, the chief editor is making himself a cup of tea. "This novel is very good, what do you think?" The chief editor, still holding a cup of tea and stirring it, replied, "I read it yesterday. The review was very good, I'm sure it has a lot of potential." The black-haired man continued, "I also think it's very promising, please publish it." The chief editor was surprised and asked again, "Why?" The man pointed his index finger and said, "Offering 10% of the 6,000 copies." The chief editor sipped tea and smiled and replied, "Is it too much? I'm afraid the publisher won't do it. If the person who signed the contract with us knew, he might get angry." The black-haired guy then smiled happily and said, "I had a dream yesterday, there will definitely be at least 10,000 copies released." The chief editor looked at the CEO and smiled, implying something. The chief editor also quite agreed with the dark-haired guy's opinion and said, "I don't know if things will go smoothly, but this novel will definitely be a phenomenon." Then the chief editor gave instructions, "Contact the author, if that person calls, I will personally go see him." The man replied, "Okay." 3 a.m. on the mountain behind the orchard. Jang Tizhen was sitting and doing internal exercises, very focused. His whole body was now showing many tendons surrounding his body. "I still faint like before, but my body can last longer." He took a breath and then realized, his breathing became lighter. The male lead concentrates everything on cultivating internal energy. The sky gradually brightened, a source of light also appeared around him. After a while of hard work, when he opened his eyes, the male lead's face was filled with excitement and joy, it was great. Then his whole body seemed to emit a halo, countless martial arts moves constantly appeared in his mind. Jang Tizhen took a deep breath. Immediately, Jang Tizhen stood up and performed those moves in an extremely smooth and powerful way. Eyes are highly focused and move quickly. Jump up and kick your legs up high. The surrounding leaves were torn one by one, and smoke and dust began to appear because of his moves. When he finished performing the exercises, he choked up and pressed his lips together, his cheeks turning slightly red. Standing in front of the tall rock, I happily and excitedly raised my arms and shouted, "This is the top of the peak, I will no longer be a failure." I can't practice Tai Chi at home, so I built a temporary tent on this mountain 500 meters above sea level. Returning home, Jang Tizhen took a shower and sat at the table, turned on the computer to review the status of his novel. He was happy with what he saw and thought to himself, as expected, there were 5 publishing companies, contact me, go to step 1. His face showed calmness as if he knew everything would happen like that. He smiled smugly and thought about it, just ignore them for now. The only reason this novel series is so popular in 2021 is because it is so funny that people cannot resist reading it from beginning to end. Then the male lead continued to click to see more information. He excitedly said, "The best benefits are for experienced authors, do they want to meet me?" Jang Tizhen continued to consider the situation. Many authors have fallen into bankruptcy. So I'm not in a hurry, just let them know me first. The male lead leisurely propped his feet up on the chair and clicked on the computer. Who would believe it? The male protagonist reminded himself that on the internet there were many articles about authors who signed contracts with publishing staff and received bitter endings. I have to be very careful. Moreover, Nice Media publisher, the Magic Warrior novel was originally published by Nice Media. When the sky was completely bright, it started to rain again. Jang Tizhen's mother wondered and asked, "Oh, where are we going? Why is it so sudden?" The male lead smiled brightly and said, "I will treat my mother to a grand meal." The mother was surprised by her child's words and replied, "Huh, you don't have any money." But then she still smiled gently and said, "Okay, I haven't dated my son in a long time." Jang Tizhen and his mother were walking on the street, but the male lead's intention was, "We were on our way to meet the owner of producer Nice Media, to discuss the contract. But what I'm worried about right now is, but damn, I'm still a teenager now, so I'm a bit worried." Jang Tizhen already had his plans. He smiled at his mother and thought in his heart, because minors are not allowed to be involved in agreements related to the law, so parents are required, stand as a guarantor. The law involves both wages and fines, so I need my mother to come along as my representative. The bus stopped, the two of them slowly got off the bus. Jang Tizhen helped his mother down and gently reminded her, "Here she is, Mom, be careful," the mother said, "You've been so funny lately." Then the male lead and his mother walked together under an umbrella on the street. He pointed to the left and asked his mother, "Let's go get some coffee." The mother replied in surprise, "Coffee? Have you already drunk coffee?" He smiled slightly, looked at his mother affectionately and replied, "Of course, with the weather like this, let's have a glass of iced Americano, shall we?" The two continued to happily walk together on the street in the rain. The two walked to a coffee shop. He turned around and smiled and asked his mother, "You believe me, right?" The mother immediately replied, "Of course, my son." Then they walked into the shop together. Two people from the editorial office looked back and recognized them. The black-haired guy said, "There it is." The black-haired man suddenly whispered to his colleague, "I'm just a student," and the other person said, "They're late." Jang Tae-san looked at the two people from the editorial office and smiled with satisfaction and silently praised, "They were punctual, a plus point." The male lead approached the two men's table and asked, "Are you from Nice Media?" Both of them opened their eyes wide in shock and stammered, "Author of Gold River." The male lead smiled softly and replied, "Yes, it was me." His mother, standing behind, looked at her son in panic and wondered, "What, the author?" Jang Tae-san walked over and said, "Hello, hello." He smiled confidently and introduced, "I'm Gold River." Choi Wong-chun and Hwang Song-woo widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the male lead. They were skeptical in their hearts. They didn't look like professional writers at all, just like students. The chief editor faltered and replied, "Hello." Jang Tae-san still maintained a small, confident smile as he looked at the two people in the editorial office. Choi Wong-chun widened his eyes and looked shocked, thinking, "But, what is this aura? His tone is so arrogant, and as soon as he entered, he recognized me. He is really sharp. He is not the average person." The male lead saw that they were silent and looked at him for a while, then he retracted his smile and asked, "What's wrong?" The two people from the editorial office immediately realized they were showing off too much and awkwardly smiled industrially and extended their hands to invite him. "Nothing, please sit down." Choi Wong-chun happily said, "You're younger than I thought." Hwang Song-woo continued the question right after, asking how old he was. Jang Tae-san answered quickly, "A second-year high school student," making the two people in the editorial office sweat. Their smiles also disappeared, replaced by a very unbelievable expression that made them think to themselves, and spoke condescendingly, "Again." Choi Wong-chun seriously looked at the male lead and felt worried. Sure enough, he wasn't simple. It didn't seem like it would be easy to sign a contract. Jang Tae-san and his mother sat down on the chair. His mother turned to him and asked, "Son, who are they? Also, what is Gold River?" Hwang Song-woo looked at Choi Wong-chun and smiled, thinking, CEO Choi was confused. The male lead's eyes were full of cunning, glancing at the two people in the editorial office, smiling slightly and thinking, they couldn't control their faces, so they hit him again. He then crossed his arms and asked with a serious look, "You guys don't want to sign a contract with a high school student, right?" His mother quickly stopped him. "Child, what are you talking about?" Hwang Song-woo quickly raised his hand to deny and said, "No, let us introduce ourselves first." The two people from the editorial office introduced themselves with confused and worried looks. "I am Choi Wong-chun, CEO of Nice Media, and I'm Chief Editor Hwang Song-woo." The male lead looked at them with satisfied eyes and smiled softly. Then he seriously replied, "Nice to meet you, I'm Jang Tae-san." The male lead turned to tell his mother, "Please introduce yourself too. These two guys are the CEO and Chief Editor of Nice Media Publishing Company." His mother was stunned and asked again, "What, a publishing company?" Jang Tae-san calmly replied, "Yes mom, today your son will sign a contract with the publisher." Choi Wong-chun immediately held out his card. He held the key in front of Jang Tae-san's mother and said politely, "It's a pleasure to meet writer Jang's mother. I'm Choi Wong-chun, CEO of Nice Media." The mother looked confused and replied, "Yes." The male lead looked at the CEO and smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he called me writer Jang, how cute. The male lead's mother raised her hands to receive the card. The CEO gave it with both hands and said, "Her son is great." Then the male lead's mother suddenly remembered and asked in confusion, "Wait, what's going on? Why is my son a writer?" Jang Tae-san turned to his mother helplessly and asked, "Why can't your son be a writer?" His mother replied as if it were natural, "She knew well how you write, why would you be a writer? Moreover, students have to worry about studying. What is the point of being a writer?" Two people from the editorial office were sweating and nervous and responded in unison. "Yes, you're right, ha ha ha." He calmly explained that during the vacation, I posted a novel online, and if mom allowed it, I would sign a contract. His mother was surprised and asked again, "Contract? You signed it, really?" Jang Tae-san looked at his mother meaningfully and said, "Seriously, mother, you just said you would trust me to the death." His mother panicked and replied, "Then surely, her fate is about to come." Choi Wong-chun immediately continued to praise, "Sorry, ma'am, Gold River's magical warrior novel. No, writer Jang Tae-san here is really charming." He confidently said, he published a novel not long ago, but it was admired by many readers. You can trust him. The two editors brought water to drink happily. The chief editor continued, "As an editor, I can say it is the best work I have ever read." The male lead looked at the two of them and frowned in confusion. The male lead's mother put her hand on her chin thoughtfully and said, "Magic Warrior. The title sounds good, right?" He smiled confidently and said to his mother, "Mom, your child is very talented." Then his mother looked at him without saying anything, but her eyes were filled with concern and worry. Jang Tae-san suddenly remembered and asked, "You too, can I order coffee?" His mother quickly reminded him, "What kind of thing are you talking to adults like?" The two people from the editorial office were suddenly startled in realization and exclaimed, "Ah." Then the two guys shyly asked, "Oh my gosh, I'm so serious, I'll go order right away. What do you guys want to drink?" The male lead smiled brightly and replied, "One iced coffee and one bingsu." The head trainer immediately left his chair to go to the counter to order drinks. Jang Tae-san started to get serious and asked Choi Wong-chun, "Did you bring the contract?" Choi Wong-chun happily replied, "Yes, this writer seems impatient." The male lead calmly said, "I'm not impatient, I'm just curious." Then he took out the contract from his briefcase and showed it in front of him. "Here is the contract." He read it carefully. The male lead received the contract and turned the pages to read it attentively. Reading the paragraph, he frowned. The publisher will keep the second copyright for 5 years, and automatically renew. In the contract, it is stated that, Clause 16, second copyright and license during the contract term, Nice Media has full rights to use the author's novel, if related to the issue of collecting usage fees. He smirked and said, "Are you kidding?" Jang Tae-san whispered in his heart, "Just look at this, I'm preparing to take the judicial exam." At the same time, the chief editor also brought drinks to the table for the mother and son. The male lead calmly said, "The second copyright must belong to the author, please rewrite it and send it to us." Hearing that, the CEO was sweating and worried. He immediately flustered and explained, "Writer Jang probably didn't know, the second copyright is not a big deal, other writers all sign contracts like this." The male lead frowned and said, "I don't like this clause, the publisher only has the right to print my work." He continued, "Moreover, if you want to export abroad, you must also discuss with me." CEO looked worried and confused and said, "But," his mother also looked at him and was sweating. Jang Tae-san offered more. "Moreover, for the down payment, I want 20 million won." When two people from the editorial office heard that number, they both opened their mouths in shock as if they couldn't believe their ears. 20 million won. His mother also widened her eyes and looked at him in surprise and called, "Tae-san." The male lead crossed his arms confidently and said solemnly, "The guarantee fee and commission for 6,000 copies is 10%, if you want to resell. As soon as the announcement is complete you must deposit the monthly commission into my account." Choi Wong-chun was worried and replied, "Haha, it's writer Jang, he seems so impatient." Chief editor Hwang Song-woo replied back, "Sorry, no publisher would advance that much money to an emerging writer, although the current views are a bit of a breakthrough. But there is no guarantee in the long run it will be the same." The male lead noticed and saw that behind the editor-in-chief's briefcase was a notebook. He smiled and said, "Oh, I brought it with me, a notepad." Choi Wong-chun said in surprise, "Why?" The chief editor asked in confusion, "Why do you ask this?" He looked at the two of them with a serious expression and said, "I will give you a chance. If you don't like it, you can refuse." He took it out and placed it on the table. CEO Choi suddenly said, "USB, Hwang Song-woo asked in shock, "What is this?" The male lead pushed the USB in front of him and replied, "It was a manuscript." The two of them were surprised and confused. The manuscript. Jang Tae-san's eyes were full of confidence and he spoke sharply, "There were 5 manuscripts of magical war bottles in here." At this time, looking out from the window, the sky was still cloudy. The male lead's mother was stunned by what her son had just said and confusedly asked, "Tae-san, am I not dreaming?" He looked at his mother and smiled slightly, thinking, "Hey, dreaming, Mom, you will be even more surprised, everything has just begun." Two editors plugged the USB into the computer and started looking through it. Jang Tae-san thought to himself, "Now, just wait for their reaction." The CEO and chief editor stared at the computer screen with their mouths open in surprise. All they could say was, "Oh my god, ah." He smiled with satisfaction and thought, "Why are you opening your mouth like that? If it's good, just say it." Choi Wong-chun looked at the male lead with determined eyes and said, "Writer Jang, please sign a contract with us." CEO agrees to the male lead's condition, "I will pay you 20 million won immediately." He replied satisfied, "Wise decision, boss." He reached out and took back the contract. Then he seriously said, "We will redraft the contract according to my request, please sign here." Jang Tae-san's mother looked at him worriedly and called Tae-san. It was still pouring rain outside, people were walking around briskly. Inside the shop, the two sides were still discussing the contract. Jang Tae-san said, "Please submit the income tax declaration properly. When reselling, you must pay me according to the content of this contract." The editor replied, "Of course, I will do it according to professional ethics." He raised his hand to sign the contract, thinking in his heart, not knowing if he should trust them or not. Never mind, just trust the money in his account. Then, this is what it feels like to be a writer without waste of brainpower. Ho ho. The chief editor passed the contract to the male lead's mother and said, "I will act as the legal representative, so please sign it." His mother replied, "Yes." Hwang Song-woo continued, "I have already paid you 20 million in advance." His mother exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The male protagonist looked down at his phone with satisfaction and smiled, thinking, back then, until my death, my tattered bank account had never had 2 million, I would slowly fatten you up. CEO shook hands with Jang Tae and politely said, thank you for signing the contract with us, writer Jang. He happily replied, thank you, both sides will benefit. Then he turned and said to his mother, we can go now, mother. His mother was startled and replied, okay. Two people from the editorial office immediately said, wait, please stay and eat with us first. Jang Tae politely refused, maybe next time, we have to go now, but in his heart he secretly said, his mother is not used to eating with strangers, and now money is like a mosquito to him. Outside the door, the rain still continued. Standing outside the door, the male lead's mother bowed her head and said, I don't really understand what's going on, but I'm sorry for being rude. CEO shyly replied, no ma'am, collaborating with writer Jang is our publisher's luck. The chief editor turned to look at Jang Tae and asked, oh right, writer Jang, there's one more thing I forgot to ask. He smiled and asked, how many episodes do you plan to compose? Judging by the current content, it's probably around 10 episodes, right? The male lead calmly replied, 60 episodes. The two people from the publisher once again gasped in surprise, so shocked that they were sweating profusely. 60. Jang Tae smiled and thought, what to do now? I remember up to 59 episodes, a masterpiece like this only has 20 episodes, it's very cruel to readers. The producer stammered and asked, is 60 episodes too long? He happily replied, don't worry about the manuscript, there will be 60 volumes. The producer continued to say, we will consider the situation and continue to talk about it next time. In Jang Tae's heart, it's certain, I'm sure in a few days, even if there are 100 volumes, you guys will happily publish it. Leaving the cafe, walking on the street, I have a lot to do today. The two continued walking in the rain and the umbrella was covering the top of their heads. His mother turned to ask, where are we going now? He smiled brightly in reply to his mother, let's stop by the bank for a bit. His mother slightly lowered her eyebrows and asked, what business do you have there? Jang Tae calmly smiled and replied, yes mom, it's very important. His mother was worried and asked, what's going on? Can you tell me, why are you suddenly a writer and earning 20 million? He looked at his mother thoughtfully, I will start work tomorrow afternoon, so I have to open a stock account that day. The mother continued to ask with a very concerned tone, should we discuss it with your father? As for the male lead, he is still concentrating on thinking, right now I am still a kid who depends on my parents, with this 20 million, I can completely pay off my father's debt and interest, but I haven't touched it yet, this money is urgent. The male lead looked at his mother and said, Mom, you still believe in me, right? His mother quickly replied, Mom, I believe you, but... He smiled gently and persuaded his mother, give me a month and I will talk to my father myself. Mom looked at Jang Tae with hopeful eyes, he was still calculating what to do in his head, this money was just the beginning, it was the goose that laid golden eggs for his family. Then she smiled kindly and lovingly and said, okay, I believe my son. The rain stopped, the male lead raised his head to the sky, put his hand out to check and happily said, the rain has stopped. Then he happily told his mother, let me invite you to eat jajang noodles. She hugged her son's arm and happily said, more sweet and sour fried meat, my son has so much money. He replied cheerfully, okay mom. The next day, when the sun was still peeking behind the distant mountain. Until the sun appeared clearly. Jang Tae sat on the rock concentrating with all his might. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, I saw it, saw the details. Appearing in front of the male protagonist at this moment was a giant transparent stockboard held in the air and said, I'm ready, let's go to the battlefield, now the game is in my hands, it's my turn to suck your blood, thumb. Returning home, Jang Tae opened his computer and saw a stock chart and said, it's been a long time. He stared intently at the screen and smiled softly and said, you really are buying and selling in droves, so cute, this game is similar to a card game. The male lead raised his hand and clicked the mouse cursor happily and proudly said, you guys are definitely dead, ho ho. Jang Tae smiled and said, let's start, then he started calculating in his head, the starting unit price in the bear market was 2,251, the price of small stocks in the market was 50 billion won. He opened his eyes wide and thought, this situation will happen a few times, now it's time to do it. His hands are constantly clicking on the keyboard, as a former stockbroker, it's okay to talk about being quick. Then he smiled and thought, when 20,000 shares were bought, the average unit price was 2,501. Jang Tae said, they are panicking, now let's take care of each other, ha ha ha. At a company where the male lead had bought shares, there was a loud shout, the manager Kayam had his capital withdrawn, the response to that loud shout was, what, how much? He replied, 20,000 shares. A thin, middle-aged man wearing a business suit asked uncomfortably, did someone notice it before? The employee turned around and asked worriedly, what should I do now? The man gritted his teeth and thought, then said, what else to do, there will be an announcement soon, let's divide it up first. Then he shouted to all the other employees in the room, I don't know when there will be another lucky guy like that, now we fail, we're all screwed. The man's face was now full of worry and fear, thinking, he was like a soul, holding all the secrets in his hands. Who exactly was he? Then he turned his head and looked out the window at the city and said, what a lucky guy. The estimated income of this campaign is up to 10 million won. If things go badly, at least 19 people will shed their blood. At Jiang Tizhen's house, when he bought the stock and saw the profit, he excitedly thought, oh my god, this is a lot of money, it's too much Pepsi. Looking at the stock table, I exclaimed in my heart, in 3 days I had 46 million, that's terrible. After cleaning up the uncollectible amounts, I still have 26 million left. Then he continued to click on the keyboard wondering if he should continue playing or not. I still haven't figured it out. Jiang Tizhen's smile gradually lost its humanity. He smiled cunningly and said, Moha. I haven't started yet, who cares about money? In his heart, he thought, this still doesn't mean anything to me. In the past, even though I used to be a broker, I never used to cheat this much. This week there will be news announcing the development of a drug. The male lead smiles with satisfaction, and the stock chart will develop steadily. He stared intently at the stock board in front of the screen. On the computer appeared the words, Sky New Reform. Jiang Tizhen was excited. You guys won today, just let the money run with it, haha. Sitting in front of the computer desk, he couldn't stop exclaiming. He didn't expect that the knowledge he learned about skyrocketing stock values that he learned as a broker would be so useful now. The stock market is very exciting now. He quickly pressed the keyboard with satisfaction. The trick was already in his hands. Looking at the screen with confidence, you'd be crazy not to take it. At a bookstore in the city, a customer asked if there were any new novels. Boss, the bookstore owner replied, there is a new book, but the title is a bit strange, Magical Warrior. The customer came to the book counter and took out the book Magic Warrior. The customer said, the cover of the book was fine. A boy wearing round glasses flipped through it and complimented, oh, that's fun. Then he decided to take this book. When the boy next to him saw that, he immediately felt curious. The boy next to me asked, really, I thought the main character was a bit boring, but the boy wearing glasses replied, it's a funny read, the storyline progresses quickly, it's interesting to read it first. The people nearby also glanced curiously and thought of the novel, The Magical Warrior. The owner turned to the boy wearing glasses and said, hey kid, do you like that book? Pay here. The boy opened the door and smiled and replied, yes, I bought it. Then the boy who bought the novel told his friend, let me read it, and I'll tell you about it. That night, at the bookstore that was buzzing about the novel, one person said loudly, boss. That novel is so great. The other person replied, why do you reply so quickly, isn't it fun to read? That person continued, it's exactly my style, the next episode is already booked. Jiang Tizhen is currently at home excitedly typing on the keyboard to write a novel. The next day, when it was dawn. At Jiang Tizhen's family dinner. Parents and their 3 children, as usual, were sitting and eating together very warmly. The mother was surprised and looked at her husband with wide eyes. Then she worriedly asked, what's wrong? Jiang Tizhen used his chopsticks to pick up some white rice from his bowl. He slowly put it in his mouth and chewed it. The male lead looked at his father without saying anything. The father then smiled kindly and said, it's okay, don't worry, let's eat. When his other 2 children saw this, their faces were also full of worry and panic, asking, what's wrong, Dad? You look very pale, please go to the hospital, father. Jiang Tizhen looked down and thought, I guess it's time to say it now, to put an end to my poor fate. Then he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said loudly, the rice is so delicious it hurts my armpits. He smiled brightly, raised his 2 thumbs to the like button and said to his mother, her pea soup is the top of the top. His younger brothers thought helplessly, please be a bit more subtle. Jiang Tizhen turned around and winked at his mother, silently saying, don't worry. The mother looked at her son with eyes full of hope. His eyes were full of seriousness, thinking, I will make my father more excited. Then he asked everyone, do you all have time today? One of his younger brothers asked again, what's wrong? The other brother continued, he was eating rice, brother. The mother smiled industrially and asked, is there anything, son? He thought helplessly, it's so fake, Mom. Jiang Tizhen replied, today I will treat my family to a drink, and play until the end. The 2 younger brothers looked disbelieving and said dejectedly, you. The father looked tired, the little pancreas said with difficulty. Decent, Dad is a bit out of breath today. He looked at his father with pity. Then he turned around and smiled and said to his mother, today I'm taking my father with me. His mother happily replied, but what else? The male lead advised, Dad, please bring your proof, and the 2 of us should bring our student cards. His mother asked curiously, what was the use of bringing proof? He happily replied mysteriously, there was something he needed to use his mind for. Jiang Tizhen's 2 younger brothers were surprised. One asked, what happened to you today? The other asked, are you forcing the whole family to work part-time? He immediately interrupted, Children, don't ask too many questions. The boy was not convinced and argued. You are only 2 years older than me, Jang Tae-san thought excitedly, my time has come. The thought of being able to spend money like water makes me excited. The next day, when the whole family got in the car and went on the road. In the car the male lead told the story to the whole family. His younger brother was surprised and said, "Huh, the second brother is a writer. What is a rose, dude, is it money?" The male lead replied, "Well, not much." Arriving in the city, the whole family walked the streets together. One of Jang Tae-san's younger brothers excitedly said, "Wow, I haven't been to the city for a long time with that family." The other brother immediately replied, "It hasn't been a long time. It's my first time going." The two children stopped and marveled in surprise. "Ah, look at that," they said in unison. Any call, in front of the two children are two small phones. They excitedly stood at the phone counter praising them endlessly. "It's so beautiful. There's a 13-megapixel camera too, isn't this so pretty?" The male lead looked and smiled slightly. 13-megapixel. The father standing behind smiled softly and said, "I can't buy it anywhere, kids, let's go." Jang Tae-san calmly said, "Just take whatever you like." The two of us asked in surprise, "Huh, really?" The two children happily kept asking, "Did you buy it for me?" "Anything is fine." The father panicked and worriedly waved his hand and said, "Tae-san, you guys are still young, these things are very expensive, even if you have a commission." The male lead happily turned to talk to his parents. The parents also chose a pair of phones. "The design is so cute." The mother happily replied, "Thank you son, I'll go choose too." The father turned helplessly to his wife, "Me." Then the whole family happily and excitedly chose the phone they liked. Jang Tae-san's mother told him, "I like this one, honey. Let's get one too for a pair," and the male lead pointed to another one and said to the salesperson, "I'll take this black one." My two younger siblings happily complimented me. "My brother was the best, did he really buy it?" After making all the choices, the male lead told the staff, "I'll make a lump sum payment, just count it all for me. My two younger siblings are still underage, so let my parents name it." At this moment, the father's face was pale and full of worry. The clerk gave him the receipt and said, the total was 2,170,001. The whole family gasped at Jang Tae-san in surprise when they heard the amount to pay. "What, 2,170,001? He happily gave his card to the staff and said thank you. The staff said, "We will not charge a booking fee." After paying, they continued walking. One of his younger brothers said, "My sister is the best, will you treat me to lunch?" He happily answered, "Of course." At the building of a securities company, a loud voice shouted, "What?" The company's department head pounded the table angrily. "What the hell happened this morning?" His employee replied, "I don't know boss." "It's from Count, Yond and Gubwa," he angrily asked. "That much, how much is the total?" The employee worriedly answered, 1 billion. The department head shouted loudly, "Who is this guy again? Is it the same guy from last time?" The staff said, "This time the amount is different." The employee worriedly said, "Maybe he's a billionaire." He angrily cursed in his heart. "A guy who knows nothing about the morality of this world, bastard." The employee asked, "What should I do, boss?" The manager angrily shouted, "No matter what, just follow the plan." He threw it out and grabbed it right away. The whole family was walking when suddenly Jang Tae-san stopped. The two younger brothers asked him, "What's wrong?" His mother was also concerned and asked, "Why are you so tall?" The male lead said, "Let's go in." Then he turned around and opened the door and said, "Here." Jang Tae-san pointed inside and smiled and said, "Let's go into this store." The whole family started sweating when they saw that. The mother asked, "My child, where is this place?" "Step inside to see the auto shop." When the manager sees the guests arriving, he warmly welcomes them to our safe and sustainable Samyang Bus Company. The whole family gasped in surprise as they looked at the male lead, and he thought, nothing is more important than the safety of his family. He slowly walked forward. The highlight of today. Coming next to a white car. Jang Tae-san smiled and asked his mother, "How do you feel about this car?" The store manager quickly introduced, "This is a Rockstone SUV, a representative product of the Samsung brand." His mother smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, that's beautiful." Then the male lead turned to look at the car and said, "It's suitable for taking two children to school, right?" His father frowned and asked worriedly, "Tae-san, what's wrong with you today?" The two younger siblings asked with bright eyes, "Will you take us to school by car, Dad?" He looked tired and said, "Do you think our family will need this car, given our current situation?" He turned back to look at his father to reassure him, "Don't worry, from today it will be different, don't worry." The mother turned to tell her husband, "Honey, Tae-san secretly bought this just now." Then she gave him a blue notebook. Receiving the notebook, the father wondered, "Is it a bank book?" The mother replied, "The novel my son wrote is really doing very well." He looked at the numbers in the notebook and sweated in surprise. It's hard to believe that looking at the notebook is a big number and wondering. 50 million won. Jang Tae's and his father's face immediately softened and was skeptical. Our Dzen has that much money. The mother smiled and said, my child has grown up. His father. He looked at his son in amazement, emotion, this kid. At this moment, the male lead was smiling gently at the two of them and said, Dad, just believe in me. He recognized his son. Already grown up. His father smiled happily and replied, yes, of course I believe you. He smiled and thought, I understand your father's feelings. The money to buy that phone is enough to pay this month's interest. Don't worry, from today, I will write another page of history for the Jang family. Jang Tae happily got into the car and asked the store manager if this car was in stock. The staff wondered. Why, he continued, if you don't have one, you can take this display case. Then he reached out and patted his younger siblings' heads and told them to come sit and try it. Then he took them shopping. He secretly said in his heart, from now on, the breadwinner of this family is him. When his parents saw that, they smiled with satisfaction and happiness. The two brothers smiled brightly in joy. The two children shouted in unison, I love you the most, so the trip ended. Tomorrow morning, Jang Tae was wearing his school uniform, but in his heart he felt strange. How long has it been since he went back to school? At the bus stop so he can go to school. The male lead smiled and realized that he was now a high school student again. Everyone took turns getting on the bus. Jang Tae also got in the car to count the school. Standing in a bus full of people. He felt that everything was still the same as before. From rows of seats for customers to sit on to those who still ride every day. He smiled happily and said to himself, long time no see. Inside the bus Jang Tae saw an empty seat. He thought to himself, his familiar seat has been gone for too long. He put on his headphones and looked around, everything was still the same. The headset is plugged into the ear. On the bus, there was laughter and joy from everyone around him, but he was still immersed in his own world, getting on the bus every day, listening to a Moonsae's music on the way to school. Image of a female student turning to the table below to talk. He watched the scene outside through the window. Seodong will go public today. Even though I'm in school, my investment will automatically be added. Now my net account is over 1 billion. He happily chuckled in his heart. I was already on automatic mode ha. On a beautiful morning, an ant was crawling on the ground. Normally ants do not invest in stock values that do not fluctuate. They bet their lives on skyrocketing stocks and enjoy the ups and downs in value. They rush headlong into red and black, causing that obsession to be fully exploited by powerful forces. I am also one of those ants. To the powers that be, the chart means nothing. In the end, the ants cannot do anything to them. And the end result is that they suck all the blood. However, Jang Tae looked outside. There are flocks of birds flying in the sky. And I have knowledge and information from the future in the palm of my hand. Even being a stock expert can't stop me from missing opportunities. While immersed in his own thoughts, he was startled when he heard a familiar voice. Two female students were talking to each other. He was so sad that the vacation had ended. The two of them continued to chat. Why did you have such dark skin, like going to a chili farm? Now he discovered an acquaintance. Oh, there it is. Mi Jin explained to her friend, otherwise she would have gone to the beach with that family. Na Young walking next to her said, really so jealous. This is Mi Jin, who always brags about her travels. And next to her is Na Young, her friend, who was always jealous of her. The two girls were silent for a moment and didn't say anything. Both girls opened their eyes wide as if they saw something. Jang Tae also suddenly looked. The two girls saw that he was very handsome. So handsome that I wanted to ovulate. He was the one who spoke first to break up this awkward atmosphere. If the bag is too heavy, I can hold it for you, made the two girls startled. Ha. Then Min Ji quickly gave him her bag. Mine was very heavy. He didn't hesitate and said, okay, just give it to me. The two female students looked at him in surprise. Who is he? He looks familiar. I thought so too. I feel like I've seen him before. The two men on the other side looked at such a scene and scoffed. There was a crazy girl here, but his face looked familiar. The other people on the bus exchanged words. Myung Chul's bag, I can't see clearly anymore. Should I come and ask, are you crazy? Jang Tae sat to the side, looking at them with a smirk. He thought to himself, oh yes, there are all the upperclassmen in this car. The three girls next to me said admiringly, I don't know who it is. But it's very attractive, my type. Jang Tae smiled and thought. Female students this age are still a bit naive, but in just a few years they will become bold girls who actively ask for men's numbers. Seeing Jang Tae smiling, the girls laughed and talked to each other. Mom, he's smiling, I'm in love, guys, I'll come talk to him. On the bus the song resounds, in the neighborhood you are very good. No one saw me drunk, my mother told me everything, but forgot to tell me not to get drunk. Jang Taejin suddenly saw someone, suddenly opened his eyes and felt happy. Ah, the person I wanted to see again. The person I always look at from afar. My first love, the person I secretly love. Lee Yaren. When he got to school, Jang Taejin's friends all gathered around and asked, "How many vegetables have you eaten in your life? I can't even see you, you're so handsome now." Dae-sun pointed at Jang Taejin and said, "The new uniform looks so good on you. Like it was tailor-made for you, ha." Jang Taejin was moved and shed tears. Thinking, when he went to school, all the love affairs he encountered when he encountered his old love suddenly fell apart. "I miss you guys so much." Dae-sun is sobbing every night because he has rhinitis. Jang Suk, with his shaved head, is determined to study, but his grades are still mediocre. Haeun Choi was bald before he was even old. And as long as Do Jung has food. He doesn't have any brothers anymore. Bong Suk always calls himself a poet and acts like he's rich. Dae-sun asked Jang Taejin, "Did you secretly take your old man's growth medicine? Why are you so tall?" Jang Taejin replied, "If you stop watching porn, you'll be like me." Dae-sun scolded him harshly, "Living without porn, I would rather die." Jang Taejin smiled and said, "Then I will kill you." Dae-sun punched Jang Taejin in the face and shouted, "Is this guy crazy?" Jang Taejin immediately pinned Dae-sun's neck to his body and cursed him. "That hurts, you bastard, you're crazy." Dae-sun shouted, Stop, Dad gives up." Dae-sun hugged her neck and tearfully asked, "Why are you so strong? Did you go to the gym during the summer break?" Jang Taejin proudly said, "Having entered high school, of course I have to exercise." Dae-sun pouted and mocked, disgusted with entering a sports school. Jang Taejin scolded, "Your father is crazy." Suddenly someone's voice rang out, "You guys are so noisy." Everyone looked at the door in panic. A pair of hands are opening the door. Hong Sung-hyun scratched his head and explained, "This is not a kindergarten, can you kids shut up?" Do Young panicked and called his name. Hong Sung-hyun, Ha and Cheol timidly replied, "Okay." Looking at everything that was going on, Jang Taejin thought to himself, in any environment there will be trash. Despicable people who only know how to bully the weak. Hong Sung-hyun disdainfully walked in and told Jang Taejin, "Damn reason, long time no see. You've grown taller." Jang Taejin silently thought to himself. He couldn't stand his laugh. Thanks to this sinister guy he even got depressed. Hong Sung-hyun, he is a member of a third-rate gang called Scorpion at school. He is the big brother of the class. Seeing that Jang Taejin did not respond to him, Hong Sung-hyun gritted his teeth angrily and said, "You son of a bitch, I'm asking you. Haven't opened your mouth to answer yet." Jang Taejin smiled and said, "Why are you jealous?" Hong Sung-hyun said out loud in surprise, "What, jealousy?" Everyone in the class opened their eyes wide and their mouths opened in surprise when they heard Jang Taejin fearlessly answer like that. Hong Sung-hyun laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. No wonder you get beaten up every day, you've been out of school for so long that you're itching to be beaten, right?" Jang Taejin looked down, raised his hands and said, "How dare I be rude to a dog?" No, then he looked up and smiled and said, "A guy is not even as good as a dog." Jang Taejin put his hands on his head and bowed down to show that he was obedient and scared of Hong Sung-hyun, but who would have thought that he would dare to retort to the guy who was loved and feared by the whole school, "How dare I be rude to someone?" Jang Taejin's voice came out strongly without any fear, his eyes glared at Hong Sung-hyun as if challenging him to see what he dared to do to him, then continued to speak in a harsh voice, "No, it must be a guy, not as good as a dog, right?" After hearing that, Hong Sung-hyun couldn't believe his ears, his face was frozen. He stammered in bewilderment and asked, What, maybe he still didn't believe what he heard because he's the big brother of a large school and now being insulted by the person he called a brat and calling him a dog, perhaps this is the first time someone has dared to say that to him. Jang Taejin's face looked so cool right now. When his friends heard the words coming out of his mouth in his lethargic state, they all stuck out their tongues in fear. They didn't expect that someone like him would now dare to standing in front of an influential person to curse. But Jang Taejin didn't care at all. Without giving Hong Sung-hyun a chance to say anything, he continued to curse, "You're even worse than an animal." After hearing that sentence, everyone broke out in sweat and everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Do Young thought Jang Taejin had taken some medicine by mistake today and quickly asked, "Hey, Taejin, did you just play with toys or did you hit your head, or not?" As for Jang Taejin, he ignored everyone's words. His eyes were full of hatred because he had been humiliated for so long and now it was time to change. He thought in his mind, it's time to take revenge, pay back the battles, beaten to a pulp in his pathetic past. Hong Sung-hyun at this moment all the blood in his body had been pushed to his brain, his hands were clenched as if preparing to throw his fist in the opposite direction. He lowered his voice and slowly said to Jang Taejin, "Try barking back at me, see?" Hong Sung-hyun moved closer to Jang Taejin, his eyes rolled back, his face showing an extremely dangerous and threatening attitude. "Looks like this guy has eaten lobster liver, try fixing it again." Looking at that big brother's attitude made Jang Tae-jin even more interested. This guy is so cute. Hong Sung-hyun was so bitter and crazy when he saw that the rotten little brat that he had ordered was now laughing at him. You dare laugh at me? Jang Tae-jin also thought without changing his expression. For him, dance, force is strength. Hong Sung-hyun's screams became increasingly louder and harsher, echoing everywhere, causing everyone to pay attention. So as soon as he heard a loud argument coming from a classroom, the teacher quickly arrived. As soon as he walked to the classroom door, he saw two students looking at each other provocatively. Everyone in a good posture was being fought. The teacher immediately shouted, "Hey, hey! What are you two doing?" Seeing that the class was so quiet, I thought the students were concentrating on studying, but instead they were there glaring at each other, yelling at the teacher and threatening them with a ruler pointing straight at the two thuggish students. Suddenly Jang Tae-jin's attitude changed 180 degrees back to his previous innocence and happily turned to explain to the teacher, "Teacher, long time no see, we were just having fun." As for Hong Sung-hyun, he was surprised by Jang Tae-jin's attitude. He really has no shame, and dares to do these tricks in front of me. The teacher also believed that this joke was true because in the past, Jang Tae-jin or any other student had no intention of daring to argue in front of Hong Sung-hyun. So he quickly told the class to calm down and take their seats, started studying, but it seemed like Jang Tae-jin had something to say so he hesitated. "Teacher." When his classmates saw the teacher solving the problem, Jang Tae-jin also returned to his normal attitude as before and felt relieved. Fortunately he saw it, otherwise he would have eaten everyone's bran. I hope he did. Say nothing more. Knowing Jang Tae-jin has changed before and he's back and more powerful than before, he glanced at Hong Sung-hyun and whispered to him, "Hey, Hong Sung-hyun. Let's meet at lunchtime." He winked at Hong Sung-hyun like he was commanding him then left. When his friends saw him, they wanted to pray to God, but they didn't expect that things would go further than they imagined. Hearing that made them want to pee their pants. Help. After hearing this, Hong Sung-hyun's eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, not understanding what was going on, so he gritted his teeth and couldn't do anything but swallow his anger. He thought to himself that this guy really wants to die. "I'm sure, we'll give you satisfaction." After the class was calmed down, the teacher began to repeat what he said. The higher the university entrance exam score, the more all the students in the class agree, the higher the university entrance exam score. The teacher continued, "The more beautiful the wife would be," the whole class said in unison. The more beautiful the wife would be. On this side, the bitterness still hasn't subsided. Hong Sung-hyun looked at Jang Tae-sun with dangerous eyes and chuckled. After class, it was time for break. The guys went to Jang Tae-sun to inform him. "You're screwed, Jang Tae-sun, Sun Ji-hyun is gathering his clique there." Jang Tae-sun, still calmly sleeping on the table, replied, "I know." It was time to go out for the second period, but my friends were still worried and continued to advise Jang Tae-sun, "What did you eat by mistake today? Avoiding poop is not cowardice. It's just fear of being dirty, do you understand?" Jang Tae-sun loudly responded to each sentence. "But I wanted to clean it up better." During third period recess, our friends continued to tell Jang Tae-sun, "Think again, play less." My friend, Jang Tae-sun humorously said, "I play with toys very regularly." After hearing this sentence, my friends literally stood still for 5 seconds without saying anything. Finally, the bell signaling lunchtime rang. Jang Tae-sun looked at his friends who were still trying to surround him and asked if they weren't going to eat. What was the matter? These friends couldn't do anything anymore. Knowing they couldn't stop Jang Tae-sun, so they cried and said, "You bastard, how can we swallow this? Thanks to your grace, we are about to die without a whole body. Here it is. Did you eat bear bile by mistake? Do you know how terrible Sun Yoon's gang is? I heard they play very dirty. Thanks to your blessing, we are about to go to the altar, huh?" Jang Tae-sun stood up and shouted back, "Talking too much, go eat." My friends cried and said back, "What do you mean by talking too much? How can we eat watching you go to your death?" Jang Tae-sun smirked and thought, "These guys are really brothers, they are different from each other." Everyone was on their way down to the restaurant when they heard a familiar voice, "Hey, where's that guy with the blank face?" After we heard it, we turned pale and looked over. That was Hong Sun-ji-hyun, so he was waiting for Jang Tae-sun to come down to start the fight. Hong Sun-ji-hyun's friend looked like a hooligan and asked fiercely, "We all gathered together and were planning something. It was just the first day of school and we were already being beaten like that, huh?" My friends were so scared that they almost fainted when Jang Tae-sun came from behind and shouted loudly, "Please stop crowing." Everyone who saw it was shocked. "Oh my god, this guy has really lost his mind, oh my god." When Hong Sun-ji-hyun and the others heard it, their ears were deaf. "What did you say? What did you say? Who is this ignorant guy? Do you want to die? You've reached our number, kid." Jang Tae-sun stood majestically looking straight at Hong Sun-ji-hyun and said, "Why don't you shut up and follow me? This is a sacred school place, don't defile it." When my friends heard it, they still didn't believe that Jang Tae-sun's talent could now fight, so they quickly stopped him. "Jang Tae-sun, you're crazy," and Hong Sun-ji-hyun's group also said loudly, "Where are you? You also have to go sell salt. If you you're not pretty, you won't get any food." Jang Tae-sun was still very calm and said to his friends, "Chill out guys, when we're done I'll treat you to pizza." The guys replied back rudely, "It's crazy, it's so chill. It's my first time fighting, it must be hard." Hong Sun Ji-hun's friends heard it and said, "If at this point you can still think about pizza, take care of your body first, you monkey." Hong Sun Ji-hun told his accomplices to take everyone with them. Jang Tae-sun thought to himself, yes, just call them all out, spring is the ideal time to clean. Scene changed to a garden. Hong Sun Ji-hun's soldiers were all gathered, they stood solemnly and bowed, greeting Big Brother. Jang Tae-sun also had his own plan, so he gave Do-young a laptop and slowly said, "Do-young depends on it." Do-young sadly picked up the phone and said, "Yes, I understand." Jang Tae-sun looked at his friends, then looked straight at Hong Sun Ji-hun's face. Hong Sun Ji-hun's group was very crowded at the moment, forming a large field for Jang Tae-sun and his friends to stand in the middle. Looking at this match, it was already dangerous because the forces of both sides were so different that they were not evenly matched. Do-young listened to Jang Tae-sun and picked up the phone in front of him. Preparing to take action. The machine's lights light up and it's ready to do its job. On this side, Hong Sun Ji-hun still calmly spoke to the fraternity, "Sorry guys. It's because of this insolent guy that you can't have lunch." A friend listened and said again, "It's okay, sir." To increase excitement, he told everyone, "Today I invite you guys for a drink, there are also handrails." After listening, they shouted loudly, "Thank you Big Brother. Big Brother is the best." As for Jang Tae-sun, he smiled contemptuously and thought, "You guys know how to enjoy drinking too much." Then he asked, "Hong Sun Ji-hun, I asked you one." Hong Sun Ji-hun heard "big wedding, ask me, this move can't be done again." Then he changed his expression, his eyes were a little wet. "Why do you keep bullying me and these weak classmates? We're not friends." Anyone who hears this sentence will probably think this is a joke. Crazy question. Hong Sun Ji-hun stood on his hips and boldly answered, "There are many reasons. First, I hate going to the same school as you lowly people. Second, I hate having to smell the smell of that guy who eats kimchi for breakfast, and I also hate piles of bean residue in your brains too. You poor bastards pollute my eyes." Jang Tae-sun heard those words and thought, "This guy has a good answer." Jang Tae-sun continued to act pitiful, "But we are still friends. Beating up friends and stealing money is very bad. Your father is lawyer Hong Jang-hyuk and a prominent member of the city council. If he knew you lived like this, what would your father think? Think about your father and stop." Hong Sun Ji-hun heard and reminded, "When it comes to my father, I say it directly. Why is my old man now bringing up his father's name and status to say it? Hong Sun-hyun is so big, you keep worrying about trivial matters like that. I don't need you to worry. As you said, step on those lowly people until they can't stand being stupid anymore." Jang Tae-sun said that in his mind, he's disdainful, considering his family's education. Behold. Jang Tae-sun continued, "It turns out that he relied on his father's position to bully others." Hong Sun-hyun still replied, "Of course the principal's son and the head of the management department were both my old man's acquaintances. As long as he gave away the money, everything could go smoothly." Why did Jang Tae-sun suddenly change so much? Tears fell down and said, "Please forgive my friends, they didn't do anything wrong." Hong Sun-hyun laughed again and continued, "Why not? More than that, you guys are just low-class people and dare to pay me back. I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson until you can't open your mouth anymore." Jang Tae-sun heard it and leaned down and said, "I beg them to apologize to you. Please forgive us." Hong Sun-hyun was surprised again. "Sorry, you've been playing the game for more than 180 minutes, right? Do you think you who is?" Jang Tae-sun shouted, "Then I'll pay you." Hong Sun-hyun felt happy when he heard about money. "Money, okay, if you pay me 100,000 won then I will forgive you." Immediately Jang Tae-sun pulled out a wad of money and gave it to Hong Sun-hyun, saying, "This is the money for my parents' sweat and tears and my spending money for a month. I'm sorry again, please forgive my friend." Hong Sun-hyun, when he saw Jang Tae-sun giving him such a large amount of money, he was startled and said, "Wow, this dumb guy is quite rich. Or did he just win the lottery?" Jang Tae-sun still looked scared. "Please forgive them." As for Hong Sun-hyun, seeing that they had given in to him, he happily smiled. But he stepped forward and gave Jang Tae-sun a slap, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. Jang Tae-sun thought in his head, "This is really a dog, I already expected it but it still hurts so much, but I still have to try to finish the drama first." When his friends saw Tae-sun in pain, they cried in pain, they could only stand and watch without doing anything to help. Jang Tae-sun still didn't react, he sat on the ground and wiped his wound with his sleeve. Thoughtfully looked at Hong Sun-hyun. Do Jae-young saw his best friend in pain and immediately froze. Then he pressed swallow to end the recorded video, completing the task assigned by Jang Tae-sun. Jang Tae-sun wiped his wound and whispered, "Now it's time to clean up the trash." Hong Sun-hyun finished processing and turned away. But before he could take a few steps, his name was called. "Hey, Hong Sun. Where are you going? What's the fun in going now?" After listening to Hong Sun-hyun, he was surprised and didn't know what happened. Hong Sun-hyun finished processing and turned away, but before he could take a few steps, his name was called. "Hey, Hong Sun. Where are you going? What's the fun in going now?" After listening to Hong Sun-hyun, he was surprised and didn't know what happened. Jang Tae-sun twisted his neck to relax, then raised his face and said, "I'm not done with you yet." Hong Sun-hyun was so angry when he heard that, he didn't expect that just now he was obediently obedient, but now he's turning around as fast as rice paper. This ignorant guy, tell me again. Give me the car. Jang Tae-sun looked cool and cursed back, "You trash, if your ancestors knew you lived like this, they would sweat." Hong Sun-hyun heard this and looked at him with wide eyes and shouted back, "You son of a bitch, Jang Tae-sun, how much do you know?" Jang Tae-sun's eyes were still glaring, but they must have created a lot of bad karma to have a nephew like this. When Hong Sun-hyun's brothers heard that, their ears were itchy and they shouted, "This guy, are you tired of living?" Luckily, he left, big brother. Hong Sun-hyun's cold face grated his teeth and looked at Jang Tae-sun, this stone guy. Ordered all the brothers to rush up and quickly sew his mouth shut. When they heard the order, some picked up sticks. Others grabbed tips and rushed straight towards Jang Tae-sun. They ran until they rushed forward like horse hooves. You should death. But before they could even make a move, the superiors were beaten by Jang Tae-sun until they were so bloody they couldn't see a way to retreat. When Hong Sun-hyun and the others saw it, they stared with wide eyes. What the hell? He couldn't believe that a little kid who was bullied by him every day could now be so cruel. Hong Sun-hyun's accomplices were repeatedly beaten and seriously injured. Some were bleeding from their mouths, others had their foreheads chipped. They saw that they were gradually losing among dozens of people and one of the people using weapons, and the player was constantly shocked and scared. Jang Tae-sun clenched his fists and looked at them with a disdainful smirk. Sorry, I don't know how to measure my strength. On this side. Jang Tae-sun's friends stood in a corner and saw his strength. They were so amazed that they couldn't close their mouths, not believing everything in front of them, not believing that the other person was their friend. Hong Sun-hyun quickly ordered the thugs around. What the hell are you doing? Attack him quickly, they replied in fear with a trembling voice. Yes, I understand. But in my head, I think I'm just defending myself, but I'm not stupid. Hong Sun-hyun shouted an order, quickly tear it apart, beat it to death. Seeing that, Jang Tae-sun still leisurely stood waiting for those monkeys to rush in. To see how big they were. Quickly after that, a punch was raised straight to Jang Tae-sun's face. But before he could even touch his face, he was punched by Jang Tae-sun and fell to the ground. With blood flowing from his mouth and nose, the other guys continued to rush up with sticks to deal with him. But it seems that after the last summer vacation, Jang Tae-sun had trained his muscles very well, so in less than a minute, some of those brats were lying at Jang Tae-sun's feet. There are still a few stubborn guys who want to compete with Jang Tae-sun. They stubbornly rush forward, and Jang Tae-sun also wants to play the time game of taking a few steps back to let them smell life a little more and then attack later, not late. A few minutes later, Jang Tae-sun stretched out his long legs and kicked a basic right at them. Then that guy's eyes were looking straight, but they were 180 degrees off. One looked to the left, the other looked to the right, blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Hong Sun-hyun and a few of his close friends stood from afar, seeing the fear of Jang Tae-sun approaching them, and immediately ordered, "Don't back down, keep walking." There were a few more guys who still tried to obey and rushed to fight Jang Sun-hyun, but they probably already knew the outcome. As expected, a Jang Tae-sun weighed all of them in a few minutes and saw that each one was neither a ghost nor a demon anymore. When Hong Sun-hyun and the others saw it, their eyes turned blue and they probably didn't even dare to move their feet. Jang Tae-sun dealt with these guys in just a few notes. Looking at him fighting, he seemed so brave that he had fought all this time without any injuries. Seeing these scenes, he was afraid that he would lose to Jang Tae-sun, so Hong Sun-hyun quickly called the two close juniors next to him to deal with him. He shouted that it's impossible, let's go up too. They also obeyed and rushed up to fight with Jang Tae-sun, seeing the old commander's names with black eyebrows and black eyes. They also sneaked away. They couldn't disobey orders, so they had to courageously rush forward. They held logs in both hands and rushed toward Jang Tae-sun, intending to hit him from the side. But Jang Tae-sun discovered them and attacked in time. When Hong Sun-hyun saw the scene before his eyes, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really him? Was it really Jang Tae-sun? On this side, Jang Tae-sun kicked his foot and all the wood fell into pieces. Those thugs, completely defenseless, crazily picked up a piece of wood and intended to attack Jang Tae-sun. Jang Tae-sun saw the funny scene ahead and quickly said, "Come on, don't play with toys, it's very dangerous." Everyone saw the good-for-nothing guy being defeated along with Hong Sun-hyun's sky-high style, and their faces were frozen. As for Jang Tae-sun, after a battle with dozens of guys, he seemed a bit tired. But he hadn't finished solving the problem yet, so he was still exhausted. He shouted loudly at Hong Sun-hyun, "What are you guys looking at? Why don't you kneel down quickly?" When the group of friends saw Jang Tae-sun being so brave, They were extremely admiring and stood outside shouting his old spirit's name for him. Jang Tae-sun majestically said to Hong Sung-hyun, "You too, Hong Sung-hyun, don't you even kneel down." When Hong Sung-hyun heard his name mentioned, he trembled and sweated profusely. But his mouth still refused to give up and brazenly cursed back at Jang Tae-sun. "You son of a bitch, do you think I will leave you alone?" Hong Sung-hyun comforted himself and reassured himself, he was just Jang Tae-sun, a trash guy. Jang Tae-sun gradually moved closer to Hong Sung-hyun. When he saw that, he trembled in fear and stammered without saying a word. "Whatever you want, don't come closer." Before he could finish speaking, Hong Sung-hyun received a fatal slap from him. The slap was so loud that the whole other world must have heard. He is a big brother of a territory who used to bully many people and not let anyone touch a hair, but now he gets his first slap in life like this. He looks really bitter, he thought to himself, why is it suddenly so scary? But on the outside, he still looks very strong. Still loudly threatening Jang Tae-sun, "Don't let me repeat it a second time, you will bear the consequences," and Jang Tae-sun said, "You should re-examine what you did to him, someone else goes." Hong Sung-hyun was in pain and couldn't control the tears falling down and said to Jang Tae-sun, "You thought my dad would leave me alone, I won't forgive you," but in my head I was thinking fearfully, "Oh, this guy won't know how to be afraid." Jang Tae-sun used his hands to tease Hong Sung-hyun, "Everything you spit out is rotten, you son of a bitch, your father despises you." Hong Sung-hyun screamed, "Mother, do you think I'm afraid of you? I will kill you." Hong Sung-hyun's eyes lit up and looked towards Jang Tae-sun. He clenched his fists and rushed forward to punch Jang Tae-sun, but he stopped him. The two hands were pressed tightly together. Neither one willing to give up, they kept punching each other like that for dozens of minutes until blood started to drip down. Hong Sung-hyun looked painful as if he was about to faint. But for the sake of dignity, he had to grit his teeth. Waiting for Hong Sung-hyun to no longer have any strength left, Jang Tae-sun took the opportunity to push him back. The prince's hands that he had been serving all day had now changed into what shape he was in. He was screaming in pain and crying miserably. The pain was so painful that I couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground, holding my hands and crying, "Mom, my hand, my hand." But he still swore to let Jang Tae-sun suffer. "That bastard, I will kill you and destroy your whole family." Jang Tae-sun heard it but his ears itched to say it again. "It seems like you haven't been beaten enough, right?" That's a very good line that Jang Tae-sun quoted from the dialogue of the story of War Against Evil, a very famous movie in the future, Hybrid. As for Hong Sung-hyun, he still couldn't believe the truth and couldn't believe that he could lose so miserably. He was in pain and could only lie on the ground screaming at the sky. But Jang Tae-sun still had no intention of forgiving him, so he moved forward and raised his hand, wanting to punch him a few more times. When my friends outside saw it, they were scared and didn't think this could happen. But just a few seconds later blood was sprayed everywhere, the whole area is red. It was Jang Tae-sun who punched Hong Sung-hyun until he was half dead, leaving him lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood from head to toe. Seeing this, Jang Tae-sun was still not satisfied. He thought, it would be a shame to stop after this, should I play around with the lawyer a bit? Then he turned to Do-jong and said, "Give me the phone." Do-jong on this side was standing there frozen when he heard the call and quickly followed. He took out his phone, not knowing what fun he was going to make. 113 right, there is a bloody fight going on here, the location is the mountain behind Jang School. There are up to 20 people injured, please bring 119 immediately. It turns out he called the police and paramedics to see what happens next. The scene changed to the hospital. From inside the hospital room a loud scream came out that shook the whole hospital. My arms couldn't move, oh my god, my legs. Hong Sung-hyun and his accomplices were transferred to the hospital with injuries all over their bodies. The doctor came to ask if he had pain in his body and the pain in his head, arms, and chest was all over the place. Because of his serious injuries and family conditions, he was transferred to the Vipiku room. Hong Sung-hyun lay motionless on the bed with his whole body bandaged. The doctor said it would take 16 weeks to recover. The bones and joints in his hand were completely broken. The surgery was successful, but in the future he will be disabled. Seeing his son lying motionless and still breathing oxygen along with what the doctor said made his father no longer shocked. He shouted loudly, "That damn guy, where is he?" His assistant next to him was startled when he heard it and asked what it meant. He said again, "This bastard made my son so impulsive, where is he now? Hurry and put him in jail." Currently Hong Sung-hyun is lying in bed, wearing a neck brace and all kinds of bandages. It is said that the treatment takes up to 16 weeks. Even the arms were no exception. They all had to be in casts because the bones and joints in the right fingers were broken. Hearing this, Hong Sung-hyun's father looked at his son with a gloomy face. The henchman with a tense expression said, even though he had surgery, he would be disabled. The father with a look of hatred asked the henchman, that bastard, where he was. Hong Sung-hyun's father said, quickly put him in jail, because he was beaten so much that Hong Sung-hyun's body was full of injuries, and he still couldn't wake up. His henchman said hesitantly, Park Kyung-mi has already started working, but that student was also injured and is currently being treated in the emergency room. The father said, student, how could someone like that be a student? He shouted loudly, what do you mean, you can't arrest a student? My son has to be disabled for the rest of his life, the henchman replied in a cold sweat. That's not it, sorry Senator. Hong Sung-hyun's father firmly said. Quickly contact the school management, I want to meet them, the henchman replied. Yes sir. The father said indignantly that not only him but his entire family must pay the price. Scene changed to the emergency center, Detective Park Dong-suk is questioning. Name, Jang Tae-seon, Class 4, 2nd year of Jangju High School, is that right? On this side, Jang Tae-seon was also injured but less severely than Hong Sung-hyun. The inspector continued to question, why did you do that? Jang Tae-seon replied, what did you do? Why did he attack those students? The inspector asked with suspicion. Thinking that Jang Tae-seon was the one who beat those students. Jang Tae-seon replied in shock, oh inspector, you're exaggerating, you're the victim. The gangsters over there are guilty. The inspector's words didn't seem to reach his ears. So Jang Tae-seon put on an ugly face and said, they beat me, I'm also a patient. It seems the inspector lost his patience so he shouted angrily, you still dare to deny it, you are the one who assaulted them, right? Am I right, tell me quickly, if I investigate. It will be exposed. Jang Tae-seon became tense and looked at the inspector, saying nothing. Unexpectedly, Jang Tae-seon hid the phone there, the detective did not know that he was being recorded by Jang Tae-seon. This inspector became more and more angry and impatient. He shouted loudly, tell me quickly, brat, why did you attack those students? Did you intentionally call them out, because you didn't know? Do you like the students in that class? Are you acting like a bully? If you don't have money, they have to borrow it from your friends. It can't be said that they have robbed you. Jang Tae-seon said, did the inspector receive the money? After hearing Jang Tae-seon ask that, the inspector was startled and speechless. He cursed silently, this brat. Jang Tae-seon said with steady eyes. Why did the inspector only ask me? Besides, I'm still a minor, neither my legal representative nor guardian is present here. Inspectors don't have the right to interrogate people like criminals, right? The inspector was speechless, only able to babble 2 words, so what? This time the inspector started to move, he grabbed Jang Tae-seon's shirt and said, this kid is not blowing his nose properly, are you talking about something? Jang Tae-seon was startled and shouted, ah. Not only did he grab Jang Tae-seon by the collar. He also shook Jang Tae-seon hard and shouted loudly, naughty people like you, I haven't only seen it once or twice, Jang Tae-seon shouted loudly, ah. The inspector shouted, he was so insolent, Jang Tae-seon couldn't stand it anymore and told the inspector to stop. At this moment, Jang Tae-seon's tears were streaming down both sides, he shouted loudly, uncle, I'm so dizzy, why did you do that, please call another inspector, even though he said that, the inspector still wouldn't let him go, so he had to call doctor. The doctor and nurse heard the call and immediately ran to ask, what's going on? Jang Tae-seon said with a sad face, the detective wants to kill me. He said out of breath, he treated me like a prisoner. The doctor became angry and started shouting at the inspector. What are you planning to do to this student, are you crazy? The doctor kept asking, if something happened to the patient, would he be responsible? The doctor raised his hand and pointed straight at the inspector's face and said, he is the patient, can't you be gentle with the questioning? The inspector, when questioned like that, broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't say anything. The inspector shoddily replied, that's not the case. Suddenly the nurse's expression changed and she stammered, doctor, patient, him. Looks like he's unconscious, the doctor replied, what? The doctor shouted loudly to call the nurse in, nurse, where is the nurse? Prepare to lower blood pressure and move the patient immediately, at this time. The inspector's face had changed color, he was afraid that if something happened to Jung Tyson, he is the person responsible. The doctor said, quickly take an X-ray and MRI. This is an emergency, it could be an early concussion, check his head carefully. The nurses became nervous and replied, yes. The doctor still kept questioning the inspector. Did you come here to assault the patient? The doctor's voice was so loud that the whole emergency center could hear it. Scene changes to an afternoon at Jeonjo High. There is an important meeting here, the director spoke, as everyone knows, yesterday at our school there was a bullying incident, recently, school violence is at an alarming level. The school needs to quickly take measures. An angry-looking teacher spoke up, he had to expel that bad boy, he humiliated more than 30 students that day. Teacher Kim looked puzzled and rejected the other teacher's opinion. What are you saying? That match was 30 against 1, if you punish that student, then the remaining students will also have to receive the punishment. The other 3 teachers also spoke up, what, Teacher Kim, are you defending your students? Teacher Kim became tense and quickly explained, I mean it wouldn't be fair to only punish her. The director asked. What does Teacher Kim mean that he wants all the students involved in this incident to be expelled? Kim stammered and replied, no, what I mean is, we should come up with a more balanced solution. The director continued, the media has reported on this incident, everyone is still watching us, this could be a big stain on the school. Speaking of this, he smiled strangely and said, but if students who commit crimes are severely punished, the school's image will improve. Continue transitioning to the hospital. There is a hand typing continuously. On the screen are stock figures. Turns out it was Jang Taizan, eating cake and thinking. I was diagnosed with a concussion, have to recuperate for 8 weeks, so I don't have to go to school, I can comfortably buy stocks. He enjoyed it and thought to himself, this is great. He thought, the special care room is so quiet, what's the use of having so much money, of course it's for enjoyment. A little pretending can fool them all, hee hee. Thanks to that, I can learn all the subjects I need to learn through textbooks and online lessons. He smirked as if he was having fun. Looking at the data table, money begets money. He was happy to enjoy the results. Today's profit had reached 700 million, the trend was still increasing. What a great time to work. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Jang Taizan's attention, how does Taizan feel? It turned out it was the lore uncle. Jang Taizan saw him and immediately said, oh, just call me by my name, I'm just a high school student, no need to be polite, he replied. But that's the operating policy of the school, company of law. Uncle continued, then call it Taizan sentence. Jang Taizan hired a lawyer named Jo Yundi. Sammo is a law firm in the top 3 in Korea, there is nothing that money cannot solve. Jang Taizan smiled and said, ha ha ha, you're so stiff. He smiled wryly and said, that's why I was kicked out of the organization. Thinking back, in the past, lawyer Joe held the position of Deputy Prosecutor General of the Public Prosecutor's Office. After retiring, he worked as a lawyer, is a first-class state civil servant. Jang Taizan suddenly said seriously, but he still didn't cut it off completely. The lawyer's face also changed because it seemed like he was being told the black eye. He said, haha, you also know about that organization. Jang Taizan replied, I don't know much, but if you make a wrong move, that step will be a knife cutting into your neck. The lawyer looked at Jang Taizan with scared eyes. Without saying a word, Jang Taizan glanced at the lawyer and thought to himself, I not only know, but also know very well, about the organization that represents the face of the prosecutor in the future that you do not know about. Suddenly there was a loud sound of people talking outside. Attracting the attention of Jang Taizan and the lawyer, I didn't care, the doctor told him to rest. That noise continues, why is the prosecutor from the department coming here? If you stop me from investigating, you'll be charged with resisting public duty. Do you understand? It seems like the inspector continued to find Jang Taizan. The lawyer turned to look at Jang Taizan. He also glanced at the lawyer and nodded meaningfully. The inspector knocked on the door and rushed in, there was another person behind him. He shouted loudly, you little brat, you're done for today. It turned out that the person standing behind the inspector was a prosecutor. The inspector shouted that Prosecutor Kong Kyung-jun of the Crime Prevention Department is coming to arrest you. Jang Taizan just looked at the two of them and said nothing. The prosecutor saw that and immediately said, I heard he was shaken. But he still seemed very conscious. Suddenly, a scream came from the hospital room. Stop pretending, stand up quickly, brat, causing many people on the street to panic. When Jang Taizan cursed, he pretended not to hear, covered his ears and silently complained. He really has a loud mouth. That person questioned him, the prosecutor is already here. Are you still pretending to be the victim? Looking at him criticizing him, he secretly thought that, from beginning to end, he was continuously accusing him. There was also a prosecutor. He was surprised to see a prosecutor coming, but at this moment he still couldn't hear a word. He silently assessed the prosecutor that he looked like a parasite. This is called interrogation. He clearly took money from old Jang Hyuk. Taizan sat on the hospital bed and calmly asked, do you have an arrest warrant? He screamed and cursed, what, an arrest warrant? What are you talking about, you brat? Taizan happily thought to himself, what a twist, he would definitely die today. You looked at him calmly and said, can I see your inspection card? Hearing the words that had just been uttered, the prosecutor next to him was complacent and laughed loudly, ho ho, look what this kid is saying, let him see, Inspector Kim. Inspector Kim agreed and answered, clear. The angry inspector darkened his face and said, this kid hasn't blown his nose cleanly. After saying that, he quickly held out his industry card and shouted loudly, look closely. Kid, I'm Kim Dong-zeek, prosecutor of the prosecutor's office. He sighed, took a quick glance and secretly assessed him, he is a typical state civil servant, isn't he? Not satisfied. He coldly asked. The card was seen. What about the arrest warrant? He was a bit panicked. Seeing that Tyson couldn't do anything, he still said loudly, this kid is stubborn. Do you know what an arrest warrant is? Haha. He seemed to hold his hand, thinking to himself. Of course I knew, I was fully prepared, why didn't I know? As he had prepared in advance. He explained a series of basic laws to him. The Republic of Korea's constitution recognizes basic human rights. Hearing that, the others felt guilty and sweated. Tyson continued, if a state agency wants to arrest, detain, confiscate, or search a person's body or property, an arrest warrant issued by a court is required. Some people panicked and said, what? He looked at the others and said loudly, that is stipulated in Articles 12 and 16 of the Constitution, right? Let me read Articles 12 and 16. Arrest warrants are divided into two types. One is a letter of issuance. Warrants are issued if requested by the prosecutor. Secondly, letters of orders are issued by the court without the request of the prosecution. According to criminal proceedings, arrest warrants, search warrants and parole orders issued when requested by the prosecutor are granted. When those people heard the law being preached, they immediately gritted their teeth and cursed, this brat, how dare he? Tyson calmly added, according to the same procedure, the juvenile court will issue a detention order, search warrant, authentication order and other equivalent orders. He humbly said, that's what I know. Having finished speaking, the anger in his heart could not be contained and burst out, shouting loudly, do I have to say anything more? The other people heard the curse and started to feel nervous. You are able to scream loudly, I'm the victim, why are you only targeting me? This hospital room is also considered my residential space, right? You shouted so loudly that even the people outside the room were afraid, scared. The sound echoed everywhere around, making the listener uncomfortable. The inspector angrily questioned, you're still in school, don't worry about remembering math formulas or English vocabulary or something, learn the rules. To do what? Tyson looked at Prosecutor Kong angrily and said, Prosecutor Kong Kyung-jun, you are a smart person, you must know that right, they are pretending to be interrogators to threaten me. During that time, he seemed to have found some fun and thought to himself, oh, maybe I should add a little more salt and fish sauce, it would be much more interesting. Thinking about it, he shouted, even though I am a high school student, you can come here without a lawyer, prosecutors are supposed to protect the weak, this conversation is like being broadcast on a loudspeaker, broadcast like that, each word echoed everywhere around the hospital. Prosecutor Khan laughed loudly when he heard Tyson's clarification, ha ha ha, what a weak person. Is it you? What nonsense, how dare you say that in front of me? Tyson didn't listen and secretly judged him, he looked like a crazy guy. He laughed mockingly, pointed his finger at him and said, dare to spit out that stupid and empty set of rules, haha. He looked like he was crazy and said contemptuously, you poor people, don't have much hope, haha. Tyson calmly asked, so are you planning to force me? Prosecutor Kong turned to give orders, Inspector Kim, quickly go get the emergency arrest warrant, don't let this kid here talk nonsense anymore, I will call the court. The warrant will be there soon. Yes, he agreed to go to work immediately. Tae-san was a bit surprised. Haha, he's already finished talking to the court. Then he said some sarcastic words to you, you're screwed, son, you dare brag in front of the prosecutor, you son of a bitch. Tyson thought to himself, he didn't expect them to make all the strong moves in one go. He sighed and expressed disappointment and said, even though I knew you guys were rotten, I didn't expect it to reach this level. When the other two heard that, they felt guilty and then angrily said, what did you say? He added, from the inspector, the prosecutor, and now even the judge. The prosecutor was so angry that he was sweating profusely, shaking his legs as he adjusted his glasses and said softly, this bastard. He started pretending to whine, oh, is this my country? Having been suppressed all this time, Prosecutor Kang's anger broke out, revealing its true nature, raising his hand to punch Tyson in the face and cursing, this son of a bitch. But before he could do anything, someone suddenly said loudly, stop quickly. Everyone turned towards the door in surprise. That person jumped up as if to grab the prosecutor's neck, making everyone unable to react. He was startled and shouted loudly, do something. Tyson witnessed this battle scene and secretly exclaimed, he was so brave. Seeing him approaching him, the inspector quickly shouted and moved away. Didn't he see that we were on duty? The four-eyed guy was brave for a few seconds, then got scared and shouted, please leave, or I will call the police. When the other guys heard that, they started to threaten him and call the police. Hey, doctor, you're just normal, if you know your fate. Get out of here. He continued, this kid has been convicted and is at risk of escape. We have requested an arrest warrant. People outside don't understand what's going on when they see this. The four-eyed doctor said loudly, you can, if anything happens. We doctors are responsible, so please go out. Tyson next to me heard these words and chuckled, he touched me so much. He silently praised the doctor, this is a true doctor. Tyson looked at something glowing and thought, only I know that the entire conversation was recorded. He pondered and wondered if he should act again. His head was spinning, maybe he should practice a little Tai Chi. His expression gradually became strange, his four-eyed brother shouted worriedly. What's wrong with you? Tyson cried out and then performed a convulsion, under the screams of his four-eyed brother. Wake up, nurse, prepare to get electric shock. Everyone around was panicking. He was proud and performed his act, reached the top. Hearing the screams, the other three men's eyes widened in panic and fear. Prosecutor Kong was falling into deep thought when suddenly someone called out, Kong Kyung-jun. He was even more alarmed when he saw a person wearing a neat suit walking towards him. Kong Kyung-jun stood still for a few seconds, thinking to himself, oh my god, is that Vice President Joe? He was scared and wondered why he was here. Not too fast, not too slow. With a bang, the deputy director decisively slapped him in the face, causing him to stagger and become unsteady on his feet. Suddenly beaten, he did not have time to react and fell down. The deputy general shouted loudly and questioned, are you thugs? Inspector Kim quickly explained that, Deputy Chief, this is not what you think. But his fate was not much different from the prosecutor's. He was punched in the face by the deputy general. He fell down on the prosecutor in pain and cried out. Witnessing this scene, the four-eyed doctor and the other person trembled and gasped in surprise. After the deputy general finished typing, he took out his phone and dialed someone's number. After the other end picked up the phone, he immediately said hello. Oh my god, hello boss. How have you been? Since you retired you haven't called me anymore. The deputy general shouted loudly and criticized the person on the other end of the line, saying, Go Young-chan, you bastard, I warned you to be careful with your subordinates. Right, on the floor, the other two people stood up and asked in surprise. That's what the boss is saying. The deputy director cursed continuously like a machine into the phone. You ordered this bastard Kong Kyung-jun to go to the hospital, right, scum? A department head like you send him because of a few student fights. Even the prosecutor came. Do you believe I strangled you to death? Inspector Kim and Prosecutor Kong heard their boss curse and covered their faces, trembling with fear. Scene changes to Tyson school. At a meeting, someone insisted that he should be expelled from school. The old man smiled evilly and continued, keeping a thug like that would harm the school's image. An old teacher among the people was worried and said, but Mr. Director, there are still no results of the investigation. What if that student is innocent and is expelled from school? The governor blatantly affirmed that my wishes were the same as my father's wishes. I could make decisions as the owner of the school. He didn't seem to know what happened, so he confidently said, as far as I know, the prosecutor is in the process of arresting him. He's probably in jail now, huh? The old teacher was so shocked when he heard that he opened his mouth and asked, what? At this time, the vice principal also spoke up. You can, Director Kong. He said the disciplinary action will be postponed until the truth is verified and the court issues a verdict against student Jang Tyson. When the director heard that, he angrily asked the vice principal. What do you mean? What if this kid affects the school's reputation? The principal here also agreed with the vice principal and said, let's wait for the results of the investigation together, Director Yang. If it is resolved hastily, according to the vice principal, not only will the school's reputation be damaged, if affected, our school will also be watched by the Department of Education. The old director was not satisfied at all and shouted loudly, why is this principal so indecisive? We must make a decision immediately. Not letting anyone have an opinion contrary to his, he quickly said loudly, I would like to announce that from today Jang Tyson will be expelled from school. He continued to affirm that he was not allowed to transfer schools. This was not a request, but the wish of my father, the president of this school. Do you understand? Hearing that, everyone present at the meeting bowed their heads, dare to argue. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. Knowing that he was interrupting the meeting, he said, Sorry, Director, I have something to report. The old director shouted loudly, what's going on? He was trembling and couldn't speak. The thing is. Then, he whispered into the director's ear. He panicked and said, what? The online community is in an uproar. But what is it? Is there someone fighting online? He was worried and stammered. At the hospital. The smiling nurse walked in and asked, How are you feeling today, Tyson? Tyson smiled and replied, Having the most beautiful nurse in the hospital taking care of him, of course I'm fine. The nurse who was complimented felt even more excited and said, Oh my god, you make me fall in love with you. Tyson looks like a player, right? Tyson heard that and exclaimed, Can't you hide it from me? The female nurse burst out laughing when she heard that. Tyson saw that the nurse was so cute and enjoyed teasing a few words. He winked, pointed at the nurse, and said, If you were 5 years younger, I would date you. The nurse replied shyly, knowing that she was flattering her sister, but it sounded really cool. Tyson suddenly said, I ordered pizza. The nurse said in surprise, Why? Tyson looked at the nurse's blank face and smiled and said she probably wanted something to eat as well. The nurse smiled and leaned close to Tyson and said, Tyson is so thoughtful. Hearing such compliments, Tyson became even more proud, crossing his arms and saying, You're not just thoughtful. At this time, the nurse looked even more surprised at the boy. Tyson looked at the nurse's lovely face and said, I also have a lot of money, a lot of money. The nurse was surprised and couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. That's right, I'm waiting, please confess your love to me. The nurse smiled and patted his head, it must have been a lot of money, look, money is everything to you. Having said that, there was something he needed to do. So the nurse told Tyson to stop playing games and just rest. Thank you for the pizza. Hearing that, Tyson said sadly, it's not a game. The nurse left and Tyson sat there dumbfounded. She didn't believe that she was right. No one would have expected it. Tyson sat at the table and turned on the computer. A series of data charts immediately appeared on the computer screen. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Tyson's eyes were not bright with excitement. Today's trading volume is 10 billion, the profit alone is already huge. His hand continued to control the computer mouse. Tyson smiled and looked at the screen with a maximum capital capacity of 20 billion. Tyson's eyes changed. Tyson turned around and put his feet on the ground. Who would believe that a high school student could invest that much money? He. Tyson stood in front of the hospital balcony, his whole body covered with a cold aura. The recent commotion, without the doctor's permission, no one is allowed to visit this place, which has become an ideal place. Looking at the whole city of Tyson, I have to say, it's so beautiful. He thought to himself at this moment. The disciplinary committee is in a stir here. There are many reasons why I hate having to study in the same school as you lowly people. When the principal heard him say that, he sweated nervously. Hong Sung-hyun was surrounded by a group of reporters still smiling and saying, I hate the smell of someone who eats kimchi for breakfast. I hate the bean residue in your brains too, you poor people who pollute my eyes. Another voice rang out, why do you keep bullying me and my weak classmates? The head of the management department heard this and was stunned. Hearing this, angry eyes looked towards the man who beat his friends and stole money. Which is very evil. But we're still friends. Your father, lawyer Hong Jang-hyuk, is a member of the city council and knows you live like this. What will your father think? The man was startled when he heard this name. What is it? Hong Sung-hyun said arrogantly, I don't need you to worry. You said it already, as for the lowly people, trample them until they can't raise their heads anymore. The whole council said with grey faces, Hong Jang-hyuk. The boy in the screen continued, so you rely on your father's position to bully others. Hong Sung-hyun curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Of course, the principal's son and the head of the management department are both my old man's acquaintances. As long as he gave away the money, everything would be fine, haha. The head of the management department heard that and his mouth opened in surprise. What? Why is my name in here? In the room, the brown-haired man and Tyson silently exchanged glances. The brown-haired man said coldly, how much do you want me to do it? Tyson just looked at him silently at this time. A moment later, he spoke up and stomped on them. Suddenly the sound of pounding the table echoed. What is he shouting so loudly? The manager's face was dark as he stood in front of the computer screen. As each day rushes by, the story goes further and further. The phone rang and he angrily shouted at Alo. Suddenly the manager's voice softened. What's wrong with Dad? What's the matter with you calling at this hour? From the phone came a sound of scolding. The guy was uneducated. I knew you'd cause trouble. You goddamn bastard. Just wait there, I'll come to your school right now. Holding the disconnected phone, he fell into contemplation. His face was indescribably listless. The news spread extremely widely, netizens are more excited than ever. At a building where Hong Jang-hyuk is staying. This case will be quickly investigated and clarified. Hong Jang-hyuk. As soon as they saw him coming out, the press surrounded him. Is it true that you put pressure on the prosecutor and the police? Please tell me. Hong Jang-hyuk bowed his head and said, sorry for the trouble I caused. Hong Jang-hyuk left his city council seat because of public criticism. Park Dong-suk bowed low and said, I'm really ashamed. Two female employees outside whispered, manager Park Dong-suk and the inspector were both fired. And the chief prosecutor was also dismissed. The sky today is extremely blue. The bus leisurely drove on the road. Tyson put on his headphones and went out, thinking that everything was settled peacefully. Thanks to the power of money. What a beautiful world. Ah. His eyes met Lee Yaren. The whole girl standing in front of the sunlight is so beautiful. Tyson looked bewildered. Yes, this life is worth living, you must know. On the bus, Jang Tyson held out his hand and said, give me my bag. Turns out he was talking to the school's beauty queen, whose name is Lee Yaren. Hearing Jang Tyson say that, she suddenly replied, why? The beauty queen looked at Jang Taeson's side, smiled brightly and said, give it to me, I'll keep it for you. Li Yaren shyly replied, "It's okay, I can wear it." The two girls behind Yaren didn't say anything, thinking to themselves, another dog meal. Jang Tae-sun still held out his hand and said warmly, "It looks heavy, and I don't have many belongings, so it's convenient to keep." Li Yaren silently said, "Who is it, mom?" "So handsome." She quickly thanked Jang Tae-sun, then, "Thank you." Li Yaren gave the bag to Jang Tae-sun and he happily accepted it. The bus remained like that, continuing to move. A moment later, the beauty queen with a worried expression turned to ask Jang Tae-sun, "Are you okay?" Right now, Jang Tae-sun has to use one to keep a bunch of other people's belongings around him. Not only Li Yaren but many people's belongings are also placed on his body. Jang Tae-sun smiled shyly and replied, "I'm fine." Helping each other is normal. He thinks no matter how old a man is, when he meets his first love he becomes stupid. Li Yaren fiercely looked at the two girls who brought those things to Jang Tae-sun, silently saying, "These girls, over there." The two girls are still enjoying themselves, smiling from ear to ear because someone is holding the things for them. Jang Tae-sun saw Li Yaren looking at the other two girls like that and felt helpless. Jang Tae-sun suddenly spoke to clear the atmosphere at that time. "My name is Jang Tae-sun." Li Yaren suddenly turned and replied, "Huh." He hugged the pile of things and said loudly, "My name is Jang Tae-sun." Then, he shyly looked out the window. Li Yaren's face couldn't hide her surprise, so her name is Jang Tae-sun. Jang Tae-sun pulled out the headphones from his bag and put them on his ears. He connected it to his phone and began to immerse himself in music. Li Yaren whispered, "He is a male student at Jangju School. He started riding the bus with me last year. He looks very self-conscious, his shoulders are always sagging. He was like that before summer vacation." Arriving there, Li Yaren got out of the car but still looked back at Jang Tae-sun and thought, "He's changed so much." The two girls from earlier said loudly, "Li Yaren, what are you doing?" "We're going to be late." Li Yaren was startled and quickly replied, "Okay." Scene changed to Jangju High School. There is a loud voice, "Aha, Jang Tae-sun." Turns out it was Desan. He jumped up and tried to jump into Jang Tae-sun's body in front of the scared eyes of everyone around. Desan waved his hand to hit but Jang Tae-sun could easily dodge. Desan shouted, "You idiot, discharged right at the exam time." Hyeoncheol joined the group and raised his hand to attack but Tae-sun was still able to dodge. Hyeoncheol said, "If it were me, I would have hit at the hospital." Do-young also attacked but this time Jang Tae-sun couldn't avoid it and let out a cry and cough. All three of them howled. Did they get the nurse's number yet? Didn't they dare show their face yet? Jang Tae-sun could only hold his head helplessly and say, "Let me go." The whole group surrounded him and teased him. It was because of his face that he was shocked. "I'll spare you this time. Good luck to you, son." Jang Tae-sun's clothes were tattered. He cried and laughed, saying, "Thank you, brothers." He whispered, normally people would think that friendship and love are expressed through words. "Oh my brothers." All four of Jang Tae-sun's friends looked at him and smiled. The voice echoed throughout the hallway asking, "Have you studied for the exam?" At this time, Teacher Kim was present in the class. He said, "Second year there are 5 general education classes. In the last exam, our class ranked last. This time, are you going to make him look bad again?" Teacher Kim warmly looked at Jang Tae-sun and asked about his health. "Are you feeling better yet, Tae-sun?" Jang Tae-sun happily replied, "I'm fine." He smiled and said, "I'm so excited, it's all thanks to the teacher." Teacher Kim smiled gently at Jang Tae-sun. Jang Tae-sun also smiled back at the teacher as if silently thanking the teacher for helping him. After a while, Teacher Kim said, "The class is over." The teacher happily left the class, but did not forget to say good luck to everyone on their exams. He also did not forget to warn his students that if they do not seize this opportunity, they will not have time to regret it later. Jang Tae-sun looked at Teacher Kim who was leaving the classroom. He thought to himself, "Only the teacher and I understand that sentence clearly." Jang Tae-sun thought once he stepped out into society, we will be harshly screened. From background, academic degree to other standards. Looking at the exam paper, Jang Tae-sun was so surprised that he was speechless. Because it was during exam time, the space was quiet, only Jang Tae-sun silently called out, "Oh my god." Jang Tae-sun smirked because from the moment he saw the test, he couldn't help but laugh. Jang Tae-sun also did his homework with a very confident look and secretly said, "How can you be so easy?" Once again, they met on that same bus. He took out a bar of chocolate and said, "Give it to me, I've been waiting for days to give it to you." Seeing the chocolate bar, Li Yaren couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She said, "Huh." Jang Tae-sun happily replied, "I'm about to take the university entrance exam. Sugar is very good for short-term memory." 3 female students in the same class as Li Yaren showed jealous faces. Mijin said, "Oh, he likes Yaren." Na Young also said, "She's so pretty." Another girl also said, "I also like Sokola Hicks. Li Yaren shyly said, "Thank you, Jang Tae-sun." "Thank you." Jang Tae-sun smiled, said, "I'm a senior, just talk to me freely, I'm a second year." He secretly said, "No one has ever flirted with me." That's right, they absolutely don't know that there is someone behind them with an angry, frowning face. He frowned and looked at Jang Tae-sun and said, "What is this, that brat?" Jang Tae-sun turned to ask Lee Yaren, can you take the exam, she stammered, well. Lee Yaren smiled shyly and asked Jang Tae-sun, what about you? I'm fine, Jang Tae-sun replied. Lee Yaren continued, really, look at you, you must have a very high score. Jang Tae-sun didn't say anything but smiled widely, seemingly very proud of his exam. Lee Yaren was surprised and asked, are you really tall? Jang Tae-sun humbly replied that you are the person with the highest achievements at Jangju Girls' School, right, and me too. The girls sitting in the next row admired him and said, oh my gosh, he's top of the whole school, impeccable, Mi-jin also complimented him. He's handsome and also good at studying. Jang Tae-sun smiled and humbly said, maybe the teacher made the test too easy. Lee Yaren showed surprise clearly on her face. Jang Tae-sun took out his phone and said, do you use your phone? Please give me your number. I will text you every day to cheer you up, help you happily take your college entrance exam. Lee Yaren stammered out the phone number, 017-327, Jang Tae-sun quickly entered her phone number and saved her name in the contact list as Lee Yaren. They exchanged phone numbers. Na Young replied, really, the other girls were also very surprised because they didn't think that Lee Yaren would give Jang Tae-sun her phone number. The girl standing near Lee Yaren turned to look and couldn't hide her surprise. After asking for Lee Yaren's phone number, Jang Tae-sun looked very satisfied and happily looked out the window. Lee Yaren also looked at Jang Tae-sun with gentle eyes. When he arrived, Jang Tae-sun waved goodbye to Lee Yaren and her friends, however, Lee Yaren did not say hello back but blushed and felt embarrassed. The bus continues to run to the next destination. Sitting in the car, Jang Tae-sun couldn't hide his joy and shouted, Yahoo! Jang Tae-sun looked at his contacts and saw the name Lee Yaren, so he smiled. Jang Tae-sun was immersed in joy when someone shouted, hey kid! Turned around and saw three guys who looked very thuggish saying, come here. Jang Tae-sun said in surprise, huh? That guy looks very brazen, his face is angry and he shouts loudly, Bradley, didn't you hear what your brother said? I told you to come here. Turns out they were the bullies in the Shreem Wrestling Club. He pointed straight at Jang Tae-sun and said loudly, I told you to come here, that rat. That name was Choi Hyuk-kwon. Jang Tae-sun nervously turned around and looked, thinking, it seems like he has been in the news. Tae-sun started walking slowly towards that bully's place. Jang Tae-sun walked over and put his hands on the chair looking very cool. The bully frowned and grimaced because he didn't think Tae-sun would have the guts to step forward. Jang Tae-sun raised his eyes and looked at Choi Hyuk-kwon with a disdainful expression and said, it's me, is there anything? After hearing that, Choi Hyuk-kwon was a little shy and shouted. You, the bully next to you shouted loudly, this guy, are you crazy? He turned to Hyuk-kwon and shouted, Hyuk-kwon, what to do now? Beat her to death. At this moment Hyuk-kwon was in a cold sweat, unable to say anything. Then he showed a hungry look and said, give me Yaren's phone number, she's my type. Jang Tae-sun smirked, whispering, what about your taste? He smiled and said, I don't like it, what's the matter? Hearing this, Hyuk-kwon's face changed. He shouted angrily, what do you say, you dog? He shouted even louder and said, Yaren is mine. Jang Tae-sun listened to him shouting without being moved and replied, hearing you bark hurts my ears. Hearing that, Hyuk-kwon was a little excited and shouted, you. There was a guy who couldn't keep calm and rushed out, saying, Mom, do you want to die? Jang Tae-sun saw it out of the corner of his eye and immediately raised his hand to block the thug's fist. He grabbed that guy's hand and threw him into the air. Then he threw him down on the ground. Fat Hyuk-kwon was very angry but was shy because he saw the person next to him was knocked down. Suddenly Jang Tae-sun laughed again and said, what are you guys doing so stressed? You just finished your midterm exam. He laughed loudly and said, forgive me. To you guys, competing is nothing, but to me, it's very important. Hearing this, every guy's face turned black as ink. I didn't expect Jang Tae-sun would dare to insult him like that. Jang Tae-sun smiled brightly, picked up the guy who was defeated earlier and said, if you want to continue fighting, choose a quieter day. He looked at me and said, guys, please understand. Jang Tae-sun's words just now probably offended Hyuk-kwon. He was so angry that all the veins on his face were exposed. His mouth was screaming loudly, shut up right now, or I'll break your eyebrows right now. Hearing such a loud noise, the driver quickly stepped on the brake. The bus braked suddenly. The driver shouted down, what's wrong with the kids down there? The driver looked in the mirror and saw Jang Tae-sun bowing his head with the other two guys. He asked, what's going on? Jang Tae-sun finally spoke up, I'm sorry for making noise. The two thugs behind looked at Jang Tae-sun with angry expressions and said, this guy. Jang Tae-sun hung his head and thought, maybe they don't know. My dream is to become a model citizen. I want to live peacefully from day to day. Buy a few buildings in Gangnam to earn pocket money, build a few villas on Jeju Island for summer vacation, and when I have enough time, go shopping for another island. Whoever dares to interfere with my dream, I will make him look bad. Scene changed to Jangju High School. It was lunchtime, and a woman said, "Enjoy your meal." Today's school menu was a bit simple and frugal, with only bean paste soup and a few side dishes. Seeing that, Daesun felt dissatisfied and said, "What's wrong?" Bong-suk replied. "My son's rice is even more delicious." Jang Tae-sun looked at the tray of food without saying a word. Jang Tae-sun looked disappointedly at the nutritionist. She said, "You guys should eat a lot, soybean soup is very good for your health, did you know?" She continued, "It was very difficult to get these soybeans. Rumor has it that the person who made this lunch worse than dog rice was the director's lover." Suddenly Jang Tae-sun remembered. With his own eyes he saw her put a few boxes of cheap bean paste into the truck. Remembering this, he decided to put down his spoon and not eat anymore. This caught the nutritionist's attention. She looked towards Jang Tae-sun and said, "Huh." Jang Tae-sun started to stand up and put away his rice tray. The nutritionist looked at him and said, "Oh, handsome male student. Why is there so much food? If you waste it, you will be punished by the king of hell. Did you know?" Tae-sun didn't seem to care much and glanced at her face. He poured the leftover food into the container and said, "But it's okay to be alive." She sounded angry and spoke loudly, "Of course, but speaking that way to a beautiful woman like you is impolite, you know. So while you're still alive, try being punished once. You don't have to wait until you die," Jang Tae-sun replied. This time she really lost patience. She shouted loudly, "What, have you finished talking yet?" Jang Tae-sun turned his head to look at her with cold eyes. He asked, "How is the director?" She was startled as if she had been told something right in her heart and quickly said, "Who are you?" Scene transition to the director's office. Knowing someone was coming, he said, "Come in." He put food in his mouth and chewed it. Seeing Jang Tae-sun coming, he asked, "How can I help you, mister?" "Tae-sun?" He gave a friendly smile and said, "Don't be shy, just say it." Jang Tae-sun said loudly, "I want to eat meat." Not believing his ears, he asked again, "Do you eat meat?" The director said somewhat awkwardly, "Really? Do you want to eat meat?" Jang Tae-sun turned to continue speaking, "But, not just me, everyone too." He said with a serious face, "The director's lover is a nutritionist." After listening, the director just looked at Jang Tae-sun and said nothing. Jang Tae-sun continued, "But for the past year, the school's lunch has been worse than dog rice. The students here all pay 3,500 won for each meal." Hearing this, the director thought to himself, "Dog rice." Tae-sun said, "In other schools, there are at least 3 days a week where you can eat meat. There is no school in this world that allows students, who have to pay for rice, to eat soybeans. Sir, this behavior is called blocking." Hearing this, the director was extremely surprised. His hands clutched the chair. Jang Tae-sun firmly said that he would like you to file a complaint with the police. After speaking, Jang Tae-sun stood up and said, "I'm sorry," the director said, "Hey Tae-sun." The director said with a very serious expression, "No matter how immature you are, you still have to consider your words." Jang Tae-sun smiled shyly and replied, "I was just recounting an incident that you already knew." The space suddenly became quiet and awkward. The two people looked at each other without knowing what to say. After leaving the director's office, Jang Tae-sun thought, "I spent 500 million to settle Hong Sun-won, although working with a reputable law firm is very expensive, but they resolved it very smoothly." Jang Tae-sun glanced into the room and thought, "When the time is right, I can mess up this school again." The director's voice was very loud. "It could be heard outside," he said. "Where is Mr. Park? Quickly call the principal and the vice principal will be here immediately." Tae-sun watched quietly, whispering, "I only want one thing now, when the quality of school rice is worse than dog food." Jang Tae-sun smiled, "My purpose is very clear, isn't it?" The scene changes again to a moonlit night, cloudy, but without a single star. On the table is a glass of wine being refilled. There was a guy holding a bottle of wine about to pour more and said, "Sir." His face was angry and sharp. He said, "Bury it." The big brother sipped a glass of wine and said, "Let's solve this discreetly." The junior raised the bottle of wine with both hands and respectfully offered it to their big brother. That guy poured the wine and said that it wasn't just a matter of burying a high school kid. Looking at his big brother, he said with deep black eyes, "There are many people who are eager to join our organization." A sinister smile appeared on the cruel face of his junior, if he only looked back. The big brother spoke emotionlessly to his junior as if he didn't care what he said, "If you take care of it well, I'll reward you with double." Immediately accompanied by the junior's joy and a loud shout, "Thank you, boss." His hands were clenched under the table, trembling. The big brother thought, the problem was only money. So angry that all the wrinkles on his face appeared, he trembled and called out Jang Tae-sun's name. He shouted loudly and roared angrily, "I will definitely kill you." Outside, the waiters, waitresses and other customers expressed surprise and fear when they heard that scream. The scene changes to the school. And immediately a call for Jang Tae-sun rings out. Accompanying that was the scene of the teacher opening the door along with his rapid breathing. Jang Taesun sat on the desk, both hands clasped together, suddenly asked the teacher, "What's wrong?" The teacher with a panicked face and sweat pouring down asked, "What did you do?" He held the scoreboard high in front of him with the numbers appearing. The teacher shouted loudly as he pointed at Jang Taesun's score. Why did he get a perfect score? Next to him were two friends with surprised looks of disbelief. The whole class was silent as if witnessing something they had never seen in their life. Haunchul was surprised. What? Taesun got a perfect score, Du Young even called. He's definitely cheating, teacher. Everyone is surprised, angry, and jealous. Please check it out. The teacher smiled with satisfaction. He saw that the whole class was on his side. He held out his hand to the side as if reluctantly. Well, I guess you have to explain to everyone. Jang Taesun lowered his head, thought for a moment and then said, "There is no other way." While still cursing his friends in his mind, "You monkeys, you guys should just try to die and come back to life." Jang Taesun's teacher and friends were silent as if waiting for something. Jang Taesun faltered, "Today, you." He smiled, pointed to the sky as if he had found a solution. He frightened the whole class with the following sentence to the above sentence. He would invite the whole class to eat pizza. Teacher, Haunchul, Du Young and the crowd behind were very angry. The atmosphere was visibly gloomy. But no, Jang Taesun raised his second finger at the same time. Not yet, there's more. I will always be on the internet. Which makes my classmates clearly surprised and happy. The teacher seemed to have suspected something from the reluctant expressions on Haunchul and Du Young's faces that made him unable to close his mouth. He looked around at the whole class who were happy and shouting. Haunchul said, "Taesun is actually very smart, teacher." Du Young laughed and said, "Yes, and talking about diligence, Taesun is second, no one dares to be first." Bong Suk pointed at his head, on the internet said, after a brain concussion. People will become more alert, teacher. Du Young is like taking heart. I believe in you, brother. Jang Taesun held out his hands to the sides, smiling happily with countless voices shouting his name behind him. You guys have confirmed it for me, teacher. The teacher couldn't do anything else. He let it go this time and thought about it. You easygoing kids. A while later, in the school cafeteria, Haunchul and Young Suk looked like they couldn't believe their eyes. A whole tray of rich rice, filled with delicious-looking dishes including a huge chicken. Jangju School's nutritionist was confused. I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Next time, I'll learn from experience. The school returned to its original peaceful state after the mood breaker disappeared, and the students appeared happy and thanked her profusely. Not only does it have meat, but the meal also includes high-quality local agricultural products. The traders at the market wholeheartedly thank us for purchasing ingredients to cook for more than 1,500 students every day. The scene changes to a certain pizza shop. Taesun's entire class gathered at the counter and ordered without any order. Auntie, please give us a super large pizza, the bigger the better. The students were jostling. No one was willing to yield to anyone else, trying to get their turn first. Get it for me first, Auntie, get it for me first. The sales lady asked curiously, did you guys have a fun time? Deesun replied, there is someone at the top of the table. Auntie, she asked again, Jang Taesun. Haunchul was surprised, he knew Taesun anyway. She replied that she heard that thanks to Taesun, the school was peaceful. Her children also studied in Jangju. Where was Taesun? Deesun smiled, turned to face a guy sitting cross-legged, over there. Taesun seemed to realize those gazes were directed at him. He smiled friendly and said hello, Aunt. After that smile, the girls in the distance seemed captivated. Constantly thinking, Mom, he's so handsome. The sales lady wondered if I could pay in full. Taesun raised his hand to signal as if he wanted everyone to feel secure, smiling from ear to ear. Carefree, he also thought with a very confident attitude, today he made more than $1 billion. From behind Taesun came a greeting. He turned around with a surprised look and could only give a cursory response to that greeting. A girl with ear-length blonde hair in a brown uniform appeared. You're a second-year student, right? That beautiful girl put her hands on her hips and asked. Do you have a phone? A beautiful beauty, shiny blonde hair, emerald eyes and a sharp face with lovely small lips. Taesun calmly raised his hand first and said, sorry but I have an audience. His friends were very surprised and jealous. This Jang Taesun is so good, so jealous. She asked him back, saying that he was just an object, so that meant he didn't have a girlfriend, right? Taesun didn't seem to hear that question. He even asked her back, what? That beautiful girl smiled. A gorgeous, satisfied smile, so it wasn't there yet. She boldly leaned closer to Taesun. So give me your phone number, making him confused. All he could do was blurt out, what? Taesun couldn't sit still with the girl's words, gestures, and actions. He thought, what's wrong with this girl, she's so embarrassing. He explained hesitantly. Pointing continuously, smiling awkwardly, he thought doing so would be very unfair to that person, even though it was an unrequited love, he still had to be loyal. That blonde girl seemed interested in Tai-sun, he was so interesting. Tai-sun thought, wondering where he had seen this bold girl before. Suddenly his eyes glanced at the name tag, Kim Syrian, wait, Kim Syrian, Syrian. Taezong's eyes were wide open, his mouth couldn't close, he was shaking as if he was witnessing something he had never seen in his life. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore, he wanted to jump up and down, could it be that it was Kim Syrian? A beautiful figure appeared in his memory. She was a top star from her hometown, a representative idol for Korea. Kim Syrian, the center and representative face of the group, FOB, is the most talented female idol in K-pop. In my memory is the image of the FOB group performing under stage lights with countless cameras. Returning to reality, the scene was filled with jealousy from Taezong's 4 friends. I knew this idiot right away, I wanted to punch him so much. Tai-sun couldn't say anything when in front of him was the girl who would become an idol in the future. Oh my god, is this real or a dream? Syrian smiled, crossed her arms and asked, how long are you planning on making me wait? He was embarrassed, he could only hum in response to the word with continuous thoughts in his head, it's Kim Syrian, mum. Tai-sun swallowed his saliva, his lips were sweaty. His body motionless. Suddenly, from the side, there was a voice calling his name intermittently. As if surprised to see him there. Lee Yaren appeared with surprise evident on her face along with Taezong's mouth open. She witnessed the whole thing as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Tai-sun panicked and thought, why is this happening now? Syrian called Senior Yaren calmly like it was nothing. Tai-sun couldn't keep calm when he heard that anymore, he panicked, his eyes opened wide and sweat drenched his face when he heard that, Sister Yaren. Yaren kept muttering, thinking about Tai-sun texting her all the time. She thought it was mostly just greetings and joking. Yaren was stunned, speechless, only the words Jang and Tai-sun could come out of her small mouth, she thought. But when we faced each other, I unconsciously called his name. Suddenly 2 of Yaren's friends seemed to pull her back to reality by asking, oh my god, we're reunited again, are your acquaintances? Those 2 girls kept praising that Tai-sun was handsome and had a very good body. Tai-sun was the only one standing there, absent-mindedly, with his hands hanging down. Calling out the name of someone familiar to him very softly, Yaren. Taezong's friends were so jealous, bastard Tai-sun, he must have eaten something good during summer break. Suddenly a guy seemed to realize something, pointed at Yaren and said, I know her, she's the student with the highest score at Jiangju Girls' School, a 3rd-year student. Tai-sun is also the one who got perfect scores in our school, they are not scores that we can reach, someone said. Tai-sun realized he was a bit rude, he put his hand to his mouth. Cleared his throat, ahem, thinking not to be nervous, to be natural. He smiled brightly. The sunlight from the window made him even more dazzling, he confidently asked Yaren. Are you coming to eat pizza? Yaren was embarrassed, didn't dare to look directly at Tai-sun, shyly answered, yes, you guys just asked me to hang on. Tai-sun was surprised and asked, dear friend. Yaren's 2 friends quickly interrupted, making Yaren quite confused. The girl on the left with short hair around her neck said, hello, I'm Yaren's friend. Just call me Young, and the girl on the right with I introduced myself with my hair styled in one eye, and I was the hottest girl in school, Seora. Tai-sun was confused and replied, hello ladies. Young and Seora quickly went to both sides of Tai-sun and said a few things about their close friend Yaren. Her midterm score was really high, so we told her she wanted it, but we didn't expect Yaren to know a queen, this is how handsome he is. Young poked Taezong's body with his hand, and at the same time gave a sinister smile, jokingly asking. He's just a junior, right? Seora seemed to have an epiphany, understood something. Happily shouted loudly, got it, it's Yaren Sr., right? She leaned over to Taezong's right side, excitedly asking as if very confidently, is your crush Yaren, leaving Tai-sun with his mouth that can't be closed, so big that he can fit the whole box in. Yaren was so surprised that he couldn't say anything anymore, his eyes were an O, his mouth was an A, his soul seemed to hang on a cloud. Seori unelbowed Taezong's body as if to remind him to calm down and not show it so clearly. Followed by Taezong's coughing sound. All the students at the pizza shop were dumbfounded. Yaren lowered her face, her mouth not opening, her eyes hidden deep under her hair, calling Seorin. Seorin was happy, obedient, nodded and replied, yes ma'am. The gloomy atmosphere covered Yaren, she asked, are you very close to Tai-sun? Seorin answered confidently and honestly, her blue eyes looking straight at Yaren, no, I just met him for the first time. Is it really the first time? Yaren asked, behind Seorin was Tai-sun with a reluctant smile. Adjusting his tie to ease his awkwardness. Then suddenly Seorin said, yes, but the photo is my type, I graded the photo, that made Tai-sun sweat, his mouth open even wider than before. Seorin put his 2 hands, one hand near Taezong's head, one hand below Taezong's feet. As if measuring his height, squinting his eyes while saying, he's already handsome. He's also good at studying, I but don't like it. Tai-sun was startled, speechless with doubt behind Seiren's satisfied smile. What's wrong with this girl? Seeing everything in my eyes. Taizon's friends cried bitterly, this bastard Tai-sun, so jealous. Yeren and Seiren looked at each other, like two women fighting for the man of their lives. The difference is, Seiren is smiling happily, without any discomfort while Yeren is gloomy, looking down. Her face does not show any smile. Suddenly Yeren raised her face, like an angel descending to earth with a bit of radiant sunlight. She smiled brightly. I thought so too. Taizon's eyes were in an O shape, his mouth was in an A shape. He didn't know what else to say. As for Seiren, she was surprised because it was like she saw another Yeren. The crowd of boys around looked at the two beautiful, talented, perfect girls with perfect bodies who were affirming that they had feelings for Tai-sun and felt bored and jealous, not just one but even two ladies. Yeren quickly walked to Taizon's side like a lover. Like marking sovereignty with a beautiful and innocent smile, making Tai-sun look at her in bewilderment as if witnessing a completely different person. Seiren said in surprise. Seiren is quite good. She also quickly walked in front of Tai-sun, facing Yeren. Tai-sun didn't understand what she was doing. Seiren passed by Yeren and looked at each other like bitter rivals. Seiren suddenly stopped, turned her back to Yeren, confidently smiled and asked. But Seiren will play fair, right? Yeren suddenly felt embarrassed, shyly opened her eyes. Thinking about it. Tai-sun couldn't stand it anymore when he saw it, he wanted to scream. What day is today? Seiren stopped again, turned to face Tai-sun as if she wanted to ask something more. She shouted loudly, asking without any hesitation, Tai-sun, Yeren Seiren has your phone number, right? It surprised both of them. Tai-sun didn't expect that. What? Seiren walked up and questioned, then you also have to give me your phone number, isn't that fair? Seiren tilted her head and smiled brightly, crossing her fingers together, playing nice like that. Oh God above, Tai-sun with a reluctant face. Suddenly Yeren said, just take Tai-sun, which surprised him even more. Why? Seiren nodded in agreement, feeling that Yeren's actions were right. Tai-sun stood between the two girls confused, listening to Yeren's words, give her your number. Tai-sun thought about the scene of the two girls in front of him baring their fangs and claws facing each other, thinking, is this a legendary battle of women's honor? He was reeling. Thinking, crazy. Finally, Tai-sun decisively held out his hand, giving me my phone. To his right while he was dialing his phone number into Seiren's phone, Yeren seriously looked towards his opponent. The opponent lost his life, and pondered about something. Seiren looked at Tai-sun entering the phone number and felt a little embarrassed, just a little, but it showed on her face. Tai-sun seemed to have thought it through. He happily thought, to be honest, I'm as happy as being on top of the world. The drama between us will explode from now on and it will definitely have a very interesting ending. He beeped the call button on Seiren's phone. His friends, still jealous as before, but now, mixed with a bit of pride and admiration, followed Tai-sun. He thought, this development is not so bad. On the left is my first love, on the other side is a future superstar. Two beautiful and talented girls that cannot be faulted. The crowd roared in anger again. Calling Jang Taizon's name with all their anger and jealousy, Jang Tai-sun, you bastard. Right nearby was a girl who secretly called someone, bewildered and holding her phone in both hands, announcing that Yeren seemed to have dumped Tai-sun. Yes, she knew right away. Turned to a scene of a martial arts school. A burly, big guy with curly hair was sitting with his back turned and received a phone call from somewhere. Okay, don't worry. I'll treat you today, call everyone over, okay, hang up now. The coach was angry because that guy didn't practice but went out to answer the phone. Hey, you didn't practice but did something. He walked up behind that guy and said, monkey, the coach calls so you have to answer, and at the same time that guy also stood up. The coach put his hand on the back of that big guy's shoulder. Wondering, didn't you hear what I said, when suddenly this guy roared in anger, blue veins appearing on his face. The big guy turned around and hugged the coach and flipped him down as if venting his anger on someone without caring about anything else. The coach was thrown onto the sand as if he was about to lose consciousness, screaming in pain. That guy stood up straight, eyes white, raised his voice as high as possible, roared at the top of his lungs, pouring out all his anger into the sound while his upper body was naked, the layer of fat on his body flowing down. I will kill you. Jang Tai-sun, a loud roar along with sweat and saliva flowing down. The big guy seemed to hit Jang Tai-sun to the bone. Tai-sun took everyone to the garage to see the car he bought for his father. The children widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed in unison. Oh my God, you bought this for your father. After that, everyone went shopping together. Everyone carrying big bags and small bags, happily saying while carrying them, you two are the best. The father saw the children like that and said, oh my God, take it slow. Kids, Tai-sun immediately replied, it's okay, I've paid, Dad. After hearing this, everyone was surprised at how rich the second brother was. He winked, raised his finger to signal okay and exclaimed, if you have money, you have everything, okay? In the evening, a cool Moonlit night in the heart of the city, the buildings had not yet turned off their lights. In a room of a building, there was the sound of Taizen's keyboard typing, he said as he typed. I love the keyboard that rattles in the room. In the room, Taizen was wearing a swimsuit. Concentrating on his work on the desk, he thought, I have left home and live independently, I also rarely go to school and completely control my time. At this time, he was flying high like a kite. Today I made a profit of more than 7 billion, he happily said. Tomorrow it will probably be up to 9 billion. The stock market continued to explode. Market prices skyrocketed, and one day, after finishing his work, he stood up and exclaimed, this is the life I should live, the life where money makes money. Taizen stood up to go out. Suddenly he stopped to think, but I haven't touched futures and options contracts yet. If I want to get involved in futures and options contracts, the principle will have to be changed one by one. He opened the door and walked out, happily encouraging himself, what a wonderful night. Actually, I wanted to wait until then, he told himself, he will wait for me. Taizen walked to the porch, leisurely breathed in the wind, thinking to himself, it's almost there. The crisis in the subprime mortgage market in 2007, the rapid increase in prices of foreign goods in a chaotic currency in the slow delivery market, Taizen contemplated the sky and silently resolved, I will wait for that moment. The next morning, a normal day at Taizen's school. After class ended, the school bell rang throughout the hallways. At this time, in Taizen's classroom, when everyone was leaving one by one, Decent approached him and asked, hey, top of the class, are you going to go home? He was suddenly startled. School was back to normal. He stood up, picked up his bag and awkwardly said, yes, I'm home, hee. Taizen happily left. He was looking forward to it and wondered if he could go home and check how much he had earned. Returning to school wasn't as bad as I thought. He mingled with the students and left. Even though I hated studying, he happily hummed as he walked home. While walking very normally, suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, Jong-suk stopped with a dark face. Taizen didn't understand what happened. He almost bumped into Jong-suk. He asked, why did he suddenly stop? We almost collided, Jong-suk said in panic. Taizen, look. Turns out, in front of them were 5 thugs standing in the middle of the road. It seemed like the person they were targeting was Taizen. He seemed to recognize them and thought to himself, Choi Hyunkin's gang. He looked at them and calmly smiled and said, who are they? Just thugs. The dojang next to him was so scared that he was sweating and said, they are the guys from the industrial high school. On the other side of the group. At this moment the fat guy was squatting and asking his accomplices, is that him? The other person replied, yes. The fat guy seemed to have loaded what he needed to do. Calling out, hey Jang Taizen. Taizen calmly asked questions. Who is this brother? Do we know each other? The 2 kids next to him gasped in surprise when they saw Taizen dare to say that, trembling and calling out his name, Taizen. The guys on the other side laughed loudly when they heard that. Guys, haha, follow us quickly, you dog. Taizen was so helpless that he was speechless and then realized, that's right, I can't talk to you guys properly. Having said that, he seemed to want to solve it himself. So he turned around and told his friends, you guys should go home first. As soon as he finished speaking, Taizen realized that next to him was not only Dojang and Jang-suk but a whole group of people, 2 people larger than the other group. He was startled and confused and asked, when have we been here? There was a fuss. If we come along, will you treat him to pizza? Treat the internet to long life pizza. Then everyone decided to stay and help him. Taizen was so touched when he heard that, I know you guys love me. A moment later, when the high surface was about to descend the mountain. At a small alley corner of the street, the others aggressively brought Taizen in front of Choi Hyunkin, saying loudly, big brother, we brought Taizen. A guy on the boss's left still kept a calm expression as he looked at Taizen. The white-haired guy on the right chuckled as if he was planning something. The big fat guy sitting in the middle was the boss, surrounded by a group of juniors. All of whom looked towards Taizen. At this time, the boss also spoke up to welcome Taizen, who had finally arrived. The rat language, he cursed Taizen in front of his juniors. My juniors burst out laughing, ha ha ha. He frowned angrily and said, don't leave this place alive. This move won't work again. Taizen looks innocent but still doesn't forget to flirt. What's the point? Is he in love with a movie or what? His fake smiling face combined with his words looked very prestigious. His friends below were smiling to each other, ha ha, so fat, ha ha. Choi Hyunkin angrily gritted his teeth and impulsively cursed, I will kill you, while Taizen just calmly looked at him with a confident smile. Taizen's 7 brothers seem to be weaker in numbers but are still aggressively preparing to fight. The other group has an overwhelming numerical advantage. Suddenly he felt uneasy, thinking, this room is so strange. He rolled his eyes continuously, looking around, then realized something. He felt a very negative energy flow. Around him was like a battlefield, with dried blood everywhere, he thought to himself. After practicing martial arts, my body became very sensitive, I could feel everything. So it was quite annoying. observed for a while, then he tried to persuade him to buy time. Smiled coldly and said, "You know what?" The thugs stood there watching him speak. What they were doing was an extremely serious act of violence. While being serious, Tyson suddenly burst out laughing. There's still time to turn around. How long have I lived? This life is actually very short. Living in this busy and pitiful life, why waste time on useless things, haha. Hearing what Tyson said, the old man gritted his teeth, and the juniors next to him added insult, saying, "Big brother, he must have just played with that toy, he has to adjust it really hard." Tyson seemed to be possessed by the divine law, reading out a series of laws to enlighten the thugs. According to Article 261 of the criminal law, organized or individual acts of violence, carrying dangerous weapons, causing injury or harming the health of others is considered a crime. The stupid thugs didn't understand anything and asked each other in confusion. What was going on, who knows, making the boss's face darken. Tyson confidently told Hyun-ken, "If I had a nosebleed, it would be a serious injury, the sentence would be at least a year in prison, your parents would have to come and beg me, not to mention having to pay for it. Treatment fees, moreover, I just had a concussion not long ago, if I get injured. I will have to be treated for half a year, if I stay in a VIP room, it will be very expensive." Hearing that, the thugs still showed no respect and simultaneously walked closer to Tyson. Hyun-ken took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. With sharp eyes he said, "Damn this guy, you're so innocent." He didn't panic at all but started to complain. "Oh my god, look at this, people who practice sports are addicted to cigarettes. Their heads are probably full of chubbins right now." Tyson's friends heard that and smiled at each other. Too embarrassed to become angry, the old man crushed his cigarette, then loudly ordered, "You guys, I will take care of that guy, give you the clowns in the back, and then the murderous juniors, don't aim at your prey." At this time, Tyson's brothers were a little scared when they saw there were so many of them. They were worried and cried out, "Hey, don't be like that. Tyson is like a deaf person who is not afraid of guns." With a senseless smile on his face he turned around and said, "I'm about to be taken care of now. I'm so scared, hee hee." The juniors on the other side started to raise their voices. "You go ahead and brag, we're still underage, no matter how heinous the crime is, just give up $1,000,001, cry and beg the judge, let's go home, you think you're the only one who's smart, huh?" Tyson smiled coldly and thought, that's why the law needs to be tightened. In Korea, underage criminals will not be convicted, so the number of victims of injustice continues to increase rapidly. Just wait and see, then dad will tear it apart and trample it under the ground, foot. Without hesitating for too long, that Hyun-ken shouted loudly to his juniors. "What are you waiting for? Beat their mothers to death." Having said that, the other guys, some holding sticks, some holding iron tips, shouted loudly like good heroes and rushed forward. Then the group of juniors holding iron rods rushed straight towards Tyson, as if wanting to give him a ticket to the West. The Tyson brothers' eyes widened in panic when they saw that. There was the iron bar. Tyson reacted, raised his hand to signal everyone and said, "Back away quickly." Suddenly, whether accidentally or intentionally, Tyson suddenly tripped and fell. Crying out in pain, "Ah!" The juniors were overwhelmed by the water, and when they saw him stumble and fall, they became even more aggressive. Everyone below was scared by you and called out your name, Tyson. At this moment, he had already jumped to the ground, sprawled out, watching the other guys rush towards him. Several of them jumped up, brandishing iron clubs at him. Tyson was scared at the last minute, his eyes widened and he thought, "I'm leaving." Suddenly, a front tooth, whether mine or the enemy's, flew out of his jaw, blood splattering. There were two men holding iron clubs, jumping up and swinging the clubs at Tyson. The rest also rushed forward at the same time. Tyson panicked, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Leaving me alone." The other two guys smiled confidently, then slammed their sticks straight down. Suddenly, before those two guys could touch Tyson's hair, one of them grimaced in discomfort. Turns out, he was kicked straight in the face by the long-legged handsome man Tyson. His jaw was bleeding, he coughed. Unexpectedly, even though he fell down, he was still able to counterattack. Not only that, he also kicked out the other guy's front tooth, causing blood to splatter. He jumped into the sky like Superman and kicked him to the ground. The other people who witnessed this scene were a little panicked. "You jumped up and punched the guy on the right." Drawing blood, then cursed, "You're making me scared, you're just playing the game." Then he turned around and gave the guy on the left a kick, causing him to vomit blood and curse, "Almost killing me." Tian knocked out a few guys and then stood proudly looking at the remaining guys with provocative eyes. "If you want, then jump in." He arrogantly stroked his nose and said, "Whatever you do it quickly, I'm hungry." Not being cool for a few seconds, he showed off again, then said. 5 Pearl Tai Chi. The young thugs were shocked to the core, gaping at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Hyun-ken was still stubborn, telling his juniors to continue fighting. Beat him to death, play whatever way he wanted. The juniors said yes, then rushed up simultaneously. He also didn't want to take the fight, so he ran forward and thought complacently. You idiots, in movies, has the main character ever been beaten up by thugs? After saying that, he shouted loudly, look at me. The first punch distorted the first guy's face, he choked and cried out. When the second punch was given to the second guy, he was no worse than the first guy. His face distorted and he exclaimed, ah. Tyson confidently said, now it's dad, then hit him consecutively, one punch at a time. These guys all had the same fate of blood from their noses and mouths. Finally, after defeating a few more guys, he loudly announced that his father was the main character of this territory. Tyson looked at the remaining guys and smiled coldly and said, you guys dare to laugh at me over there again, I will deal with you all. Tyson's friends saw him beat up a few guys and were even more shocked than the others, exclaiming, oh my god. He kicked a guy in the stomach while kicking him, can he hit a little harder? Then he ran towards the guys standing there looking at him, ran over and said, what are you doing there? Dad said to come. They were a bit panicked. One of them yelled and cursed, no, let's fight the gang, let's play with him. Tyson burst out laughing, fighting the council, okay, let's all go. After that, they suffered the same consequences as the previous guys, they were all defeated. Blood splattered. He ended the fight with a jump and punch. Tyson landed safely in front of the boss, who was also scared and panicked. He opened his mouth and widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, who is this guy? His subordinates who were defeated were lying in piles as if they were about to be used as tributes to the boss. Tyson's friends were even more excited, enthusiastically cheering and stirring up the atmosphere. Come to Tyson, wow, play it like a movie. Tyson saw his friends cheering enthusiastically, forgetting the important thing to do, so he sighed and said, what are you guys doing there? Quickly call 112 and 119 here. Report that your friends are being attacked by a group of thugs, attacker. The friends were confused, not knowing why they had to say that, then hesitantly asked, oh, they were the ones being attacked. The boss on the other side looked at them and whispered, thinking that Gedong had warned him, if he failed now, not only the organization, but also his juniors would not consider him anything. Then, he put his hand inside his shirt, as if he was about to take out hot goods. That's right, he definitely pulled out a sharp knife. The ignorant Tyson was currently explaining to everyone that, you see, what I was doing was just self-defense, when suddenly that guy came at me with a knife, running and cursing, you son of a bitch. He rushed forward, shouting, I will kill you, Jang Tyson. Tyson's friends saw this and panicked, screaming at him, there's behind him, Tyson, quickly avoid him. The old thug was beaten to a pulp by Tyson, crying out in pain. Everyone still couldn't recover and called out Tyson's name, Tyson. With just a few basic moves, he kicked down the thug, who lay clutching his arms and screaming miserably. He was extremely confused but could only ask himself, who you really are. As for Tyson, he doesn't care how much he screams, and continues to preach the law and warn him, causing injuries from intentional murder, organized violence, and serious assault, that's all, the crime is enough to put you in jail for several years. The other guy heard that and cried. What the hell, Jang Tyson? Very soon Tyson contacted the lawyer, he complained that. Lawyer Joe, I was assaulted by a group of people, they also intended to kill, please help me. Because he didn't want to go to jail, the boss of the thugs shed tears, admitted his mistake. Begged Tyson, I was wrong, please forgive me. At that moment he thought to himself. He is absolutely not a guy, easy to play. With his friendly face, he happily smiled and said, oh my gosh, look at that, hey you understand your situation, that's good. At night, Tyson's news was stolen by a group of thugs and broadcasted everywhere in public places. On the screen, the host said, a group of students had gathered to form a gang and intended to kill an ordinary student. He was steadfast and said that the incident of mass assault by the above group of students raised a warning bell for the entire society. School violence was no longer confined to the boundaries of classrooms and schools, but also in society. The scene changes to a villa, inside there is a sound of cursing, what the hell have you guys done? Before the homeowner could finish watching the news, he became angry and frustrated, turned off the TV and cursed, damn, that's why he was investigated like this. The junior was scolded and quickly apologized. Apologizing to him. Having said that, he threw the controller straight at the junior's face. And cursed, shut up you idiot, he cried out in panic, oops. The homeowner was frustrated and shouted loudly, the news had already spread to television and all other media, it was impossible to control it anymore. At this time Tyson was leisurely watching the computer at the hospital. When suddenly his name was mentioned, that kid Jang Tyson was at the hospital. He continued, the prosecutor also arrested those who pretended to be students, and those people were all his people. He gritted his teeth and cursed, the policeman I bribed didn't contact me anymore, you bastards. He knew it was difficult to temporarily retreat, then he instructed his juniors to temporarily immobilize the soldiers and teach them to me, if you guys make another mistake, don't blame me. Having said that, the other guy poured wine for the boss and said, "Yes, sir." He drank the entire glass of wine and said, "It's good to know." Then he turned around and asked, "How was that glass of wine?" The other guy was a bit startled. Suddenly, something ran through the villa door. He quickly reacted and said loudly, "Pooh, pooh." Seeing no one out there, he felt confused and thought, there was no one. Before anyone could react, the electricity in the villa was turned off. The two people in the house were even more frightened and screamed, "What the hell? It seems like the electricity is malfunctioning," the junior replied. The junior then pulled out the knife, trembled and shouted, "Who are you? Come out quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a stone flew in from somewhere at a very fast speed. The stone with a very strong force hit the junior man in the face, causing him to fall over and cry out. When the old man saw that person, he became bitter and cursed, "This bastard." It was a person wearing a black robe, looking very mysterious. That person gradually approached the old man. That guy was so scared that he was sweating and trembling and cried out, You. That mysterious person somehow got inside the house, the moonlight shining and could only see half of his face, making him unable to recognize anyone. The scene changes to night, pouring rain at the thug's house. Because a stranger suddenly broke in, the big brother suddenly asked, "Who are you?" The stranger was wearing a shirt with a wide hood that covered almost half of his face. It was completely impossible to recognize who he was. He replied to the big brother, "I am the god of death." Hearing that, the big brother frowned, grimaced and said, "What? You can't scare your father. You must have known who I was before you came here. Do you want to die?" The angel of death also spoke loudly, saying, "You must pay the price for the sins you have committed." He continued, "Confess quickly, no one can help you." Hearing this, the big brother was a bit shy and asked, "What do you mean?" The boss was gradually losing patience, so he picked up a bottle of wine nearby and said, "You son of a bitch, I will kill you." He shouted, "I am part Atrial," at the same time holding a bottle of wine and intending to throw it at the god of death. But unexpectedly, before he could move his hand, he was suddenly punched by the god of death, making it impossible for him to dodge. Being punched like that, he fell to the ground, with a bloody wound on his face. Surely that punch was not light. He was in pain but could only scream, coughing. He fell to the ground, still screaming loudly. The big brother now only knows how to cover his face. His mouth is bleeding, his jaw has lost a few teeth. He opens and closes his eyes and says, "You dare touch my face." He had been beaten like that, and he still spoke loudly. This time, the angel of death grabbed his neck directly. He just coughed. The angel of death hit the right side of the big brother's face, causing him to bleed and lose his teeth. Then hit him again on the left side of his face, causing him to lose another tooth. Park Dachel looked at the god of death's bloody hand and thought, "Mom, it's so strong, besides, it's scary." At this time the god of death said, "You have killed too many people." Park Dachel was beaten to a pulp, his eyes closed. He gasped and denied, "No, I didn't kill anyone." The god of death waved Park Dachel's bloody hand to threaten. He said, "Is that true?" Park Dachel was scared and raised his hands to defend himself. He replied, "I'm telling the truth, I didn't kill anyone." Suddenly, the angel of death put his hand on the big brother's head. He seemed not to understand, and even more so, he didn't know what the angel of death was planning to do. The god of death asked, "Can you hear these sounds?" Park Dachel was shocked and didn't know how to answer properly, so he remained silent without saying a word. The god of death continued to speak, "Those were the screams of pain and despair of the people you killed." Suddenly, behind the god of death, many dead people appeared running around. Those people were surprised to see Park Dachel here. They looked at Park Dachel with eyes full of hatred. Seeing Park Dachel here, they rushed in with all the hatred and resentment they had for so long. The number of dead people appears more and more. They are waiting behind the god of death to tear apart Park Dachel. They reached out and touched Park Dachel's body as if they wanted to tear him apart. He looked at the group of dead people touching him with skeptical eyes. Park Dachel said, What the hell?" The dead people showed extremely scary faces and said, "It was you killed me, give me back my life." They started to get stronger, maybe even trying to grab his head, saying, Park Dachel, you kill me." The angel of death withdrew his hand from Park Dachel's head. It turned out that just now it was just an illusion created by the angel of death. Now he doesn't know what is real and what is false. After a while, Park Dachel returned to his senses, not saying a word. Death asked, "Why, do you remember now?" Park Dachel really doesn't know what to do, but he still speaks loudly, "What is this? It's like a hallucination. You bought medicine here, I almost got scammed." His face was frozen. The two looked at each other not knowing what to say. At this moment, the god of death said, "What you just saw are the souls of the people who were brutally murdered by you, and you forced me to do it." The god of death placed his hand on Park Dachel's forehead again. He said, "Are you trying to trick me again?" Before he could finish his sentence, the images of the dead people from earlier appeared again. Even more ferocious than before. They all jumped on Park Daechul. He was so scared that his mouth opened wide and couldn't close. The crowd rushed at him as if they were tearing him apart. Some grabbed his head, some grabbed his hands and feet, making him scream loudly in fear. He was helpless, scared, didn't know what to do. He could only close his eyes tightly and scream. Park Daechul's scream echoed throughout the house, even outside could be heard. After a while of screaming, Park Daechul's expression couldn't hide his shock. He gasped and realized he had returned to reality. Park Daechul lay on the floor, his mouth still unable to close. The god of death standing next to him said, "Is it painful? You have never experienced this pain, right?" Death continued asking, "Have you felt the pain and despair of the people you killed?" Park Daechul frowned, replied forcefully, "Feeling the fuck." Hearing that, the angel of death raised his hand and said, "People like you do not deserve to live. However, before you die, you must pay the price for your sins." Hearing the god of death say that, Park Daechul immediately changed his state, from anger to fear. Seeing that the angel of death's hand was about to touch his forehead again, Park Daechul waved his arms and legs, saying, "No, stop, please, let me go, please." The god of death gave Park Daechul a chance to tell the truth. "So tell me, how many people have you killed?" Park Daechul's eyes were filled with doubt. He thought to himself, "Is this really the god of death?" The bloodstains on his mouth had not yet dried. He gritted his teeth. He had just seen a ghost with his own eyes. It was probably the god of death. He stammered in response to the god of death's question just now, 9 people. Death said, 10 people, including the first time you killed someone. The god of death continued, "Have you forgotten that girl in high school wearing the uniform that year?" Suddenly the soul of that girl appeared, staring Park Daechul's face. That female student opened her mouth looking very strange and exclaimed, "Park Daechul." The last sentence made him extremely scared. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Park Daechul silently said, "That is the murder case that I wanted to cover up from 30 years ago. I raped and killed the female student I liked." Suddenly, the angel of death threw the tape recorder down in front of Park Daechul, telling him to confess. "Confess all the crimes you have committed, then you can pay for all your sins." Holding the tape recorder in your hand, Park Daechul replied, "I understand, I will confess." Death continued, "There was one more thing." Hearing that, Park Daechul quickly looked up to see what it was. The god of death told Park Daechul to confess to Hong Jang-hyuk too, otherwise your family will have to endure the same pain. Park Daechul muttered dissatisfiedly, "What a devil." Park Daechul crouched down and bowed his head, accepting the invitation. Okay. Outside, it was still pouring rain like when the angel of death had just appeared. Scene changes to a clear blue sky morning at the hospital. People were buzzing and talking endlessly. Some people said, "Oh my god, I heard they found a few bodies hanging from that dam, including the body of a female student who was killed 30 years ago." Someone else responded, "Really?" The scene changes again to room 501 in the hospital. On the table is the shirt with a wide hood that the god of death was wearing earlier. The gossip is still loud outside. People say everything originates from Hong Jang-hyuk. On the bed was Jang Taizan. He had to be hospitalized because of post-concussion symptoms. Jang Taizan was on the bed, covered with a blanket, lying trembling. It turned out that he remembered the scenes from before, scared and said, "Everything went smoothly, but why do I still see those ghosts?" The news about Park Daechul's surrender has spread throughout social networking sites. The media is also constantly updating information about the case. This case has been posted on the main news and journalists are competing to comment about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of today's debate is about the case of 10 innocent citizens killed by gangsters. Now we would like to start with the details. The case was not only committed within the boundaries of Jiangsu City, and the government handled this matter too superficially. Not only the police but also the prosecutor took bribes from the gangsters, though this was also investigated and clarified. Another commentator continued, "What do you mean? Not only is it possible, there are also suspicions that politicians in the opposition are also involved in this case, so we need to conduct a thorough investigation." A woman in that group spoke up to defend politicians. "Don't insult politicians like that." The man sitting opposite objected, "I'm just telling the truth." The scene changes to the hospital. From inside the hospital, screams continuously ring out, making the entire hospital noisy. Inside the hospital room, Jang Taizan was raising his hands in front of his face, looking at the tears falling down his face. Looking scared, he said to himself, "Why do I see ghosts? I have become a shaman too, so what?" Wait a minute, Jang Taizan suddenly thought of an old man. He was startled, so he was also a ghost. "I died and he helped me go back to the past and live like this. Ah, it's so troublesome, I just have to rest first." He consoled himself that it's okay, Jang Taizan, everything will be fine. After saying that, he calmly lay down on the blanket and took a nap. But not long after he fell asleep, he had a nightmare, with ghosts continuously coming back to haunt his mind. He was scared and cried out for "Mom, please help me." His screams shook the entire hospital and echoed into other rooms, causing people passing by his room to jump. Jang Taizan is so afraid of demons attacking him that he always has to hold his hands in front of his face to defend, while his mouth continues to curse, "Fuck him too, there are so many dead people in this hospital, why, but these ghosts keep haunting me." Suddenly, a cry came from outside the door of Jang Taizen's hospital room, startling him. Looking through the window, Jang Taizen saw a shadow appear, his mouth trembling as he said it was a ghost. "Mom, help, save me." The door slowly opened, revealing the appearance of a woman. Seeing Jang Taizen sitting on the hospital bed, the girl quickly rushed towards him and hugged him, crying, "Taizen, brother, hoo-hoo. Do you know how worried I am about you? I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again, huh?" Jang Taizen also hugged the crying girl, Shiroyan. But I'm still supposed to be at school right now. Why did I go to the hospital?" Syrian cried while answering. "I haven't taken the exam yet. What's the point of studying? Even if I study a lot, I can't become a star." Hearing the girl's words, Jang Taizen was startled and stared at the girl with wide eyes, but still gently comforted her so she could calm down. Okay, I know." The girl still tried to hold Jang Taizen tightly because her fear of him losing consciousness had not yet ended. She looked up at Jang Taizen and asked with a wry expression, "Honey, are you still in pain?" Jang Taizen hesitantly said, "No, I'm fine." Syrian put her hand on Taizen's forehead to see how his wound was. The slender and soft hand of a teenage girl made this guy fall in love. Her hand was so soft. Syrian's hands touched Jang Taizen's face and nose. After seeing that there were no injuries or problems, she was happy. Luckily he didn't have a fever, but Syrian's actions seemed a bit too intimate, which made Jang Taizen was shy and unfamiliar. He felt like this atmosphere was a bit awkward. Suddenly, Jang Taizen's eyes changed and focused on her chest, probably because the distance between the two of them was too close. Jang Taizen looked at his round eyes and then froze as if he didn't know what was about to happen. Syrian's soft hands were resting on his cheeks. These emotions were truly indescribable. Taizen's eyes still didn't move. I thought in my head that it was too dangerous. His face was covered in sweat and his mind was thinking, "Taizen, this girl likes you. Why are you hesitating?" Syrian also seemed to understand what Jang Taizen was thinking, so her face was a bit shy, but looking at her face, she seemed to be enjoying it. Without letting Taizen say anything else, Syrian closed her eyes tightly, moving her face and body closer to Taizen. Seeing this, Taizen panicked and sweated profusely, not expecting this girl to be this strong, but maybe he was still shy so he spoke quickly. "Wait a minute, Syrian." Syrian still remained in the same state as Jang Taizen approached, but Taizen was now very confused, thinking about the person he secretly loved, but he already had a crush on Yane. But this girl looked so pretty. Suddenly, outside the door, there was a familiar-looking figure approaching and preparing to open the door of Jang Taizen's hospital room. Inside, the two of them were also in a face-to-face, lip-to-lip position. Taizen was hesitant in his mind, but kissing in this atmosphere wasn't too bad. "But Mom, what should I do now?" "Well, when the time comes, come now." After that, Jang Taizen also closed his eyes and slowly moved his lips towards Syrian. The distance was only 2 centimeters away. Suddenly the door opened and Yaren walked in, but seeing the scene before her eyes made her freeze for 5 seconds. She couldn't expect Taizen to be like this. She screamed. "What are you two doing?" Jang Taizen saw that the person he liked saw this scene, so he quickly pushed Rio aside and ran back to Yaren while calling Yaren as if he wanted to explain what he was doing. He looked at his Yaren sister and then pointed to her eyes to defend herself. "Sister, why are you here?" "Something flew into my eyes so I asked her to help me blow it out." Yaren stared at Taizen. Her eyes seemed a bit wet, then she stammered and said, "I thought you were injured but you look like you were still healthy. I came because I was worried about you." Syrian stood aside shyly, not daring to say anything while Taizen was crying as if he was about to cry. His appearance and expression seemed to be very regretful for the actions he had taken. He mumbled to himself, "How similar, it's like I'm being caught jealous." My mouth stutters. "I understand." Syrian was mad because Yaren had ruined the romantic scene she had longed for, but she couldn't do anything but gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and walked away. Stepping out, the two of them faced each other, but looking at the eyes of these two ladies, it was enough to know that they didn't like her at all, and it was probably because of a man, but on the outside, they still had to act normal and nothing. Syrian spoke to greet the other person first, showing respect to both superiors and subordinates. "Hello sister," but in her heart, she considered this older sister as a thorn in her eye that she couldn't look away from. As for Yaren, she was no different. On the outside, she appeared to greet Syrian gently. But in her heart, she couldn't help but want to teach this girl a lesson to mark her sovereignty and know where to stop. Jang Taizen also seemed to understand something, seeing that the atmosphere was quite dense. So he had to resolve it himself. He came next to the two of them, put their arms around their shoulders, smiled and talked intimately, invited them to sit down. "Let me go get some water." Having finished speaking, he let the two sit down on the chair and then went to get 2 bottles of water and offered them. On the chair 2 girls were sitting and talking, but it seemed like the atmosphere was not very comfortable. Syrian quickly asked Yaren, "The university entrance exam is about to arrive but the senior looks like she's free." Yaren also replied gently, but every sentence and every word made Syrian very difficult to hear. Taizen was injured, so no matter how busy he was, he had to come visit. Jang Taizen saw the two women talking to each other and secretly thought to himself, "Why do they keep smiling and glaring at each other? We need to change the atmosphere again." He walked over and sat with the two of them talking. "When have you been here, Syrian? You've already signed the contract, right?" Syrian heard that Taizen was interested in her and happily asked, "Wow, how did you know that?" It seems like you pay a lot of attention to me. The words were in response to Tyson, but the tone was directed towards Yaren, probably with the aim of provoking this senior. Jang Tyson just smiled indifferently and continued to ask Yaren, what about the senior? You just finished the midterm exam, right? Have the results come out yet? Yaren happily turned to Tyson and replied, you did your best, the thesis was the hardest part. Tyson said back, wow, what do you have to worry about? Your scores are always bad, I'm sure you'll pass. Yaren happily replied, is that true? I saw the two of them talking to each other happily, and it was very suitable for Syrian to sit next to her and be so angry that she could only frown to show her dislike but couldn't do anything. Tyson sat up and said loudly to cheer up Yaren's spirit, she will definitely do it. Tianquan awkwardly thought to himself, I just wanted to make the atmosphere less tense. But it seems that after the conversation just now, Tyson has made things worse, causing the two people's conflict to go even further. The two of them turned their faces in different directions, no one looked at the other and looked uncomfortable. They both told Tyson that they had finished drinking water but with a harsher voice than before. Tyson saw that things were getting worse and was confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. Suddenly he made another plan, I'm so hungry, let's go eat pizza, what do you think? What do you think? Syrian coldly asked back, are you asking me? And Yaren replied just fine. Tyson was so happy that he cried and said, you two wait outside for me, I have to go change clothes. The two people who heard that both pictured Tyson's muscular body in front of them. So Syrian quickly said, Hyun, you should just change clothes in front of us. Yaren also said, yes Tyson, it's okay. Scene changed to the company. From the room the employee is asking the department manager. Has the department manager looked at the profit rate yet? He looked at the papers in front of him and replied pile scene, then. Everyone kept saying, that guy was a stock god or something, or a genius. I watched it all again, everything was perfect. All the money was spent, completely legal, this guy is amazing. The head of the department also said, yes, so you guys should be diligent to regain your honor. When the staff heard that, they were startled and asked, why? The manager continued to say that an experienced stock trader like you guys is not even equal to a high school student. When the staff heard it, everyone looked dumbfounded and didn't understand what the manager meant. That's just a kid. On an early winter day, in the city, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. The scene at this time was so beautiful that everyone ran out to see it and exclaimed, wow, it's snowing, so beautiful, go. At this time, Tyson's family was gathering together to watch the first snow of the season. Everyone was excited, Tyson's sister happily said, it was the first snow of the season. Tyson's father, even though he had experienced dozens of snow seasons, was no longer as excited as the children were when they saw the first snow of the season. He just smiled in surprise and said, snow. While Tyson's two younger sisters were playing in the snow, he noticed his father's thoughtful expression. He was surprised and called out, Dad. Turns out, when he saw the snow falling, he immediately remembered the beautiful memories of when he was a soldier. He said, later, when you become a soldier, you will understand that, huh? Even though Tyson had not yet gone through military service, he acted very understanding and calmly replied, oh, I know, they are no different from piles of white poop falling from the sky, he said while thinking of the scene of the soldier struggling to shovel snow. When he saw that you guessed correctly, he was surprised and asked, you already knew? Hearing that, he felt guilty and sprayed glue on the spot. To avoid revealing the secret, he shook his father and immediately changed the topic of the conversation. Tyson pretended to ask his father, our house is almost ready, right? Making him helpless. Tyson's family's house is being rebuilt, expanding the area and renovating the inside, while still retaining the ancient look of a traditional house. His father just thought about the house and said, maybe next month you will be able to stay there. Suddenly, because she liked this place so much, his sister asked him, brother, will we be able to come here after high school? Then Tyson replied, of course, this place is very close to Zhangzhou High School, you can walk there. His brother happily replied, really? After watching the snow fall, everyone in the house sat at the table to enjoy fruit, and someone showed off their apple peeling skills, a very skillfully trimmed swan treading water. I also compliment you, the pond is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that her little daughter climbed up on the table to admire it and asked, how did you cut it like that? The complimented mother didn't say anything, just smiled confidently, and his fingers nimbly trimmed little by little. The father saw that the apples were of very good quality and immediately told the whole family that this batch of fruits absorbed a lot of sunlight and was more delicious thanks to natural nutrients. He thought the distributors would be very happy, like them. Tyson's father, thanks to growing clean apples, has now become a genuine organic farmer. Even the most demanding person, his mother, has to praise the deliciousness. The atmosphere was happy. Suddenly Tyson's mother mentioned about your work, son, have you been writing well lately? When Tyson heard about writing, he panicked, silently blaming his mother. Why did she suddenly ask like that? Before he could finish his bite, he apologetically replied, of course, I've already submitted 20 manuscripts, haha. He seemed to make it up and said with a smile, the publishing side said everything was very profitable. When the two kids heard that, they admired him and ran to compliment him. You're so good, I'll give you a massage. The mother, who did not know that he made money from buying stocks, still happily told the children to bother him and said, come on, stop bothering him, I will look younger, and then let's become Miss Korea. Suddenly he handed out an envelope. His younger brothers were surprised and asked, what is it? When they held the envelope in their hands, the children shouted happily, it was 200,000 won, my brother was the best, that's right, having money is happiness. His parents also often ask about his money, they probably think he works very hard, the whole family is simply enjoying themselves, no one is greedy, he is happy to see his younger siblings happy. My two younger siblings only had 200,000 won and were already so happy, he suddenly chuckled. Then the two ignorant children spoke up, brother, is this much? Having too much of anything will be boring, material things are the same, he thought to himself, everyone is still the same, it's just me that has changed too much. My stock assets have reached 100 billion. Because the profits I earn are too huge, the stock company will list me as a suspect, which is also the stock spending I will work for in the future. Tyson then asked his mother gently asked, what's wrong? He told his mother that he wanted to travel abroad for a while. She was a little surprised and worried and said, what, go abroad? Then he explained. You want to go here and there to find ideas for writing your own creek. The mother was not reassured and asked, but am I going alone? The boy replied, Mom, I'm a grown man, there are no children left. The other two were also surprised and shouted loudly, why, my brother is going abroad, besides, it's really not like that. The two children seemed to have found gold and stood begging, big brother, take me along. We will be coolies for you, and you too, let's go. Tyson flatly refused the two boys' offer, he said, no, if you want to tempt me, just practice for a few more years, The mother was very concerned about her son, she asked again, do you have a family yet? He seriously replied, yes mom. The mother was no better than the children, because she was worried about her child, she asked to go with him, his mother said, let's go with you. He was a bit surprised, his eyes widened and asked, oh, mom also wants to go, while the rest of us behind us still eagerly wanted to go. His mother confidently explained, actually, she can speak English, Spanish, and Japanese. I don't know why, haha. Not only Tyson, but all the kids were completely shocked. Tyson thought to himself, Mom knows 4 languages, why isn't she speaking now? When she saw everyone surprised, the mother shyly said, why are you so surprised? I graduated from Hong Kong University, ho ho. Mom knows 4 languages, he thought to himself, seeing him stunned, his mother said, I trust you mom, go have fun. Tyson blamed himself, saying, I'm a child without knowing anything. I feel so embarrassed to ask. At this time, the father was very proud of his beautiful wife, complacently telling his children that we must thank you, because we were born so beautiful and intelligent. He inherited good genes from his wife, you know. The two children saw their father showing off, but they did not lose, they bravely criticized their father, saying that it wasn't his fault that we might be better than them. Both father and mother were helpless and exclaimed, oh my god, kids. Then they burst out laughing, ha ha, dad is so stupid ha. The mother didn't stop her and laughed along, ha ha, you guys were joking. Suddenly, Tyson's mother called out, it's me, making his father turn in surprise. Quick as lightning, the mother hugged her husband tightly, saying comforting words. I love you very much he. The children who witnessed the scene were a bit shy, just thinking in their heads but not daring to say it out loud, we are still sitting here, you two don't sprinkle dog rice like that. I have goosebumps all over, I love you too, the two girls said and hugged their father. Tyson sat aside and silently exclaimed, yes, this is the feeling. It felt great, then he breathed a sigh of relief. The two children saw their older brother sitting absent-mindedly and scolded him, say something. What are you still doing there, go ahead, why bother, then he was pushed up and said, okay. Did push him. Suddenly, in Tyson's subconscious he heard someone calling him, the boy cried many times. Then he slowly opened his eyes, a figure was reflected in his eyes. He was startled when he saw that person. Are you awake? That mysterious person asked him, and he backed away in panic and said. Someone. Unexpectedly, that mysterious person was an old man with white hair and beard. He greeted Tyson and said, nice to meet you, young man. He still hasn't recovered from his soul and still asks, who is he? He looked sad and said when he heard you say that, sir, do I look that old? Tyson saw that he kept acting mysterious and refused to introduce himself, so he shouted loudly. I asked him who he was, even though he was older. The young man cursed and shouted at him. He angrily judged Nobita, the eldest man. See, this kid is insolent. Tyson looked at the surroundings and was even more shocked than asked, moreover, where is this? He introduced himself, don't be afraid, this is my house. What, is this place like that? He turned around and looked back silently assessing. Feeling like Tyson despised this place, he loudly explained that because it was a bit lacking, it looked a bit shabby. So what else do I have to learn? You seriously asked him directly. He fell into contemplation and thought for a while. Then he started showing off his achievements. He said, "When I was alive, I was fluent in 20 languages. After listening, you just didn't understand anything, so you asked him again." What did he mean? "However, I still have 50 languages I haven't learned yet," he continued. Tyson saw that it had nothing to do with him and asked, "So what?" He smiled smugly as if he had some intention. Finally he introduced himself. He said, "I am a foreign language expert." Chris Barnsdale smiled with a rather gentle look, holding a fan in his hand, and said, "I am a foreign language expert. My name is Chris Barnsdale." He continued to talk about his own education level with quite a sense of pride. "When I was alive, I had mastered 21 languages as my mother tongue, and I was still in the process of acquiring another 50 other languages." Jankison frowned, his face clearly showing discomfort, and replied, "What are you talking about? I mean, you know every language in this world. Now tell me where this is." He replied in a calm tone, "This is my private house, because I don't have many points, so it's a bit shabby." The male lead was still sitting on the ground in surprise. "Private house, really?" Then he smiled meaningfully and said, "I know you are still lacking in foreign language. So I will help you." Chris Barnsdale began to analyze seriously. Language is formed based on the connection between people. Language is also culture, the foundation of relationships. Without language, people can achieve any great goal. Jankison looked at him with worried eyes and thought to himself, "I thought he was also a fairy, but he looked very different from the people before. What did he want from me?" He still humbly said that to learn a language, you must know one thing: how to do it. The male lead kept looking at him and wondering why he appeared in someone else's dream and gave such a long speech. Chris Barnsdale looked solemn. Learning a language in an academic way is a stupid thing. Because the essence of language is communication, he still listened without missing a word. Filled with doubt in his heart, I couldn't help but listen attentively. There was something really strange about the way he talked. Then he raised his glasses, smiled happily, and said, "The most important thing is to choose the right teacher." The male lead slowly stood up and replied, "I understand. Can I ask a question?" He thought in his heart, "How suspicious." He replied, "Just ask." The male lead's eyes seriously asked, "What should I do next?" He placed his hands on both sides of his hips and asked, "Don't tell me." He had an epiphany just to say that. Chris Barnsdale was startled and surprised by Jankison's question and secretly exclaimed, "Wow, this kid." Jankison observed his expression and thought, "He looks confused. Maybe this is the first time." He silently said in his heart that what he just did was wrong. "You shouldn't have revealed so much. Why would you tell me about that point? If because you don't have many points, you have to stay in a shabby place like this." Jankison smiled confidently and secretly guessed that I was the best choice. The male lead crossed his arms, looking smug, and asked, "You're not a fairy, right?" Chris Barnsdale was suddenly startled and replied loudly, confused, "Of course it was." You looked at his attitude just now and began to analyze it. He didn't have any confidence at all. It stirred up his ego a bit. He confusedly explained, "Don't pay attention to what I just said. I'm not angry." Jankison still had that calm, complacent look and asked, "But why do you talk so much?" He stammered in response, then." Chris Barnsdale's face was full of worry and some confusion as he said, "When I was alive, I only buried my head in studying, so I didn't do much good." Silently scolding him, this kid said he only asked one question, but he asked too many questions. He was still confused and explained, "If we had more money, we would have donated more." Still, the male lead calmly interrupted and asked, "What about fairy tales?" Chris Barnsdale couldn't hide his best friend's worried feelings, which were clearly visible on his face as he tried to answer, "I studied foreign languages very hard, so when I died I became a god. It's a special language to call," Jankison exclaimed in his heart. "Oh, special language." The male lead suddenly understood the problem. "Got it. To earn points he must have contributed something. If I dig something up, maybe there will be an extra bonus." He slightly raised his mouth and smiled faintly and asked, "This is your first time teaching?" "Right." Then he wondered in his mind, "But what is that point? Do I need to have it?" When Mr. Chris heard this, he seemed quite guilty and loudly reproached me. "What do you mean? Why do you keep interrogating me like a fraud?" Jankison asked with a serious expression, "Have you registered to be crowned king? Did you suppress summoning me to earn more points?" He was startled and exclaimed, "Yoke." Still with that look, the male lead continued asking, "You also know that earning points is not easy, right?" Chris Barnsdale gasped in surprise. How did you know?" In panic, how did he know? He still stared at him with those serious eyes. Then he pursed his lips and remained silent for a moment. Chris Barnsdale looked down and sadly admitted, he was right, the karma points from the good deeds he did were very valuable. Jankison was surprised and stunned when he heard the words, karma points. He speculated. Were the points earned for doing good deeds? The male protagonist began to remember the good deeds he had done. His ancestor also praised him highly when he sacrificed his life to save that child, and recently he also took action to clean up the scum. I took care of a local gang and brought peace to Django High. Furthermore, discovering his unjust death is no small achievement. He was still skeptical and asked, "But why did he have to say so much?" Jankson smiled and said, "You can't just sit around and eat a golden bowl." Chris Barnsdale immediately denied, "No, I never had that thought." The male lead walked towards him while he was slowly backing away and asked, "So what have you been doing?" He raised both of his hands to indicate that he was innocent and replied, "I'm just introducing the theory, don't misunderstand me." The male lead's face suddenly changed, he smiled happily and said, "Can we have a relationship?" "Professor," he was surprised when the male lead called him that, "Professor." You asked a question that hit Chris Barnsdale's heart. "Tell me honestly, how much do you need?" When asked the right question, he hesitated for a long time without saying a sentence. "That's it." Then he looked down shyly, embarrassed and worried and replied, 50%. Jankson crossed his arms and continued asking, "If you marry without my consent, it's against the law, right, mister?" Chris replied, "Of course, that's why I'm talking to you properly." He wondered, what is 50%, damn it? The male lead thought and said, "I will only give you 20%. Chris Barnsdale immediately objected strongly, "No, that was too little." He said loudly, "That's just enough to build a main hall and put gravel on the ground." "You're so evil, at least let me plant more flowers." Hearing that, the male lead thought, "Is 30% okay?" He frowned and replied, "So call someone else, mister." Chris was surprised again, "What, how do you know that?" The male lead curled his mouth and smiled slightly, thinking he would accept it and then run away. Then he spoke up with a smug look, "Don't be so surprised, I'll call someone else, you know who I am." His eyes proudly said, "I am his descendant." Chris Barnsdale was stunned and fell to the ground, looking at him in panic and exclaiming, "You are." Looking at his appearance full of fear and panic made the male protagonist guess that the old man who revived me must be very powerful. If he knows 21 languages, then he can come here. I just wanted to detour a bit. Then Jank teased and showed a smiling face as if he had done a good job and said, "So let me increase it a little, 25%, mister." Chris heard that and said, "What?" He walked over and put his arms around his shoulders, laughed loudly and said, "Oh my god, you gave me so much, you're so generous, that's what you're thinking, right? It's nothing." Chris Barnsdale was sweating and worried as he looked at the male lead, not daring to refute. Then he hesitated and stammered in response, "Thank you," Jank teased and happily replied. "It's nothing, mwahaha." The male lead looked around and asked about another topic, "But why does this place have such Chinese architecture? There are so many Korean-style palaces and houses." He naturally replied, "Well, I just like Chinese architecture." The next day, in the city, the employee's voice asked, "How can I help you?" Jank teased and replied, "I came to meet the branch manager." The employee continued to ask, "Do you have an appointment?" He replied, "I don't have an appointment." When the employee heard this, he frowned and said, "Sorry, you can't meet the manager. Manager Steve Benson doesn't accept people without an appointment." The male lead smiled slightly and meaningfully. He slowly opened his briefcase and reached in to get something. The employee was bewildered and skeptical. "Why?" The male lead winked and said, "Just read it and you'll know." Looking at that set of papers, she was filled with doubts. "Was it a big business?" She replied, "Ah yes." Jank teased and smiled and comforted me, "Just be confident." Then the confused employee told him, "Please wait a moment." The male lead replied, "Yes." He looked at the employee who was turning around to make a phone call. Then Jank teased and looked around and felt nostalgic. "It's been a long time, I haven't been here." He smiled and thought, because this bank is very close to my securities company, so I often visit it. This feeling can only be experienced by reincarnated people. He smiled and said softly, "It was strange." The employee from earlier approached and bowed, "Mr. Benson, please come in." Then she guided the male lead to the place. "This way, sir." In my friend's heart at this moment, I realized that every time I have this feeling of nostalgia, I realized that I have really returned to the past. I didn't expect that I could go so far. Jank teased and took a deep breath and reminded himself to calm down. Now he was on his way to meet the branch manager of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, which only welcomes directors of large companies. He raised his hand to adjust his sleeve, his face clearly showing confidence. "There's nothing to be afraid of," Jank teased, "and everything has just begun." Jank teased and took a deep breath and reminded himself to calm down. Now he was on his way to meet the branch manager of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, which only welcomes directors of large companies. Jank teased's face clearly shows confidence. "There's nothing to be afraid of, everything has just begun." Upon arrival, the branch manager greeted him politely, "Hello, Mr. Jank." He politely introduced himself, "I am the manager of this bank, my name is Stephen Benz." The male lead also bowed his head politely and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Sir Stephen, my name is Jank T-sun." The bank manager suddenly complimented him, "Oh, your pronunciation is so good, did you study abroad?" T-sun thought to himself that the foreign language ability that Chris Barnsdale had imparted to him was truly effective. He calmly replied, "No, I just self-study." Stephen exclaimed, "Wow, that's really admirable." He politely invited, "Please sit down." The male lead replied, "Okay." The bank employee brought tea. She spoke, "Mr. Manager." He turned to look and said, "The tea has arrived." The staff slowly approached and put the tea on the table. Manager Stephen happily asked if Mr. T-sun liked to drink tea. The male lead also politely replied, of course. Jang T-sun smiled naturally and said, I really like black tea. The manager looked at him with doubt in his heart. The young man was still young and liked black tea. It seemed like he knew he liked black tea. He slowly poured the tea into a cup and explained that black tea that is not cooked according to Rule 333 will not be delicious. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, he kept talking about it. 3 grams of tea, 3 minutes and 300 milliliters of water is the standard. Jang T-sun took a sip of tea and said with a satisfied expression on his face, it was indeed very fragrant. Stephen Benz looked at him with wonder in his heart. He looked so young yet he looked so relaxed. That maturity and courage did not suit his age at all. He hesitated and asked, Mr. Jank, please forgive me, how old are you? You look like you're a college student, right? The male lead calmly and confidently replied, in a month I will be a third-year student in high school. Both were extremely surprised. The staff member said in shock, high school. Manager Stephen gasped and exclaimed, no way. He quickly took out his citizen identification card and student card from his briefcase and placed it on the table. The two of them stared at the 2 cards on the table, extremely surprised and exclaiming in their hearts, oh my god, Mr. Stephen said, it's real. Jang T-sun dispelled that awkwardness and politely complimented, this tea is really delicious, I would like another cup. The manager held in his hand the document that he had just given to the receptionist and said, Mr. Jang, I have read your document. With these huge figures, I couldn't believe my eyes. The male lead's eyes filled with pride as he thought, of course, because the total stock account balance has reached more than 250 billion won. He picked up the cup of tea and looked at him and said, then I'll get to the point. His face immediately became serious and asked, what is the purpose of your coming to see me? You came to deposit funds. Jang T-sun put his teacup on the table and replied, no sir, just the opposite. He confidently said, I came to borrow money. When Mr. Stephen heard that, he was confused and surprised, what, you borrowed money? He calculated in his mind that HSBC Group, the parent company of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, had many subsidiaries, such as stock investment companies as well as banks. Jang T-sun said the reason, I want to open an investment corporation in Hong Kong, I want to use that account to borrow money from the bank. He thought to himself, if you want to play big, you must have their help. He panicked and asked further, but, do you own any corporations? The male lead calmly replied, not yet, but tomorrow I will fly to Hong Kong. Then he looked at him seriously and asked, Mr. Stephen, will you help me? The bank manager's face couldn't hide his surprise and disbelief. Has this person done business in many countries before? He doesn't look like a young man at all. But then he nodded in agreement. Yes, his employee sitting next to him couldn't help but be surprised by that answer. He smiled gently and said, because Mr. T-sun is a big customer. Stephen seriously asked, how much do you want to borrow? Your staff was worried and stopped you, manager. Jang T-sun looked confident in himself. Even though he was not that old, Stephen still treated him like a VIP guest. He sat with a solemn posture, his face showing seriousness and replied, I will use my stock account as collateral, I want to borrow $1 million. When the 2 people heard the amount of money, they were shocked and exclaimed in unison. $1 million. The male lead looks confident and proud. Why are you 2 so surprised? This is just the beginning. In a Tao building, lawyer Joe showed the male lead a piece of paper and said, the business license has been approved. Then he reminded the male protagonist that teenagers have every right to start a business. But it is not an easy thing, Jang T-sun happily replied, lawyer Joe has worked hard. He expressed concern for you, but is that okay? You still have to go to school, didn't your parents say anything? Jang T-sun replied so that lawyer Joe could rest assured, recently, I achieved a perfect score in the mock exam and ranked first in the whole school. Then he thought in his head, to have a certificate with a seal, I also need to have consent from my parents. A corporation with an investment capital of 1 billion won can be established if accompanied by the certificate, family relationship certification, he happily said. I look forward to working with you in the future, lawyer Joe, you have already calculated. My parents will be responsible for household accounts, and lawyer Joe will be responsible for auditing. Lawyer Joe praised the male lead, saying that a high school student founded a corporation with an investment of 1 billion won, he is very talented. He wondered and asked, your company name seems a bit strange, does it have any special meaning? L-O-R. The male lead also happily answered, it's nothing special, its meaning is royal legend. Lawyer Joe was surprised, a royal legend. Then he worriedly asked, isn't that a bit ostentatious, why is the royal family here? Isn't everyone in this country from a royal family? Putting it like that doesn't make much sense. Zhang Tizhen raised his hands to adjust his vest, his face showing pride as he said, actually. L-O-R stands for return to being a legend. Lawyer Joe was surprised, why? The male lead's eyes were full of pride, thinking, returning to being a legend, returning to the legend. He reminded himself that he couldn't reveal to everyone that he was a regressor, he would soon be a legend. At night, from a high-rise building looking down at the beautiful city scene at this time, the male lead exclaimed in admiration, "So many lights, so great." He held the fork in his mouth and excitedly wondered, what should he eat first? Jiang Tijan is happy to eat delicious food, but high school students can't drink alcohol. So instead of eating at a luxury restaurant. Then he turned to look at everyone around and smiled and said, eating buffet is much better. He reached out and opened the can of Coke. Happy pouring it into the cup. Enjoying it with joy. Then he raised his eyes and looked up. In front of Jiang Tijan's eyes, a girl suddenly appeared. She was carrying a white bag, wearing a black shirt with a striped skirt and black socks. The male lead looked intently and his face turned completely red. The girl stopped in front of him. Jiang Tijan still couldn't take his eyes off her, his nose was bleeding out, his mouth was open but he couldn't close it, his hand was still in the position of pouring soft drink into the cup, causing the water to spill out but he's still looking intently and admiring. Mom, it's so beautiful. That girl opened her mouth to call CEO Jiang Tijan. An extremely beautiful girl with long hair tied in a ponytail was standing right in front of Jiang Tijan. The woman happily sitting in front of Tijan introduced herself, I am Yusera, I had an interview with lawyer Zhou Yuanda. Tijan looked at the girl in front of him and smiled, she was so beautiful, Yusera shyly replied, thank you. The CEO also looks very handsome. Tijan continued very comfortably, people often complimented me on looking younger than my age. Yusera saw him like that and hesitantly answered yes. Tijan was pleased with the thought, it's not just about looking, he's young, actually. After saying that, Tijan picked up the glass of wine in his hand and took a sip. Yusera didn't expect the interview location to be a buffet restaurant, so she felt a bit uncomfortable. Tijan didn't think so and naturally smiled and said, in my opinion, communicating at the dinner table will make it easier to become friends. The era of 4.0 technology is almost here and people need to change too, huh? The era of 4.0 technology. Yusera was surprised to hear him say that. Tijan knew he was being rude so he quickly explained, sometimes people need to change old habits, that's what I mean. Tijan quickly regained his composure and said, that's the company's criteria. Yusera was a bit confused but still replied, yes. After sitting and talking for a while, I still didn't see him mention the interview, so Yusera immediately mentioned it, so let's start the interview now. Tijan heard that and immediately refused. She can go to work tomorrow. Yusera couldn't believe she received such an answer, but you haven't looked at my profile yet. Tijan looked at her panicked expression and laughed loudly, she was recommended to me by lawyer Zhou Yuntai, that's enough. Why do I have to look at the profile, oh but. Seeing her so worried, Tijan added, there's not much to do right now. If you need a foreign language certificate, you can go to school now. Yusera still couldn't believe it after listening, why was it so easy, was it because the job was too simple, or was the salary too low? Tijan looked at the girl with a worried expression and sighed. Yusera looked straight into Tijan's eyes and said worriedly, tell me how much my salary is per year. It turned out that she was worried about this issue. Tijan smiled and replied that his annual salary is 70 million won, the company will provide 4 basic types of insurance. After hearing this, Yusera screamed loudly, shocking even the people sitting in the restaurant. What, 70 million won? The waiter passing by saw her screaming like that and immediately expressed his displeasure. Looking at her surprised look like that, Tijan thought she was dissatisfied with him saying so little. Yusera was surprised and quickly waved her hand and said, no, it's very different. After listening, Tijan added with satisfaction, there will be an additional bonus of 400% each year and other bonuses, there will also be a holiday bonus that will be given during the vacation. Yusera stammered, let me ask, are you running an entire corporation? Tijan froze when he heard her question, it seemed like the group was interested. Suddenly Tijan laughed loudly, no, what business are you doing? Tijan jokingly said, I'm a thief. This time it was Yusera's turn to be stunned by his words. A mysterious smile appeared on Tijan's lips, this thief would steal the whole world. In the airport lobby, the loudspeaker announced that flight E603 was arriving in Hong Kong and the gate at Terminal 12 was closing. When Tijan walked outside, it was extremely crowded. They chatted with each other in Hong Kong very happily. Tijan smiled and thought to himself, so knowing many foreign languages is like this, just overnight, cheers for breaking the rules. Tijan suddenly remembered what the professor said, I think you lack foreign language skills and I will help you. Looking at the past posts book in my hand, it is Korean Airlines E603 first class cabin. Everyone in the airport saw Tijan not waiting in line and immediately expressed their attitude. What the hell, why doesn't he stand in line, who does he think he is? He's already in first class at such a young age, so cool, he's an idol, so handsome. The flight attendants, knowing that this was a high-ranking customer, respectfully said. "Sir, the plane is about to take off here. We have available beefsteak, Korean food, and a list of wines for you to choose from." Taejeon was quite embarrassed that this girl kept leaning close to his face. "Oh," the flight attendant said, "dessert again, there will be bread, salad, and fruit. What kind of wine do you want?" Taejeon smiled shyly and replied, "I don't drink alcohol, thank God I'm still a student." The flight attendant pouted slightly and gave him a small piece of paper, then Taejeon happily accepted it, yes. When he opened it, he was startled. It said, "You're really handsome, please call me when you're free." Oh my God, I can't have a peaceful day. After that, no one bothered him anymore and the plane gently took off. Hong Kong International Airport. Taejeon walked down to look at everything in the lobby. Suddenly someone called out, "CEO Zhang Taejeon." The woman holds a sign that reads Zhang Taejeon. Taejeon came closer and said, "Oh yes. This woman wears red shoes. Extremely beautiful, making Taejeon have to look at her." The woman's lovely voice interrupted my brother's look. "I would like to introduce myself. I work for CEO Zhang's secretarial office, my name is Claire Lee. I represent HSBC Group here to welcome you." Taejeon also smiled back, "Yes, I'm Zhang Taejeon, just call me Daniel Zhang. I will escort you as a VIP guest. Have you had your meal yet?" Sitting in the car, Taejeon happily said, "I had a snack at the airport." Claire Lee ventured to ask the CEO if this was a venture capitalist or the third generation of the corporation. The car drove down the road accompanied by Taejeon's voice, "That's not it. My father is an organic apple farmer. Oh, I also like organic apples." Taejeon looked at her and said, "If you have a chance to visit Korea, just contact me, I will take you to visit traditional houses and farms." Claire was extremely excited and said, "Can I come and play?" "Her eyes are so beautiful," Taejeon silently exclaimed. Of course, she is always welcome, and also full of charm. After practicing the 5 pearls Tai Chi, my outlook on life has become bolder and more courageous. The car carrying the two of them finally stopped. We arrived. The driver got out of the car and tilted it open for Taejeon. He slowly got out of the car and looked at everything around him. Before his eyes was the headquarters of Hong Kong Commercial Bank. His face suddenly changed to become more sinister. Now it's time to extort money from the tiger's mouth. The person in charge of the investigation couldn't hide his surprise when he saw Taejeon's report. It's amazing how young he is. Can this report be trusted? The blonde-haired man seriously affirmed, "The legal team has confirmed it." The deep voice in the darkness makes people uneasy, his whole body is surrounded by darkness. There must be some reason to entrust such a large amount of money to a teenager. Could it be that he is secret heir, if not an investment genius? That a plus credit rating is not what an individual can have but a person who mortgages a stock account worth hundreds of billions to borrow $100 million. It is true that a super mortgage can be said to be a transaction with a high recovery rate. The department head at this time sees nothing to worry about. So I don't understand why the director is so worried. The profit rate is 15% per year. After listening, the director had to admit, yes, it was a perfect profit, but at the same time it was also very strict. Taejeon stood in front of the commercial bank's headquarters and thought to himself. Finally arrived at the headquarters of Hong Kong Commercial Bank. Clara turned around to look at Taejeon and said, "Let's go in, everyone is still waiting for you." Taejeon happily replied, "Okay." As soon as the other man saw Taejeon, his heart became even more tense. Even the director frowned when he saw him enter. Clara immediately spoke up and said, "I've already picked up CEO Zhang." The director, according to protocol, immediately went to the door to welcome him to Hong Kong. "I am Leo Stewart, Director of Financial Investment at HSBC. This person is Department Head Harry Lawrence." Taejeon shook hands with the director and said, "It is an honor that you are all British aristocrats. My name is Daniel Zhang." Facing the teenager in front of him, Leo Stewart thought to himself. Standing under a giant financial corporation, he is still very calm. This person cannot be underestimated. Leo Stewart suddenly asked, "If you know about my family, are you studying abroad in the UK?" Taejeon replied that I'm not an international student, I'm just interested in England. The Stewart family is very famous. Leo Stewart laughed loudly, so no wonder when I first heard the name CEO Zhang, I was very sympathetic. The director turned to Clara and said, "Let's talk privately." Clara, after listening, Clara respectfully replied, "Yes." Taejeon looked sinisterly at the girl walking out. Leo Stewart is extremely comfortable chatting. "Let's have tea, CEO Daniel." Okay, to this day I still remember the smell of black tea at branch manager Stephen Benson's office. "Can I have a cup please?" Hearing that, the director immediately poured tea for him. CEO Daniel is the best Korean I've ever met. Tyson pulled back his shirt and said coldly, his pronunciation was very accurate and fluent, thank you. Harry Lawrence looked at him curiously, but I was curious. Tyson saw him hesitate like that and said, please just ask. Harry Lawrence is no longer wandering around anymore. Are you developing a new stock investment program? If so, I'm willing to spend a lot on royalties. Suddenly screams came from the office next door, making the two directors and department heads frown in confusion. At this time, Tyson stared at the two of them and said, I just invested by instinct. Leo Stewart was startled by this sentence. What? Harry Lawrence was equally surprised. Instinctively. Yes, for some reason, every time I look at the map I know which one will increase. Like a favor from the gods. The two of them were both bewildered at this moment. No one would vote by instinct. What kind of divine grace? Very quickly, Leo Stewart returned to his normal appearance. Thank you very much for this mortgage document. You can use stocks to borrow money. In Hong Kong, all citizens 18 years of age and older will be allowed to own a corporation. Member. Our bank will take care of that. Tyson said gratefully, thank you, I will never forget this kindness. Achieving his goal, Tyson secretly thought that profits from foreign investment would not be taxed because he had registered for domestic tax and could be completely exempted. I will use Hong Kong as an intermediate stop. I will open a business as a corporation in tax havens and the most secure Swiss bank accounts. If I go through a few steps, they won't be able to wait for me. Just like no one knows about the real owner of hot money. Leo Stewart said, so. Funds will be transferred to the account the day after the group is established. What do you see? Tyson smiled and said, I agree. Leo Stewart gave the contract to Tyson and said, so please sign this contract until then. You will be provided with a full range of legal and decisive administrative services including secretarial services. When we got outside, it was raining a little. Clara said, it's raining. A pair of black shoes appeared. Tyson was holding an umbrella for the two of them. So I wanted to go for a walk. Clara contemplated the rain. Winter rain reminded me of Chicago. Tyson asked her, did you live in America when you were young? The two of them walked together in the rain, talking. No, I went to college in the US. I studied business administration in Chicago. Tyson heard that and said, oh, so you are a Chicago student who supports neoliberalism. After hearing this, Clara's smile became even brighter. Her courage and passion burned for the results of capitalism's determination. Other than those things, I didn't care about anything else. Clara mustered up the courage to ask him, when I left the office. I saw his eyes change. Did something happen when I left? Tyson looked at her silently. Remember what I said earlier. Wait, director, I'm here to change the contract. Leo Stewart shouted, what? The contract is already perfect. Harry Lawrence continued in surprise, the profit rate is 15%. Investing also has risks, so that rate is necessary. Tyson coldly said, it's not that. Isn't that what happened? The director and department head looked at him in confusion. Tyson firmly said, I want to increase the loan amount. Leo Stewart's face softened slightly and he asked, how much do you want to increase? Tyson chose to stay silent and didn't answer right away. After a while he said, $200 million, the interest is 20% for a period of 1 year. The two of them gasped in surprise at this moment. $200 million. 20%. Ah. Tyson put everything aside and told Clara that there is no sound that can stabilize a person's mind and body like the sound of afternoon rain. Clara also agreed, I especially like the sound of rain falling on the sea. The light turns red. The two of them stood together waiting in the rain. Tyson looked at the approaching motorbike in panic. Eh? The man shouted loudly, the brakes are broken, it's very dangerous, please stay away. Clara looked at the car rushing towards her and stood motionless in fear. There was no time to avoid it. Tyson quickly hugged her around to avoid worrying and asked if she was okay. Looking at the situation before her eyes, Clara trembled in fear. After watching for a while, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Today is the day to take Jang Tyson's driver's license test. The examiner announced that congratulations, candidate 47 had met the requirements. Jang Tyson held his driver's license, grinned, and said, great, now I can buy a sports car. The scene changes to a company, when the sky has darkened. Briefly, this is BMJ Investment Limited Liability Company, a company secretly established in Hong Kong. BMJ is the abbreviation, by Big Mountain J, is the English translation of Jang Tyson. There was a hand typing furiously on the keys. That person thought to himself that a company had just merged with a company in Latin America. It would take a long time for them to track him down. That person's eyes clearly showed tension. His eyes kept staring at the computer screen. That person thought to himself, from now on, I have to put all my heart and soul into it. It turned out that the person who was typing continuously all this time was Jang Taizhen. Looking at the data appearing on the computer screen, he whispered, "These are investments that can turn millionaires into beggars overnight." His eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to blink, because if there were any errors in the data, he would have to exit the game immediately. Jang Taizhen clicked continuously, muttering, "Paying the deposit." Jang Taizhen thought to himself, "According to the plan, I will deposit $3,190 for each contract." Thinking about this, he smirked. The real deal is a contract of up to $47,850. Do company, Jang Taizhen was secretly happy. In January of the year 2007, the domestic futures market reached its peak. From May, people began to access this market. Investment in raw materials, especially oil, becomes more exciting than ever. From then on, oil prices will increase like crazy. Jang Taizhen's eyes became steadfast. He whispered, "People always say that the delayed delivery market is just a shadow of the spot market. We have to predict the flow of both delayed and spot delivery markets." Thinking about it, he started typing continuously, starting to predict the flow of the two markets. After checking the flow of the two markets, he was satisfied, smiled and said, "Great, the total investment amount used today is $47,850,000. Jang Taizhen was surprised and happy to realize that the total spot investment was over $713 million. Jang Taizhen finished arranging the documents and happily said, "That's enough for the Hong Kong company." He sat relaxed, put his hand on his chin and said, "Now let's move on to lore." More fun and more fun, Jang Taizhen realized, suddenly the amount of money in his account had reached more than $750 billion. Jang Taizhen moved the mouse and said, "Tomorrow. Just this click." His voice firmly said, "I will create a storm." Currently, Jang Taizhen is sitting in a dark room. There's no one, no light, only the glimmer of light from the computer. Just the next morning, someone shouted so loudly that it caused a disturbance in the whole company. That person shouted, "Chief, we are in trouble." The head of the department immediately came over and said angrily, "What is this commotion so early in the morning?" The New York building collapsed. The other employee widened his eyes and looked at the computer screen, stammering and saying, "It's all gone." After listening, the manager didn't understand anything. He asked, "What did you say? What did you say?" Both of them looked at the computer, their jaws dropped. The employee shouted loudly, "The stock saint had withdrawn the investment fund." The manager panically replied, "What?" He was so nervous that he was sweating and said, "Please be more specific. How much that person withdrew?" The employee was also equally nervous at this time, hesitantly answering, "Yes, 100 billion. After listening, the head of the department opened his eyes and mouth and shouted, "What, 100 billion? The manager angrily said, "Why is it suddenly like this? Yesterday was still normal." The staff at this time could only look down, not knowing what to say. The manager turned to the employee from earlier and said, "So, where did those demons go? Have you checked?" The nervous employee turned around and replied, "Early in the morning, it was transferred to an investment company called Lore using an affiliated account." The manager added, "What's wrong with the bank? How can it have 100 billion? Just early in the morning, the main bank already had a large fund empty." Suddenly, the head of the department shouted loudly, "Contact Lore Group quickly." The employee could only listen and replied, "Yes, I'll do it right away." The scene changes to Lore Company. The secretary is busy answering the phone. She answers the other line, "Yes, Lore Investment Company, please listen, ComShares, the CEO is not here right now." Currently, Yuzara has to listen to two phone calls at the same time, making it impossible for her to manage. Yuzara thought to herself, "What day is it today? Why do people keep calling?" Another call came in. She quickly picked up the phone. On the other end said, "Hello, I'm Yang Sungkuan, Director of Loan Department of National Financial Bank. I can talk to you, CEO. No, I didn't expect Jang Taizhen to have such a big impact." Yuzara hesitantly replied, "Bank in the country." The other end of the line continued, "I have an emergency." Yuzara sighed, thinking, "What's going on?" After hanging up the phone, Yuzara said with a dissatisfied expression, "I don't know what happened to him." At this time, Jang Taizhen suddenly appeared again. When Yuzara saw that, she suddenly cried out. Jang Taizhen walked in and said, "Miss Sarah, do you still have coffee?" Seeing Jang Taizhen, she quickly said, "Mr. CEO, you have a phone call from the broker in the bank." When Jang Taizhen heard that, he stopped his feet, put on an unpleasant face and said, "Because I withdrew money, they made a fuss. I know how to calculate my money myself." Jang Taizhen sipped his cup of coffee with thoughtful eyes and asked Yuzara, "Have you prepared the things I told you to do?" Yuzara smiled and replied, "I'm ready, you'll see when you go down to the parking lot." Jang Taizhen immediately changed his face and happily turned to thank her. He kept his eyes open and said, "If they call again, just hang up." When Yuzara heard that, he hesitantly replied, yes." Jang Taizhen went into the elevator to go down to the parking lot. where there was the item he asked Yuzara to prepare for him. His face was full of confidence, thinking, the government will soon find a solution, tax exemption policy for foreign investment profits within 3 years. That welcoming policy will be the stepping stone for his return, only fools. I don't know how to take advantage of what I have, Jang Taizhen chuckled. The elevator was slowly moving down to the parking garage, and a moment later the door opened. At this moment, what caught Jang Taizhen's eyes was a red car. Jang Taizhen stopped a bit and then started to approach the car. Seeing the car, Jang Taizhen couldn't keep calm and shouted with joy, the ultimate convertible, Porsche 912, 3,824 cubic centimeters model, 5-speed automatic transmission and 6-cylinder engine linen. Jang Taizhen climbed into the car with confidence and whispered, let's drive. He pushed the car's gear lever up, stepped on the accelerator and the car started moving. The car was going so fast that Jang Taizhen could not see both sides of the road clearly. Jang Taizhen drove so fast that the place where the car passed was filled with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Over here, Li Yaren is attending the awards ceremony for students who won excellent awards, the mayor said. Excellent student Li Yaren received a scholarship to Seoul University of Law. The mayor will give her a portion, special reward. In Li Yaren's hand right now is a certificate of merit, which is the certificate awarded to the winning student. The mayor mobilized everyone to give her a warm round of applause. Hearing that, she was secretly happy and smiled. Standing in front of other students, she felt extremely proud of the results she had achieved. Outside the sky is very clear right now. Jang Taizhen's porch is slowly entering the campus. Currently, Jang Taizhen is holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers in his hand. Jang Taizhen carried a bouquet of flowers to school because he knew today was the day the person he liked graduated. Jang Taizhen smiled brightly, holding a bouquet of flowers in both hands as he walked. Jang Taizhen rehearsed what to say as if he was talking to real Li Yaren. He said, the senior congratulated her on her graduation. MC read the announcement that student Li Yaren had excellently won a scholarship to attend a Korean law university. The mayor will present you with a special gift. Please invite Li Yaren. The students below were all excited to continue listening. Say a few words to your parents. Li Yaren walked up to the podium to speak with an extremely happy tone. First of all, I would like to thank my parents. Thanks to their kindness in nurturing me, I am here today. I would also like to send my sincere thanks to the principal, as well as the teachers and friends who wholeheartedly supported me on my learning path. Finally, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the seniors and juniors of this school. While Li Yaren was speaking, the figure of a man wearing leather shoes and holding a bouquet of flowers approached. I promise to always try my best to become the pride of Jeonju Girls' School. While Yaren was continuing her speech, below a female student was surprised by the appearance of a guy. A few girls looked at the guy and exclaimed in surprise, ah. Others blushed thinking, so handsome, mom. And the boy saw the person he was looking for and smiled, here she is. Li Yaren heard it and turned around in surprise, ah. Then suddenly she smiled and said, here it comes. The guy happily raised his hand and called out, EMS, Yaren. Before he could wait for his sister to respond, a shadow appeared and pushed his shoulder, startling Jang Taizhen. The man walked over and hugged Yaren's shoulder, smiled, took a photo with me. She was also very happy. I just arrived, I was waiting for you all this time. It seemed that those words made the man very satisfied. He smiled and looked at Yaren affectionately. Her mother stood to the side, holding up the camera, cutting across two people looking at each other passionately and asking, can I take a picture? The man hugged Yaren's shoulders, looked around and smirked. If they admired her beauty so much, why didn't they print a mask with her picture on it and wear it? Hearing that, Yaren could only smile shyly. This guy. Jang Taizhen was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw that scene. After being stunned for a long time, he finally blurted out a complete sentence, Ms. Yaren. On this side, Yaren was still happily laughing and joking with that man. She playfully teased him, what if no one wants to marry me? The man laughed along with her. Don't worry, I'm here. Yaren pouted, it's okay, Taizhen, don't be stunned and look at the playful scene on the other side. His hand holding the bouquet of flowers tightened. He was stunned as he remembered what happened recently, so that's it, no wonder she hasn't been responding to his messages lately, yet I'm still naive, clinging to the memories of that first love. In my previous life, I went through 3 breakups, but until now, I still feel so much pain. Suddenly Taizhen heard a sentence that made him both startled and suspicious. I didn't expect that my nephew is your Yaren Sr., I am truly honored. In front of him appeared 2 middle-aged men shaking hands and chatting politely. It is an honor for my niece to be respected by you so much. The other person also replied, oh my god, it's nothing. In the future, I hope the judge will pay more attention to my nephew. The middle-aged man who was Yaren's family member smiled brightly. The children were all grown up. It's very difficult to keep an eye on them, ha ha ha. Taizhen was stunned. That person. Could it be the judge of the Politburo, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Lee Kong-suk? Later, he will be promoted by the president and become Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The remaining middle-aged people also laughed loudly. I owe it all to you. Tizin unconsciously sweated, thinking, they will become high-ranking officials of the National Assembly and even the High Court. At this time, Yaren's father shouted again, Yaren, stand a little closer to Dong Zhong. This word startled Tizin, Dong Zhong. On this side, Yaren and Dong Zhong happily posed for photos. Tizin looked at Dong Zhong and frowned. I had seen him on TV before. He is the third son of the Anna Group. Oh, Dong Song. He is an excellent young man who passed into a Korean law university. After passing law school, he was promoted to work at the corporation and became a director at a very young age. He is a notorious playboy who often appears on social networking sites. At this time, two female students approached Tizin. The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail spoke up. What are you doing? Please give me your phone number. The girl next to me also smiled shyly. Tizin didn't turn his head to look but just politely replied, sorry, please. Leave me alone, my mood is not good. That conversation scene attracted Yaren's attention. She was startled and stammered, Tay Tizin. Hearing the call, he looked up as if his eyes were filled with only indifference. That look startled Yaren, Dong Zhong next to him saw her staring at him and wondered, what's wrong, do you know him? On this side, Tizin just silently looked at her. Yaren smiled wryly and denied, no, I just recognized the wrong person, I'll just take a photo. Saying that, Yaren took Dong Zhong's arm intimately. This scene caught Tizin's eyes and made him laugh mockingly. Women always like successful guys like him, the young master of a large corporation compared to the son of a farmer. No matter how I compare, I can't compare to Dong Zhong. Around Yaren, gradually there were a lot of people crowding around asking to take pictures with her. Sister, take pictures with us too, sister. In the end, Tizin decided to turn around and leave and laugh at himself. That's it, this life is like that. He left. Behind him there were cheers and praises for Yaren. Congratulations, you are my idol. Outside the schoolyard is filled with sunlight. Tizin looked at the bundle of flowers and smiled to himself, what should I do with this now? Suddenly he saw a figure. It was a very shy-looking girl with large glasses that covered most of her face. The girl standing there looked very sad. Behind the girl suddenly appeared two middle-aged figures. The man's shadow spoke up, honey, our sarong has graduated. The silhouette of a woman next to me also smiled in response, my child is still growing up even without us by his side. I'm so happy, daughter. Tizin looked at that scene and just smiled and breathed out, oh my god, do I still see ghosts? That girl named Sarung suddenly burst into tears. Her shaking voice softly calling out, Dad, Mom. It seemed that scene made Tizin unable to turn a blind eye. He took a step forward. Coming in front of the girl, he held out a bouquet of flowers with wishes, congratulating her on her graduation. His appearance startled Sarung. She received the bouquet of flowers in surprise, thanking her, but, who are you? He did not answer her question but just smiled and said, your parents said, thank you for growing up until today. The aunt and uncle really hope that she will live a happy life, on behalf of her as well. As he spoke, his eyes softened as if remembering something. But these words shocked Sarung. Why? He didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. He turned around and smiled at her. Let's live happily. As he walked, he smiled because he had done a good deed, so the flower already had its owner. Behind him, the two silhouettes of Sarung's parents bowed as if to thank him. That evening, outside the window of a house covered in snow, a voice rang out, hey boy. Open your eyes. Come on, wake up. Just falling in love leads to this situation. On the sofa was Tizin with disheveled clothes and sleeping so drunk he didn't know what was going on. Hey you, that voice, after a while of babbling, woke Tizin up. He opened his eyes slightly then suddenly jumped up and screamed when a black shadow appeared in front of him. I'm scared, Mom, is it a ghost again? That person laughed when he heard that, you don't know me. After hearing my name, you will recognize me immediately. I am Giacomo Casanova, Knight of Sungal. It was a man with long hair, wearing a shirt that revealed his muscles. Tizin was startled, Casanova. Giacomo Casanova looked at Jang Tizin and smiled and said, you and I are quite similar, young man. Jang Tizin heard it and immediately woke up, his eyes widened and asked again. Are you really Casanova? It's Giacomo Casanova, the legendary love assassin. Let Jang Tizin believe that he's Casanova. He looked at him happily and said, let me make a deal with you. Hearing about the contract, Jang Tizin seemed interested but looked surprised. Not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Giacomo Casanova was born in prosperous Venice. At the age of 15, Giacomo Casanova was the head priest of a monastery. At the age of 16, he became a doctor of law, with expertise in medicine, mathematics and even chemistry. After studying, he became a famous businessman. After listening to Giacomo Casanova's biography, Jang Tizin accepted the contract, so let's negotiate. The scene changes to the securities company. From inside the company's room, the sound of the manager is shouting loudly after hearing the bad news. What? That person has disappeared. He has withdrawn from the linked account. Is there any trace of him or not? The trembling employee stammered in response. I couldn't find anything. It seems that the linked bank account has been closed. And once the account is closed, all data will completely disappear. After hearing this, the department head felt like he was being sprayed with glue. His face turned dark and he couldn't say a word. The staff also didn't believe that a kid who was only in high school could have the talent to do these things. He said while trembling, how could he be so skilled at such a young age? After a while, the office chief pondered again. In fact, very few people dare to come to us to borrow $200 million. On this side, the blonde employee, after a while of research, was startled and surprised and turned to inform the manager that the account balance in Korea was increasing dramatically. The head of the department also quickly walked over to see him and asked, was it $400 million? Where was the Korean fund invested? The employee told the manager that according to my investigation, it was probably Google's stock. The manager asked again. What about the profit margin? Yes, now it's only 1%. The department head was startled when he heard it. Why? He thought again in his head, choosing Noogle, which means he is aiming for a long-term investment, or he just wants to take care of his health. Then the head of the department turned around and shouted loudly, telling Steven to continue to maintain contact with him and to win his favor by all means. The blonde guy heard that and sweated but still had to go hard. The snake obeyed the command, knowing clearly. The manager stood by the window thoughtfully. Although I didn't know what was going on, it seemed like he was holding a terrible secret. I didn't know what would happen next. At this time, the news is buzzing with economic news. Currently, oil prices, after a period of high growth, have now begun to decline. Jang Tyson, sitting in the car, heard it and said to himself, it must have been about 20% in just a few days, but he made such a huge profit. Red and black is the scariest thing in this life. Tomorrow it's Tet, so when the product was released, they were frantically trying to buy it. Just knowing how to manipulate the market, the profit is $285,200,000 with a profit margin of 20% on 300,000 contracts. In just a few days, I have earned $400 million. Plus the initial capital of $200 million, the amount I have is $600 million. That number will still grow among its secret banks. Thanks to Casanova, I have more understanding about market indices, so when doing business I can make more informed decisions. And grasping the core events, my mood was lifted in the blink of an eye. I also learned how to control my emotions. Breaking up also needs to be done carefully. Next year, the relationship between Mint and Yarin will only be that of senior and junior. Everything will end here. Now all we need to do is accelerate back quickly to celebrate with our parents. Let's get on the gas. Outside, the street was bustling with people wishing each other a happy new year. And Jang Tyson was still eager to return to see his parents. In his heart, he was extremely grateful to Casanova for giving him so many things to achieve what he is now. Thank you, Mr. Casanova. After a long journey, he finally arrived home. The young man was always sad because his family was poor. His parents worked as farmers. Today, he returned home with a very proud atmosphere. He got out of the car elegantly, looking at the house in front of Jang Tyson. He felt so happy and proud that he felt it was really great to have money. Carrying a bunch of luxury items in hand, looking at the house and smiling. My house should be like this. The old tile roofs have been replaced, the ruined walls have been rebuilt with red bricks. Wow, it looks much better than before, haha. Suddenly, something seemed to appear, making him freeze in surprise. So it was his beloved dog. Seeing the dog healthy, he was extremely happy. Obju, indeed, when the owner lives well, the dog will bring luck. Suddenly, from inside the house, there were a few familiar voices arguing back and forth. Making Jang Tyson, who didn't know what was going on, widen his eyes and perk up his ears to listen. I'll help you, it's a big profit. The voice of a man continued. Please lend me some more money. I've already signed the contract, but now I don't have enough capital. If I can borrow from you, the interest will be much lighter than the bank's interest. Jang Tyson heard the voices and the content of the story and probably guessed who it was. He thought in his mind that they were truly shameless people who don't know any shame. Unable to bear the anger, Jang Tyson's mother shouted loudly, "Are you guys too much? It's been a long time since the whole family had a chance to gather together to celebrate the holidays together, yet you guys only care about money. No one feels embarrassed in front of their parents' ghosts." Tyson heard his mother scream and felt relieved. My mother must have had to hold back for a long time, so today she got angry like this. Now is the time. We have to prove our status as the eldest child in the family. So let's stir up the atmosphere. Tyson approached the house and shouted loudly. Father, mother, your eldest son is home. The thin figure of Jang Tyson's mother slowly walked closer and opened the door. Seeing her son come home, she was happy. But right at the time when the family was in discord, it made her feel awkward. Not wanting him to come inside to hear the painful words. As for Jang Taizhen, he still acted as if he didn't know anything. He happily asked his mother. "What's wrong, Mom? What's going on at home?" Then he followed his mother into the house where his aunts and uncles saw him and shouted loudly. Each of them started to criticize him. Who was that? Was it Taizhen? Were the adults talking like that? Ignoring that, the uncle who was greedy for money continued to shout loudly at Taizhen's father. "Hey, let's continue what we were talking about. Why do you suddenly have so much money? Don't tell me it's money from your parents. Even the village doesn't know what you do to earn so much money. How do you make money? Please help us, please. How long are you going to be a civil servant? Can't you live a more dignified life? You have so much money, so what's the point of having brothers?" Jang Taizhen got mad and started talking straight to the aunts and uncles' faces. Yo, they're all there. One of his uncles heard it and turned around and looked like he was about to beat him. Okay, what yo? Although Taizhen was very angry, he still had to ask a few questions first. But in his words it was enough to understand that he no longer had any respect for them. "How are you guys? It's been a while, I've forgotten what everyone's faces look like." After hearing that, the uncles and aunts shouted back, "That boy, when he comes, he has to bow his head to say hello, dare to say that he has enough face to speak. You are treating adults like eh." Taizhen's mother heard that, if a son is being disrespectful, he will also turn his face and give advice. The aunt looked at him and his father again. "Hey, Taizhen is being a bit rude at this point. When you meet adults, you have to bow your head to say hello." Taizhen's father listened to what everyone was saying and didn't say much, just sat quietly, listening and pondering in his head. Taizhen calmly said to everyone, "Wow, what's wrong with everyone? Even the aunts and uncles didn't come to attend our parents' anniversary. Now I wonder what right they have to teach me manners." That sounds so embarrassing. The aunt and uncle were furious when they heard it, but they couldn't do anything. They could only grit their teeth and say a few words. "Now, this brat." The aunt stood up and yelled at him, "Oh my god, look who taught you to talk like that." "You learned from her, Taizhen," the aunt said, looking at Taizhen's mother's face. When Taizhen's mother heard those insulting words, she couldn't calm down. Taizhen helped her sit down, afraid that something would happen to her. But his mother still softly told him that she's fine and don't worry about me. The aunts and uncles saw that he stood up and wanted to teach him a lesson. How dare that boy ignore the adults like that? Taizhen heard the two words adult and made his ears itch, so he lowered his voice and said adult. Eyes glaring like bullets looked at them. "Are there any aunts or uncles here older than my father?" The father heard that someone finally understood him and that his son was now a real adult and was extremely touched. The uncle, hearing that, cursed him for being uneducated and jumped up to slap him. Taizhen's eyes were still staring without moving. Unexpectedly, the uncle would be able to slap Taizhen, but unexpectedly he stopped him. His strong and powerful hand grabbed the uncle's hand tightly, forcing him to stop moving. The father was now able to hold back his anger and finally the anger had to burst and he shouted at "You guys, stop it or not." The father was upset. Angry, his face showing blue veins, shouting, raising his voice to everyone as if venting all his discomfort over the past time. "Will he stop now?" The aunts and uncles of Taizhen's father were suddenly speechless, their eyes wide open as if they didn't believe what had just happened. They were stunned and turned upside down by their eldest brother's attitude when they first saw him. They all felt embarrassed and looked at their eldest brother. Taizhen smiled with satisfaction. Finally seeing the posture and attitude he needed to see in his father and thought. The tiger doesn't roar but thinks the forest has no owner. The two uncles were frightened. Sweat flowed down their faces convulsed, the atmosphere around the two of them seemed to darken, they couldn't believe their eyes. Taizhen's father tilted his head slightly to one side, his face cold, like an evil god, asking in a cold tone, "What are you guys doing in front of me?" "Brother, what do you mean?" The three aunts and uncles were confused, hesitant, not understanding what was going on. Their brother seemed to have turned into a different person. Still the same cold tone, still the same disdainful eyes, still the same words, calling me big brother. Unable to utter a single sentence, the words kept going back and forth, words gaining and loss. The three aunts and uncles reluctantly answered, "Me, big brother, you, me, no, big brother." Suddenly the other day, "What are you doing now?" They did not expect that their older brother, who was short-tempered, calm, gentle, and always patient, would change everything today. "Taizhen, you should also quickly apologize to the adults," Taizhen's father said with a serious voice to his son, mixed with a bit of command. Taizhen replied, "Yes, father." He turned to his younger brothers and shouted loudly, saying that they must apologize too. Taizhen was really comfortable with what he just witnessed. "That's right, father, that's how the eldest brother should be." Taizhen placed his hands along his body, bowed his head to his aunts and uncles. Asked for forgiveness with an obvious reluctance that made those people speechless. "Sorry aunts and uncles, I failed, it's ceremony." They quickly used sweet words. Apologizing to Taizhen in order to reduce the warming of the air here, and at the same time to reduce Taizhen's father's temper, they waved their hands to apologize. "I'm sorry, Taizhen." I was wrong just now, I also apologize, Tyson replied politely, it's okay. It's because I wasn't right first. Tyson's father became serious. Looked straight at his younger siblings, and said with a strong and firm voice. If you need money, just go and ask him, he owns all the finances of this house. They were surprised. What, was it Tyson? He should have said it sooner. Tyson helplessly cried out in his heart, oh my father. Switching to Tyson's company, his question was heard, Chifu, what is this? In Tyson's hand, he held a green rectangular box as small as a hand. On the box there was a very cute kangaroo image. Next to it was Chief Yu's response, it was a souvenir. Manager Yu was embarrassed and quickly replied, I just went on a trip to Australia with my mother. The local said that was very interesting in the innocence on Tyson's face. She looked worried behind a forced smile and clenched her hands close to her face, saying that every day the CEO worked until late. Tyson happily asked a very innocent question while looking at that box. If I eat this, will I jump as high as a kangaroo? Manager Yu was confused and shy. Putting his thumbs together, looking very adorable and cute, I'm not sure anymore. Then she said with a serious look, but after all, it's an expensive product. Please take one pill every day. Manager Yu was shy and shyly ran out of the room, not forgetting to say to Tyson as he ran, that's very good for men, making Tyson smile and sigh because he understood. He pondered, looking at the medicine box, smiling and thinking. Male enhancement pills, this probably suits Casanova better. Tyson seemed to be immersed in memories and future plans. Winter break is over, it's time to say goodbye to Seoul, let's go back to the hard school life. Tyson adjusted his swivel chair, adjusted his posture and sat up with his face half hidden, speaking with a curious tone, if the department head knew that he was the head of the company. Would she stop, isn't that right, huh? His strong hand placed on the mouse and began to click, clicking sounds were heard. That back was facing the numbers flowing on the computer. Tyson thoughtfully performed a series of operations on the mouse. Starting to click to learn about something on the market. He rested his chin, his eyebrows furrowed, clearly showing a rough look, thinking, from 2007 to 2009, the world was stirred up by a big storm, the US economy. Which was believed to be a weak economy, an absolutely strong economy will be shaken. Continuing his train of thought, the image of the Pentagon appeared. If the US Federal Reserve, FRB, did not mass issue money in the form of quantitative easing, the world economy would decline even further, very much. Only the United States can be the king of issuing money. He seemed to realize that the opportunity had come, the time to create heroes. Tyson thought, now, if I don't intend to get involved in real estate or companies that are going down in price, real estate is inherently an immovable asset, it will leave a lot of traces. The same goes for the company, I won't be the owner. So it will be easy to become the target of others, he calculated very carefully. His image appears like a puppeteer, and the whole city is his puppet, it looks so magical but also full of charm, I just need to rule them in the darkness. Money is the thing that rules this world, most importantly, is always money. As if he was sure of his plan, he smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Soon, the ruler of invisible money will be him. The sound of someone counting was heard as the scene changed to the names of Tyson Company. 15 pizza shops, 11 fried chicken shops, 20 convenience stores. There is also a monthly payment at the internet shop, the shrill scream of Manager Yu was heard. She was surprised, unable to close her pretty little mouth, who was the CEO. Using the company's card just for fun, pizza is not a stock. Manager Yu wondered again, his face darkened, his eyes became visibly smaller. How could he eat so much? Maybe he didn't eat alone. Then his face turned red with anticipation, a little joy, perhaps he was eating with his girlfriend. No, but this is still too much, she told herself, only pigs can eat this much. She turned her face to the side, thinking with a bit of shame while hiding her eyes under the light. Next to her was an old employee with side-parted hair. A wry smile appeared on his face as if he had just witnessed something very interesting. He left with a confused look on his face, leaving Manager Yu there. The CEO hasn't been here this month. The clear blue sky was a complete contrast to his face, he thought, hoping that even without a woman, he could still live happily. The night was dark, the full moon lit up in the dark sky, inside Tyson's villa. He sat in front of his computer screen, grumbling, oh my god, these boring people. Tyson's face seemed to show disgust and contempt. What's the point of pizza being a stress reliever? Now, seeing pizza makes me throw up. Usually, at the end of high school, students often go out to eat to relieve stress, even though school meals are nutritious, there's no bottom in their stomachs, he thought while scrolling. An innocent smile appeared, of course, no one cares about their wallet. Snacks costing more than 5 million won are no problem, haha. He shouted, then looked straight at the screen, with numbers, charts, long lines of numbers. Blue, red, purple, yellow, everything, today was a big day. The S market will open on the morning of April 3rd, in Korea it will be 10:30 p.m., he thought to himself. The countdown will be 5 minutes, I have fully saved up for today. Collected funds from countless bank accounts, including interest, up to 1 billion. You look really determined. Something seemed to have opened up, the chess game had turned upside down. His hand holding the computer mouse tightly, 1 trillion, would come out in one go today. Tyson was nervous, but also full of confidence and certainty about this. Sweat dripping down his cheeks, so nervous, today will be the day he makes his debut. The numbers, the letters, the calculations appeared again. A few weeks ago, I disturbed the stock of New Century, the largest subprime mortgage lender in the United States, by short selling. At that time, I sold several call options in the same industry, including New Century, to buy put options. Looking at the screen, the countdown number seemed to jump out of his head. A shot aimed at the sudden change. His hands did not tremble even when facing such an important task. With only 8 seconds left to start, he concentrated, his eyes did not close even once, his back was facing the screen but not hunched down, as if everything in the world had disappeared, his mind was only in front of his eyes. Tyson was silent, waiting for the countdown timer, 5, 4, 3, 2. He swallowed loudly, ready to get to work, waiting for the stock market to open. The clock had just turned to 0, something had just changed on his computer screen. It's open, his pupils were wide open, focusing 100% on it, unlike Korea. American stocks had no limit on decline. The columns, charts, and lines on the screen kept decreasing like never before. Accompanied by Tyson's joy, right? Not only New Century's finances, even Novastar and Fremont General also fell from their peak. He couldn't hide his joy anymore, great, top of the top. Like a child whose parents took him to the park for the first time. He raised his arms and danced happily, raised his head to the sky and shouted with joy. And suffered a severe decline, dropping up to 10% in a short time. Tyson cried, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore, all his efforts were not in vain. In the end, America's tigers had fallen. Suddenly, a creepy laugh rang out from somewhere and Tyson couldn't help but turn his eyes and attention towards it, his joy suddenly stopped. Keck, ha 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 ha, his head just hit him, somewhere. Tyson panicked and looked at the shadow of a man who had just appeared to his right. As if he had just seen a hallucination, a very scary nightmare, he exclaimed. Who is it? A man wearing glasses, slick back hair, with a gentle smile asked Tyson. It seems like you, there's something very strange, what's going on Earth? Sir, why did you suddenly appear again, does God know about this, he finished speaking. Thinking with a bored face, Chris Vansdale is of course not the same as Casanova. A member of God's group of playboys, Zeus. Chris Vansdale appeared and he brought good news to Tyson, he held out his hand and said. Congratulating him, it seems he has been promoted, Tyson suddenly exclaimed, what, promoted? The happy smile couldn't be hidden on his face, of course, I swallowed the tigers in America. Suddenly he raised his hands, confusedly looked at his hands and then his body. Wondering, but, my body is still the same, do you see anything unusual? Chris Vansdale replied, yes, and received Tyson's next question, why don't I see anything? Then he regained his composure, he wasn't as naive as before, realized something, asked Chris Vansdale, why did you come to see me, you suddenly appeared like this, there must be a reason. Chris Vansdale pushed his glasses away, laughing like a grandfather who had just been asked a mysterious question by his grandson, clever, straightforward. He said it out loud, I have discovered a new language. His eyelids opened slightly, looked straight at Tyson and condensed his smile, firmly saying, you will go crazy after hearing this, while Tyson thought in his head, honestly I don't, very interested. He thought, but out of politeness, he couldn't help but ask. With an attitude of not really caring about it, what it was. An ancient language that has been lost, every word clearly comes out of Chris Vansdale's mouth. He spoke, waving his fan in the ancient rune language. What, ancient runes? Tyson's face showed anticipation. Speechless, thinking that, as far as he knew, ancient runes were only used in novels or games with elements of magic and ancient runes, rune is the German language used for magical purposes. There are many mysteries surrounding it, making people truly believe that this is magic. Chris Vansdale smiled with satisfaction next to Tyson's thoughts, has he really discovered something magical, doesn't he look confident? Tyson couldn't hide his calmness anymore. He exclaimed, could it be, is that really magic? It can't be, there is no magic in this world. He stopped his excitement, but wait, I'll just find out, Chris Vansdale asked, what, curious? Now, can I go home? Tyson asked reluctantly. Chris Vansdale replied, hey, you're planning to do something, okay, if you're busy, I'll take the opportunity to teach you. Oh my god, you're still the same, Tyson replied, in return for a cheerful sarcasm from him, brat. Back to life in the real world, back to Tyson's villa, along with the thoughts in his heart, his $1 billion had multiplied 5 times. That was a 500% profit. Tyson was happy. He looked at his computer screen. Coldly praising himself, this will be a legend in the financial world, no one can surpass it, now even George Soros and Warren Buffett have to call him by his name. Memories resurfaced. By 2010, about $21 trillion were hidden in tax havens, compared to $4,200 billion of Manhwa. My 5 trillion is just a small boat in the middle of the ocean. Your back shows a hunger for money. I'm still not satisfied. The sound of the phone ringing awakened Tyson's desire, immersed in thoughts about money. He woke up and turned to it. Tyson put the phone to his earpiece and answered. Is something wrong, Joa? Along with the question on the other end of the line, are you busy? Nonchalantly replied to his sister, no, is it okay? Tyson received an invitation. Tonight we are planning to cook something to snack on, can you guys eat it too? We are planning to make rabaki. He gently asked again, Rabki, do we have guests at home? Joa answered, a hin and yes hill. Tyson agreed to come and told his sister. Okay, I'll come later. The phone rang with a beep. He left the company with happiness on his face, his eyes closed and a smile on his lips. Those 2 little kids would have no problem cooking. Hearing that made him hungry. Suddenly reluctance appeared on his handsome face. I can only cook for mine, maybe I should go to cooking school. Then a loud sound rang out next to him. The bright light blinded his eyes, he thought he was about to be hit by a car. He could only turn his face away, his hands reaching out to catch the thing coming from the direction of the light. A shadowy figure appeared with fog surrounding it. Tyson was still affected by the afterglow of the light from before, his hand was still raised and not lowered. A little panicked, he asked who was there. He lay there, fell on his back and screamed at the woman who appeared from the fog, somewhere I was. Soft words came from that woman's mouth. Welcome to my kitchen. White bowls and sparkling vases appeared in Tyson's eyes. Modern pots and pans simultaneously appeared in front of him. With a green hanbok, a lovely smile, beautiful eyes with an invisible smile and hair appearing on that woman, along with the introduction, I am Trong Kim. Tyson was really surprised, couldn't hide his panic, put his hand on his mouth to cover it as if he didn't want her to see that indiscretion. What, are you, the famous Trong Kim? Dai Trong Kim walked close to him, happily asking, could it be that you don't know me? Tyson quickly said, of course, I know, you are really Dai Trong Kim. She didn't seem to care about that, her voice was a bit curious. Oh, is that what the lower world calls me? That's right. I'm Dai Trong Kim, Tyson bewilderedly shouted in thought, Dai Trong Kim is for real, Mom. Then he wondered why she suddenly appeared before she could even sit up. Dai Trong Kim replied, don't you have any wishes? Tyson didn't understand. Me, Dai Trong Kim immediately answered, he said he wanted to learn cooking. He was extremely scared, his mouth opened wide to his ears. What, even that, even the gods could hear, then thought, I just want to eat spicy riboki. Dai Trong Kim replied with an arrogant attitude, her eyes hidden deep in the darkness revealed mystery and said, the gods know everything, everything around is under the authority of the gods, of course we will hear your wishes. Especially gods like me who need points, I always watch closely, she added. Tyson wondered, what, points? He thought, Dai Trong Kim also likes to get points, why do these people like to take points for me so much, when he looked at Dai Trong Kim who was staring at him with anticipation. Dai Trong Kim explained, because his karma points are so many, he attracts many gods, of course. When I cook, I will also earn points, but not as many and pure as the points that humans earn. She answered with a calm expression, so the gods liked his score better. Tyson thought. She probably understood all my questions, that's why she explained so thoroughly. He asked with a naive look, why were karma points so attractive to the gods? And why did the gods have to be close to humans because of that? Dai Trong Kim gave him the answer in the way that made him never want to understand again. When he dies he will understand. He reluctantly answered vaguely, oh yes, just say it once. She frankly spoke her thoughts, although you are not a disciple of the gods, you can communicate with them, this is very rare, we have met many disciples of the gods. Sweat flowed continuously on Tyson's face, his eyes widened in panic. The atmosphere around him darkened when he heard Dai Trong Kim continue to speak, there are still many gods you don't know much about. So you have to be careful, even though we are gods, not all of us are trustworthy, she said with the tone of an elder, a god, reminding her children and her people. Dai Trong Kim's face sank, his eyes turned black without emotion. Reminding him that, except for his ancestors, everyone else was just cold-blooded villains. What appeared behind them were the images of cruel gods, in her memory. Then her attitude changed again, she happily told Tyson, however, your ancestors are quite strong, making Tyson laugh reluctantly and think, you are not my ancestor either. Tyson made up his mind, stopped rambling. Agreed to the deal, he bowed his head to show gratitude, I am human so there will be many shortcomings, I hope you will help, in return it will be happiness and satisfaction, Dai Trong Kim's heart, I will take care of you. Daetrong Kim suddenly spoke out. The agreement always made Tyson panic. He could only exude an urgent smile. Okay. The purpose of cooking is not only to bring delicious dishes, but also to create effective medicines to heal the human mind and body. Hearing that, Tyson held his head, cried, screamed loudly in his heart, please stop. Daetrong Kim continued asking, this kid must be San Wangmo's disciple at Yeri Mountain. He's so brave, who is San Wangmo, he asked, and received a harsh answer from her, I also don't know. The moonlight still shines in the starry night sky, residing above Tyson's sister's apartment. The sound of cooking sounds so attractive. Tyson looks as skilled at chopping onions as a 3-star Michelin chef. He skillfully tossed the pan of food in the surprise of the 3 children. The little girl with short hair and glasses asked with a curious and admiring attitude, Joa, is your brother a chef? Joa replied, no, normally he only knows how to cook noodles in surprise as if his brother had turned into someone else. The long-haired girl raised her hand to her mouth in admiration, clearly showing admiration, and looked very skilled. Just like the chefs in the show, please take care of my refrigerator, the exclamation of one of those 3 kids rang out. Joa's 2 friends expressed their admiration for Tyson, making Joa feel a bit scared. Tyson just pierced his heart, it seems like I'm in love. The delicious rustling sounds inside the pan were delicious pieces of reboki as Tyson showed off his talent. He was suspicious. Showing concern on his face, Daetrong Kim is not her ancestor, why is she so enthusiastic? Then suddenly realized, oh I forgot she heard my thoughts, I just kidding, you're beautiful. A delicious plate of reboki food with eye-catching decoration is complete. Tyson raised his hand to the ladle, smiled with satisfaction and said to the 3 children. You guys should try it, this is my first time making reboki, I don't know if it's delicious or not. Joa and her 2 friends were surprised, bewildered, couldn't close their mouths. Couldn't believe it when they witnessed this culinary masterpiece. Whoa, is this really reboki? The 3 children's invitation to dinner rang out loudly in the dark night sky, everyone please enjoy. A delicious piece of reboki was brought to my mouth. Next is another bite to be enjoyed by someone else. Suddenly, someone's fork fell to the floor, along with a loud scream, Mom. Joa and her friend wearing glasses were chewing reboki, their faces were contorted and blue veins appeared, their bodies were motionless. Tyson panicked when he saw that. He shouted loudly and quickly asked the children's situation, what was wrong, with a very worried attitude in case he did something wrong. The children's loud cries successfully attracted Tyson's attention, what's wrong, kids? No one responded and they were still crying. Tyson stood bewildered outside the door anxiously asking. What's wrong Joa, are you okay, why are you guys crying? In response to Tyson's words. The atmosphere was quiet, don't tease him like that, it's not funny. He was so impatient that he couldn't say what it was like. The 3 children cried silently and turned around and raised their index fingers towards Tyson, the tip of the tip was unbelievable, armpits aching. Tyson angrily glared at the kids. Are you doing your best? The sound of grilled meat sizzling on the stove accompanied by compliments. It's so delicious, how did you cook it, what medicine did you put in it? Tyson smiled and said, how can you eat so quickly that it won't cool down? A child skewered a piece of meat and brought it in front of Tyson. This is space class reboki, I love it. Tyson hesitantly accepted the piece of meat. It was so delicious, so there weren't many ingredients. As soon as the piece of meat reached his mouth, Tyson couldn't bear it and vomited. Crying in his heart, he looked at the children. Wondering if this was my fault, trying to suppress the discomfort in his heart. He said, I'm going to faint, Mom. Soon there were shouts of reproach, Mr. Tyson must take responsibility, do you want your husband and you to open a chain of reboki restaurants after graduation? My brother, I'm sorry, I'll go look at the patent. Tyson laughed happily, you guys remember to eat, the child's complaining voice rang out. Mom, I want to get married. Tyson felt extremely comfortable, having late night snacks with these ladies was also the same, happy memories. As soon as the sentence ends, there's an announcement. You've earned karma points, it's that again. Very quickly everyone dispersed. The building regained its quiet appearance. Tyson sat in front of the computer very seriously. Now let's start the game. Making money swallows it, still doing it today, points are points and money is money, FX margin trading. Looking at the computer screen displaying the stock chart, Tyson seriously assessed, the 2 pillars of the foreign exchange market are the real estate market and FX margin, this time I will target FX. Tyson's hands seemed to be filled with magic power. Typing at a terrifying speed, the transaction price was 2000 from April of the year 2007. Is for betting created by those pretending to comply with the law. Looking at the computer screen in front of him, he thought to himself, at this level. 50 times this is a bold play. I even made the chart fluctuate several times, that's why I kept my capital until now, guys. Tyson proudly smiled sinisterly, I will keep the value of the Canadian dollar strong. The Canadian dollar with the yen and the U.S. dollar. A series of numbers quickly appeared on the screen. Tyson's fisherman suddenly became a little faster. Time passed by and I could clearly feel my heart beating. His eyes were determined. By the time this game ended, the era of naval warfare would have opened. Tyson silently thought, $5 billion out of $10 billion is 50 times more leverage. Invest $1 billion in the yen market. The remaining $4 billion are concentrated in the Canadian dollar market where there is a lot of trading. A few days ago, I sold shares under my name and returned the $2 billion I borrowed from HSBC in both capital and interest. That's why I have to use secret capital. Tyson secretly smiled. Now I'm free. Tyson thought about something. Then pressed a button on the keyboard. This is the sketch for my first goal. He comfortably leaned back in the chair. From now on I just had to sit cool and eat the golden bowl. All transactions have been completed. Upon receiving the news, the man was speechless. Leo Stewart looked at him and asked what was going on. He still hadn't fully recovered from being a stock trader and cancelled all his transactions. Hearing news of this toy, an employee of the company was shocked. The director lost his temper and said in disbelief, "She sold it all and sold it all." Manager Harry Lawrence sweat dropped and said that his account only had 100,001 left, and the money in the linked accounts had also been transferred. Leo Stewart was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "The god of stocks comes and goes like the wind of life, but he is one of the world's people." The director put all his anger on the staff. Where could he go? He couldn't just suddenly evaporate like that. Please look into it. The other man was scared and turned around and said to the director, "I think he is moving to the foreign exchange market." Leo Stewart was surprised. "What is the foreign exchange market?" Harry Lawrence trembled and reported. "I just received a call from a friend at that company. He said that today $1 billion in personal funds had been transferred." Leo Stewart stood next to him and said, "Go to the lucky place." "That's bad luck." Harry Lawrence added, "With the prefix it can only be turned into stocks." The two employees next to him heard that and silently admired the guy. He hasn't started working yet but he can do it successfully. Shush, they heard it. Now. Leo Stewart anxiously went to the next table and asked, "How is Lore?" Lore replied densely, "There was no movement." Hearing this unexpected answer, Leo Stewart immediately got angry. "Damn, I'm still thinking about quitting my job to work for that stock god's company. This time, I don't know how much more hair I'll lose." Harry Lawrence was scared by the deadly aura. "I was the same. If Lore recruited me, I would have passed right through." Leo Stewart said, "See, I'm not the only one who thinks that way. I really want to go on the same path as you." The foreign exchange market is essentially a dead end in the stock market. But they don't know that the nickname of stock saint has become foreign exchange saint. It's finally July. School life is very peaceful and full of emotions. Senior students are under a lot of pressure about exams, but even so, their smiles are always on their lips. The car stopped in front of the school gate. Tyson came out and said he asked his mother to represent him and put a fan in each class and he got extra points. The students started to talk when they heard that. "Oh my god, it's so cool, your mother will always be our goddess. Thanks to you guys, I understand 10 more points, some rich people like it so much." Tyson smiled and said, "And I earned extra points by anonymously investing in scholarships for each other. My school doesn't know how the karma points will be calculated when helping people. And today is the day I close my account." The initial 3-month period is over and the time of the FX margin Canadian dollar has arrived as its exchange rate is overvalued against the yen. Looking at Tyson's pensive face, his friend immediately asked, "Why is his face like that? Why are there only beautiful dreams at night? So cute, is there something between him and the gods?" I have a bad feeling that every time he does that, something is about to happen." The phone on Tyson's desk suddenly vibrated. "Hello." Daniel's scream was so loud that it made him deaf. I was startled that someone called me by my English name. That voice rang out again. "Don't you really remember who I am?" "Wait, this voice." He said in a skeptical tone, "Clara." I forgot, that night. Although it was only a short moment, it was filled with emotions. I still remember her sigh of relief. "Remember the image of the two of us standing in the rain, Clara?" He couldn't help but put his hand on his lips, remembering that kiss and feeling so excited. When his classmates saw Tyson mention girls, they were surprised. Who else did Clara add? Are they foreign girls? Clara suddenly said, "Surprise Daniel, what are you doing?" Tyson said, "I'm just resting after breakfast." Clara relayed for Leo Stewart. Director Leo sent his greetings. Tyson smiled shyly and replied, "Please help me greet him too." Clara continued, "Daniel, don't you miss me? Even though we are far apart, my heart is always with you." Because they were having trouble with the FX investment fund, a few Hong Kong employees invited each other to go out for a drink, the man asked. "I have something to say." Seeing that he didn't want to talk, the guy next to me replied, "It's a story." "What?" The other brother who was pouring wine also chimed in, "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Hayes, that long-term FX margin account has been liquidated today, hearing this news. They were all very surprised. What? He continued gloomily, it was sold in Canadian dollars and the profit from that transaction was more than 3 trillion. This number is so terrible, 33 trillion. Wait, that's investing in FX margin, are they institutional investors? Regarding this issue, I'm not sure, it could be an individual or an organization, but I think that individual and organization has a return rate of 970%, this news is truly terrible, then, my god, it's 970. Oh my god, this must be a foreign exchange saint, if this matter were reported, it would be crazy. Who would go down from the mountain? Oh my god, the foreign exchange network's revenue is up to $3 billion. While they were still chatting excitedly, a pair of dark eyes appeared behind them, always staring at them. What are you guys doing? It's crazy, isn't it? The customer's return rate is a secret that you've forgotten about. If a customer discovers that we have promised to disclose information, our request will be considered terminated, understand? Now securities companies are jumping into the late delivery market. If this news leaks out tomorrow, it will be the day you die by my hands, you hear me? The department head saw that they were all sitting together without speaking and became even more angry. No information was revealed to the outside. This group of people quickly replied, yes, but, department head, you are the loudest person here, there. What kind of origin investigation? Tyson exclaimed in surprise. The lawyer saw his reaction like that and became even more worried. Why are there still gangsters? Seeing that he misunderstood, he immediately said, oh, that's not it. Tyson suggested, please investigate my mother's side of the family. The lawyer couldn't believe his ears. What is your mother? He said doubtfully, could it be that you? Tyson denied, that's not the case. The lawyer asked, what information do you need to know? Tyson smiled brightly and said, please thoroughly investigate my mother's family. This matter can be done with your eyes closed, listen to the lawyer. He was a bit hesitant. His mother's family. When is the deadline? Please give me the information as soon as possible. Hearing that, the lawyer tried to force a smile and thought to himself, why do you have to investigate your mother's side? What are you planning to do this time? I understand, this is something I only did when I was young. Please provide me with her full name and registration number. Seeing him accept, Tyson smiled and said, thank you, Lawyer Joe. At the airport lobby, Daniel's call came from Clara. The crop top combined with jeans looks extremely fashionable. Tyson was stunned by the scene and couldn't help but look a few more times. Oh my god, how should I describe this feeling? Clara saw that he was not coming towards her but just standing there. So she proactively rushed towards his right. Seeing two people hugging each other in the middle of the airport lobby like that, I couldn't help but be curious, who are they? That person must be a good match. Hugging the girl in his arms. Tyson silently smiled, everything is going well now. He asked if the long journey was difficult. Clara smiled and replied, I haven't had a wink of sleep since last night. I really want to go to Korea. Tyson hugged her shoulder and said, welcome to Korea, Clara. Clara looked up at Tyson without taking her eyes off. Oh my god, not only has he grown taller but he's also much more handsome than last time. Tyson's heart felt like a flower blooming when he was complimented. I just grew a little taller, about 1.87 meters, probably thanks to Casanova, right? Sitting in the convertible, Clara excitedly shouted, this car is great. Daniel, thank you for inviting me here to play. Seeing the girl standing up like that, Tyson couldn't help but look at her exposed underwear. Maybe this is a foreign style, right? His heart became even more chaotic. Oh god, Clara has revealed everything. I'm tired of smelling her perfume all day. Sarah picked up the pen that had fallen to the ground. Sat gloomily thinking. Where did he go this time? Was it that busy that day? The last time he came was one day and now he has disappeared again. Sarah's eyes darted to the gift boxes on the table. It's a gift from KR Company. It seems like it's a gambling company, so it's okay, right? Forget it, as long as you don't go on a date that day. How can we be closer to that day? We have to find a way. Or maybe I invite you to spend your vacation that day attending a conference with me. That way, we'll both have more time together. Clara is extremely interested in everything around her. Daniel, the highways in Korea are so cool. Deason opened his mouth. Let's relax a bit. Clara happily agreed. Okay. Deason put the car in the parking lot and went out. Arriving at the door of a restaurant, Clara exclaimed, oh my god, the place to rest is also beautiful. Once again, he couldn't control his vision, his eyes fell straight on her plump butt. He whispered to Clara, you're making my nose bleed. Restoring his calm appearance, he led her inside. Wow, there are so many dishes to choose from. Clara pointed to the stall next door. I want to eat that and the coffee too. Clara was happy like a child. Deason held a piece of cake in his hand and looked at Clara. Do you want to try this dish? This dish is called hotteok. I've never eaten this dish before. Deason reminded him. It's hot, remember to blow before eating. Clara pointed to the restaurant next door and said, Daniel, I want to try the dish too. Daesun happily agreed, please sit and wait for me. Her taste is more similar to Koreans than mine. You go to Clara's restaurant just to order food. Pack a large portion for me. Daesun suddenly looked ahead, wow. Yeren looked at Daesun bewilderedly. After a while she spoke up, Daesun. Daesun seemed caught red-handed and stammered, Yeren. His eyes were now filled with Yeren's image. Yeren asked, how are you? Daesun smiled shyly and replied, it's okay, it's just like always. That's good, you're still healthy and much more handsome than before. Daesun frowned and said, why are you talking to me now? Well, at the graduation ceremony, didn't politics ignore me? Just then, the voice of the restaurant staff interrupted his thoughts, here you are, customers. Daesun took the bag of cakes and said, thank you. He turned back and smiled at Yeren, see you another day, senior. Yeren saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped her. Daesun waited. Why were you gone for so long? Daniel, Clara didn't see you coming back so she quickly went to look for you and found you talking to another girl. Both Yeren and Daesun were startled by the girl's appearance. The girl smiled at Daesun and looked at Yeren and said, let's introduce ourselves, shall we? Daesun hesitantly replied, well, she's a senior who lives close to home, she and I have known each other for a long time. This explanation made Yeren unable to believe it. She looked at Daesun in bewilderment. Senior, close by. Hearing that, the girl smiled and winked at her, hello, my name is Clara, Daniel's lover. Yeren was startled, lover, she awkwardly replied, hello, I'm Lee Yeren. Clara still didn't seem to see the abnormality between the two but still happily extended her hand to Yeren, she's really pretty, let's be friends. Faced with Clara's enthusiasm, Yeren could only smile wryly, okay, next time we meet, let's talk again. After hearing Yeren's answer, Clara turned to Daesun, let's go, Daniel, come home soon. Daesun had no choice but to answer awkwardly, oh okay. Yeren stared at Clara and thought, even though she didn't want to admit it, she was really attractive. Let's go, senior. After saying that, Daesun waved goodbye to her and turned to leave with his girlfriend. Yeren could only stand there awkwardly, oh okay, see you later. Clara intimately took Daesun's arm and turned around, winking at her, saying goodbye, Yeren. She also absent-mindedly replied, goodbye, goodbye. Yeren panicked as she watched the two of them leave. Daesun didn't even bother to look back at her. I can't say that the other person and I have broken up. She stood in a daze, watching the two of them intimately mingle with each other in the crowd. On this side, Clara followed Daesun to his house. As soon as she reached the door, she exclaimed, wow, this is great. When she sat down to talk to Daesun and his mother, she couldn't stop admiring how beautiful his house was. Your mother is younger and more beautiful than I thought. Clara's enthusiasm made Daesun's mother a bit startled. Daesun's mother also responded to her compliment, Clara is beautiful and knows how to speak. You must be tired after being on the plane for so long. Suddenly Clara saw something, it's a picture, she excitedly asked, Daniel, who painted that picture over there? What a masterpiece, it seems to contain a lot of emotions inside. Daesun proudly introduced that it was a painting my mother drew. The answer made Clara very surprised, really, it was her mother who drew that picture. Daesun's mother just shyly replied, yes, when she was in college, she majored in fine arts. Clara excitedly approached her again, while back then I also had a dream of being an artist. Mom, you're so awesome. Daesun's mother turned to ask a question that startled both of them, are you two dating? How do you know each other? Clara then calmly and humorously replied, we met in Hong Kong, I'm just Daniel's friend. Daesun also followed her, yes, we are just friends. His mother didn't seem to trust this answer very much and asked him, really? He was so pressed with questions that he grabbed his mother's shoulder, what's wrong with her, it's not what she thinks. His mother was also startled by her son's reaction. Then suddenly said something unrelated, as if someone had come home. A voice rang out, startling Daesun, we have guests at home, honey, I'm home. Outside the door, a man and two girls walked in. The man spoke first, Daesun, then the other two girls spoke together, oh, it's you, when did you come? Daesun turned around in surprise, yes, hello dad, are you two coming with me too? Two girls with identical faces answered him, we had just returned from going out with our father, we locked the apartment door carefully before coming here, don't worry. Then when they saw Clara, both girls said in unison, but, who is this sister? Clara also quickly walked up in front of Daesun's father and bowed his head to say hello, dad. This action made both mother and son shocked. Daesun wondered, when did she learn how to greet her father, and even bow? The other three people were also shocked because they called her aunt, dad. Clara still politely greeted him, she was Daniel's friend, my name is Clara Lee, I hope you can help me. On the evening when the full moon shined, Daesun's father suddenly called him, Daesun. Yes, father. Inside the living room, Tyson's parents sat across from him. His father spoke up, "Let's talk like men. Now is the era of globalization, nationality is no longer an issue." Dad's words made Tyson confused. Yes, what he meant was. Then suddenly he said something that made Tyson pale. His father agreed to let them get married. Suddenly a message appeared in his mind, "You just earned karma points." This made him confused. What the heck? What does it mean to suddenly have karma points? Even though he was wondering about the announcement, he still had to answer his father. What do they think? It's not true, Clara is just a friend, just me. Dad spoke up to interrupt him. Stop talking nonsense, prepare your luggage. Tyson blurted out without understanding, yes. At this time, his father smiled and said, "Our family will go to the beach." Mom next to him also continued, inviting Clara to come along too. The more my parents talked, the more confused Tyson became. Yes, Clara too. In the end, you still compromise with your parents. I'll ask her, I'm sure she will like it very much. Tomorrow, as soon as it was dawn, cheerful shouts rang out in the yard, "Let's go." The whole family split into two cars. In the car carrying his whole family, his father spoke up, "Tyson, let's meet at Dakin Beach." At the same time, his two younger sisters were also happily acting like babes. "Hip, we want to go with Clara. Mom is next to us and can only feel helpless. We're just children." In the car in front are Tyson and Clara. He replied to his father, "Please drive carefully." Then both cars started running on the road. While driving, Tyson thought, even though it's a vacation, I'm not really just going out. I also have my own plan. A moment later, he turned to Clara and asked, "How do you feel about my family?" She excitedly replied, "Everyone is very nice. Although my father is a bit quiet, he is very cute, Mom is very gentle, the twins even called me big sister." This answer made Tyson very happy. He continued to ask her, "Clara, do you know any trustworthy senior people?" She was surprised. "Why? Senior level, what's wrong? Do you need more staff?" Tyson answered her question, "Yes, because she graduated with a degree in economics from the University of Chicago. I think she will know many people with seniority in the financial industry. Because of the economic crisis, there are many people who was forced to retire early. I am willing to pay the highest referral fee. In addition to having investment and management capacity, those people must also absolutely believe in me and accompany me. If possible, prioritize senior people with as many connections as possible and young people with connections to American politics." Clara was surprised by his idea. "Wow, he's so good, he's probably also a manager in the finance department. Your salary must be very high." Tyson smiled, "No worries, I will provide the best deals in the financial industry." Hearing that, Clara spoke up to nominate herself. "Then you should hire me, it's very reputable." "Okay." Tyson hesitated, "But, you shouldn't have a relationship in the office." After the conversation, Tyson was immersed in his thoughts again. "I need to find talented people to be my effective arm. It's time to make money from unofficial accounts." The whole family arrived. The beach is filled with bright eyes and indescribably beautiful scenery. At the hotel, after completing the room rental, Tyson and his father went to the balcony to admire the scenery. Dad exclaimed, "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Tyson was next to him and teased him, yet his father dared to invite the whole family to go on a trip without booking a room in advance during the peak season. Tyson's father laughed it off. "Anyway, we have to go on a trip. It's been 10 years since our whole family has been able to travel." Then he looked at him wonderingly. "Tyson, how did you make the reservation so quickly?" "They don't have any rooms left. This is a high-end resort." Tyson laughed. "Oh my god, who am I? I'm your son." Young Tyson is lethargic. Then he thought to himself, "Thank you, Secretary Yu." A moment later, the whole family excitedly raced to the beach. Everyone around was extremely excited, especially the men were constantly exclaiming, "Kyo, Kyo, 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 look, so beautiful, Mom, is she a model?" Those compliments are all directed towards Clara. "She looks extremely charming and beautiful." Twins kept circling around her and almost rubbed them. The second sister was so beautiful. Her body was perfect. Clara could only shyly reply, "They also looked very cute." A moment later, the two sisters excitedly ran towards the beach. Maybe their brother would arrive later. "Let's go out first." At the same time, on a certain resort's terrace, there were three men resting. One of them spoke up, "The water is so clear today, isn't it?" Another person spoke up and asked the man holding the binoculars, "Dong-sik, the first years I brought yesterday were still very young. Have you prepared anything for them?" The man holding binoculars was looking intently at Clara. While looking at him, he answered, "What are you preparing for this time?" The man put down his binoculars and stood up. It was Dong-sik. He smiled and thought, "This girl is pretty." Three young masters were resting on the rooftop of the top floor of the building. It seemed like they were talking about a certain girl. The long-haired boy talked about the other guy's younger sister. He is Bandasik, Donggung's close friend, the young master of Jodkilba Media Group. The guy immediately asked, "Who, Yaren?" The guy on the left said, "Look at your face, what happened so quickly, Dad?" He just replied, "I was heartbroken when we broke up with her, so we went on a trip to relieve my sadness." That young master continued, his old man has already been promoted, and he still demands more from me. The guy with the long hair jumped in and said, he's the chief judge of the high court, right? He replied, yes, that old man is as hard as a rock, it's time for him to be demoted and transferred to the province, eyes brighten. The guy with the long hair lay down and replied, what a pity, it's so fresh and succulent. He just said, do you like it, do you need me to give it to you? That guy with the long hair seemed to laugh and say, you get bored of him so quickly. I also lost my taste. It seemed like he was quite confident in himself, so he continued speaking, so he saw me pampering him and had the illusion that I wanted to marry him. She's only 20 years old but she's already thinking about jumping into the clouds, she's such a slut. The other name is Choi Ji-hyung, Dong Zong's close friend, the son of a parliamentary official. The nephew of the opposition presidential candidate, who had been silent all this time and now intervened to speak, it's about its low life. Dong Zong turned to Ji-hyung and said, my old man has something to give to your uncle. He seemed quite surprised and asked again, my uncle, Dong Zong said, telling him to take a little time. Ji-hyung seemed proud of what he had just bragged about, you presidential candidate. You're so busy. It seems difficult to meet him here. The long-haired guy heard that and turned around and said, my family supports you. Looking at Ji-hyung's appearance, he smiled even more arrogantly and said, thank you, there's nothing better than having the support of Korea's most influential journalist Jo Jilbo. Thank you to your family, if elected, I will definitely repay you. While talking, it seemed like Dong Zong saw something and told the others to look. The long-haired guy also took his binoculars and looked in that direction. It turned out that in the distance there were a few girls wearing swimsuits and those perverts were in a higher position using binoculars just for the purpose of seeing the good stuff from them. He looked at those white breasts and said they were both my type. Dong Zong seemed interested and turned around to ask who was going. The long-haired guy smiled proudly and said, today it's your turn, I just played yesterday. Dong Zong stood up and prepared to go to the girls. He was extremely confident in his playing ability and smiled proudly, just one note. Let's see. Right now those girls are splashing in the ocean. Extremely innocent under that cool water together. It must be said that each round came and went, they were talking to each other and were tired and wanted to go ashore to rest a bit. The girls went up to their place to rest. It seemed like she had noticed the short-haired girl and said, hey, it seems like those guys are watching us or something, I've seen those guys since yesterday. She turned to look at the three men behind her. Go back and reassure your sister, it's okay, people stare at places like this so much. Just leave them alone. Suddenly someone spoke up, so happy. The three of us went alone. Young tycoon Dong Zong came to show off his flirting skills, can you join us, there are three of us in our group. The two young dear girls looked bewildered and asked again, joining the group. Dong Zong arrogantly thought to himself, you guys can't be happy yet. But unexpectedly, contrary to his expectations, he was a coward. When he heard the answer was no, his face turned sour. People said we just wanted to play alone, that young master was both country and wanted to operate when he was rejected for the first time. He also acted like a good guy to lure girls, so he hastily explained, don't misunderstand. We are not bad people. Prepare for him to use the label of a young tycoon to lure girls, we have booked a room at a high-end resort over there, do you want to get in a sports car and drive around a few times and drink wine together, I just want to do it, just get used to it. He was rude a second time when he was bluntly rejected again. I'm starting to look a bit rustic and try to find a way to save the situation before continuing, you guys don't believe me. Not to brag, but your father is the CEO of Anna Corporation. The other girl turned around and said contemptuously. Standing there, he crossed his arms and continued, we just want peace, can the CEO's son go somewhere else? I said I wanted to operate and was flatly refused. Dong Zong started to feel a little scared. Starts to freeze for a few seconds, suddenly he laughed loudly like a crazy person. The girl was also surprised by that. The long-haired girl also turned around to look in surprise. Even the rest were surprised. Dong Zong started to get angry and said, how dare you talk to your brother like that, I'm your joke. The girl started to get angry and shouted and cursed him straight to his face, who do you think you are, why do you keep bothering us like that, what about the CEO's son, he's just as mentally ill as everyone else. Suddenly someone cursed him for being mentally ill, so Dong Zong was even more surprised. He started to get very angry when someone insulted him like that, then shouted loudly, mischievously, and prepared to hit the girl in front of him. Luckily someone stopped him. Because he was stopped, Dong Zong angrily turned around to see who dared. Seeing DXAN blocking his hand in front of him, he asked, what do you want? DXAN calmly replied to clean up the trash, a statement that couldn't have been more insulting. The other two girls happily called out to their big brother. Even that beauty was quite surprised. DXAN calmly smiled and talked to the three of them with one hand in the other. Did I startle everyone? I'm sorry, I forgot to tell everyone that there was a lot of trash in the sea today. Dongzong started cursing in annoyance. Have you let go yet? In my mind, I thought he didn't have a very tight grip but still couldn't move and didn't know who it was. Dongzong started shouting, you bastard, do you know who I am? Don't think you'll be left alone, attracting a lot of attention from everyone there? DXIN looked at him and smiled and said, I know you very well. Angry but unable to do anything, gritted teeth and said, you know what, said. DXIN just replied, you are the third son of Anna Group, you son of a bitch. Dongzong. Hearing that, even D11 Rongzong seemed quite surprised. From a distance, the two remaining young masters were also running to rescue Dongzong. Hey, that guy, who are you? Let go of his hand quickly. DXIN thought to himself, you bastards, just wait and see, I've seen your faces before. TXIN recalls that he was once involved in a scandal about using stimulants. The political community silently covered it up, causing outrage around the world. The public demanded that he be brought to trial, but the matter was quickly drowned out. The incident sank so quickly thanks to the power of the media. The name banned to Shik Choi Ji Hyung. What the hell are you doing? Let him go quickly. Are you playing death games with us? The two thugs screamed at you to release their friend? So we're all in the same boat. Dongzong, DXAN smiled. He used his strength to hold the other guy's wrist tighter, making him scream majestically. What, does he know Dongzong? I don't know who you are. Dongzong gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. That guy, who the fuck are you? I'm not anyone, I'm just a guy who cleans up trash like you guys. DXIN released his grip on Dongzong, causing him to fall onto the sand. Two accomplices ran out one after another. They shouted, that guy, how dare you? Clara was taken aback by DXAN's strong macho appearance. She mumbled his name. The second brother is so cool. DXAN's younger brother praised him. The other said, yes. Then looked at him with admiring eyes. Dongzong sat down on the sand and rubbed his wrists. He shouted and said, you son of a bitch, do you know who your father is? He glared, gritted his teeth and threatened DXIN, you touched the wrong person. I remember your face, just wait there, then you will have to kneel and beg me. The crowd turned their heads to look at Dongzong. They were attracted by this guy's screams. Look, what's going on? The two uncles who were on vacation started paying attention to DXIN. Is there a fight? The other side is fighting. Tourists are flocking to the beach to watch. It was a real fight, 3 against 1. DXIN glanced behind him. He smiled, excited as the group of people coming to watch the story became more and more crowded. He thought to himself, it's starting to be fun, let's play with them a little. Dongzong, I don't care who you are, DXIN suddenly shouted. So what if you're a Firmina group? If you harass my brothers, I won't let it go. Dongzong shouted, what? Anna Group, really, you guys from Anna Group? The tourists were surprised to hear you mention Anna Group. They were chatting back and forth. Dongzong, right, the tycoon's son got into Hankook University of Law. He's a young man who went to law school, so he brags every day. That's right, he's on TV all the time. Dongzong glared. He did not expect that his identity would be revealed to the crowd. DXIN laughed at the speed at which the crowd spread information. He couldn't attack him in broad daylight, so he had to give the slot to the crowd. That guy, who are you? Dongzong's accomplice shouted. Which side are you from? The guy with the haired head clenched his fists as he questioned him. Choi Ji Hyung, you observed the bald guy's face and gave your answer. DXIN frowned, narrowed his eyes. This guy is even more miserable than Dongzong. He relied on his uncle to be a presidential candidate, so he calmly evaded taxes and broke the law on a daily basis. Choi Ji Hyung, you're the same, aren't you afraid that your uncle will be sad if you do this? Choi Ji Hyung gritted his teeth. What? He wondered why DXIN knew information about him. DXIN continued, my younger siblings are both minors who haven't even reached high school yet. Why did you solicit them to drink alcohol? The crowd was in an uproar. What, minors, did he know that and still do it on purpose? Dongzong was surprised. Take a picture, a tourist spoke up. What a bunch of perverts, everyone started to agree. They took out their phones, dozens, hundreds of flash beams shone on the three thugs' faces. It looks so bright, but why is it so miserable? One person commented. Two thugs began to cover their faces and deny, it's not like that. A tourist shouted. Dongzong and his two accomplices looked over impatiently. Posted online, tycoon's son and presidential candidate's nephew, you trash. Oh la la, DXIN smiled. He silently thanked the crowd for the enthusiasm. I don't care who you are, but please don't touch us, you're going too far, the long-haired guy spoke up. You be careful, you dog, I remember your face, he said loudly, putting his hands on his hips. Bandashik, nephew of traffic kingpin Jog Kilbo, you're lucky it's daytime, otherwise I would have torn your mouth open. Bandashik, the long-haired guy, sweated when he heard you call his name. Damn, it knows me too, the long-haired guy thought nervously, his eyes widening in fear. Your grandfather is the chairman of Bandashik, right? The long-haired guy jumped up. he was almost shocked by the information he knew. Bandashik's body tensed up, his face full of fear about being exposed in front of the crowd. Coming from a media background, he shouldn't have harassed minors. The crowd started to get angry. They shouted loudly, "What trash, why didn't I know today? Take a picture again." "Fuck you, stop taking pictures for me," Oh Dong-sung shouted. "You guys think I'm a joke, get out of here." He clenched his fists and glared at the tourists holding the phone. "Damn these beggars, are they all deaf?" He waved his fist at the crowd. "Oh my god," the tourists screamed in fear. "Do you think I will leave you alone?" Oh Dong-sung turned around and shouted at Tyson. Tyson's face turned serious. He began to condemn every word he said in his mind. "You called everyone here beggars. Hankook University of Law students speak like that. It seems the school's standards are going down." "Granted. I will complain about today's incident to the president of Anna Group," Clara said calmly. "What's wrong with you again?" Oh Dong-sung turned back to look at her with an annoyed look. "Who are you to complain about my old man?" he asked a purposeful question. "I am HSBC secretary in Hong Kong headquarters. I will ask the group's legal team to file a complaint about slander and sexual harassment," Clara said. "What?" Oh Dong-sung was surprised. HSBC, Choi Ji-hyun's mouth seemed to be tight. "That Hong Kong bank," Ban Dashik was surprised. "Everyone, withdraw," Ban Dashik ordered his two accomplices. "It's not good to mess with HSBC, they'll cause trouble for your father's group, Dong-sung." The two names, Choi Ji-hyun and Oh Dong-sung, gritted their teeth and began to swear. "That guy will temporarily withdraw for now," Ban Dashik said in a low voice. "Don't think this is over." He turned around and glared at Tyson threateningly. "You will regret it," he thought to himself and left with his accomplices. Tyson laughed. He thought, "Oh, have I let you guys go? What fun would it be if we left now?" "Where are you dad going? If you're sorry then let's go," Tyson said, putting his hands in his pants. Ban Dashik said, "He deliberately provoked us." Choi Ji-hyun immediately reassured Oh Dong-sung, "Calm down. Mr. Dong-sung, there's something I don't know if I should tell you." Tyson looked at him. "And a group will collapse in a year," Tyson said firmly. Oh Dong-sung lost his temper and said, "You son of a bitch, how dare you?" "Then you will also become a beggar," Tyson said, glaring at Oh Dong-sung. "Stop it, let's go, don't be angry about these types of things." The two accomplices dragged Oh Dong-sung away. "These guys are willing to sell their country to live comfortably. We'll just wait and see." Tyson's face turned cold. He promised, "I will take everything you have and trample it under my feet." After Tyson's beach trip ended, he returned to a normal working day like everyone else. After arriving at the company, Deputy General Manager Joe came to see him. After learning that Tyson wanted to set up an investment fund, people immediately objected vehemently. "What, you want to set up a private investment fund?" "That's right," Tyson said. He slapped the table and asked, "CEO Jang, do you know what a private investment fund is?" He said a little shyly, "Yes, I know very well. I used to work at that securities company." Tyson knew what it was and understood the purpose of doing it. He confidently said, "I want to establish a private investment fund that can acquire human resources and merge." "Okay." Mr. Joe seemed to understand Tyson's intentions and then panicked and said, "What, maybe a takeover and merger?" "CEO, are you trying to acquire any company?" He looked at her steadfast expression and asked curiously. Tyson replied, "Not really. In fact, the main reason why he did this was because he had declared war on the Anna Group and could not retreat." He then explained clearly to Deputy General Manager Joe that, instead of talking about acquisition, I was planning to manage a corporation that was on the verge of decay, using that wealth to contribute to society. He thought to himself, "Oh Dong-sung is so easily controlled by others and I am not." When it was time to put the night on the board, Mr. Joe was extremely confused at this moment, silently wondering, "CEO Jang, who are you? How can a high school student think and do that?" Tyson smiled and said, "Isn't it great to have a successful career and make money? Hee. What are you thinking about?" Mr. Joe looked at him and thought. "CEO Jang, private investment fund is not a joke," he advised Tyson as if it were a big deal. Tyson blankly asked, as if he had never experienced anything in life, "Why?" Deputy General Manager Joe calmly explained that it is not a foreign currency. Even using local currency has many obstacles. A notoriously fraudulent company like Landstar is also a form of investment fund, private. If public opinion becomes dissatisfied, we will be forced to turn to the politicians again," he advised with a worried expression. When Tyson heard what he was talking about, his face darkened. "Yes, politicians can control the tax investigation, so this private investment fund. It will be a bait, a prey waiting for the big fish that is Anna Corporation to jump in. You seem to have calculated everything and then told Mr. Joe, I just wanted to make a small investment, then make it look real, mysterious and attractive," he thought to himself. Mr. Joe was a bit confused and asked, "Is it a small investment? Specifically how much is it?" Tyson immediately replied, 100 billion, this short and decisive sentence shocked Mr. Joe. He couldn't believe that 100 billion was small for him. Seeing his reaction like that, he asked again, is that too little, or is it 200 billion? Tyson, the more he talked, the more dumbfounded he became, thinking, that's a small amount. To calm Mr. Joe's mind after the shock just now, he happily said, Lawyer Joe, what's wrong with you today? I still have to do it when I bring my own car on the plane. I will pay you the fee, let's finish the contract later, When Mr. Joe heard that, he couldn't help but agree. Okay, thank you, he thought to himself. I'll give in to you. After saying that, he immediately changed the topic and asked him, oh yes, about what I asked him, how far have you done it? Well, I've done it, it's quite simple, he said. Mr. Joe naturally wondered, but, do you really know nothing about my mother's family? Tyson thoughtfully said, yes, I don't know anything. He seemed to have investigated this matter and said seriously, CEO Zhang, you are a descendant of an elite lineage. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked in surprise, is the lineage elite? Mr. Joe slowly explained, have you ever heard of Dong Long Group? Surely you have heard of it, right? Tyson panicked, Dong Ryong Group. He doubted life for a second and then asked again, the group has affiliated companies such as Dong Long Cement, Dong Long Securities, and Dong Long Magic, but what do they have to do with me, let alone? Lawyer Joe immediately confirmed that, yes, Dong Long Group is his family. This time, it was Tyson's turn to be completely shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Questions appeared in his mind. What, mother, is my mother from a dragon lineage? Then Mr. Joe took out the file and said, Chairman Ju Yong-suk is your grandfather, he passed away 10 years ago, the current chairman is your uncle. Impossible, he couldn't accept the truth yet? But suddenly he seemed to realize something, thinking, wait a minute, Dong Long Securities is also affiliated with them, that is the company that I worked for after graduating from university. When I thought about it, I was dumbfounded. That company never accepts students from the province. Tyson seemed to realize that he remembered the days when he worked hard, the days when his colleagues talked bad about him and made fun of him. Have you heard anything about him, having an umbrella, being told that? He still naively didn't understand and wondered, what is an umbrella? He remembers, that time when he told his friends that he got the job, they were jealous and said, you monkey, you're good, we're jealous, and at that time he just shyly replied, okay, but. At that time, even his friends didn't expect that he would be accepted. Recalling those events, he fell into deep thought. So that's it, at that time I didn't have anything outstanding, I wasn't good at information technology or programming at all. Now he understood the reason why I was accepted to the old company in the past. Lawyer Joe put the file on the table and gave it to Tyson. All the information is in here, he said. Then he comforted him, his mother must have suffered. Tyson realized everything, answered the question in his heart for a long time, said with a cold face, thank you. Ha, it's not being polite, I'm paid by you, he said politely. At this time the sun is about to set, if you say so, I will go first, your investment fund will make me busy in the next few days. He checked the information little by little. As he flipped through it, he couldn't help but exclaim, he didn't expect that the descendant of a noble family would become a farmer and be in debt. His mother should have received the inheritance money from the family. I have their blood. Even the last names are different. He thought about it here and got a little suspicious. He looked at the document with the word will, recognized it and said, this is Pandora's box, it's a secret box, if you open it, terrible disasters will befall. When the moon rose late at night, there were still documents in his hands. Reading this, he seemed to be enlightened with another earth-shattering information and exclaimed, oh my god. Tyson was completely shocked for the second time, opened his mouth in surprise and said, Mom is my father's wife's daughter, my grandfather is so greedy, I don't know. Luckily my grandmother is not a minor. He continued reading, his grandfather was a thief, and his mother was the youngest daughter of the family. It was truly shocking news, he exclaimed when he learned the truth. The children of his previous wives bullied their grandmother and mother, even though she was his wife, they accused her of being his mistress. My mother is very talented in painting, even though her sisters were cruel to her, she still grew up with a good personality. And then his mother met his father, and he read and strung the events together. At that time, my grandfather was very weak and could no longer walk. My uncle, who was vice president at that time, was against my mother's marriage, because he had arranged a political marriage for my mother. Mother refused, and left home to live with her father, who grew crops together, living the life of real farmers. Grandfather became a plant seller and then passed away. Before he died, he wanted to see his youngest daughter one last time, but his son, Jo Hind, cut off all contact with that daughter. Only later did my mother hear that he had passed away, so she immediately returned to visit his grave, just a simple grave under a tree, without any incense or smoke. Grandmother was kicked out of the house, she left in a snowstorm under the witness of her stepchildren. She didn't care about material things, so she didn't have any power in the house. So she only knew how to grieve and cry for her miserable body and leave empty-handed. At the same time, my mother was pregnant with me, while everyone was very excited to prepare to welcome the new member of the family. And at the same time, her grandmother passed away in a mysterious accident. Inheritance litigation broke out. What a tragedy. Hearing that she was kicked out into the street like a beggar, my mother was very angry. And so his mother no longer had his parents in the world. Reading this, his emotions broke down, tears fell in 2 lines, he trembled and cried. Then there were rumors that the will had been forged. The Jew family fought constantly, and it was said that mother refused to accept the property of that dirty family. As he read, tears fell freely on the paper, thinking to himself, I suddenly miss my mother so much. Immediately, Tyson took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. The other end picked up the phone. My mother's voice echoed, "What's wrong?" He cried and called out, "Mother." As if sensing something was wrong with her son, his mother asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is studying so stressful? Come play with me." Hearing her voice, he cried even more loudly. Then Tyson expressed, "Mom, I love you the most in the world, do you know?" His mother habitually asked, "Hey, is it true that I've caused trouble again, not to mention that I know more besides Clara? Who else is she?" He immediately denied, it was not there, mother. The mother did not feel reassured and asked again, "Is it true?" At this very moment he silently promised his mother, "Mom, I promise. I will investigate everything, the cause of her sudden death and the pain that mother has suffered. They will definitely pay the price." Scene change, to a high floor of a high-rise building. The glass reflects the silhouette of a middle-aged man. He held an unlit cigarette in his hand. The sound of the lighter flicking was heard, and he sighed. The night view of Hong Kong is amazing, not inferior to Wall Street. The man thoughtfully looked at the cigarette and exclaimed. In the heart of the bustling city of Hong Kong, heavy rain is falling. At a cocktail night bar called Chicago, there are many cocktails on display. There is a person pouring wine into a glass of ice to enjoy. The shop was very deserted. There were only 2 middle-aged men confiding together. The silver-haired man saw that Robert was deep in thought and asked, "Robert, your face doesn't look good these days, is something bothering you?" The man answered, "In the wall city, all games have no rules." The white-haired man asked in surprise, "What is that?" Robert trembled and said what he had been suppressing for a long time, "I hated that place. Hated that bloody battlefield in tears, so now I just want to be a normal manager, stay away from him, from lavish money, but..." The person next to him worriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Robert said with tears in his eyes, "But, I just got fired." The other man looked at Robert's sad face and said in surprise, "What?" He began to tell his story. When the economic crisis was still looming, I presented my concerns to the derivatives investment company I worked for many times, but they still ignored me. When the economic crisis really broke out, they blamed me, those bastards, Robert said bitterly. The man next to him saw his friend being bullied and angrily said, "It's unacceptable, how could a virtuous person like him?" Then the man said words of encouragement to Robert, "Cheer up, you still have capital. Then you will hold your head high again." He asked in surprise, "Capital?" He seemed to have lost his strength, talking about the things he had been through. He said, "Recently my mother-in-law had been struggling with cancer and Alzheimer's disease, and the hospital bills had cost her a lot. I'm in so much debt, I can't borrow any more money now. And then my mother-in-law passed away, and my wife," saying this, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds. "My wife had an affair with her boss," Robert said. His friend gasped loudly and asked, "What?" Robert smiled bitterly at his friend. "Now I'm no different from a beggar. We have decided to divorce. I left all my assets to her, now I have nothing to regret." Hearing that, your friend raised his voice and asked, "Why did you do that?" Seeing that Robert only cared about his ex-wife and did not care about himself or his family. His friend asked, "What about the children?" Robert felt that everything was his fault and said, "Now that I'm unemployed and broke, they probably don't want to care about me, and it's also my fault for being inconsiderate to my family." I think it was because Robert was so pessimistic that his friend said some words of encouragement. "Oh my God, don't be so discouraged, you don't plan to start over again." Robert lamented and said, "I'm 50 years old now, who would hire an old man like me, just a divorced manager who doesn't have a house to live in?" The friend looked at Robert crying pitifully and also felt sad. Sitting under the warm yellow light, the atmosphere was dull. The two suddenly fell silent without saying a word. Then suddenly Robert's friend asked me to introduce this place to him. He thought he wouldn't be able to find another job, so he was surprised and asked, "What about introductions?" Holding an unlit cigarette in his hand, he approached the window, his shadow reflected through the glass. He sadly looked at the city to balance his emotions. He thought to himself, "Professor Matthew is student." Robert was now at a dead end. When he saw the only ray of hope he had to do, he burst into tears. "Do it, I will definitely do it." With his strong determination, he firmly said, "If I could start over again, I would sell my soul and be completely loyal to that person." After that, he fell into contemplation and remained silent. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. That person didn't wait for him to react before opening the door and asking if you were manager Robert Lyon. Robert was stunned and answered hesitantly, "Yes, it was me." It was a girl. She introduced herself. "I was Professor Matthew's student, Clara Lee, and the person accompanying her in the back was Jang Nison." Dyson looked at Mr. Robert Lee and felt very strange, speechless. Before arriving in Hong Kong, when Dyson was still sitting on the plane. Sitting in the business class cabin, he looked out the window at the clouds and sky and exclaimed, "What a pity, because I don't have a visa yet, I can't travel freely in America. We had to meet each other in Hong Kong." He looked disappointed and said. Suddenly he thought to himself, to officially approach and develop in the American market, I need people I can trust to help me. The elites can become my minions. To do that, I have to understand who they are. You almost had it all figured out before coming to Hong Kong. Suddenly, a white light appeared, making him jump when he realized it was coming again. Mom, again, why does it keep happening? A strong wind passed by, leaving behind flying dust. Dyson was transported to another unknown space. In front of him were houses. He panicked and said, "Where the hell is this?" Before he could react, someone asked if he wanted to see me, making Dyson panic. He turned his eyes towards the dry willow tree and recognized the words written on the flag as the first in the world, "All things are incomprehensible." At the bottom of the tree is a noble person meditating and cultivating. He couldn't help but be startled when he saw an old man with gray hair and beard sitting under the tree. Dyson hesitantly asked, "Sir, who are you?" The old man with a kind face smiled and said, "I am Namase-go." He was a Korean scholar in the Joseon dynasty, very knowledgeable in mechanics, geometry, astrology, divination, and physiology. "You don't know me?" the old man asked. Dyson didn't know anyone, so he replied, "No, first time hearing this name." Mr. Namase-go said somewhat sadly and politely, "It's okay if you don't know, but a long time ago, no one knew my name, maybe I've been forgotten." Dyson scratched his head and smiled wryly, "I'm sorry, I don't know much about history." "But why did you call me here?" He seemed to know Dyson's current condition and said, "You need the ability to read people." "Right, the ability to help you clearly analyze a person you've just met." Jang Dyson thoughtlessly thought of an answer and said in surprise, "Oh, so you are a palmist." Mr. Namase-go introduced himself to him. "From the time of Mother Myung-jon, I was the prophet who gave warnings about the Imjin War." He asked a bit confused, "So, will you teach me his physiognomy correct?" He said disappointedly, "You don't have enough points so you can't." Dyson knew that and shyly begged, "Just be a little more patient, next time I will definitely pay in full, haha." Suddenly, someone overheard Dyson's conversation and came out and shouted, "I can't do that," making both Dyson and Mr. Asai-go startled. It was as if Mr. Asai-go had done something wrong that the other man was screaming and questioning. Doing so was against our contract. Hearing that, Dyson gasped in fear and broke out in sweat. The two brothers are old but still argue loudly like children. Brother one sentence, brother another question, "What are you doing here, brother cheating?" Namase-go pointed his finger straight at his brother's face and questioned, "If I cheated?" "You should be careful with your words, I'm just responding to his request." Dyson heard them arguing and wondered, adding, "Grapes, who else? This is the first time I've met two people at the same time." The two brothers chatted back and forth. "What is this flag? If you interfere with reality again, I will denounce you." "Shut up, I will only follow tradition, we must obey according to common law." To end the argument, Dyson boldly spoke up and asked. His younger brother turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Who is uncle?" He crossed his arms and seriously asked, like two blood brothers. This person has the same reaction as Namase-go. "What uncle? You don't know me." He shyly introduced himself. "I am Park Hyabong, a very famous person during the Joseon era. Don't you know anything about the artist who painted the portrait of King Gojong, the son of the great general of the Hongtuyun army?" "Not to brag, but I'm also a fortune teller. I looked at my face and saw that I had to lose an eye to be an official, so I gouged out my own eye," he said calmly. Hearing that, Dyson stiffened and faltered. "Oh, that's great." He didn't expect there to be such a person and secretly exclaimed, "What a terrible thing." When Namase-go heard it, it was very unpleasant for him to hear, so he spoke loudly, "What a monkey, you die from drinking poison wine, you can't predict when you will die." Park Hyabong heard these words. What else is there to say? Seigo proudly stroked his beard and said, "Being able to prophesy even your own death is a true prophet, like me." The argument continued. The two of them yelled loudly, "So what? You're just a 6th grade servant. If you want to be chosen by the young masters and ladies, you must at least be 3rd grade like me." "Oh my god, look what that guy who doesn't know what day he died is saying." Park Hyabong firmly said, "I'm not addicted to alcohol, don't equate me with the worldly humans out there." Seeing that the two of them did not care about him, Tae-san shouted loudly. The two of them stood there to interrupt the argument, making the two of them startled. He smiled and said slowly, "You two don't need to point out my karma." "I forgot, I need it, of course I need it, I really need it," the two Confucian scholars shyly said. To be fair, Tae-san came up with an idea, "So now I will ask you two a question, whoever can answer will get my karma points." The two brothers agreed. He made a cold face and asked, "Look at my face, what do you two think?" Tae-san curled his lips, "Look at my face, what do you think of me?" Hearing him say that, Namase-go and Park Hyabong were startled, looking at their faces. Their faces, huh?" Tae-san drawled, "What, Can't you see? Park Hyabong faltered. That's not it. Then he burst out in surprise. In the past there is no past, in the present there is no present, could it be? Also a fairy. Park Hyabong's closing sentence left Tae-san speechless. I'm human. Next to him, Namasago also continued, through physiognomy, we can see a person's past, present and future, however, his current appearance does not show anything. Your fate is too short, this statement made him pale. After that, Tae-san quickly regained his composure and continued to ask leisurely, can't you see? So, don't point out any karma. Park Hyabong was startled. Just now he said he would pay, so let's ask another question. Namasago next to him also complained. No matter what, we say so, physiognomy cannot lie. The two of them continued to complain about each other, so please teach me face reading at the lowest price, plus feng shui. I'll say it again, I can tell you're a thief right away. That evening at the company, a voice rang out, let's say hello first. Clara introduced him to a foreign man, this is President Daniel Zhang, who will interview him directly. Tae-san also greeted him. Then he looked at the man who spoke so eloquently, Robert, looking at you here, I see unfinished dreams and a lost life. Robert was surprised by Tae-san's words, he wondered, he was already the president at such a young age. Tae-san continued to say, when we first met, I know it may seem harsh to say this, but right now you are facing the most difficult period of your life. His words startled Clara. He continued, his family was devastated, his assets were destroyed, and his debts were piling up. Everyone who had a relationship with him before pretended not to know him. And no one helped him. Robert was startled. God, how did you know? Tae-san laughed. I didn't secretly investigate you behind your back, it's just that I have learned an esoteric form of Oriental physiognomy. Robert replied that he was, well, physiognomy, I do know that. This makes Tae-san very satisfied. Wall Street talent is different, it's understandable. Lost everything in the last days of my life, my fate and his are very compatible. Clara stood up and smiled and said, you two just drink coffee and talk slowly. Robert replied, thank you Miss Clara, Matthew praised your coffee so well, now I can try it. Clara was happy. Mr. Matthew said too much, he likes to praise others. He laughed, is that so? Clara smiled and turned to Tae-san, please continue the interview. Tae-san suddenly said one sentence, closing. Both Clara and Robert were startled. Lock. Tae-san smiled calmly, yes, I accept him. Do you have any questions? He asked Robert again. Robert was confused. What? No, I haven't even introduced myself yet. Tae-san interrupted, that's enough. Please ask him for help later, Director Robert. His words startled the other two. Director. Tae-san remained calm. Are you not satisfied? Robert stammered, no. He was so happy that he burst into tears. Thank you. I will definitely do my best for the company and the president, Robert assured. Right now, the system appears again, you have received karma points. After taking Robert on a tour of the company, he spoke up, Director Robert. He immediately responded, yes sir. Tae-san continued, like I said yesterday, our investment method is uniquely different. Immediately, it will not be possible to get the desired profit, just think of it as asset management. You must keep this a secret, this is not an illegal investment fund like a slush fund or drug trafficker, you don't have to worry. Robert respectfully replied to him, yes, I understand. Tae-san continued, did you know that insects cling to flowers with lots of nectar? First, start venture capital companies on each continent, all starting with $3 billion in capital. Robert wondered, how many investors are there? Currently there is no one. Robert was surprised, yes, if so, what should I do? Tae-san smirked, I will invest in everything. Robert was startled, really? He was startled by Tae-san's bold thoughts and determination. A moment later, he continued, I will support all the human and financial resources necessary to establish the company, let's quickly form a group. Robert asked again, proceed now, sir. He laughed, yes, hire as many experts as possible and complete your goals in the shortest time. I give full authority to make decisions to you, Director Robert, everything is according to his will. Robert was surprised, he had only met me for one day, how could he trust me to this extent? At this moment, Tae-san smirked. Then he turned his head and smiled brightly at Robert, I trust you, you will have a life much better than you can imagine. Robert was moved to tears, President. Robert's horoscope shows that this is a very talented person, I've only been in Hong Kong for a few days but I've already shown my strength. He quietly attracted the employees and management funds he had been eyeing. I went back and forth between Hong Kong and America a few times, Robert always reports to me in great detail. And opened many offices in Hong Kong, so secret that even Clara didn't know anything about it. In just 15 days, I became the president of an investment fund located in a tax haven. Tae-san looked at his company's office and thought, he really is a Wall Street player, without any loopholes. In London, Manhattan and Hong Kong companies with venture capital funds have been established. Everything has been prepared. At this moment Tae-san was right on the rooftop of the building smiling, really shaking, it's time to hit the market. At this time the car stopped at Repusal Bay, the richest area in Hong Kong. Tae-san got out of the car, looked at the house in front of him and exclaimed, "Wow. He's a rich man, not just joking. I'm excited, this is a luxury villa area, does Clara really live here?" At this time, Clara left the house to welcome him. "Ah, Daniel," he also happily replied. "Ah, Clara, what a beautiful house." She laughed. "This is not my house, is my brother and mother's house." Tae-san laughed teasingly. "In the future it will be hers too, she is the only daughter." He followed Clara into the house, asking as he walked, "What kind of person is her father?" "He lives here, he must be very famous." Entering her yard, he exclaimed, "Wow, the garden is so big, is there a place like this in Hong Kong?" Clara called out into the house, "Dad, Mom, Daniel is here." Her mother came out of the house. She was an extremely young-looking woman. She was welcoming. "Oh, I'm here, I'm Emmanuel Pierre, Clara's mother, nice to meet you." Tae-san bowed politely. "Thank you very much for inviting me to play." He said in French, "You are so beautiful, no matter how bright the roses are, I have to bow before you." This sentence made Clara's father next to her blush. Her mother laughed. "Oh, Daniel knows French too." He didn't answer but politely introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Jang Tae-san. Your father also happily welcomed you. Daniel, come in, welcome to our home, I'm Lee Jang Chang." He held out his hand to shake his hand and was suddenly startled. He doesn't understand what's going on. He was still smiling but he felt a bit scary. The veins in his hand that was shaking his brother's hand, Tae-san was shocked. "What? What?" Jang Tae-san worriedly thought, "Does he want to test me?" Emmanuel Pierre looked puzzled at her husband and Tae-san who were shaking hands and asked, "What are you two doing?" Clara smiled and held up the gift bag and said, "Dad, what's wrong? Daniel gave you the Mao Dai wine that you like." Lee Jang Chang smiled awkwardly, glanced at the gift bag his daughter was holding, and replied, "Wow, you have a good eye, don't you?" Clara's mother held the bouquet of flowers that Tae-san gave her and excitedly asked, "These roses are so beautiful, how many are there?" The male lead immediately replied, "Yes, 47. The aunt admired. "Wow, you know my age," Tae-san politely replied. "I don't know, you look so young, I wouldn't have guessed if you didn't tell me." At this moment, his heart was screaming, "Oh my god, the flower shop only has 47 flowers." Emmanuel Pierre happily praised, "Haha, you know how to talk too much, please come in." Tae-san replied, "Thank you." In the area where there are large mansions all around, and Clara's house is also in this area. Stepping into the house, the aunt politely said, "Don't criticize the house for being messy." Surrounding the large house were bustling servants and bodyguards. The male lead was admiring in his heart, "Oh my god, that's a 65-inch TV." He stood still in surprise and thought, "It's not a PDP, it's an LCD." Tae-san gasped, his eyes widened in admiration, exclaiming, "Oh my god, in my heart, I'm constantly exclaiming, I'm so rich." Clara smiled brightly and turned to tell her father, "Dad, Daniel's house is great, it is a traditional house with a very long historical value, our house is far behind." The male lead calmly continued, "After all, home is where we live, it doesn't matter if it's small, as long as it's comfortable, right?" When Clara's whole family heard Tae-san's words, they all sweated, confused, and somewhat surprised. "What, little girl?" Lee Jang Chang suddenly burst out laughing and said loudly, "This kid, I like you." He smiled in a friendly way and gently asked, "Daniel, no, Jang Tae-san, please have a drink with me." "You give it back, I won't refuse anywhere," Lee Jang Chang happily replied. "Okay, let's have a drink." Stepping into the kitchen, where the dining table was prepared, he approached the dining table and warmly welcomed us. "We had prepared snacks, please sit down," Tae-san replied in surprise. "Ah yes," in his heart right now he was wondering, this is so light. Sitting down at the table to eat, Lee Jang Chang spoke, "Come on, raise a glass, you continue to talk to your uncle, I respectfully ask for you." He happily raised his cup of wine and wished you success, young man. The male lead politely replied, "Thank you for inviting me here, and I also wish you and Clara all the best." Lee Jang Chang started asking about him. Apparently Clara said, "He is a VIP customer of Hong Kong Bank." Tae-san humbly replied, "Not really a VIP customer, I just borrowed a little money." He smiled and praised, "It seems you know how to use tricks, quite well." The male lead replied that there was also collateral, so why would they refuse? Then Clara's father looked at him with meaningful eyes and a slight smile. He continued to ask about it. "Boy is an investor, or owns a secret Korean corporation." Tae-san confidently answered his brother's question. "I only have one private investment fund." Lee Jang Chang exclaimed in surprise, "What, private investment, you?" He awkwardly and shyly asked his age. "Wait, how old are you this year?" Tae-san smiled calmly and replied, "Haha, if you're making money, then age doesn't matter." Then Lee Jang Chang lowered his eyebrows, smiled shyly and said, "Haha, you're right, I'm so confused." He still happily asked what you invested in, stocks, securities, or lending companies. Tae-san looked at him and realized that the businessman was different, his face was really good. The male lead replied, "This is business, I have to keep it a secret." Lee Jiangchang was surprised to hear that, but he still jokingly persuaded him, "There's no need for that, just consider me your father, I'm very curious." Tae-san reached for the bottle of wine and asked if he wanted to invest. He excitedly continued, "Investment, let me try, let's see if we should invest money in our little son." He looked at Lee Jiangchang with the confident, sharp eyes of a business-minded person and said, "You will profit 1%. When my uncle heard that, he sweated and asked again, 1%, he silently asked in his heart, "Did I do something wrong?" Then the male lead continued to say, "The minimum investment amount is $1 billion. Lee Jiangchang was shocked at the amount of money Tae-san told him and exclaimed, "What? $1 billion, his face was sweaty, his mouth opened in surprise and disbelief, wondering, "Who is this kid? It seems like no joke." He was confused but still smiling and asked, "Am I the only one investing, in his heart?" He silently reminded himself that in this situation, he must smile confidently. The male lead raised his index finger to explain, "Yes, currently my staff is still hunting for investors." Lee Jiangchang wondered, "Staff?" Elsewhere, looking out the window from the room was a clear blue sky. A hot coffee cup on the table was slowly placed down. A voice said, "Robert, long time no see." The response to that statement is, "You look more like a politician than a scholar, Jack." Jack spoke naturally, it seemed like he was having trouble, but the office was so grand. Robert replied honestly, "Fortunately I run a private investment fund." Jack immediately wondered, "Private investment fund?" Robert replied that the operating fee is not much, but the investor is very skillful. Robert's words made Jack curious and asked, "Who is that?" He smiled and asked again, "What do you want to see?" Jack smiled and replied, "Hey, I'm just curious." Right after that, Jack immediately proposed his own proposal, "Next year is the time to run for president. If anyone is willing to pay for my political path, even in hell I will dig down to meet him." Robert said, "Yes, I will help you," causing Jack to ask in surprise, "Really?" He was immediately happy and frantically thanked, "Thank you so much, Robert, you are truly my good friend." Robert smiled and replied, "It's not free, honestly." Then he said with a serious face, "I personally support Obama, the member of the federal Senate." More, Jack heard this name and suddenly exclaimed, "What, Doctor of Law Obama?" Robert calmly said, $100 million, for Obama Democrats, no, I can fund much more. Jack was stunned, sweat rolled down his cheeks in surprise, what, how did he know? Hillary clearly had a lot of advantages. In the clear blue sky, Deason spoke, "Another month has passed." He sat at his desk, next to the window, looking intently out at the sky, thinking, "I've been back in the past for a year. A lot of things happened. Even in my wildest dreams, I never thought I could create so many shocking missions. Moreover, there is a peaceful life. And a very enjoyable summer in Hong Kong, although I couldn't attract Lee Jiangchang. The final semester of year 3 is about to come to an end." In the classroom, a voice rang out, "Oh." Two people in the same class as the male lead were talking to each other. "He Yangziak is absent from school again," the other friend continued, "Is there anything wrong with him?" Then the classmate seemed quite worried and said, "Lately, it's been very hard." The classmate leaned in and whispered to the other classmate, causing the other classmate to exclaim, "What?" The classmate asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong at home?" The other friend replied, "Actually, I promised He Yangziak to keep it a secret." The other friend suddenly exclaimed quite loudly, making Deason, who was waiting for a conversation, surprised, "Oh my god, he's not here, just say it quickly, give it to dad." The other friend reluctantly had to say, "He Yangziak, he's an orphan, don't you know?" Making other friends surprised and exclaiming, "What, orphan?" When Deason heard this news, he opened his mouth in shock and then called out his name in his heart, "He Yangziak." The other students are still talking about He Yangziak's case. It is said that this case involves a member of the National Assembly, so the mayor cannot intervene. Bong Suk said worriedly, "That's why He Yangziak had to run all the way to Nagoda." Du Young asked in surprise, "What, Nagoda?" Deason looked sad and felt sorry for her friend and said, "It's so bad for her, she was planning to take the exam to enter the social welfare department." Tyson sat outside and heard all the other people's conversations and remembered the image of He Yangziak, thinking, he didn't expect He Yangziak to be in such a situation. Then he was suddenly taken aback, his face showing concern as he wondered in his heart. Was it related to a member of the National Assembly? The male lead gritted his teeth, panicked and suddenly thought of someone, that guy. Deason's mother was driving him on the road. When she stopped at a red light, she turned around and asked the male lead, "Why are you so diligent today? It's Saturday and you want to do volunteer work?" He flatteringly replied, "You look like your mother." "That's why, your mother is a bodhisattva." She turned back to look at her son and smiled and said, "Oh my god, are you trying to flatter me?" Tyson kept thinking on the way, before counting the sarong, to develop the area evenly. The places that were formerly public agencies are being rebuilt. His eyes now showed a serious look as if something was about to happen, but his mind was still concentrating on thinking and building an apartment complex. He could already smell the smell. Gradually, Tyson's eyes became filled with hatred and unpleasant thoughts, the strong smell of dirty money. When it got dark, the bus came to a stop to let passengers get off. A person wearing green pants slowly got out of the car. That was Hyung-sik. When he got out of the car, he also started to continue moving. He lazily put his hands on his hips, his face grimacing and saying, "Hick hick," holding an envelope with money inside. He lamented that he had worked since morning until now and only had 60,000 won. One hand was slung over the shoulder of the luggage bag, the other hand was holding the wages he had earned in the past few days. He was a little disappointed and said, "Money is not easy to earn. I missed school for a few days but only earned a few tens of thousands." Hyung-sik thought with tears in his eyes. He originally wanted to donate to the Sarung hospital, but these small coins were of no use. They weren't even enough to buy meat for the children. Stepping closer to the Sarung hospital gate, he stopped. It's hard to understand what's going on in the hospital that makes him so rude. A voice from inside came out that Hyung-sik could hear. "Wow, that's so delicious." Another child politely asked, "Can I eat more?" The response to that question was a gentle saying. "Okay, just eat as much as you'll like." Hyung-sik looked into the hospital wondering if anyone was coming. The child's voice still rang out, "Daejun is the best. When I grow up I will marry someone like him." The male lead replied, "Okay, if you want to do that, you have to eat a lot." Hyung-sik's sweat dropped in surprise when he heard the name Daejun and exclaimed in his heart. "What, Daejun, Jang Daejun?" Going inside the hospital, the scene in front of him made Hyung-sik extremely surprised. The other children who were eating saw him and happily called out his name, "Brother." Another boy turned to look at him and said, "Hyung-sik." Daejun turned around and smiled and asked, "Are you back?" Hyung-sik saw the male lead, his face turned red and he suddenly said loudly, "Daejun, what are you doing here?" The children ran towards Hyung-sik, chirping, "Come here quickly, we are eating pork belly." The male lead happily introduced himself to his parents. "This is your friend Hyung-sik," his father said. "Nice to meet you." His mother also smiled and greeted, "Hello Hyung-sik." Hyung-sik bowed his head politely and replied, "Yes, hello to you too." Daejun's parents stood next to boxes of apples stacked higher than their bodies and said, "We brought some apples here." He looked at the number of apple crates and exclaimed in shock, "Huh." Then he looked again at the food crates in front of him. Hyung-sik looked at the male lead again and called out, "Daejun." Daejun looked at Hyung-sik and calmly said, "What are you doing there? Come help me quickly, then eat some more." The boy's eyes suddenly felt like they were about to burst. He was so emotional that he whispered, "Jang Daejun, my friend for many years in high school." Then in the male protagonist's consciousness a notification rang out, "You have received karma points." Hyung-sik stood in front of Daejun, looked down and stammered, "Thank you." The next day, in the city, Daejun's voice rang out. "Isn't there a better place?" The answer to his question was the voice of a middle-aged man. "It's not that easy, everywhere in this city is expensive, and the suburbs are too far." Affecting the children's ability to go to school, Daejun raised the question again. Wondering if there was any place like an abandoned school, the man was surprised. The school was abandoned. Suddenly he was startled and remembered a place and said, "Ah, if it was an abandoned school, there would be this place." He turned on the computer and started introducing, "That place is about 10 minutes walk from the inner city. Last year it was merged so the school was abandoned. The furniture is very well preserved, the papers are clear, you can buy it, okay now." The man adjusted the computer screen to display the image of the land and the school's location, but the price was a bit high. He continued, "The equipment was still usable so it was quite a bargain." The male lead immediately asked, "How much did it cost?" He frowned slightly, smiled somewhat awkwardly and replied, 1,530,000,000 won. Daejun thought in his head, a place enough for about 100 people to live is already cheap. He smiled and closed, "I bought it." Then he continued, "If it's okay, sell me the mountain behind it too." The broker man was surprised, his mouth opened in shock. "Yes, buy it immediately, buy the mountain too." The male lead replied, "I want to buy it in my mother's name and donate it to the orphanage. Please ask for the paperwork." Tyson picked up the phone and dialed the number. "You spoke humorously on the phone, Director. I'm Jang Tyson," a voice came from the phone. "Huh, how are you doing, our student Tyson?" Tyson was still attentively talking on the phone. "I had an urgent matter and wanted to ask for help." The broker sitting across from him was sweating and thinking, "This guy is so young but so agile." From the phone, it was urgent. The male lead replied, "Yes, there is an abandoned school. I want to renovate it into an orphanage." Still in the tone of asking for help, the male lead said, "Money is not a problem. Just help me fix it quickly and perfectly." The middle-aged man had doubts in his heart. Kids these days aren't like this. After talking on the phone for a while, Tyson finished the last sentence to close his eyes. "Yes, it's all thanks to the director." Immediately after that, he raised his hand to turn off the phone. On the way back, the male lead walked on a busy street. He talked on the phone as he walked. The voice came from the phone, wondering if President Jian was busy with anything. He happily replied, "Well, there's a bit of that." The voice on the phone asked, "What's wrong? Are the hooligans in the neighborhood causing trouble again?" At this moment Tyson smiled slightly. The male lead raised his problem. "Please help me handle a civil complaint," the person on the phone wondered. "Civil complaint? What's going on?" He happily smiled and replied, "It's true that there's something wrong, I just want to do justice." The voice on the phone came through, "So what? What's going on?" He frowned and began to explain. "I had a friend who lived in an orphanage, but that orphanage was forced to leave. And was not even given a new place to live. The mayor and prosecutor in charge of this place are quite suspicious, help me put some pressure on them." The person on the phone's voice started to feel worried and hesitated. Mayor, this time there is also a high-ranking prosecutor, do we need to count the charges?" Tyson confidently continued, "Please defend them for free, if anyone asks. Just say that you received a complaint at the orphanage, everything else is okay. You can help them move to a new convenient place." The person on the phone replied with peace of mind, "Yes, I have more than enough. You said the last sentence before hanging up, I will send the detailed content in the email." Hanging up the phone, the male lead smiled with satisfaction and thought, "Hung-sik will probably go to school soon, this is going well." But then he frowned and looked in the other direction, "But I still had a lot of homework to do, and a battle to face. Last spring I was buried with FX profits. It's time to pay off US dollars and Canadian dollars." At night, at Tyson's place, he said loudly, "Okay." Sitting in front of the computer desk, the stock charts were displayed on the screen as he said. Google's stock price was close to reaching the target level. 400 million gets 3 trillion. In the future, if there is a financial crisis, Google's stock price will decrease. In this situation, there will be a lot of things to hoard. It is not necessary to hold on to Google stocks, Tyson reminded himself. It's still a happy time, early. He smiled sinisterly, his sharp eyes thinking. I will collect all the stocks of Amazon, Google, and Apple, but for now Google stocks are still the best. Tyson took a deep breath to calm down. Okay, this is over. His eyes were now filled with determination. Next. Suddenly, the computer screen flashed with a huge light source, causing Tyson to startle and turn his head, blocking it with his hand and exclaiming, "Oh, what's going on?" Tyson woke up in a place covered with snow. He silently cried. It's also the place of the gods, why can't he be at peace all the time? Tyson looked around, where is this? After walking for a while, he came across a river. Was it a boat? Out of nowhere an old man appeared and called out. Welcoming the young man, Tyson was startled and turned around. Who was he? I'm Joe. Tyson still doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't know this person, Joe. Old Joe smiled and said, I'm about to go through the cycle. What's your name? Tyson was startled. What the hell? Even though I don't remember. I must have gone through death and reincarnation in my previous life. Why, that's the river that every dead person has to cross. Tyson looked at him and cried loudly and asked, Are you the god of death? Don't arrest me. I've only earned 3,000 billion. Old Joe smiled kindly at him. I'm not the god of death. Don't be afraid, I'm just someone whose time has come to cross the river. Tyson doubted, You are not a god, so why did you call me here? Old Joe didn't answer right away. That god is a thing of the past. This no-nonsense answer makes you scared. What's wrong? You're confusing me. The old man calmly said that if he was already flying, there would be no need to cross this river. Fai Tang, that's the word used to talk about people who have become saints and ascended to heaven. Old Joe continued to say, Bang Su Yen, also known as Zhang Sun Hoi, is the journey that every dead person must pass to be reincarnated. Tyson understood some parts of what he said. Now you and I are connecting. It seems like that. Why did you connect with me? Tyson is extremely unhappy and suddenly points his way to death. Old Joe smiled and said, I want to thank you. Tyson was surprised. What are you thanking me for? Hello, sir, did you book the boat through Vong Su Yen? I am Richard Kong, the one who will guide you to your afterlife, Old Joe replied. Thank you for coming all the way here. He happily smiled at Old Joe. Don't say that. Tyson was now observing him. Richard Kong, the afterlife guide. Why is his outfit so strange? Richard Kong enjoyed looking at everything around. It's been a long time since I've been back to this old wharf. It feels strange. Nowadays, everyone takes the speedboat and this place is just a small wharf so there's no tax. Old Joe turned his head to look at him and said, It's time for me to go. Thank you. Thanks to you, the future of my descendants has changed. I will definitely repay you. Please take care of the children for me, Tyson pondered. My relatives only have two people named Joe, one is Lawyer Joe and the other is my friend Hyung Zayak. So these are Hyung Zayak's ancestors. Climbing the boat out into the middle of the river, Richard Kong said, That guy seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Screams rang out in the company. The director was there again. At the central bank in Canada, deposits have poured in again. The whole office was surprised. What happened today? Isn't it a futures contract? Who is this guy? The final approval party for delivery. The transaction between banks and individuals in Korea is the central bank. The man spoke. I have checked the number of contracts, all of which are margined from the Chicago Commodity Exchange that has gone to the island. England, Hong Kong, England and other countries, the FX margin is huge. That affected the currency market immediately. The man saw that the situation was not good and panicked. What should I do? Director, he shouted and asked again, of course to save his life. If it continues to increase, we will surely die. Unlike the future market, the population of the contracting parties is in the present. Someone suggested that you should buy it, spend your dollars, but it was not approved. It is impossible. There was a buzz in the office. Please accept $5 billion. Yes, Rich Key on my side must do the same. It can't be like that. There was a loud cry. How good is Bobillion? Change and hope. Robert voiced his approval. Very good. I don't know what my boss will do next. As soon as I mentioned it, the word boss appeared on the phone screen. Robert immediately picked up the phone and asked me how you were doing. Deason said, it's not enough to ensure that there are enough parties involved. Robert informed the situation. They are currently in the hallway waiting to see me. All thanks to the boss. Deason laughed loudly. It's not all thanks to you, Robert. It's only because of you that I feel at ease like this. I didn't do anything but thank you, boss, for your trust. Tomorrow I will announce the withdrawal of investment. Please welcome the contracting parties. Robert obeys. I will take care of it. Try your best. See you on winter break. Robert was surprised. Winter break. Deason knew he had said something wrong and immediately changed the subject. I was joking. What's wrong with politicians? Everything is still good. I'm still following my boss's instructions. Remember to pay attention to them. Yes. Don't worry, I will remember. See you in December in Hong Kong. Robert respectfully replied, yes. As soon as Robert hung up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Investment announcement. Look at the data on the $20 billion screen. I didn't expect that day would continue like that. Robert looked at the computer screen and was surprised. What is this safe investment? This is completely an attack without any defense. The way he invested was like a cavalry aiming his spear at the enemy. Ignoring all his own thoughts, he sighed, the boss is always right. It's just the saints who can predict all global economic trends that dare to invest like this. Calling for the establishment of a team that is neither a global company nor a Korean company. So a legal team must be prepared, a merger and consolidation team must be prepared. A Dong Long group, what is this group? Tyson said angrily, damn, why suddenly talking about winter break would reveal the fact that he's a high school student. After all, this is my last vacation, time passes so quickly. Deason leaned on the sofa and thought, college vacation is coming. A memorable moment of my student life is about to end. Tyson pinched his cheeks and said, does that look like someone with $70 billion? This is not a dream, right? But anyway, I live like this and call it simple. I have a car, an apartment, and a high school student. Tyson racked his brain and thought about whether he should spend more or not. The game has reached a new level, now it's time to go to school. Lawyer Joe said with great satisfaction, the city council failed to inspect. I have a clause in the contract that allows you to proceed. Deason heard the good news and smiled. Thank you, Lawyer Joe, you don't need to do that. I told you, you already paid me, but it's nothing. Deason looked into the distance and said, it's not thanks to Lawyer Joe that everything went so smoothly, after all he is a famous man. At first he was very speechless. But after I gave him an internal document number, he immediately bowed his head. Deason called, Lawyer Joe, if you call now, he will be scared to death. Why should I do that? Compared to a 9-deputy prosecutor like you, he's just a fly. Lawyer Joe heard that and laughed and said, he can't compare to you. Deason said, I want to invest in a law firm. Lawyer Joe was surprised, a law firm. Seeing that he was worried, Deason said, don't worry about the costs. I'll take care of everything, let's do it cleanly, can we buy shares? Lawyer Joe replied, if you have money, then there's nothing you can't do. No matter how much you need. Deason said coldly, about 30%, 30%, if it's a law firm, then yes. Lawyer Joe said in confusion, those are the CEO's shares. Why are you so interested in the law firm? Deason leaned on the railing behind the schoolyard and said, let's get to the point, Lawyer Joe. There was a startled sound on the phone. Deason said coldly, how much money is 30%? The lawyer looked carefully and replied. Manhwa is a law firm in the top 3 in Korea and the prices are not cheap. After listening, Deason just gently gave the number, so how about 100 billion? The number really made him nervous. What 100 billion, is that what you really want? He smiled and said, if you don't believe me, you have to believe the money in my account. Lawyer Joe doesn't dare to delay, so I'll proceed right away. Deason was very satisfied with such an answer, haha, of course. After speaking, Deason immediately hung up the phone. If it was 100 billion. How could Sam Woo refuse? While I was deep in thought, my phone rang again. Deason said, hello? Soon, a soft voice rang out saying, I'm you. Deason thought to himself, you. Seeing that there was no answer on the other side of the phone. The girl asked, what's wrong? Don't tell me you forgot about me. Indeed, that's the case, he asked. Who is it? Wait, this voice. The girl didn't believe he could forget her, so she said, are you dating Yaren? After hearing that, Deason suddenly called, Syrian. The girl shouted so loudly that he had to put the phone away, afraid that the scream would damage his eardrums. Ah, you're too much. How could you forget my voice like that? How could you bear it? To reduce her anger, he said, it's been more than a year since she called me. I'm sorry we haven't talked for a long time, are you okay? Looks like you're debuting next week. Syrian was surprised. How did you know? Deason smiled and said, well, there are rumors online that Fox Entertainment Company is preparing to launch a perfect girl group. Syrian didn't expect news to appear online, oh my gosh. The rumors have spread so far. Syrian asked, who were you calling for so long? I kept calling you but couldn't get through. Oh, I was talking to my lawyer Joe. Syrian heard him say to talk to a lawyer and got worried. Lawyer, don't tell me you got into with a thug again. I'm not that bad. Why do you say that? Now I've given up my search and started a business. Syrian was surprised. The business guy didn't go to college. I told you I wanted to study law at Korean Law University, Deason replied. I have an interview tomorrow. Syrian excitedly said, you're so cool, you'll pass, I believe you. I pour holy water every day to pray for my beloved husband. Whenever you need me, I will always be there to take care of you. Deason half seriously and half jokingly said, is it okay if I take care of you? Actually, if you go to the army, I will perform at the concert to encourage me. Hang up now, my manager will come and talk to you next time. I love you so much, don't forget that. Deason saw that the phone connection had been lost and thought, haha, this cute girl. The next day at the university, today was registration day, so everyone was chatting excitedly. I heard that even if you use a high university entrance exam score, it's very risky. Of course, because the screening is very harsh, college entrance exam scores are just the first step, interview and thesis are the two final deciding factors. There will be many people who will be disappointed. From afar a pair of black leather shoes appeared. That was Deason. He didn't expect that one day he would get an interview at a Korean law university. According to the school's rules, there will be no more recruitment next year. This is your last chance. Open your eyes wide and grasp it. Deason was extremely happy, thanking God for this life's grace. The screams focused all the students' attention, and the interviewer started inviting numbers 1 to 5. Looking at the people around him, Deason thought to himself that this was not a job interview. Everyone was dressed so seriously. The boys' praise for the girl in the distance rang out. Wow, oh. Some people gathered around because of their cries to see what was going on. She remained calm with the surrounding eyes moving forward. Deason was surprised to see a familiar face gradually appear, Senior Yaren. Yaren came over to say hello guys. Being talked to by a girl as beautiful as a flower, their faces were already red. Hello, is there anything? Do you need our help? Yaren smiled and said, I'm only going for a few days, the man next to me said. I thought I went to Salem district. Yaren replied, there's a junior of hers here for an interview. The man asked, a junior from your hometown? A pair of red high heels are walking towards Deason. Deason was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Deason. I was busy with my thesis so I couldn't come, please understand. Deason silently cursed. What kind of situation is this? Seeing that he didn't respond, Yaren didn't say anything more. Just looked at him and smiled. Deason said angrily, why should I understand you? Yaren was petrified by his words, huh? Then shyly said, why are you angry? Okay. After the interview, let's go have lunch. We have a lot to talk about. Deason just coldly said. I'll contact you later. Seeing his attitude like that, she didn't even bother to accept it. Okay, I'll wait in front of the school gate. Deason didn't say much but turned around and left behind a lot of gossip. What the heck, Yaren's junior, no wonder I found it strange. Deason stood in the crowd and listened to the whole story. Wake up you idiots, in a million years you won't be able to get into law school, she's so scheming. Seeing that the situation was developing as planned, Yaren was happy. Good job Yaren, the worst is over. I heard news of Jang Deason from friends, his family suddenly became wealthy. And he is a descendant of a noble family. Deason's style and qualities are not like normal men. I feel his boundless ambition. He will definitely pass. The professor's eyes are of course much better than mine. A man walking on the street suddenly saw Yaren and said hello, What are you doing here, Yaren? Yaren also smiled and replied, well, my junior was interviewing here so I came. Hearing Yaren say that, they were surprised. Juniors, they are relatives. Don't misunderstand. It's just a junior close to my house. They don't seem to believe in her reason. A junior close to home. Has the tough girl Yaren fallen for him? Yaren still kept her smile and replied, she's just a junior from home. You can't deny that you really like him, right? Suddenly she asked, what are you two doing here? The two of them replied, we came to verify the rumor. Yaren was surprised, saying the rumor. They continued to talk. I heard that there was a guy here who looked like a model. The interviewers were going crazy in the group chat. Yaren said confusedly, so why am I so sure I can't lose her? Dezen finally finished the interview and went downstairs. I feel so comfortable, I might as well have a law school interview. I'm so hungry. The three examiners were bewildered. Dezen sat in the red car and said cheerfully, I've definitely parked. It's time to eat, and after speaking, he drove the car as if it were flying on the road. The whole road was very peaceful. Suddenly he remembered Yaren's words. After the interview, let's go to lunch. Dezen smiled evilly, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. I changed my phone number and lost it so I don't know how to call. How can I contact you? The car sped away at an ever-increasing speed. With the stain in his heart, he said, Senior. Let's go our separate ways. This guy isn't that naive. Dezen just rushed forward, leaving Yaren standing on the side of the road exposed to the wind and dust. On a cold winter day, Tyson was not afraid of the cold but went up to the mountain and practiced shirtless. He thought, when this winter ends, this world will have to face another cold wind. Those who do not prepare in advance will have a much worse outcome than the International Monetary Fund. Everything will be wiped out, as the situation can clearly be seen, he affirmed. Today is a beautiful day, blue sky. White clouds, light shining through the balcony into Tyson's room. Tyson sat in the house. Not knowing what he was focusing on but suddenly sighed, the phone rang. Please enter your registration number. He quickly entered his registration number. The beeping sounds rang out. He nervously looked at the phone screen, number 44, candidate Jang Tyson, Faculty of Law of Korea National University of Law. Tyson was so stressed that he held his breath while looking at the phone. You are accepted, the announcement sounded. He seemed to have regained half his soul and was overjoyed. The phone rang once. The other end of the line answered, hello, what's wrong? Tyson immediately called his mother and said, Mom, I passed. His mother asked in surprise, really? Half a tear fell from the mother's eyes because of joy. She turned to show off to her husband, oh dear. My son passed the test. The father was also very surprised and asked, is it true? Our son is so good, that's really my son. Both of them screamed with joy. My parents spent their whole lives taking care of their children, so I think I paid back a bit, he thought as he clicked on his phone. Getting into law school was just a bit of filial piety. Tyson hadn't even had time to put his headphones on the table when he suddenly saw something. A text message appeared on the screen as CEO of Nice Media. He was surprised. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, someone called Tyson, asking about him. Are you still well, writer Jang? He put his headphones back on, then happily said, I'm fine. I even got into Korean Law University, hee hee. On the other end of the line, the man happily congratulated you. Congratulations, so now you are my junior. Tyson asked about the company's affairs. Is everything okay? The other person replied, thanks to your writing talent. We are still making a fortune. You are truly a goldmine of our Nice Media, writer Jang. But I have something to tell you. I should have said it sooner, Tyson asked in surprise. What is it? The other person continued, I don't remember the name, but someone recommended a novel called Magical Warrior. I have the manuscript here. Tyson said in panic, what? He asked clearly. He said, a magic warrior. The man said nervously, it's not at all different from your novel, right? In that case, it can be considered plagiarism. How can you copy almost the entire thing and claim it as your own? The man felt indifferent. I scolded him thoroughly. Of course we will never accept plagiarized products. Tyson seemed to realize something and silently exclaimed, oh God, I forgot about him. I stole everything from him, writer Jang Ej. It seems like you've forgotten all about this. The man continued, that guy kept insisting that he had written this work last year, and even showed me the entire manuscript he had already written. Tyson sighed and said. He must have been very shocked. That's right, I thought he was like that. He disappointed me so much, the other person complained, and Tyson fell into thought, what should I do? But then he presented me with another manuscript, he said in surprise, another one. Tyson curiously asked what it was about. The other person replied that it was a novel called I Am a Noble. Hearing that, he was so shocked that he took off his headphones and thought to himself, am I a noble? It seems like the timeline is a bit mixed up. I am a noble who has led the Ice Sky movement. You seem to have realized something. Having created a huge buzz since the ebook market, since 2008, novels about games, isekai and martial arts have begun to become popular. Even though he appeared a bit early. But after thinking about this, he seriously said, just accept it. The person on the other end of the line asked in surprise, what? But writer Zhang Hajie's writing about the other world is also very interesting. He later added that it will definitely become a hit. Why, it will be a hit, the man asked in surprise. Tyson added, yes, I have a hunch. You guys should just print 5,000 copies in the first printing. The other person was even more shocked and asked clearly, what basic, 5,000 basic copies? I will guarantee 10,000 copies for you, he said. Tyson accepted that person as an apology. Sorry Zhang Hajie. I took advantage of his enthusiasm to create the foundation for this huge amount of money. As long as I have a little bit of conscience left, everyone will have to correct their mistakes. Before hanging up, I seriously tuck a firm to the publishing company once again that you can just publish it, I will guarantee it. He looked out at the sky and promised himself, if I have the chance to meet you in the future, I'll invite you to eat rice cakes. Scene changed to a shopping mall called Gusiji. There were many people inside. People shopped and talked happily. 2 people just arrived. That was Tyson leading his mother into the shopping mall. As soon as his mother arrived, she secretly exclaimed, it's been a long time since I've been here. Tyson saw his mother become happier and asked, it's been a long time since you came here. Right, yes, it's been 10 years since your father retired and our family had to move back to the countryside, even going to places like this, his mother said happily. Suddenly he changed the subject and asked his mother, why did she marry his father? She is both beautiful and highly educated, she could have gone to more worthy people. The mother did not hide anything and immediately told the uncle, your father said he had loved her at first sight and wanted to date her, he looked very cool so he agreed to meet a few times. His mother recalled the memories of that time and praised, your father was really a good man, all day he kept saying that if it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't be able to live. Tyson admired his sincere feelings, when my parents complain, they are so jealous of my father. Stopping at a Gusiji store, his mother asked him, why are we here? He took his mother into a store, then replied, let's go look at some stuff. Mom, they didn't forbid us from entering. Upon entering the door, the store employee bowed warmly, hello, dear customer. His mother was a bit surprised. Tyson cared about his parents and said, Mom, go buy some things for Mom and Dad, you two seem to be having a hard time lately. I want to share something. So, that's fine, your father's clothes are all out of fashion. His mother agreed. His mother looked around and saw a suit, then asked Tyson, is this a good model? It looks so good on your father. Tyson smiled as if silently agreeing with his mother. Seeing that his mother was only engrossed in taking care of his father and not taking care of himself, he immediately said, Mom, please choose clothes for your mother too, the team leader's wife has to take care of her image, right? His mother asked a little confused, so Mom choose. Even though she was choosing clothes for herself, the mother still only cared about her family. She asked, hey, it seems like you've grown taller again. Tyson didn't answer my question and said, Mom, hey, there are so many beautiful things here, please choose for me. This color is so beautiful, the mother looked at a shirt and said. Suddenly someone passing by recognized her. That person called out, oh my god, look, who is this, is it Shulren? Then the mother and child turned around to look. Mrs. Shulren recognized that person and said in surprise, Sunja. The woman happily said. What Sunja? Now my name has changed to Yoziwan, huh? Tyson heard that, many questions arose in his mind, is it Yosunja, Juzio? As if she had done something earth-shattering. Tyson gasped in surprise, Mom, could it be that Yosunja? That was the famous woman of the century. The one who stirred up Korea in 2016, Yosunja, her face seemed a bit different but her name was still the same. He secretly remembered the shocking incident that year. Tyson was so shocked that he stammered and couldn't form a complete sentence, you surprised me so much. I'm not stupid, you know her. Knowing what her son was thinking about, Mrs. Shulren gave him a judgmental look and said seriously, it's a long time ago, son. Mrs. Sunja didn't pay attention to the mother and daughter's expressions and asked about them, it's been a long time since I've seen her. When I heard that she was kicked out of the house 20 years ago, I was very shocked. She laughed and said, how could the school's queen fall into a situation like this? Tyson was shocked for the second time and wondered. Is the queen my mother? At this time, Mrs. Shulren didn't want her son to hear about her past. So she got a little angry, put her hands up and said, let's stop now. Mrs. Sunja heard that and shyly replied, it's not a good thing. That's right, what are you doing here? I heard you live in the countryside now, she asked curiously. But it seems like Mrs. Sunja is not nice, making fun of Tyson's mother, isn't it hard to work as a farmer? It seems like you don't look well off, huh? The more he talked, the angrier his mother became, Mrs. Shulren questioned, is it true that she still wanted to find trouble, while Tyson stood in a corner and exclaimed, my mother is fighting so hard. The other woman continued, apologizing. Forgetting that people are hot as ice cream, hearing this fake answer, his mother was speechless. Unable to bear the sight of his mother being bullied, Tyson had had enough of chatting and approached his mother. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly asked, "Mom, who is this fat lady?" The other lady got angry at him and said, "What, are you calling me a fat lady?" Tyson leisurely walked up to his mother and calmly asked, "Mom, who is this fat lady?" Hearing that, Sunja got angry and shouted loudly, "What, are you calling me a fat woman?" Tyson's mother shyly said, "You're my college friend, please say hello." Tyson smiled and replied, "That's it." Tyson bowed politely to greet her, "Nice to meet you, I'm Jang Tyson," making his mother a bit surprised. She mocked again, "This is your son, he's so tall and has a bright face. But she doesn't look very smart, maybe she'd be better off working as a model." She even cursed in her heart, "You dare call me a fat lady?" Tyson also humbly responded, "Yes, it was just luck that he got into university in Seoul." "Oh really, so lucky," she said. At this moment Tyson also secretly cared. "How did she look at me? Are you saying that's not smart?" She came closer and whispered to Tyson's mother, "Oh. It's true that a carp turned into a dragon. Which school in Seoul did you get into?" "My son passed the law faculty of Kyung School, haha." At this moment Tyson heard that. He didn't want to brag but chuckled inwardly. He said, "Kyung Law School, it seems he got into a good school." His mother was a bit disappointed and then sighed when Mrs. Sunja laughed and said, "But what else, ho ho, what about you, what school and department did you get into, handsome boy?" Faculty of Law at Korean University. Tyson's fatal sentence made her panic. Feeling humiliated, she got angry, "What a brat, just gossiping." She aggressively pointed her finger at Tyson and cursed. "What age did you have to get into the law faculty of a Korean university?" He shyly explained, "You can confirm it online, I'll search for you, please." Mrs. Sunja gritted her teeth in anger but couldn't argue back but only dared to curse under her breath. "So what, you guys can only do so much." Even though Tyson knew what she was thinking, he just smiled confidently. Mrs. Sunja felt so humiliated that she immediately changed the topic of conversation. "But this is a high-end brand, what are you two doing here, are you here to receive a gift certificate?" Tyson cursed silently, "This ad is also I'm so jealous." She thought that Tyson's mother lived in a poor rural area so she said, "You probably didn't bring a gift certificate." Instead of explaining, Tyson took action and directly called the staff over. "Hey, yes, sir, call me," she replied. He said, "Help me choose some outfits that suit my mother, today I only need 5 outfits." The staff agreed and went to get them immediately. That lady sounded like lightning had struck her ears. "What 5 sets?" The shop employee immediately took out the card. He said, "The price is not a problem, you can choose whichever outfit suits you. In my heart, my mother is always the best, the girl is like meeting a VIP customer," happily replied, "Yes sir." To block that woman's throat, he thought of an idea. He told Mrs. Sanja, "Ah, you also came to buy clothes, right? After all, you are my mother's friend, I'll buy you a set of clothes, Mrs." After hearing this, you were even more shocked. She cursed so loudly that people outside had to pay attention. "I don't care, you think I'm a beggar, I wouldn't wear these cheap things even if they were given to me." After I finished, she cursed at my mother. She pointed directly at Tyson's mother's face and said fiercely, "Next Saturday at 7 o'clock there will be a meeting of friends at the Filton Hotel, you can bring your spouse to attend." She definitely had to go there. Seeing her being so confident, he thought to himself, "It looks like she wants to play to the fullest." He was planning on inviting his mother to the class reunion so he could humiliate her, but "Auntie, my mother doesn't eat well." He looked at her and smiled. Tyson then spoke up and agreed on his mother's behalf, "You don't have to worry. Your mother will definitely attend," but his mother looked at him a little worried. Seeing his mother like that, Tyson immediately winked and said, "Mom, you're going, right?" His mother was a bit confused and replied, "Oh, Mom." Before turning around to leave, she shouted loudly, "I will contact all my classmates. Even if the sky falls, you must come." Tyson secretly despised her. "Stop it, my anger is just right." She didn't realize that she was the one who was shameless, so she left and still cursed, was kicked out of the house and still acted noble, truly shameless. Looking at his aunt leaving with her bodyguard, he silently felt relieved. "Oh my god, look at that fat woman's back, just wait and see, I'll trample you under my feet." In this era, patience is a luxury. Tolerating the enemy is being cruel to yourself, you must pay dearly for what you have done, Tyson silently vowed to himself. After shopping, he took his mother to see the house. It was an apartment with the frontage of the Han River, the broker introduced. "Ma'am, this is an ideal place, this Cheongdamding does not have there are not many places with views overlooking the Han River like this. This place is far from the highway, there is absolutely no need to worry about dust and noise, so it is also an ideal place to enjoy the river breeze on summer days." Listening to the man's very good introduction, the house was also very beautiful but no one lived, so he curiously asked, "So why hasn't it been sold yet?" The man panicked and stammered and said, "Yes, that." He explained that although this apartment was very good, the subprime debt crisis in the US made the real estate situation extremely tense and completely clogged. He turned to ask his mother, "How do you like this place?" She was a bit stunned and then said, "It's a bit small but it's okay." Tyson silently exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's so small, it's 130 square meters." Having said that, he immediately asked about the price. "The penthouse is about 4-5 billion, the broker immediately said. "Yes, that is the highest price in the Olympos complex. No, it must be said that it is the highest price among the apartments and villas are available in Korea today." He thought to himself, in 2008 that was the highest price. Tyson seemed to be thinking about something and smiled. Friend Lily then looked at the person and asked, "Are you manager John?" "Yes, I am manager Won Shan," the broker replied. He leaned closer to the person's ear and said, "Tell the truth, how much can you reduce?" This made the broker a bit confused. The department head stammered and said, "If according to today's trading conditions, it would be 10%. Just one sentence can reduce 10%, yes, this is the principle by which this world operates." He used that trick again, calmly asking the broker, "So if he bought all 3 Royal Dong apartments, how much could he reduce?" "Tell the truth." The manager was so shocked that his eyes bulged looking at the customer. "VIP right now, yes, can I buy all 3 apartments?" Tyson saw through the current situation and seriously said, "The consequences of the subprime crisis are not yet too severe, the builder should also try to solve it." Department head Jong asked with a happy heart, wondering if the two of you had any conditions. "I will pay 10 billion including all registration fees and taxes, I pay all at once in cash," he said aggressively. The first time he encountered this good thing falling from the sky, Mr. Jong opened his mouth in surprise and said loudly, 10 billion, and even paid in cash in one go. Tyson nodded, "Yes, the rest is up to you, on you." "I know, I will do it right away," Manager Jong quickly agreed and immediately went to work, but at this moment he was a bit surprised to see his mother's calm expression. He thought to himself, "I have spent 10 billion but my mother looked like she didn't care at all." It's not that my mother doesn't care about money, it's just that this atmosphere is so messed up, so you and I seem to think of something to relieve the problem. Then he said, "Mom, let's go shopping. We have to buy more household items." His mother immediately agreed, "Yes, that's right." At this moment he silently confessed to himself that, "Mom, I love you, mother, a lot." The next morning, at Tyson's school, there was a red Porsche with the sound of a potty whirring into the school. Everyone was surprised and talking, "Oh, what is that? That car over there is a Porsche, right?" The girl curiously asked the boy next to her. "Do you know who it is?" "Probably not from my department." As soon as I finished speaking, the Porsche was parked. After parking the car, the person in the car got out. That person is none other than the handsome law student, Jang Tyson. He had just set foot in the school and already grabbed the spotlight, making many of the school's girls flutter and admire each other. He looked so delicious, Mom. Having entered the school he always wanted, he looked around and thought to himself, "This is a Korean university. The most prestigious school in the Republic of Korea is a completely different atmosphere." Tyson went to the law faculty. He calmly walked down the under everyone's admiration. Was he really a new student? Looking at him, he thought he was a sports student. What kind of law student would have such a physique? Hearing everyone's compliments, he felt complacent and thought to himself, "The senior looks so stressed. If a handsome junior like this comes in here, all the female students will probably be devastated. Ah, that kind of pretentiousness is Marin style." Then he took a drink from the vending machine. Just as I bent down to get the can of water, someone from somewhere wondered why the senior was so arrogant. Just enjoy your beautiful face and advantages, what's the importance of the rest? At this moment, he secretly thought of the answer, which was that everyone was going crazy. After saying that, the person asked, "Buy me a can of water." The words made Tyson a bit surprised. After looking at that person, he didn't take any precautions and immediately agreed. It was a girl with outstanding hair and a unique style. He wondered, who is this? He seemed to have downloaded it. Could this outfit be the legendary big sister? The senior in the art department? The girl saw that he was stunned and asked again, "Can you help me get it?" Suddenly a girl appeared from behind. She has a very beautiful hand, with long, slender fingers. With a friendly smile, she pointed at the vending machine and said, "This is the only place that sells canned coffee." Jang Tyson heard her voice and turned around in surprise. She stood and looked at him for a while then continued, "Are you a law student?" "This is the first time I saw you here." Jang Tyson was very surprised because he didn't know who this girl was and why she was talking to him. He replied, "What?" She smiled and continued, "There is no one in this law department as good as you." Jang Tyson shyly replied, "Ah, thank you." She turned her eyes to the group of people in front, then said, "See those weirdos over there, they look like old men and women." Then turned to Jang Tyson and said, "So you look completely different." Jang Tyson laughed hysterically when he heard that, took the can of water and gave it to her and said, "Here's mine." She happily accepted the can of water, then pressed it to her cheek and said, "Wow. It's so warm." That girl continued, "The heater in the art room was as fake as hell. If our industry had to argue with each other, the people who majored in law would probably die." Hearing this, Jang Tyson thought to himself, she's really a big sister in the art department, already. She continued, "This is the most typical type of discrimination. Don't you think?" Jang Tyson suddenly whispered, "Why did you suddenly ask me?" Jang Tyson shyly replied, "I can only use my warm bag." She laughed and joked, "Every time I draw I forget it's cold, now my arms are stiff, maybe my body is too big so my heart can't warm it up, oh my god, sister, please answer something related, cupped." Jang Tyson seemed impatient and said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Hearing that, she immediately asked, "What year are you studying?" Jang Tyson showed a bored expression and said, before asking about other people, "You have to introduce yourself first, that's the minimum etiquette." She happily replied, "I'm Sun Yuri, 6th grade, Western Art Department, and you?" Jang Tyson replied coldly, "Decent, Class 8, Faculty of Law." Sun Yuri was surprised to hear that, quickly asked, "Class 8, are you a new student?" Sun Yuri said nostalgically, "Wow. Time passes so quickly, just days ago I was still a toddler in school, and now the 8th grade students have already enrolled. Even though I'm in 3rd year, I still have the soul of a little girl, I feel so sad." Jang Tyson thought to himself, she's so strange. Jang Tyson's expression changed when he heard her say that. He said seriously instead of being sad, "I think you should be happy because we only have to study for 2 more years, but education is not enough. It can bring more joy and benefits than you think." When Sun Yuri heard that, he felt sick and replied, "Oh my god, is this junior teaching his senior school ethics?" Jang Tyson thought to himself, even though she is a senior, she still speaks moderately to a new student. When am I like that, and I'm even more beautiful than anyone else? Jang Tyson smiled and replied, "I'm not moralizing, I just want to change your way of thinking. What I mean is, we should take advantage of the little and precious time at university to create more for ourselves. Precious opportunity in the future, because our time budget is all the same, isn't it?" Sun Yuri changed his face and said, "Although you are a new student, but law students will always be the same. If you haven't gone on a blind date, don't say those words so quickly. He looks okay on the outside, but he talks like an old man." Jang Tyson shyly thought to himself, hey, this guy is definitely an old man. Jang Tyson said, "You're not stupid, of course you have to talk in a different way when you go on a blind date." Sun Yuri seemed angry when she heard that and replied, "What, so you're acting like it's just for me, right?" The other group of people also said yes. "Why are you so discriminating, kid?" Jang Tyson calmly said, "You said you felt sad, that's why I wanted to advise you." Sun Yuri only heard that and made a noise. Jang Tyson continued, "If there's anything wrong, please forgive me." When she heard that, she smiled and replied, "Okay, it's nice to hear you talk about morality, and moreover, I was also offered coffee." The group of people saw her and started talking, "Is that Yuri Lipstick, isn't it, the beauty queen of the art school, really? It's her, oh my god, today is so lucky." Jang Tyson and Sun Yuri heard the others talking and just looked at each other silently for a long time. After a while, she smiled and said, "I'll just give you this, give me the phone." Sun Yuri held out her hand and said, "What's wrong? It's embarrassing to keep reaching out like that." Jang Tyson hesitantly replied, Yes, here." She took Jang Tyson's phone and started dialing her number. The other group of people saw this and were very surprised because they did not expect the beauty department beauty to tell Jang Tyson her phone number, something that so many people wish to have. Sun Yuri asked, "Are you busy today?" Jang Tyson was surprised to hear that and couldn't say anything. Sun Yuri smiled brightly and said, "If you have time, please contact me." Jang Tyson happily replied, "I'm free tonight." When the group of people heard that, they were so shocked that their eyes were shaped like A and their mouths were like O and shouted, "No way." Scene changed to a lecture hall in a university. Everyone here is sitting very attentively, waiting for the student council president to enter. Jang Tyson dejectedly lay down on the table, pretending to write an essay, saying, "God, what to do in this awkward situation?" Suddenly a person wearing very formal clothes walked in and said, "Nice to meet the 8th grade students here, I am a 3rd-year student of the department." That person said loudly, "I have just been discharged from the army and I'm taking advantage of my precious time to contribute to the school as the student council president. I hope you will understand if my way of speaking is lacking, squid. We will soon have an orientation session for new students and we hope you can all take the time to attend. Because it is an opportunity where you can meet professors and seniors. Before that, I will form groups to prepare for this orientation." Everyone seemed very focused, paying attention, listening to the student council president say, "Each group will have 20 members, 200 students will be divided into 10 groups, currently there may be 200 students here, we still don't know each other. But once we form a group, we are groupmates." As he spoke, he raised his hand to announce to all students that today they will meet the seniors in charge of each group and elect the group leader. Group 1 should go up to the podium and the remaining students stay in place. A senior spoke up, raised his hand, and invited the group of 10 together. She continued, let's say hello, if you cooperate well, senior here will treat you to a grand treat. The senior smiled brightly and said warmly, let's gather here. Oh my god, it's good that I'm so honest among you guys. I will try to fulfill my responsibilities well. The orientation session will also have the participation of economics students. Oh, let me remind you first, the professors at the economics school are quite difficult and feel very inferior towards our law faculty. Jiang Taizhen was listening attentively at the moment. She continued, so we have to prepare ourselves and perform well. Jiang Taizhen smiled brightly and asked, sorry, what's your name, senior? She suddenly turned around and replied, your name. She said warmly, I have my name tag here, I'm Kong Aaron from class 6. Faculty of Law, my name sounds boring. After speaking, she happily asked Jiang Taizhen again. What is your name? Kong Aaron almost said, wow, he's so handsome, you could become an idol. When Jiang Taizhen heard his senior praise him like that, he shyly replied, I'm Jiang Taizhen. Hearing that, Kong Aaron suddenly replied, what, Jiang Taizhen, so you're an arrogant kid, she said while lightly punching Jiang Taizhen. Jiang Taizhen heard his senior say that and immediately changed his face. He smiled shyly and said, what do you mean? Kong Aaron happily replied. Being arrogant is just being arrogant, right? Jiang Taizhen thought helplessly, it's only the first day of school and he already has a nickname. Kong Aaron continued, you're the one who said if you don't pass the second time in second year then you'd rather not study at all, right? To impress the professors I also asked for an IQ test. Jiang Taizhen replied loudly, yes that's true, so what? Standing before the shocked eyes of his seniors, Jiang Taizhen thought to himself. It seems like I'm being looked down upon by the seniors here, but so what? Jiang Taizhen smirked, they are nothing compared to me, my assets have reached billions of dollars. When Kong Aaron saw Jiang Taizhen, he opened his eyes wide and asked, are you smiling? Jiang Taizhen now looked down, smiled and thought, I am not an arrogant person, I am Jiang Taizhen, the richest person in the Republic of Korea. At this time outside the car was extremely noisy. One of them spoke up, okay, Group 3 champions, please follow me. The others followed suit. Junior Jiang Hoon was the best, the other man was happy again, ha ha ha, let's drink while starting the talent contest, I know a great place. Everyone said in unison, yes, senior. In the car, Taizhen was chatting on the phone with someone, where should we go? I'll come pick you up, the other person on the other end looked surprised, what, now? Even though she was surprised, she still told me the address. Please come to building number 50 behind the art gallery, I'll be right there. After ending the conversation, Taizhen drove past the group, startling everyone. Some of them exclaimed, what is that? That car is truly obnoxious, hey, isn't he the same person from before, that's right, was still with us? But, that car, isn't it Porch? A moment later. He went to pick up the person who had just called, sitting in the car, the girl wondered. What is it? Are new students allowed to drive? And this car, what is it? Is he a rich kid? The seats are also pre-warmed. She looked at him and smiled pleasantly. It seemed quite observant, I wasn't being flirted with by him. Suddenly Taizhen turned around and happily teased her, it's very dangerous, please put on your seatbelt, this made her very shy. Then he asked again, where should we go, do you know any place to have fun? The girl happily gave her opinion, the old woman's sausage shop often cursed. Taizhen immediately agreed, yes, I know. She was surprised and thought, what is it? Does he live in this area, does he know that place? Arriving at the parking lot, Sun Yuri was surprised, he was a really good driver, is this your car? He calmly replied, yes, the answer made Yuri think, after all. How could he live in a family that let him drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions like that? She asked Taizhen, where do you live? He happily replied, I live in this neighborhood. She continued to wonder, it seemed like her parents were quite wealthy. Taizhen is still happy to ask and answer whatever he wants, his father has an apple orchard. Sun Yuri was excited, your apple orchard and farm must be very big, he still naturally replied, well, it's also big in the area, but because they are organic apples, it is difficult to sell them. It seemed like she didn't really believe what he said. Organic apples are hard to sell, but they have porch cars, she asked again, what does your mother do? He laughed, my mother only worked as a housewife and painted. Sun Yuri was surprised. What a housewife? She still didn't seem to believe it and continued to ask, really? So who bought this car for you, isn't this car very expensive? Taizhen is proud. He started his own business. Yuri was startled, thinking, am I starting a business? Arriving at the sausage shop owned by the old woman who cursed. He and she chose a table to sit at and ordered food. At the dining table Taizhen helped her grill food. Suddenly the owner walked up to their table and started talking to Sun Yuri, oh, this cunning female student. She smiled wryly, yes, ma'am. The old woman continued to warmly ask. Is this the first time you brought your boyfriend here? Sun Yuri awkwardly answered her. Ah, not a boyfriend, just a junior. The old lady didn't believe this explanation at all. It's really funny. Hey, I know you're flirting with him right now. Everyone here knows what they see, so how dare they lie? Then suddenly she turned around and shouted at the other people who were curiously looking this way, to stop staring like that, these people don't know any manners. But everyone around is admiring the couple Taisen and Sun Yuri. The girls looked at him and thought, he's really handsome. The boys were fascinated by her beauty, she was a model. Then the old woman suddenly saw Taisen holding tongs to cook food and was surprised. Why is he a chef? Why is he so good at stir-frying? This fried rice with pork sausage looks even more delicious than before. But, this is the first time I see you. I don't understand why it looks so familiar. You know me. Taisen smiled. No, I just met you for the first time today. The old woman was surprised. What's wrong? But, the face looks very familiar. Oh, that's right, this old lady must be suffering from forgetfulness. Taisen doesn't understand anything. Wow, what's wrong with this old woman? Then she turned to Sun Yuri. You must definitely catch this guy. She smiled wryly. Yes, the old woman continued. As she saw it, he is a person who lives with a lot of money stacked up like a mountain. Although he is a bit unkempt, the girl caught a bargain. If you have the opportunity, you must grasp it tightly. Know it yet? Yuri could only laugh. Ah, yes. Then she turned to Taisen, and also, remember to come often. Even so, no matter where I bring another girl, I won't say anything. The old lady's words left Taisen speechless. Then he faltered. But, why? She interrupted him. Look at your face. The girls looked at me and were drooling all over. Can't you see the looks of those little girls? Taisen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, she's really. She continued, but why don't the children drink alcohol if they are healthy? They have to drink alcohol to speed up progress. The old lady's thoughts made both of them confused and shocked. Oh, lady, you are the best. Taisen finally spoke up. Then, give me a beer and soju. The old woman was surprised. Oh, mixed it up. Taisen suddenly remembered. Ah, this was a time when few people knew about wine bombs. After the old lady left, Sun Yuri asked Taisen, have you been here before? Taisen countered. No, this is my first time coming to this restaurant. She smiled with an expression of disbelief, looking like he had met her before. And why are you so good at stir-frying pork sausage? You've been here many times, right? Taisen smiled. My hobby is cooking. Sun Yuri burst out laughing. After the alcohol was served, she asked him, soju, beer, but can you drink alcohol? According to the law, you are still a minor. Taisen did not answer her question and moved on to another matter. The old woman's eldest son is currently a prosecutor at the Seoul prosecutor's office. And the second son is a high-ranking police officer, and the youngest daughter is a judge, absolutely will not be caught. Sun Yuri was surprised. No, how do you know? Taisen thought, oh hey, so how does she know me? Then he curled his lips and said, my high school seniors at the law school told me. Sun Yuri was suspicious. That's strange, that was a secret, Taisen thought. What's going on? Who is this art student? She's even more suspicious. The beer was poured into a glass and while it was bubbling, he mixed it with soju. Sun Yuri is confused. Are you mixing them together now? Taisen laughed. He was making wine bombs. When she heard that, she was surprised. She was bombarded with alcohol. Then he picked up the glass to drink in Sun Yuri's surprise. He wiped his lips and smiled at her. Would you like to try a cup? Taisen looked at her and thought, it looks like she would get drunk easily. She hesitantly answered him, try giving me a drink. He acted casually, if you don't like it then you don't need to drink it. This makes Sun Yuri mad. I'm a third-year art student. Drinking alcohol all night long is common. He and she raised their glasses together. Draining the first cup, shallow. Taisen asked her, what do you think? After finishing the glass, Yuri was excited. What is this? Why is it so delicious? The boring taste of beer has all disappeared. Make me another cup. Taisen is worried. If you keep like that, you will get drunk. If soju is mixed like this, the alcohol content will be higher. The girl cried again. What's wrong with you? I'm quite good at drinking wine. Don't worry, let's continue. Taisen looked at her expression and thought to himself, she looked like she was drunk. Suddenly a figure came forward and talked to her. What is this, Sun Yuri? Are you here to drink? Yuri was also surprised. Oh, so it's Eren. The other girl happily continued. This girl, who is this? Taisen was startled. This voice. As soon as she saw his face, Eren blurted out, what, you? Eren said loudly. Yuri, I know him. Sun Yuri was shocked. Oh, that's it. Taisen spoke up to explain. He fell in love with senior Yuri at first sight so he invited her to go have a drink with him. This statement startled both girls. Eren was angry. What, Jang Taisen you are, a new student, are you going to school to fall in love? You already know that you won't succeed. But, you, also have ability. Eren suddenly moved closer, making Taisen startled. Eren continued to say, I can guarantee that Yuri was single from the womb. How could you go with him? If I were a man, I would have flirted with Yuri. Yuri next to him was stunned by Aaron's words. Is he praising me? Suddenly, she hesitated. What are you talking about? Aaron didn't answer her but looked at the food table. Ah, that's great. It looks like the food has already been cooked. She turned and said to the people behind her, you guys, drink here. Those people said in unison, yes, senior. Then Aaron took her beer and said, Yuri, I'll drink your beer. Then she drank it all in one gulp to the panic of the other two people. After drinking the entire glass of beer, Aaron was delighted. What is this? How new is this beer brand? Why is the aftertaste so refreshing and sweet? Aaron turned to look at the group of people following her. Why are you still standing there? You guys should sit down quickly, take the glass, the other boys all hesitantly agreed. She winked at Tyson again. What kind does Tyson want? Soju, beer, he forced a smile. I will get it myself. Oh my god, Tyson's voice is really cool too, Aaron teased him again. One of the boys accompanying her suddenly spoke up. But, sir, senior, Aaron turned her head in wonder, huh? The guy looked at Yuri and asked, who is she? Aaron smiled, who, Yuri, is pretty, the other boy's eyes all glowed looking at her. Aaron continued to introduce himself, a third-year student of the Western Arts Department. He was my high school classmate, and our families also knew each other. Son Yuri smiled friendly and spoke up, nice to meet you, juniors, I'm Yuri. Let's drink together. Hearing her invitation, we all said in unison, yes. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked glasses together. That day, we drank together all night. I work hard and drink alcohol. Along with the scary feeling of having to go through hell the next morning. That whole evening was like a movie playing through Tyson's head. It's so warm, does it smell like blankets? Where is this? It doesn't seem like it's Aaron's house. Yuri slowly woke up. Then suddenly she panicked, panting, here, where is this? A thought crossed her mind, it didn't look like a girl's room, maybe. Then she dully lifted the blanket all over her body. Seeing that everything was still normal, she felt relieved. Suddenly a voice from outside made Yuri startled, if you're awake, come here after taking a shower. Jang Tyson. Yuri turned pale and thought, what is this? A moment later she also stood up and walked out of the room. Never mind, let's meet first. The scene outside the ground level window startled her. What was that? This is Gangnam. She looked around the house and silently exclaimed, wow, the house is so large. Tyson's voice came again, go to the dining table. She did as Tyson said, and when she saw the dining table she was surprised. What was it all about? Oh, fish soup with bean sprouts. Here, he must be the size of a professional chef. He walked out of the kitchen smiling and said, I prepared it myself. Yuri was surprised. Yes, you did it all yourself. He smiled brightly. You should try it. I don't put anything in it. Yuri sat down at the table and picked up chopsticks to start enjoying the food. The smell was very fragrant. Taking a bite, she gave him a thumbs up. It was delicious. After eating for a while, she shyly asked, but nothing happened last night. Right, how do we say goodbye to those juniors and my friends? He smirked, don't you remember? It happened last night. The answer made Yuri worried. What's the matter? He still smiled and said vaguely, why are you like that? His vagueness made her panic even more. Yes, what? Then suddenly he smiled brightly and I asked why she treated me like that. Yuri was shocked. What did I do to make you like this? Then suddenly he said something, why do you like me? Yuri was stunned, how did she like it? He curled his lips, you clearly said it yesterday. That I fell in love with you at first sight. His words made her scared out of her wits. He smiled cunningly and thought to himself, she must feel like her head is about to explode from hiccups, right, but what to do, it's all bullshit. He still calmly smiled, I will take responsibility. Yuri panicked even more, what was the responsibility? After that, she felt like she was petrified by the amount of information she received. What the hell? The morning's humorous events passed just like that. The sky outside was bright blue. Tyson looked at the clock and thought, 11 a.m. Korean time, 10 p.m. American time. He said to someone on the phone. It's probably not time to sleep yet. The other end of the line answered him, yes, boss, I'm Robert. I smiled, sorry for calling so late, Robert. The other end of the line replied, you've said too much. He said while surfing the computer, please quickly buy this stock for me. Robert on the other end asked again, what kind of stock is it? He smiled, Felton Hotel. Robert was surprised. What kind of Felton Hotel? He continued, the current total starting value is 10 billion. Robert replied, yes, I know. The first target in this economic recession is tourism and hotel business. After that, the stock price will continuously decrease. This Saturday is my mother's class reunion at the Felton Hotel. He told Robert again, please buy at least 40% for me. Attack both inside and outside the market. The other end of the line wondered, do you mean right now? He calmly replied, let's start as soon as the trading session opens tomorrow morning. Robert respectfully replied, I understand, boss, I will help mom, there is no son like me in this world. He smiled and continued, the attack method is very simple, lower the auction price and then start accepting from the bottom up. Having finished speaking, he thought to himself. The plan to revive his mother's confidence is currently underway. He told Robert again that if everything went well for about 3 days, he could buy it for half the current selling price. The bustle of school resounded in everyone's happy day. Jang Tyson held a bouquet of flowers and looked handsome and elegant on his happy day. Standing out from the crowd, his father and mother looked at him with proud eyes. His mother said, son, thank you very much. Tyson answered with boundless understanding. Thanks to his parents' teachings, I thank my parents. Then loud, proud voice rang out from the side, so proud of him, he's the best. Tyson's 2 younger sisters in beautiful dresses, smiling brightly, congratulations to you, brother, you look a little cooler today hee hee. Suddenly his mother saw 2 familiar shadows, still smiling, turned to ask Tyson, Tyson. Is that your friend over there? Tyson looked at those 2 figures. Bored and speechless, thinking, what's wrong with those crazy guys? Dojung and D-sun bowed but she looked up, smiling and saying loudly, I say hello to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. He mistakenly said hello to mom, D-sun said, first son-in-law, hello to mom and Dojung smiled with his eyes wide open, said, second son-in-law, hello mother. Tyson felt annoyed, not knowing what to do with the teasing and thick-facedness of his 2 friends. He gritted his teeth, trembled all over, couldn't even say a word, these crazy dogs. He suddenly got out of his thoughts when an unknown number called and on the other side were his 2 younger sisters coming to greet his 2 friends. Hello guys, oh yeah hello everyone. A strange number he had never seen before suddenly appeared, he wondered, Strange number, who is it? Tyson brought the phone close to his ear to listen with a voice full of gentleness and calmness, Jang Tae-san, please listen. On the other end of the line, a familiar sweet voice rang out, brother, making him realize after only half a second of thinking. Who is it, Syrian? It surprised both his younger sisters and his 2 friends, their mouths wide open. The 2 younger sisters wondered which one she was. His 2 younger sisters realized, their faces stiffened, sweat pouring down their cheeks. Asking as if they couldn't believe it, what, Fob Syrian? Du Young and Tyson knew Syrian from the beginning, but they didn't expect that she was in the Fob group. The 2 of them stood still, unable to think of anything else. Mr. Tyson, congratulations on the occasion. On the other end of the line, the sweet voice of a group of girls echoed in unison. On this side, Tyson listened and smiled with satisfaction. Behind him was a panic that engulfed the whole person, 2 younger sisters and 2 friends while still thinking about the name Fob. Someone said so on the other end, Hyun, sincerely sending you a million congratulations for your graduation. Syrian said that she loves you like crazy. Every night she calls your name and hugs her doll tightly to sleep. It made the 4 people on this side extremely scared, as if they couldn't believe what the other end of the line said when Tyson turned on the speakerphone. His mouth couldn't close. Tyson smiled and replied, okay, thank you guys so much. Next time I will buy delicious food for you guys, in exchange for crazy happiness on the other end of the line. Really, you are the best, hi. He seriously asked, do you guys know that I'm in Seoul right now? Can I contact this phone number? The answer was, no, we can't use the phone yet. Before getting back the investment capital, the director will probably not allow it to be used. Tyson frowned, a sad look shone in his eyes, accompanied by fierceness, he thought. Idle life is really real, try touching the kids. I won't, how dare he do that? It's a strange thing so I let him out right away. He replied, I know, call me when you're free, and we'll see you another day. At the end of the phone call, he continued to ask questions from one of his 2 younger sisters in Decent, Fob, is that the Fob group you know, that brat, is he still in contact with Syrian until now? In the joyful atmosphere of the graduation ceremony, there were still calls of laughter and joy resounding. Jang Tyson, this bad guy, this criminal, obediently accept the crime, attack. The scene changes to the Felton Hotel, where the sound of conversation is echoing in the lobby. How are the preparations going? The majority shareholder of Felton Hotel Group was changed in just a few days. The employee said to the general manager of Felton Group respectfully, Mr. General Manager, it's been completed. Originally, the personnel change was very urgent, so the lower-level employees were unaware. The general director of the Felton Hotel Group reminded, manager on. Mistakes are not allowed. He thought with a puzzled look on his face, even a CEO like me only learned this news the day before. Who exactly is this, who would dare to ask for preferential treatment from the group's president? Adults don't get this either. Then he put that aside, without thinking anymore, told manager on that it was time for that person to arrive. He told the reception staff to welcome him in and received an answer filled with respect. Manager's respect on, yes, general manager. Outside the hotel, there are 2 women talking outside. Hyosuk, are you here? Sunja, no, Seo-won. The woman with the purple coat said with an arrogant smile on her lips. She always looked beautiful, making others jealous, while opposite her was the blonde woman with the shirt. She replied with a long coat, oh my god, I haven't seen her in a long time and she looks so much more beautiful. The blonde woman asked, where did she get her facial done, and received the answer from the other side, my husband Yoonja is a cosmetic doctor, he's very talented. Wow, is that so? Should I try it and see how it goes? He said he would come here today. So you should ask him to quote the price. Her husband, the blonde woman asked and received an answer, he said he would come soon. She asked again, wondering if everyone else had arrived yet. The woman with the purple coat gave a deceitful smile, I heard she would be there today. What is she? Who is she? The blonde woman asked. Haven't you heard the rumors? That girl will participate today, the runaway queen. The blonde woman was surprised and asked again to confirm her guess. If it was the runaway queen. Could it be Ju Seol-ran? She asked with a surprised, bewildered face. That's right, naughty, she just tries to come here and see, I will trample her to the point that she can't show her face in this Seoul land anymore. The woman with the purple coat smiled sinisterly, and a little creepy. Then a hotel employee came up and asked two women, sir? He asked with a shy and reluctant look as if he wanted to chase away customers. Because there are other cars waiting to park, can I please move the cars parked here to another place? The two women were surprised, one said, what are you talking about, another car, the other a bit embarrassed and replied, oh yes, okay. Not knowing which celebrity's car it was. From the opposite side, an extremely luxurious, shiny white car approached, making the two of them bewildered, Bentley. The two people didn't know what else to say, a bit of admiration appeared on their faces, accompanied by a slight concern, there were only a few of that car in the world. Then from the car, landing on the ground was a beautiful, long, slender foot with luxurious clogs. Ju Seol-ran appeared with an arrogant, poised demeanor, with a noble black dress and a small bag showing nobility, she said without seeming surprised at all, were you guys waiting for me? The two women were surprised and couldn't believe it, it was impossible to describe the discomfort on the purple-shirted woman's face from just now, the jealousy was clearly exposed and not hidden. What about Ju Seol-ran? Jang Tae-seon sat in the driver's seat and proudly said, these Andes are already so scared, they're so frustrating. Ju Seol-ran smiled friendly, like an angel, as if asking after a friend she hadn't seen in a long time, Hyo-suk, we haven't seen each other in 20 years. Huh, yeah, it's probably about that. After you disappeared from Seoul we never saw each other again, Hyo-suk emotionally replied with an extremely happy expression. Seol-ran said, with a lost look, life is really impermanent, Hyo-suk replied, that's it, just a few days ago you and I were sweeping the street in front of our school. Hyo-suk continued to say. The Seoul is still the same as ever, only the age has changed. Jang Tae-seon sat in the shiny Bentley car and heard everything, feeling that aunt was still much better than Aunt Sunja. Sunja was controlled by jealousy, angrily criticized, asked Seol-ran, what is this car, do you even rent a car just to attend a class reunion, isn't that unreasonable? She was still nagging her about it. How expensive the rental fee was, when Jang Tae-seon stepped out of the car and attracted the attention of three women. The employee asked Jang Tae-seon with his respectful attitude, asking permission to park my car. Sunja was surprised, her face covered in sweat. She screamed loudly, you are that impolite boy. Jang Tae-seon seemed to introduce himself with disdainful eyes and an arrogant smile, hello Aunt Sunja, we meet again. He adjusted both sides of his vest and confidently said, this is my mother's car, this car she often uses to go to the market in Seoul made Sunja angry, she asked, what are you talking about, this car, how much money does that car cost to go to the market? Jang Tae-seon answered with a tantalizing smile. 300 million is not much, making Sunja gritted her teeth, her words were interrupted, you. What are you talking about, 300 million, not much. Seol-ran seemed to want to adjust the atmosphere a bit, she said to Tae-seon, this is Jang Hyo-suk, my mother's best friend from school, say hello. He bowed, his face smiling, his left hand around his back, his right hand raised to his chest in greeting, hello, I am the eldest son of Mrs. Ju Seol-ran, Jang Tae-seon. Hyo-suk happily said, wow, he's so handsome, he can also be an actor at this level, you're a student. Tae-seon replied, yes, I am this year's new student. Hyo-suk continued to ask, what school do you go to? His eyebrows slightly frowned, he smiled confidently, politely answered Hyo-suk, I study law at a Korean university. From the opposite side was the surprised voice of Hyo-suk, faculty, law faculty, Korean university stars. Wow, your studies are also excellent, congratulations Seol-ran, now you don't have to worry anymore. Hyo-suk's kind words continue to make Sunja crazy. Sunja gritted her teeth, trying to squeeze out her story to say not to lose in comparison with Seol-ran, I don't have to work hard anymore, my son treats me very well. Jang Tae-seon stared at her, thinking, that's right, at this subject council, there has to be this scene to be in order, besides showing off her husband, showing off her son, showing off her money, there's nothing else. Sunja couldn't attack Seol-ran, so he angrily turned around and cursed at Tae-seon, you know where this is, don't you dare bring your body here. Tae-seon pretended to be confused and asked back, why can't I come here? Then you got serious. My father was busy going to college to work on the board of directors, so I came to replace him. He started talking nonsense, because our Jew family's lady was so fragile and weak. So different from the body of someone else from the Jew family that made Sunja angry. What, this brat? Hyosuk wanted to dispel this atmosphere. Hey, it's okay if her son comes along. Last year Mrs. Sunja also brought her son. Sunja got angry and scolded Hyosuk, telling her to call her Seal-1, not Sunja, causing Hyosuk to laugh and apologize. Oh sorry, I forgot. Hyosuk looked at Seal-ran and then the two of them laughed at Sunja's cursing. Obnoxious. Hyosuk smiled brightly and invited Seal-ran to go to the party together. Seal-ran, let's go inside. Seal-ran also smiled in response to that wish. Yes. The party venue was luxurious and brilliant. Everything in here is so beautiful and magnificent. Seal-ran's friends suddenly couldn't believe it when they saw her current appearance. No, you, maybe, say, Seal-ran, what, who? The surprise burst out loud. The crowd called Seal-ran's name with bewilderment and the satisfaction of mother and daughter Seal-ran and Jangtae-san. Everyone gathered to say hello like a crowd gathered around their idols to get an autograph. The sound of greetings filled the entire hall. Seal-ran, nice to meet you, I'm Young-ho. Yeah, how long has it been, and I'm Hyuchan, it's not like you've forgotten me. Someone said a touching sentence, as if expressing the feelings of everyone here. Seal-ran, you are still very beautiful. Seal-ran smiled back and replied, nice to meet everyone, how long has it been? Then a sturdy back suddenly appeared. Speaking in a low and serious voice, please excuse me. Mrs. Ju, it's nice to meet you here, I'm Eric Benson, the head manager of this hotel. Said the man with slick back blonde hair in the middle, flanked by two equally elegant staff. Seal-ran asked in surprise, yes, the head manager. Everyone was even more surprised. Was he Seal-ran's acquaintance? Oh my god, what was going on? Eric Benson continued his introduction with an extremely industrial smile. I was extremely grateful that she had chosen to come to our modest hotel. He was pleased and continued to say, I have prepared a small gift for Mrs. Ju and her friends present here. Seal-ran seemed doubtful of what she had heard. She asked again, what's the gift? Behind Eric Benson is a line of chefs bringing out trays of food and wine. He opens his confident eyes and says, these are the dishes prepared by the hotel's head chef, Albert Leo, and his staff. Its members make it directly. The crowd had a chance to be noisy again. What, that outfit, the chef, it's actually Chef Albert, oh my god. Eric Benson held a bottle of yellow wine in his hand, with a handkerchief to hold it. As if afraid of getting his expensive jewelry dirty, then he said, this is Saudi Kim wine from 1992. Can I buy this VIP guest a drink? Eric Benson asked and that confused Seal-ran, she just said yes. The women continued to discuss. Seal-ran, who exactly is this, did the head manager invite him to drink, do they already know each other, I can't believe it. Then Eric Benson and his two subordinates bowed in half, saying respectfully, if there's anything missing, please let us know, the manager will be waiting right behind. Seeing that, Hyosuk quickly asked, how do you know the head manager? Seal-ran replied, no. This is also the first time I meet him. Hyosuk denied, lying, how high-class the manager of Felton Hotel is. A woman in there asked, if she was a chief manager, she would definitely have met the presidents of big companies. The crowd continued to cheer. So you have been very successful, how have you been living lately, what has your husband been doing? The garden is just a joke, right? Is he actually a real estate tycoon, or what kind of business is he doing? Suddenly Sunja shouted angrily, as if wanting to let out all the jealousy in her heart, smearing ashes and rice husks on Seal-ran's family, saying, what business? Maybe that promiscuous father will finally bring the money has already been used, right? Seal-ran opened his mouth gently, but the atmosphere was not happy at all, so what? Jangtae-san was surprised, he thought, what does that mother's calm voice mean? Sunja seemed to be gaining momentum, she screamed loudly, her saliva flew everywhere. She thought Seal-ran was weak and didn't dare to fight back. That's right, that's it, stop acting like I'm just because I have a good father. Then Seal-ran gently said, what a pity. Sunja made Sunja snap back right away, what nonsense are you talking about? Seal-ran's face darkened, her eyes shone with sadness, wrinkles in her eye bags as if due to the fatigue from the past still surrounding her. She said, ever since I went to school. I know you have always been jealous of me, years past, I believe that after raising children well, he would change. But you, whether then or now, have not changed at all, Seal-ran said. Looking straight at Sunja with unprecedented coldness. Sunja seemed to be at a loss. Screaming even louder, shut up, you only get a pretty face, a mistress. Jangtae-san couldn't close his mouth, he just witnessed something he had never seen before. Glasses of red wine flew everywhere in everyone's silence. The wine poured all over Sunja and barked at her, making her scream like she was crazy, me, now she looks as ugly as a witch. Holding an empty wineglass in her hand, Seoran said, I don't care if you're jealous of me. But I cannot forgive you for insulting my father and mother. Sunja ran to complain. Crying to her husband, oh my god, I'm so upset, that crazy woman dared to throw wine at me. Meanwhile, Tae-san thought, wow, my mother is the best. Sunja's husband ran to defend his wife. What is that bitch, is she crazy? Next to her was Sunja with a crying face. Cursing and pointing at Seoran, sue her, my husband works at Samwoo Law Office. Jang Tae-san seemed to think of something, oh, work at Samwoo Law Office. Sunja's husband started to raise his voice, her actions are now a crime of violence. You know, accompanied by Sunja's words, you guys will surely die today. Then Tae-san spoke up behind his mother's back, with a firm and affirming tone to the surprise of the Sunja couple, how could that be a crime of violence? Sunja's husband was angry because someone denied his words, every vein on his face appeared clearly, he angrily said, who are you, why is a child like you sticking your nose in? He started cursing loudly, this time about the hotel service, this hotel is not good. How dare the waiter interfere in the customer's problem? Tae-san seemed to hear something wrong, waiter, is it me? Sol-ran reluctantly said, as my son, he received scoldings from that couple. Son, so what about son? Tae-san spoke on behalf of his mother, his name is Jang Tae-san. Studying at the law faculty of a Korean university, behind him were the roars of the class meeting crowd. Sunja's husband's name is surprising, what, Korean university? I'll compensate you for the dirty clothes, he closed his eyes and laughed it off. Then he immediately turned around and said slander to the couple, making them vomit blood, they both look like bread, so I'll buy all the bread here for the two of them. What, brat, I'm your senior, Sunja's husband said and received a question instead of Tae-san's answer, so what happened? So Tae-san's husband was pushed forward again, look, it's true that the family is not educated, the concubine's child, this uneducated woman, her child is like her so she is also uneducated. Sol-ran pursed her lips angrily, her body trembling when she heard those words. Tae-san suddenly said, it's a crime to defame someone else's honor, and also, I will sue you for defaming my mother's honor, he said that with seriousness and no joking expression on his face, making Sunja's husband surprised, what? His eyes showed anger. He said, his wife, said that my mother was the daughter of a concubine, the child of a promiscuous father, and that the family had no education, and that the mother was also uneducated. He continued to say harsh words that made Sunja's husband feel scared, this insult was unacceptable, even at a class reunion like today. I will sue. When Sunja's husband heard Tae-san's words, he was extremely angry, but because he was unreasonable, he couldn't say anything. You thought, this lawyer, you yourself also see that this is a crime of defamation, right? While making a phone call with a cold expression, Director Joe, I called because I wanted to commission a lawsuit. The couple was a little worried, that kid, what do you think of me? Jang Tae-san still didn't pay attention and continued to call, it was about defamation. He said it was Samwoo Law Office, the litigant is in front of me, let me transfer the phone. Tae-san gave the phone to that uncle and said, take it, in return for anger on the other side, you dare to threaten me. Jang Tae-san also didn't know how to answer, he replied casually. I don't know, please take the call first, Sunja's husband had a challenging tone. Do you think I'm scared? He shouted into the phone, hello, I'm Lee Dongkwang from Samwoo Law Office without knowing who was on the other end of the line. Receiving only silence without saying anything, Lee Dongkwang was angry, hello, say something, say it. Then the other end of the line let out a long stream of words, hey, that bastard Lee Dongkwang, making him jump. Lee Dongkwang put the phone back to his ear and vaguely asked, who are you? He received an answer that made his soul fly out of his body, I am Director Jo Yoon-tae, that stupid blockhead. Lee Dongkwang stammered in fear and replied, pant, money, senior. Director Jo Yoon-tae of Samwoo Law Office questioned Lee Dongkwang, hey, do you know who you're touching, it's too noisy? Where is that place, you? Lee Dongkwang stood still and listened to his boss's curses. Apologize quickly and go back to the office, you stupid fat pig. Please be sincere, that was the last sentence that Director Jo Yoon-tae said before hanging up the phone, causing Lee Dongkwang to look at Jang Tae-jin and feel scared, like he saw the butcher of his life. Jang Tae-jin leisurely asked, have you had a good conversation with my lawyer? Suddenly Lee Dongkwang sincerely apologized, bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry, I committed a mortal sin, that made Sunja feel surprised, she could only blur it out, huh? You, what are you doing? Sunja continued to complain about it. She opened her ugly mouth wide and continued to speak, why is it that you have to bow your head? Suddenly, Lee Dongkwang's hand slapped Sunja hard on the side of the face. Causing her tears and snot to mix, her teeth and lips chattering, he shouted loudly and shut up. Everyone in the lobby did not expect what had just happened, Tae-san thought, oh my god. Did he hit his wife in the face? Then Lee Dongkwang pulled Sunja home in front of many people, behind his back were Tae-jin's words to dispel this awkward atmosphere, today's meeting seemed too hot. Hyosuk comforted her best friend, Seol-ran, don't pay attention to them. She continued, even when I looked at them, I still didn't like their faces. It was really refreshing. You're so cool. Then a long line of footsteps approached the party hall. Seo Ran said in an apologetic tone, everyone, I'm sorry, I just disrupted today's meeting. Then someone said, what's with the atmosphere? Who is that? There, it looks like a band. Jang Tae-san stood silently and smiled amidst countless compliments for the girls. Oh my god, so cute. Then the group FOB put on the introduction music and started performing. Hello, we are the Rookie Girl Group, FOB. I thought this was a special event at the hotel. A class reunion, there's still a long way to go. Seo Ran looks really happy, enthusiastic and passionate when acting, she is truly beautiful. The crowd at the class reunion below whispered, it seemed like I was familiar with that new band or something, I seem to have heard their song. They looked at the FOB group performing above and gave so many compliments, oh their bodies are so beautiful, their dancing is also good. At the end of the performance, Seo Ran and the group posed a very beautiful and cheerful goodbye to greet the audience at the class reunion. The FOB group said in unison, we are FOB, we are adorable babies, of everyone. The girls went into the old wing, waved to the audience, and listened to the compliments. Everyone has worked hard, it looks like they will succeed, so keep fighting. The response was a constant thank you from the members. Suddenly Seo Ran and the members suddenly realized something before their eyes. A tall, thin man with glasses obscuring his eyes appeared right behind the scenes and said, I am in Chang-soo, the hotel manager, we have prepared dinner for everyone. Then I would like to give you instructions, let everyone. The FOB members were surprised, a little joy appeared on the girls' faces. Many questions were asked, yes, dinner, really, why suddenly, no, that, manager what about our reason? And Chang-soo said in a reassuring tone that I have also contacted your manager. The girls in FOB seemed to want to cry, so emotional their voices were trembling. How about inviting us to eat? Wow, this hotel is the best, I'm starving to death. Everyone in the band looked at the rich table of food and gasped, not believing what they saw. Oh, meat, beef, steak, lamb, even lamb. I love meat so much, I shed tears, two girls in the band said emotionally. The band manager appeared and said, let's eat, because there is no schedule tomorrow afternoon, so please feel free. So the girls started rushing to that sumptuous banquet table. Someone happily said that it feels like just living today, so happy. Someone continued to say, die, it's so delicious, now even if I die, I won't have any regrets. Then Jang Tae-sun's voice rang out next to the girls' dining table, attracting everyone's attention, Syrian. He happily held a tray of ice cream in both hands and walked behind Syrian. Syrian, eat this ice cream too, then someone shouted, who is that? Some girl said, who are you, next to the surprise of Syrian, Tae-san. Over here, there's a pervert. Tae-sun heard those accusations against him and felt helpless, speechless, grimacing and accepting it all. What, transformation, perversion? But Syrian ran straight to hug Jang Tae-sun like she hadn't seen her for a long time. She cried loudly and buried her face deeply in his arms. The system displays a notification that you have received karma points. Jang Tae-sun hugged Syrian and felt confused, not knowing what else to do, while the other girls were wondering, what are you doing? Someone shouted loudly, unknown, it was our brother. Jang Tae-sun hugged Syrian and gently scolded him, really, why are you crying like that? If other people saw him, they would think he was the ugliest person in the world. Could it be, this guy, who is it, Jang Tae-sun? Everyone seems to have gradually figured out the identity of the person they just scolded as a pervert before. Jang Tae-sun hugged and thought of Syrian's plump body pressed against him, he smiled confusedly, after all, Syrian. When did you get so big? He happily officially introduced himself. Nice to meet everyone, I'm Jang Tae-sun, the food suits everyone's taste. Oh my god, that's your neighbor who is only good at studying, oh so handsome. Kind words continue to pour out for Tae-sun. Syrian heard what he said and was immediately surprised and asked in panic, the food, could it be that all of this was prepared by you? He answered calmly, I just invited you guys to eat. Syrian blankly asked again. Could it be that today's meeting, our entire event? Jang Tae-sun told the truth, yes, this was his mother's class reunion and he was invited to it, and he wanted to keep his promise to buy you food. Syrian couldn't hold back her tears when she heard those words. Laughter rang out, oh my god, what should I do? I already fell in love with Tae-sun, what, I fell in love with him first, he's the best. Syrian wondered again, but, how did you bribe our manager? Our manager is very picky and if he doesn't do well, he will absolutely not ignore things like this. He squinted his eyes, answering as if asking a question, that's what happened. Then Jang Tae-sun kindly and gently told the group of girls, in the future, if you want to eat or rest, just say so. Syrian was surprised, what do you mean, are you a shareholder of our company? He smiled and replied, curious, then thought, KNB Entertainment. Bob's management company is a new company, so I invested capital into this company. Thanks to a lawyer, I dropped about 3 billion won here and received 50% of the shares back. When I heard that I would invest 3 billion won, the company approved my request. Jang Tae-sun pretended to laugh and confessed his mother had some money. But in exchange for everyone's mild suspicion, what is it her mother's money? Syrian was embarrassed, blushing and asked, "How is your life at school? You are a first-year student. Have you interned anywhere yet?" He replied, "Internship, I'm almost there." The shyness and desire were clearly evident in the girl's words, going for a SAP internship. I also want to try it once. Is there any difference between Korean Law University students going for an internship? Jang Tae-sun pondered a bit. His emerald eyes seemed to be searching for something in his mind. He suddenly asked, wanting to try not to make the girls happy like going to a festival. "Yes, all of us wanna go." Then Tae-sun made a phone call and said, "So wait a minute." He smiled and said on the other end of the line, "Senior Con, our talent contest. I wonder if you can prepare it yourself." A girl's voice rang out on the other end of the line. "Really, are you strong enough on your own?" "Yes, anyway, Senior, just don't interfere." He turned his back to answer the phone, his head was full of questions from the girls. "Our talent contest." Another girl's voice rang out, "Okay, I only trust you, even if not." She still planned to contact and invite everyone to gather once. Everyone was so excited. Phew. The girls of the FOB group couldn't believe what they just heard. Maybe, it couldn't be. Oh my god, could it be? Someone even shouted loudly, "Ah, that's not it." On the plane. There were a few low murmurs. "Really cool, that man." "Is there a number?" "Shut your voice. People will laugh when they hear it." The whispering sound behind the man in the white shirt was elegant and elegant. Every line of text messages on my phone popped up. "I'm not going to school, I'm temporarily on a business trip to Hong Kong. Work. What's the matter with me? How can I really open a company? I'm just that old." Tyson's hand pressed furiously on his phone. Most CEOs of startups in the world started their businesses when they were the same age as me, which is not very young. Yes, where are we going now? Does it take much time? Expected to arrive today? Go to school? Jang Tae-sun opened his eyes wide and frowned slightly. The message popped up again. "I'm going to practice on Tuesday. I think I'll go then." What an evil thing. "I'll come home from practice and let's go eat together." "Really? I know a place that makes delicious pasta." "I know. It's okay to send a text message every once in a while." Then the captain's voice echoed throughout the plane. "We are expected to land in Hong Kong. Please sit in your seat. Straighten your seat back and fasten your seatbelt." When landing at the airport, there was a blonde foreign man named Michael waiting there, happily smiling and waving to San. Michael hugged Jang Tae-sun and laughed, complimenting him that he looked younger, making Jang Tae-sun look really confused. The skies blue and clear, looking so peaceful and soothing. In a certain building, Jang Tae-sun's question rang out, "So how is the American political community?" Michael replied with a cold face, still following Hillary's trend. Jang Tae-sun, wearing a very elegant suit, sat across from Michael, continuing to ask, not threatened at all, but received a clear and distinct answer from Michael. Can't say no. What? The Democratic Party was destined to collapse, but due to the war, is likely to return to power. Jang Tae-sun, looking very confident, with a wicked smile on his lips, told Michael to invest money in Hillary's election campaign. After that sentence came Michael's panic. "Oh, what, Hillary?" He looked even more crazy with an expression that looked like an economic assassin. He said, "Let's use as much political funds as possible to invest legally, after the election anyway. In the end, Obama's side still needs candidate Hillary." Michael looked confused and speechless as he continued to listen to Jang Tae-sun's words. The Democratic Party's congressman did not support Hillary. Even if candidate Obama became president, he would only have half the power. Then Jang Tae-sun smiled kindly, reducing this atmosphere, explaining that, of course, Obama's side also needed to make concessions. Michael seemed to understand. "Ah, that's it, I'll do it right away." He asked again, "How many investment funds have increased currently?" Michael waved his hands and replied, "Currently has established 35 private investment funds and hedge funds." Jang Tae-sun continued to say his direction, in the first half of the year, increased to 50. "The number in my name cannot exceed 20, for the rest, I will promote and sign a contract to become a co-investor, create." Michael looked really scared, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard from this 18-year-old boy, sweat running down his cheeks. He replied, "Yes, I understand." Jang Tae-sun smiled brightly, looked at the sky outside and said, "There is about to be a big storm." He turned to Michael again, looking innocent, and asked, "What happened when I asked for help before?" Michael replied, "Oh here." Michael gave a black card, an unlimited card, looking beautiful and powerful, and placed it on the table for Jang Tae-sun. He smiled with satisfaction, his face looked so deceitful. He said, "It's been hard work, finally. I can also buy my own plane, among them, buy me a plane for short distance flights and a few for long distance flights, he said with a calm but confident expression. Probably he thought carefully. He thought, one of the things Americans are proud of is having self-driving planes. Michael heard that, his face froze, he couldn't think anymore, he could only reply like a robot. I'm very happy to hear these words, I will go to work right away. Jung Taizan looked so handsome with his green eyes, he smiled and thought. Now he needs some temporary trowels, but as long as they're not in his name, that's fine. The two managers of the recently debuted group FOB are sitting together in the room chatting. Isn't it really cheap to transfer it? After listening, the younger brother immediately said. Hey, if it's 3 billion, I'll get it, even if the FOB group pops up later. They'll have to spend all the money on event fees in the future to be able to earn 500 million. After hearing his words, the older brother, who was still leisurely cutting his nails, asked, should we handle it or continue? The older brother ordered, don't act hastily. First find out if you can receive more and then decide later, if that doesn't work, then. The two of them looked at each other like they were telepathic and exclaimed. Stick to the sponsors and transfer them when the price goes up, lately I've been finding them in a lot of places. They continued to calculate. How much would each side get for 300 million? You're right, that's why I chose to develop a girl group, as long as they get popular, even if they fail, it won't cost any money. The younger sister sitting next to me immediately followed suit, especially Syrian, she must be at least worth billions, he said, if she listens more, she can get even higher. The brother who spoke up to praise you was truly a person with sharp eyes that can see who was making money, so I saved everything to help her develop better before handing it over to someone else, saying, here his eyes sparkled with venom. You're too praising, just wait a little longer. Just raise the price a little more and I'll give it medicine and take pictures like last time. In front of K&B Entertainment Company, who said they would use the children for 3 days starting tomorrow, the man replied, yes, there was contact from the investor side, they said they would pay double the fee. The manager heard him say that and shouted angrily, why does this world have so many idiots? His younger brother also immediately chimed in, that's right. There must be so many idiots like this for you and me to be happy, right? Their conversation gradually came to an end. The person in charge gave the report about K&B Entertainment Company to Dezen. As soon as he finished reading it, he couldn't control his anger. Why are there such horrible people like this? These artists' managers don't know anything, besides money. The person in charge saw his angry expression and said, the article is very true about the two brothers. Dezen regained his composure and said, what's wrong with both brothers? The person in charge replied, the two cousins are the same, even the older brother, so the younger brother will handle the matter. They seduce children, saying they will raise them to become idols, then turn around after receiving sponsorship fees. Dezen angrily clenched his hands, the tendons on his joints were showing up. Those bastards. The person in charge stood quietly next to him and continued to explain the specific situation. There were rumors that they used drugs to film sex videos and then threaten them. Not only were the victims unable to sue, many had to retire. There are also people who commit suicide. Dezen was stunned when he heard this, they were crazy. I immediately gave an order to clean them all up and stomp on those bastards so they couldn't see the light anymore. The person in charge smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely make them pee their pants. They thought they could steal 3 billion, but you could tell they were typical stupid money grubbers. I will add more content about the children's affairs and then transfer them to higher authorities for handling. Dezen gritted his teeth and said, just wait, I will destroy everything you have. Early the next morning Dezen showed up in front of KBN Entertainment Company and brought a lot of food. The security guard outside the door of course won't let you in. Oh no, what is this? You're not allowed to come in here like that. Dezen gently replied. These are snacks for the children, the manager angrily shouted, if they eat these things, they will ruin their figure. Dezen smiled brightly at the manager, this is a handmade hamburger fermented from organic vegetables and Korean beef, the manager insisted, even so, because the fans couldn't, you can do that, huh, but. Manager Afab had lost all patience and shouted, who are you? You are not an employee of the company, how can you barge in like that? Dezen said angrily. Don't we all have to eat to live? He looked around carefully, this building had a gloomy feeling. It's like a place where evil things happen. The uncle in front of me also looks like a good person who doesn't fit this place at all. He observed him carefully for a while and then judged that this person gave him a sense of trust and overall seriousness. If the 3 wrinkles in the middle meet a noble person, they will definitely help him have luck. I have to keep him. He spoke up to explain the question just now, I am Syrian's neighbor. The manager's face softened a bit when he heard that, Syrian, are you a law school student? Dezen said, I made an appointment with everyone for 3 days starting today, you know. The manager looked at him and said, oh so you are the owner of a luxury hotel, why do you seem to have so much money? Dezen boastfully said, it was all my own doing, the manager was suspicious, I heard you are a new student. Are you saying that new students can't start a business? The manager is scared by your no, I don't mean it like that, but hey, new student hamburgers don't have my share. Dezen didn't say anything and turned around. Wow, he's really an attractive person. As soon as we get closer to the practice room, music and voices start coming out. It's good to have a steady rhythm, focus on feeling the rhythm. Very good. He went closer and opened the door and saw a band practicing dancing. The praise rang out again, very good. He squinted his eyes and stood outside to observe. Does it smell like a girl group? As soon as Dezen entered, Syrian was surprised, it was him. Just as Dezen was about to open his mouth to speak, the hamburger groaned. Where is this again? It's so dark that I can't see anything. The light shines directly on the body of the girl standing on the stage. The girl started dancing. Dezen looked bewildered. Immediately raised his index finger. The second goddess I met after Dejangium. Completely different feeling. If the goddess Dejangium is considered the Korean goddess of courtesy, then, did the girl suddenly say you called me? Dezen thought to himself, she is the goddess of monsters, she is a monster, who are you? The girl came closer and complimented her, oh how cute. She continued gently. Tan san li bik chui, don't be too arrogant. He gasped in surprise. She put her hands on her hips and said, if you go to Shanghai once, it will be too difficult to return to Minagayat. Mungung Mountain, go there and rest. The name of a woman that I had never thought of in my dreams appeared in my mind. Dezen was so surprised that he was speechless, maybe Jie Jin Ji. Ms. Wang Jin. That person in the Joseon period once melted many men. Huang Jin Ji. That ended the preparations for the 10th talent contest of the law faculty. He smiled brightly and said, then shall we go? Zhang Taizan was sitting behind the school's balcony when a beautiful girl walked up to him and warmly offered him a can of water. Taizan received the can and was about to enjoy it when she smiled shyly and said to him, have you prepared everything? Taizan still sounded like he still didn't understand, turned around and asked. Yes, but what are you preparing? The girl heard this confused, hearing Aaron say that he was preparing for the talent show alone. Taizan smiled and said, well, it's not just me. The scene changes to the Phoenix Boyang Resort. A few friends are chatting about school. Those old guys are really talkative, they're already so busy but they still forced the second year to participate, but really crazy. The old guys in the law department are really capitalists, and in the business department, everyone except the fourth year is required to participate. However, this year's new students have quite a few good ones. When Dong Sung heard it, he also contributed a few words, I've heard those rumors too. If we stay a little longer, maybe we'll meet. The other guy saw that Dong Sung also seemed to be interested in these things, so he also joked, Dong Sung, you just say it, if you can mark a girl then I will let you. Dong Sung sounded ridiculous, haha okay, this is really true, I can do that too. We joked around for a while and then we all entered the hall. Dong Sung heard the MC happily introducing himself and felt bored, saying it had already started. After it's over, let's go drink together, let's drink. What the hell is a talent contest, it's so boring. Inside the hall, the MC is introducing the groups participating in the competition one by one. Now it's the turn of Village 10 to perform. The MC points to the backstage and shouts loudly, so now let's enjoy the performance, the spectacular performance of the perfectly prepared costumes of the group of 10 business majors. Everyone please give a round of applause. The three boys sitting in the audience seemed like they saw someone familiar. Dong Sung, is that her? Dong Sung looked over and still couldn't find out who it was. He asked again, who was it? The guy in the blue shirt turned his head and raised his hands to tease Dong Sung, this is it. Dong Sung looked down and said again, that thing is stuck in the furnace to study. Even so, the law student looks pretty. The rumor that she was abandoned by me has spread everywhere. On stage, two characters are reenacting the sweet love story. Oh Juliet my love, please accept this burning love of mine. The girl looked back at the boy dearly and said with pain, but that's not possible Romeo, our businesses cannot merge together. Although I love you, this love cannot support me. Everyone below was watching the performance and curiously chatting, who is it, she looks so pretty, I heard this is the prettiest one among the new students of the business department, seems to be the daughter of a business owner, some big. Others watched the drama and felt extremely moved, after all, at least friendship should be guaranteed. As for the students in the same course, they happily and proudly shouted, great job, the 8th class of business faculty won the championship. The performance ends and the MC introduces the next performance. Now it's time for the final talent contest for new students of the 8th course of the law school. Please use a round of applause to welcome the group of 10 law students. Suddenly the whole hall went dark. Everyone looked up. Why did the electricity suddenly go out? A few seconds later, the LED light shined in the center of the stage. Girls dressed in sexy clothes revealing their hot bodies appeared. The whole studio saw everyone's faces in surprise and admiration. The Dong Sung group was even more surprised when they saw it. No, that couldn't be why the girl group was here. On stage, the girls happily introduced, "Hello everyone, we are your cute fob born in winter." Everyone below was admiring this unique performance. This was the talent contest of a group of 10 law faculties. The girls on stage danced and shouted and interacted with the audience. At the climax, a young man with a smooth body revealing his toned chest stepped out to sing. While singing, he danced to the rhythm of the music, looking very professional as if he had a lot of experience dancing, causing everyone below to look up and admire, not being able to miss a second, their mouths constantly praising, "Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Who is he? Is he a law student? Is it true that he is a new student?" Dong-sung below saw a figure that looked familiar and was startled. "Oh, that's Oh Man Dong. Oh, that's Oh Man Dong. That's Jang Tae-jin." After finishing the first performance smoothly while everyone applauded, Jang Tae-jin said, "Now let's start having fun together." Moving on to the second performance. The performance seemed to be popular with the students at school because it brought out the charm and passion of youth, but it seemed like Professor Jang Myung-ki didn't like it, probably because it was ridiculous and inappropriate. Given his age, after hearing the new student's introduction, there would be a second performance with a dissatisfied look on his face. What else? As for Dong-sung below, he couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't believe why Jang Tae-jin could be here. Jang Tae-jin thought to himself, "June, you are so hot." Then he came closer and hugged June's waist, his face close to her hair, and her mother wanted to dance gently, looking at their coordination with each other so delicately. The girl who liked Jang Tae-jin sitting down below saw this scene and felt angry inside. Her eyes must have had some tears because she looked quite sparkling. She looked and called Jang Tae-jin's name silently, blaming her. Everyone below did not expect that our school would have such a VIP pro group and kept shouting, "So amazing, Jang Tae-jin, Jang Tae-jin." The performance was a success beyond everyone's expectations. They received absolute charm points. The MC came out on stage and kept praising, "It was truly amazing, this performance was even better." Including the performances of Park Jin-young and Ok Tae-hyun. On stage, the FOB band, after finishing the performance, did not forget to send warm greetings and gratitude to the audience. "Thank you everyone for inviting us here today, we are FOB's Angels of Love, everyone's love." Professor Jang Myung-ki heard the MC say that and shouted this. "This is cheating, talent contest, why is there another band here? This contest does not count, does not count." Jang Tae-jin looked at Professor Jang Myung-ki as he presented his thoughts. "As far as I know, Professor Jang Myung-ki, this talent contest has no limits." He also said that he can be creative as he pleases, my ability. Isn't that so, the professor? After hearing the strong arguments of the new student, had to be speechless and only knew how to change his mind so that he could salvage some honor. "That's true, but if you do it this way, it will be very awkward, this is not fair." Jang Tae-jin didn't hesitate at all, just smiled lightly and retorted, "But wasn't the professor also jumping along just now?" Professor Jang Myung-ki heard that this student had said something right to his heart. He seemed to be trembling with fear and stammered out a reply, "No, that's not the case." And everyone below listened to Jang Tae-jin and found it reasonable, so they all cheered in support. "That's right, this performance is really great, don't say two words like that, the group's talent contest, the 10 law faculties are the best." Jang Tae-jin bowed his head and said, "Thank you, sincerely thank everyone, just finished." It was the group of 10 law faculty, Jang Tae-jin and his friends. The scene changes to the art company. After watching the performance, Dong-sung immediately calls his father's department head to ask for information. "Does your father's department head know the FOB girl group?" The manager then asked again, "Do you mean that FOB rookie group?" Dong-sung seemed happy after hearing this, "So you know what, it's easier to talk then. I'm about to call the FOBs over. Hurry up, especially I want to meet that guy named Seo Ryan as quickly as possible. Okay, let's take a test drive to see how capable the leader of the group is. Jang Tae-san, you're a junior in the law department, right? You're a bastard who doesn't know how high and how thick the earth is. How dare you tease the tiger's mouth like me?" After a successful competition, Jang Tae-jin and his friends enjoyed a drink. Senior Aaron just drank a few glasses and then collapsed, lying down, hugging the basin and babbling, "I think I've fallen for you. How about I'm opening my heart to wait for you." Suddenly, from outside the door, someone was coming in. Tae-san heard someone calling him and turned to look. Turns out it was Yerin Sr. Jang Tae-san saw the person he used to like now appearing here. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Why is the senior here?" Lee Yerin said softly, "A year ago you were also a freshman." Then Lee Yerin turned her eyes to everyone and happily introduced herself. "Nice to meet everyone, I'm Lee Yerin, a second-year student at our school." When everyone heard the introduction that they were second-year students, they happily replied, "Oh hello senior, you are really beautiful, just like an actress." When everyone compliments Lee Yerin, she smiles from ear to ear, "Has is so cute, let's be nice to each other from now on." These juniors, after listening, the juniors all responded in unison, "Yes, Senior Yerin. Everyone, let's have a drink together."
Senior Lee Yaren sat down to have fun with everyone.
Then try drinking a glass of wine poured by the juniors, Dae-san, let's drink together. Dae-san was startled after hearing this, as if he wasn't drunk at all, in his mind. He must have been very surprised to see his senior, someone who only cares about studying and grades like Lee Yaren, also know how to drink alcohol. The blue-shirt student next to him saw that his senior seemed to care a lot about Jang Tae-san, so he asked, why is senior so interested in Tae-san? After hearing that, Lee Yaren just smiled and replied, it's nothing.
We're just a junior from the same area.
Then Tae-san turned around and shyly explained. I used to like senior and chased her everywhere. Senior Yaren was my previous unrequited love. This must have been sensational news for everyone, so everyone who heard it was indignant. What, unrequited love? Oh my god, this is amazing. So it's because of Senior Yaren that you study at a Korean university, Tae-san said again. Senior Yaren is pretty. The long-haired young man thought Tae-san was just joking, so why did he yell so loudly? Are you serious?
As for Tae-san,
he smiled awkwardly, but now it's gone. I told you that there was once an unrequited love. Senior Lee Yaren heard Tae-san say that she used to like her, and suddenly her face stiffened and her eyes widened as she looked at Tae-san. What's wrong? So now you don't like me anymore? Tae-san looked forward with sparkling eyes. I now have someone I like. Drunk Yaren was still lying flat, but when she heard Tae-san's words, she turned around and laughed. Ha, it's really Tae-san. We can't let that vixen get away.
Yaren looks down on boys very much.
Senior Lee Yaren heard that she was being touched, so she harshly said back.
Hey Senior Yaren, why are you a fox spirit? I was the one who nicknamed you Fluffy Baby.
Yaren responded with an innocent face, but her words were no less sharp. Ah, that's right, a rose with a thorny body. After that, he lay down flat on his mouth and kept staring. He was probably too drunk to control himself. Don't pay attention to Tae-san.
He's the other half of Yuri's sister's friend. If compared to Yuri, he would be better than Yuri, can't even get a corner.
When Senior Lee Yaren heard the mention of Yuri, her eyes widened.
Senior Yuri's face looked confused, as if she wanted to justify everything is wrong.
It's true that the power of beer is amazing, but only when drunk do we dare to tell all our secrets. Yaren is the same, she used alcohol to express her feelings.
If it weren't for Yuri, then I would. San is already mine. Ah, they had a very happy night.
The two guys sitting next to him heard Yaren speak and immediately became suspicious. Their round eyes closed straight at Tae-san. Could it be that day? And Tae-san was embarrassed, so he smiled shyly, covered his face and mouth, then denied it. No, that's not it. She was too drunk, so I just took her home.
Nothing happened, so don't look at me like that. It's true.
To dispel the tense atmosphere, Tae-san picked up a cup of wine and poured it for everyone.
What are you doing? The wine cup is still empty. Let's drink until we die today.
Not long after receiving this guest, another guest came in from outside the door.
Hey, that's a girl's voice. I don't know who it is this time. Everyone turned to look, and it turned out that she was also a student at the school, the female lead in the love play of the business department. When everyone saw this beautiful girl here, they all admired. Oh, is it you, Julia, just now? While Tae-san looked blankly, not understanding what this girl was here for. The girl came closer and greeted everyone. Hello, I am IRA, Class 8, Business Department. Tae-san looked at this pure and beautiful girl without even blinking an eye and kept praising you. You are really good, because preparing for the competition has spent so much sweat and tears all week. It's all gone up in smoke again. But why does hearing his compliments sound so strange? It's like trying to provoke and touch someone's pain. You heard it and got mad and shouted at Tae-san. You don't know how much effort I had to put in for this performance. In any case, why use a girl group? This is just a simple competition between university students, not a place for capitalism to destroy like that. No one recognizes this performance. This is cheating. So the girl came here not because she wanted to join the party or have a fun chat, but to vent all her anger and frustration. She put in a lot of sweat and effort to set up a unique performance with the aim of receiving the most love and bringing home the highest award. But who would have thought that Tae-san would be more skilled and ruin everything for her, while Tae-san could only sit silently and look at her. I cursed him enough before speaking again. He thought it was true that girls are different. Then he turned away and responded to Yura's curses. This is something I judge and make a decision on myself. This is just an investment with the capital I have. Tae-san turned to look straight at Yura and asked, so the expensive dress and eye-catching accessories that you used were supported by the business department? Men and boys can't ignore it. I think gender discrimination is one of the things that need to be broken. Yura heard Tae-san's sharp words and couldn't refute anything. She could only accept, but also had to say a few threats to save her reputation. She shouted at Tae-san, okay, today I lost, but I will. There is no next time. Senior Yuran, standing next to her, heard Yura speak and felt itchy in her ears and mouth. So she sat up and told her a few words. Hey, isn't it a bit too much for you to come here and talk like that in the middle of the law department's banquet? New student of the business department. Yura looked straight into Yuran's eyes and lowered her voice. Don't be so tense, I don't like that style. Suddenly Yuri's attitude changed 180 degrees and turned to face Tae-san, smiling happily. Jang Tae-san, let's go have a drink next time. I have a feeling we'll see each other often in the future. After hearing that, Yuran was so disappointed that he stood there frozen. Yuri turned away and said loudly inside, I'll come find Jang Tae-san when school starts. The scene changes to a snowy area. Two blonde girls are happily skiing together and the person behind them screams a get away or you might die. And outside, Tae-san and department head Huang were watching everyone playing and talking. The department head looked at the two girls in front and smiled and said they still look like children. Tae-san also looked at them attentively and replied, they have had a hard time lately. Right before debuting, they had to work hard to be where they are today, and to be able to survive after debuting, they also had to work crazy hard. Head of department Huang turned to look at Tae-san. In this industry the competition is much more than other industries. Tae-san put that work aside and told manager Huang that I have booked a place to stay, everyone should rest well and leave tomorrow. Tromfan Huang finished listening and felt extremely grateful to Tae-san. Thank you, you did all the things the company couldn't do. Then he gently whispered to Tae-san, do you like Seo Ryan? Tae-san just smiled and hesitantly said, she is cute but also very strong. Tromfan found it funny, this answer is not suitable for his age at all. But are you really only 20 years old? Tae-san also smiled happily and said, that's true. But why is the tone so familiar? It feels like I'm talking to my fellow soldiers. Two people who were skiing called out and asked Tae-san and manager Huang, aren't you guys preparing for the second album? Huang looked back and answered them, of course the second album had to be done, but the company refused to invest. Tae-san heard about the temporary suspension of investment and asked manager Huang, why is that? Manager Huang sadly lowered his head and said I also found it very strange, it seemed like the director and the boss were planning something. I couldn't guess. Tae-san didn't understand and asked again, isn't the FOB's income quite good? Huang stood with his arms crossed and said thoughtfully, we also thought the same but the big guys didn't see it that way, the people who were crushed in the past were buried deep under. Tae-san stood and thought for a while then spoke, so if department manager Huang became the owner? That probably wouldn't happen, right? The department manager heard that his name was involved in this case and changed his tone, what, I am different from them. Tae-san continued to pry his curiosity about what was different, but manager Huang said that I would eat whatever they eat, and we have to live together to be able to stay for a long time. In the past, there were very few people left to help the company make a lot of money, and at that time they were all cursed very badly. Tae-san heard the thoughts in his head. I only teased him a little but his answer was impressive. Manager Huang still didn't know that right now he was interviewing for me. He continued talking, not knowing. Haven't you heard that the company has been sold? When manager Huang heard this news, he was stunned. This news was like lightning hitting his ears. What are you talking about? Why did you sell the company? When manager Huang heard this news, he was startled and stunned. This news was like lightning hitting his ears. What are you talking about? Why did you sell the company? Up on the ski rink, everyone still didn't seem to know anything so they were still having fun. Everyone get out of the way, get out of the way. Manager Huang gently said gently. Actually I heard that there is a new equity investor in the company, do you know who that investor is? Tae-san didn't want to open the game yet to let manager Huang know, so he created a distraction. If the company was sold, wouldn't everyone be affected? After all, it's just starting to get popular now. Manager Huang's expression was already very serious. He told Tae-san firmly. I will try to go to my wife's house and kneel down to ask. That's right, the kids are very talented. As long as I become the boss, I will definitely protect the children. In 2020, KNB Entertainment has become a company aimed at artists, because the director and representatives are all scoundrels. The name is not yet known to many people, so perhaps manager Huang will buy it, back to the company. The two of them looked at the soon-to-be famous artists who were skiing and said to those puppies that I would be responsible for their lives in the future. When they heard that, they also responded with humor, yes, puppies, indeed, the manager is the best. Everyone come here quickly, let's play. Scene changes to the walking street. Huang Dae and Tae-san were chatting on the way home. He shyly asked, Huang Dae, how long has it been since we last came here? Huang Dae kindly asked about Tae-san, but are you okay now? Didn't you drink a lot of alcohol yesterday? Tae-san was embarrassed and didn't know how to say the right thing to say, scratching his head and answering hesitantly, yes, it's okay, I'm not tired. Huang Dae felt reassured when he heard that. Yes, he looked extremely healthy. Huang Dae turned to see Tae-san smiling and silently smiling. She seemed surprised and didn't understand why he was smiling. Tae-san said softly because he felt grateful to Yuri. The girl who heard that she was grateful was extremely surprised that it was her. Tae-san raised his hand in front of his face and turned Yuri, because she was giving strength to the man's shoulders. Yuri still didn't understand what was going on. Look, thanks to you, hasn't my value in the eyes of others increased? Tae-san pointed his hand towards Yuri. Laughing happily, she told me to give her the bag. Help her carry it. Yuri heard it and felt a little embarrassed, her face turned red. But she still picked up the bag and gave it to Tae-san.
Suddenly, she was startled and her pure eyes widened as she looked at Tae-san.
Tae-san couldn't wait any longer and had to take this opportunity to express his feelings for Yuri. He took this opportunity to hold Yuri's hand tightly. To erase the awkward atmosphere, Tae-san told Yuri why her hands were so cold. Tae-san and Yuri walked into a luxury restaurant. Tae-san's status and reputation were so terrible that the director had to come out to say hello. "It's an honor to meet you, I'm director Yang Dia-kwon. Please come inside, it's cold outside." Tae-san told the director, "I want to meet somewhere quiet." The blue shirt guy asked Tae-san, "Do you think this place is okay?" "You can count on it."
Tae-san's hand still held Yuri's hand tightly but was afraid that she wouldn't feel comfortable, so he said, "If you feel uncomfortable, you can let go of your hand.
It might help you get more attention, huh?" Yuri heard Tae-san's harsh and arrogant words and was stunned. "What did you say?" "Tae-san, you're a playboy, right?" Tae-san's face lit up without any shame and he asked, "Yes, how are you?" Yuri was no longer calm enough to talk gently to Tae-san like before. She shouted, "That's what Aaron said, a second-year fox in the law department. I heard that girl really likes you too. And the new business student too. I heard she is also very curious about you." Tae-san blatantly defended again, "Yuri's sister. I think everyone is free to have their own concerns." Yuri hesitantly said. "Although that's true, but..." Tae-san continued it, to protect himself, and maybe Senior Aaron was just drunk and spoke his heart out, saying that he should leave Yuri and go on a date with her. After listening to Yuri, her face turned pale, not knowing who was telling the truth and who was being sincere. Did Aaron say that? Tae-san was invaded and presented a lesson to his seniors. Hoa just stood still there, but there were many things going there. It wasn't her fault. Right, Yuri also understood that. Yuri heard it and thought it made sense but still had doubts. That's true, but still. Not giving Yuri a chance to get back at him, he continued to justify. Just like she didn't want others to say she was flirtatious, so men also didn't want to hear those words at all. Yuri regained her composure and spoke gently to Tae-san. "Even though we are close to each other, we should still maintain basic politeness. But you really are like a playboy." Suddenly there was a phone call. Tae-san just called the other end of the line and quickly said, "Hey Tae-san, it's a big deal." I don't know what they said, I just saw Tae-san's expression was very serious. He seemed extremely worried and then he replied with a heavy yes. "The security here is very strict, the entrance is strictly guarded by a staff and there is no CCTV. You can rest assured." The guy in the blue shirt heard that and asked again, but he was thinking in his mind that we don't intend to bring out just one kid and ask for a big advertising contract. He walked closer to the room where the director was waiting to welcome him. When he saw him coming, he politely invited him in. He looked and asked, "Is the company okay these days?" The director said, "We still have a lot of shortcomings and need to ask the owner to take care of us a lot," but in his mind he looked disdainful, just a rude kid who dares to show his face. The young master said as he walked, "Seeing that the director is very compatible with me. Let's take care of each other in the future." The director politely bowed his head and said, "I go, thank you. My boss will do his best." But his eyes were filled with hatred for this young master. Looking at me slowly entering the room, he felt so satisfied. "Today you have stepped into the tiger's mouth, my son." The young master stepped inside and saw that everything was as he expected and even better. He looked satisfied and said, "I didn't expect this." The director asked again, "Are you satisfied?" The young master looked around and praised, "You are quite observant." Director Yang, when he heard it, he said, "Yes, thank you." Then asked again, "Where is she?" The director replied, "You see the last room there? She is obediently staying in that room." The young master stepped in step by step but still did not forget to ask, "Is it clean?" The director replied, "Of course no one has touched it, you can come and check directly. So now I will wait outside." The young master looked in through the glass door from outside and saw a girl with a sexy body and pretty appearance waiting for him. As soon as she saw him come in, she quickly said, "I hope you have a good time." He saw that everything was wonderful from the landscape and the way it was decorated, and especially the girl in front of him. He could only say two words, "Oh, it's amazing." Outside on the street, Tae-san was driving a supercar as fast as he could to get to the hotel where the ill-mannered young master was staying. Maybe Tae-san is very bitter and angry. As he walked away he cursed, "You son of a bitch, just try to lay a finger on Sae-rayan's body. I will tear you apart." Outside the hotel lobby, the young master's men were standing guard very strictly, so Tae-san could easily confirm that this was the place. They were still talking and reminding each other, "Hey, work carefully and if you make a mistake, you'll all die," when suddenly they discovered something unusual. It's Tae-san's feet that are red with each step. Those soldiers saw Tae-san and quickly asked, "Hey, who are you and you can't come in here now?" But Tae-san still boldly walked in and they started to threaten, "Hey, I told you to get out of this building." Looking at Tae-san's face, cold as stone, his mind kept thinking about Sae-rayan, I will come soon. The soldiers continued to shout loudly, "Don't you understand human language? Do you want to die?
As soon as they finished speaking, Tyson gave them a few punches and blood spewed out from their mouths and noses. Tyson gave a decisive blow, knocking down the door guard, causing him to vomit blood and fall on his back. "Come here, Saoran." "Just wait a little longer," his eyes said firmly. He defeated all the door guards and gradually entered. He thought to himself, "They are definitely here." At this time, the guy in the blue shirt had entered Rayon's room. He waved, "Hello, Saoran, hello." Rayon sat on the bed and said in a panic, "Who are you?" He pervertedly said, "Who else? It's you who love Saoran so much." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it you?" He nodded and smiled cunningly. "Yes, it was you." Realizing that it wasn't Tyson, Rayon panicked and said, "You're not Tyson." That pervert saw her reaction like that and said, "What, is it Tyson? Could that guy have already licked her?" After that, he touched the girl's body. He touched her body and exclaimed that she was truly a rising idol, making Rayon extremely scared. With a bang, the girl slapped the other guy's face and screamed, telling him to get away. It was this action of the girl that made him angry and shout loudly, "This bitch!" He didn't like it either. He immediately hit her back, making her scream in pain. The slap was so strong that she fell onto the bed. At this time, he still didn't know that Tyson was about to come to the door. He still forcefully said, "I was planning to quietly finish it. How dare you tease me? You'll surely die today." Pain and fear made Saoran unable to hold back her tears. She cried and called Tyson's name. This scene was recorded by a hidden camera. The people standing in front of the screen silently observed and discussed with each other. The person on the left said, "That bastard has the same personality as his father." The other guy also spoke up. He said it himself, "What's more? That guy is a crazy guy." He uttered dirty and contemptuous words. "How can a dog see poop? It's just as rumored, haha." They hadn't been complacent for a few seconds when suddenly a voice echoed in, startling them. They turned around and asked, "Who was it?" Without giving him time to be on guard, a strong punch punched him straight in the face, and the glasses on his face could not withstand the force and broke. The person who hit him was none other than Tyson. With just one punch he made him fall over. The guy next to him could only be startled. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely, thinking, "What the hell?" Tyson, with sharp eyes filled with murderous intent, looked at the other guy. He raised his fist in front of the other man's fear. Bang! A strong punch decisively hit him in the face. He fell face down on the floor and groaned in pain. The floor was still covered in blood. Those two guys were defeated by Tyson alone, both of them lying down. While they were still struggling to get up, Tyson asked again, "I asked if you were happy." Without letting them have any intention of answering, Tyson cursed loudly, "These dogs, people like you must be exterminated." After saying that, he lifted both men up by their necks with both hands, causing them to have difficulty breathing and cough. He lifted both of them up and said, "Giving you food and living a normal life is too much luck, right? You guys should try to live by lying on the bed," he said, squeezing one guy's neck tightly. "When all your sins are paid for, God will take you away." As for the other guy who was strangled, he could only squeeze out a few words. "Who are you? Who are you?" "What am I? The god of death," Tyson said coldly. His hand squeezed tighter and tighter. The guy on the left cried out pitifully. The guy on the right was no less, screaming in pain. He continued, "Every day, every breath you take will be like living in hell." Having said that, these two guys almost died from suffocation and were lying around. After dealing with the trash guys, he now paid attention to the screen. The pervert's invitation was recorded live. "Come here, Syrian. Let me take you to the top." Tyson's face darkened when he heard it. His long-standing anger seemed to be ignited and exploded. He loudly cursed and cursed this disgusting insect. Tyson received dark karma points, just like a tiger growing wings. He burst out screaming, "I will kill you." Starting from this moment, the evil gods will intimately follow Tyson, who becomes more and more crazy when he hears Seo Ryong's cry for help on the screen. The scene changes to the room on the projection screen, where the girl is being forced. On the bed, the girl cried again at Dong Sun's provocation. She cried, "Why did you do that to me?" And he still didn't know anything, didn't know that a thunderstorm was about to fall on his head, so he still leisurely said complacently, "Do you think that Jang Tyson will come to save you? You are mine, haha." Protesting won't do anything, just listen. Ryong can only cry out in protest. He excitedly stared at his prey while screaming, "Moving away, I didn't want to." Ryong shouted so loudly that his voice was hoarse. So he raised his hand to prepare to hit her and cursed, "This bitch already has a hoarse voice." Suddenly someone called out, "Oh Dong." Dong Sun. He seemed to recognize this voice and was startled. "Oh Dong Sun." The call got louder and louder. He turned around and looked startled. What was that? Ryong seemed to have been saved. She stopped crying. He got out of bed and gingerly walked closer to the door. Standing by the door, he shouted loudly, "Who the hell come out here?" Tyson seemed to be possessed by a superhero. He directly used his hand to break through the door and strangle him from behind. causing him to have no time to react and cry out in agony. Not only Dong Sung, Tyson didn't let go but blew open the door, lifted him up. He could only struggle and scream. Just the door away, Tyson whispered in his ear that there are many people in this world who are not people who are passionate about taking things that don't belong to them. And knows how to justify, this world is like that. You will see that you are not the only one like that. Anyway, this world is inherently unfair, so you would think that doing this won't change anything, Tyson said as he squeezed his hand tighter, making his face blue and his throat sticking out. His eyes widened, tears kept flowing. Tyson continued that, even if you rob or fight, you must know how to do it neatly. The line between good and evil used to hypnotize yourself is only thin, just like a piece of paper. He asked, "Oh Dong Sung, isn't that right?" He used his remaining breath to negotiate with Tyson. "If you let me live, the money will be yours." Hearing this, Tyson continued asking, "Money, how much will you give me?" "I will give you 100 million, he said, but seeing that the number was too cheap, Tyson shouted. "What, only 100 million? Then Tyson coldly said, "Your network is also cheap, isn't that the third largest on a group?" 1 billion, he uttered the last words. But anyway, 1 billion is nothing to Tyson. He threw him aside. He seemed to be resurrected from the dead and panted. Suddenly, Tyson threw him a handful of white blister packs, surprising him. He seemed to grasp the other person's situation and said, "Hey, this is the medicine you like, drink that and then dance." "Drink all that?" he said, and he was looking at the pile of pills worriedly, tears constantly falling. Tyson told him, "Drink all that then I will forgive you," causing him to hesitantly ask for forgiveness. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." No matter what he asks you to do, you still say in a cold voice, "Good medicine is meant to be taken orally." So he had to swallow it all, no matter how fast or slow. Tyson peeled off all the pills in one go, stuffing the whole handful into Oh Dong Sung's mouth. A photo posted on social networks attracted a lot of attention from netizens. Underneath Oh Dong Sung's photo are a series of comments from the Korean online community that are suspicious and insulting. At this time, a shout rang out in the group. "Hey, those bastards." The shouting startled all the staff there. The person yelled at him and swung his golf club, breaking the plant pot. "Damn it, how much medicine did he take?" The middle-aged man raised his stick and pointed at the person in front of him, asking where that kid was now. "Who the hell gave him the medicine?" The young man replied tremblingly, "He received an invitation from KNB Entertainment Company so he went there." Perhaps, the medicine was there, he used it there. The middle-aged man angrily shouted again. "Words, invitations, quickly arrest those bastards and bring them here." The guy stammered again, that. Already late," the man panicked again. "What, why are you late?" The young man hesitated. The police had already arrested them. The middle-aged man raised his stick and shouted, "What, is it because of the medicine? Speak clearly." He answered tremblingly, "Because of embezzlement at work, and also because of the suicides of female singers who previously belonged to that company." The middle-aged man was startled. "What, damned, those are the two words that appear in his mind right now." He called out to the person in front of him, "Chief Yu," the guy immediately replied. "Yes, just say it." He turned black and immediately set up a team of lawyers to respond, specializing in blocking the party's speech. "Do everything they ask, no matter what you do, you must stop it," Chief Yu stammered in acceptance. Yes." The middle-aged man spoke again, and contacted Yo Hyuk, "Tell him to spend time with me, I need to meet him." This time at Tyson's company. He was going online to see people's comments about the Oh Dong Sung group's incident. Watching for a moment, he smirked and said goodbye to Oh Dong Sung. In the night while screaming and running away like that, Oh Dong Sung will definitely be asked by the people of this country of Korea forever. "I took the panicked Seo Ryan home, gave her water, and she fell asleep. I have deleted all CCTV at the scene. That director's brother has already blocked an important lifeline, their muscles will become more and more tired. I will not be able to walk quickly for the rest of my life, and will have to live my whole life relying on diapers. Even if you live, you cannot be said to be living." Tyson remembered that at that time a message appeared in his mind. He had received dark karma points. From this moment on, evil spirits will be watching you. He looked solemn, wondering what the dark karma was. Tyson bit his lip and thought, "It's not over yet. I will uproot all of you." Sunset covers the city. Felton Hotel headquarters, Virginia, a voice rang out, still unable to find stars. In the end, everything went nowhere. An older man asked the person standing across from him. That person replied, "The union has bought back 20% of the personal investment fund. It seems like I bought it at the same time with a few other funds, I don't know yet." The hotel director shouted, "Try contacting the union, tell them they will pay double the purchase price. If they secretly transferred all my shares like that, what would I do in my life until now? I have never encountered a crisis as big as this. Harrison, tell me, what's wrong with 10 billion but now it's changed hands for only $3 billion? I didn't go into business just to encounter a situation like this, Harrison's sweat dropped and replied, but... Looks like the wire is from Korea. This statement surprised the director. What about Korea?
A small country.
Harrison loudly said that the first condition for the union to become a major shareholder is that they require a special figure in Korea to be the major shareholder. According to what I learned, the company investing in Korea owns 1% of the company's shares. The words made the middle-aged man more and more surprised. What, you mean that person is a personal fund investor? Harrison explained that due to the nature of individual investment funds, it is impossible to find the fund owner. The director ordered him, leave, you have to find it for me. He frowned, and increased the bet for Hillary. Even so, an FA still had to borrow the power of the government, Harry, and replied immediately, yes, I will go to work immediately. The director was upset. I don't know who it is, but if you dare to steal from me, I will kill you. I'll skin him and throw him in the California desert. In Korea right now, Tyson is chatting online with Robert. Robert, let's prepare a free auction. I have sent the documents via email. The object is AAA Corporation. On the screen, Robert wondered, boss, how much do you want to do it? He laughed, I want to take over the business. I hope you can make arrangements as quickly as possible for me, Robert replied. Yes boss, I will go handle it right away. Ah, and I have something to report. The Felton team contacted the union, Tyson laughed. Because of the problem of buying shares. Robert replied again, yes, they intend to take it back at a good price. He still calmly smiled. Please tell them that I have no intention of selling the shares I have. With the current market, please send the business situation report to shareholders, then do what I say. Then he thought, I haven't even started yet, this bunch. Robert agreed. I will relay the same to them. Tyson is satisfied. Okay, so you've worked hard. Robert. He said one more sentence and then hung up. I will report regularly, boss. Rest. Finishing the conversation with Robert, he walked right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room, looked at the scene, and thought, even if they were servants, I would turn them into the most qualified people. He smirked, Dong Zuong, if you're reincarnated. Don't see me again. Suddenly the internal phone rang. Director and manager Hwang Yuntai of KNB Entertainment Company came looking for him. He turned his head and responded, let him in. After that announcement, a man pushed open the door and walked in. Tyson spoke first. Inviting him in, Chief Hwang. Seeing him, the man was startled. No, you. He said cheerfully. Please sit down, Chief Hwang is shy. Oh, yes. He also sat down opposite him and said. Suddenly calling you here like this, you must be very surprised. Hwang laughed it off. Right, he thought, sweating, are you kidding me? Tyson said something meaningful. The representative director of KNB has been arrested. Manager Hwang smiled wryly. Yes, I don't know who it was, but that person's work is truly a good thing for our company. Tyson frankly and arrogantly admitted that I was the one who did that. This startled Hwang. Yes, what? He panicked and thought, what is he saying now? Who is this kid, anyway? Tyson laughed again. The star depends on you. Director Hwang, he was shocked. Yes, what did you say? He smirked. I chose you to be the director of this new entertainment company called MTS. Hwang turned to stone immediately after saying that. Tyson smiled at him. Manager Hwang still remembers what he said before. Hwang was startled. Yes, no words, at this time. He was also very confused. Am I the director? Tyson smiled lightly. He looked at Hwang and continued, promising that he would do his best to take care of those young people. Hwang was startled to remember, at the ski area. He suddenly stood up. The future wave of Korean culture will definitely develop to an unimaginable level. Hwang is confusing, yes. Tyson continued, the Korean cultural wave of idols will spread. The man was frightened by his words. Eh? He smiled and stated his thoughts. K-pop will hit the world like a new genre. Please continue what you have done for the company. Tyson remembered a girl and thought. Say Ryan, now I know that you will only walk on a path paved with roses. At a coffee shop, in the air with a steaming cup of coffee, a voice rang out, wondering if business in the artist world is profitable. The other person answered, I don't know if the younger brother from the same neighborhood he mentioned is Say Ryan. Everything was handled through some lawyer firm. Lawyer Joe's facial expression also became better and better. The other man asked Tyson. Do you like her? He smiled and replied, I only take care of her because she looks like my twin sister. Oh, and if possible I want to buy back all the shares of this law firm. This statement surprised Lawyer Joe. What, everything? He calmly said yes, please help me buy it all. The man panicked. They probably won't be able to give it out easily. You're still confident, please tell me that the first seller will get 100 billion won for me, the second person will be 90 billion, these words made the lawyer gasp in shock. He was sweating. Do you think 100 billion is a small number? He smiled, some law firm deserves such value. The lawyer raised his voice, that was too expensive, just 50 billion was enough to buy back that company.
He remained calm.
Don't worry, just do it. Lawyer Joe was also speechless. Wow, that weird guy.
He continued.
Let's handle everything smoothly, don't let there be any rumors, and as for those who were once representatives, keep them as honorary advisors. The lawyer stammered, but, after all. Relationships, this is where relationships with big businesses are.
Tyson confidently said.
Don't worry, just don't leave any enemies behind, there's an even bigger guest waiting for us. He was surprised. What? The guest was bigger? Tyson still laughed. It would be better to keep the trustworthy lawyers and kick out those who might betray him. Joe asked again. Oh, all over the company, he answered, of course. However, I will take a look at the staff list first. Joe laughed. If the investor wants it, of course he has to do it. This will start right away, Tyson calmly replied. Yes, let's get started. At this rate, the specialized plane will take off, huh? Maybe so. That afternoon at the airport. Inside the VIP room, someone asked, isn't the atmosphere very strange? There was a response. Detecting unusual movement, unidentified capital is being imported everywhere. The other person asked again, the money's identity was unknown. The person on the screen in front of the man explained again, it started from tax evasion and is flowing to America, Europe and even Hong Kong. The other person asked again. What about the scale? The reporter continued, just at the scale we know, it is more than tens of billions of dollars. The man was a bit surprised, it was not a small amount. The other person continued, it was hidden very cleverly, I only just caught it. The people in the room asked again, it seemed like it wasn't the profiteering investors. But in this complicated situation, it was the children's side, otherwise it's the night order side. The person on the screen shook their head, I couldn't identify them. It has been thoroughly implemented in the form of private equity funds. I looked up the IP but it didn't work. The man in the room sat up straight, okay, in that case. The person on the screen asked again. Boss, should I notify the council and issue a level 1 summons? He interrupted. No, wait a little longer. If that amount of money will definitely reveal your identity. We should take a closer look, there's no need to act first and then reveal your tale. The person on the other end replied, I understand. The man continued, this is an important moment. The world is finally turning towards us. When the children are passionate about victory, we will rob them. I have endured this humiliation for 100 years. Please contact the Dan Guardians, must be very careful to find that change. The person on the screen respectfully shouted, I will obey the boss's orders. The man spoke to the screen again, next time I will go to Korea, then please contact me by signal. The other person replied, I will, then disappeared from the screen. The man stood in front of the window thinking, the era of black cats and white cats chasing mice is past. The era of luxury is not long left. For our brothers, the man stood under the sunset illuminating his silhouette. Right now outside the airport. One person held a suspicious business card, the director of an entertainment company. Not bad either, that man was Tyson, he was standing against a column and seemed to stand out among the crowd. He looked at the business card with satisfaction, Director Juan would know what to do, AAA Corporation will soon be in hand. And also, Robert is the shadowy manager of the Felton Hotel. I thought of someone. Uncle, are you still well? I have no intention of letting you kick my mother out, I will find you soon. During the financial turmoil of 2008, many businesses changed hands, that wave had consequences for many years, anyone who sees it can only admit that this is a difficult time for businesses. Suddenly a voice rang out behind him, Daniel, he turned around in surprise. It turned out that the person who called was Clara and her family. Happy Tyson, Clara. The scene changed to another place, in the flickering candlelight. A voice rang out, wake up, descendant of the man wearing the iron mask. Awakened after a long sleep, carrying the sword of revenge. Cut off the heads of dragons and snakes. My sons, get ready. Go spread fear, trample on them. Other voices said in unison. Yes, we will trample on them. The chant ended, and a pair of mysterious eyes appeared under a black cloak, looking very scary. A mysterious voice rang out. Look for the heir of the wolf god. The man in the black shirt said he had to be stopped. Let's find him before the people of heaven and earth society. He continued, and crushed him. 100 years ago was the same as then. He coldly said, kill them all. The crowd shouted loudly, obeying the commander's orders. The man in the black shirt smiled and said, summarizing the strength of the entire new nation for good, before the god got angry. The descendant of the wolf god. Then his eyes suddenly flashed yellow, glared, and said evilly, destroy him.
In front of the house.
A brown-haired woman smiled brightly, greeted everyone.
Said, "Welcome to everyone."
Clara ran up to that woman, shouting, "Mommy." The woman smiled and said, "Oh, Clara, long time no see, she's becoming more and more beautiful." The man in the red shirt standing next to him smiled and said, "Wow, it's perfect." "I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in Korea," Clara happily said. "Mom is also much more beautiful, she misses everyone so much."
Emmanuel said, Hello, I'm Emmanuel." "Nice to meet you." Li Jiang also spoke up. "I am Li Jiang, Clara's father." Li Jiang said, "It's rude that I came empty-handed like this." The brown-haired woman said, "Oh, don't say that, I've worked hard to come all the way here like this." The woman smiled brightly, then said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Ju Shouran." Jiang Taizhen stood next to him and asked,
"Where is Dad?" Ju Shouran replied, "He had something to do so he went out, he would return in the evening with the twins." Li Jiang suddenly panicked and cried out, "No, no." Emmanuel worriedly asked, "Dear, what's wrong?" Li Jiang said, "This is one of the most prosperous plots of land I have ever seen." Looking at the surroundings, he continued, "He didn't expect that I would be able to come to a place with such a beautiful location." At this time, in a music hall, a loud and angry voice rang out, "Jiang Taizhen, who the hell is that again?" The secretary answered, being a junior at Dongzong School. The man with the mole on his forehead said indignantly, "What, is this junior studying law at a Korean university?" The secretary said, "This time he just enrolled," that man angrily said. "Dongzong and the new student have nothing to do with each other, it's not like that kid forced him to take medicine." The secretary timidly replied, "Because there was no CCTV around." But it was still impossible to know who the people who attacked the boss that day were. The secretary said that the girl who was with Dong Zong that day called the attacker her brother. And according to the investigation, that girl did not have a biological brother but called that person her brother. Then he continued, "Besides the Jiang Taizhen, there was no one else." The other man slammed his hand on the table and said aggressively, "Is this information accurate?" The secretary calmly replied, "Yes, I have mobilized the investigation team and verified this information." The other man was surprised, opened his eyes wide, and said, "So that new student attacked him alone and gave him medicine? Impossible. So what about those guys standing there? They didn't even see the culprit's face." The secretary replied, "Yes, see nothing. Because they are backed into a corner." The man still didn't believe it and asked again, "Is he that good?" The secretary said, "In my hometown, gangsters only need to hold a knife to be arrested." Then he looked straight at the other man and asked, "The president also doesn't know, right?" He said, 2 years ago there was an event in this area that wiped out the gangsters." The man was so surprised that he gasped and exclaimed, "What, that brat, is it Jiang Taizhen?" The secretary said, "As far as I know, his power is quite large." The other man spoke loudly and powerfully, "That kid looks so young. Okay, release the guys from Team 2 and bring them here." The secretary didn't seem to believe it and asked again, "2, you said the 2-star team?" The other man shouted loudly, "The kid is very good at fighting, so we have to use Team 2. The secretary replied, "Yes, I got it." The man clenched his fist, thinking, if everything he said was true. He pursed his lips, his face gloomy, and made a decision, he must kill it, Jiang Taizhen. Jiang Taizhen's father held up the beer bottle and said excitedly, "Come on, drink another cup, cheer, cheer." Li Jiang enthusiastically responded, saying, "If you leave any leftovers, you will be fine an extra drink, ooh." The two men shouted in unison, "Korean soju is amazing." The two twins next to them were bored, thinking to themselves, is this really the first time these two people have met? Then they suddenly remembered something and said, "But where did you and I go? Haven't seen it since." At this time, Jiang Taizhen and Clara were walking around. Looking up at the sky, Clara exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful, this place is really great." She smiled and continued, "Daniel, I feel like a Korean, just coming here makes me feel better." Jiang Taizhen smiled and said, "I too, if I come to Hong Kong, I always feel more comfortable." Clara shyly said, "It's not that I don't like Hong Kong, but because this is where you were born and raised, I like this place." Jiang Taizhen suddenly asked, "What's wrong?" Clara hesitated a bit and just. Suddenly, she cried out, "Daniel." Jiang Taizhen turned his head and asked, What's wrong?" Clara bowed her head slightly and said, "No matter what happens, let's not hate each other." Jiang Taizhen asked worriedly, "Clara, what's really going on?" Jiang Taizhen held her arms and asked kindly, "Was the company so difficult?" Then he said, "If it's too hard, quit your job and come work with me." Clara replied, "Yes, so I will quit my job." She continued, "If Daniel helps me, you will be kicked out of the house." Clara said, "Daniel." Jiang Taizhen was confused and exclaimed, "Ha." Clara suddenly put her arms around Jiang Taizhen's neck and said, "For now let's ignore all other thoughts, let's just." She continued, simply loving each other, having finished speaking. She hugged him and kissed him. In the high-rise building, a scream rang out, let's meet, let me treat you." Jiang Taizhen picked up the phone and said, suddenly inviting me. Is there something wrong? The blonde girl on the other side said. Today is the day I receive my salary.
Jang Taizan said, receiving his salary.
The girl replied, yes, this time my company changed sponsors. After manager Huang became the representative, the office changed a lot. The girl continued to say that the company offered more delicious and healthier food. The driver had also changed to someone else. And all the interns were signed on a contract and paid according to the minimum wage.
For official employees, if you work for 4 months or more, you will receive insurance. Very happy.
Jang Taizan exclaimed, wow, your company is really great. The girl continued to talk, and the salary was also changed to being paid every 5th day of the month. The girl happily said, from the 5th of next month, I will receive my salary. Jang Taizan took his jacket and replied, that's a really good company, don't quit that job and definitely stick to it. The elevator is going down, the girl exclaimed, it was so awesome, the best ever. She continued to praise, yes, there is no such good company in Korea. Maybe the best in the world, Jang Taizan smiled and asked, not knowing who that sponsor was, but it was so great. The girl said, is that so? I don't know who it is, but that person is as dumb as you. Jang Taizan smiled and said, in any case, comparing with Na is a bit too much. The girl countered, how, let's put it that way, your brother is the best in the world. She asked him, by the way, are you busy, going down to the parking garage?
Jang Taizan asked again, what? That girl asked, aren't you dating someone?
Whether it's a girl or a boy, it's okay, Jang Taizan answered as he walked. Because school was about to start, so he was a bit busy. He continued, aren't you preparing to release your second album in the spring? The girl was surprised and asked, oh, how did you know?
Jang Taizan calmly said, it's related to Syrian, the second album must be successful.
Because you always support me, so even if you're tired, you have to endure it. That girl smiled and said, he was in such a good mood. Jang Taizan was concerned and said, it's late, go to sleep. The girl replied, yes, I slept well.
Fold the phone down.
Suddenly, he heard a loud call, hey, Jang Taizan. Jang Taizan turned his head towards the direction of the sound.
Then I saw a group of people in black clothes blocking my way.
He smiled and thought, what are these people? A voice called out, hey, Jang Taizan. A group of black-shirted people stared at Jang Taizan. Jang Taizan was not afraid and said, hey, you're so quiet. The black-shirted man in the head raised his face and said, whatever, you have the ability. Hearing that guy say that, Jang Taizan thought, look, that's the face of a murderer. Then he said, I'm busy, if you come to me if you have anything to say, just say it directly. He thought, all of them, doesn't look nice either.
Look at the landline phone on the table. The secretary worriedly whispered, why is it taking so long? He whispered, really annoyed.
At this time, at Jang Taizan's side, he alone defeated nearly half of the black-shirted men. Some of them could not stand up and lay exhausted on the ground. A man in black was so surprised that he exclaimed, what, you? Jang Taizan smiled and said in a provocative voice, apologizing for his mistake. Then he punched that guy's face hard, shouted loudly, go to the hospital and repent. That guy was thrown away, making a coughing sound. Jang Taizan continued to attack the remaining people. Those people were so crowded that all they could do was say, okay.
Jang Taizan grinned triumphantly.
The man with his hair tied saw this and asked in panic, who are you? The man next to him was punched by Jang Taizan, and he let out a howl.
Blood splashed out. Jang Taizan's voice rang out, don't you know me? Then he proudly said, I'm Jang Taizan. At the same time, the secretary's phone rang. He hurriedly picked up the phone and said, hello, Captain Hoan, what took you so long? The secretary urged, there is only one person to solve, the CEO is still waiting. Jang Taizan's voice came from the other end of the phone, oh, hello you, have you been looking at your phone all this time? The secretary was surprised, said, what the heck, who? Jang Taizan said, I am Jang Taizan.
The secretary was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide and said loudly,
Jang Taizan.
Next to Jang Taizan, the defeated black-shirted men were lying on the ground. Jang Taizan said to that secretary named you, Mr.
You, why are you looking for me for no reason?
Jang Taizan calmly said, the matter of Deongsong being high on drugs had nothing to do with me.
Could it be that he was so mentally retarded that he didn't know it was drugs?
Walking among the crowd of people lying on the ground, Jang Taizan continued, the CEO must also understand that. Then he smiled and said, I don't know much about the rest, but I'm very good at burning down other people's houses. Should I try? Secretary Yu on the other side said loudly. What's wrong, you brat? Where's Captain Hoan? Give him the phone right away. Looking at Captain Hoan, Jang Taizan said, his brain was temporarily disabled. He was still lying on the ground here, that's why I answered the phone for him. Hearing that, Secretary Yu stammered, young man, damn, you. Jang Taizan said, shut his mouth and listen.
Looking at the people on the ground.
Jang Taizan said, if you guys dare to touch me again, I will post all the pictures of today. I have recorded everything today, the right to life and death is in your hands,
Jang Taizhen threatened, no matter how much support you guys have, you still understand what is the best way to protect yourself, right? Am I right? The secretary exclaimed in panic. What? Jang Taizhen suddenly continued, by the way, my mother also belongs to that faction. Her last name is Yeo. Then he continued, so please don't touch me, you. Secretary Yu was shocked and thought, Yeo family, that's impossible. The sun is gradually appearing behind the mountain. At a high-rise building, a man's voice rang out, why is Jang calling me so early? Jang Taizhen said, we have to sign the contract today. The man on the other side of the computer screen asked, the contract will be signed at 11 o'clock. Is there anything wrong? Jang Taizhen replied, nothing. Then he smiled and said, please arrange it well, the man on the other side said authoritatively, don't worry. Don't you believe in me? Jang Taizhen asked, how is the CEO of the law firm? The other man replied that former Supreme Court Chief Justice An Woo-hyun had already been approved by half. Jang Taizhen smiled and said, that's good, the man on the other side asked. Tell me the truth, how have you been these days? Jang Taizhen replied, you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when I get a chance. The man reassuredly replied, okay, I'll wait. Jang Taizhen politely said, keep up the good work. Remembering Chairman Oh, Jang Taizhen thought, Chairman Oh, please try to get out of this mud. On the computer screen, Robert suddenly appeared. He said, boss. Jang Taizhen saw Robert appear and asked, hello Robert, are you ready? Robert did not answer that question but asked another question, is there something wrong with you? Jang Taizhen replied, they plan to kidnap me and Anna. The man's voice rang out, what, kidnapping? I'll send an assassin. Then he continued, I have connections with the KGB and a few other intelligence assassins, I can handle everything quickly and without a trace. Jang Taizhen said helplessly, no, please don't send anyone, where is the plan going? Robert replied. Now we just wait for your orders, the fund is already prepared. Jang Taizhen said, let's start. Let's get excited today. Robert replied, yes, I will make sure everything goes smoothly. Jang Taizhen told Robert to send all the money out so they couldn't buy it all at once, then wipe them out. The prestigious Robert said, don't worry, that's my expertise. Jang Taizhen replied, thanks to you, Robert. At this moment, Jang Taizhen thought to himself. Chairman Oh, from tomorrow onwards, you are just a fish on the cutting board. At this time, at President Oh's company, President Oh excitedly said loudly, what? He asked Secretary Yu, are you sure she is President Yu's sister? Secretary Yu replied, yes, I conducted a relative investigation and the results were correct. Secretary Yu continued, she is indeed the daughter of the former president. Chairman Oh sweat dropped and said, so Chairman Yo has a half-sister. The secretary added, besides the guy is stronger than we thought, I sent Captain Wong to deal with him, but they were all defeated. Chairman Oh cursed, you useless people. Even a brat can't handle it, Secretary Yu said, President Yo will misunderstand us. Chairman Oh said, Chairman Yo is just a worthless person, it's troublesome. Secretary Yu worriedly said, the Jang Taizhen's house has a lot of money, and even stocks. President Oh asked, what about that girl? Suddenly, the phone rang. President Oh asked, what's wrong? The other end of the line answered. Mr. Chairman, Head of Finance Lee Nam-kyu wants to see you about something urgent. Chairman Oh said, chiefly, please come in. Lee Nam-kyu suddenly opened the door and shouted loudly, President. Seeing him in such a hurry. President Oh asked, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Lee Nam-kyu replied. It's a big deal, Mr. President. President Oh asked, what's so serious? Tell me. Lee Nam-kyu quickly replied, the thing is, just recently, a large amount of foreign funds attacked the affiliated parties. Hearing that, Chairman Oh and Secretary Yu's faces were filled with worry. Lee Nam-kyu said wearily, in the form of short selling. Hearing this, Chairman Oh and Secretary Yu were surprised and exclaimed at the same time, what, wow, short selling. The announcer's voice emanated from the car's speakers, saying that Anna Group's shares kept falling day by day. According to the latest source, the U.S. Cooperation Department of Anna Joint Stock Company is being investigated by the IRS Federal Tax Department on suspicion of tax evasion. As a result, the group's stock price fell more than 40%. It is predicted that there will soon be a global financial crisis, he whispered, as they started to manage. Well, everything is over now, try your best. His face radiated satisfaction. The car rushed down the road. Accompanied by an arrogant voice, you must pay for what you have done. Scene changed to a company building. The vending machine whirred and then a can of water fell out of the machine. Jang Taizhen was bending down to get the can of water he just bought when suddenly someone called, making him startled and turned around, hey, Jang Taizhen. The voice just now turned out to be Aaron's. Jang Taizhen said shyly, Aaron SR. She suddenly complimented, wow, you look really good today. She groaned twice, her face started to turn red and continued. Thank you for what happened the other day, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. But why didn't you call me? Tyson suddenly thought to himself. What, you confessed your love to me when you were drunk. Today Erin wore a very striking red outfit, revealing her seductive collarbones. Her hands were stuffed into her pockets, just looking at her made her look pretty. Thanks to the dating skills that Mr. Nova taught, Tyson suddenly spoke up, Senior, you are very beautiful today. After hearing that, Erin was stunned and stood still for 5 seconds, then his face turned red and he said nothing. Now, if I want to surprise women, it's easy. Tyson turned around and winked. Handsome, even more handsome, he said. The weather is warmer but it's still very cold. After saying that, he gave her the can of water he just bought from the vending machine. Hey, drink it. After hearing what he said, Erin gasped, as if she couldn't believe her eyes widened and she suddenly said. Where did you learn that mischievous way of talking, Jang Tyson, so you're a shy person? Jang Tyson's eyes were full of affection, his mouth smiled meaningfully and said next time I will invite you to a meal. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward, before leaving. He left a sentence, I have class, please go first, then he left and left Erin alone there. She angrily shouted, where are you going? Aren't you going to the new student welcome ceremony? After Tyson left, Erin wondered if the new students also had a welcoming class. She seemed to suddenly remember something. Her face suddenly darkened, looking at Jang Tyson's back and thinking, new law students don't have specialized classes on Monday. Scene changed to Korean University. From the classroom upstairs came the bustling noise and laughter of students. Sat and talked and laughed happily. Looking at the students in front of me talking comfortably. Walking arm in arm, they talked and laughed as they walked, making the classroom very noisy. Even though there was a teacher in the classroom, no one seemed to care, everyone continued with their stories. This makes Sun Yuri uncomfortable. I can't breathe. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, mentally cursing, Jang Tyson is really a little devil. The friend sitting next to her saw her face droop and asked, Egu, your face looks sad, what's wrong? Your boyfriend dumped you. She lowered her head tiredly and replied, that's not it. Having said that, Sun Yuri raised her head and spoke shyly, thinking about having to draw for another 2 years found it too difficult. I can't breathe at all. Her tablemate was surprised to hear that. Are you serious? We are close friends. A smart student like you is also vague about the future. I can't believe it. She continued, your family must be very busy, just try to get high scores, then study abroad and become a professor. The teacher stood above and looked around and said, I see there are some new students, today is the first day, so let's take attendance. You all know that I won't take attendance anymore, right? For an artist, the best words can only be his own paintings. Students who participate in top art competitions will be exempted from immediately. The students sitting below were all shocked to hear the teacher say that. The teacher continued speaking, and of course still guaranteed their students' scores. And if anyone can draw a picture that I like, then I will be able to pass my specialized subjects. Hearing this, all the students seemed happy, everyone had their own thoughts. The person standing above laughed heartily. What do you think, isn't that wonderful? Having finished speaking, I started taking attendance. Choi Dikil, yes. The teacher stopped to praise this student for a moment. The sculpture student was very patient. I expect that from you. Student Choi Dikil scratched his head shyly. The teacher continued to hold the attendance list. Sun Yuri, she lazily replied, yes. The teacher stopped and looked at Sun Yuri and said, last year you were in my class too. Right, I also hope to see your performance this year. She obediently thanked the professor. Lee Hunkeel, yes. The professor looked at the student below and said, you're a reservation student, right? I hear your voice as if you've returned from the army. The student scratched his ear and smiled shyly. It seemed the teacher was right. The teacher looked at the list again, then suddenly discovered something unusual. Oh, what is this? Why are law students in this class? This statement also surprised the whole class. When Sun Yuri heard about law students, she gasped in surprise, and her heart was also filled with anxiety. The teacher read the law student's name, Jang Tyson. A response came from the last row, yes, making everyone surprised, as if they couldn't believe their ears. They opened their eyes wide and turned to look. Who was that? Sun Yuri was the most surprised person. Her face showed fear as if she couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth opened wide as if this was impossible. Stammering and saying, Jang Tyson. Her eyes opened even wider, her face darkened and she looked back, unable to believe it was Tyson. It's him, Jang Tyson. His face was always so handsome. His blue eyes and attractive smile. The teacher was also surprised by the appearance of this law student. He asked again if there was any mistake. New student, it seems like he was placed in the wrong class, right? Jang Tyson happily replied, no, the arrangement is correct, no mistake, professor. In class, there was gradually a buzz about this student. Yuri's tablemate also had to praise him. Wow, he's so handsome. Yuri, do you know that person? Yuri was still surprised about Jang Tyson. She still couldn't believe her eyes. The professor continued, I don't understand why law students are here, but you didn't register for general courses, did you? Jang Tyson heard that and could only say, yes, I heard that other subjects are also great.
When the male students here heard him say that, they were also surprised. Each of them had stupid faces. Then shout together, then you must be 100% good at that practice. Jang Tae-sun heard his friend say that and asked the professor, Professor, did I hear it right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri and the professor were a bit surprised, unable to adapt. The professor suddenly said, What did I say? Jang Tae-sun's face darkened and he said, Teacher said that for an artist, his words are his paintings. The professor countered, No, that question is only for majors. Jang Tae-sun sat down and replied, he also majored in art. How can the teacher believe this when he's just a law student, but now he says he's majoring in fine arts? Are you kidding me? Even though you're a new student, my patience still has its limits. The teacher put his hands on his hips and continued to say, From today you have 1 week to amend your registration, please re-register for your science subject. Jang Tae-sun, sitting below, immediately replied, I don't want to. His expression was full of confidence and he said, I'm confident I'll do well. The professor was so angry that he couldn't stand it any longer and sobbed heavily on the table. How could there be such stubborn students? He shouted, Hey brat, are you looking down on art? When the students below heard that, they were stunned for a few seconds and then shouted. Do we look like idiots, that law student, huh? Jang Tae-sun bowed his head with sincerity and said, I would rather study art than real life. His eyes became sparkling when talking about this art field. I can study this subject well. Art is beauty so anyone can learn it. The professor's face continued to darken, seemingly very angry. He confidently said, I will prove it to you. Prove what? The teacher shouted loudly. Jang Tae-sun continued arrogantly, Just let me do the test like the students here. It seems he is very confident about his major. After listening, the teacher asked vaguely what it was like. He smiled arrogantly, the technique didn't matter, pencil, paint, water, oil wax, gouge, take your pick, it seems like victory is in hand. The teacher and the whole class did not believe that this law student could paint a decent picture. The teacher's eyes became dangerous, as if wanting to see how embarrassed this law student would be. I would grade him. Jang Tae-sun didn't care about those things, smiled gently and replied, Of course. The teacher's face suddenly looked very scary. If you can't do it, then shut up and leave here. It seemed like Jang Tae-sun was sure of the results, so he didn't show fear, on the contrary. Confidence appeared on his face. Yuri witnessed from beginning to end. She was equally surprised, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, whispering, Tyson. The teacher with a face full of disgust and cunning said, And if you fail then shut up and go away. Tyson looked at the teacher eye to eye and smiled confidently and replied, Of course. Yuri was surprised, looked at the male lead with a wide face and whispered, Tyson. Tyson spoke up in the student's disbelief and admiration. He never wanted things to turn out like this, but his eyes were firmly and sternly saying, I'm sorry, everyone. Going back a bit to the past time, the scene around Tyson was now dark. A voice said, Are you here? Making him curiously wonder, or am I this time? As the surrounding landscape gradually appeared, before the male protagonist's eyes there was a silhouette of a man. The male lead was surprised and asked, Who are you? The man smiled slightly. In front of his eyes now was a person with black hair tied in a messy bun behind him. A patchy beard, dull eyes, a bottle of wine in his hand and a rather old-fashioned outfit. He replied, I am uncle, yours, a painter. Tyson smiled wryly and said, You said you were my uncle, maybe you were some ancestor of my family. The man also laughed loudly and continued, You often retort, if you have lived on this small piece of land, after all, it is all blood and flesh. He was still talking continuously while the male lead's appearance was clearly speechless. So they were all his aunts and uncles. When he came to the inn, didn't he also call the maid an aunt? Everything has a way of addressing things like that. Tyson suddenly realized and exclaimed, Wait, you said painter. He sweat dropped and looked at the man in front of him, wondering, Are you a painting fairy? Painter Tree replied calmly, Ha, that's right, the master painter you know is me. Tyson's sweat dropped in disbelief and asked in confusion, So why, sir? He frowned, smiled awkwardly and said, Why do you have that look on your face? I didn't cause any trouble. Then, without beating around the bush, he got straight to the main issue we were here for. We need to help each other. If you have enough points, give some to your poor monk uncle. The male lead suddenly inquired, What, why? Master Tree replied as if what he just said was obvious, Of course, I will teach you my style. Isn't this the spirit of helping each other and also humanity? Tyson thought unhappily in his heart, I've never dealt with him before. Acting bossy means I'm an expert. He replied with a no-nonsense attitude, learning that would be effective, what? He immediately got upset and retorted, Hey, don't you know how much money painting can make? Unlike in the past, now it is no longer a problem. The male lead looked disdainful and replied, Hey, we are all players, why do you act like that? Even if you are good at drawing, you still have to die to make money. He smiled proudly and said, And I already have a lot of money. Master Tree grimaced and said loudly, Hey, you have to be generous, understand? He complained and blamed you, you are too stingy. Even if you become a monk, you will still be called stingy. The male lead calmly replied, But I have lived a beautiful life with a full stomach. Suddenly, behind Tyson's back, a voice called out, Foreman.
The two turned back to observe. Approaching were the silhouettes of three rather strange men. The painter blamed him. "Hey, why are you only here now?" He kept talking loudly. "It will take a long time to fill it up. If you do this you will go to hell." Tyson was worried and confused, looking at the three people who had just arrived with curiosity. He silently exclaimed in his heart, "What the hell is this?" Their appearance, Paul Cezanne asked. "Foreman, what's wrong with you today?" Paul Gauguin said with a smile, "I can finish this quickly." The male lead wondered and asked the painter, "But, uncle, who are these people?" He still had a drunken face and replied, "What about them?" He slightly smiled and said, "They're not very famous so you won't know." Cezanne was surprised. "Your nephew," Gauguin greeted kindly. "Nice to meet you, I'm Gauguin." When Tyson heard this name, he was panicked and surprised. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped, exclaiming, "Huh, who?" The man with long flowing hair happily introduced, "My full name is actually Paul Gauguin." When the male lead heard this, he sweated nonstop and stammered in his head, Gauguin, the artist representing post-impressionist painting Paul Gauguin. Then, still with that gentle look, Gauguin turned to the side and said, "I think you might know the person standing next to me." The man next to me also enthusiastically introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Paul Cezanne." Making the male protagonist even more shocked, he silently exclaimed in his heart, "Gasp, Paul Cezanne, the lone pioneer known as the father of modern painting, Paul Cezanne." Cezanne's body trembled with excitement. His mouth still couldn't close because he was so shocked. Was this real? His eyes next focused on the man behind the two of them, then guessed, and? In his mind, he began to reason. Behind him there was a man standing strangely. He looked so familiar. At this moment, Cezanne immediately noticed and realized, his ears were bandaged. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of admiration and disbelief. He silently speculated, Van Gogh. Returning to the present, the male lead is skillfully holding a pen and gliding across the smooth surface of paper. To the admiration and surprise of all the students present in the room at this time. His hands were still gracefully drawing light strokes. The students were still attentively observing Cezanne's every move without looking away. They all exclaimed in surprise, "It was crazy," and then silently said in their hearts, "Who was that guy?" A female student with short hair. The teacher couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. The god of disaster has arrived. The return of the god of disaster. Cezanne's painting is gradually being completed in front of everyone's disbelief. The teacher gasped in surprise, "Was that Van Gogh?" A few hours later, students started walking back and forth at the school. West Building, lecture room. The teacher sat attentively looking at the picture Cezanne just drew not long ago, observing carefully and thinking, the madness of colors that Master Van Gogh can express. The way a painter uses his pen contains the soul. He said unhappily, "He was much more accurate than me, he used turpentine and hemp seed oil." He lowered his eyes, frowned slightly and speculated, everything was rudimentary and not at all complicated, but it was also planned in advance, everything. The teacher's body trembled, but he also secretly acknowledged in his heart that if he asked a professional artist to evaluate it, they would all shout that this is Van Gogh's work, it's just that the coloring style has changed. He does not fall into Van Gogh's way of looking at life. The way of painting does not pour out suffering, despair and madness. In the place of madness there is peace, a beautiful reality, no longer a dream again. The father professor suddenly opened the door and called out, "Professor Shim, so you're here," causing him to turn around in surprise. Professor Shim asked confusedly, "Professor Father, what's wrong? You startled me." He said excitedly, "Oh my day, do you know who I just met?" Professor Shim was also curious and asked, "Who?" Professor Father cheerfully replied, "I met a painter." Professor Shim was surprised, "What a painter?" He approached the table, displayed the painting he held in his hand from the moment he entered the room, and said, "Look at this painting." Hearing that, Professor Shim also came closer to observe. It was a black and white picture of a tiger. Professor Father was still excited and said, "Oh my god, it looks like the tiger is coming to life." Looking intently at the picture, the professor kept admiring, "Look at its eyes, as if it was preparing to jump out and roar for the whole world to know, right?" Professor Shim's eyes widened in surprise, he couldn't believe it and silently said in thought, "This skill has reached an unbelievable level." He turned to his father and said, "Great, is this your work? You're really a great artist." Professor Father quickly denied it, "It's not mine." Professor Shim frowned and smiled smugly and asked, "What, so it was a painting drawn by a former student?" The father professor answered with a confused look on his face, "No, it's a student who hasn't graduated from drawing school yet." Professor Shim was surprised to say, "What?" Then he looked to the corner of the painting and saw a small red mark there. Looking closer, I was shocked to see that on that red mark was Tyson's name. Professor Shim's face was full of worry and confusion. He asked, "Professor, by any chance, are the other students attending the afternoon class?" The professor replied confusedly, "Yes." He stammered and said, "Student, law." Professor Father suddenly asked, "Wait, how do you know?" The two people's faces were dark, unbelievable, looking at the picture in panic and remembering the name, Jang Tyson. Yuki blushed and asked Tyson, "What are you doing?" He replied with a smug look on his face, "Why, law students aren't allowed to draw." She objected uncomfortably. "That's not what I meant," Tyson laughed and continued, "so why do you ask?" Yuki dodged and started another story. "Who would drink rice wine in the middle of the day like you?" Tyson calmly replied. Suddenly meeting her makes him crave rice wine. She wondered, "Why, you drank the second pot already." Yuki looked like an older person and reminded him, "You're only a first year, right? You shouldn't get drunk on the first day of school like this." Tyson smiled and replied, "But since I met you here, I have to drink, not everyone I drink with." Yuki suddenly asked in confusion, "Why did you say that?" Tyson looked at her and smiled meaningfully. Yuki blushed at his words. "You're really pretty, senior," makes her just say words, huh? When it was dark, in a corner of the city, surrounded by high-rise buildings and electric poles. The next day, when it was dawn, Yuki gradually woke up in a dream, feeling like a cotton blanket, a familiar scent that she had smelled before. She slowly opened her eyes, put her hand on her forehead to block out the light and exclaimed, "Ugh, my head hurts." Then she suddenly realized the surrounding scenery. Startled, sweat poured out, worriedly exclaimed in her heart, "Huh, this place is." She looked around the room and slowly realized, this room again. Yesterday's memories were fragmented in Yuki's head, causing her to not be able to remember anything clearly. She whispered in her heart, and again. She lost consciousness. She suddenly froze, her face turned red, then she lifted the blanket and looked down to check if she was still wearing clothes or not. Seeing that his clothes were still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "How much did I drink this time?" She slowly stood up and walked out of the room, still blaming herself. This was all Tyson's fault. Who did he learn to drink like that from? Stepping out of the bedroom, right in front of Yuki's eyes appeared many paintings that surprised her and made her say, "Huh." Gauguin's painting, she immediately recognized it when she saw it. Yuki's eyes were not yet filled with panic, her mouth was open in shock, she was sweating profusely, her heart stammered in surprise, "What is this, are they all Tyson's paintings?" At Korea University College of Music. The sound of the piano was melodious. Full of depth and quiet, the young girl gently glides her hands on the piano. The combination with the piano sound of the male co-star next to her is perfect. A man in a suit sat cross-legged and said, "I also have to leave early this time." That was the associate professor of the music college, Raoul Riyard. He smiled and said gently, "I'm 40 years old, I miss my hometown very much." Suddenly he heard another piano sound, causing him to pay attention to it, this sound. He looked intently at Tyson sitting on the stage playing the piano, filled with surprise and groaning in his heart. Could it be Rachmaninoff? His face suddenly showed shock, he couldn't believe it and stammered, "No way, why is he a freshman?" The male lead's fingers gently and skillfully glide across the keys. All the students playing musical instruments stopped and listened in admiration, their skills were so great. The others also followed the sound of the piano and gradually approached. They were all amazed by Tyson's talent, standing still wondering who he was, a genius. Back when Yuki was still at the male lead's house, she stood still in front of the pictures he drew and silently affirmed that Tyson was a natural genius. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her, "What do you think about my painting?" At the same time, the piano sounded melodious. She turned her head to look at Tyson in surprise and couldn't help but stammer out an answer, yeah." Then I had another question in my heart, does he even play the piano? He smiled then looked at Yuki and said, "If you like it, you can take it." Yuki was surprised by the male lead's words and asked again, really? She thought to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe he left Gauguin's masterpiece here. At the end of the piano lesson, Tyson stopped playing the piano and said there were a few more drawings on the drawing board. Then, with a look full of arrogance, he stood up and asked, "How did you like my performance?" Yuki shyly blushed, but not at all awkwardly replied, "It's perfect." There is a clear feeling of pleasure, this is the first time I've heard such a sound. Tyson smiled softly, thanking her. She blushed and looked at the male lead in admiration, there was nothing Tyson couldn't do, he was so cool. Then she hesitantly started talking, "Are you preparing for a competition or what?" He answered quite curtly, "No," causing Yuki to stammer awkwardly, "So?" The male lead's sharp eyes replied, "I want to apply to the piano department of the music college this afternoon." She exclaimed in surprise, "What, piano department?" Her whole body began to tremble because of the amount of information she was hearing. A person studying law had chosen music and arts college as a minor, her voice stammered and said, I'm going crazy. At the music college at this time, after finishing the piano piece, everyone applauded enthusiastically. The male lead smiled softly and proudly. Those who appeared there enthusiastically applauded the excellent performance. Tyson bowed down politely and greeted, "This is the first time we met, I am Zhang Tyson, a first-year law student enrolling today." The male lead's introduction made everyone there surprised and thought, he's studying law. Others look at him with admiration in their hearts. Tyson is truly talented. When did he become so good at the piano?
At the male lead's company, his lawyer happily exclaimed, "Oh, CEO Zhang, the new office setting today is very beautiful, much more beautiful than our law office."
Tyson politely replied.
"It's all thanks to you, Mr. Lawyer," the lawyer continued. "Hey, what are you talking about? People heard it and thought I didn't buy this building."
Lawyer Joe looked jealous and said, "I'm really jealous, CEO Zhang." Then he started asking about the main point. "So why did you call me here? Is there something important?"
The male lead replied with a questioning look, "I was calling to discuss the business acquisition mentioned earlier." Lawyer Joe immediately continued, "Business acquisition."
Tyson laughed it off and replied, "Yes, I will have an interview soon." Lawyer Joe politely asked, "So why do you need me?"
His face turned red, he was sweating profusely and said nervously,
"Ha, you're the director of the famous Samwu law firm, aren't you? You have more social experience than me, so wouldn't that be better? What if we interview together?"
Lawyer Joe also blushed, sweating like a shower, and replied, "So, you're not planning on using me as a shield, are you?" Tyson silently said in his heart, "This noble old man is really quick-witted." The male lead tilted his head towards the lawyer, worriedly asking, "Do you accept the consulting fee?" "You must accept it today." He was helpless and could only agree, "Okay, I understand, just kidding." Lawyer Joe with a guilty and worried look said, "You have changed my life, I have to at least do this for you." Suddenly a voice rang out from outside the room.
"Sir, the interviewer is here." Tyson replied, "Let it in." His employee's voice replied, "Yes."
A man wearing a brown suit and leather shoes walked in. He bowed his head in the direction of Lawyer Joe and said, "Hello, Sir CEO," to the confusion of Tyson and the lawyer. The lawyer laughed and said, "Sorry, but I'm not a CEO." The man immediately looked confused at the two people, his head moving back and forth, exclaiming, "Ha!" Lawyer Joe explained, "That person is the CEO, Zhang Tyson." He was confused and worried as he watched the male lead speak. "Sorry, this guy is a CEO." Tyson looked at the tall man in front of him with a satisfied smile and thought, "Is a tool, a naive and honest tool." Tyson thought to himself, it was this person. Putting aside his thoughts, he shook hands with the other man. He smiled and said, "Very happy to meet my grandfather, Zhang Tyson, CEO of the investment group." Looking at the man in front of him, Tyson thought, this man devoted everything to serve Yubi in his previous life. The man looked at Tyson with extremely surprised eyes. "Why are you the CEO?" Tyson trusts this man very much. He is about 1 meter 8 tall, and has a strong shoulder to lean on.
High and wide forehead. Big bright eyes, these are the eyes of a tiger always ready to capture its prey. The man shook hands with Tyson and introduced himself. "I am Han Jinwang, CEO of security company T." Tyson smiled at him and pointed to the chair next to him. "Please sit down." Tyson went straight to his problem. It was said that because the company was on the verge of collapse, the company's workforce of 50 was now only 20. After hearing this, Han Jinwang panicked. "What is this? He is so young." Tyson smiled coldly and said, "Please sit down, I won't bite you, so I'm not afraid." Everyone had now settled down and Tyson spoke. Currently he was just trying to hold on with his family's assets and was in a huge debt. Han Jinwang trembled and replied, "Yes." Tyson smiled, continued to say, in that situation he was in dire need of a straw to save his life. The man sitting on Tyson's left noticed eyes staring at him and laughed and said, "Ha, don't look at me like that, I'm Yuntae, the director of Samwu law firm." Han Jinwang said in surprise, "What Samwu law firm, Asian?" Yuntae looked at him and smiled and continued to say, "Please don't have a negative view of CEO Zhang. I've heard of CEO Han's talent. It's nice to meet you." Han Jinwang nervously replied, "Thank you." Tyson's voice rang out, "I will take over the company." Jinwang was frightened by this statement. The lawyer and Jinwang simultaneously focused their eyes on Tyson. "My heart is filled with confusion." Jinwang hesitated and said, speechless, "My company has been destroyed. Even if you invest in it, you won't get any profit." Tyson calmly replied, "That's why I like it." Jinwang didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Tyson said every word with finality, "I put money into it not just to make a profit, but to ensure my own safety." After listening to Jinwang, "If you think it would be more economical for you to hire outside security guards, the price of hiring security guards from my company is not cheap. Because they are all specially trained veterans." Tyson laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I know. But I trust your every action and word so much that I decided to take over. I will take over the company and 20 employees there, including Mr. Han." Jinwang gasped in surprise, "Why did you have to do that?" Tyson still said coldly, "Immediately after signing the contract, I will give each person a 200% salary increase, paid immediately." Jinwang was startled again at Tyson's words. "Were you telling the truth?" "Director Han doesn't have to worry, I will invest in more bow and equipment. Search equipment and upgrade supplies. What do you think?" Hearing that, Jinwang cried tears of joy, "Thank you." Tyson looked at Jinwang seriously and said, the job of the day is to hire as many trustworthy employees as possible. The target is 50 people this month. Can we do it? Jinwang hastily replied, of course, I can do it. Director Han, I have one more request. Jinwang laughed loudly and said. Please go ahead. Looking at Director Han smiling like that, Tyson and the lawyer also felt happy. Please move the company to the 5th floor of this building immediately. Jinwang clearly. The sky is now dark, you will receive a lot of karma points. Tyson moved the mouse in his hand and said, relax a bit. He accidentally swiped right on an article about the Ana group that was teetering on the brink. He was so pleased that his mood improved and he had to pay this journalist more. I don't know what to write that's so good. The internet is currently rife with unfavorable comments such as, the company's situation is similar to the chairman's personality, he is just a dog, the stock has dropped miserably. Tyson read through it once and exclaimed, oh my god, he didn't eat anything and was still full. Chairman, oh, you must be so desperate right now. You receive negative karma points, Tyson calmly said, this month everything will be fine. Looking up at the night sky, he thought about whether he should call some tutors for tomorrow's class. Is there anyone there who was good at information technology? Tyson thought silently. The sound of applause filled with excitement rang out. Suddenly the lights in the house went out. Tyson was confused and didn't know what the hell was going on. He called out loudly to say hello if anyone was there. From afar, light gradually appeared. Tyson shouted loudly in fear, it was someone. Is it true that Russians or Eastern Europeans are gods? The other person only replied him with 2 words, maybe. Tyson was confused and thought to himself, I am a god, a ghost, maybe what? Cigarette smoke drifted in the air and the man spoke, I'm waiting for you. Tyson was startled, waiting for me. The man walked towards Tyson. I thought you wouldn't call anyone else but me. Tyson felt that this person didn't seem normal. In the dark, he couldn't see his face clearly, he just stood there looking at Tyson and said. Really disappointed, hearing him say that, he replied, why did he say that? He inhaled a cigar and laughed loudly, because I have more than I thought, you are different from other mortals. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Besides him, there were people from other countries who were also communicating. Mr. Thursday came back and suddenly smiled and said to him that it's too dark here. Could you turn on the light? But he just coldly replied, I'm sick and I'll go. This is your first time doing business with someone who doesn't trust you yet. Hearing that, he silently cursed. What the fuck, why you look so arrogant? You are a god, but if you trust me, you will have more benefits in the future, right? He spoke in a sharp, stupid voice. Tyson was surprised by his curse. Why are you cursing me for being stupid? Tyson gradually lost all patience in saying who he really was. He replied, Bushkov Vladimir Dmitrievich. Tyson's annoyed tone gradually became impatient. I didn't ask for your name, I needed a title. Are you in the same league as Zeus or do you work independently? If neither of the above hypotheses is true, then where do you belong? He smiled thoughtfully and said, Zeus, what's the name? That sounds boring. Tyson was extremely worried. Oh wait, he dared to criticize Zeus. The space is dark on all sides, there is no way to offend the great minister. He seemed to remember something big. Was he a villain? He flicked the cigarette but in his hand and said, evil god, let me introduce myself properly. I am an evil god who likes bad karma the most. My name is Vladimir. Looking at Tyson's scared face, he said, don't be afraid. I'm not like those people who only crave every human soul. He suddenly nodded, afraid to have me. He asked, how proficient do you want to be with computers? Tyson hesitantly replied, well, knowing a little bit of this and that is fine. I don't ask too much. Haha, you're very brave. Do you understand the nature of this contract? He was made to sweat by his question and replied, no, listening to the song. He smirked and said, kind of like someone who has to deposit bad karma points. What kind of deposit? I can't believe it. The man absolutely opposite Tyson spoke. Karma is the first condition to summon evil gods. I can only use evil karma points to exchange for skills. Your other points are also very good, but instead of depositing, you just need to give me your karma points. Hearing that, he whispered a sigh of relief. Suddenly he let out a wild laugh. The karma points were so clean and pure. Tyson thought inexplicably, does the body also need good karma points? Tyson crossed his arms in front of his chest and arrogantly asked for permission to criticize. He seemed to not have expected this outcome and shouted loudly, what? Tyson looked at Vladimir coldly and said, since when do I pay attention to gods? I sincerely refused. He didn't expect him to refuse him like that, so he was stunned. He smiled contemptuously, I am Jang Tyson, an independent person of thought. I can personally sign a contract with me with my karma points. Why don't we negotiate a bit? Vladimir agreed to his proposal. Yes, we can make a contract. I am a member of the FSB faction. The Russian Federal Security Department must call me the boss of all hackers. There is no secret organization in this world including NASA, NSA, GCHQ or MSS that can prevent me from entering this system. We even know the activation codes for nuclear weapons. He knew that if he said that, Tyson wouldn't believe it. Vladimir used a firm tone to say, "Don't say too much, just trust me, I will give you the power to dominate the virtual world." You look at him, is this disrespecting your abilities? Vladimir is so angry with you. What do you mean by this name? My skills are the best at the moment, kid. Tyson replied to him with a cold voice, do you know blockchain technology? Vladimir was surprised, what blockchain? Tyson continued to ask, what about Bitcoin? Vladimir was now completely bewildered as to what that thing was and what else he was going to discuss. Look at him and smile, stop talking, and turn on the light, will you? How could Vladimir panic? Tyson laughed and said, when the relationship between A and the CAF changes, people will feel more comfortable. He glared at him, Vladimir looked so funny, if I entered the world of gods, I would consider it as permission. A light soon appeared in Tyson's hand. Looking at the glowing circle in his hand, he said thoughtfully, this morning's sand beads are for decoration. According to the light, he went down the old stairs. He just discovered an extremely messy guy standing like a lost soul, Tyson shouted. What the hell is that? This is just a normal residential area. Vladimir saw everything exposed and didn't know what to do, Only then did Tyson realize that the evil god in front of him was just a joke. He approached the boy and asked him in a cold tone how old he was. He still stubbornly denied what he meant by saying I am a god. Seeing that he refused to tell the truth, he immediately threatened that most people, when they die, deserve to become gods, but if you don't, God will punish you. I've already died once, so it's over. Sure enough, this threat worked and he shouted in fear. Don't come near here. Tyson continued to say, what are you afraid of? I didn't hit you. If anyone sees us, they will probably think I'm the god. You look like a new soldier, right? Tyson repeated the question, how old were you and when did you die? Vladimir last growled and replied that I was 18 years old and died a month ago. Hearing the boy say that, he immediately felt how pitiful this boy was, at 18 years old. If he died a month ago, that means he was a beginner, right? But why did you come to this place? Did you kill someone? Vladimir still didn't raise his face and said no, I don't even dare to kill an ant. Tyson continued to ask why? Because of me, many other people were affected when I was a hacker at the FSB. I hacked their computers, I stole the list of agents and then handed it over to the organization. I have accumulated a lot of negative karma points. Tyson also understood everything now. Wow, so you also did a lot of bad things. Wouldn't it be better to go to hell? Vladimir objected that not everyone can go to hell. Tyson was confused and asked who couldn't go to hell? This problem even I don't know someone talked about when I died. Tyson continued to ask, but why did he die? Vladimir worriedly said, I went into the president's secret account to play around but was discovered. Tyson was surprised. Is the president's account Putin? Vladimir replied, yes. Why did you do that? Why did you steal his information? Vladimir hesitantly replied. Just a little. He asked, how much money did he get? Hearing this, the boy smiled and replied about $500 million. Tyson's sweat dropped. $500 million. $500 million is not a little. You get it so easily. How long do people have to work to save that much? Vladimir Khan feels ashamed to say he has more than $200 million in a slush fund. So there's not much in it. Tyson's father also wondered why he was arrested after a hacker like him couldn't hide it. Talking about this, he got angry and said I had a friend in the same company who betrayed me. That person turned out to be a spy planted by FBS. Tyson smiled awkwardly, I understand, but you have so much money. How can you use it all? I didn't think he would kill someone like you. Vladimir tell you everything I invested in gifts, but then it all went down the drain. What are you surprised by after hearing this? What about the gift fund? His voice suddenly lowered, I put all the money in Canadian dollar escrow, but some bastards discussed it all before I could sell it. So I was left with $3 billion on paper and it was thrown away. There's no way it wasn't you who hacked into it. That's why Tyson was stunned. Vladimir continued, I can't do that, transaction is real time. Tyson said with a grey face, just recently it seemed like I had lost all the money he sold his life to get. Vladimir coldly replied that just recently I didn't have enough money so I hacked the president's account again. He smiled and said you're a good programmer, right? Vladimir now seems to have gone all out on my hobby of developing special algorithms and the position that we have decrypted all the firewalls of important headquarters in Russia. He deliberately changed the subject and asked, have you eaten anything? Seeing him mention food, Vladimir thought about his empty stomach, otherwise, I won't have any points left so I'm very hungry. Looking at him so pitifully, he curiously asked, why isn't there another god? Vladimir replied sadly, there is a place where evil gods live but they never help each other. After speaking, he burst into tears, please give me some points. I really hate this place, it's like hell. If I had points I would become a purer soul. Please help me. Tyson screaming makes his head hurt. What the hell is going on? Tyson asked if he wanted to exchange bad karma points for good points. The sun is gradually shining. A series of stock charts appear on the computer. The company's department head reported that since this morning's trading session, the stock price has dropped miserably. A book rushed straight towards the department head along with the director's anger. I didn't want to hear it. What the hell is that? You guys are just going to sit and watch like a scarecrow, right? The employees were scolded by the president. If you receive salary from the company, you have to come up with a solution. Is there any solution? Seeing that the president was so angry, they could only bow their heads and be silent. Looking at the employees, who were all such a bunch of losers, the president slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Why is everything so chaotic? Director Choi, please say something. Can I get more support for Anna?" Director Choi was scared and said, "Our chairman has asked for a lot of support. The supervisory board has warned him, and they are complaining about the late compensation fee." The chairman calmly sat down in his chair and asked, "Captain Lee, how much money do we have left?" $200 billion, boss, the captain said respectfully. "There are still a lot of bills waiting to be paid, but I can't stand it for more than another month," the department head reported. The chairman slammed the table again. His fists clenched with veins. How are these useless guys going to handle this now? The loan limit has reached the peak, so they can no longer borrow from the bank. Public opinion is not good. Details about the debts of the finance department were also revealed. President Anna's face was now red and panting. How dare these bastards not pick up the phone? Company management is lost in thought. Large companies are also on the verge of bankruptcy. If they can no longer borrow from banks, the finance department will depend on them. And academic institutions negotiate with private bond issuers without even realizing it. Doing so is very difficult. There's something very strange about the pressure of an invisible hand surrounding you. Director Choi fell into deep contemplation. As if he had realized something, he sat and whispered, something was very strange. The president now said enthusiastically, "How about everyone, let's think of a way. Go to the bank manager and withdraw all the money that can be withdrawn. In that situation, only stocks of group companies can be sold publicly. Only physical assets such as gold and cash have value," he continued, "just need to pass this time. Do whatever it takes, just this once." At this moment, Director Choi realized something. His face changed. He thought to himself, could it be? If it was that kid, Director Choi thought while looking at the president with eyes full of shyness. After sitting and piecing together the whole incident, he thought to himself. Yes, thinking back, ever since it happened, bad things kept happening. He even imagined the scene of Jang Tae-sun smiling devilishly. Look at him. On the other side, Jang Tae-sun is saying to Vladimir, "Do you want to change the bad karma points of the evil god to the good points of the good god?" Vladimir thought to himself. In this world I can even change God's destiny. I'm crazy, what am I? Jang Tae-sun repeats again, the evil karma points of the evil god change into the good karma points of the good god. Vladimir was frightened, tears kept flowing down both sides of his face. He shouted loudly, "Brother, don't, I will do well, I really want to live like a god." There are only evil spirits here. Jang Tae-sun heard that and thought to himself. The price of not living an honest life is quite large, but, in fact, that evil karma is not Vladimir's fault alone. Her parents died early and she was raised in the intelligence department of cold Russia. The living situation caused her personality problems to arise. So what is her fault? Jang Tae-sun asked again. Do you want to change? No. Vladimir finally crouched down. Jang Tae-sun saw that and couldn't say anything. After a while, Vladimir stammered and replied, I will change. Suddenly there was a bright light, flashing from the middle of the room. This ray of light was so strong that Jang Tae-sun and Vladimir had to cover their eyes with their hands. They shouted in unison, "A." That light flashed for a while and then went out, leaving a dark scene covered with smoke. After a while, Jang Tae-sun and Vladimir slowly rubbed their eyes to see what had just happened. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had been teleported to another place. Jang Tae-sun said in surprise, What, this is," Vladimir also suddenly exclaimed. Jang Tae-sun stared blankly, not understanding what happened, and said, "Oh my god. Why did he suddenly come to the villa like this?" Vladimir thought with a wry smile. Is it this easy and simple? He happily said, wow, he has really changed into a good god. Jang Tae-sun was happy to see the other boy like that. The two turned to look at each other and smiled. Jang thought to himself that this kid is simpler than he thought. Jang Tae-sun thought that, even if he turned the kid into a good god, he still had quite a few points. It was like an investment for him. It seemed like every time an employee decided to quit, he would get quite a few points. Vladimir happily said, "Brother, thank you very much." Vladimir asked, "But how is the money you earned from this incident?" Jang Tae-sun suddenly stuttered and replied, that. That's right, Vladimir seemed angry and replied, hey, what's wrong, again? Jang Tae-sun held the can of coffee in his hand and thought to himself, no, this isn't a level-up regression game, then what is it? At this time, the schoolyard was full of people bustling back and forth. The other people saw Jang Tae-sun and started talking about him. Oh God, who is that man? Is he a student? The others also said, it's impossible in our school, how can there be boys like that? The female students looked at Jang Tae-sun with regretful eyes and said, without a karma management page, why are you lonely? Jang Tae-sun happily said as he walked. The romance of university that I have never experienced in my whole life, a day full of energy. Seeing the signboard that said Technical University, Jang Tae-sun hesitantly said, hey, that's not it. He said helplessly, the darkness shattered. Walking among the boys. Jang Tae-sun showed a clearly dissatisfied face, thinking to himself, the smell of male pharaoh. Jang Tae-sun walked for a while looking for room 302 when he finally found it. He stood in front of the door and was about to open it when he saw the door being opened by A. She came closer and took the can of coffee from Jang Tae-sun's hand and said, coffee, thank you, I'll drink it. Jang Tae-sun looked at her with eyes full of surprise. Not understanding what was going on. He looked at the woman in surprise as she slowly drank all of his can of coffee, thinking to himself, what is this? After drinking, she wiped her mouth with her hand and smiled, saying, wow, it's perfect to fuel up with caffeine. Jang Tae-sun was still surprised, his eyes widened as he looked at that girl, thinking to himself, the girls at Gondi school, more than anything, are very beautiful. Seeing Jang Tae-sun's surprised expression, she happily said, new student, I'm a fourth-year student. An-son smiled shyly and said, I thought you were my savior, I was about to fall to the ground when you appeared. She continued, just trust me in the future, I'm a capable person. Jang Tae-sun replied skeptically, what? At this time, there was a group of people looking at the two of them with a very depressed expression. An-son looked towards those people and said, look at the expressions of those people. Their faces are extremely jealous of you. At this moment, An-son looked down, smiled evilly and said, as long as I'm under your command, you can live comfortably at school. How about, thank you. Seeing An-son like that, Jang Tae-sun broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, what is that, are you drunk? She looked up at Jang Tae-sun and asked, what's your name? Jang Tae-sun was a little shy and replied, my name is Jang Tae-sun, she continued. Her name was as trustworthy as a person, let's go, my place is in front. That group of people still kept the same facial expressions as they said earlier. What about the fourth-year senior? Another person responded like that. On the other side, there were two girls who seemed to be talking about Son and Jang Tae-sun. One girl said, what's going on, why are fourth-year students coming to listen to first-year classes? The other girl replied, yes, if you don't pass the course. How can you graduate? Other people saw An-son and Jang Tae-sun together, so they started talking. They look so pretty, but who is that guy? Is he in the same department? They look like they are in different departments. Since when is this subject in the department become a place where anyone can come in and out? Jang Tae-sun must have known everyone was talking, so he just forced a smile and shyly went to class. At this time, the teacher spoke up, very happy to meet you. I am Raul Al-Sadi, who will be teaching our class this semester. The goal of this semester is to help you understand how to program fluently. Hearing the teacher say that, the students' faces immediately changed. The teacher smiled and said how easy it was. The teacher continued, to program, one must be proficient in basic programming languages. The range from low to high is as wide as possible. Among the people here, if anyone wants to become a coder and then gives up, I would be very sad. Algorithms are like the cells of programming. If expressed in an Eastern style, code is external work, algorithm is internal work. Hearing this, the students froze because they did not understand what the teacher was saying. He continued, an algorithm is a set of rules for solving arithmetic problems and completing processes. Later it was classified and developed into other things such as games, web, like the recently launched iPhone. It is receiving great attention from mobile phone developers, even Jangtais, and I also don't understand what the teacher is talking about. He said, if someone here can show me his or her abilities, I will happily invite that person to my research room. Seeing On Si-yoon smirking, the teacher thought to himself, since it's fourth year, you should understand, one day and it'll be done. At this point, the teacher suddenly called Si-yoon. Making her startled and her face changed, she stammered in response, yes. The teacher smiled and said, fourth-year students always have something different from first-year students. Must be fair. Her face clearly showed tension and replied, yes, it should be like that. Jang Tae-sun looked at her like that and was also tense. The teacher said it seemed like you were quite close to the students sitting next to you, so you two would be a group. Hearing that, both of you were startled, unable to hide the surprise on your faces. Jang Tae-sun was now shyly breaking out in a cold sweat and said to the teacher, why is it you? The teacher said, from now until the end of the semester, let's work together. The two of them could only look at each other helplessly. The topic was, you two, let's program a mobile application. Hearing the teacher assign the topic like that, the student's face immediately changed. The two of them exclaimed with eyes shaped like a square and their mouths shaped like squares, application, application. Jang Taizhen broke out in a cold sweat, smiled wryly, and whispered about inventing an app, all this while. I'm not kidding myself. At this moment, images of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs appeared in Jang Taizhen's head. Thinking so, Jang Taizhen's face could not hide a shock. He began to doubt himself. Xian hesitated. Why, create an application? Taizhen turned to look at her confused. Then he laughed. Isn't it difficult to develop applications? I already have an iPhone, but Xian interrupted him. What, iPhone? Don't be rude. How can you have something that hasn't been released in Korea yet? Taizhen smiled brightly. I'm telling the truth. A friend in Hong Kong bought it as a gift for me. Anyway, it can't be used in water. He asked her, could she develop any programs? Xian was shocked. What? I can anyway. Taizhen raised his voice. Why? She said again, because our country is still not allowed to use iPhones. Even if you create an application program, you must still ask for permission from that party first. He wondered if he couldn't post it like that. Xian's face turned black, and there was still no such program in the country. I find this request quite difficult. Taizhen is confused. Is that so? Xian turned to yell at him. iPhone is extremely famous in the business world. You don't know why. He laughed it off. That's it. She continued, she would rather use the source code to open Android, but it doesn't run very stable, because it's still not stable. Bugs appear everywhere. He smiled at her and thought, it's true that it's year 4, so there's something very different. He asked again, so, do we give up? She was startled. Of course not. If you don't pass the course, you won't be able to graduate. She can't let the professor continue to keep her in school anymore. But what are you going to do now? Xian suddenly asked him. Making Taizhen startled. How what? Xian smiled. If he couldn't pass the class, he would be like her and have to retake it. Taizhen smiled calmly. It's okay, anyway. This is not a mandatory subject for me. Xian was surprised and said, what the hell are you talking about? This is a mandatory subject for the Information Technology Department. If you don't pass the subject, you won't be able to graduate. The guy smiled brightly. It was just for the Information Technology Department. Xian was even more upset. What, Information Technology Department? That is to say, you, not studying, Information Technology Department. He smiled calmly. Yes, I did not study Information Technology. Xian exclaimed. What? You, what do you say? You're a new student. He smiled and finished a sentence that made her stunned. Yes, I am a new student of the 8th class of law school. Xian is so surprised. Science, Law Department. Suddenly he said to change the subject. Senior, let's drink coffee. When you have a headache, drinking coffee is the best. Xian stammered. Yeah, that's good. In the school park, Xian's surprised voice rang out again. What, blockchain engineering? What is that again? Taizhen answered her while drinking a can of coffee. It was a technique to prevent double payments using peer-to-peer network. Xian was even more surprised. Hey, what did you just say? Peer-to-peer is illegal. Taizhen still calmly answered her question. It is understood that it is a popular payment transaction storage technique in the future. It's hard to understand. Payment transactions. In the future, will peer-to-peer be a popular technology in the future? She looked at Taizhen in confusion and thought, my major is cybersecurity. Yet he always says things that I hear but don't feel anything. Network users don't trust each other, Taizhen explains, and that's how application networks control payment transactions. Xian retorted, don't talk so funny. That technique is impossible. Taizhen interrupted her, as far as I know. It is expected to be announced this fall. Xian couldn't believe it. What, really? He continued, proof of work scheme, consensus algorithm, the specialized terminology of the Information Technology Department comes from the mouths of law students. Xian couldn't understand, the payment system of the future. Who is he? Xian asked him confusedly, why did he exchange this information with her? This is an unpublished technique. He calmly said that even if his seniors tried to research and develop, they would not be able to follow suit until death. She immediately got angry. What, you look down on me? Taizhen calmly explained that it was reality. To be able to use and realize this technique, one must be a numerical genius and understand special algorithms. Is the senior capable of doing that now? Xian could not refute. He continued, isn't your major in cybersecurity? Xian laughed. That's right, I don't know about the other things but I have knowledge of network security programming and firewalls. He laughed. In other words, he's like a white hat hacker. I know a great security program. Do you want to try it? Xian was startled. What, isn't that illegal? He calmly replied, for hackers, isn't the most important thing to overcome the firewall. Cian countered, hey, but if you do that, your profile will be red, you know. Your parents are just normal people, they can't bear your mistakes. I just want to live peacefully and not do anything illegal, Tyson interrupted her. Senior. She got angry again, why, she still has to get married. Smiled, what if you could take responsibility for my life? Cian was shocked, what are you talking about? His words made her both scared and unbelievable. In that situation, just with those words, not only me but everyone will be mentally disturbed. On a girl who always acts cool, but standing in front of a man like that, she is forced to fall in love. At this time Tyson was driving Cian Yuri. He asked her, Senior, you didn't come by car, right? Cian Yuri smiled. Today I plan to go home by taxi, he smiled and thought, so he wanted to drink. Just now she was a senior at Gongdae School, now she's a senior at art school. Fortunately, I have not yet received any additional negative karma points from these types of actions, sitting in the car. Yuri said in a reproachful tone, all this time she thought she couldn't make an appointment with him. If I make a girl hold a grudge to the point of frost falling in the middle of May, I will definitely receive a pile of karma points, but I have to act carefully. He immediately pleased her, Senior, please come with me today. That evening the full moon shone brightly. A voice rang out, the night's consultation asked for permission to begin. Please everyone return to your seats. The people present their all war hoods and seriously followed instructions. Everyone looked quite serious. There were 10 people on the round table. The atmosphere looked very solemn. One of them spoke up, it took 10 years for all of us to be here together like this, God bless us all. Everyone speaks in unison, hoping that all believers will always be with us. Someone continues, it has now been 486 years since we were humiliated and robbed of that island. In 1912, the island was reclaimed from the hands of the Catholics, but that humiliation remained over the years, flows in the flesh and blood of the Knight's brothers. All must not be forgotten. Everyone spoke in unison again, the hatred had seeped into their blood and could not be erased. The person just now continued, later I will explain the reason for summoning everyone. Rutten, please speak. The person named Rutten spoke up. Recently in the East, I discovered unusual movements. Heaven and Earth Assembly and those who worship the ferocious snake seem to be busy searching for something. Another person interrupted. What is that thing? Rutten replied, I don't know, this is a secret action so I still cannot determine what their goal is. According to the information I have, it seems they are looking for someone. Another person asked, what kind of person is that? The person named Rutten continues, apparently the legendary heir of a family that covers all 3 Middle Eastern countries, Korea and Japan. The person who first spoke up, do you mean the descendant of destruction? Suddenly outside the door there was a flock of crows flying around, making everyone in the room angry. It was really noisy. That person continued, don't waver, don't forget, our first goal is to destroy the descendants of this envoy. The rest of the believers said in unison, we have not forgotten. That person continued in a low voice, in the past, we have gathered those who serve the Holy Grail into an alliance. The sole goal of the Holy Knight Order is to protect the sincerity of the followers of God. The children are descendants of the abandoned people who sparked the economic war. We must crush their plot to break their alliance. First we will join hands with the Heaven and Earth Association like in the past. I intend to use a marriage contract instead of an alliance agreement. What do people think? Another person spoke up and we agreed. The other man continued, then. I will speed up the plan. I will let my adult son, married to the daughter of the leader of the Heaven and Earth Assembly group, for the Holy Grail. Change the scene to another place. In front of the structure chart screen Tyson muttered, the market seems to be quite gloomy and this seems to be my opportunity. It's like the last act of the festival, everyone is in a hurry. Tyson looked at the computer thoughtfully, as if he was seeing the virtual currency bubble that had changed the world. On the 16th the investment bank Bear Stearns will go bankrupt and merge with Morgan. And it will be $2 a week. There was a time when Joe, who once ordered the world including Wall Street, failed and everything collapsed. In a cold world like this, losers end up the same. I need to be more cold. They are just numbers on a screen that most people cannot touch. A capital amount that no individual can dream of is circulating in the palm of their hands. While everyone is busy thinking of ways to get out of this situation. That is how cold and decisive people will win. The amount of slush funds hidden in tax evasion is $32 trillion, which is still not enough. Compared to them, I'm just a baby bird. Now I'm only the size of a bucket of water inside a water tank. And there's a limit to how much money I can use. I don't have anyone to trust 100%. I always have to be vigilant with everyone. Because you don't know when the enemy will appear and engulf you. The exchange rate and stock markets created by humanity are being manipulated by invisible hands, this invisible hand force, transferring a huge amount of money. To the point where I can't grasp it. After a while, Tyson smelled the scent of coffee and exclaimed. The scent was so fragrant. The woman brought coffee to the man standing next to her and asked. Director, today is a day off at school, he replied. Yes, I have changed the classes to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The assistant laughed, how envious, when I was in college I was already struggling to prepare for a job. He teased her back, so is it unfair to her now? She laughed. No, that's not what I meant. Then she asked about something else. Director, was the date fun? He laughed. Ah, let's see. The assistant laughed. Ha, you don't have to lie. How can a handsome guy like the director leave the girls alone? Guys always mistakenly think that it's not the guy who comes to seduce the girl, it's the girl who has already tacitly agreed to it. That means the woman will be more active. Tyson smiled at her. Then he asked, is the working environment good? The assistant was happy. Yes, I didn't expect anything more. Suddenly the phone rang, he picked it up and said hello, the other end laughed loudly. Ha, director, are you still okay? He happily replied, ah, yes, Director Huang. I still live very well here. Huang asked him if he was busy tomorrow. The candidate interview date that I mentioned before has been scheduled to take place tomorrow. Tyson asked again, interviewing candidates. Then he happily shouted loudly and approved. Scene changed to a certain house. Inside the house, Sun Yuri kept looking at the phone thoughtfully. Her mother, who was next to her, couldn't see anymore, so she spoke up. Her phone was about to be punctured, waiting for her boyfriend. Yuri thought to herself, what kind of boyfriend? She said in a long, evasive voice, Mom, I really have a talent for painting. Her mother was confused. What are you talking about? You are the top of the Korean University's art department, isn't this enough proof? Look at the wonderful pictures hanging in your room. Even if it were hung for an exhibition in a gallery, it would still sell for a high price. The girl interrupted her mother. That's not what I drew, someone gave it to me. Her mother was startled. What? Who gave it? Could it be the professor? She calmly replied, unfortunately, the school's professors don't have that much strength. Her mother was even more surprised. So who is it? Yuri hesitated. Yes, such a guy. Scene changes to a corporation. A supercar crashes in front of the door. The staff stood in 2 rows to respectfully greet. The director is here, we will guide you inside. Entering the parking lot, Tyson opened the door and got out of the car. He stood waiting for the elevator with an extremely arrogant expression. After waiting for a while, the elevator arrived. Meanwhile, in the interview waiting lobby, the loudspeaker announced, quickly line up, we will be interviewed in order. Tyson stood right at the door, watching the chaotic scene in the lobby and burst into tears. Oh my god. There were 2 girls among those waiting for the interview who were chatting. One asked, can I wear makeup? The other person replied, of course, you look very pretty today. Another guy complained, heck, I couldn't sleep yesterday so I'm not in a good mood today. Someone comforts you, it's okay, you'll do well, just trust me. Tyson stood looking at this scene and sweated, thinking, it's no different from the chaos and the goblins. Suddenly someone shouted. Kang Ho-yoon, he was startled, what, Kang Ho-yoon? An unremarkable short-haired girl in the crowd raised her hand. Yes, Tyson was also shocked when he saw the girl. Oh my god, why is the person who plays the female lead in the Goblin TV series here? And there, the boy looking over there was June of Myri Boys. Tyson could only smile wryly looking at the chaos before his eyes. Suddenly someone called out to you, are you here for an interview? Tyson turned around in surprise. Yes, was a blonde-haired boy wearing a black scarf covering half of his face. That boy came before his eyes and said, don't stand there stupidly and go get the votes. Tyson was speechless. Ah. The guy continued to ask, are you so handsome, a singer, or an actor? These questions made him not know how to answer. No, me. The other guy continued to laugh. He looked a bit old. He must be an actor. He was very handsome. I made the boys present here in Squids. He laughed. Ha, you came alone. The boy replied, yes. He continued asking, are you a singer? The boy continued to happily answer, nodding, seeing that he was a singer. I'm Raehyuk, the future idol. I don't understand, is it a stage name? The boy was a bit surprised. Oh, can you see, my real name is Dongjun, Ma Dongjun? Tyson wondered again, the real name sounds good. Ma Dongjun replied, I don't feel anything. Raehyuk gives me a stronger feeling, because idols are idols, their names also have to be great. On one side, there was a group of girls looking at him and talking. He didn't apply for a singer job. Phew, so lucky, why are you so handsome? To raise him as an idol, he's too tall, probably an actor. That beauty must be the main character in the group. Hearing the comments, Tyson turned around and smiled in return. His smile made the girls there fascinated. Kia, so handsome, how can a man's skin be so beautiful? The comments kept increasing. What is he, a trainee? Maybe he's an actor, he's so handsome. Tyson smiled excitedly and thought, somehow I feel like today will be a very interesting day. On a beautiful day, Tyson went to the company and went back to work. He went inside, to room number 501. Tyson opened the door and calmly walked into the room. He briefly observed the room and then exclaimed, looking at it, he knew it had cost a lot of money. It was a rather luxurious room. And clean, he thought, without a speck of dust. Just looking at him, he looked like an entertainment director. When an employee inside the room saw him, he bowed and said, "Director, please come in." That person happily asked after Tyson. The director had already gone to work. Tyson also happily said, "It seems like there were a lot of people coming for the interview, huh?" He evaluated the documents and asked, "Are these all the people who were recruited?" The other person answered, "Yes, Director, I have recruited people who the director has approved as official employees of the departments, like human resources, operations, advertising. There are a total of 80 people." Hearing that, Tyson was quite satisfied and said seriously, "As I said, there is no abuse of power at MTS, and even if you are an artist under the company, you will not receive special treatment. Just remember this," he clearly advised. The other person was also confident in himself and assured, "Yes, please don't worry, Director, we absolutely will not go against the director's instructions." Tyson added that investors were preparing to invest heavily in this field. This statement made the other person panic. What, there were investors too? Tyson saw the worried expression of his staff and firmly said, "I think they will support us with all their strength, so we just need to improve our strength. To take the lead in the cultural industry, we must grasp and thoroughly meet the needs of consumers." That employee also felt helpless and exclaimed that, indeed, he could only be the director. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Then Tyson asked if he had contacted the lecturers yet. The other person spoke quickly and softly said, "Okay, I've already contacted the native teachers of English, Chinese, and Japanese." The interns probably want to faint when they hear this sentence, but there's a thing. The confused employee asked, "How could the director think like that towards children at that age? Is it okay to put everything on the children like that, haha?" Tyson, with an expectant expression without any hesitation at all, explained that in the Taoist scriptures there is a sentence like this: "The reason God gives people wealth is not so they can monopolize it. On the contrary, God wants to create a balance of benefits for those who do not have wealth," he said. The manager also didn't expect Tyson to be so young, thinking so deeply and then exclaiming, as expected, "Thinking has nothing to do with age. I admire the director very much." Because of this sincere respect from the employee, Tyson was given karma points. In his mind he was thinking, karma points, it's like a real level up game. It seems like when he receives recognition, sincere respect from others will give you more karma points. Suddenly the screams, "Look at this!" "Yes and this can't be done," interrupted the two of them's conversation. The employee looked at Tyson's face in fear. "Is it yes and?" The sounds of arguing echoed into the room. "The representative made an appointment with us but was in such a hurry, that's why I did that. Please let us see Huang for a moment, I hope you can help." This loud shouting has caught Tyson's attention. He asked the department manager, "What's going on?" Then the person explained that, "People outside, I'm a new actor under lure, but it seems like I've been a bit tired lately. When I was a trainee I trained her, that was Kang Yeseo," he said hesitantly. Tyson panicked when he heard that. "What's wrong?" The person outside called loudly to come inside. "The department head is me, the department manager." Tyson didn't expect it and thought to himself, "Kang Yeseo, I also know this actress, I'm also her fan." Having said that, Tyson told manager Huang to let her in. The manager immediately confusedly explained, "That's not okay, we have been warned not to contact people from lure company. If they are involved, as for the actresses and the company, both sides will be in trouble." Hearing that, Tyson was not afraid of heaven or earth and immediately said, "Why are you afraid?" making the manager even more confused. Tyson immediately said firmly, "Don't be afraid, I have bodyguards and I also have a relationship with Manhwa law firm, so don't worry." "Director," the manager was still a little worried and said. Tyson then said, "Please come in." The sound of high heels clicking, the girl opened the door and rushed straight into the room. Somehow, she mistook Tyson for Manager Huang, ran to hug him, and happily said loudly, "Manager Huang." It was this rude action of the girl that made him confused. A girl crying in his arms. He had never encountered this situation before. And in his heart he could not contain his joy. In his mind, he was exclaiming, "Oh my God! What a wonderful moment this was!" Suddenly, Manager Huang spoke up, "This director is Yeseo," and before he could enjoy it for long, she knew she recognized the wrong person. Yeseo was startled away from Tyson. "Oh my God." Tyson liked it very much but was a little embarrassed and asked, "Are you done crying?" The girl knew she hugged the wrong person and immediately panicked. "What, this pervert, who are you?" Manager Huang immediately introduced her to Tyson. "This is the director of our company," and Tyson also greeted her. After a while, everyone finished introducing themselves and sat at the table to talk. At this time, Yeseo could no longer speak forcefully and instead sat down and apologized. "I'm sorry. Department head, other than the department head, I have no one else to rely on." Seeing that the girl was embarrassed, the manager immediately said, "The director is also my relative. So feel free to say anything," Yeseo thought to himself, "even though it's uncomfortable." "It's okay." Tyson also happily said, "Just say it,
you have to listen to know if I can help.
The girl was upset and told the company representative.
Tomorrow I'm scheduled to go to Bali to take photos for a magazine, Mr. Huang suddenly asked.
What about the magazine?
But what's the problem with that? Hearing that, Tyson was a little interested.
Yesio continued crying while continuing, the thing is that I don't have a manager with me.
Both Tyson and the department had heard that and were panicked and said in unison.
Did you come to Bali alone?
Because I didn't want to, I refused, but he told me to leave while he was still talking nicely. Someone promised to sponsor me. But if I do anything wrong, I will be buried alive. What should I do now? This is going too far. When hearing this difficult story, Tyson thought to himself, how urgent must it be to find head of department Huang representing the rival company. In the entertainment world, everyone wants to become famous, but if you directly engage in it, you will see that it is even more terrifying. Tyson thought about it and asked, what are you planning to do now? The girl was just so busy crying that she hadn't thought about this and asked again, yes.
Tyson said seriously, do you really want to get out of Lure Company? The surprised girl temporarily froze and couldn't say anything.
As for manager Huang, he was also helpless and didn't say a word. Then Yesio firmly said, yes director, please save me, I really want to escape from there.
Tyson seemed to have something in mind and agreed, okay, then let me help you, will you trust me? Because he was a fan.
He knew all the basic information about her, so he asked, do her parents live in America? Yesio panicked when he heard the question, yes, but how did he do it? No again. Tyson seemed to know the answer in advance and then asked if the company had bought her a house yet.
Yesio immediately replied to Tyson that I was staying at the company's dormitory.
Then Tyson continued, you can find a staff member to bring your luggage to you. Having said that, Tyson immediately took out his phone and dialed his dad to call someone. On the other end of the line was Manager Han. He answered the phone and asked, what's going on, manager? Tyson then replied, Manager Han, I want to use MTS's bodyguards to protect someone. Tyson further advised, since the person needing protection is female, it is okay to send 2 male and 2 female bodyguards. I know, I will send them right away, he replied. After speaking, he was relieved and hung up the phone. Then Tyson asked Yesin, wondering if she brought things like documents, evidence or something with her. She hesitantly replied, I have a recording file on my phone. Quickly and decisively, Tyson immediately picked up the phone and dialed another phone call and said, okay. On the other end of the phone, before he could even say hello, he immediately suggested, lawyer, I have a lawsuit I want to ask you for help with, the lawyer asked clearly. What kind of lawsuit it is? Tyson explained that it was a lawsuit to terminate the exclusive contract of an actress who was threatened by the director. The lawyer seemed to find it interesting and said, so what? I know, I will prepare a suitable lawyer, relevant to this case. He further requested that please send a quiet lawyer here, I am now at MTS company. Then the person on the other end of the line agreed and the 2 people on this side were also frightened when they heard that. After making the phone call, Tyson then turned to ask Manager Huang, Manager Huang, the security here is very good, right, Mr. Huang immediately confirmed, of course, there were 8 guards sent here. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Tyson immediately said to Yesin, did you hear that, Kang Yesio, this is a safe place? The girl immediately confusedly replied, yes director. But at this moment her tears from fear became tears of joy. Tyson also advised that, and there is a dormitory in the company building, you should stay here temporarily for a while, the security headquarters is right here so except for the police station. This is a safe place, best. And the termination of her exclusive contract will be handled perfectly. He said happily. Makes Yesin feel somewhat more secure. She felt like she was getting justice for herself, then stood up and bowed in thanks. I will trust the director to the fullest, because of this thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tyson received extra karma points. After that, in the company lobby, many artists and journalists arrived. A girl with small steps walked in. She leisurely walked and looked around and exclaimed, there were so many journalists. When she looked at the handsome guy named Tyson, she thought to herself, is that person an intern from our company? So handsome. A pair of feet clattered along the hallway. As she walked, she said, her friends have gone to interviews, what should I do? I'm so bored. Goon kept walking back and forth in the middle of the hallway, thinking, what can a little girl like me do? Suddenly there was a man's voice calling, Miss Goon. She was startled and turned around to see who it was. How could she know her name? That man walked up to Goon and began to introduce himself. Hello, I am Yunjin Shu, assistant in the planning department of this company. After hearing the introduction, Goon was quite surprised, assistant to the planning department. The friendly man continued, the director wants to meet you, can you spare some time? When Goon heard this, his eyes widened and his mouth opened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Director, why did that person meet me? She exclaimed while thinking to herself, what the heck? This grandfather's face looks like a pervert. The planning department assistant acted like nothing happened, leisurely saying that her friend was still interviewing so she didn't need to worry.
Goon was surprised again. Huh, what is that? Why did you say that to me? Looking at the surprised look on the manager's face, he had to laugh. Haha, we won't eat you, let's go. Goon doesn't understand what's going on. Entering the director's room, Goon was engrossed in looking around. The manager reported directly, the director, I brought her there. The director was quite satisfied when he heard that and said, come in, Miss Kangrun. Goon was confused, didn't pay attention to who was in front of him, bowed to introduce, hello, I'm Kangrun. A second later, she raised her head. Suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked forward as if she discovered something very horrifying. Oh, this man. Jang Taizan continued, wondering if she intended to become a celebrity. Seeing the person in front of her, Goon couldn't keep calm and sweat poured down like rain. 9 years from now, Kang Goon will star in the famous movie Goblin Bride. She will sign an exclusive 10-year contract for 100 million. From inside the house suddenly came a voice, brother, what's going on? Kang Yi-so, who later became very famous, I was also her fan, he asked the person opposite him if it was delicious. It seems that for men, wealth is women. A mouth eats chocolate while talking and chewing sprinkles, if there are too many words. The mouth will hurt, it's too wonderful. It turned out that it was Vladimir. He happily asked while eating, brother, is there really anything wrong? His face turned red like a drunk who drank 3 or 4 bottles of vodka. After hearing this, Jang Taizan shouted like a thorn in his body, what, are you saying I'm drunk? The two cousins sat on an outdoor chair talking. The older brother said, I went to an interview today, although the younger brother listened. He still held 2 chocolate bars in both hands and said, wow, really, you're so cool. The more Vladimir spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes lit up and he smiled. I really like a rich brother. After hearing this, he looked at his brother blankly, not liking his karma. The younger brother smiled innocently and patted his brother's shoulder. Hee, it's the same, you have to have money to earn a lot of karma points. The older brother chuckled and thought, he's quite smart, he said, I know, it's the same. Suddenly Jang Taizan became serious, he asked, I want you this. My brother still didn't know what was going on and innocently asked, what's going on? Jang Taizan's face became thoughtful. He said he was one of the geniuses, he could hack any computer, right? I see that in addition to America's NASA, the talent from the intelligence department is not average. He looked at his younger brother, even though he was a boy with a natural talent for hackers, he didn't know everything. The younger brother looked at his brother thoughtfully. Vladimir replied bewilderedly and awkwardly, that was a professional secret. He continued, if you want to learn, you have to spend a lot of time with me. It's not easy. Jang Taizan didn't mind anything, he was just afraid of not being able to study so he replied, I'm free, don't worry. The younger brother suddenly calmed down, his face also became sad and said, I have had a dream since I was a child. After listening, my brother's eyes widened in surprise, the younger brother continued. That's why he hacked Mr. Putin's account. After hearing this, Jang Taizan awkwardly asked. So, what is your dream? It seemed like Vladimir didn't want to talk, being the person who made him like him became curious, he tried to ask questions, try saying it, he would listen. Hurry up, you're a reasonable person. The younger brother bowed his head full of sadness. His face darkened, Jang Taizan sat on the side and kept saying, can you give me more points? Or do I want to level up? The younger brother was embarrassed, his face turned red and said, I wanted to go to the amusement park. After listening, Jang Taizan was frozen for 5 seconds. Not believing what he heard, amusement park? Vladimir was immersed in his dream. His eyes lit up and he looked forward with a bright smile, he wanted to go to the biggest and most beautiful amusement park in Russia that he had ever lived in, that's my only dream. Jang Taizan looked at his brother affectionately and thought, I've heard that story before. Vladimir's greatest joy while alive was a picnic at an amusement park with his parents. Looking at his brother immersed in thinking about his dream, his face radiated happiness when thinking about what he wanted, he continued to think, the boy wanted to share that feeling of happiness with others, the child is living and growing up in Russia, a better brother than I thought. At night at the Mulcastle building, when the moon was high, shining in the sky. The clicking sound from the keyboard rang out continuously, in front a screen was still lit, I didn't know what it was. It turned out to be Jang Taizan, it's midnight and he's still sitting in front of the computer screen typing away, I have to immediately invite a mathematician who is good at algorithms, he's a genius in computers, but he doesn't know much about algorithms, I need to compensate for this. He said, after receiving energy from Vladimir. He could see it, to see how lax network security was these days. Jang Taizan's face also became more thoughtful and said, to have stronger energy. I need to learn more. Looking at the screen filled with letters and numbers. He also let out an exclamation, he is indeed a genius boy, having found a weakness in the network system that will happen in 2017. Jang Taizan becomes dangerous, in the next 10 years. I will have all the computer systems in the world in my hands, if I am determined. It will not be a problem. The scene changes to a tall company building, surrounded by works in many fields. Suddenly there was a pair of long, slender legs, walking on high heels, looking very beautiful, surrounded by curious voices. Oh, that girl. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, very youthful and energetic. Some people wondered if she was a student at our school. They all turned their curious eyes towards the girl. Everyone was staring at her as if she were a celebrity. Among them someone asked, "Is that Insean?" The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing blue pants and high heels stood among everyone, making herself stand out. Everyone who passed by looked back a few times. The students looked curiously and replied, "No, it looks like you can see the head." All around were rumors about the girl, a student from another school. Wasn't she a beautiful girl from our school? The girl standing among the students was equally bewildered, as if looking for something. She thought, "We were planning to meet in the parking lot, where did we go?" She moved forward. Behind them they continued to discuss, who is that, Insean. Maybe go on a blind date. 3 students with faces full of teasing stared at the senior and said, "If you see a senior, you should say hello, wow, look at that graceful figure." The other 3 guys seemed to want to tease her to the end, surrounding her and teasing her. She should have dressed up a bit earlier. Great, he has a gentle face, but why is he his face, huh? The more Insean thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing silently. "You hateful virus bastards." She was walking when she heard those words and was so angry that she had to stop. Behind her were very hateful voices saying, "Hey, that girl, Insean." When the other 3 saw her standing still, they cleared their throats even more aggressively. They thought they were seniors and could say whatever they wanted. The other 3's faces showed an aggressive look and shouted loudly, "We praise her for her beautiful face. Are they disrespecting our seniors?" They kept surrounding her and saying harsh words. That's why she was called a witch. This cheeky girl. At this moment, a figure appeared from behind, seemingly having witnessed the scenes just now. Insean was angry, biting his lip and scolding, "You bastards." Suddenly, a tall figure appeared from behind and grabbed the heads of the 2 guys, making them stunned. A familiar voice rang out and apologized. The other 2 guys were grabbed by the head. So startled they turned around and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Insean seemed to see someone familiar. Her eyes contained a ray of joy in them. "No, Mr. Jang." The other 2 men stood in shock opposite the man. His face looked very gloomy and unpredictable. They seemed to have provoked the wrong person. Suddenly Jang Tizian smiled brightly like a spring flower and introduced himself as Xian's boyfriend. Insean widened her eyes and suddenly looked at the person opposite her, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She was extremely confused by Jang Tizian. The scene changes to an apartment building. The girl's voice rings out, wondering if his family is a tycoon. A male voice replied, "You can make a living in many ways. Those are Jang Tizian and Insean." Jang Tizian politely invited Xian to get in the car, so she got in the car. She couldn't the truth before her eyes. Her mouth opened in surprise. She didn't even dare to touch the car, let alone get on it. She thought, what the hell? Standing in front of an attractive red sports car made Insean exclaim in admiration at how beautiful the car was, her face filled with admiration as she looked at the car. Jang Tizian witnessed this scene and was helpless. "Do you need a car? I'll give it to you too." Insean was startled when he heard this. His face turned into an O and his mouth turned into an A as he looked towards the person who had just made this suggestion. "Don't do that to me." A halo of light seemed to radiate around Jang Tizian's body. He said slowly and sincerely, "Didn't you say you would be responsible for Xian's life?" After hearing this, Insean was all sweaty. She went from one surprise to another. Her eyes showed confusion, stammering and saying, Are you really planning to get married?" Jang Tizian's eyes became steadfast as he looked towards Insean and asked, "Do you want to marry me?" She screamed in her heart, "Don't do that to me." Jang Tizian smiled gently, not giving up and continued, "Didn't Senior tell us to go on a date first?" Insean was startled and replied awkwardly, "That's it." Her cheeks turned red. Her face became stiff and she said, "You said you were a boyfriend first, so how responsible are you?" She was confused, not knowing how he would handle it, looking up at him with sparkling eyes as if she wanted to cry. "Are you planning to hire me as your lifelong employee, your new student?" Jang Tizian acted very calmly, as if it was a natural thing to say. "Oh, how did you know that?" Insean couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Jang Tizian continued to say that his senior was Insean. Her face turned red again and she looked at him bewilderedly, waiting for him to continue. Jang Tizian's face also became dangerous, looking towards her and said, "Don't you want to dream a hot dream with me?" These words took her from one surprise to another, making her extremely confused, exclaiming, "What?" The red car drove to the school and stopped with the rumbling sound of the car engine. From inside the car, I heard Jang Tizian's voice, "Senior, get out of the car." There were a lot of students walking around. Some people also noticed this outstanding car and turned to look. 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car together and stood out. "No matter what anyone said, then I will also be your senior's boyfriend." This sentence made Insean dizzy. What did he say? At the same time, she thought to herself, "Definitely a bad person. What should I do?"
Her eyes opened wide in surprise, sweat poured out and she thought, no, Xian, wake up quickly.
But Jiang Tizian acted as if he didn't see that. He leisurely looked at his sister and said very sincerely, I want to give a gift to my senior. After hearing this, and Xian opened his mouth and suddenly turned to look at Jiang Tizian. What, a gift? Jiang Tizian smiled brightly, his eyes filled with affection and said, that gift is the fastest and strongest supercomputer in the world. After hearing these words, her eyes became frightened, as if something had stabbed her in the heart. The reason she studied information technology was because she wanted to create the most powerful supercomputer in the world. But, looking at the man in front of him, he seemed very normal, looking at him as if he didn't know anything, but this made her even more panicked. How did he know about this? The sky is still so beautiful, the birds are carefree and innocently flying above it, ignoring the world around them. The scene changed to a sky-high company building. From inside I heard a heavy scolding. Is that all my ability has? The person on the other end of the line is afraid to respond. I'm sorry, CEO, on this side. The voice of the so-called CEO replied, okay, if you can't handle just one woman, how should I trust you? The man with the angry face continued, don't contact me after today. It's not just your company that contacts me. Hearing these words made the person on the other end of the line even more scared and said, CEO, please give me another chance. I'll send the Aram that's been singing recently to the examiner. When the director heard this, he seemed to realize something and asked, if it's Aram, is it Unique's Aram? This man quickly replied, yes, it's her. Isn't that girl beautiful? I choose someone to entertain the CEO, but how can I choose lightly? Tonight I'll let her get on the plane with the director. The other party heard that and said a little smugly, really, that's okay, I'll trust you again. With the approval of the CEO. This made the man feel a bit relieved. Thank you, CEO, the other party replied, do it well later. But after hanging up the phone, the man's face showed resentment, his face darkened, damn you son of a bitch. Then he turned back to look at the man next to him. He really shouted, Director Choi, where is that cunning little girl, have you found it yet? Director Choi said, found it. The other guy asked right back, so, where are you? At this point, Director Choi seemed confused. That's it. Lee Kwang-ju heard Director Choi hesitantly answer and became angry, saying, what again? Don't tell me it's at the police station. Director Choi replied slowly, being with Director Huang of M.T.S. Hearing this name made the other guy surprised. What Huang Yundi? Director Choi's face became serious, as if to prove that what he was investigating was correct. His eyes became determined. I confirmed that she had gone to Huang Iwan's company. After that her whereabouts were unknown. Hearing this, Lee Kwang-ju grimaced in discomfort. His eyes filled with evil. That bastard Huang Yundi, did he take the wrong medicine? Do you want to die? Saying that, he screamed, his eyes became dangerous. He must definitely get that girl back here. If Huang Yundi gets in the way, then drag her back here. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, that son of a bitch dares to kick over my rice bowl. Director Choi saw that the situation was not good and took a few steps back in fear. His eyes also turned pale with fear. He immediately replied to run away to avoid being afraid. Yes, I will go to work right away. The more he thought about Huang Yundi, the angrier he became. His face tightened, his eyes were full of resentment, as if he wanted to devour them. Huang Yundi, you're dead. In the towering company building, everyone was busy with their work, when suddenly someone called Robert. It seems like this is an online meeting. On the other side is Robert, and on this side is the company president, he said, let's invest all the election funds through our subsidiaries, bought out and attracted more lobbyists. Robert on the other side seemed a bit surprised. The chairman currently has a relatively large amount of money in our election fund. Jiang Tizian smiled brightly, showing his professionalism. We probably have to invest more in it. He continued, just invest within the limit of $5 billion. When Robert heard about that huge amount of money, he gasped in surprise. $5 billion. Facing this calm president, Robert began to calculating 5 trillion won, which was enough to wipe out the entire US election, before the development of SNS. The effectiveness of advertising and speech. Chairman, that's a decisive bet. After hearing this, Jiang Tizian smiled with satisfaction. He reminded, if possible, don't let this matter get out. The Republican side will continue to pump money to them appropriately. He looked down as if thinking of something. 8 years after the election ended, the world would change again. The reason why politicians in America also crave power. In the end, it's just about money. He turned his head to look at the vast sky outside. As if feeling the lightness of the weather, he thought, today's weather is really beautiful. Suddenly someone knocked outside. Knock, knock. Jiang Tizian happily looked towards the door and said, please come in. In the director's office, a girl with blonde hair now appeared. This person was Kang Yeseo, and was received quite thoughtfully by Jiang Tizian. Kang Yeseo looked at the president in front of her as if thinking something. She couldn't believe that this was the legendary president. Was this person really the company's president? She looked at his young face, adding to her thoughts. According to the group leader, he was still a student, a descendant of a tycoon family.
Jang Taizan looked at the girl in front of him. He gently asked, "How is it here? Is there anything inconvenient?" She listened to him while looking at him attentively. Inwardly admiring him, his skin was even more beautiful than her own. She was startled as soon as she asked the question. Her face stiffened as if she had discovered that she was looking at her. She confusedly replied, "Yes, it's really good here." As for Jang Taizan, he didn't pay that much attention. He was afraid that he wouldn't feel comfortable, so he reminded him to make himself at home. Kang Yeseo hasn't heard that much. He's still thinking about this president's beauty, what cosmetics he uses, and his body is also handsome. Then she regained her usual composure and spoke, "But the director," he replied, "Yes, just say. It's..." Her face became puzzled. She looked at Jang Taizan and asked, "What is this person doing? I heard CRA say he is still a student." Jang Taizan smiled and introduced himself. "I am a law student at Korean University." When she heard this, he replied, "Ah, Korean University." There was something wrong with this. It seemed like she heard something shocking. She opened her eyes wide, gasped, surprised for a few seconds. The law department of a Korean university. Jang Taizan looked at her in surprise and was not surprised. He introduced himself again. "And I was both the president and largest shareholder of M.T.S." The more she listened, the more she expressed her admiration. Wow, so great. For someone so young to be able to hold such a high position, this made her even more curious about his age, so she immediately asked. Then his age. Jang Taizan smiled and replied very politely, 20 years old. Once again she was surprised, couldn't believe it. How was it possible? 20 stars. Looking at her as if she didn't believe it was true, Jang Taizan smiled slowly and asked again, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" When she was asked back, she stuttered and replied, "No, nothing." She looked at the man in front of her and couldn't believe her eyes. Faced with this face, her thoughts grew more and more. What the heck, really only 20 years old? She was confused and couldn't believe it was true. Her eyes kept staring in his direction. Were the aliens? How could this be possible? Suddenly Jang Taizan asked if she had an American passport. The girl was bewildered and didn't know why he asked that. "Oh yes, I am an American citizen." When he heard that, he smiled with satisfaction, smiled at her and said, "Okay, I'm going to America. Do you want to go with me?" The girl suddenly asked, "Are you going to America?" Mentioning America reminded her of something. Her eyes began to well up with tears, and her mood also became more chaotic. Jang Taizan looked at her sincerely and asked, "Don't you remember your parents?" Hearing him say that, her tears fell like rain. Her eyes were still wide open looking at the other person. It seemed like she still couldn't calm down. She didn't think he would ask her that question. Seeing her like that, he smiled gently and comforted her. "Don't cry, in the future only good things will come to her." Suddenly his face darkened, a sad look appeared on his face and he continued asking, "If she can cancel the contract with that party, where are you going to go?" The girl burst into tears, speechless. Did you cancel the contract?" She heard him ask that. Even though she was crying, she still tried to look serious and sincerely said, "If so, if possible, I want to devote myself to M.T.S." Hearing this, he was very satisfied. His face smiled contentedly and said, "You must keep that word." She raised her head to look at him, asking again to make sure, "Will you really accept me into M.T.S.?" Jang Taizan's face became more dangerous. His sharp eyes said, "I will make you a star, not only in Korea but also in Asia." The whole room was very serious when her phone rang, ringing throughout the room. She shyly said, "Wait for me." Jang Taizan laughed twice and said, "Listen up." She lowered her head to answer the phone and asked, "What are you calling me for?" At the other end of the second, I only heard the cry of a woman, Yeseo, excited. As if discovering something bad had happened, she called out in panic, "Miss, what's wrong? Why?" Suddenly the voice on the other side rang out causing panic. Eyes widened as if something serious was happening. The other side spoke up, "Kang Yeseo, appear." When she heard this voice, she couldn't guess who it was. So she asked, "Who is it?" The man on the other side replied, "Have you already forgotten my voice?" When she heard this, she almost guessed who it was. Hearing this voice made her even more scared. Her tears kept falling and she couldn't say a word. The other party spoke up and continued. "I'm the director." She panicked and asked, Choi, director, why are you holding my aunt's phone?" On the other side, Director Choi replied very hatefully, she really didn't know. Jang Taizan sat to the side and heard this conversation clearly. His face turned dark. Director Choi acted like nothing happened and continued, "I know you're hiding at Hwang Yoni's place. She doesn't care that much, she's scared to protect her aunt. My aunt has nothing to do with this." She was scared and worried, crying and saying, "Why did you do that to my aunt? Let her go, miss." The other side ignored Kang Yeseo's pleas. The other guy threatened. "While I was still saying nice things, quickly return to the company. If so, your aunt will be safe." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the phone from her hand, making her surprised and not understanding what was happening. She turned around and saw that Jang Taizan had picked up his phone and answered, "Director Choi, it's me." She looked at the person across from her in bewilderment, her eyes sparkled with confusion. The other end of the line replied aggressively,
It's me, who is that, damn it, Wang Yonhee. He pretended not to hear the screams on the other side of the phone and slowly answered. No, the other party shouted angrily. So who are you, bastard? Zhang Taizhen gave a sinister smile, his eyes also became colder and replied, the one chosen to defeat the crazy people, you just wait. The alarm sounded in the company building, emergency. Emergency situation for everyone. Everyone working was also surprised by the alarm, everyone's face looked very confused. Huh, everyone, what's up? A man came out and said loudly, this is the boss's order. All the staff below didn't know what was going on but they all answered in unison. Yes, we will handle it right away. The man's face became serious and he informed everyone to activate the emergency communication system and gather everyone. I think it's a level 1 alarm. After those people received the order, they immediately ran to carry out the orders. The running made the floor of the house tremble. As they ran, they said to each other, we have an hour, hurry up. What, isn't there a war somewhere? The other man clenched his teeth, revealing teeth as wide and even as corn kernels, and said, even though he didn't know who he was, if he dared to touch the boss, then they all must die. His face exuded coldness, his eyes filled with danger. In another place, there was also someone worried about this matter. He put the documents in his briefcase and said, are you prepared? The people standing opposite him replied in unison, all were ready. This is Lawyer Cho Yun-tae. Lawyer Cho's face also became serious, reminding the rest that no negligence is allowed. He suddenly became quiet. His face suddenly darkened as if remembering something. That was the person who gave me the lifeline, so I am extremely grateful to that person. The people wearing black shirts standing in line below heard their boss say that and replied in unison, yes. Then Lawyer Cho became sinister and said, and don't be afraid of things like 5 punches without eyes, because if you want to be by my side, you have to endure those things. The men below heard these words and still smiled calmly, as if this had scared them, saying, please don't worry, I am a former criminal prosecutor, that's nothing. In an office, a man's voice rang out, Director Zhang, it's time to depart. Director Zhang heard that it was time and replied, well, then let's go quickly. The other man replied, yes. In another high-rise building, from the highest room came a voice that sounded unexpected. What, are you here? Director Cho smiled and replied, yes, they said they were on their way. After listening to Li Kuangju, he saw that this was not a big deal. He didn't seem to be worried about what was to come. What is it? Hasn't it already happened? Just a pretty rabbit. This Director Choi also seemed very indifferent. Following his boss's words, his face also showed an arrogant look, saying, we are holding his aunt so he cannot escape. Kang Yesio is not a cruel name. The other guy heard that and laughed very happily. The danger on his face did not change. Ah, very good, Director Choi, I like you more and more. Director Choi heard that and bowed down happily, thank you. The other guy took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, looking very formal, saying, that girl needs to be seriously taught this time, she's a stupid girl with a hot body. When Director Choi heard that, he didn't feel very good, his face suddenly looked worried. If he were to educate him, that's fine. Before he could finish his sentence, the other guy stole the other part. He held a cigarette in his mouth while looking at Director Choi with a sinister look and said, then send it to Mr. Kwanful for about a month. If you send it there, it will definitely be much more obedient. Anyway, it's time to warn those people. The more he talked, the more pleased he became. Anyway, nothing will change. From now on, this world will still be ours. When he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and was very pleased. Director Choi, standing next to him, also laughed happily. We don't show up often these days, so that's why it's like this. If it was before, the kids would definitely have been taught with a piece of wood already. Suddenly, the desk phone rang continuously, as if something was going to happen to them. Director Li Guangju picked up the phone, but the other side spoke with a worried voice, announcing, Director, something big has happened. At the other end of the second, he didn't know what was being said, but it seemed very serious. The director's face also turned pale. He asked worriedly, what's going on? Are the police coming? The staff on the other side were so worried that they couldn't speak. We were being attacked. After hearing this, Li Guangju's face became full of danger, his eyes widened and he shouted loudly, what, is this a drama? The employee was explaining the incident to him. There were dozens of members of a certain organization wearing black vests surrounding the building. The more he listened, the more panicked he became. Sweat started pouring out. He worriedly asked, what, it's surrounded? Tell me clearly. Director Choi stood next to him and didn't understand anything. The other side continued to update the situation, and Kang Yesio also stood there with them. Director, now there are a few more people coming out of the elevator. His face darkened and he quickly spoke, stopping him, hey, we have to stop them by all means. As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of rapid footsteps from outside. When the two of them in the office heard it, they panicked, their faces showed fear. Their eyes darkened, and their faces turned pale. Director Lee screamed in fear, his face bleeding. Director Choi, contact Mr. Kwangful immediately. Director Choi was also scared, stammering. yes, I will contact him immediately. Without giving them a chance to call for help. People outside walked to the office door, blocking their escape route. A voice rang out, "Come in." A group of people rushed straight into the other guy's room, standing in front of those two directors with an appearance that exuded a dangerous smell. Those two guys stepped back in fear, their faces darkened and they couldn't say a word. You. One of the people who rushed in spoke first, "Director Lee, it's been a long time since I've seen him." That Director Lee, after witnessing this scene, his face became ferocious, his eyes lit up with hatred, blood streaks were clearly visible, he gritted his teeth and said, "Huan Fiani bastard." That person calmly crossed his arms and faced the other guy, not showing any fear, just smiled and said, "Not a bastard, but Director Lee of the entertainment company M.T.S." When that guy heard that, he cursed loudly and shut up. "What kind of director is a dirty dog like you?" Being scolded, but that man didn't pay attention, it sounded like the wind blowing through his hands. He turned back to look at his teammates and said, "Is Director Lee committing an insult or defaming someone else's honor? Is that right, lawyer?" When the other lawyer was asked that, he immediately replied, "Of course, and that's it." The other lawyer had a tape recorder in his hand. It seemed like he had recorded the entire conversation just now. Those dirty, bitchy words were perfect evidence. The sound of cursing just now came from the recorder. "Shut up, a dirty dog like you is no director." Director Lee knew he had been set up, his face radiated anxiety and fear, his teeth clenched, sweat began to flow. "Who are you? Call the police here, these guys are deliberately sabotaging our business." He looked at Director Choi and shouted worriedly. Director Choi quickly called 112. Director Choi also listened in fear, stammering and saying, "Yes. Suddenly there was laughter filled with sarcasm from outside the door. A pair of feet wearing leather shoes and trousers walked in with a voice, "Sabotaging business, Director Lee, do you understand what Director Lee just said?" The more Director Lee heard, the angrier he became. His face contorted, he screamed and cursed back, "What do you want? What I said sounds funny." The man who just walked in was not the average person. He spoke slowly. This guy, why did he speak so loudly when talking about kidnapping? As if stabbing him in the black heart, his face stiffened a bit, but then he still refused to admit it and shouted, "Arrest, kidnap, what nonsense is this crazy guy talking about?" The man who had just walked in sneered and said, "Am I talking nonsense?" Then, without letting him guess his identity anymore, that man began to introduce himself. "I am Cho Yuntae, CEO of Samwoo Law Firm." After hearing Cho Yuntae's introduction, Director Choi and Director Lee gasped in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Their eyes were wide open, filled with confusion. They didn't expect that the person who came this time was someone else, of Samwoo Law Firm. Cho Yuntae stood opposite Director Lee. His face suddenly darkened, exuding unpredictable danger. He continued, "That's right, you both know that. A few years ago the lawyer defended the director. Is me." Director Lee went from one surprise to another, unable to utter a word. Lawyer Cho Yuntae's face immediately became serious. "Because I'm an ethical lawyer, I won't reveal client information, but isn't that how everyone lives their whole life, a person without conscience?" Lawyer Cho continued to say, "I am older than the director, so if I accidentally say something blank, I hope the director will sympathize. Because I'm a former prosecutor, I have a habit of cursing just when I see a criminal." He smiled provocatively and continued, "So please answer well, Kwang Jua." The young man standing next to him looked at him with admiring eyes, secretly praising his talent. "Wow, what a great lawyer." Suddenly, Kang Yesin walked in. Her face was a little haggard because of worry. She asked in fear, "Where is my aunt?" Director Choi and Director Lee saw Kang Yesin and their eyes widened in surprise. They didn't know why she was with this group of people. What is it after all? The lawyer looked at the other two men and said dangerously, "Kwangju, kidnapping, you know that is a serious crime, right? In prison for about 5 years. Lawyer Cho's words seemed to hit right at their weak point. The more they heard, the more scared they became, and their faces turned pale. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Lawyer Cho continues to add fuel to the fire. "Director, please contact the prosecutor at the Central Procuracy. Okay, call the reporters too." Unable to continue listening to these threats anymore, Director Choi suddenly spoke up, "No, it's not kidnapping." After finishing speaking, Kang Yeseo retorted and lied. "It was you who kidnapped my aunt to force me to return to the company." Director Choi was worried, his face stiffened, trying to defend himself to escape this danger. Yeseo, that's not it. How could that happen? We only invited you here to discuss your future." Kang Yeseo couldn't stand this talkative person, shouting so loudly, "Where is my aunt?" On this side, Director Lee's face was full of hatred, his hateful eyes looked at the Kang Yeseo faction as if he wanted to devour her. Lawyer Cho didn't want to listen to these ramblings anymore, so he directly requested that the police be called quickly. "I'm a bit busy this weekend, I have to go to a class reunion in the evening." Another voice rang out, shouting at those two directors. "Listen to the bad guys." Director Lee was staring at Lawyer Cho, thinking, "This guy, he chose me, an easy target." A young man suddenly spoke up and cursed the two directors. It seemed like he was not afraid of anything and said directly, "There's nothing wrong with criminals. Do I look like I'm easily bullied? A bunch of miserable beggars." The two directors heard curses like lightning. They didn't know what was going on, what happened.
That young man stood in the middle of the large room, speaking loudly, saying he was waiting for the thugs protecting him to come save him.
Okay, just call everyone.
He continued to cross his arms and said in front of the bewildered and surprised looks of the other two directors, I have called the journalists over, they will have a lot of stories to write and report. The company director is a trash, kidnapped, and illegally detained, even hired gangsters. That's a good story. Director Lee looked surprised when he heard this. He seemed to not believe what he had just heard. He could only utter one word, you. Then that young man changed his target to Director Choi. He didn't care who was afraid, but he remained calm like that. Smiling and saying, Director Choi, you understand what I mean? Director Choi was surprised when he suddenly mentioned his name, startled and exclaimed, what? Director Choi was also bewildered by this incident. He did not understand anything. His face looked blank and bewildered. Suddenly, Jang Tae-sun's eyes flashed. Staring at the director, Choi asked, don't you remember? I am that crazy neighbor. Hearing this, Director Choi seemed to remember something. His face was full of surprise. His face showed disbelief. Jang Tae-sun continued, and is currently president of MTS. He still smiled gently like that, meaning that I was also the person involved in this matter. Director Choi glared at Tae-sun. What do you have to do with this? Tae-sun smiled evilly and said, Director Choi, you think it's too much, kidnapping and pretending to be a bribery plan to sponsor actors. I will replace the management company to help actor Kong. Director Choi angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, shut up. Tae-sun didn't even look at him and said, Representative Han, go find him. He also smiled and said to the girl next to him. Mess, Yeseo also went to look for it, think about where it is. Yeseo worriedly thought to himself that this man is not simple. Director Choi roared madly. Where are you going, Yeseo? Her career as an actress will end. Director Choi was now provoked by Tae-sun and shouted loudly, damn bastard. There was a loud noise in the room at this moment. The wooden table placed in the middle of the room was broken in half, and the employees of Anna Company all looked at Tae-sun in panic. Tae-sun coldly ordered, Yeseo, don't worry. Go find it. Yes, Director Yeseo replied in the surprise of Director Choi. Tae-sun glanced fiercely at the director and said, you bastard, don't make trouble and take your seat if you don't want to go to hell. Director Choi's eyes looked like he wanted to kill Tae-sun immediately. What a bastard. Tae-sun looked at him fearlessly and said, your plan is over, it's over, bastard. Don't be there and raise your voice at me. If you don't want to die, I'll even know the secret bribe account. Tae-sun didn't answer his question and said, Director Choi quickly brought Kang Yeseo's contract here. He didn't expect him to be so stubborn and dare to give him orders. What? Tae-sun's lawyer Yundi spoke with disdain. They give off a bad smell. Now I will contact the juniors and start the search and confiscation. I am the director of Samwoo Law Firm. After hearing this, Director Choi was surprised and speechless. Chaotic voices rang out in the room. Aunt, are you okay? Are you hurt? No, I'm just a little scared, but I'm here. It's okay, don't cry, Yeseo. Hey, I'm sorry. President Anna silently suppressed her anger. Calmly sit down and give orders. Director Choi brought the contract here. You've won bad karma points, you've won bad karma points. After listening, Tae-sun smiled happily, the idea of having your points doubled. The sky today is extremely beautiful, full of sunshine and wind. There is only one house in the middle of a vast beach. The man said seriously, what is the reason why stocks in Hong Kong have dropped sharply? The blue-haired man respectfully replied, since October of last year, foreign company funds have been sold short, sir. The owner coldly considered, the foreign company sold short. At this time, Zhuge Liang was the 30th generation descendant of Zhuge Liang. Dan's advisor said, private investment funds and investment companies established in the United States, Europe and tax havens are conducting short sales. After listening, the main man's eyes narrowed slightly. The entire stock market in the world collapsed. It seemed a bit serious because China's great dream of reviving China's dream cannot come true unless eliminate militarism and local forces. Zhuge mercifully said, after all, this was a planned battle but quite difficult. The master asked coldly, was it the Children's Fund or the Knights Guild, dear delegation leader? This matter is quite difficult to grasp because everything has been mixed up. The cat family is generous, try to think of any countermeasures, the man thought and replied. I think we should reduce bloodshed to some extent. The leader said with a black face that if he wanted to cut off his head, he had to cut it with a strong blow. The competition between those who hold world economic power in the shadow of war breaks out every day due to opposition and hostility over interests and individuals. Even the current allies who are children cannot be trusted that if exposed to the sun, they will be immediately attacked. The leader continued to say, if we can't find a clue, let's look for the Snake Worshipper Knights Guild. The remaining children are the secret organization of the Assassins Guild. Zhuge Liang bowed his head respectfully and replied that I would try my best to find out. The master voiced a warning not to overdo it. There is no need to fight the snake until it appears.
Also, when will the family heir sent by the night order appear?
Zhuge mercifully reported that he will land in Hong Kong next week, sir. The Don asked for help from that sweet, beautiful girl. A smile appeared on her face. I will have to inform Clara.
Clara will definitely be satisfied that the son of the president of the knighthood not only has ability but also has appearance. If not satisfied, there is no other choice.
The leader of the group returned to his original state, his face cold, and said, he must stick closely with the knight's guild to be able to deal with the remaining enemies. Clara knows that well. The man finished speaking and thought to himself, Clara, don't hate me.
That is my destiny.
Over here, the sun has finally said.
Tyson said sadly, what's wrong? It seems like something happened to Clara. Contact does not pick up the phone.
Tyson smiled and thought to himself, in the year 2008, politics will change its decision in the next 10 years. The soulful light shines straight on Tyson's handsome face. If it's destiny, we will meet each other. Right now, my focus is not on love but on the world economy. Tyson thought to himself, the butterfly effect hasn't happened yet. China's stock market reached the 6,000 mark in October last year, has dropped straight down to 1,700 in November 2,800, next a free party will open in a grand way. Even if you don't have money, you can't short sell stocks. Tyson happily smiled and said, I will take all that money. Power also requires money to be able to act. The foreign exchange flow will take place as expected, the exchange rate will remain hidden.
The more I think about it, the more interesting it becomes. Investing is everyone's responsibility, don't complain. It's everyone's choice.
Tyson stood looking at the city at night, revealing a rare dangerous look. Oh, Chairman, Sung Hyuk is still alive and having fun. Yes, let's enjoy it while we can. A few months later, he will wander in endless space.
Tyson thought to himself, Robert convened a shareholders meeting next month and it will end in June. Oh Dongjong, I promised. In just 1 year you will see hell.
Tyson went inside and said, now let's get ready for school. I'm more suited to art university than the gloomy court academy.
Tomorrow I have a lunch date with Senior Yuri, Wednesday is lunch with Senior Cian.
He secretly smiled. Everyone who looked at him would misunderstand that he went to school to seduce beautiful women.
Tyson comfortably leaned on the sofa and said, it's okay to date a beautiful person of the opposite sex in your 20s is also a blessing.
He pondered for a moment then spoke. The time is near and everything has been prepared as desired. Tyson's face showed surprise, unable to summon the reincarnated god. Morart has only been a god for 200 years and has not yet been reincarnated. What's going on? No, then who else is there besides Morart anymore? Looking at the surroundings covered by dark shadows, his heart became even more worried. But where is this? While he was still deep in thought, the whole room was lit up again. Looking at the horse flying towards him, Tyson was startled. What the hell? Why does the horse have winged horns? The horse just kept rushing towards Tyson. The closer he got, the more he realized that it seemed to be a unicorn. Seeing it keep looking at him like that, Tyson suddenly asked as if possessed, do you know me? Why are you calling me? The unicorn seemed to understand what he said and shook its head to show that it was not. A voice came from behind, little brother, that's what I called. Tyson turned around and looked at the man standing in front of him in surprise. Tyson said in fear, he is a saint. In the darkness the man replied, do you know me? The man introduced himself, I am Saint Beethoven. Tyson was surprised, he was also here but he immediately recognized it when he saw it. Oh my god. Beethoven's sacred music, called sacred music, is standing and laughing in front of me. Tyson asked, is your ear problem cured? Beethoven smiled and said, my ear problem is okay. Once you become a god, all human diseases will disappear. Besides, it's not a disease that humans can cure. After hearing that, Tyson didn't understand, huh? Beethoven further explained, if the explanation is simple, then that is exactly what sickness is like. You said you were sick, that's right, little brother, you don't know that, but most of us who work in the arts can communicate with God. Although I don't explain how hard it is to compose, the gods always wanted to perform the arts, music, and writing that they studied there. So they are also busy, including me. Tyson was stunned when he heard that. Beethoven proudly said, although I cannot know everything, I have left behind a masterpiece. Which is the energy I get when communicating with the gods. So did my teacher Morart, as did most of the other famous musicians. All of this is a sensory combination of human and divine communication. Beethoven coughed lightly and said, you don't need to worry, little brother. Because you've already met me. Tyson didn't understand anything but still smiled and replied, yes. Tyson looked at Beethoven and thought, I summoned Beethoven instead of Morart. Seeing that this situation was not quite right, Tyson asked suspiciously, where are you going? Where has Mr. Morart gone? Beethoven was startled and said, Mr. Morart. He continuously attacked Beethoven with questions, is Beethoven's teacher, right? I want to meet him once.
I heard that he has become a god, whether he is here or not. Beethoven was frightened by your sharpness. Tyson called out loudly inside, Mr. Morart. Beethoven quickly stopped. Wait, he's on a business trip. Work star. Beethoven made up a fake reason, he had a performance there. Tyson laughed excitedly. What's wrong? I'll wait, I also like Mr. Beethoven very much. But I'm a fan of Mr. Morart. Seeing that he couldn't chase people away, Beethoven got annoyed and said, What are you waiting for? You don't know when you'll come back. If you need talent, ask me. Tyson heard the idea of chasing away guests but still refused to leave. It's okay, where? Beethoven laughed and said, but you said you liked me even though it was the first time we met. I thought you were my longtime brother. Tyson happily replied, yes. But I have to rent it every day to use it, is it right? In the room, melodious piano sounds rang out. Beethoven looked at Tyson worriedly. He was disillusioned by the scene in front of him, the performance was so chaotic, not everyone has become a god. Beethoven smiled brightly and asked, Little brother, how did the premonition come, even though the instrument is simple? This is the 99th symphony that I have composed. He was secretly surprised. What is the 99th? Didn't you only compose up to number 9? Beethoven explained that after becoming a god, his mind became clearer, even the hallucinations that had bothered me before disappeared. And the melody just flowed out. Tyson was extremely surprised. Even though the circumstances and musical instruments are simple, the famous song is still a famous song. If 99 of Beethoven's symphonies were released in the human world, it would be wonderful. The music suddenly stopped and he asked, Why did it stop? Is it over? Beethoven replied, Yes, that's a pity. Looking at the band in front of you, you can say the same thing. The last song has a choir with a female singer, so the touching feeling of this sound can explode. I also think so, he wondered, is that true? Beethoven smiled affectionately. There was no one here who was a famous singer. None of the gods here are opera singers. Hearing that, Tyson wondered, why is that? Because they didn't have time to come here to watch that performance. Tyson opened his mouth in surprise. God, why don't you listen to this famous song? It's really great. Beethoven turned back to look at him and said, There are many singing birds here, we are overwhelmed by them. What do you say? Birds can sing. Beethoven spoke sadly. The lynx was very beautiful and sang beautifully. Besides, no one listens to electric instruments anymore. We are out of time. Making ends meet is increasingly difficult. Tyson suggested that if possible, please spread these songs to the world and let humanity know about your famous songs. Would that change the music trend? Beethoven replied with a heavy voice, Of course it was me, tried but can't. There was no progress. A voice from behind rang out. Tyson turned around and asked who he was. The man introduced himself, I'm Chopin. Another voice came, even when it came into contact with people and conveyed hunches about new songs, but it quickly disappeared. Tyson turned his head again, confused and asked, Who are you? I'm Wagner. The sound of footsteps echoed along with the voice, Please help us. Tyson smiled shyly and asked, Who are you? I am Rachmaninoff, the man who has shed his vanity and mediocrity. A series of other voices rang out, I am Puccini, I am Verdi, I am Schumann, I am Brahms. Causing Tyson to stand still in bewilderment. At this time, Beethoven spoke up, In fact, our industry has dropped a lot now. If we can't pay the rent in a few days, everything will be confiscated. Brother, please save us. One singer among them angrily said, if he hadn't beaten and threatened to take over the remaining karma points, he would have thought to himself, had he been stolen. They angrily denounced a person who was so hateful that even thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. He wiped out all his karma points and told us not to worry but to believe in him, a traitor. Tyson felt something was wrong and asked, Could that thief be Mr. Morart? Beethoven's eyes were full of hatred and said, Yes. Tyson thought to himself, stealing all the karma points and reincarnating. What will I do to help people? My karma points are not infinite if I help people then. Before he could finish his sentence, they shouted happily, I also sold my talent very cheaply. I have more than 100 piano sonatas, me too. The room just now was bustling with voices, symphonies, chamber music, choir songs. Just need you to state your request, reduce the full price or not reduce 99%, I will reduce 99.9%. Tyson made a suggestion, asking if everyone was going to work part-time. After hearing this, everyone was confused. Part-time, what was that? Tyson smiled sinisterly, Miss Jean, are you busy and see me for a moment? Following Tyson's call, Jean also quickly appeared. What's the matter, little brother? Ms. Jean smiled mischievously and said, What's going on? Jang Tyson smiled and said, They want to see it, sister. His eyes showed evil. Ms. Jean showed her shiny butt and said gently, Don't be rude. The men below looked at it and their eyes lit up. For the first time in their lives they were able to admire such a wonderful scene on earth. She put on an extremely perfect appearance and said, Do you think I would believe those lies from men? The person with the same appearance as me felt extremely admired, or rather, wanted to possess this girl, so I stammered and asked, "Who is this noble goddess, boy?" The rest of the people also couldn't stop talking. "Oh my god, could it be that she was a fox in her past life?" The rest of the people were so excited to praise her. "She's so beautiful." The girl had now walked towards everyone, using her seductive tone, was talking to me. Everyone around saw this gorgeous girl, their hearts were pounding, just my type. He was very satisfied with this expression of hers. He walked over, making the whole room silent. He was very close to her. He stood almost completely next to Sister Jean. "Sister, they are all our prey," she nodded. "I know, wait and see, today or tomorrow they will all be kicked out of the fairyland, just gender." Seeing that, he nodded and smiled and turned around to pretend to be angry at the people around him. "Everyone please calm down, now is the time to indulge in the goddess later." He used his strongest motivation and said, "If everyone is expelled from the fairy world, what will happen to the people? Among everyone, how many people have accumulated points while alive?" That strong motivation of his surprised everyone standing in the stands. When he saw that expression, he knew he had an advantage. To continue, they were all extremely sensitive people, interested in art, but no one accumulated a single point. His words seemed to have hit the hearts of the people standing down there. Even more so, he continued to say that if they were sent to hell, they would all immediately be turned into pigs or dogs. Don't people know about this? His words seemed to be attacking them, but they didn't have the slightest expression. "I see everyone so sad and regretful." Continue, "Don't think it's someone else's problem, because that's how everyone will look tomorrow." They don't know what else to say now. Everyone knows what he said is true, but they still want to deny it. The first person intended to say something more, but in the end remained silent. Jean suddenly turned and asked, "Jiang Tizian, but why are you so angry?" Hearing that, he turned around quite surprised when she called his name. She used her most charming face to ask him, "I should be busy with the club renovations lately, because my precious accumulated points are decreasing rapidly." When he heard that, he was quite worried. How did she know about these things about him? How to repair them, he asked. She happily answered, "Tomorrow is opening day," but there was no spirit at all, any. He saw her asking like that, but it was expensive to ask another question. "Sister, I don't know if you want to work more." She was quite confused when he asked this question. "It's obvious that you already have a job, so why do you need to do it more?" But she still took the risk to learn a little and do more. He saw that she had good intentions. So he turned to her and said, "Let's work with these people to do more for you." Now my husband is very scheming. As expected, he already had a plan in mind. She was very surprised when she heard that. "But everyone there is willing. Please do so. I will help with all my heart. Just give me food to eat. Moreover, I will be wholeheartedly loyal." It is truly the power of the next beauty is that no one can escape from the sky's net. Hearing that, she understood his plan and smiled lightly. She turned, looked at the fans and laughed. "Then let's try it." The whole arena echoed with laughter. The boring party was about to give birth. Everyone was filled with joy. 2 pairs of lights are turned on. The light shines down on the stage. Everyone was quiet. Only now did Jiang Tizian and Jean come up. They looked around, saw that the lights and atmosphere of the party were beyond imagination. They exclaimed, "It was so beautiful." The sounds of yes were endless. He looked around and said, very satisfied, "The furniture cost was not a problem." Hearing that, she agreed. Yes, she spent some money to hire a dwarf to work. He was so panicked. "What, you, a dwarf?" She saw his reaction and laughed. Perhaps he had never heard of a dwarf. He thought, "Oh my god, it's that dwarf." Moreover, the dwarfs are not gods in the afterlife, yet she can invite those people to work. She's really not the type of ordinary girl. He didn't know what else to say. There were also dwarfs. The competition was really fierce. She was very pleased to say, "Yes, if the technology is poor, it would be difficult to live here." After chatting with him, she turned around to attract the attention of everyone standing in the auditorium. "Come on, everyone's attention." He said very confidently, "Because everyone present here is called musical geniuses, I will recommend suitable jobs for everyone." Beethoven immediately had an opinion. "Young man, what are you talking about? Please explain it to everyone clearly." As expected, until now you still haven't told them what they need to do. "You meet the need right away. First, sell everyone's useless talents to me at a cheap price. Things that are outdated usually no one buys." She was startled when she heard him say that. Really, it's too touching to people. However, he didn't feel anything. His eyes still looked determined. "From now on please look carefully." Having finished speaking, he turned and hugged Sister Jin's waist. While she was extremely confused with his sudden action, he was unusually calm. "I will dance to the music with her," he said. His words left everyone below speechless. God. Her face was already red. It was rare for him to be willing to express his feelings to someone like that, but his voice was still normal, and everyone should follow their feelings. He happily requested it, then composed the music.
Hearing that request, everyone was quite nervous. They must be very lucky to see the goddess and their hearts dancing under the lights in such a sexy outfit. Of course, with such a situation, hey, who would dare to openly disagree? Beethoven stammered and asked, "What is this?" He saw that everyone was still a bit awkward, so he turned to ask Jean, "Sister." She has now adapted to the current situation, so she winked at him. "I'm waiting, little brother." Her voice is really attractive, making even a schemer like Jung Tyson unconsciously fall in the grid. The music has turned on, the lights are also bright. Now, this moment is the stage of Jung Tyson and Sister Jean. The two of them will be the hosts of the party, leading the musicians down there to the pinnacle of their careers. He said loudly, "Let's begin." During that time, outside everything was still happening very normally. The atmosphere was even somewhat quiet. No one knew that inside the other building was a stand with many musicians playing very loudly, engrossed. Yuri looked at the phone boredly. "What happened? I told you we were having lunch together." She walked back and forth, finally leaning against the wall and saying, "Why don't you go to class? Why skip class?" She thought about Jung Tyson. It's already lunchtime, but suddenly she heard music somewhere, probably coming from that house. She found it quite confusing. Huh? Violin. The weather was still chilly, but outside, she looked up at that building. This was definitely not her target, because not only her but many people also heard the sound of the piano, so out of curiosity, she went over. Everyone outside was talking enthusiastically. "I'm dying, this music university student, how can he make such a sweet violin sound? I'm getting goosebumps." She heard everyone talking to her. Just like that, they also ran over. She was also very excited to know the owner of the sound. In front of the two people talking to each other, the first person exclaimed, "But this is the first time I've heard this song." The person next to me nodded repeatedly. "It's so good." She was extremely shocked. The sound of the violin sounded like it was coming from afar. Moreover, it was not a cabinet but a solo. She seemed to think of something. In here, Jung Tyson is very happily placing the guitar on his shoulder and playing in his own style. The music sounds very sweet. He smiled so brightly, the guitar seemed to be cooperating with him to create a classic work of art. She walked into the crowd and was surprised to see Jung Tyson standing there. She shouted in surprise, "What is that, Jung Tyson?" Her eyes were tight. Maybe she didn't expect that the person everyone was admiring was Jung Tyson. She thought in her head, "After all, you." "What is it, the Mania?" His silhouette shines in the sunlight like the chosen one. Everyone was crazy about the melodies he created. Everyone seemed to lose their minds and screamed, "Great, so good." Everyone's face turned red. He stood in the middle of the stage, enjoying the moment. He was praised by the whole world. A while later, after the performance ended, Jung Tyson came out to meet Yuri. He very gently asked if he was hungry. She was quite happy when he paid attention to her. But as a girl, of course she had to keep the price for herself, so she pretended to be angry. "What, skipping class? So what was this violin recital about?" He got into the car, carefully put the money he earned in a private place, feeling a bit worried. He didn't know, after the contract with the gods ended, the following days would definitely be like this. From the depths of my heart, all the thoughts of the gods surged forth strongly. She saw that he didn't care about what she said, so she continued to scold him. The same with the piano. "When did he perform the violin like that? Are you really human?" Of course these words of hers made him angry. "I've met a lot of people, so I don't have time to answer in detail. Moreover, this is also my own secret." He didn't say much, just laughed it off. There are many multi-talented people in this world. His words didn't sound very trustworthy, but of course this was the most reasonable answer. She shook her head and said to him again, "Does that sound reasonable to you? You also know that just having a little artistic talent is already great. You don't, but you have the ability to participate in major piano competitions. Now the violin too," she said as if praising him. Then she got angry with him when he was the one who should be angry with himself. "Besides those things, do you have any other talents? Tell me, is that still true?" she said like this has hit my heart again. Suddenly he changed the subject. "Let's go to the school cafeteria today." I was very surprised. "Why is it cafeteria? What's wrong?" "I was planning to use that money to build a hot building." She kept thinking to me, with the money I just earned, they should go eat somewhere fancy. But his answer surprised her. "I will donate that money." She couldn't understand what he heard, donating. This was the first time she realized he also had something in his heart. That's kind. He asked her to go somewhere. "Let's go first." So the two of them went together to the school cafeteria under the attention of those around them. The two walked side by side, not saying a word. He smiled. She was quite nervous. "What are you thinking?" Feeling like something unexpected will happen soon. He turned around and smiled brightly. Everything was very good, this time with Yuri. She thought that next he would confess his love to her. Her face turned red and she said, "That's so cheesy, you talk like a senior, not more like an uncle." He thought, he was right and he was right, while her face was still red. Maybe she really wanted something to happen. While the two were passionately talking to each other, a voice rang out and interrupted the conversation. "Hey Jung Tyson, I'm very surprised and a little dissatisfied. Why is suddenly bothering me during this time?" He turned down and saw his three friends, 2 men and 1 woman. 2 boys walking in front happily greeted him. "Damn Jung Tyson, where did you go today?" He wasn't surprised by his appearance, appeared of the 2 people, but was surprised by the appearance of the girl in the back.
He was shocked by the people who studied with men at law school. If they found out about him now, it would be really bad. Then he realized the person behind him was Senior Yaren. Taisen turned his head in surprise. Ah! Son Yori next to him was equally surprised. Two boys walked towards them. One of them said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" The son also asked, "Are you on your way to lunch?" The two of them continued to greet each other. I said hello to Senior Yori. The two also returned the greeting. "Ah, that's right, hello Junsik." The girl accompanying the two boys suddenly asked him, "Taisen, why didn't you come to the lecture hall today? It's so difficult to see your face." He smirked in response. Does Yaren Sr. have to know the reason? His words startled her. Taisen. The other two friends spoke up to reconcile. Thinking back, it seemed like Taisen didn't come to the lecture hall. Didn't he register for some specialized courses? He laughed, but I said before that I wouldn't study specialized subjects this term. Son Yori next to him looked at him and then looked at Yaren and thought, Queen of the Law Department Lee Yaren. Lee Yaren, the most beautiful person in a Korean university, is dating Oh Dong-seom, a promiscuous person. This is a stain that Lee Yaren cannot erase for the rest of her life. Could it be that Lee Yaren is planning to use Taisen to bleach herself? The other friend spoke up and asked him again, interrupting Yori's thoughts. Taisen, will you come to the opening ceremony tomorrow? He smiled brightly. Of course we have to go, Junsik, please text me the location. After saying that, he and Yori turned around and said goodbye to the others and left. The two friends also said goodbye. Okay, see you tomorrow, everyone, please eat well. Lee Yaren stood behind with a dark face, looking at the two people leaving. Thinking uncomfortably, and Yori, Child X, from the beginning I didn't like it. And Jang Taisen, you will have to kneel at my feet. Now, I have no regrets for you anymore. The scene changes to the classroom. Everyone is talking about someone. What, is that person in our class? Oh my god, is that the violin player from before? I'm a law student. He knows how to play both piano and violin. His nose is straighter than mine. Turns out all the talk was about Taisen. He still smiled and calmly accepted all the comments around him. But, he's so handsome. Suddenly two female classmates approached and started talking to him. Hey, are you really law students? He thought to himself, he knew it already, so why did he ask? However, he still politely smiled. Yes, I am a student of course 8 of the law faculty. The two girls were excited. 8-star course, wow, our juniors are here. Gradually, many people came up to talk to him, complimenting him continuously. Among the law students I have ever met, he is the best, good at anything. The violin piece you played this morning seems to be an unpublished piece. Surely your teacher is very good. Can you play it again? At this moment, Taisen really didn't know what to do amid the sea of praise from everyone around him. He smiled and replied, yes, it is a piece of music that has never been published. Other classmates asked each other, so what, who composed it? Did your teacher compose it? What conservatory did you study at? If not, then your parents must be people in the music world. He smiled and admitted, it was all my work, I am the one who composed them. This admission made everyone angry. You composed it yourself, the sky is so great, don't be rude. Not only is he good at playing the violin, he can also compose music. He spoke again, if everyone is wondering, let me prove it to everyone. The classmates were surprised. Why? I want to hear that and play a song, so don't play the violin anymore. Can you play the piano? Don't get up and go to the piano in the classroom, then, I'll play a short piece. He placed his hand on the piano keys, and someone loudly asked below, what was the name of this song? His eyes were thoughtful. What was his name? Then suddenly he smiled. First of all, everyone just listened to it. Every musical note resonates under his skilled hands. The music became faster and faster, his fingers dancing faster and faster along the keys. The sound of the piano echoed outside the classroom. Other students heard it and were surprised. What is it, this piano sound? The students present in the schoolyard who heard it all exclaimed, wow, the atmosphere is so wonderful, the professor is playing the stars. Some people even exclaimed, we have to go see who it is. During this time, the music gave everyone a strange feeling like falling straight from heaven to hell. The lyrics resonate, the feeling of waking up and suddenly finding yourself in a strange place. Where should we go? The students in the class all began to shed tears. Why did we come here anyway? What should we do later? Taisen's fingers continued to dance on the keys. For a moment we become wanderers with nothing, and immerse yourself in fantasy. Taisen was still focused on his music, seemingly not paying any attention to the things around him. The listeners who sat and listened all shed tears along with the song's melody. A few people expressed exclamation, excitement, and sadness. Among the people listening to the music was a man looking at Taisen with an expression as if he was shocked by something. He thought, Chopin. Just like Chopin. Only Chopin can create such wonderful notes. The audience sat there with tears streaming down their faces, feeling so moved. The music gradually ended, the female students burst into tears, some shouted, this is no longer a normal song, I want to hear it again, this is the Sonata of Heaven. Heaven is sad, yes, it is a tragic paradise. Tyson stood there looking down at his listeners with narrowed eyes and a smile. A sad paradise. Originally the name of this piece of music was Untitled Song number 77. At this time, at the back of the room, the professor from before asked a few students. Who was that student? A student from our department. The students who were asked turned around in surprise. Ah, teacher, professor. Not a student of our department. The professor was startled. So, who is it? The other student answered. He was a new student of course 8 of the law faculty. The professor was shocked. What, a new law student? At this time, Tyson walked up to the professor and politely said, Professor, I'm sorry for arbitrarily using the piano before class. He turned to look at him, and from him the professor saw the image of the musical genius Chopin. He was startled and exclaimed, Chopin. Looking at the professor's reaction like that, Tyson smiled shyly. It seemed like he was tricked by Chopin. Just doing that made everyone applaud non-stop. I didn't think so. When I play the piano, it's me but not me. There was clearly something very different, like Chopin had entered my body. Suddenly a message appeared in his mind. Half of the karma points were spent on the gods. At this moment he walked in the schoolyard, thinking as he walked, why is it divided in two? This is not a new type of voice scam. If you show your talent, I will also receive points. Then suddenly he smiled to himself and mumbled, Chopin, from now on, if you continue to casually enter me like that, it's not okay. Do you hear me clearly? At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened his phone and looked at the notification and was startled. What? It seemed like it was about to rain, so the opening location changed from the grass field to the 103-star classroom. According to my prediction, it's probably drinking beer with cakes. On days with weather like this, eating onion cakes and drinking rice wine is the best. While he walked away lost in his own thoughts, the other students were looking at him and exclaiming, oh my god, so handsome, is that person, the one playing the piano from earlier? The scene changed to another teaching building. A scolding sound rang out, hey, this kid can't even do just that. The boy who was scolded was shaking his head and stammering, I'm sorry. Teaching assistant. The teacher continued to scold. The professors were also going to attend the opening ceremony but changed the location from the field to the classroom. Even if they are new students, they should have some understanding of the world. Is this okay? Are you planning to live foolishly in this society forever? Do you know that daunting makes these things much better than you, huh? Then he pointed to the person standing next to him and scolded him, and he did the same thing. The student council president has to keep an eye on the new students too. The student who was scolded spoke up tremblingly, I tried everything but couldn't find a more suitable location. There were too many people registered to attend the opening ceremony. The teacher did not accept the explanation and scolded him even louder. I appointed you to be the faculty representative for a reason. Making the impossible possible is something that faculty representatives must do, understand? Especially in the law department, we have never had to experience such a shameful disaster till to now we have, thanks to you. His expression at this moment seemed like he wanted to chew both of their heads off. At this moment, another shouting voice interrupted him, really, that was too much. That teacher immediately got mad, UX. The lecturer was standing and scolding his two students when he heard footsteps coming along with a voice saying, that's too much. The three of them turned around to look in surprise. The lecturer heard someone say that and angrily asked, who are you? It seemed like the teacher realized who this student was. The teacher's face also became panicked. No, it was you. That young man walked closer to the other three people. It seems the teacher recognized them. That young man showed a sinister smile and introduced himself to everyone, the righteous man of the 8th class of law faculty, Jang Tae-san. Hearing this name, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone's eyes widened and looked suspiciously at the young man, Jang Tae-san. The teacher suddenly became worried, his face turned pale, his body trembled with fear and asked, what the hell are you talking about? Jang Tae-san didn't pay any attention. Calmly sarcastically said, you're talking too much. When the teacher heard the student retorting his words, he got angry and yelled and cursed to Jang Tae-san. How dare the new student retort the teaching assistant's words, this damn crazy guy. Jang Tae-san heard his teacher curse him like that, and the thought immediately appeared in his heart, the crazy person is the teacher. Not me. Jang Tae-san looked down with a self-deprecating smile. Damn it, the teacher was angry and shouted, yes, you bastard. Having said that, Jang Tae-san said right in the middle of many students walking around, after all, he is a teaching assistant, he has no right to call students bastards. The teacher couldn't believe his ears. What? His face looked careless, looking straight at the teacher with unfriendly eyes. Please apologize and take back that statement. Jang Tae-san continued to say, especially when we're the ones who will later become part of the legal community that carries out justice in Korea. The teaching assistant humiliating me is no different from insulting the entire student body. The more the teacher listened, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth and cursing, you damn kid, you're so brave. Seeing the teacher angry did not make Jang Tae-san worried, on the contrary, he looked at the teacher with eyes full of confidence. There were more and more students standing and listening.
The words Jang Tae-san had just said also made them curious, he continued to say. Didn't the teacher just tell the dean that first-year students are also adults? Don't just talk, take action. When the students heard this, everyone was surprised. They looked towards Jang Tae-san to hear him continue. Are adults cursing like this? I did not enter the law department of a Korean university to hear such words. The two students who were scolded by the teacher just now also spoke up. That's right, the teaching assistant scolded him like that was wrong. The teacher got mad and immediately turned around and shouted at the other two students. What? Hey, are you crazy? Can't you see that guy is resisting me? These two students pretended to be stupid and said, probably so, but there was no teacher at all. That's right, the teacher shouted. Hey, you hackball. Jang Tae-san stopped being next to him and couldn't hear it anymore, so he spoke up. Please apologize, but there is no way this teacher would apologize to the students. He shouted, crazy, they couldn't even discuss the location, so why should I apologize? No, sorry. As if he understood the point of the sentence, Jang Tae-san asked back, so if we discuss the location, will you apologize? The teacher heard that and stood still for 5 seconds, staring at the student standing in front of him. What? But it seems like the teacher has thought of something. Smiling evilly and thinking, discussing, Jang Tae-san, you. The teacher immediately became happy. Smiled and raised his finger to say very confidently, giving Jang Tae-san a challenge. Okay, within an hour if he can discuss the opening location, making the professors happy. I will publicly apologize. The more he talked, the more dangerous his face became. Refer to the first-year business school students opening today in Pal 10. Hearing about the opening location, the two students who had just been scolded by the teacher were now gasping in surprise, their eyes wide open as if they couldn't believe this was true. Hearing the teacher say that, Jang Tae-san did not hesitate any longer and took out his phone and dialed a number to call someone. Jang Tae-san leisurely picked up the phone and said, Do you need an hour? I'll discuss it right now. The teacher saw this scene and thought contemptuously in his heart, this bastard thinks Pal 10 Hotel is the name of someone's dog. The other teacher stood next to him, smiling happily. The more he thought about it, the more interested he became. Let's see Jang Tae-san, let's see what tricks he plays. Jang Tae-san's phone connected to the other party, a voice came from the phone. Thank you for contacting, I'm Chang Soo, the representative in charge of the conference room at Pal 10 Hotel. Jang Tae-san slowly replied, hello, can you help me with something? The other side of the Pal 10 Hotel very thoughtfully responded, of course, sir, how can I help you? Hearing that, Jang Tae-san's eyes flashed with joy, he smiled and said, I need a venue for the opening ceremony, can I rent a hall in Pal 10 Hotel? The teacher heard the conversation just now and was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The other side of the phone continued, how are you today, sir? Jang Tae-san replied, yes, after another hour there were about 100 people, including the professor. The people standing around heard this conversation, everyone gasped in surprise, they all did not believe this was true, the Pal 10 Hotel hall, impossible. The hotel side responded immediately, yes sir, please rest assured, I will find it right away. To the surprise of everyone here, Jang Tae-san made a request to the other hotel. I wanted to ask Chef Albert Leo, who cooked the dishes I had eaten before. Please take about 3 buses to the parking lot of the Korean University Law Faculty. The hotel happily responded, yes, I will arrange it right away, then see you in an hour. The more people around heard, the more surprised they became. They couldn't believe what they had just heard, the chef, the 3 buses, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. At the end of the phone call, the teacher who had been standing there watching the drama could not believe that this was true. He was angry and trembling and said, lying is impossible. Jang Tae-san didn't care either, he smiled and said friendly, so let's talk to the representative. After finishing his sentence, he immediately changed his face, turned his bullet-shaped eyes towards the teacher and said, I'll say it again, please apologize. The teacher did not believe this was true. He shouted angrily, shut up, who are you fooling? After hearing this, Jang Tae-san's face suddenly darkened and he coldly repeated the teacher's last words, shut up. He used a suppressed voice and said, I'm giving you a final warning. The teacher seemed to detect the danger emanating from Jang Tae-san's body and sweat suddenly poured out, something. Suddenly, Jang Tae-san turned into another person, using his internal strength, anger appeared, he stretched out his neck and shouted at the teacher and teaching assistant, no need, the teacher feels scared and screams, Jang Tae-san's face became even more fierce, his deadly eyes aimed at the teacher in front of him. Blue veins appeared on his face, saying a warning, apologizing, if you don't want to die. The teacher who witnessed this scene was not cold but shivered, jumped back a few steps. Sweat poured out like rain, his mouth kept saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will speak carefully. After saying that, he was so scared that he turned around and ran towards the door. The surrounding students stood and laughed. Ha, that senior ran away, ha ha ha. The teacher ran to the door and remembered the terrifying appearance of Jang Tae-san just now. He couldn't help but turn around in fear. What the hell was that monster appearance just now? The 2 students who were initially scolded by the teacher now felt relieved. Looked at Jang Tae-san and smiled shyly and said, Tae-san, thank you, Jang Tae-san humbly replied.
Just helping friends in trouble.
Hearing these words, they were moved to tears. They didn't think that anyone would come forward to help them like that. They couldn't help but feel grateful. Tae-san. The people around all witnessed what happened just now. They kept praising Jang Tae-san. So cool, so refreshing. Tae-san is at the top. This causes his career points to be increased. Scene changed to Paulton Hotel. In front of the hotel door, noisy conversations rang out. What, the law faculty is coming too? Yes, I just saw you getting off the bus to the auditorium, really. The more these students talked, the more enthusiastic they became, and saw a food cart following them. The chef also has foreign chefs coming. Without Oh Dong-song, who would help, the chef participating would cost at least 100,000 won per person. A girl who had always kept silent until now, a thought appeared in her mind. She had to go directly to verify it. In the hotel lobby, people were busy coming and going. The discussions still haven't ended. That guy is so cool, he didn't even invite a girl group. The food was served on the table in abundance, from European to Korean dishes, making the students even more curious. Within an hour, the hotel hall was rented, and high-class dishes such as like this anymore. In the large hotel hall, such noisy conversations continued. It was said that his family was very rich. I heard that my grandmother's family is a tycoon. Everyone stood around chatting. Tae-san, that guy didn't know who he was, but he was probably of some caliber. That guy is really good. This girl listened attentively to those gossips, as if she discovered something very interesting. Is Jang Tae-san really you? The girl suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Thinking, good job, Jang Tae-san, I've marked you. In a tall corporate building, a voice came from the office. Lawyer Joe, how is the investigation of the Financial Surveillance Service going? Lawyer Joe seriously reported, all were stopped. Lawyer Joe gave a friendly smile and continued. Since it was a legal situation, he should use a little force, but that side would keep his mouth shut. They are really sharp-eyed. Jang Tae-san overhears contemplating something and asked, do you know who is managing the business? Lawyer Joe was a bit surprised and asked again. Business manager, what's wrong? Do you seriously want to take over the business? Jang Tae-san replied with a calculating face, yes, I think I will do it soon. Lawyer Joe, with 10,000 questions why, kept asking Jang Tae-san, no matter what size. Small and medium enterprise, do I know? Jang Tae-san smiled and replied, probably so. This answer made Lawyer Joe feel more secure. He said, okay, then I can go out for a few drinks with my friends. If it was current capital, it probably wouldn't have been difficult to buy a business. After finishing his sentence, Jang Tae-san immediately added, his eyes flashing with confidence, saying, it's a corporation. Lawyer Joe didn't pay much attention at first, just nodded and smiled, okay, good, corporation. As if something flashed in his mind, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Jang Tae-san, as if he heard something terrible. What, a corporation? He looked at the chairman in front of him suspiciously and asked a question, could it be Dong Ryong? Jang Tae-san looked straight and Lawyer Joe said, wow, Dong Ryong Group is a bit small, you should think about it more. Lawyer Joe's eyes froze, his face also became more unsightly. It seemed like he had thought of an answer, so, maybe. Jang Tae-san looked at him like that and guessed that he already knew. Yes, it seemed right. Lawyer Joe didn't think this was right. He grimaced and shouted, Tae-san is not him, it can't be. No matter how surprised Lawyer Joe seemed, he still maintained a calm state and said, I plan to buy back Anna Group. Even though Lawyer Joe had predicted it, when he heard the director say that, he couldn't help but panic. Director Jang, we shouldn't touch them. He was trying to explain to Jang Tae-san the seriousness of the problem. With the advent of this government, the director knows how much money Anna Group has spent. The more he spoke, the more worried he became. His face filled with fear and said, Anna's president will probably kill you. Lawyer Joe was afraid for his director. The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled. Tae-san could lose his life this time, but Jang Tae-san seemed to have his own plans. Not paying too much attention to those things and saying, don't worry. Speaking of this, in Lawyer Joe's mind, the cruel face of Chairman O appeared, a face full of death. He warned Jang Tae-san, Chairman Jang, that bastard is extremely despicable. He waved his arms and legs, wanting to transfer your interest to another company. If you choose Dong Ryong Group, I will try. Dong Ryong is good, you can give it to your mother. But Jang Tae-san ignored it. He acted like it was a normal thing to laugh and talk. Snacks can't become a main dish, right? Lawyer Joe couldn't believe these words. What did you say? He asked his director in doubt. Dong Ryong is a snack. Anna is a main dish, Jang Tae-san replied indifferently, probably so. Scene changed to another conversation. He gently put down his cup of coffee. The coffee was still hot and smoke was flying. It seemed like this meeting had just begun. Jang Tae-san looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, smiled friendly and said, thank you for the coffee today, Department Head you. When you heard that, he smiled beautifully and replied, that's what I should do. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang and rang. It was Jang Tae-san's phone. He picked up the phone and called his mother. At the other end of the second was a woman's voice, are you busy, son?
Jiang Tae-san answered his mother's phone call and gently replied, "Not busy, what's going on?" His mother immediately replied, "What's going on? She just called to know if you went to school well or not." He and mom continued their conversation. He said, "Well, if you want to know, come play with me this weekend." His mother on the other end of the phone heard that and smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, but this time it's not your turn to visit me." He heard his mother say that and was a little surprised and asked, how are you? What's going on at home? His mother knew he was thinking in the wrong direction, so she said, "There is no problem with the house, the problem lies with the child." When I heard my mother say it, I didn't understand anything. What was wrong with my child? His mother slowly replied, "Son, I have my health certificate." Hearing this, he was startled. His mouth gaped open, his eyes opened wide as if something terrible had happened, and he shouted, A health check." His mother heard his voice and seemed to have predicted it. No matter how he reacted, his mother continued to say, "You forgot. No, you forgot on purpose." Right, these words made him freeze. How can I forget things? Even if I regress, the memories of my time in the army still terrify me. In his mind, memories of the past reappeared. In a place with all kinds of people, a place like a dream garden of a strange country where the good, the ugly, the weird, the strange gathered together, these images kept appearing in his mind as if they had just happened. Manager Yu was sitting next to her, so she heard this conversation. She curiously asked, "Director, why do you have to do a health check?" This question brought him back to the present, startled when he looked at Department Head Yu and thought, "Oh, I forgot, Department Head Yu was right in front of him." At this time, he was a bit shy because of his recent behavior, so he smiled shyly and said, "My mother said she already had a health check." Manager Yu heard that and didn't think much of it. He innocently asked, Health check, the director must have been ranked first." Jiang Taishan looked at the girl in front of him who was still smiling and talking as if there was no problem, wondering in his heart, "Oh, why did she react like that?" Chief Yu smiled and continued, just looking at him. I could see that he was very compatible with Marines or Special Forces soldiers. Jiang Taishan's face was stunned and he said, "Chief Yu, could it be?" Looking at his face like that, she just smiled and said, "You asked me how I knew your age." Hearing the question, Jiang Taishan was stunned. Looking at him like that, Manager Yu smiled happily and continued. It seems the director still doesn't know much about women. If you're interested, women collect just as much information as men. After hearing this, Jiang Taishan's face was bewildered and he couldn't utter a word. Seeing that he didn't answer, she guessed that what she just said was true. She smiled brightly and continued, "I think I've said it before, it's not men who flirt with women, but women who signal to men first." I was very skeptical. He just asked to book plane tickets or hotels in advance and always paid directly, even for snacks or pizza costs up to millions of won per month. Jiang Taishan just sat and listened to her talk like that, not knowing what he was thinking. She smiled and continued to get to the point. Just going to work or on vacation is strange enough. He felt like he had been stabbed in the heart, smiling foolishly, thinking it was all the mistakes he had caused. She continued, and he even studied at a Korean law university. Hearing that, he guessed that there seemed to be no problem. He gently picked up the cup of coffee to drink to regain composure and thought, yes, that much information is not enough to be sure, Manager Yu turned his clear eyes towards him and said, "So I searched, I knew roughly the area where he lived, so I looked for the high school, the pride of Jiangsu High School, past the law faculty of the National University." He was drinking coffee. Hearing her say that startled him so much that he choked on the coffee. Coffee flew out of his nose and his face changed color. His eyes accidentally fell on the part below her neck. This was probably what made him choke on his coffee, not those words. She didn't pay attention and continued, "Are you afraid you'll be looked down upon because you're young?" He stammered in response, "No, that's not it." She continued, "You don't know how girls calculate." Right, hearing that, he was startled and looked straight into her face and replied, "Yes." Her voice continued to echo, "There is no company like this company in Korea. Even if the director is a middle school student, I will still stay at the company. What does age have to do with it?" He smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to say it properly. Naively said, "I thought Captain you would sympathize with me." Truong Fan Yu also smiled brightly and said sincerely, "The director is also a good person. I will devote myself to the company," he thought to himself, giving his all. She turned back and looked straight into the director's eyes and continued. "Even if the director goes on duty, I will not betray the director. Not only will I send letters, but every month I will visit. I'll tell them not to bully you because they're older." Hearing that, he looked at her confused and thought, "Oh, why does it look like I'm going to join the army?" He smiled and said, "No need to visit." She was startled when she heard that. She didn't understand why he said that, She panicked and said in worry, "Director, did I do something wrong? What did I do wrong?" She looked at him with pitiful eyes and carefully asked, "Do you hate me?" He saw her with such an attitude and helplessly said, "No, me? I have no intention of joining the army." His face became full of confidence, his eyes also revealed a steadfast look towards her. When she heard his answer, she was surprised and exclaimed,
The scene changes to a large company building. A conversation comes from the top room of the company. Boss, that bastard seems to have returned to his hometown. He left home early in the morning and was on a high-speed train. This big brother sits cross-legged on the desk. He is truly a different big brother. The other end of the line is waiting for an order from this boss. What should I do now? The big brother spoke, revealing his white teeth, but did not seem very friendly, saying, "Where are the people in the security company?" On the other side, his junior replied, "I'm going alone." Sitting against the light, the big brother's face darkened, making him look even more scary. His voice was equally scary. "So, follow him, I'll send them away right away." When juniors receive orders, they speak and obey big brother's orders. He hung up the phone and thought, Jung Tyson, that strange bastard, this kid is really good at taking down businesses, studied all the way to Korean Law University. Suddenly he revealed his straight face, sharp eyes and a cunning smile and said, "Your luck is over, it's okay to bury you in your hometown." The car sped along the road. The scenery here was so familiar to Jung Tyson. Joy aroused in his heart, his homeland. The red car kept rushing forward, finally arriving at Jeongju City. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind of a young man with white hair screaming in pain, with a few drops of blood appearing around him. Each imagery appeared in his mind. There was death, blood, images of slaughter that he still couldn't forget. Then a man's face was covered in blood, his eyes were cruel, his face was injured but still showed a cruel look in it. He got out of his car, looked at the familiar scene in front of him and couldn't help but think. Missing the atmosphere of his hometown so much. Returning to the place where he was born. Jung Tyson exuded a comfort that he did not have in the city. The more he looked at the scene, the more he remembered his old friends. He returned to Jeongju City to receive a health check. While standing there admiring the surrounding scenery, something suddenly came at him, making him scream in pain. "Ah!" Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him stunned. His face stiffened. If the gods hadn't suddenly called, there would be nothing better. It turned out that he was standing in front of a temple. This place seemed very beautiful. He thought, who is this god again? The scene of the temple appearing before your eyes is so beautiful, it has a peaceful feeling different from the urban place out there. A man walked out from inside and faced Jung Tyson and asked, "Are you here?" He looked at the person in front of him but was not surprised at all. He smiled and thought, "Mr. Barnsdale, anyone who looks at me knows you were looking for me." Mr. Barnsdale gave a friendly smile and asked, "How are you?" Jung Tyson saw that and smiled and asked, "What's going on?" He looked so happy. Mr. Barnsdale smiled happily and asked, "Do you feel the same way?" How could Jung Tyson not know? Happiness appeared on his face. He said, "Yes, it seems like you are very happy." Mr. Barnsdale adjusted his glasses and replied gently, "You have good eyesight." Jung Tyson seemed to have discovered something. He looked at Mr. Barnsdale in front of him and said, the way he spoke had also changed. Did something happen? Tyson crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked with a serious face, "It's amazing how you accumulated so many points." Barnsdale looked mysterious and said, "Have you ever heard of the Lake of the Gods?" Tyson suddenly remembered, the legendary lake where Mr. Nova pulled the Elf Queen up, and Ms. Jeannie also said she worked there, is a very different place. Barnsdale wisely smiled and said, "One day I went to the gods area and used the points you gave me to buy the lake entrance fee." Tyson looked at him and jokingly said, "Lake of the Gods is like a famous amusement park." Barnsdale replied shyly, "I only went there for the first time, because I lost too many points so I couldn't go there anymore." "But it's great, the lake water is very different." "Oh, the lake water." Tyson looked at Barnsdale in amazement. Barnsdale laughed loudly then replied, "Deal is smooth." He fell backwards with his answer. "You mean that country, not that country?" Tyson said coldly, "Then why did you suddenly mention that place?" Barnsdale looked intently at Tyson's expression. "That's right. I took tutoring lessons there." "What are you talking about in remedial mechanics?" "No need to be so surprised, Barnsdale, haven't I told you?" Hearing that, his eyes sparkled with surprise. "Huh?" Barnsdale still kept his smile and replied, "Ancient language." Tyson thought to himself, "Ancient language. Haha, that's right, I learned the ancient language there." Tyson thought in fear, could that be a magical language that appears in fictional novels? Barnsdale continued to say, "Instead I also taught them some of the languages I know." Tyson asked curiously, "Do the gods also need to learn that language?" Of course, the gods with high status do not say that anybody with lower status must learn to go to another dimension to do that task. After listening, Tyson understood some parts, so that's it. Barnsdale stood opposite Tyson and explained more, "And now there are many gods from that dimension passing through here for part-time jobs, you know, witches, goblins, magicians, etc. Tyson is unbelievable. Oh my god, yes I know. So I taught them the language of this dimension." He heard Barnsdale say that and only nonchalantly replied, "Oh really?" Barnsdale suddenly rushed closer to Tyson and said, "Just telling him that they have a lot of karma points. Especially the female goblins are so delicious, their scores are even better." Tyson's face was full of anticipation for the smooth goblin girls. Tyson thought to himself, it turns out he also met a goblin, although not at the queen level like Nova. He's suddenly very jealous of Barnsdale. I also have Nova's training documents with me. But I also want to contact him, with those goblins. Barnsdale chuckled and looked at him. He was surprised that it was such a pleasure to be a god here. Tyson replied, I really admire you. Tyson raised the like button towards Barnsdale. That's great, you must have earned a lot of points. Barnsdale knew his intentions, so he said at first, but you can't go. Tyson got mad and shouted, oh, I also want to go there. Barnsdale rejected him because he is not yet a god. Why am I not a god? What do you say? Tyson replied unhappily. Barnsdale didn't care what he said. You can't go there like that. Tyson frowned and said. Only the body is in the human world, but I also said that we specialize in dealing with gods. Barnsdale was told that his heart was broken and he was helpless to compromise. It's not like there was no way. Hearing that tone, do you want to give me a condition? Thinking like that, Tyson still smiled and said, yes, what should I do? Barnsdale looked at him and said frankly, that was a bit dangerous. Tyson didn't think so. Just learning a language isn't dangerous. He was afraid of revealing a loophole, so he changed the topic. It's not like that, you've already earned a lot of karma points. Tyson happily replied, of course, it's just enough. Barnsdale asked worriedly, twice as much as the previous transaction. Tyson did not hesitate to think but agreed, yes. Barnsdale didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Why did he make such a strong decision? I'm in trouble. Tyson rushed straight to Barnsdale and said, smiling, since you suddenly appeared, you've been paying attention to my grades, right? Looking at Tyson's arm around his shoulder, Barnsdale hesitantly said, let's sign the deal then. Tyson was extremely excited. Of course I know your ancient language has my points. A god from another dimension has begun to pay attention to you. Tyson was surprised. Wondering why the god from another dimension, remembering Barnsdale's words again, I said it would be dangerous. Tyson saw that and cursed, damn, why is that so? Yo man, my bro, welcome to Zhangzhou City. When my friends saw him coming home, they laughed and talked, my bro, how have you been so much? I miss you so much. Tyson looked at his friends and asked, do you miss me or my wallet? They all rushed to hug Tyson and said, haha, of course it's both of them. His other friend observed him and asked, do you think you've grown taller? The guy next to me jokingly said, hi Anchio, Tyson is different now so we can do well. That's right, Tyson has Syrian and that beautiful sister too. Oh that's right, Claire is right, haha, let's go drink together. Why did you tell me? The guy in the yellow shirt excitedly told me, I went on a blind date yesterday. The guy in the black shirt got angry and said, why did you go on a blind date, you traitor? The two of them continued to laugh and joke happily. If it's fun, please let me know. The other friend happily agreed, okay hi Ancho. Tyson helplessly looked at the two of them. They were still the same as before. By this time the sky had turned dark. Tyson's friends went out to drink. Have you called them yet? The yellow shirt boy said, everyone who can come has already arrived. It's been a long time since you came back, so many of you are not home. Tyson smiled and said, it's been a while, let's go play online. A glass of wine hit the table. You bastard Tyson. Why don't you stay awake in this city and play on the internet? Tyson doesn't understand and sits there bewildered, huh? The guy laughed loudly and said, if you play games, go shoot guns and don't change anything to suit the times. The guy next to me also agreed, haha that's right, those of us who are about to go to military service should play shooting. Have you all gone for a health check? Yes, you, yes, me? They started discussing again, let's join the army together, that's it, yes we can join the army together. Okay, you have a good idea. Tyson looked at them and thought, haha crazy people. Tyson suddenly said, I'm sorry, don't count me in the army. I'm cross-eyed. His friends were surprised, they were cross-eyed. Your friends are confused and cross-eyed, why do you have to apologize? Everyone burst out laughing, that's great. I'm jealous too, you're so lucky, I'll also. Pray hard for luck, pray Zhangzhou. Let's go, I'll cover everything, go. At an internet cafe, Tyson sat in front of the computer and said, no matter what I do, I think being 20 is the best. Come on, brothers, let's toast together. Now you guys can play as you please. Tyson generously said. Just eat as much as you want because I'm rich, I'll go to the car and eat for a while. Tyson left them behind, standing alone outside. Tyson coldly glanced behind him and said, guys. You can get out. Following Tyson's call, they stepped out and stood in front of Tyson, holding their weapons in their hands. Tyson coldly glanced at them, I knew you were following me from the moment I parked the car, quickly get out here, you flies. They saw that their plan was exposed so they had to step out. They just stood there looking at him with hostile eyes, looking at the swords in their hands. He silently exclaimed, the line is long, probably cut to the bone. As soon as he finished speaking, they rushed over like lightning. Tyson said in panic, what kind of killing intent is that? Then he angrily shouted, hey, that's crazy. They didn't say much and raised their swords to kill Tyson. He changed his expression and used his hand to stop them. Those bastards really cut me, so please answer.
They didn't dare to act rudely anymore and looked at him in fear. Tyson observed them and saw that something was wrong. Oh, these people don't seem to be from here. Are they Chinese? No, or are they from the Korean tribe? He turned around and twisted one of the guy's arms and threw them away. His whole body radiated a terrifying aura. It seemed like he really wanted to kill me this time. Tyson used his hand to squeeze another guy's face, making him groan in pain. The strength of his hand became stronger and stronger. His cries became louder and louder. Seeing this, his teammates were afraid and did not dare to move forward. The blonde guy whose arm he broke just now silently contemplated Tyson moves magic. They were very surprised when they saw everything. What was that? It was the Tai Chi, 5 elements, young Henry Tam Dharma. Tyson was very pleased to see their scared expressions. Why was he surprised? It's probably the first time you've met someone like me. The guy in black said through gritted teeth, bastard. Then he ordered the 2 guys behind him to quickly attack. Tyson saw them being so stupid and laughed loudly. It was really funny. The blonde guy was not afraid of death and rushed towards Tyson. Damn it. Tyson glared coldly and said, damn you bastards. Today they will surely die. They shouted loudly. What are they afraid of? Who the hell is that guy? Tyson silently looked at them like they were crazy and wanted to take his life. Blood splattered everywhere. This time the dead were the bastards. 2 of the 3 of them were dead. The black-haired man covered his face in fear. They died very miserably. Blood soaked the ground red. Tyson approached the black-haired man and said contemptuously, why continue fighting? Nothing is over yet, you guys are assassins. Who sent you here? The guy with black hair and his face covered in blood looked at Tyson in fear. Tyson coldly repeated the question again, who sent you guys here when I was still talking properly? Seeing him so silent, he burst out laughing. I can't say anything. He put his face close to me, smirked and said, it's okay, I know everything so just relax, he said in surprise. Why is that happening? Glancing at his arm, he said, people can still live well even if they only have one arm, right? He was scared by your words, this guy is crazy. Tyson smiled and said, you should rest first. Your friends still have enough limbs. Tyson patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, you will be next. His eyes widened in surprise. Just as you guessed. Not long after you left, there was a call. Wait, I'll say it, I was wrong, please forgive us. Tyson turned his back to him and said, I'm thinking clearly, but what should I do? It's already late. Even if I want to forgive you, the soul following you says this. Break his bones. Peel his skin, avenge us. He looked at his cold eyes and said in panic, what? Thud, blood splashed again and he died instantly. The next morning at the company, Tyson asked, Director, are you still okay? Looks like he's still healthy. Han Jinwing asked in surprise, who were they to dare? Tyson replied solemnly, they are professional assassins. Director Han was extremely panicked after hearing this, assassin. Han Jinwing guessed that by assassins he meant mercenaries. Tyson stood opposite Director Han and said, do you know them too? Jinwing replied, yes I have heard. Han Jinwing frowned and said, this is an open secret in the security world. If the mercenaries are professionally trained from China, it will be difficult to find their traces. Tyson asked again, are there many of them coming to our country? Han Jinwing replied. There are many people who have faked passports. They are very skilled at kidnapping and killing people. It is said that their organ trafficking network is very systematic. Tyson thought thoughtfully, even though he had predicted some of it, the people who targeted him were cold-blooded. Not just protecting their lives, but this was a family matter. Tyson pointed at the people behind Jinwing and said, is that them? Yes, that's right, today I rushed 10 people over. Director Han pointed to the 2 girls and said, please introduce to your sisters, these are 2 female tutors. As for the others, please protect them from afar. They clearly shouted and obeyed, please leave this job to us. Tyson said, I will build a new training camp near my father's farm. Please install surveillance equipment including CCTV, no need to save money. I heard that 50 more people will be added, Han Jinwing replied, that's right. Tyson smiled and said, it's okay to increase to 100 people if you have reliable abilities. I'm always welcome, everyone replied in unison, we will obey the director's orders. Tomorrow morning, in the office, the man was almost mad and shouted angrily, what has failed? A bunch of idiots, where are those bastards? Mr. Zhou was currently leading Ha Huanwu into Tyson's office. He said as he walked, our director Zhang is a very good person, don't be nervous, just tell me everything about you. Huanwu immediately said, I know, my friend. And this building is fully used, Mr. Zhou has nothing to hide, so he replied, yes, it is fully used. Huanwu asked a little surprised, really? Enter in front of Tyson's office. When he saw the two of them, Manager Zhu was waiting inside and immediately approached and bowed to greet him. The director invited him in. Mr. Zhou happily asked, Manager Yu and Manager Zhang, are you in there? The girl, standing straight and a bit shy, replied, please wait a moment. Without letting Department Head Zhu come in and talk to Tyson, Director Zhou happily called into Director Zhang Tyson's office. Director Zhang, I'm here. Tyson saw that the person had been brought there. He happily raised his hand to greet him. Please, I've been waiting all this time. On the contrary, when Ha Huanwu saw a young person like Tyson who was the director, he was surprised and thought, what is this? Is this young man Director Zhang? Mr. Zhou saw that Huanwu was a little confused and worried, hesitant to say hello, so he reminded him, Huanwu, say hello, this is Director Zhang Tyson, your future depends on him. Hearing that, Huanwu didn't hesitate any longer and went up to say hello. He said, hello sir, I am Ha Huanwu, thank you for giving me the opportunity to interview. Tyson was a bit polite and denied, no, I have to thank you for coming here, let's sit together. And in his head, Huanwu was silently assessing Tyson, saying, he's more mature than his age, I thought he'd never worked before. Then, Manager Zhu immediately brought D to serve the guests. Everyone was still a bit shy at this point so no one said anything. To relieve the awkward atmosphere, Mr. Zhou spoke first. He asked Tyson, Director Zhang. Have you read his profile? Oh, I have, Tyson replied. How do you feel about him? Director Zhou asked Tyson with an expectant expression. Tyson also did not hide anything and expressed that he felt like an exemplary prostitute of the Korean industry. Huanwu next to him heard that and was confused and thought, have I reached that point? Mr. Zhou immediately chimed in, that's right, my friend is like a historical witness of Daewon, I guarantee it, and then both of them laughed awkwardly. Ha Huanwu could only rub his head and scratch his ears and say, you said too much. Suddenly Tyson firmly said, I agree, making Huanwu gasp in surprise and say, what way? Tyson seemed extremely determined with his decision and then calmly explained that I trust lawyer Zhou more than my brothers in the family. The person he nominated did not need to ask much. When he saw that Huanwu would most likely implicate him, Mr. Zhou was also shy and turned to Huanwu. Huanwu, please devote yourself to Director Zhang. If you make a mistake, I will be dead, haha. Although it was a bit hard to believe, Ha Huanwu did not doubt much and told Tyson that I will try my best to support you. Tyson heard this and thought for a while. Then he immediately handed over the main job to Huanwu. He said, you should manage the merger team on the 10th floor. Mr. Ha confusedly asked clearly, is it the merger team? How is that possible? Tyson's eyes were filled with both trust and expectation in the person sitting in front of him and seriously said, I appoint you as department head and CEO of the company. After so many years of working, Ha Huanwu seemed to see hope for a successful career in the near future and emotionally said, thank you. After saying that, he asked his grandfather, did you work at Daewon for a long time? He immediately replied, yes, I worked at Daewon for 26 years. Tyson seemed to be thinking of something and expressed his opinion that, personally, I really like Daewon's people, the technique of creating oil with bare hands is very outstanding. While Huan received a disguised compliment from him and shyly said, you're too cool, word. Then Tyson aggressively requested to Huanwu's surprise, please recruit someone from Daewon to the company. I need talented people with ambition, he said firmly. Ha Huanwu couldn't understand Tyson's meaning at that time but confusedly asked, what do you mean, the talent merger team? He added again, it seems like lawyer Zhou hasn't said anything to you yet. Lawyer Zhou heard that and didn't deny it, then said, what's so interesting about saying it first? Ha Huanwu seemed to have implicitly understood something and stammered in a low voice, after all, are you planning to merge the business? As Anna Group, your words were like a lightning strike in Ha Huanwu's ears. The lawyer didn't want to hide anything and explained that our law firm also belonged to Mr. Zhang, making Huanwu shocked again. Lawyer Zhou seemed to find benefits, smiled evilly and told his friend, please buy alcohol regularly as promised. He seemed to have realized something else, thoughts popped into his head, what if I could run the whole company? Suddenly he knelt down on the ground. Ha Huanwu aggressively declared to Tyson in the presence of his friend, I will use my life to serve you, Director Zhang. This one word made Tyson feel much more secure and then exclaimed, very good, Director Ha Huanwu. Thank you Director Zhang. Mr. Zhou also sincerely thanks Tyson on behalf of his best friend. He politely replied, nothing, I should thank you for recommending talented people to me. Mr. Zhou happily replied, haha it's nothing. Tyson immediately changed the subject to break the awkward atmosphere. He asked, I heard that they were arrested by the police, how did that happen? Mr. Zhou immediately thought, are they hired killers? Those guys are really bastards, one of them committed suicide, the other two remained silent. It seemed like they had already dealt with each other. Tyson seemed to have figured something out and asked, are they of Chinese nationality? But this time, you were wrong, Mr. Zhou immediately reaffirmed, I have confirmed with the Chinese embassy and the local police agency, they do not have nationality. Can you guess who was behind it or where? Could it be the Anna Group? Mr. Zhou asked suspiciously. Tyson now seemed to have given himself the answer and then told lawyer Joe that it was not the Ana group, it seemed like another enemy, Mr. Joe immediately asked clearly, another enemy. He seemed to understand the situation Tyson was going through and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, your life is really scary, Director Zhang. Tyson is truly a gentle person who gets into trouble and complains, that's right, he wants life is very peaceful but life is very miserable. You have enemies beyond your years, I can't be jealous of this case, ha, lawyer Joe said with a smile. Tyson did not hesitate to answer happily, my enemy is also yours, haha. That's right, I have to live a gentle life, Anna is tired alone now and there are these hired killers. I still want to live to be 100 years old but there are so many things to go through. The end of the conversation is when the sun has already set. At night, when the moon was as full as a full moon day, the city was lit up everywhere. Bright moonlight crept into someone's private house in the city. There is a man currently sitting thoughtfully in the office. Look closely at the photos of stateless hired killers on the table for a while. He had some doubts in his mind and then secretly thought that this is not an ordinary fist-fighting talent. Something is very strange. Having said that, he immediately picked up the mouse and searched for information on the computer. He looked at the stock and stock charts and silently affirmed. Your father is much better than you think. Because I was the youngest daughter, my father took care of me a lot, as he thought, the image of a girl appeared in his mind, which was Tyson's mother. The man read Tyson's documents and had to admire that he had studied law at a Korean university and had a knack for investing. Looking at the pictures of the group of people being beaten by Tyson, he said, well, they still know how to fight, but what should we do? The money you guys saved is all for the Jew family. He seemed to be planning something in his heart and then blurted out a sentence, I will put it to good use, haha. The scene changes to another place, cigarette smoke is now flying blindly in the darkness. Han Dongchul held a cigarette in his hand while smoking while cursing and blushing. He wore a bathing suit, sat on a chair, smoked a cigarette and exclaimed, this position is life. He remembered the phone call that had just taken place not long ago. At that time he had failed in an assigned mission and had to beg the chairman, Chairman Zhu, I have failed. Please kill me, go, I've sent some capable guys but I still can't handle it thoroughly. But unexpectedly, the president did not blame him but consoled him, oh my god, why is this happening, life is not all smooth sailing. Be careful not to let any rumor spread, that's it. Even though this sentence made him a little confused, he still didn't forget to say, Chairman, I will definitely not forget your favor. The chairman also added that the money he received before could be considered as an allowance. Hearing that, he felt more secure and immediately said, thank you, sir. Thinking back, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and smoked a cigarette, thinking about what had just happened. President Zhu's failure also earned him 300 million. A second later, he opened his eyes in surprise as if he had suspected that there must be some relationship between Zhang Haizhen and President Zhu. Thinking of the benefits in this matter, he secretly rejoiced, if he did this well, he would also earn some money, haha. Having sat on the chair for too long, he stood up and lamented that he had to pee too much. After walking a few steps, he silently calculated in his heart that he would earn exactly 300 million and then leave this puddle right away. Not only did he sing while peeing, but he also plotted Zhang Haizhen's plans. He told himself that he must find a gunman too, no matter how excellent that Zhang Haizhen is. He only needs one shot, just a gun to the head and I'm gone, haha. He now felt that his plan was very good, so he leisurely said, Chairman, just wait for me. Suddenly, without knowing why, someone broke into his house, then hit his head against the wall, blood was pouring, the wooden wall cracked, and he didn't know anything and could only scream, made a gurgling sound after being beaten. His head was pinned against the wall, but he still stubbornly refused to ask for forgiveness and instead cursed, who the hell is this damn bastard? Hearing that, the other person acted even harder, directly hitting his head straight against the wall, causing him to not have time to react and scream out loud. After the other person pressed his head, he whispered softly, doesn't this bastard know how scary the world is? And he couldn't answer but could only groan in pain. Saying that, that person with just one move, knocked his arm straight and fell flat on the ground, blood splattering. He was beaten so painfully that his eyes went wide and his neck was tilted, his mouth gaped open and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only that, the other person had no intention of forgiving him, used his foot to stomp his head hard into the urine he had just peed, the jawbone made a cracking sound as if it had been broken, the blood vessels in his eyes were thick as if they were about to pop out, eyes out. That person is none other than Zhang Tae-sun, he said with a murderous aura, what you just spit out, you should hide it yourself. Tae-sun looked at him yawning and was about to die and said, Zhang Dongchul, this life is yours. As soon as his words ended, he died in humiliation, died before he had even earned the money he wanted, just expected. The entire night sky seemed to be tinged with bright red blood, exposed under the illumination of the moonlight. The next day, when the sun was early in the morning, rays of sunlight streamed into Tae-sun's room through the window, notifications were continuously spammed that karma points had been added, karma points had been added, karma points had been added.
Tae-sun had just woken up and heard the disturbing notification and immediately complained. He had already received buff points in the morning. He sat up and looked out the window at the city. Seeing the pleasant atmosphere, he exclaimed. It was already spring.
Tae-sun looked into the distance and said with peace of mind, yes, Aoa's matter would probably be resolved soon.
A while after he woke up, he got out of bed, calmly put his hand behind his pants and scratched. Then walked towards the glass door and lamented, you two are so lonely, whoever hears this will think he loves her, bottomless greed.
Tae-sun smiled and looked at the city and reasoned, but after regression, what can he do if his opinion changes?
He thought about the girls he knew and exclaimed that he had quite a few ambiguous relationships.
But only his feelings for Clara were closest to love.
Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind, that one night he and Clara shared a kiss in the rain. Very quickly, Jang Tae-sun ran to the company to work. Sitting in the office, Tae-sun asked the person in front of him, Director Lee, how the work was going. He seemed to have done a good job, so he smiled and talked happily. Thanks to the chairman's comprehensive instructions, the work was proceeding smoothly. Hearing that, Tae-sun was also happy and smiled, but in his heart he secretly thought, even though he told me to call him something else, he still called me president. Then Mr. Lee immediately reported that Anna Group's business department is aiming for the criteria of trust, respect, innovation, 3 intersecting circles to pursue continuous change and global growth. Not only that, he also learned more and told Tae-sun, Anna Life, Anna Casualty Insurance, Anna Technology Finance, Anna Bank, Anna Securities Investment. The first part is the financial management department, Anna's property manager. Tae-sun silently exclaimed upon hearing that, the report is more interesting than I thought. Mr. Lee added that the core of part 2 is Anna Joint Stock Company, mainly developing in the trading segment, including Anna Construction and Anna Chemistry.
Jang Tae-sun got tired of hearing so much Anna, then looked surprised and said, oh, is that so?
Not only that, he also learned, finally, the shopping center entertainment service department specializing in branded goods, including Anna Galaxy, Anna Resort, and Anna Development.
This service department is quite comprehensive.
Director Lee suddenly became more serious and said, currently a purchasing team for these 3 departments has been established. To acquire Anna Group, a large number of shares are required. According to what I have briefly learned, the unit price of their shares has decreased significantly due to short selling by foreign funds.
He also knows what Anna Company is planning, he continued. They are taking advantage of public opinion as well as world financial risks. It can be seen that they want to actively promote mergers and acquisitions. While the young man Jang Tae-sun listened to the long series, he felt very respectful of him and thought to himself, in such a short time, he had learned so much. He seemed to be thinking about something and then calmly said, as a result, foreign capital held 45% of the shares of Anna Joint Stock Company, the core of Anna Group. Hearing that, Tae-sun seemed to grasp the opportunity and happily said that if that was true, the center of the cycle would have been cut off. But on the contrary, the director looked somewhat worried and said, yes, that's true, Khan. Anna Joint Stock Company is the core of Anna Group.
There's also quite a bit of Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk's personal stake in it, he said seriously. Along with his own worries, he frankly asked Tae-sun, Mr.
Chairman, I ask this a bit frankly, but how many shares do you hold? Tae-sun was a bit surprised and asked in return, are the shares guaranteed?
While letting him think, he continued, he must have let foreign capitalists take over the business.
The CEO worriedly told Tae-sun that if we did not cooperate with them, the acquisition would not be possible.
Jang Tae-sun saw that and immediately gave a solid guarantee, don't worry, we will buy it all back.
Hearing that, he couldn't believe his ears and then panicked and said, what, buy it all back? Tae-sun immediately assigned Mr. Lee the task of preparing the car purchasing team, making him even more surprised and asked again, what, the car purchasing team?
He seemed to know the future and said confidently that the Woong building will soon be sold. Tae-sun continued seriously, giving me another purchasing team.
This statement once again made the CEO even more surprised.
Tae-sun calmly asked, why are you so surprised, causing him to confusedly answer, Chairman, me. With a determined look, everything seemed to have been calculated in his mind. He said a rather confusing sentence, the joy of shopping is not buying one, getting one free. Scene change, to a villa on a green beach with flying seagulls. Entering the room, there was a girl sitting next to the melodious music playing, the memory of the moonlight shining
on people's faces. I still remember. I have to wait for the sun.
The singing echoed, and the girl just sat down to relieve her mood. Music is like a medicine to heal, but at this moment her tears were indifferent, as if the girl's mood at that moment had been described in the lyrics of the song. She sat in self-pity, remembering someone, without holding back. Okay, name it, Daniel. At the airport, after Jo Yoontae and Tae-sun got off the plane, lawyer Jo said, now I'm really happy. Tae-sun wondered and politely asked, it seems like this is your first time on a plane, right? You're not a kid, okay?
When Lawyer Joe heard that, he immediately objected. What are you talking about? You're not a child, so why are you flying on a plane? If you're a student, why would you skip class? Tae-sun smiled and looked at the lawyer and replied, I was exempted from that class. Jo Yoon-tae was surprised and suddenly asked again, what, you're exempt? Where could there be such a good thing? The male lead happily continued, that's right, that good thing is here. After walking a while, Tae-sun saw Robert and two bodyguards wearing large black suits appear right in front of him. Lawyer Joe also saw them and was worried, panicked and stammered, asking, who are those people? Tae-sun naturally introduced both sides to them. Hello Robert, let me introduce you too, this person is Jo Yoon-tae, the lawyer in charge of the Korean legal department. Robert smiled and extended his hand to greet, hello, I am Robert Ryan, director of the foreign partner company. Lawyer Joe politely replied, yes, I'm lawyer Jo Yoon-tae, your thoughts are full of questions right now, Robert. The male lead was worried and looked at the two of them in confusion, what's wrong? You too. Jo Yoon-tae and Robert shook hands in embarrassment, sweating. Tae-sun confusedly asked the two of them, what are you doing? Are you okay? He thought, as if he had seen the superiority and defeat somewhere before. The two of them tried to shake each other's hands tightly, making them both tremble and groan inwardly. The boss was so miserable. In another part of the airport, a woman's voice said, the boss had reached a new target. The voice came from the phone. Are you sure? The woman replied, I received the file just now, so I asked for the information. The boss on the phone wondered what the roadmap was. A woman with black hair and black sunglasses was answering the phone. Apparently they were going abroad. Her boss gave orders over the phone, you've worked hard, you leave your position. The person on the phone continued to say that the next operation was expected to be handed over to the Bravo team. She replied, okay. While listening, I pulled my suitcase and walked out of the airport. Approaching a taxi, she opened the door and sat in the back seat of the taxi. The woman's mouth suddenly smiled full of mystery. Sitting in the taxi, the woman told the taxi driver, take me to Aten. Go back to the airport where Tae-sun is. Two female flight attendants walked up smiling and warmly greeted and welcomed the guests. The flight attendant next to me continued, I am truly honored to take on the role of welcoming VIP guests. Lawyer Joe glanced at Tae-sun and Robert in surprise, VIP guests. The two female flight attendants extended their hands to invite Tae-sun and the others. Please come this way, we have prepared a special gate for you. Jo Yoon-tae sweated with surprise and whispered in his heart, what, this welcoming ceremony? Is not what I prepared, could it be, is that Western guy's private plane? Lawyer Joe looked intently at Robert who was smiling and talking to Tae-sun with a serious look, thinking, what's the deal, he doesn't look like a scammer at all. Right after that, he immediately felt jealous, his heart was full of discomfort, it must be nice to rely on him being big, the guys from the A.T. security team are even more agile. How big is the private plane, but also prepare a private gate, what a waste, a waste. Then he told himself that he must protect Tae-sun, the treasure of his country. Robert comfortably talked to the male lead, the weather in Korea is really good, Tae-sun smiled and replied, next time you can arrange time, come here to visit. Lawyer Joe followed behind, looking at Robert and Tae-sun walking together, frowning and thinking uncomfortably, why do the two of them keep walking together? Anyone who looks at them can see that that guy is number two. The flight attendant pointed the way and said, please go this way. Tae-sun and the others also followed one after another. The two flight attendants bowed their heads, smiled, and said politely, wishing you a pleasant trip. Going out to the place where he was about to board the plane, Lawyer Joe was stunned. Huh? He stammered, panicked, and asked, oh, Rep. Jang, what is that? The male lead naturally replied, what's wrong, don't you see? Tae-sun said, it's a plane. Jo Yoon-tae was still panicked and said, no, that's not true. Who doesn't know about the plane? His eyes were still wide open with shock and surprise, not about that, I wanted to ask what that plane was. Tae-sun smiled and replied, probably. Then he pointed at the plane right in front of him, a large white plane but special in that the plane had Tae-sun's picture printed on it. He asked, that plane doesn't look like it belongs to Tae-sun, me, causing Lawyer Joe to panic and exclaim, what did you say? He was surprised and kept exclaiming, oh my god, this is 430, so similar to the one the King of Brunei bought in 2006. Suddenly, three beautiful hostesses appeared, three smiling girls happily welcomed you, it is our honor to serve you, we will serve you wholeheartedly, oh. Lawyer Joe was once again so surprised that he was stunned and could only say, ha. His sweat flowed continuously, his mouth was distorted and filled with disbelief as he thought, wishing to experience life at the age of 50, he stammered in response to the female flight attendants in front of him, hoping to see them, help. When the plane took off into the sky, Lawyer Joe was still full of voices in his heart. Tae-sun, I will hope everything for you. On the plane, looking out the window were clear blue clouds. Tae-sun and Robert were sitting across from each other at the table, they were seriously discussing work. Tae-sun asked, Robert, how is the management of funds for the election going? Robert replied, I have coordinated properly. He began to analyze and actively use Super PAC, and at the same time, according to Democratic congressmen, the Republican Party also classified necessary congressmen and was pouring political capital into many areas. The male lead wondered, didn't the main floor say anything? Robert calmly replied, I was promised that I would receive a pair of shoes as a reward. So they probably wanted to keep in touch until the re-election. Tyson seriously looked at the document and said, what about the results of the projects that were ordered? Robert still patiently answered, and had also established a few financial companies on his boss's orders, but it was difficult to find out information about intellectual property rights. He seriously analyzed that the classification of businesses with intellectual property rights through high-level recruitment companies had also stopped. The fields assigned by the boss were such as the internet, radiophone projects, mobile messenger, big data and electric cars are also being reviewed. Robert's face began to become worried, sweat gradually trickled down his cheeks, but it was difficult to give an answer about the patent and its future value. Tyson smiled confidently and said, so I have clearly defined the concept of the project. He calmly, with a confident look on his face, said that he just needs to get a patent or an investment company that matches the concept. Robert was surprised. What, the concept of the project? Tyson seriously said, we must occupy the market first in the near future after 2010, this is a project to expand 10 supertrends. The male lead's words made Robert confused and super trendy. Tyson is confident with his choice, saying, first his nanosensor devices and nano-internet connection device network. Robert exclaimed in surprise, what, a nanosensor device? The male protagonist slowly explains that the coming future will be an era where computers, cars, air conditioners, and mobile phones will be controlled by internet-connected devices. He sweated and replied confusedly, the phrase network of devices connected to the internet is also very special. The male protagonist said with sharp eyes that it was a device monitored and controlled by an artificial intelligence system, referred to as IAT. Then Tyson continued to analyze, secondly, clean energy is environmentally friendly. Robert still had that confused look and asked, what do you mean, boss, about solar energy? The male protagonist calmly replied, yes, the main target is solar energy, renewable energy, nuclear, and new generation batteries. He said with a concerned look, I had heard about it before, as far as I know is a large-scale energy storage system. Tyson sinisterly said that in the future, solar power will be the #1 type of electricity, and followed by nuclear, renewable energy, and technology will dominate this world. He affirmed that, 10 years later, the panel rate will exceed 30%. Robert was startled and admiring and could only exclaim, ah. The male lead continued to say that the production price per watt will be more competitive than electricity production using fossil fuels. Tyson seriously said, before then we must have the technique first. Robert just listened and answered repeatedly, yes, I understand. The male lead was still attentively discussing future directions, followed by self-driving cars, which I've already told him about. He immediately replied that I had already bought several patents in this field according to my boss's instructions. The male lead praised him and said he did a great job. Tyson's eyes were as sharp as a god of war in the field of joint ventures, he said, and next was something related to the Fourth Industrial Revolution and artificial intelligence. Robert was even more shocked, surprised, the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The male protagonist seriously explains that if the internet and computers are the main models of the third revolution, then this fourth revolution will begin with artificial intelligence. He keeps talking about what will happen in the future, who will be at first, gradually who will be weaker, become more advanced and develop into who will be strong, also known as Aji. Robert stammered, boss. Tyson replied confusedly, what's going on? He worriedly said, are you a god, or are you the one who sees the future? He smiled wryly as if he didn't understand, but suddenly he said that. Robert began to explain his own thoughts. The boss's knowledge until now I had not heard or seen. I was very surprised when the boss was very sure about information related to foreign exchange and legal contracts, future community, but I didn't expect my boss to understand the scientific technology of the future so well. The male lead said with a gesture, Robert, I wonder if you still remember what I said before. Robert replied, is it about mystical stories in the East? Tyson thought to himself. At times like this we have to bring out mysticism. He twisted his mouth and forced himself to lie. Where I used to live they called human small universes. He was surprised. Why? Robert sweated, confused and said with a shy look, I had studied many subjects in college but... Tyson interrupted and said, Eastern people have learned that their unique spiritual thinking about the universe is more profound than others, and the microcosm originates from such thinking. Robert couldn't believe it but still tried to answer, yes. The male lead smiled and kept explaining to the other person. The pioneer said that if you want to understand the universe, you must understand yourself first. His expression was full of complacency. Since I was a child, I had asked many questions about my existence, and one day I finally got the answer. Robert still had an incredulous expression, confused and asked, so what is the solution? Tyson calmly and arrogantly replied, I have received supernatural energy, a superpower. Robert looked surprised and suddenly said, "Superpowers." Tyson said with a confident look, "I have the ability to somewhat predict investments," making Mr. Robert sitting across from him sweat unbelievably. "Ah. You still twist your mouth and ludge, don't find out anymore, if you reveal the secret. Robert and I will both be in danger." Robert silently thought in his heart, it seemed like something was wrong, but out of his mouth he still calmly replied to the male lead, I understand." He secretly speculated that something was wrong with him, he didn't look very healthy. Suddenly, Lawyer Joe's voice dispelled the awkward atmosphere. "Representative Jang, don't leave me alone." Joe Yunti's words surprised Tyson, "If I die and become a ghost, I will only follow you alone." The male lead smiled happily and asked, "Do you like this plane that much?" Lawyer Joe calmly replied with joy and satisfaction, "Of course he liked it, if I lied I would be a dog." At this time, the 3 female flight attendants on the plane were gathered around Lawyer Joe. He looked like he was enjoying this joy very much, excitedly saying, "This place is truly a paradise on earth, it's really wonderful, absolutely number one." Tyson helplessly advised, "It's almost there now, you should quickly prepare to go down." Stop tomorrow. Robert saw this scene and was helpless to say a word. A hostess with red hair warmly turned and said to Lawyer Joe, "I'm very happy to be here with you." He laughed loudly and replied, "Let's see you guys tonight." The flight attendant replied, "Okay." Joe Yunte is happy and joyful. "Oh, thank you, thank you." Once the plane landed on the ground, the surroundings were now stretching lawns and trees. Added to that is the sunlight, creating a scene full of quiet and peace. The male lead sat in the car, looked out the door along the way and suddenly smiled. Robert spoke up and said, Going farther than I thought, I'm afraid you're a little tired." "Oh well, why waste energy like that?" Tyson wondered and turned to ask Robert, "Robert, is this place Napa Valley?" He replied, "Yes. That's right, this is a famous place among California wine producers." Then he turned to look at the male lead and began telling the story. "Moreover, this place also has legend about a fairy who protects small wine." Makes Tyson curious, "Fairy?" The male lead asked Robert, "He seems to know this place very well." Robert happily and confidently boasted that my ancestor was the owner of an early American winery. He suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, is that true?" Robert kept talking to Tyson in the annoyance and hostility of Lawyer Joe. "During the gold rush, my great-grandfather migrated here from England, then he improved the land and planted grapes." The male lead smiled and asked again, "If he owned a winery, he would probably accumulate a lot of wealth." Robert frowned, his expression darkened and replied, "It's true that my family had a lot of wealth at that time, but during my great-grandfather's time, my family was in terrible trouble because there was a disease in the vines, called the bug pandemic." Tyson was surprised and immediately realized that if it was phylloxera, he silently said in his mind, it was a terrible infectious disease also known as the plague of grapes. His eyes were filled with sadness and regret. Fortunately, he was also revived, but during my grandfather's time, a law was issued prohibiting alcohol. Robert kept talking about his family, "So my family was extremely miserable." Tyson also realizes, well, the law prohibits alcohol. His face now grimaced, sadly telling me that my late father left behind a will like this. He told me to go find my ancestor's winery to relieve his resentment. The male lead suddenly replied, "So, could it be that this is the place?" Robert immediately changed his face, smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right, from now on this place will be owned by the representative." Tyson sympathized but could only call out, "Robert." Lawyer Joe's eyes were full of confusion. He glanced at the two of them and said, "Rep. Jang, I'm really wondering, my English is limited so there are some things I don't understand." Tyson asked again, "What's going on?" Joe Yunt immediately asked, "Why is this place owned by Jang's representative?" He glanced at Nam 9 full of suspicion and scrutiny. "Could it be that you were trying to invest in America without telling me? Also, that Mr. Robert, what's going on?" Tyson thought to himself, "Naughty, he must be crazy curious." Actually, even Robert doesn't know exactly about his assets. He smiled slightly and replied to Lawyer Joe, "I'm an investment advisor so I only get a part, and I also have a little investment capital abroad." Tyson reminds himself, sometimes knowing too much is harmful. Hearing that, Lawyer Joe had no doubts but happily exclaimed, "Oh, it's really Jang's representative, it's a terrible investment." Tyson silently said in his heart that it seemed like Lawyer Joe had already overlooked this issue. After a while of driving, Robert announced his arrival. Step by step get out of the car. Before their eyes was a huge and extremely luxurious building. Others exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, my God, wow, wonderful." Joe Yunt held out his hand and said, "I personally prepared this place, what do you two think?" Robert and Tyson both gave their thumbs up to show their satisfaction and replied, "Perfect." Evening at the hotel they rented. A solemn party took place. Surrounded by bustling waiters and servants. The male lead stood from a high floor looking down and remembered his family. "Everyone from everywhere comes here, I also have to bring my parents here once." Then he relaxed and enjoyed saying, "I remember there is a sad violin song that fits this atmosphere very well." Suddenly a sound caught his attention. "Huh?" He turned his head to look towards the door and wondered, what was that sound? There was no one here, how could I hear that sound? Thinking about it, Tyson sweated and was scared, his lips pursed tightly. He went to open a door. Follow the sound, look around while walking, thinking, what is this sound? Tyson continued to move forward. Then he went down the stairs again. Coming to a large door, I opened it and thought, this place seems to be a basement warehouse. Step inside the room behind that huge door. Tyson looked around and guessed for himself, as expected, it was vintage style. He took a few more steps and saw a strange shadow. He looked up in surprise and disbelief. The person trembled slightly and then spoke, what is that? Right now outside the hotel, the moon in the sky was bright and round. A mysterious person used binoculars to look in the direction of the hotel and said that the new boss and target had arrived. The response to that statement is the question, is there any change? The man holding the binoculars still observed and replied, there was no movement at the winery, the other voice said, continue to monitor, the guard is very strict so don't reveal your location. The man mumbled and complied, it was clear. The man stood watching from the mountain and wondered, what is the goal this time, who is this kid to pay so much attention to? Then he smiled meaningfully and said, at the end of this mission, I have to go on a date with Rachel, the pressure piled up makes me want to explode. Back inside the hotel, also known as the winery, a strange person's voice said, Merlot, wake up quickly, it's time to work, are you really like this, just sleeping that's right, you'll rot if you keep going like that. Tyson was surprised and stunned but could only utter the word, ah. The voice in front of the male lead still hasn't stopped, it's been 7 years, why are you so sad, you're a masterpiece with a strong flavor. A man with golden hair said, turning his back to the male lead, sometimes emitting a spicy scent that also has charm, don't you know, although the Cabernet kids after Vignon are the most prominent in this area, but you are the most special. That man kept on admiring something in the wine barrels, quickly create lovely bubbles. I'll be very happy if you make a burrow wrong sound. Tyson suddenly looked at the man in front of him with strange clothes from the past standing in the air and thought, what is that old man? He looked down at his feet and confirmed in his heart that he was not human. The male lead stared wide-eyed and speculated that he was not a god, if so. That man turned his back and looked at Tyson with white, bright eyes, making the male lead think, is it a ghost? Tyson had to cover his eyes with his hands and exclaim in his heart, oh my god, the old man's phosphorescence is no joke. The old man suddenly came closer and pressed Tyson's face, making him surprised and panicked. He asked, did you see me? The male lead was scared, trembling, stammering and replied, no, I don't see it anymore. The cotton man was happy and cheerfully said, oh, you see me. Tyson looked at the man in front of him in panic and thought, I'm not afraid of gods. But I'm a bit afraid, I don't have the confidence to defeat ghosts, at this moment. The older brother uttered the words, ah. Then the male lead immediately pretended to turn his head the other way, sweating profusely. Nervously saying, here, it's the basement so it's a bit cold, right? Tyson immediately turned around and left. Still trying to pretend he couldn't see the man in front of him. Wine, you've worked hard, you need a lot of patience but the taste will definitely be great. The old man immediately said to investigate and check him. There was a gold coin at his feet, causing Tyson to immediately react and look down at the ground to search and ask, what, where? Then he suddenly realized something was wrong, his face contorted, confused, I'm hooked. The man quickly jumped closer, excitedly saying hello, young man. Tyson forcefully replied, yes, hello. The male lead smiled awkwardly and asked, not knowing who he was. The old man was surprised with a surprised gesture. What, you don't know me, the kids here call me. The male lead interrupted, is he the wine fairy? The man marveled, oh, so you know. The old man proudly said loudly, that's right, I am that wine fairy. Tyson thought helplessly, even his smile was casual. Tyson thought doubtfully, but aren't most fairies cute and pretty like children? He smiled and replied, yes. The male lead looked at the fairy right in front of him with suspicion, and an ancestor with a tomato red nose like this, he looked like a ghost. Tyson began to question the abilities of the man in front of him. Oh, by the way, so this wine fairy, what ability does he possess? With such a cheerful smile he must be the one who possesses it, outstanding ability, huh? The old man in front smiled complacently and replied, of course, I am the god related to wine. The male lead looked at the fairy in front of him and silently said in his mind, oh, this tomato-nosed uncle is so smug. Then he gently asked if his name and last name were Ryan. He quickly replied, oh, that's right, my last name is Ryan. The man marveled, Connor Ryan, how did you know that? Tyson thought helplessly, it's just that anyone who looks at him will see that he resembles Robert. Then he smugly said as if he knew a lot of things, he must have been very miserable during the wine fever period, right? The old man with the red nose was surprised by the male lead's words, no. That's okay. Tyson still continued to speak with that confident look, his eyes looked up and stared at Connor Ryan,
he must have had a hard time trying to make a living in a strange land, right? It's very dangerous outside, but he still crossed the ocean to reach another land. The old man's eyes began to look downcast with concern, his eyes flashed with sadness. It was true, but his life at that time was much more miserable. In fact, my father was Irish. As he spoke, his face gradually became heavy. Because of the potato famine, my mother and brothers all died, so my father took me as a survivor to your country with him, but we were both as hungry there as in Ireland. Then his eyes looked up and recalled the memory. We bled to find gold and came to this American land, then worked like crazy to save up to buy each piece of land in this place. We planted rapes. His lips pursed tightly with sadness as he said, my father who died while searching for the gold vein loved wine very much, even his last wish was to drink a few barrels of wine and die. Ties and looked at the old man in front of him and thought sympathetically, so ghosts also know how to remember their deceased father first. But then he proudly told me that at that time it was really wonderful, the grapevines grew so fast, even though they were cheap products, we could sell them immediately when we made them, and in the surrounding areas, the wine our grapes are also number one. The male lead bowed his head to the ground and replied, so that's it. Then he slowly looked up and asked Connor, but this ferry, why didn't he go across the Jordan River? The old man was surprised by his question. What? Tyson worriedly and confusedly said, when people die, they return to the arms of God. Right, you're not very good like this. The old man sadly replied, I often follow my son about that. You should know that that boy cannot accept the grape farm and grape production techniques. So I still stay here to help the wine be brewed well. Tyson explained and advised him that the world had changed a lot, that boy had left a long time ago, so he couldn't do that. The old man is still stubborn. I know, this is not right, but I know I have to leave now, but. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes filled with despair and said, I have forgotten how to leave. He explained, it's not that I don't leave, it's that I can't leave, the male protagonist asked in surprise, why? Tyson was stunned and couldn't believe it. What, he had forgotten so he had to wait until he died. He suddenly realized that because it was a different area, he couldn't call Richard River. Suddenly a voice spoke in Tyson's consciousness, will he use karma points to take this wandering soul to heaven? Hearing the strange voice, he was startled and confused. Huh, what is this? Again, that voice continued to say, or use negative karma points to send him to hell. Tyson bewilderedly responded to the words of the strange voice with a confused, bewildered look. No, what did I say? Where did I take you? I'm just a normal person. The old man Connor looked at him talking alone in confusion. Then he shoddily raised his hand and scratched his head and said, so I'm not a normal person. That voice spoke again in the male protagonist's consciousness, if you take this wandering soul to heaven, you can absorb his power. Tyson was shocked when he heard this, thinking in surprise, what, absorbing power? The next day, in the hotel dining room, a compliment was given, the taste of this champagne is amazing, another voice replied, don't you think? The three of Tyson, Joe Yante and Robert were having a meal, Tyson complimented him. It's true that the wine is produced at Champagne, Robert asked in surprise, why? He held up the bottle of wine he was holding in his hand and said, from the moment he uncorked the bottle, it made a very attractive sound. Looking at the bottle of wine in front of him, the male lead carefully evaluated it, and even let out air bubbles. The air bubbles were as transparent as crystal beads. Tyson kept talking, containing a special flavor imbued with the earthy smell of this area. The two people Robert and Lawyer Joe were amazed, suddenly looked at him intently but could only say the words, huh? Pouring wine into a glass, holding it in his hand, the male lead is sure of what he is saying. I'm sure he bought it at Champagne, the place that produces the best sparkling wine. Then he raised his hand to prepare to eat the cheese displayed on the table and praised. Con cheese is also very well fermented, making Robert wonder, even Tempe cheese knows it. Robert was confused and said, it was indeed the boss. Lawyer Joe was puzzled and asked. Representative Jang, why did you suddenly become a winemaker? Tyson keeps talking about wine knowledge. It is made from grapes grown in the first-class Grand Cru with pure lime soil. Looking at this elegance and sophistication, this is an ancient sparkling wine. The wine is not mixed with aged wine but uses Chardonnay. Completely free of artificial scents, from grapes grown in environmentally friendly vineyards. He still spoke to Robert's surprise and amazement, pureeing, pressing, fermenting. Distilling, tempering, and even the mussel shells were perfect. It also maintained the liqueur de tirage at the most reasonable level. The male lead smiled confidently and asked, Robert, is that true? Robert awkwardly replied, at that point, Lawyer Joe was still confused and asked, great. Representative Jang, what exactly do you want to say? The male lead slowly raised the glass of wine to enjoy. When I took a sip, he immediately complimented me. The more I drank, the more delicious it became, from the steps of settling the wine residue, remuage, removing the ice from the neck of the bottle, discouragement, to the step of adjusting the amount of sugar, everything was done, handcrafted, and the sweetness is to me second sweet. The wine is named after the wine merchant, negotiant, stubborn. The wine's aging time is 5 years. Robert was now red in the face, smiling awkwardly and silently complaining in his heart, that's prestige QV's class. When was he going to talk about it? As for Lawyer Joe, he frankly complained, Representative Jang, please, my ears are bleeding when I hear it. Then Tyson expressed his opinion and desire, I want to buy this wine production place, causing both Robert and Jo Yun-bae to suddenly exclaim, what? The two of them had wide eyes and opened their mouths in shock, but they had just heard some shocking news. Lawyer Joe looked at him in confusion and asked silently in thought, Representative Jang, where are you going? The day came when the three Tyson boarded the plane to return. On the plane, they couldn't stop exclaiming. Tyson secretly thought, he didn't expect America to be this big. Lawyer Joe got on the plane and was still curious, Representative Jang, did you learn about wine yesterday? Tyson was still staring out the window and thinking, every time I pass through American territory I feel new. Lawyer Joe asked Tyson in a teasing tone, did you make a contract with the devil? How did you become so smart? Making the male lead only smile wryly without knowing how to answer. Then he silently reminded himself, oh God, I have to change the subject. The male politician politely asked Lawyer Joe, how do you feel about New York? He replied naturally, New York, of course it's an extremely good place. He laughed again and said, my beloved wife and I have been in New York for more than a month to celebrate my retirement. Tyson silently questioned him and thought, but this uncle still did that to the female flight attendants. Then Lawyer Joe asked about Tyson with a haughty manner, you probably know that the headquarters of the United Nations is in New York, right? He calmly answered, even elementary school children know that. Suddenly there was an announcement from a plane, announcing that in a few minutes the plane would land at LaGuardia Airport. Lawyer Joe wondered, so we don't go to Kennedy Airport? Robert turned to explain that planting wings and landing planes there is very complicated. So most private planes choose this place. Tyson looked at them and was secretly satisfied. These two people really had to drink a glass of wine to talk to each other. Step off the plane. The three of them went out to the airport to go somewhere else. Robert said, I booked a suite at the Fulton Hotel. There is a car and driver waiting in front of you, Robert said, let's get in the car. Tyson raised his hand to adjust his sleeve, smiled and said, you two just go. Lawyer Joe asked curiously, what's wrong, you're not coming with me? He turned around and seriously replied, I have to go somewhere first. In front of the museum, there is a large inscription, the Museum of Modern Art, on a white background. Entering the museum, the female employee raised her head and saw that the new visitor was Jang Tyson. He picked up a black card and placed it on the table. The female employee suddenly appeared and immediately thought, could this be a black card from American Express? She stammered and said, ladies and gentlemen, the person in charge will be here soon. Jang Tyson refused, there was no need. Then he said, I want to go sightseeing a little by myself. Seeing the painting Starry Night on the wall, Jang Tyson thought to himself, the famous painting by Van Gogh immediately caught my eye, the painting Starry Night. Enjoying that painting, he felt it brought a magical and mysterious feeling. After falling out with Gauguin, Van Gogh cut off his ear and he painted this painting at the St. Remy Sanatorium. Jang Tyson smiled, feeling happy, thinking, seeing it with my own eyes like this makes me feel so emotional. He continued to think to himself, every time I look at the stars it always makes me wish to see this painting, it's like, I'm hearing Van Gogh's voice. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared, she whispered, what a beautiful picture. Jang Tyson turned back to look at her. That girl continued, whenever we look at the light of the stars, it's like we're all fascinated. The girl turned back to look at the painting with admiration and said that Van Gogh's subjective thoughts about death are expressed through this painting. Jang Tyson looked at her, thinking, she doesn't look but just keeps talking. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed, ah, Jang Tyson remembered something, blonde hair. The other girl continued, everyone says this painting only shows fantasy, but me. She suddenly stopped and looked down slightly to speak, feeling like it was the struggle of a soul wanting to be saved. She clasped her hands behind her, concluding, so maybe that's why he chose to commit suicide. Jang Tyson suddenly spoke up, you are wrong. That girl suddenly turned around and exclaimed. What? Seeing her turn to look at him, Jang Tyson thought to himself, now is she looking at me? He exclaimed in his heart, oh my God, she is truly a beauty. Then Jang Tyson said, Go did not commit suicide, or in other words, suicide was just a kind of inspiration for Go. Jang Tyson explained that he struggled to be saved, but as a creative person, it was just chaos in his mind that everyone had to go through. It could be said that it was madness. The girl didn't believe it and asked again, Go had committed suicide. She said, that's why we can imagine such a close death. It's not an exaggeration to say that Van Gogh's paintings were completed by suicide. Jang Tyson confidently said, I heard that he did not commit suicide. The girl asked in surprise, What did you hear? Who said it? Jang Tyson thought to himself, oh my God, I heard Van Gogh say it himself. He pointed to the painting and explained, Go really liked painting, right now he was just painting. He bandaged his wound, love and weave your own stars. Jang Tyson continued, if it was said that it was suicide, Go would be very sad. The other girl didn't believe what Jang Tyson said and told him that he just said some incomprehensible words.
Jang Tyson thought to himself, it's a bit like a lie but it's the truth. Then he turned around, waved goodbye, and said, okay, I'll go first. The girl was surprised and thought, what is that, saying that, and then leaving. Jang Tyson glanced at the frustrated woman behind him, thinking, today I prioritize the painting over the beauty. Then he looked forward and thought to himself, the paintings of the famous Impressionist artists during their lifetime certainly bring a different feeling from the post-Impressionist works. How can I say it? It's probably sexual. Hope has decreased a lot. Jang Tyson looked up at another painting on the wall, under which the words Paul Cézanne were written. He exclaimed that Uncle Cézanne's paintings were also so beautiful. Then he suddenly saw something. Jang Tyson exclaimed, huh? Jang Tyson hesitantly said, why, this? Then he suddenly shouted loudly, what is this? This is fake. His screams alarmed everyone around him. The blonde woman gasped, thinking, what is that? That crazy guy is crazy. Jang Tyson looked at the painting and said, the New York Museum of Modern Art can't afford it either. You're not blind. A woman's voice rang out, what did you just say? She crossed her arms over her chest, her face turned red and said loudly, who are you calling blind? Seeing that woman, Jang Tyson thought to himself, what the hell, is she a stalker? Jang Tyson calmly replied, I just said this is a fake product, what's wrong? The woman said, so you are a strange and disrespectful person. She was a bit annoyed and exclaimed, even if you were a VIP guest with a black card, I can't stand the insults anymore. Jang Tyson was surprised and thought, what, does she know my identity? Everyone around was surprised, not believing that the painting was a fake. Everyone wondered in their hearts, fake, huh? Looking straight at the woman, Jang Tyson asked, who are you? The woman introduced herself, I am Sarah Johansson, the person in charge of Mommy, and this is you rude person. Jang Tyson said, it seems like I have no obligation to introduce you. Sarah Johansson frowned and said, you'll have to do that. Then she continued, right now you said something insulting about a painting by Paul Cézanne. Hearing her say that, Jang Tyson thought to himself, does this blonde girl want to cause trouble? Sarah Johansson raised her hand towards Jang Tyson and said, and you're also harming the honor of the people in the museum. Jang Tyson's face darkened, wondering to himself, should he try it in front of this fiery expert? Jang Tyson said, if I can prove what I said is true, then can you burn this cheap imitation product? Sarah Johansson didn't answer but asked, what if he couldn't prove his nonsense? Jang Tyson replied, since you are the person in charge, I will ask you this, if everyone knew about the museum displaying fake goods, would they leave it alone? He continued, this is also an unacceptable insult to our colleagues. Hearing that, Sarah Johansson was surprised. Everyone standing around was waiting and whispering. Someone asked, what's going on? The man next to him answered, he said that Paul Cézanne painting was a fake. A slightly disbelieving man asked, what, is it true? The man standing behind replied, I don't know. That young Asian man was talking loudly to the person in charge. Sarah Johansson gritted her teeth and said angrily, I won't forgive you. Jang Tyson smiled and said, me too. Suddenly the chief in charge came out and asked, what's going on? Sarah Johansson saw him and said, it's the chief in charge. She told him that this person said Paul Cézanne show noir was a fake. The chief in charge was surprised and said, it's a fake. Jang Tyson stood there with his arms crossed and affirmed, yes, it was a fake. The chief in charge was a bit annoyed but still pretended to smile and said, dear guests, if you insult the painting without grounds, you may be subject to criminal penalties. Hearing what he said, Jang Tyson thought to himself, this guy also plays intimidation games. Then he laughed and said, I saw a fake, so how could I pretend not to know? The chief in charge confidently said, if that was the case, I would report it to the police. Then he pointed to the painting and said, the show noir by artist Paul Cézanne over there is the painting that passed the authenticity test by the inspectors. The head in charge continued, just to make you look like a student. I will be very grateful if you leave here. Sarah Johansson whispered to the manager in charge, this person was a VIP customer. He exclaimed, VIP. Jang Tyson confidently said, let me explain simply why this painting is not real. Then he explained that, as everyone knew, in the last years of his life Cézanne had diabetes. The painting set in show noir is considered excellent, but no one knows Cézanne's situation. He continued, unlike the characteristics of other paintings, the restored Provence paintings have extremely rough and shaky brushwork. The reason why the paintings all have unclear lines is there. The chief in charge said, that's the truth that everyone knows. So what should we do? Jang Tyson answered, the problem is that in 1905, a year before Cézanne's death, his situation was not very good, and another illness also appeared. The chief in charge was surprised and stuttered, saying it was something else. Jang Tyson said proudly that it was hand tremor. The head in charge didn't believe it and exclaimed, why, how is that possible? Jang Tyson said, here there is also decisive evidence that can confirm that the painting is a fake. People around were talking loudly. It was so unreasonable. What was the evidence?
Jang Tyson continued, it must be a painting by a talented forger but that person must have made a huge mistake. Then he concluded, he made the wrong rhythm.
The chief in charge doesn't understand, speak, or rhythm. Sarah Johansson also exclaimed, saying, what are you talking about?
Everyone around him was bewildered, asking each other, what nonsense was he talking about?
Why was he suddenly saying something rhythmic in an art museum?
Jang Tyson answers questions. Everyone please try to look closely. Just try connecting with paintings in the past, you can recognize very small differences. From paintings painted in 1903 his hands had already begun to tremble in a rhythm of 2-2-3.
The chief in charge exclaimed in surprise, ah.
Jang Tyson confidently said that the work in 1905 made the hand tremors even more serious. Then he looked towards the painting and said, but this fake painting has exactly 3-3-3 brushstrokes.
The artist who faked this painting is extremely strong. Everyone around was loudly exclaiming, nonsense, this is so absurd. Unbelievable, there needs to be clearer evidence.
Jang Tyson confidently said, then I will show everyone, the proof. He continued, I will show everyone that the picture I drew is exactly the same as the fake one, then everyone will believe what I say. During the conference, everyone's discussion rang out. It can be seen that protecting ANA Group's losses is the focus of ANA Group's capital rotation in Korea.
That person said, the focus is on the ANA Group. Another person spoke up, if only ANA received capital, other subsidiaries would collapse like dominoes.
The slightly muted man said, according to plan, the stock price was falling sharply for many days in a row due to the owner's distrustful image and the American legal entity's suspicion of evasion. He continued, the merger of subsidiaries that made unreasonable mortgage loans as well as the expansion of capital will have an adverse impact on us. In May and September 2007 we collected by ANA Energy Company and the other company. The dark-skinned man said. At the same time, the debt ratio due to MA increased rapidly with scale.
Chairman of the meeting Robert spoke up, what about the stock situation?
Jang Tyson listened and smiled and thought to himself, but I was the one who planned it, and Robert was the intermediary. No one knew that all of this was the work of me and Robert. The man wearing glasses said, the total number of shares issued is 64,900,715 shares with par value of 5,001, the current market is 13,001, the floor price amount is about 843 billion won. He continued, within a few months, due to selling for nothing, he lost 3 trillion won. The man wearing glasses turned his head to the side and said, per also dropped sharply from 7 to 1.7, as far as I know, the per of other businesses is 14.4. The dark-skinned man said in surprise, the net debt ratio is 179.48%, if there is further disturbance, the stock price will decrease further. The gray-haired man stated his opinion, the net profit in the period from 275.5 billion to 538.8 billion was a loss, the investment stance of domestic securities companies changed from consensus selling to selling, strong.
Robert asked, what about the purchasing situation?
The man wearing glasses replied that up to now, he has bought 42% of the shares to ANA Group. He continued, at the same time, the acquisition of shares of ANA Fire Insurance Company and ANA Life Insurance has ended successfully. Robert continued to ask if he had received the authorization documents yet. The man wearing glasses replied, I have already received the authorization resolution from the investment agencies for a small amount of money. Hearing him say that, Jang Tyson thought to himself, the level is different from the profession I learned at the securities company before.
Robert asked, what do you think about ANA Group's response?
Jang Tyson thought to himself, it's true that Wall Street meetings can't be learned even if you use money. The man wearing glasses answered Robert, the owner's share is 11%, the revolving capital subsidiaries are about 21%, the domestic pension fund and agencies are 12%, and the remaining shareholders are our sharing ownership. He continued, the president of ANA Group has close connections with the Korean government. The man wearing glasses looked at Robert and said, large investment agencies or pension funds have no choice but to extend a helping hand to ANA. Another man opined that, if business rights exceed foreign capital, the people's protests can be repelled first and not allowed, banks and company as a subsidiary so public opinion will not be allowed, how pleasant.
After hearing this opinion, Robert said, anyway, that's what I predicted, if the US government comes forward, it will be easier to solve.
He continued, so I have invested in political lobbying and built a force of sympathizers in the Korean media, we don't need banks and company anymore. Robert said sternly, if there was an inspection after the new CEO took office, it would be difficult for the old directors to avoid legal liability, they had made significant profits from accounting and public fraud. I'm a ghost, this is a typical example of self-indulgent business that American businesses cannot do. He said decisively, the owner is trash.
Robert informed everyone that the FTA between Korea and the US will be announced soon. Because of the situation, investors cannot complain if they want to. In America we have already won 100%. The man sitting next to Jang Tyson's sweat dropped and asked, Representative Jang, is that what you said? Jang Tyson smiled stupidly and said, what are you talking about? I'm just an investor. Jang Tyson thought to himself. Now anyone looking at it can see that Robert is the commander. Robert spoke up, so what about the missing Korean shares? Then he nodded slightly and looked towards Jang Tyson. Jang Tyson also smiled and nodded slightly in response. Then he leisurely said, my acquaintance and investment company own more than 1% of the shares. Robert smiled and said, thank you, Representative Daniel. Jang Tyson politely said, it's nothing. Jang Tyson said, when everyone is present like this, I will present the project to investors. Hearing that, Robert asked, oh, what project is that? Jang Tyson said, I want to appoint myself as manager in Korea. After hearing this sentence, everyone in the What does he mean? A man did not accept that and spoke up. A man with 1% of shares is so ambitious. Jang Tyson smiled dangerously, thinking, what should I do, or should I just end it? Jang Tyson explained that Korean public opinion does not support foreign capital. Surely everyone knows that Korean corporations have a special form of business. We will keep everyone's investments safe. Jang Tyson raised his index finger and asked, isn't the purpose of investment to expand profits? The woman wearing glasses spoke up, you're still young, are you going to be the direct manager? Jang Tyson calmly replied, of course not. Jang Tyson asked, have you ever heard of Daewon Group? Robert silently listened to Jang Tyson. The man sitting next to the woman wearing glasses said, if Daewon Group has been dissolved then I know. Then the man hesitantly speculated. Could it be that he wanted to talk to the manager of the bankrupt company? At this time, at the president's place someone shouted out of surprise, what, no shares? Secretary Yu awkwardly said that the circulating shares were all gone. Chairman O exclaimed, this is crazy. Secretary Yu said that there are a lot of rumors about capital acquisitions and mergers with foreign businesses. Stocks that were originally falling have gradually increased in price. President O once again exclaimed in surprise, what? He clicked the mouse. Tried to calm down, asked, yes, how many? Secretary Yu replied, there was 2 billion left. Suddenly looking at the computer screen, Chairman O couldn't believe it, shouting, it had increased to 3 billion. President O stood up, brushed away the paper on the table, and angrily said loudly, damn it. He pursed his lips and said decisively, I can't die, Oh Sung-hyuk, I absolutely can't die. Secretary Yu said that Dong Group's subsidiaries hold 2% of Anna's shares. President O was surprised and said, what, President, it's that dog guy. Secretary Yu asked, you have already contacted me. Chairman O gritted his teeth and ordered, okay, you try to create a place. He continued, contact Rin Chong, we will probably need their help, Secretary Yu replied. Yes, I understand. At MoMA Company. Taylor trembled and said, please, avoid copying paintings, so why is it so absurd? The chief in charge said, Taylor, first calm down, didn't you say you would prove it yourself? Taylor clenched his knees and said, what a crazy guy. Taylor said, through Sotheby's, the purchased painting is a fake, this is truly an insult to me. Robert replied, I don't know, just wait, Taylor. Taylor said uncomfortably, look, I know you're very famous these days. Then he suddenly said loudly, but this is an insult to Sotheby's and AAA as well. Today I will let that Asian guy taste my anger. Robert spoke up, Mr. Daniel. Then he affirmed that he is not as arbitrary as what you say. Sarah walked in and said, is everyone screwed, hearing these words? Robert turned towards the direction the words came from. Taylor exclaimed, Sarah. Sarah Johansson said, they said it was done. What Sarah just said made Mr. Robert gasp in surprise, with some fear in his heart. His mouth suddenly made a sound, Sarah saw them with such expressions and didn't understand what she said wrong. How could it be like that? What was going on? The three of them all looked worriedly at Sarah, their faces all filled with shock. Robert's face suddenly darkened, speechless. Yes, the man sitting next to him saw this expression and asked in confusion, Mr. Robert, are you okay? He panicked and looked towards the painting and shouted, it's Chateau Noir. When they heard these words, they panicked, their mouths opened in panic as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, no, that's impossible. They all couldn't believe this was true. Everyone looked at the picture in front of them with eyes wide open. Jang Taison's face also darkened. In his heart, Robert silently cried, boss. Suddenly Jang Taisen turned back to look at Robert with eyes full of cunning. Seeing this, Robert did not feel cold but trembled, thinking, who exactly is that? He observed the painting for a while, then said in a low voice, "Everyone, please look closely." This Chateau Noir painting was completed by the artist later than the painting of the cliffs next to the cave, so you can clearly see the lines overlapping each other in a 2-2-3 rhythm. After hearing this, the three people were shocked and opened their eyes wide to look at the picture. They had never thought about this. Zhang Taisan turned back to look at the three of them with eyes full of confidence and continued. The dim Chateau Noir preserved at the Picasso Museum of Fine Arts in Paris is a painting that was completed later. He picked up the paintbrush and continued. At that time he first developed hand tremors, so in order to correct the trembling of his fingers, he added the color nuances of the painting by moving slightly, gently between strokes. But, this painting displayed in this museum clearly uses the 3-3-3 rhythm coloring method. Zhang Taisan showed his professionalism by giving an explanation, standing in front of the eyes of the 5 remaining people. But still full of confidence. To the surprise of everyone present, he continued, the way of drawing was nothing special, it is the trace of the soul that the artist created by combining space with time, as well as the artist's body and spirit. The more he spoke, the more everyone present gasped in surprise, as if everyone couldn't believe their eyes. That's why. He continued, the extremely healthy Chateau Noir painting hangs on the 5th floor. It's a fake product, he confidently affirmed these things in front of everyone. Having said that, his eyes suddenly flashed, containing a deep understanding that Paul Taisan's soul was not in that painting. I can't accept this as the truth, Robert said in panic. I can't accept it. Anyone who looks at it will think that this painting on display at MoMA is by Paul Taisan. The rest of the people here could not accept this myth, they protested. It was a painting that combined an abstract atmosphere, in addition to the poetic vibration in the color mixture, perfect performance. Sarah also frowned and objected. What is the rhythm of 2-2-3? Please say something easier to understand. Hearing these words, Zhang Taisan only had one thought, tisk tisk, these stupid people. Faced with everyone's disbelief, he immediately said, look here. It seemed that the next action made everyone once again unable to believe their eyes. Robert was also startled and exclaimed. The rest were no less. Oh my god. What was that? Suddenly a figure appeared behind Zhang Taisan. He seemed to be a foreigner. Zhang Taisan said in a low voice, I don't even have the smell of my feces anymore. Seeing the figure behind Zhang Taisan, everyone gasped in surprise. They seemed to have encountered something shocking, then they exclaimed, is it Paul Cézanne? Switch scene to New York, high above a restaurant overlooking the entire flashy, luxurious city of New York. Any travel helps relieve the mood. The meeting between me and Clara also happened like that, Zhang Taisan said. A glass of wine was poured, a seductive red color, a masculine voice rang out, and there was a lot of Chateauneuf-style wine. A girl wearing black stockings and leopard print high heels, with a seductive posture, asked, do you know Chateauneuf? A luxurious meal with expensive dishes and expensive bottles of wine. It seemed like Zhang Taisan was remembering something, but at that time I was still young. Clara seemed to have hidden a lot of things from me. Clara spoke up and introduced the type of wine they were using, which was produced in 2000. The taste is very different, right? In his mind, he seemed to be recounting a memory. I used to like Clara, but it wasn't a deep love. The two of them raised their glasses together. Clara said, if you drink it just once you can know its taste. Zhang Taisan raised his glass, smiled and said, it can be said that the strong vitality permeates this wine. Clara, sitting next to her, let out a loud cry. She asked back, is that true? A pair of red lips looks so seductive. But the beautiful woman is sitting in front of me. Her body exudes the scent of a mature woman. And is a beautiful and friendly person, Clara said with a friendly smile. It seems like you really like wine. The two of them sat facing each other. With a view of the entire beautiful New York City, she joked, commenting on Daniel's wine was like poetry, so it sounded good. When I heard that, I just laughed. He felt very happy and comfortable when talking to her. She returned to her serious look and said, thanks to Daniel. I have achieved my wish, Zhang Taisan asked again, confused, why? Clara said, this place is considered an expensive place in New York, and it is difficult to book in advance, so thanks to you. I have this honor. Hearing that, Zhang Taisan laughed and replied, it's nothing. New York City at night is even more splendid, a beauty that few places have. Clara asked, how could you do that today? Zhang Taisan didn't understand what she was asking. What to do? She was a bit shy when asking this question, a little timidly asked. Was that drawing really drawn by Daniel? Zhang Taisan saw that it was normal for her not to believe. He smiled happily and asked, if you've seen it and still don't believe it, how can I prove it? After hearing this, Clara said without a doubt that it seemed that many inspectors had failed to detect that difference. Zhang Taisan turned his suspicious eyes towards her and said. She probably wanted to ask how I knew, for someone living in Korea, where there are no paintings by Paul Cézanne. It seemed like she was being told the truth, so she just silently laughed it off.
Jung Tae-san spoke up to clarify this matter. As I said, that picture has no soul. Although the fake artist's technique and coloring were perfect, he had no love for the painting in that painting. When she heard this, she was a bit surprised. Maybe it was something she didn't think about. What, feelings? He smirked and continued. In short, suddenly he looked straight into her eyes and called her by her full name, Ms. Sarajianko. He called her like that, making her jump and exclaim, "What?" She seemed to discover something was wrong. Not knowing where she had gone wrong, she stood still for 5 seconds, then she smiled wryly and said, "Just call me Sarah." Jung Tae-san suddenly looked down. His eyes contained something very difficult to tell. If he did not have a sensitive soul to be able to feel everything, without emotion, it's just a mask of lies in a picture filled with only ambition. Hearing that, Sarah was interested and asked in return, did Daniel put feelings into his drawings? He used to look full of confidence to speak straight towards her. The answer was in my eyes. She felt shy when she saw that. Her face started to heat up. Ah. He spoke silently, regretfully. It seemed like she misunderstood what he meant. What, the food? Hearing that, he thought to himself. Sarah, do you really not understand that's why you asked like that? He looked outside the door. The moonlight was already high, now he said, it seems like time passes so quickly today. Hearing that, she understood the meaning. Where are you going? He thought to himself. Yes, I'm going to school. He smiled friendly and said, after finishing tomorrow's schedule. I have to return to Korea. His mouth said that, but in his heart he was thinking about something else. With a mocking tone, he turned back to see them waiting in line. Hearing that, Sarah felt a bit regretful. Sorry, really sorry, I wanted to talk about paintings with Daniel more. Suddenly she spoke in a hesitant tone, as if she had something to say, but hey, Daniel. He didn't think much and asked again, why? She shyly said, today. Hearing this, he suddenly jumped, his hands twitching in panic. Today, what is that? She stopped talking halfway. Her wine-red lips pursed, his heart jumped. Could it be? His eyes opened wide and worriedly looked towards her, afraid she would say something shocking. Then she shyly, her face turned pink, timidly said, do you want to drink another glass of wine? Suddenly the tip of the wine bottle turned towards her, making her startled and surprised, not understanding what was going on. His face looked extremely unsightly. He tried to keep his face calm and said, come on, quickly get another drink. His face in her eyes right now looks like a new handsome guy. She looked at him drooling, her face turning increasingly pink, thinking, this man is strangely cool. The moon rose higher and higher, showing that it was very late. Inside the tall, luxurious-looking gate, there was a voice coming from inside. The new target's name was Tae-san. According to Korean age, it is 20 years old. In a large villa, someone spoke up and reported that he was currently a first-year law student at Korean University, a very famous school. As far as I know, in just 2 years his assets have reached tens of billions of dollars thanks to new investment secrets. A man holding a half-burned cigarette, smoke billowing out, spoke up, earning tens of billions of dollars thanks to a new investment secret. A white-haired old man stood before his boss and respectfully spoke up. According to the announcement, Mr. Councilman, the so-called councilman spoke quietly, so he's already met robbery. The old man smiled gently and replied. According to information, he was still conducting Ma transactions. The congressman voiced his doubts. Ma. The old man continued, apparently he joined as an investor and would manage a Korean corporation. As hard as it seems to believe, the congressman asked again, a corporation? The senator continued, surely he has an eye on financial woes. The silver-haired old man cautiously replied that to deal with that, he also ended the short sale with a foreigner. Next, he kept a friendly expression on his face and said that he would soon consider the handover plan. A devilish smile appeared, looking full of venom. He smirked. Oh, so he had an eye on the financial crisis. The old man respectfully replied, according to the information I received. That was the case. He exclaimed in admiration, full of sarcasm, including a bit of interest. This young man is so talented. The castle that appeared in the night became even bigger and more magnificent, showing the wealth of the people. Politics. Next to the bed were remnants of last night's violence. It can be said that human ambition is like going on a long road and then exploding like crazy. Sarah is such a hot woman. The girl's seductive body appears through the glass, blurry, making people curious. When dawn came, that beautiful girl left a long kiss and then silently left. After the man woke up, he went to the bathroom to wash again. He thought to himself, he also left his phone number. After saying that, he smirked and said with interest, is this America's style? Jang Tae-san, after spending a night with the beauty, is now covered in kiss marks all over his body. He stands in front of the mirror and smiles stupidly, thinking. So the fox also has 9 tails, right? High-rise buildings keep growing next to each other. The attack and the power to elect the president and director of Anna Group have been transferred to the investment legal entity lore. It seems like the script that Robert and I arranged has been completed.
Robert sat across from Jang Tae-san and smiled happily and said, "Don't you have any other instructions? It seems like I have now become the president of a multi-level company." Jang Tae-san smiled in response. How many shares of Donglong Group did he buy? If anyone paid attention, they would see that he had a few bandages on his neck, which he was probably trying to cover up. Robert is a professional worker, he carefully reported back. The sale of shares was not as much as I thought. The main project according to domestic demand is also very solid. The capital rotation structure of Donglong Securities in Donglong stable. Even if you buy the maximum shares of the core Donglong company, you cannot exceed 40%. The owner's ownership is very large, he thought to himself. I also predicted this. According to that line of thinking, in a few years the East Dragon will collapse into rubble. But not now, he quietly asked if there was any solution. Robert grimaced a bit. He offered a solution. We should try contacting Donglong Confectionery Company. The party holds 10% of Donglong shares, although it also uses the name Donglong. The legal entity is a different person. He looked out the window and silently assessed. Donglong Company. Robert continued to explain, it is true that Donglong Company also holds 10% of the shares of Donglong Confectionery Company, but they also don't trust each other like other family groups. His eyes turned dangerous and filled with unpredictability as he continued. They continued to be shaken by short selling. I also heard that the company's reserves are low due to its intention to enter the Russian market. Hearing that, Zhang Taishan also nodded in approval, as expected of someone he trusted. What a good solution, let's shake them up. And I'll try contacting them and see. After speaking, he paused for a moment. Then said, Robert heard the boss call and replied in confusion, what's wrong, boss? Zhang Taishan smiled friendly and told Robert the good news, his salary this year is $100 million. Hearing these words, Robert was startled, he couldn't believe his ears. What, $100 million? Having received a salary increase, he was happy. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Zhang Taishan with touching eyes, speechless. Boss. The scene changes to a sky-high building, and a slightly worried voice comes out, hey, are you okay? On the highest rooftop of a building, the back of a beautiful girl appeared. It seemed like she was talking to someone on the phone. She replied, it's okay. At the beginning of the second, the other person heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. That's lucky. The girl was silent for a while. Then she spoke up and continued, he is just an investor, he can go down to the green level. It seems like this is not a small thing. If you say you can do it, you can do it. The other end of the line is a bit hesitant. Miss, I have to confirm this further. Hearing that, the girl sounded a bit unhappy and said, what are you saying? Cormier, you don't believe me. The other party is embarrassed. No, it's not like that. The girl's voice was cold when she heard that, so let's just deal with it like that. The other end of the second quickly replied, I understand. She seemed to remember something and continued, oh, please arrange some people to follow you a little further away, it's too obvious. Hearing that reminder, he immediately replied, yes, I understand. Before the conversation ended, she left a sentence, I will call my father myself. You have worked hard. The other party heard that and didn't ask much. Just replied, yes, please rest. After listening, she immediately hung up the phone. She looked at the phone for a while not knowing what she was thinking. Then she stood up. Walked away from that place. She was still in a state of deep thought, just walking straight forward. Her lips pursed tightly, looking up at the sky thinking, the closer he comes to her, the more dangerous she will be. She walked closer to the railing, her eyes full of regret. Sadness appeared on her face, her eyes looked into the distance, thinking, goodbye, Daniel. In an area where rows of companies are rising, every building is sky high. In a certain company, while working, a man brought a gift box in front of her, put it down and gently said, Captain Ju, take it. When she saw that, she couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that Jang Tae-san had just returned from a business trip. He brought a gift to Captain Ju and happily said, it was a gift. Captain Ju saw the person giving him a gift and stood up, hey, representative. She was quite surprised. Her face turned pink, her eyes were a bit expectant, but also a bit worried and asked, what's wrong? Jang Tae-san didn't have any intentions, he smiled and replied friendly. It was a favor, please help me prepare a delicious cup of coffee. Being asked by such a handsome person, why hesitate to help, she quickly replied. Yes, I will go prepare a delicious cup of coffee. She stood looking at Jang Tae-san's back and couldn't help but gasp, thinking, is that so, something? It seems like the atmosphere has changed a bit. The more she thought about it, the more flushed her face became, and the girl's soul became happier. She happily hugged her face and thought, it seemed like he became more attractive. Jang Tae-san sat in front of the computer screen, not knowing what he was thinking. His hands kept tapping. The computer screen was filled with numbers. Looking at these numbers, I thought to myself, you guys are so busy today, wow, that's crazy, amen.
All the screens in front of him are filled with rows of numbers, even you are crazy.
I feel so heartbroken, amen amen.
Tae-san moved the mouse continuously,
muttering, it's true that the more money you use, the more addicted you become, haha.
Looking at the screen in front of him, endless thoughts kept running through his mind. Even the art market was dealt a heavy blow by subprime debt. It seemed like it would disappear soon, but there was no reason for these items. These expensive luxury items sell well. His face seemed satisfied, staring at the numbers in front of him with some calculation.
Right now, there are few things to buy about fine art items. This world is big and there are many things that are both cheap and good.
He is truly a genius investor. As expected of him being only 20 years old to be able to hold this position, he had some thoughts. 2008 was the time to sell off the business again after 10 years. In 2009, the world's first electronic currency created by Satoshi Nakamoto was also launched. Satoshi Nakamoto was both a cryptographer and a computer scientist, known as the creator of Bitcoin. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes filled with excitement, every time passed. I cleaned up like I was buying snacks. The era of buying a pizza for 5,000 bitcoins is coming. He raised his eyes to the sky, thinking further about his future, and at that time he would directly begin to develop. While he was deep in thought, his phone rang and rang. He put on his headphones, looked at the number and knew who was calling. He said, "Yes, it's me, Lawyer Joe. Lawyer Joe is calling to report to you on the situation of Anna Company, Rep. Jang, I have just submitted a request for a temporary general shareholders meeting to change the CEO at Anna's headquarters." After listening, Jang Tae-san was a bit surprised. A light flashed his mind. He didn't think it would happen so quickly. Quickly recovering his initial calmness, he curled his lips and said, "You did a good job." After speaking, his eyes became much more dangerous. Images of Anna's owners appeared in his mind. He decided to start declaring war. From now on it will be war. Then he immediately turned serious and said, "You've worked hard. Lawyer Joe, well, I still have one more thing I want to ask you for help with. If you hear Chairman Jang has something to ask you, don't hesitate to refuse, just ask, what's going on, just say it." He said, "I want to buy a school to use as a legal fund." When Lawyer Joe heard about the school purchase, he was a bit surprised and immediately asked again. "School, what, middle school or high school?" On the other side, Lawyer Joe kept asking. "Was it for Jang Ju-shir or was it for your father?" Hearing this, he could only smile. Not seeing an answer, Lawyer Joe continued to guess. Could it be the university? Jang Tae-san said softly, Yongyong University has been sold. A thought appeared in his mind. After all, it is a second life. It's also possible to receive benefits even after death. Right, he continued, go to the director and make an agreement, saying I will throw them 200 billion. At the end of the second, the other party could only keep silent and follow. His eyes looked up at the distant sky, thinking in his heart that the university would definitely use his mother's name. Scene changed to So Company. Everyone here is bustling with traffic. Everyone is busy with their work. In the director's office, someone shouted in panic. "Director, what should we do now?" It turns out this is Sam Woo Law Firm. The man's face turned pale and worriedly said, "Those dogs are really crazy, they want to bring our group into the water." A man wearing a brown suit spoke in a deep voice. Lately there have been rumors that the Samwoos are getting more and more strange. But it seemed that this man was a bit worried. On the contrary, he calmly said, "Don't worry, that's what Samwoo was supposed to be like." The car sped along the street. The car owner's eyes looked up at the skyscraper. The car's engine whirring. On both sides were towering company buildings. Traffic was bustling on the campus, and the supercar kept rushing forward. Suddenly, the car made a quick turn, leaving a squealing sound on the road due to the wheel spinning quickly. It seems like the car owner is also a professional driver. Then it stopped. The car scraped against the road and made a screeching sound. It seemed like it had reached its destination. A foot wearing shiny black leather shoes stepped down. He stood next to the car and looked up at the public building in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly a security guard came out, looked at the guy parking in front of him and reminded him, "Hey there, you're not allowed to park here." He turned around and smiled friendly and asked the security guard, "Is there anything here?" When I heard the guard, I was a little confused. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking for your aunt here?" He smiled brighter, radiating a face full of goodwill and asked again, "Is Aunt Jumi Ran here?" When the security guard heard this woman's name, he felt a little uneasy. "What?" He gasped in surprise, as if he had been hit in the head with a shock. Speechless. "You mean, boss, chairman," this time at the corporation's headquarters. Someone asked, "Oh director, how much capital is left?" The respondent replied that currently the amount of usable capital is about 90 billion. Inside the meeting room, the woman sitting in the chair continued to speak. "It seemed there wasn't much left than I thought." Another person said, "We have used part of the loan to invest in Russia to pay off the debt. The bank draft says that even if part of the loan is paid, the request will still be sent."
The woman tapped her hand on the table in response. I also heard that. Then the woman hesitated again. But this opportunity is truly a pity. The person who spoke was Jumi Ran, Jung Tyson's aunt, Ju Sol Ran's half-sister, and the director of Dong Long Confectionery. Suddenly, the phone next to her rang. She pressed the listen button with an annoyed tone, not knowing we were in a meeting. The person on the other end of the line hesitated. Director, the thing is, a customer came to see the director. She was surprised. Who was the guest? The person on the other line answered. This person claimed to be the director's nephew. Jumi Ran was confused. Nephew, said it was my nephew, that's right. Then suddenly she got angry again. What nonsense was she talking about? Those guys didn't have any contact and didn't want to chase them away. The announcer stammered. Ju Sol Ran, she's crazy. What? Then the other side's voice rang out again, but it wasn't telling her, hey there, don't go in. Jumi Ran is confused right now. Ju Sol Ran. Suddenly the meeting room door opened. The person coming was Jung Tyson. He happily called out, Auntie. This nephew missed his aunt so much that he came to visit her. She started sweating, going crazy. Before she could finish her sentence, Tyson rushed to hug her, happily. I mean, I miss you like crazy, right? So are you. Suddenly being hugged, Jumi Ran was confused and couldn't react in time. What was going on? He continued to interrupt her. I was also very surprised to hear that I also had an aunt. She panicked and thought, is this boy Sol Ran's son? I ignored the looks of the people present in the meeting room right now, almost turning it into a deserted place. This is a gift for you, Aunt. It's just a small gift. But please accept it. He absolutely did not give Jumi Ran any chance to react. I came too quickly so I couldn't prepare properly. This is a 2008 limited edition watch with carved gems from Cartier. It's only 100 million. He thought to himself, after all. This aunt is a woman. At this point, she hesitantly turned to the others. Maybe the match should be moved to next time. Everyone in the meeting room stood up. We understand. Waiting for everyone to leave, Jumi Ran spoke up. Okay, you said you're Sol Ran's son. Your name is? He curled his lips and replied, it's Jang Tyson. She asked again, what about Sol Ran? He still calmly asked and replied, my mother is at home. She continued asking. This time there seemed to be a problem, but she was a bit hesitant. Your house, where do you live? He looked at her silently for a moment, then proudly introduced, my family lives in Jiangsu City. Hearing that, Mi Ran was a bit thoughtful, so I live in the countryside. Then she said something incomprehensible. Good, it's safe to live far away. Then she asked again, okay. What are you doing? You look young, he interrupted. Yes, I'm a student. So, where? He smirked and replied, I'm in my first year of law school at Korea University. Hearing the name of the school, she was a bit startled. So that's what it was. Looks like you also study hard. Then suddenly he asked again, but, Auntie, just now you said it's safe to live in a faraway place. What do you mean? She laughed. It turns out you didn't know, that's why you asked. Tyson smiled harmlessly and nodded. Then he heard the yin and yang monster speak. What is that? Probably afraid of my brother. Tyson was confused and scared. Jumi Ran said in a low voice, that's right, in this world the person who was most afraid of is his brother, so you should be careful too. Suddenly Tyson pushed a business card in front of her. He calmly explained that I was also running a small investment company. Hearing that, I was surprised. What, just now you said you were a student, is this yours? He smiled brightly. It's really your company, Mi Ran also exclaimed. Wow, you're so successful. Then suddenly he asked a question with no beginning or end. Only my aunt did it. This question made Jumi Ran sweat. Then she spoke up uncomfortably. Stop saying those incomprehensible words. Running a company is not easy. Very tired. Tyson replied to her. I'm sure he will help. Suddenly she called out in a low voice, Nephew, Tyson is confused. What's wrong? Don't ask me what I'm doing. I know, and you also know that you are not a generous person when you bring here a watch worth 100 million. What is your real purpose in coming to see me? And suddenly she lowered her voice and seemed serious. If she didn't feel sorry for your mother. It would be a lie. When my mother passed away and the new mother came, I was only 10 years old. Is that appearance good for a child like me? Even so, I don't hate them that much. I don't hate that slow and smiling sister, but if I look like I care about your mother, I'll get beaten by my brother. I also just want to live. Her words made my blood run cold. He thought to himself, what kind of crazy person is this? Then she continued crying, my brother. He is truly a very scary person. These words made him confused, but I still had doubts. It's not enough that he had to hire an assassin to kill someone I didn't even know was me. If I die, he won't receive anything, so why? I can't inherit either. My order of inheritance is also very far away. At this moment, Tyson seemed to be falling into his own confused thoughts. His eyes looking at the woman appeared dull and unbelievable. In order are the parents.
Then the children. Suddenly he realized something about, wait for it, the weakness of the legal inheritance system.
If he kills me and then kills my father, all my assets will go to my mother.
And he would take care of all his sisters, and eventually kill his mother.
That's right, that's definitely the scenario.
Thinking like that made him grit his teeth in anger. The old bastard. Suddenly Mirant spoke up to pull him out of his thoughts.
But why did you come to me? It doesn't seem to be for money.
He smirked. In the near future I intend to hand over a company. She was shocked. What, boy, why isn't it your mother or father? He did not explain but continued, at that time, the company will be divided into 2 companies. She was startled. What, split up? What, do it like big companies, you? He thought to himself. It's not a big company but a corporation, and, I called her, and, you're confused, huh? He did not answer immediately but looked at her with a deep smile. His look made her panic, stammering, what?
What's wrong? Are you trying to ask me for help?
I have a suggestion, whether you want to do a big deal with you or not. The scene changes to another building. Now it's nighttime. A voice rings out, look at this guy, how can a brat like him have so much money? He's the president's nephew.
Another person asked, the hired killer also failed, what is this guy?
That person read documents about him and continued, it seems like he also has outstanding talent in art and music.
After enrolling at Korea University.
Then suddenly he saw something that shocked the man. It turned out that on the information that he was dating Yuri, the man couldn't believe his eyes. At this time in a kendo practice room, Tyson swung his sword and slashed an apple while thinking.
I warned my aunt.
I told you to be careful about your business plan. Each apple was continuously cut in half under his blade. After a while of fierce slashing, he used the tip of his sword to hold half of the apple firmly and did not continue. After stopping, Tyson began to breathe evenly to regulate the air, which, he thought, was still not enough. Breathing, posture and swordsmanship are still not perfect.
With just director Han Jinwong, there is a limit to blocking him. Looks like that uncle used some kind of power that I didn't know about, while thinking.
He remembered the past of his previous life when he was surrounded and beaten by those people. Then suddenly he came out of the cycle of reminiscing, curled his lips and smiled. But there was no way I was stuck, immortal god like the great Jade Emperor.
I have an illegal tutoring assistant.
Then he suddenly smiled happily and muttered.
Tianlong Then Quan, you picked up the signal I left, that's why you came, right?
He smiled and thought, surely the first dream was scary, then suddenly he shivered. A message appeared in his mind, because he was not level enough, he could not summon a mid-level god or higher. This made him startled and scream, what, not enough levels? He thought back in panic, what, so all the gods he had ever met were not even intermediate level but just low level?
I thought just earning points would be enough, it's not a game but there are level limits.
At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone, director, is there something wrong? The person on the other end of the line immediately responded, apologizing for disturbing the president at such a late hour. The thing is, president.
Hearing the director's hesitation, he laughed it off and kept talking.
The person on the other end hesitated, I would like to ask permission, could the chairman take a moment now? The director's reserved tone made him confused, wrong, now. He asked worriedly, what was going on, was he threatened by something? The person on the line immediately replied, no, it's not like that. This person wants to meet the president. The director's address surprised him, this one. After hearing what the other party said, he replied, I understand. The scene changes to a villa on a certain hill, an unhappy voice rings out, failure.
How many people can lose to a low-ranking person?
In the room, the person sitting at the desk is incomprehensible and low-class, a welder, as soon as he stood opposite. He replied, yes, Mr. Captain. The assassins were all under police surveillance so I couldn't approach them. One guy committed suicide, the other 2 guys are in a vegetative state. The other boy was unhappy when he heard the report, he asked in a cold voice. Who was the subject? The other officer hesitated, about that, the tenant is also in a vegetative state so I still don't have the information. The other person gave the order, then the matchmaker will take stock of the situation, also, stop this, the other man received the order and obeyed. Then the other boy reminded him that this was the group's honor. Scene changed to a certain apartment complex at night. The street is always extremely deserted, the whole road is asleep. There is only one car on the road. The car stopped, he got out and introduced himself. I'm Jang Tyson. The bodyguard who was assigned to greet you raised his hand and is waiting for you inside. He followed 2 bodyguards down the hallway to meet the boss and the man's words. Coming to a room, he pushed the door open and saw a figure. There was a big man sitting fishing. He said, ho ho, we finally met you. He didn't answer but looked around the room and exclaimed. This place is quiet so it's great, the middle-aged man laughed, that's right.
The young man knows everything. Whenever I'm stressed, going fishing is the best place. Then he turned to make a cup of coffee and asked him, "Do you drink coffee?" Tyson smiled, "Yes, please give me a drink." Suddenly he asked him a question, "Why does the young man sound like that? Haven't he joined the army yet?" Tyson was a bit startled and thought, "It seems like he knows all the information about me. I've already enlisted in the army. But, it's just that no one knows." He looked at his expression and laughed, "It's not like I heard that from my children. Even though I'm a decrepit old man now, I used to have intelligence abilities that no one in the intelligence department could match. Now it's almost progressing in the right direction." He looked at the old man with a gentle face and thought, it looked funny, at that time. The person who used to play with the Korean economy, the president, Do Woon-young. The old man picked up the chopsticks and stirred the pot of noodles and asked him, "Are you 20 years old this year?" He smiled politely, "Yes sir, have you caught any fish yet?" The old man laughed, "Huh, I didn't release bait anymore so no fish took the bait, it smells very fishy so I don't eat freshwater fish." Then he gave him a bottle of wine, "Come on, you take one." Tyson scratched his head and smiled, "Ah, yes." He poured wine into a glass and calmly said, "Okay, I heard you were making arrangements for my children." He also calmly replied to him, "It was just an exaggeration, I just found it satisfactory so I hired them." The old man laughed again, "Huh, good, I don't know about the others, but they are loved wherever they go." "But you also have a lot of money." His question made Tyson surprised. "Oh, why?" He still smiled. Why was he surprised? There were so many rumors. "Already opened accounts for your mother and you." Tyson was embarrassed right now, not knowing what to say. Suddenly the old man got serious. "There's this guy, don't trust the people in the government, everywhere is full of worms and spies." The director who was elected this time only had money on his mind. After learning that the previous president was a devil greedy for money, he was chased away. "But I didn't expect to become president. This life is truly ironic," the old man exclaimed. At this moment, Tyson seemed to be thinking about something. He looked quite confused. Your expression caught his attention, "Ha!" Then he laughed. "Wait, the young man also knows how to read faces." Tyson is shocked, "Ha!" His understanding of himself made him sweat. Wow, the president of a big company isn't something everyone can do. "I've never been caught before, but today I was caught." At this time, the old man continued. "You should only believe in moderate numbers or the 4 pillars. Even if you can see the past by reading physiognomy, you cannot know the future. That's human. If times change, even saints will be corrupted, so we have to change the future. You should consider looking at the 4 pillars. Don't trust people too much. But don't take it too lightly." The late president's profound knowledge left Tyson stunned. The old man still calmly said, "Just keep trying every second and every minute, that is enough. Even if you were betrayed and lost everything like me, don't complain. That's destiny." He asked in surprise. "Sir, betrayed?" He calmly recounted, "Yes, and was stabbed again by the person I trusted the most." The old man started to get serious. "Director Zhang, they were more than you imagined. They are very stubborn and cruel people. Remember, they always aim for your neck." Hearing him say that, Tyson was both angry and surprised. Who are they, after all? Who would dare do that to you? The old man recalled the scene when he was young with a group of people who were all elites. Then he slowly replied, "It was the same sect." This name makes Tyson extremely scared. "What, one sect association?" "It's Niatong Hui," Director Zhang said with a cold face. Tyson gasped, his head made unpleasant buzzing sounds. "The snake ancestors had begun to recognize you. Merit points were returned to humanity Duwonjong as a price for obtaining information." Director Zhang squinted at him with a profound meaning. He continued, "They are dirtier than parasites." His wide, dry mouth and wrinkles left by old age radiated coldness. Director Zhang frowned and began to sit up straight to maintain the necessary serious demeanor. Daewon was hunted by them. Search vigorously. One Tong Hui. Tyson opened his eyes wide in surprise. This was the first time he heard the name of this organization. Dozens of questions flooded his brain. Tyson wondered if One Tong Hui was a gangster organization. "What exactly is the One Sect Society? Are you saying someone is targeting me?" he asked. "In order to not die at the hands of foreigners with black hair and people who are staring at my neck, there is no other way but to throw Daewon out as a sacrifice," Director Zhang said with a calm expression. Tyson's face turned pale, his eyes widened when he heard Director Zhang mention the foreign woman with black hair. "Is it related to Anna Group?" Tyson frowned, looking uncomfortable. "I don't know the details either. I only learned about their existence only after they went bankrupt," Director Zhang said regretfully. Director Zhang turned around and smiled widely at Tyson. "Do you also see that I am a thief?" Tyson smiled politely and replied, "You used it freely." throwing money into politics and also cheating on accounting.
Tyson continued to speak while Director Zhang slowly narrowed his eyes in embarrassment. If I say more, there are dozens of things, he laughed cheerfully and held out his hand. That's right, I did that, Director Zhang pushed his glasses, his face covered in sweat. But at that time everyone was like that, other businesses also committed accounting fraud. It's the same now, it's even more serious than then, he explained. Yes, I am indeed a thief, he admitted with a smile. I am not satisfied with a small and narrow nation, so I intend to steal everywhere. Tyson looked at him, seemingly shocked by his frank confession. But, damn, the company went bankrupt. Although it seems like an excuse. I don't intend to steal alone, he continued. I just want to give employees more bonuses. And create better jobs for people, he smiled bitterly, mocking the irony of his life's fate. I simply want to be the leader, not only in the small Republic of Korea, but on the large world stage. Tyson quietly and seriously listened to Director Zhang. I also know, it's true that President Du Woon-jang gave the union a treat. Tyson thought to himself. At the IMF, when all the big businesses participated in restructuring and exceeded their targets, employees said they had no place to go, so we couldn't fire them even by 20%. The government was not satisfied with that result, so the company went bankrupt. He sighed with regret. Do you know the person named Jo-hun Jae? Director Young asked. The former director GM Gang, Tyson answered. Ha, that's right, that Jo-hun Jae was my employee at one time. I originally fired him when he was negligent in handling his work. That guy took revenge and stabbed me in the back. Tyson opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise, really? He used to be a flatterer and flattered me, but he shook hands with Yang Bong-joon, who used to be the Minister of Economics. Tyson asked skeptically, the two of them are members of the Tong Nyet Tong Association, right? Director Young calmly said, I don't know, but it's very suspicious. Tyson asked in confusion, what do you say? The One-Sect Society is not a simple organization. It has gone through 100 years of history. What, 100 years? Tyson asked in disbelief. Tyson was surprised and turned to Stemmer and asked Director Young, so since the Joseon period? Not yet, not to that extent, Director Young replied. Ban Young-jo, Sun Kook-young, Chun Il-kwan, remember these names, he advised? It's the creditor, cough cough, Director Young coughed and choked at his answer. He said with a solemn face and a serious tone, they are bastards who have sold their country many times, the name Ban Young-jo. Could it be that Ban Young-jo? National Daily, Tyson asked in shock. Director Young laughed and said, you're not stupid. Right, Tyson asked again, yes, stupid. Ban Young-jo is the older brother of the former president of the National Daily newspaper. Director Young recounted that the deep, husky voice typical of the elderly made him feel more nostalgic. That's it, Tyson nodded, listening attentively to the story he was telling. The name Sun Kook-young later became a lawyer. And he rose to the position of Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and established a faction of talented lawyers. Sun Kook-young, Tyson wondered. Director Young sighed. As the founder and leader of RNC Law Office, Tyson couldn't believe what he just heard. He shouted, RNC. And the name Chun Il-kwan, during the dictatorship era, when he was alive. He was both the Prime Minister and a member of the National Assembly, the President of the Korea-Japan Conference, the first President of the Liberal Democracy Association, and he is also the worst of the bad. His son is now also a member of Parliament. Tyson clenched his fists and jumped up. Ah, damn, what a terrible bastard. Director Young sighed, they hid very skillfully. It took me a while to find them, they are even better at hiding than birds and mice. Nyet Tonghoi is an organization founded by people who received money from a Japanese secret organization, secretly used political funds and intended to sell out the Republic of Korea, attracting major media and individuals acting as supporters to destroy the political world. You should find out about that. If that's the case, then you'll live long. Director Young suggested while laughing. Tyson opened his eyes wide and looked at him. He smiled and continued, there is this quote in Shakespeare's play Macbeth that I like. Weakness can summon evil at any time, only by being strong can we survive. Wow, Dad, what's going on? Aren't you busy today? Haha, you're not busy. We should also take the time to date our daughter, Yuri's father said. Ah, if you have time like that, why don't you make an appointment with Mom? She's probably going through menopause, so she's always nagging. Dad, please take care of Mom a little, Yuri smiled shyly. So we're dealing with envelopes that your mother likes, wow. You like envelopes too, she covered her mouth and laughed. Yuri's father smiled and generously said, okay, after eating, give me a thick envelope, thank you, Dad, she said happily smiling. Her father smiled and said, Yuri, her face was sweating, shyly asking, yes, remember the time when you were in my arms begging me to buy you some real snacks? Ah, you're not a snack, she dismissed. Yuri's father slowly wiped his mouth as if waiting for her to confess something.
He smiled politely and asked, "Don't you have anything to tell me?" For example, about dating, Yuri was nervous and sweaty. "What kind of date?" she denied.
"There is no such thing, never," her father smiled politely and asked, "Is that right?" "Absolutely not." "Yes, I still don't have one." Yuri is tense, she is worried that her relationship with her lover will be discovered. "Then you quit school and go study abroad in France for a few years."
"It's good to go to school and graduate from university there. Why do you study abroad?" "Why so suddenly?" Yuri asked in fear. He laughed. "Before you said you wanted to go to school." Yuri replied hesitantly, "But now, Dad, I like a normal life."
"But studying abroad is for later after graduation." "I discussed it with your mother and decided that after leaving." He turned away. Yuri realized that her father had discovered something. She opened her mouth to salvage the situation. "Father, I..." This was not a request but an order. His face was serious, his appearance completely different from his polite and elegant appearance from before. "I went to experience the world and then came back." Yuri opened her mouth speechless. "Study abroad, graduate, and marry the guy you choose." The story became more tense with each passing minute, the atmosphere gradually became darker than ever. Yuri's father frowned solemnly, he spoke in a threatening voice. This was not a request, but an order. Faced with such unexpected news, the girl heard it as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to believe this unacceptable reality. But he did not compromise. Yuri's father loudly reminded him, "You should go experience more about the world and then return." Besides, he was a bit hesitant, not wanting to say anything. But the matter was enough, it shocked her completely. Yuri's face turned pale. There was not a drop of blood left on her face, she was stunned and speechless. "Ah." Seeing that, he immediately added, the old man emphasized the noble task ahead for her. "After studying abroad and graduating, you can marry the boy I choose for you." Yuri sadly sat still, silent, her face darkened without bothering to answer a word. Frustration and discomfort gradually rose in the girl's heart. Scene change, in the middle of a clear morning sky, the beautiful sun is shining warm rays of sunlight on the world. Suddenly from somewhere a familiar voice filled with panic rang out, "Director Zhang, has something happened since this morning?" Inside the neat and tidy office, the lawyer hurriedly ran up, he eagerly asked. "Maybe it wasn't because he remembered that he called me, or maybe you've been causing trouble all night again," in response to those negative words, despite his constant questioning. Tyson still maintained his calm demeanor, he stood silently looking towards the window. Looking somewhere far away. Being a genius, he doesn't easily reveal his flaws. Tyson slowly turned his head, he smiled and said the purpose of today's conversation. "I had a few questions." Hearing that, the lawyer felt relieved. It was as if a burden had been lifted from him, he warmly asked, "Is that so?" "Our director Zhang is so smart, what does he need to ask an ordinary lawyer like me?" "Ah," a smile gradually appeared on his wrinkled face. Tyson glared sternly and loudly asked the lawyer, "Where was RC?" He was a little scared in such a situation, he couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "RC?" That's right, this was the essential wish when Tyson called him here today. He glanced with authority and emphasized, "Don't talk in general terms, but tell me in detail." It seemed that the name Tyson had just mentioned had a terrible secret that made the lawyer's face pale as soon as he heard it, his eyes widened in shock. He hummed speechlessly. It wasn't until a while later, when he had calmed down a bit, that he awkwardly smiled and awkwardly replied, "To talk in detail about RC, it's a scary place." Hearing this, Tyson was a bit confused. Mr. Doubtful at his answer, "What, scary?" Immediately without hesitation, the lawyer frowned, his face filled with seriousness and immediately affirmed that RC had gone beyond the scope of a normal law office. "Indeed, this is urgent news." Tyson darkly and seriously approached him step by step, skillfully probing. "Do you mean the link between politics and the financial world?" The lawyer seemed to have been hit in the heart. Black, he lost his momentum, tremblingly stepped back to admit that of course there was also something else. Tyson faced this very hot news source, he was shocked and asked. "Something else, yes," the awkward lawyer awkwardly bowed his head and replied. "Although I couldn't say exactly." He seriously recounted the story of the past, the origin of RC, but in the early 1970s, lawyers Lee Yong-moon and Zhang Sunxiao were officially established, although under the form as a law firm, but it is a law firm in a strict organizational form. The lawyer broke out in a cold sweat, turned pale and loudly exposed the unexpected truth. However, the real owners of RC were not those two people, at the same time. He glanced at Tyson with shy eyes full of suspicion. At this point, there was no other way, he asserted eloquently and frankly, but it was senior lawyer Sun Kukyeong. What a source of hot news. Hearing this, Tyson laughed with delight, he happily conjectured that it was the Supreme Court Chief Sun Kukyeong. Indeed, this prediction was unmistakably correct. When the lawyer saw this, he was surprised, and laughed out of the question. "What, you know?" "Sure,
For a smart person like him, this is just a small thing, but Tyson still wants to hide his strength. He humbly replied with a forced smile, affirming that this is an obvious thing that everyone knows. I'm also a law student. Then, without wasting any more time, the nervous lawyer continued to recount that, according to secret rumors, Sun Kukyeong had nominated good lawyers he knew to register for a law office and provide support. There were many of him. At that time, RC had almost no unwinnable case. Once again, his face turned pale and shocked, emphasizing the seriousness of the problem. Because Sun Kukyeong is the chief of the Supreme Court, if he defends, of course there will be arrangements made. This news was so harsh. Tyson was surprised and shocked to hear it. Speechless, his face was blank and bloodless. Stupidly listening to him, the lawyer continued in a loud voice, and Sun Daekyun, son of Judge Sun Kukyeong, was the director. Sun Daekyun graduated from law school at Hankook University, and after passing the judicial exam, he became a judge, then became chief judge and then joined RC. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. The lawyer excitedly smiled at Tyson, but he soon became a director. You probably figured it out, right? The story was so difficult. Tyson was horrified when he heard it. He smiled sheepishly and replied, it seemed like he couldn't touch it. Seeing that he seemed to have become discouraged and frightened by that mysterious force, the lawyer suddenly changed his face and sternly reminded, of course, in fact, my Samwoo was also destroyed by the many times, so no law office wants to get involved with RC. He emphasized the fatal point with a mocking and critical tone, attacking with strange tactics. Truly speechless, during the whole time he spoke, Tyson listening attentively, his face darkened. He did not open his mouth to say a word. Suddenly, after rearranging the issues, Tyson had a little doubt. If it doesn't work domestically, why not recruit foreign experts? The lawyer, seeing his naivety, laughed and replied, haha, because the fees are very expensive, right? Having understood, Tyson smiled triumphantly. He was sure that Anna's side must have trusted RC, right? The lawyer nodded. Maybe that's why I'm preparing more thoroughly. Speaking of which, the two of you seem to have a better understanding of the plan you're drawing up. Unexpectedly, Tyson smiled. He asked mysteriously, Mr. Lawyer, please help me with this matter. He was shocked and surprised by that sudden thing and asked again, what's wrong with me? That's right, it's him and no one else. The lawyer broke out in a cold sweat. His pale face awkwardly smiled and continued, okay, you just say it, because Director Zhang, even if he jumps into hot water and burns me, do. True to Tyson's wishes, he smiled triumphantly and confided his long-standing plan, we will have to sow the seeds. His words were so difficult to understand that the lawyer laughed foolishly and wondered, what, sprouts, are you planning to grow crops? But things are not just that easy, Tyson thought with a laugh, lawyer Jove at the time. Everyone has a simple imagination. He silently folded his arms and bowed his head, looking deeply and silently calculating. It was true that he was farming, but not on land but on people. Faced with his strangely quiet attitude, lawyer Joe was frightened, trembling with wet sweat, shirt soaked. Looking out to the whole world, he eloquently affirmed that he would officially plant his people everywhere. After stabilizing the plan in his imagination, Tyson confidently pointed his hand at lawyer Joe, asking him to open the documents he told me about before. But he didn't regain his composure. His face was still bewildered, not understanding what he was implying. So he widened his eyes in fear and asked again, what document? Tyson calmly replied meaningfully, it's that thing, there. The lawyer frantically bowed his head, his face pale, and tried to avoid everything. He refused to accept the truth and lied, Zhang, if you say that, the devil doesn't know what it is. At this time, Tyson did not hesitate anymore, he frankly said what he wanted. The corruption documents of National Assembly member Zhang Yoshi, it was too terrible. As soon as he heard this name, the lawyer panicked, say, what? His face was completely drained of blood, he was terrified and shouted loudly, do you still remember that thing? Surely, I don't forget easily, Tyson frowned and replied, yes. Lawyer Joe hesitated, sweat poured out like a flood, he was worried. If I take that out, my life will be lost. Indeed, this matter is too serious for Tyson to joke about. He thought he would give up, but no, a series of attractive conditions were raised in front of lawyer Joe. Tyson proactively suggested, family plane, listen. So, he panicked and asked. What? He didn't bother to answer but continued seamlessly, moreover, from the resort, to lifetime VIP cards for multifunction rooms of 5-star hotels around the world, I will tell you, in the face of these extremely attractive temptations. Lawyer Joe could not have foreseen them, he stepped back in shock and said loudly. No, Director Zhang, what do you think I am? But how can a person's heart avoid the desire for fame and fortune? Lawyer Joe happily approached and patted Tyson's shoulder, who was smiling brightly, and warmly encouraged him, it's not a good thing to do a transaction like this between us, it's not a good feeling, why do you guys calculate it right, okay? What documents do you want? He quickly fell into the trap of love and money. Tyson proudly approached and whispered, sending documents that would make the other person unable to resist.
Lawyer Joe was stunned. He widened his eyes speechlessly, looked at Tyson in shock and thought, "That's an important document." "That's perfect," Tyson said provocatively. "And I said it just in case," making him confused and awkwardly ask, "What's more? What else do you need me to do?" "Sure," he asked in a serious tone. "Do you know about the first sect?" His face turned pale, he trembled and couldn't speak. "No," he stammered. "How do you know the most sect, Director Zhang? Where did you hear it?" "It's not easy for you to confess," Tyson frowned and smiled absent-mindedly. "I just overheard." The lawyer was shaking with anger, he was seething with anger and reprimanding. "Director Zhang, aren't you too much?" he spoke casually, making Tyson confused. He looked at him bewildered. Lawyer Joe angrily shouted like he was screaming fire. Full of anger, "Even when he was wary of me, you still investigated the law faculty meeting and beat him." Tyson followed suit and was also speechless, he shouted in a loud voice. Coughing. He continuously burst out in frustration. The membership wasn't even 10 people. "That's terrible, you're really the best." Tyson couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking, I expected too much. Suddenly, in the middle of a tense conversation, out of nowhere came the sound of an emergency phone ringing. Tyson angrily turned around and stared at the landline phone, asking, "What's wrong?" Immediately, a voice rang out to answer him, Director Han Jinwang is looking for you." This attracted attention, Lawyer Joe's idea. Hearing that, he smiled and ordered, "Okay, please come in here." The other guy immediately continued, he asked to convey that there was a guest visiting. Hearing this, Lawyer Joe was momentarily suspicious. He looked at him with a puzzled face. Suddenly, he proactively asked to leave. "About this, I forgot there was a meeting. I have to retire when I get old," he said and waved his hands in confusion. Right after that, Lawyer Joe turned around and quickly said goodbye. Then Director Zhang, "I'm so busy today, please excuse me, I will send the documents via email, goodbye." Seeing this, Tyson happily nodded, he smiled and said, "I will contact you later." The scene changes to the outside of a high-rise building. It's late afternoon, the clouds begin to leisurely drift toward the sun. Outside the building's lobby, the sound of two people's shoes appeared. They were neatly dressed and carefully walked each step. One of those two elegant men was none other than Tyson. Walking eagerly and filled with joy, the guest I had been waiting for all this time, even the door was already open. Suddenly, from afar, two tall, muscular young men appeared behind him. One stepped forward and respectfully said, "Boss, I'm Han Jinwang." Hearing that, Tyson slowly turned around and looked excitedly. He quickly assessed the situation before him, a short man in his early 50s with a body as hard as a rock. He was indeed a bit extraordinary. Tyson looked at him with shyness, his eyes full of seriousness and trust, looking straight at me, and I. He proactively extended his hand full of goodwill toward him, openly greeting him, "Hello, I'm Jiang Tae-san." Faced with his warmth, he calmed down for a moment, looking intently at those hands. After a while, he smiled warmly and shook hands. Solemnly replied, "Nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Hoon." His dazzling smile was about to signal a successful and beautiful near future. Satisfied, at the same time, Tyson also came up with the plan that had been boiling in his heart for a long time, and met the future director of the National Intelligence Institute, at niche headquarters. The man on the phone angrily said, "Damn director, where is he now?" There was a voice on the other side of the phone. "I lost track of him at the meeting." Hearing that you men can't control your anger, why do you scoundrels just compare you to a superior in the state leadership and you become complacent? Yet you still consider yourself a member of the Nisha. At this time, the man's voice became more pacified and spoke up to advise, "Be sure to observe each member to avoid failure and find out if anyone is supporting the previous leaders." Jiang Hoon finally arrived at Tyson's company. He enthusiastically shook hands and welcomed her. Tyson smiled and said, "Thank you for coming here today, you must have had a long trip." Jiang Hoon looked at Tyson and smiled back, "Yes, who knew he would be this tired when he came here?" Lawyer Jinwang standing next to him saw that he also had something to do, so he asked permission to leave first. "Please talk comfortably, I have some business that needs to be attended." "I asked permission to leave first." Tyson didn't say anything and looked at him, smiling silently in agreement. Then he sent someone to MCD to welcome Jiang Hoon. Tyson spoke up tentatively. It seemed like he had had a difficult time these past few days. Jiang Hoon kept his smile and said, "What do you mean? I'm completely fine." To lighten the atmosphere, Jiang Hoon continued to say, "When I was in niche I was never able to sleep more than 5 hours a day, now I can rest as long as I want without an iPhone, so I don't have any further reports or announcements to make. I see you are doing very well, I think you should continue working for the country." Jiang Hoon heard that and smiled thoughtfully. "At this point I wanted to rest." Jiang Hoon has absolutely no intention of returning to work for niche. Even the president said that he wants to return to his hometown and start farming. "I will also write a few books and nurture my dream of young children."
Tyson still had hope that Jang Hoon would return to work, so he deliberately tried to strike a nerve and said, "Don't you regret having to end the day so early?" Jang Hoon replied quietly, "Anyway, I can't, what can be done?" Helplessness appeared on Jang Hoon's face, there was nothing I could do. Tyson didn't think so and smiled, "To be honest, even though this is our first time meeting, there are some things I want to ask you." After listening, Jang Hoon seemed to want to hide, asking me if I had anything. Tyson's face turned cold. "Come to our place and study." Looking at Jang Hoon's scary face, he had no way to refuse but replied, "Yes." Tyson's eyes flashed, he was very satisfied with this answer. "I will sponsor your studies and ensure your life. I have also prepared your visa." Jang Hoon did not expect him to prepare so quickly, But Jang Hoon still couldn't help but worry, it's not an easy thing. The current government has no tolerance. Tyson doesn't consider it an obstacle. It's a good thing. Tyson's face showed a sinister look and said, "I am much worse than you think." As if he didn't expect Tyson to say that, Jang Hoon was extremely surprised. No one ever admitted that he was a bad person. Tyson didn't pay attention to the degenerate surprise and said, "You can bring the other members that you left behind." This statement surprised Jang Hoon even more than the previous one. Tyson smiled and added, "If you want you can bring all of them with you." Tyson thought to himself that Jang Hoon would have a hard time refusing this time. I gave him a condition that was hard to refuse, and I'm sure. That is, if he had love for his agency, even though he knew it was 7, he would still accept it, indeed, as he predicted. There was a hint of hesitation on Jang Hoon's face. The summoning sound in the company was extremely loud, everyone gathered. "Director Jang here," everyone's chattering voices rang out. "Dad, don't you like us anymore? What is this?" Tyson walked up to the group fob and smiled and said, "Hey Sryan, stop making crocodile tears." Seeing the plan fail, Sryan looked at him in surprise. How could he see that? Tyson held the cake box in his hand and said, "After all, there are some fruitcakes here that are quite popular." Seeing the food the girls ordered immediately became happy. "Fruitcake, hope you are the best." Jimin, the captain of the band fob, looked at the cake box with great worry. "My friend, are we pigs? Don't think this is enough, Director Jang." Tyson smiled very shyly. "When he talked to me comfortably because we were the same age, maybe I shouldn't have said that." Tyson regained his handsome expression and said, "To confirm my love I will prepare a gift." After hearing this, Sryan was surprised. "What a gift?" He smiled and said, "I will compose a song for everyone." After listening to the group fob, I froze. Composing music, isn't Appa law student, director, you think? Looking at the girls who didn't trust him like that, he confidently said, "Its title is divine." He thought to himself, "I'm sorry to my parents, I've created enough bad karma. The weather today is extremely beautiful." Tyson sat in the office listening to the phone on the other end. "I just learned that Lee Jang works for Anna." After listening to Tyson, there was nothing surprising, it was worth looking forward to. The other person continued to say, "I think they spent a lot of money." Tyson asked in return, "So what do you think the result will be?" The other end of the line thought for a while and then said, "There are many undeniable facts that are not something you can do and more or less related to foreign investment, there is no way for them." Tyson smiled and praised, "Good job pushing it as far as possible." The other person replied, "I have brought all the staff in there even though it will take a little time." Then that man gave Tyson a guarantee, "But I can still finish before the summer vacation." Tyson said with satisfaction, "You're doing very well, keep up your form like that." The other end of the line said, "And we will come to an agreement with Director Lee of Jongyong University, he said he can give it to us in the next few months." Tyson said with a smile, "That's great information." The man hesitated to continue. "But CEO Jang will only release the information I gave you." Tyson turned around, leaned back in his chair and calmly said, "It's being prepared right now." The other person panicked, "What, prepare IA? That's something I should have kept to myself, haha." Tyson smiled meaningfully, "Think of it as a good beauty for your contribution." Suddenly it's April. The girl walked from afar and beckoned Tyson. Tyson followed the call and turned around, "How is your senior?" The girl smiled brightly in the sunshine. "Okay, are you free Tyson? You said you wanted to take me to a secret course." Tyson felt like he didn't have time and tactfully refused. "He's been quite busy lately." The girl didn't complain but said, "You should spend some time with me, there are some juniors asking me to introduce them, with you." Suddenly all the attention of everyone around was focused on the video that was spreading on social networks. "Did you see that video?" "Did you also see it? Haha, I don't understand what it is because it's Wed USA, but it looks crazy." One person in the crowd said, "Because the traffic is so large I can't get it easily, but it is also available on other websites. And it is being shared like crazy." Some people are asking, what is the name of the website? There was another response. It was rumored that he was a politician from another country. Is he a senator from Zhangzhou? I heard that his younger brother is the CEO of Anna Group. Dezin felt extremely satisfied when he saw that the effect was beyond his expectations. Anna, I'm sorry. The girl saw that he wasn't paying attention to her and said unhappily, I mean, what are they talking about? Dezin replied, I think there's some big video going viral. Everyone keeps cursing Anna and those animals. Why are all men like that except our Dezin? Dezin smiled brightly like a flower and proudly walked down the street. Because of me, the greeting ceremony was going strong right now when there wasn't much time left until the election. It happens to be the best time to send someone away. The loudspeaker rang out, addressing the people of Zhangzhou City. I'm your representative, Oh Zhuwi, please trust me again, everyone. It rained non-stop. The announcer didn't stop and continue talking, even though I wasn't born here. But I considered this place my home and tried to do the best I could. Over the past 4 years I have tried to work to develop the city and help local businesses. I am also very close to the current president. If you support me again, I will continue to improve local businesses and strengthen our economy. Ozhui ignored the rain and enthusiastically introduced himself without even a glance or question. Even so, he still kept the smile on his face and continued, please support me, hey people of Zhangzhou City. Believe in you. The orange-shirt employees also stood in the rain, grinning and cheering for their brother. Oh Zhuwi, oh Zhuwi. Zhangzhou's hope. Oh Zhuwi, the clear music kept playing. But Zhuwi was not happy at all. The smile on his lips had disappeared, his eyebrows frowned. I believe in you. Oh Zhuwi left a thank you note then turned around and went home. A moment later, someone's voice rang out in that house, hey, damn, it's Zhuwi. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed, as if they wanted to stick together. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, saying, everyone says it's easy. Why is it like that, this? At this moment, someone came and said to Zhuwi, the representative. Please drink this cup of sandwing tea. The older brother looked at him worried about his future. His face covered in black stripes, extremely scared, and said, please don't give up, according to our analysis. We are doing very well, you're ahead of your competition by about 15%. Hearing the right words, he smiled again, yes, thank you to those idiots. It seems like we will have a great victory. Those who oppose them have no idea how politics works. We need to do everything we can at this time. Who here has the best hands? Zhang Yong, where are you? As soon as I heard the call, a girl walked over. She did not go near Zhu Yuka's desk but stood still and asked, are you calling me? Your Excellency? Oh Zhu Yuka replied, oh, that's right, Zhang Yong, you can see. My shoulder is quite stiff now, come here and massage me. Zhang Yong's face looked dissatisfied. He didn't want to come massage him, but he didn't dare to argue and obediently said, yes. Zhu Yuka told the other guys, you guys go out for a while. The guys in suits rolled their eyes, but didn't say anything more. Ah, yes, we get it. Wow, good, oh, it feels so good. Oh Zhu Yuka's voice rang out in the office. Actually, let's talk about massage. Young girls like Zhang Yong always do the best. As he spoke, he put his dirty hand around the back of her butt. Zhang Yong was visibly scared, but still tried to reassure himself not to resist. At this moment, a man in a black suit jumped in from outside and shouted at him, the representative, causing Zhu Yuka to almost fall to the ground. Oh Zhu Yuka was dirty, yelling at his brother, the assistant Kim, are you crazy? Can't you see I'm taking a break? The brother's eyes widened, his mouth was open, sweat was pouring down, but he still tried to speak and represent, there's a big problem going on, quickly check the internet, what is this, is someone dead? Zhu Yu was suspicious and opened his laptop to take a look. I couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at the pile of my smut videos that people posted, they still attracted hundreds of thousands of videos. Oh Zhu Yuka broke out in a cold sweat, his chin was about to fall to the ground. The guy in the suit said tremblingly, the representative, the party leader, is calling. About 10 years ago, when he was young, he and some other members filmed many videos with female college students. Zhu Yuka asked Van, please tell me how to receive that call now. How did his appear there? Oh Zhu Yuka's face became more and more distorted, he was about to fall over, he said. No, we are being arranged. Suddenly, the glass door of the room shattered into fragments that flew everywhere, causing the two of them to have to cover their heads to avoid it. That damn guy should resign. Oh Zhu Yuka, can you continue to call yourself human? That was the indignant scream of the people. The glass door was broken because they threw stones on it. Criminals, for every sentence they utter, they throw a rock at it. The rock actually flew exactly into Zhu Yuka's head, causing him to bleed and almost fall face down. Damned, this is not possible. I don't know if it was because he was too helpless with the situation he was in or because of the rock that he began to feel unsteady on his feet. Damn pervert. Leave Zhangzhou immediately, you should rot in prison. This is definitely a dream, a nightmare. The music still echoes, emanates, spreads throughout the city. It's so unfair. Stop cursing, you only live once. So live a proud life. The city's television screens continued to report news, revealing the senator's obscene video. He's really stupid. You only live once, so live a proud life. Zhang Taizong thought while smiling complacently, as if he wanted to brag or something. Why even record a video? Well, this is too good for me. If the OU family goes down with that, then it will be really interesting. The more he thought, the better his mood became. Wonderful, as I thought, clearing this guy would be the best. Oh Songhook no Dongyong, you rich people just wait. Besides, you should thank me. Because I have cut down a lot of work to help you. While walking, he suddenly discovered something, huh? Dijin came closer to see clearly who it was and was stunned for a moment. He recognized and silently called out, "Senior." The purple blue-haired girl was standing in the rain. Her hair loose, not knowing who to stand there waiting for or what to do. Zhang Taizong didn't hesitate any longer and immediately opened the car door. Got out and called, "Senior, why are you here?" Her whole body was wet, breathing heavily. She trembled and called, "Dijin." Taizong took the umbrella with him. Ran to her and said, "Stand alone in the rain without even an umbrella, you'll catch a cold like this." He covered her with the umbrella, his other hand reached out and placed it on her shoulder, saying, "Get in the car, I'll take you home." The girl just now was about to cry. Now when the ninth man approached her, tears began to flow, her face was distorted. The problem was, Zhang Taizong saw her like that and started to panic. What's going on? What happened? The girl had lost all her strength and collapsed on the spot. Nam Nine quickly supported her neck so she wouldn't fall to the ground and kept calling, "Senior." The girl I accidentally recognized in the rain. It seems like this is not a small problem. In the evening, even though the moon was high, it still rained non-stop. The purple-haired brother listened to the person on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, "What? Yuri has disappeared." The other one, she hid herself very well at school. The old man didn't know if it was because he was nervous or what, but his whole body was shaking and his face was pale. "What are you doing? I'm sorry." The dirty man slammed the table hard and said loudly, "It's not a matter of whether you're sorry or not, go find him immediately." "Didn't I tell you to always keep an eye on it?" The other person replied, "I will go find her right away." The purple-haired man looked at his phone, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, thinking, "Damn." At this moment, he realized there was another case. Sweat was flowing profusely. Wait, maybe it had come to him. Returning to Yuri's place, she was still lying on the bed. Her body was soaking wet. Jang Tae-sun's eyes widened as he looked at the person lying on the bed, his drool and bloody nose kept flowing, losing control. I looked and looked and looked and didn't understand why he turned to stone. The heartbroken girl left in the rain, leaving the person she could not belong to, but with so much sadness in her heart, she realized that when it was time to leave, she would understand. What is love? At this moment, the raindrops that continuously fall cover the tears rolling down her cheeks, and above all, cover the weakness of a girl when she fails in love. Suddenly, a person wearing a suit didn't mind the rain and chased the girl. Jang Tae-sung stood in front of her holding an umbrella. When she saw him, she thought to herself, "Up until now, I have always hidden my emotions deep inside." The girl sighed helplessly. "If only I could see you just once." "Jang Tae-sung, the man I know." Then the girl's eyes slowly closed at this moment. All was darkness, there was only one silhouette in her eyes, that was the person she loved. Looking at Tae-sung calling her name in the rain, she said, "I want to meet you." That was also her wish at that time and also the wish in the dream, a dream that recreated what had just happened, out with her. Recovering from her bad dream, she widened her eyes in surprise when she saw Tae-sung sitting in front of her, and when he saw her awake, he was checking her body temperature. Then he raised his voice and said, it seemed like her body temperature had returned to normal. The girl cried in panic and called out her name, Tae-sung. And Jang Tae-sung still kept his warm hand on her forehead and happily said, "I don't know what's going on, but don't worry." Looking around, Yuri lay on the bed a bit confused and wondered where this was. Tae-sung didn't want her to feel sad about this in the future, so he immediately said that in the future, let's pretend nothing happened. Jang Tae-sung gently removed her hand, but at this moment, she still didn't understand what was happening to herself. Suddenly, the girl quickly grabbed Tae-sung's wrist. Then she tried to sit up. Tae-sung said a little confused, "What's wrong with Senior?" The girl cried loudly like a child, begging from the bottom of her heart, "Please hug her." When Jang Tae-sung saw the girl in front of him burst into tears, he didn't know what to do and said, "Senior." Without giving Tae-sung any time to say anything else, the girl proactively placed her hand on his face. And he stammered and said, "We're Senior." Yuri used her hand to pull him close to her, preparing to give him a kiss and then said, "Please love me."
Please love me. These requests made Taesung feel dumbfounded at this moment and stiffened despite the girl's scrutiny.
Then on a rainy night, in a dim space, the two shared an intimate kiss.
Taesung felt a bit embarrassed at times but didn't say no. If we did this it would be awkward for both of us, but the girl didn't care and said, it's okay. Right at this very moment, the tears kept falling. The girl seemed to be able to confide in her heart and say, it's not your fault, just love me in this moment. And Jang Taesung seemed to have accepted her proposal and closed his eyes and said, Senior. Hearing that, she immediately said, Yuri, don't call me Senior anymore, my name is Yuri, and at the same time the girl immediately pulled him down onto the bed. In the end, whatever happened, the two of them had a passionate night while the raindrops kept falling on the street. The next day, Taesun was the same as usual. He still went to school without any changes at all. At the Korean University of Technical Institute, tears rang out. What is this?
Is it an iPhone? Oh my god, is it really an iPhone?
Right now there are phones on display before everyone's longing eyes. Turns out, the owner of these iPhones is Taesun. He sat in the back happily introducing and welcoming all of you, early users of smartphone products. Having said that, he immediately said to Seon, who was standing next to him, Seon, please distribute them. Then everyone was given an iPhone. One of them excitedly tested it and exclaimed that it felt great. Am I dreaming? Too sure. The rest of us happily held the phones in our hands and exclaimed. Oh my god, Taesun was not surprised when he heard everyone's exclamations and thought to himself, even if you have money for an iPhone, you probably won't be able to buy them. So it's not strange for engineering students to be surprised. I asked Robert to ship these over directly. Right after that, Taesun, as if he had prepared in advance, confidently said, on June 24, 2007, Stephen Matthew introduced something that he saw in front of him, which was an iPhone. The two guys below were a little suspicious and confused and asked again. Sorry, but why did you give us your iPhone? Jang Taesun heard that but did not reveal any information at all and calmly replied, it was a gift. Everyone was in an uproar at this moment. Was this really a gift? Law students wouldn't lie to us, right? That Taesun was real, right? One of them said, this thing is like a miniature computer, leaving Taesun and Seon quite speechless.
Jang Taesun was a bit disappointed then continued. The iPhone supports 5 grams network, but unfortunately, because this is a GSM product, you couldn't use that feature before. But remember to use it in the next 2 years. He seemed to have seen the future, smiled and said firmly. Another one of the people below heard what Taesun said and spoke up dissatisfiedly, no way, what the hell is the government doing? Jang Taesun heard that and laughed coldly. He boldly continued saying, now that we show you the application we developed, I want to ask you all this. How successful do you think Apple will be? As if he already had the answer, he confidently looked at everyone below and asked. The people below looked at Taesun in confusion and gave their opinions. It's just temporary flashiness. If people are curious about the new phone, other big companies like Nokia will definitely not sit still. Another female classmate added, I also heard that Microsoft and Google are preparing to launch their own versions. Taesun seemed to be able to see through the world. He quickly replied. If I had to guess, I think Nokia would lose quickly. And when my classmates heard that, they did not hesitate to deny that. I'm afraid it's impossible. Don't you know how much mobile phone market share Nokia is controlling, huh? People didn't believe Taesun's words and were whispering, how could the giant Nokia fail? If it was a joke, it would be too much. Jang Taesun didn't pay any attention to the gossip. He was confident in himself and then crossed his arms firmly and said, believe me, Apple will be a great success and will eventually take over the #1 position. The more he talked, even the girls below looked down on him and cursed, are you kidding? That's so exaggerated. Taesun seems to have already made his own calculations and then given his own opinion. You guys have just tried the Noah experience, so you already know that, but there are 3 main reasons why people are attracted to iPhones. The classmates below, half believing and half doubting, said nothing more, but listened attentively to what he had to say. Taesun gave the first reason that, first is the phone itself. Those who have used a MacBook or iPod will understand what I'm talking about. They were created with the purpose of providing a unique user experience, bringing humans and machines together. Jang Taesun gives an explanation for the first reason. Under everyone's silence when they were attracted to him, he gave the second reason that the second reason was the addictive element of the show. You all know that, if you use iTunes, you must use a USB, a statement that made all the classmates below widen their eyes in surprise. He continued to affirm that that is the addictive direction that Stephen Matthew is aiming for. Along with his rich imagination, he finally came up with the third and final reason. The customer service center that Apple provides, further, with its attractive development tools. The talented and curious individuals will be attracted to that market. And among them, there will be people who become extremely successful, without being affiliated with any company or group, just by creating applications. Some people will achieve great success, Sirius explained.
Suddenly, there was a classmate in a red shirt who couldn't hear his ears and questioned Tae-sun, stop exaggerating, how much money can you make making an app? It's not even about creating a commercial website, it's a mobile app, you're quite creative for a law student, huh? Then Tae-sun sighed to himself. He chuckled inside, huh, even though everyone knows so much information, they still don't believe it, right, so I'll show you right away. As if he was sure of victory, Tae-sun calmly asked everyone to please browse the application menu. Two guys from school among them said in surprise, what, the application menu? Tae-sun asked, have you seen an app with an icon that looks like a lion? He smiled coldly and asked, please open it. Jang Tae-sun and Seon confidently introduced to everyone in the engineering department that it was an application developed by me and Seon. When the classmates heard that, they were completely shocked and shouted. What, two people can develop an application, just the two of them, how is that possible? When Tae-sun saw the expressions on his classmates' faces, he proudly thought to himself. The ones who are exaggerating are you guys, don't be surprised anymore, this is still nothing. Everyone was admiring and exclaiming loudly about the adorable lion on the phone screen. Oh, what is this? Oh my god, the lion cub is so cute. One person raised his hand to click on the look and said, oh, that's exactly my type. The little lion on the phone immediately angrily said, where are you touching? Does this person not know how to respect others? That person immediately changed places and clicked on the lion's body. Hee, this is the place, right? The lion cub and the software burst out laughing. Ah ha ha ha, that tickles, I said, that tickles. The audience in that room roared. Extremely excited, wow, that's great, so this is an app, oh my god, it's a talking cat. Tyson looked at other people enjoying his app and thought with satisfaction. These kids are so interesting, aren't they? They still couldn't take their eyes off the phone and shouted, wow, it's reacting to my touch. Tyson is full of confidence, when it was just released. This was the first app to attract attention on the iPhone, I worked on it with Vladimir. So it didn't take long. The people below cheered one after another, they were extremely surprised, admiring, wow, my god, a top app, hey, Tyson, you really developed this app, you insane. There are only just two people. The male lead and his seniors stood proudly on their bellies. He raised his voice and said, everyone, please witness. He stood up there and began to speak. Only people with creative thinking can lead this world. The young people below listen attentively. Looking extremely excited and learning, in Tyson's head, a message appears, you have received a lot of karma points, your ancestors are looking at you, who are giving advice that will benefit their descendants. After finishing his performance, Tyson and his seniors sat and rested in a corner of the school. It seemed like the senior said something that surprised him and asked, what? What do you mean? Sion was confused and questioned, tell the truth, you're not a law student, right? The senior's question made the male lead startled and surprised. She nervously pointed at the phone screen she was holding in her sweaty hand and said, are you an alien? Hearing this, it was extremely difficult for Tyson to answer. Then he suddenly said something that surprised Sion, Senior, I'm only telling you this. The older woman was startled and replied, what, a secret? The male lead's face said jokingly. Aliens exist in Area 51 Nevada, USA. Hearing that, Sion grimaced and silently scolded. This brat, does he think I'm an idiot? Suddenly Tyson's phone rang. Looking at it, he saw that the caller's name was Yusera. He wondered, group leader you. Reaching for the phone to pick up the phone, the male lead said, team leader you, what's going on? Tyson's response to his question was a panicked attitude, director, yes, something big has happened. Suddenly, the male lead heard the phone and shouted loudly, making the woman sitting next to him startled, what? The prosecutor rushed in. Tyson panicked and asked about the phone, the prosecutor and the investigator, what, an investigation? The male lead's words shocked and doubted Sion, this time it's a prosecutor, who exactly are you? At Tyson's company right now, a man said, we will now start an investigation into suspected allegations of insider trading. Then he showed his card to prove his identity and immediately asked. Please call her lawyer. A girl's voice said, yes, you've worked hard. Then she politely asked the man, it's so hot today, would you like a cup of iced coffee? Sanyal stuttered and said with an unhappy look, look here, we didn't come to play. Then he was surprised and doubtful in his heart. What the hell, is this woman the only employee here? Yusera is still happy to welcome you, if you want to investigate, just investigate, we won't stop you, I also worked at a law firm for a while. Sanyal worriedly thought, what the heck, is their information confidential? Then he turned and shouted loudly at his subordinates, ordering them to work, what are you guys doing, collect everything, don't leave any information out, they all answered in unison, yes, prosecutor. Yusera reassured them, please, calm down, for the computer, you just need to get the hard drive, right? She continued to say, our company doesn't have many paper records, so it will be easier to collect your information. The prosecutor looked at her puzzled and thought, what is she talking about? Then he looked at the nameplate at the director's station. This young man was the executive director. The prosecutor silently cursed in his heart. After all the bastards in Korea are the same.
Sanyal raised his hand to click on the mouse pointer of the computer at Tyson's desk.
Looking at the computer screen made him extremely surprised.
It's hard to believe but skeptical.
No, there is no icon at all, not even a trash can icon. The prosecutor's face was now filled with confusion, thinking, ho, so they hid it all, he stammered and said, these bastards.
What kind of person do they think they are? A subordinate of the prosecutor approached and called out to the prosecutor, causing him to turn his head and ask, what? The employee said, our investigation is over. Sanyal was surprised, what, is over?
The subordinate explained that there was no such thing as a full box. The prosecutor suddenly exclaimed, how could that be possible? Then he shouted loudly in anger, then investigate the other floor, and fill all the boxes. His subordinate wordly said, but, the other floors were not covered by the search warrant. The prosecutor still resolutely ordered, I will take responsibility. Make sure to get all the information. He said loudly, everyone did well. When everyone is looking for investigation. The prosecutor still stood there angrily saying, what, who the hell interrupted the official investigation? Did he not see an investigation going on here? Approaching was a person wearing a brown suit. Lawyer Joe's face darkened and he said to Nam Sanyal, it's me, you bastard. The prosecutor turned his head and Lawyer Joe immediately recognized, oh, Nam Sanyal, long time no see. He immediately stammered in shock, I am, Mani, senior. Lawyer Joe smiled and asked, am I your senior? The prosecutor frowned questioningly. Why are you here? Lawyer Joe replied, don't act like you don't know anything. He shouted loudly with anger, I am the lawyer of this company. Making everyone else startled and shocked. His eyes were full of seriousness as he looked at them, holding out his palm and telling me to show him the examination tray. They were surprised and could only exclaim, huh. They all stood there stunned, their faces full of sweat and worry, looking at each other. Seeing no reaction. Lawyer Joe got angry and shouted loudly, why are you all standing there like that? Don't you know that in an investigation, the client's lawyer is allowed to participate? He continued to urge, hurry up and give it to me, making everyone on the prosecutor's side startled and confused. Nam Sanyal lowered his head and reluctantly said, giving it to him. When Lawyer Joe heard that, he smiled with satisfaction. Hold the search warrant in hand. Lawyer Joe said sarcastically, haha, you guys are making me crazy, what is insider trading? He glared at them, this case has already been investigated, why are you here causing chaos again? The prosecutor hesitantly replied, senior, if we investigate, we will. Lawyer Joe immediately interrupted the question, and why are you guys searching areas that are not covered by search warrants? Are you crazy? That's why prosecutors are despised. His cold eyes looked at Nam Sanyal and reminded him that those who work according to the law should obey the law. He looked down on him and said, how the hell do you dare to act on your own accord like that? Then Lawyer Joe frowned and asked, didn't Guantanamo force you to do this? The prosecutor suddenly looked at him in surprise and confusion, ha. Lawyer Joe angrily shouted and cursed, no Guantanamo, you damn son of a bitch, just for the sake of promotion, you disregarded everything. Then Lawyer Joe frowned and asked, didn't Guantanamo force you to do this? The prosecutor suddenly looked at him in surprise and confusion, yes. Lawyer Joe angrily shouted and cursed, no Guantanamo, that bastard, just because that guy was promoted to be the first representative without knowing how high the sky is, how dare he dare to use the law in the wrong way in the business industry, this and that. Lawyer Joe suddenly looked at Nam Sang-yeol, smiled and asked, is that true, Sang-yeol? He reminded, if you also misuse the law like Guantanamo, you will be dragged along by him. The prosecutor suddenly exclaimed, hey. He said smugly, you better behave yourself, you little guy, do you know how much profit CEO Jang makes every day? At least it must be tens of billions of won, this will definitely work, internal turmoil here. The prosecutor was stunned and surprised and speechless. Lawyer Joe continued, and part of our fund also comes from American investors. So of course, we will also sue the American side. Joe Yuntae smiled meaningfully, ah. It seems you don't know anything yet. His eyes sharply explained, his name is Robert. At least you have heard of this name before, right? He is currently the most famous investor on Wall Street and is also an associate partner. When doing business with CEO Jang, you should choose the right side. Lawyer Joe smirked and reminded, if you choose the wrong side, you might have to pack your bags and return to your hometown. His words made the prosecutor worried and confused. Then Lawyer Joe countered and said, oh my god, the sun has already set. He turned around and suggested that everyone pack up their things. Seeing no reaction, he shouted loudly, why the hell are you standing there? You crazy people, this sentence surprised all the prosecutors. Joe Yuntae shouted angrily, there is nothing on your search warrant that allows for investigation at night.
He haughtily put his hands in his pockets, so when the sun set, that was when the investigation ended, wasn't that right? Nam Sang-yoil worriedly thought, it's pretty certain that I'll be marked by the chief prosecutor. Damn, it looks like my foot stepped on a melon peel. The only thing I have left is the impossible collision avoid with Sang-woo's law firm. He was helpless and ordered others to collect and pack up their things. All of your subordinates were surprised and shocked but still complied. Yes, prosecutor. Then he bowed 90 degrees in front of Lawyer Joe. His body trembled slightly with anxiety. Stammering and saying, "Senior, I'm leaving." Joe Yuntae smiled and thought to himself. This guy, it seems like he understands the problem. Lawyer Joe still reminded him. Even if he had to leave here a little later, he still had to leave that thing behind. The prosecutor replied, yes, here. That evening, when the city was covered in darkness and the light source here were the lights of high-rise buildings. Tyson returned to the company. In the office, Lawyer Joe said, "Those bastards have lost their minds. Yes, I didn't even know, they did it themselves." The male lead's two hands were calmly clasped together. His sharp eyes asked Lawyer Joe, so who was pulling the strings behind them? Joe Yuntae was stunned for a moment. Then he started to answer. His name is Koho Guangrayol, he is the new chief representative of the central area. His expression was extremely serious, although it seemed like it was his order, but it seemed like Li and Zhang were the real ones behind this. Tyson lowered his eyes, smiled and said, "Anna seems to be quite busy lately." The male lead's face was now full of intrigue, his mouth slightly curled into a smirk, saying that if Li and Zhang had already begun to act, it seemed like there would be another attack. He thought to himself, this investigation will be nothing compared to him. Lawyer Joe put his hand on his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps, knowing how evil and cunning they are, it's not impossible. The current Han Kingdom is a place where even honest, innocent people can be accused of a crime." Tyson smiled and said, "Please watch carefully." Joe Yuntae looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry, even though I did my best, I still lack the strength, at least for now we are still guaranteed, but please give me a little more time." His appearance was serious, and, since it was now about Li and Zhang, the politicians would also start taking action. Tyson listened and inwardly exclaimed, "Wow." His face worriedly reminded, "And CEO Zhang, please be very careful." The male lead smiled and replied, "Then, maybe I need to reconsider my decisions." Lawyer Joe was confused, wondering what to decide. "Did you already have a plan in mind?" Tyson smiled brightly and replied, "I will only do what I think is right." At the same time in the prosecutor's office, a dissatisfied voice rang out. "What, you didn't find anything?" The response to that question was an apology. "I'm sorry," Sun Taegu answered the phone and shouted angrily, "Director, no, I'm really disappointed." "You can't even handle that scoundrel." The voice on the phone tried to explain. I couldn't do anything at that time, I will try again as soon as possible." He immediately stopped. "Don't, are you stupid? I have to go so I'll hang up now." After finishing speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Sun Taegu looked out the window and cursed, "This bastard, they don't even have anything called a competitive mindset, TSK. He pursed his lips in discomfort and said, "Nowadays, no one is useful. Because all the election work has been completed. And Yuki has successfully landed in France and is probably gradually getting used to it." Taegu Lipstick Sai said coldly, "Now only Zhang Tyson remains." Suddenly his desk phone rang, making him wonder what was going on. From the phone comes a voice, "Director, there is a guest who wants to see you." He immediately asked, "Guest, who it was?" Responding to the verbal question, he said, "If I say CEO of Lore Investment, Zhang Tyson you will know right away," causing him to say in. "What?" Sun Taegu asked incredulously. "Zhang, did you say Zhang Tyson?" That evening the moon in the sky was extremely round and bright. Tyson walked in and smiled amiably to greet him, pleased to meet him. Sun Taegu groaned in his heart, "I don't like this guy's attitude at all." He politely stood up to receive guests. "Please sit down," Tyson replied, "Thank you." When both of them sat down on the chair, Sun Taegu started to get to the point and asked, "So why did you come to see me like this?" The male lead was full of confidence. His eyes filled with sharpness and replied, "I just want to meet my senior, and I also want to discuss business-related matters." He smugly said, "Am I your senior?" In his heart he thought, this name is exactly as people say. Tyson suddenly asked, "Didn't you also graduate from a Korean law university?" He smiled and talked, calmly talking, school, hometown and profession. "Don't you think those are ideal places to start a relationship?" Sun Taegu replied, "I guess so, but it's not like I'm your senior. Anyway, what's your name?" The male lead was now blushing and embarrassed as he protested. Senior, why are you like that?" Then he confidently introduced himself. "I am the CEO of Lore, Zhang Tyson Investment Group, recently I heard that you were interested in our company, so I came here to meet you. Is that you, senior? He didn't admit it and said, I don't know what you're talking about, and stopped talking so politely. Tyson continued smiling, but I'm one of his juniors. Sun Taegu smugly said, okay then, let this old man ask you a question. What is the real reason you came here? Tyson sincerely replied, please help me. Senior, he asked in surprise, help you, what? The male lead started smiling sinisterly. His cold eyes looked at Director Sun Taegu and said, Anna will collapse soon. He was serious, his face filled with resolute certainty. My investors were preparing to devour them. Tyson smiled brightly, I was ready to crush them. The man was startled, Anna will collapse. Tyson gave an arrogant smile, he saw it, I am very close to Wall Street investor Robert. That name terrified him, what, Robert? He was calm, it was Robert he was thinking about. And he is also very close to American politicians. The man was so frightened that he could not speak. It took him a long time before he stammered, why, he was aiming at Anna. He gently answered, I only heard this by chance. But it seemed he was targeting Anna for political funding. Repeat what happened to Daewon before, he mentioned the incident of the famous late president. The other person was surprised, because of political funding, the person named Robert said that to him. He curled his lips, the reason senior sent someone to my office was because of that information, right? Being told that hit him right in the heart made him panic and swallow hard. After a while, he laughed it off and said, oh my god, you're so funny. Tyson interrupted, then I'll say it straight. Senior, the reason I came to visit you so late. His stuttering way of speaking made him even more panicked. He still calmly and slowly said. Because there will be a very big game coming soon. So I want to ask you if you want to participate. The man felt both worried and confused. Wait a minute, what does that mean? Scene changed to a restaurant with a classic style. Someone said that the results of this election are not very satisfactory to me. Another person responded, so did I, if it weren't for that last-minute incident. We could have had 10 more seats. Another person responded, but he had already fulfilled his regional director responsibilities. That person just calmly said, no, it's all thanks to you. The other man, the one who had just talked to Tyson, spoke up, also thanks to President Park Jong-hyun. At this time, the person sitting in the chair position spoke up, all thanks to the meeting. Then he laughed, Director Sun, I heard you mention taking on Anna. Director Sun politely replied, yes, I also received permission from the chairman of the association. He concluded that accepting Anna would do more harm than good. The old man exclaimed, it's really unfortunate. Anna makes a lot of money, he replied, so I'll make another good choice. The old man was a bit surprised, so what is it? He proudly replied, I have a junior at a Korean university, he is quite good, no, it should be said that he is an investment genius. Unexpected old man, investment genius. He's only 20 years old but he already has a network worth several trillion. The introduction surprised the other two, 20 and 20 years old, thousands, billions. Director Sun took out a file, here is his information. After watching, the other two were even more shocked, oh my god, a genius of this level exists. Director Sun said again, although he is very good, there is a small problem, President Park is confusing and problematic. Director Sun hesitated to answer, he wants Anna Group. He is currently working with Wall Street investor Robert, he says he will swallow Anna whole. Chairman Park is scared, Robert, you mean the investment devil, Director Sun confirmed, yes. Having confirmation from Director Sun. Jong-hyun's sweat dropped, he has a lot of connections, people say meeting him is more difficult than going to heaven. The old man then spoke up in confusion, asking why he was so good. Director Sun immediately replied, yes, in just a few years, his investment profits have already exceeded several hundred billion. At this time, Park Jong-hyun asked the old man, if it was just Anna, but didn't you just say we would handle it, wouldn't it be better to hand it over to someone else? The old man did not answer but turned to Director Sun, looking at Director Sun's expression. He probably agreed with him. He replied immediately, it's time for me to deal with Anna. Other directors also agreed. I also know that he also has a relationship with Dong Ryong's President Yo. The old man was shocked, Chairman Yo. He explained, he is the son of President Yo's stepdaughter. Both of the others couldn't believe what they just heard, the old man exclaimed. So it's revenge. He hesitantly asked, then, what does he want? Director Sun happily replied that there would be a big game coming up, he wanted me on his side when it happened. If we accept, he promises to tenfold the investment amount. The other two shouted. 10 times, what about the dangers? Director Sun laughed it off, I was planning to just observe first, so I hope you two will also quietly help a little. I'm planning to invest 300 billion of my own money. Scene changes to the next morning, at Dyson's company. Subordinates are reporting to him, Director Zhang, the shareholder meeting date has been set. But I don't understand why the court is in such a hurry. Dyson didn't seem to pay much attention. So what, he's still lucky, the other end of the line continued, and this was even more surprising. I heard that Li and Zhang withdrew from Anna's legal team, he asked in surprise, really? What a surprise. The person on the other end of the line said, with this in mind, to send all the invitations and determine the date with the shareholders, it would take at least a month. He smiled and replied, so it's all thanks to him. After ending the call, he sent a message. Senior, thank you for your gift. The other party immediately replied. Let's go drinking again sometime. He also responded quickly, I will send him the bank account number. The other person texted back, thank you, Junior. Dyson looked at the message and smiled. What's the point of thanking you, I'm about to stab a star into your throat. At this time. The internal phone rang, Director, there is a guest who wants to see you. Dyson was surprised. The guest, the outside assistant explained, they said the president sent them by Enjung. Ah, forgot, Chairman Du Enjung did say he would send someone, he twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled, inviting them in. The door pushed open, and the person who came was a girl. Looking at the person who just arrived made Dyson exclaim and think, whoa. The woman spoke up, happy to meet you, Director Zhang Dyson. I'm Du Dohee, he thought a bit surprised, Dohee, what a strange name. He smiled and replied, Chairman Du Enjung did say he would send someone. But I didn't expect it to be a beauty like you. She still smiled calmly, yes. My father was a bit strange, Dyson was startled by the introduction, what, her father? She tilted her head and smiled, yes, President Du Enjung is my father. He could only laugh, but in his heart he was thinking, wait, what, I also believe that she is his niece, but it's your daughter. He's also really lucky, thinking so, he was still polite and invited her to sit. Do you want to drink a cup of coffee? She gently replied, yes, speaking of coffee today I haven't had a sip yet. Seeing that she agreed, he immediately pressed the internal phone and told his subordinate, Team Leader you, to bring me 2 cups of coffee. The subordinate immediately received the order, yes, sir. 2 cups of coffee were brought in, the fragrance and smoke emitted, making the atmosphere more pleasant. Since Du Hai spoke first, I must say that your employee is both beautiful and capable, he laughed happily at her compliment, ha ha ha, what do you mean? I pay her a very high salary. She also happily responded to him, wow, I also want to receive that salary, can I? After returning home I only have enough money for gas. Dyson looked at the talkative girl and thought, she was quite sociable. He was joking with her again, no, I'm sure the president will let you live comfortably. Du Hai is also extremely honest, a house, tuition, and a car and $1 million in the bank account, he laughed, ha, it's okay for a young person like you to have that much assets. She didn't agree, he said that, it wasn't enough, I want to complete it. Dyson doesn't quite understand, yes. She smiled sweetly, I want to fulfill my father's dream. Dyson could only smile and think at this moment, his skin was as white as snow but he had a passion like no other, if I'm not careful, I'll be fooled by her beauty like other men. Her danger level is 99%. He tried to probe her, surely she also realized that her father's dream was very big, right? She smiled calmly, yes, you probably want to give me a chance. He smiled, I will invest if you have the ability. Hearing him say that, she briefly introduced herself, I graduated with a business degree from Princeton University, I also completed my master's and doctoral programs there, and I'm only 25 years old. Dyson was startled, 25 years old, Dohei remained calm, yes, I graduated a few years early. He exclaimed, wow, that's impressive, she also praised him back, compared to him. That achievement is nothing. Actually, my father's standards are very high, you know what he told me, he smiled wryly thinking, how would I know? She continued, he said that I can only manage the best in one area, I should not open and manage an entire corporation but should only focus on one area. Dyson really didn't know how to respond and just thought, like father, like son. Danger level increased to 99.5%. At this time, the internal phone announced that the director and department head had arrived. He replied calmly, then he came in, his words made Dohei stunned. She hesitantly asked, so I got this job. He smiled, she had to practice first. Dohei was surprised, what are you talking about, internship? Wow, really, a trainee with my level, I'm a bit surprised. Before he could answer, the department head came in, Director, what's the matter? He smiled and nodded at him, yes, come in, chief. He pointed to her and asked him, Department head, do you know this person? He looked at Dohei, yes. The department head looked at her and was silent for a long time. Dohei sat there and looked back at him and then suddenly remembered something. Wait, this person is. Before she could think further, he bowed respectfully. Very pleased to meet her for the first time, both of them were startled. Dyson then spoke up, let me introduce you to, this is Manager Daewon, department head, and this one is. She introduced herself first, my name is Do-hye, I've heard a lot about you from my dad, department head. The manager spoke up, I remember now, her father is. She interrupted him again, my father's name is Daewon Young, the introduction made him surprised. You are his daughter Daewon Young. She smiled, yes, I live in America most of the time. But I am confident I can help you, the manager didn't know how to respond. She continued to say, I plan to join the management board, I believe the leader position will be suitable for me. Both Dyson and the department head were surprised, she's already decided on the position she wants. Hearing her say that, the department head was also serious. Okay, but I have one condition. Our plan is to acquire a car manufacturing company. Currently our target is Samsung Autos of Korea. Do-hye was a bit surprised, Sam Ryong. Are you planning to target the domestic market? The manager had explained, no, our target is export in foreign market, the Do-hye girl replied, then I think Sam Ryong is an impossible choice. Hearing that, even Dyson looked at her in surprise. The department head is also confused, wait, why? Why do you say that? Do-hye calmly analyzed, first of all, the market is too small, and the Shanghai Auto Manufacturing Company in China is already ahead. If we continue to follow the same path without investing in new technology, such a company will not last long, right? Moreover, the financial crisis in the US is approaching, in which case Samsung will immediately no longer be worth taking advantage of, and the structure of China's foreign investment funds is also very typical. So what we need is a new solution. Dyson now looked at her thoughtfully without saying a word. The head of the department raised his voice to ask the question, so please tell us what the solution is, this is a requirement for your position. She smiled and calmly replied. If the export market is your goal, if it were me, I would buy Volvo. Her idea startled the two men. Both of them had expressionless expressions of surprise, one with eyes shaped like an A clock. The other with a mouth shaped like an A's, competing to be speechless. Then suddenly Dyson extended his hand towards her. He spoke up, welcoming our team leader Do-hye. The scene changes to the university campus, a person asks someone, you two haven't had lunch yet, right? The person being asked answered yes, another person asked the opposite question. Senior, are you going to invite us to eat? The person who just invited happily nodded. Ho, that's right, I just received my salary, I will invite you all at random. The three invited juniors, including Tyson, happily agreed. The whole group went to the school cafeteria to order dishes that looked extremely attractive. One of them expressed his feelings that his senior's meal was full of love. The exclamations of the three people invited to eat could not stop ringing out, today's spicy beef soup was so delicious. After eating, the four of them walked together, talking while walking, the senior turned to the three of them, right, today the food at school is much better than any other day. But I don't know if it suits Tyson's taste or not. He smiled and replied humorously, temple food is always delicious, he. The other senior smiled, oh is that so, then let me invite you guys to coffee too, all three immediately nodded in agreement. Looking at the excitement of the three juniors made him swallow hard. Tyson saw that the senior had something difficult to say so he asked directly, Senior, you probably have something to tell us. The senior hesitated for a while before speaking, the thing is, I actually have a favor to ask you guys. The other two classmates were enthusiastic, what's the matter senior, please open your mouth. The senior now asked, do you know that the festival is about to take place next week? Actually, the professor was very happy about the effect of the last meeting, so it seemed like he had high expectations for this festival. Tyson asked him back, Senior, this is related to the finance department, right? He was surprised, why, Tyson, you're always so sharp. Tyson smiled faintly, I know. Let me and my friends take care of the preparations. The scene changes to another building on campus, an unbelievable voice rings out, what, Jang Tyson? A professor who was so angry that he was shaking because of something related to Tyson, he just said, it was Jang Tyson, because of that brat. He was so angry that he slapped the table, from beginning to end, it was all that brat's play. Chairman O pursed his mouth tightly, his face turned red when he heard that Jang Tyson was the mastermind behind everything that had happened until now was all because of that guy. The manager strictly reports, exactly as presented in the report content. The manager looked at Chairman O then worriedly continued, he had several conflicts with young Master Dong Sung. He detailed everything without daring to miss a single word. Lee Yaren was the young master's ex-girlfriend in college, formerly Jang Tyson's lover. There was also a time in the Dechen song when they also disagreed over the issue of sexual harassment.
The manager spoke very respectfully, Mr. Chairman. According to the report, he also had a close younger brother, an idol in a girl group called Fob, who also had problems with the young master. So now young master, he has said this and does not dare to say anything more. The tension in the room was getting higher and higher. The man tried to keep calm and said, not only that, he was also entangled with Councilman Oh Yohyuk in Jangju. Chairman Oh slammed his hand on the table angrily and said, what is Yohyuk doing? The manager looked at Chairman Oh's scary face and said nervously, the location of the apartment building is in Jangju. It is related to the orphanage that Jang Tyson sponsored. President Oh looked at the man as if he wanted to eat him alive right now. So you mean Yohyuk's video was also released by that bastard Jang Tyson? The man panicked and replied, maybe that's it. Chairman Oh didn't expect to be played like that. He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the table. So the attacks that the corporation is receiving are also. Chairman Oh is now extremely angry, shouting every word. The man saw that and said, perhaps it was created by the lore company founded by Jang Tyson and joined hands with a foreign investor. I also heard that in the building that Jang Tyson just moved into, there is a group of Daewon people who are preparing to buy Anna. Chairman Oh didn't expect to fall for the trick. Damn, I fell for it. I was too subjective because I thought he was still young. Chairman Oh spoke up to verify whether that information was accurate. The manager firmly said, yes, I have checked the list of shareholders. Chairman Oh roared, who is this bastard? The man calmly looked at Chairman Oh and said, rumor has it that he is very talented at investing. It is said that he has made huge profits from that exchange rate. Chairman Oh gritted his teeth and said, then the RC office is also his minion. That's probably it because Director Sun Daekhyun of the RC office is his senior, so that possibility is very high. Hearing that, Chairman Oh smiled dangerously. Then I told the manager, but I didn't know anything to let him set traps in all directions like that. The boss behind plotting so many tricks was really the only one who was stupid. The manager Lee clenched his hands and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Oh didn't scold him at all. It's okay that living in this world sometimes has risks like this. The manager was filled with insecurity. In the past, every time he saw that creepy smile, someone would disappear immediately after. Chairman Oh turned his chair and stood up. Walked to the window looking down at the city and asked, there's still 1 week left until the shareholders meeting, right? The manager replied in fear, yes. The manager didn't expect him to calm down so quickly. This time, President Oh's anger was completely different from the past. This time, he would definitely make his target's head go away. If so, just let that bastard disappear. Today there is a party at school and everyone is very excited. Is the stir-fried pork dish ready yet? Okay, just give it to me. The red-haired girl asked, is there a problem with onion cakes? The boy happily replied, just trust me, I'm the chef at home. The girl smiled brightly and looked extremely beautiful. So in the next few days, everyone will be waiting, including the professors, so don't make any mistakes. The man replied, yes, department representative. What concept does the law faculty have this year? The girl asked, selling whole grilled meat like last year. The man happily replied. The group of sellers next to them started to discuss again. Yes, the food was both burnt and undercooked. It was truly chaotic. The spirit of law students was still the same, so why was there any dissatisfaction? A friend spoke up and said, for several years, there were only flies at the stall of the law faculty, but I couldn't sell it in my faculty, so I wanted to run to another faculty to sell it. It's really not good at all. Suddenly everyone turned their attention to the training ground. What was that? Everyone was surprised and said, why is the law faculty space so large? Or is it connected to another department's stall? The girl frowned and thought, what is this bad premonition about? Seeing so many cars entering the school, everyone was surprised. What are those trucks? Each truck continued to enter the school to everyone's surprise. A man got out of the car and shouted loudly to everyone, quickly install it. Everyone quickly replied, yes. From the car containing many tables and chairs being carried out, what are those high-class tables and chairs? Looking at each gas cylinder neatly arranged, someone asked, how much gas is there in the cylinder? Everyone was surprised to see there was a plate. It looked like it was a hotel plate. A series of questions appeared in their minds. The frying pan in the kitchen of the Chinese restaurant, what are those things? The red-haired girl said quietly, why do I feel so strong today? Suddenly there was a shout. Once it was done, it was time to withdraw. Everyone turned around to look in surprise. This was no longer a stall. With this amount of equipment, you can open a restaurant. The girl saw that and her mood became even heavier. Everyone gathered at the food stall. Wow, that's great. That octopus, surprised voices rang out. Is there even an octopus? Is that the supergiant octopus still alive? Crazy. The man was still surprised and said, oh hey, he even invited the chef. Is this the reception from Polytechnic seniors? Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim, these people are crazy, completely crazy. Besides, there were also voices protesting, the festival is part of the students and doing so is cheating. If you don't know if you cook, you can cook something delicious. The students in the school all agreed, yes, it was very difficult to get those ingredients. Wouldn't it be crazy to earn so much money to use ingredients like that? Voices of consolation rang out. Okay, don't be afraid of the spirit of law students, it's not a joke, everyone try their best, show them your unrivaled business power, let's go. A pair of thick leather appeared and asked, oh, are you ready yet? President Yu comfortably put his hands in his pockets and said, this is done. The man standing in the distance grimaced and said, President Yu, isn't doing so a violation of the rules? President Yu pretended not to say anything. What rules did he violate? The man saw him answer so arrogantly and said, school festivals must operate according to student standards and not receive sponsorship like this, it's breaking the balance. President Yu slightly pushed up his glasses and smiled, haha, after living forever, I finally heard the business department say this, you guys also told the seniors in the donor warehouse to do it, but you forgot. Looking at his angry face but unable to do anything, Chairman Yu smiled even more, looking at today's situation, he must definitely be mentally prepared to exceed the estimate. The red-haired girl grimaced and asked, but who is the sponsor, is it a corporate sponsor? Suddenly remembered someone, maybe this is it. Everyone came too early, this voice interrupted her thoughts. DXIN looked at everyone turning to look at him like that, wondering what the problem was. The girl shouted in surprise, Zhang Disan, why is it you? The sky today is really not bad at all. The taxi followed instructions to pick up the person and respectfully said, please get in the car. The driver happily asked where you want to go. Seeing no response, the driver turned around to look. I only saw a man with an extremely cold appearance and extremely handsome blonde hair. The man after a moment of silence spoke, a Zhang. The driver drove in fear, his eyes looked like snake eyes, damn how unlucky. Finally, the Law University Festival finally took place, everyone was very excited, a spicy seafood jjampong noodle. Another voice came, Disan, 2 servings of fried octopus and pork. Standing in the hot kitchen, sweating, Disan still happily said, okay, I accepted the order. After everyone finished eating, everyone complimented it, oh my god, it was amazing, oh my god, this is the first time I've eaten such delicious food, give me another soju. When Disan's dish was finished, the boys were all surprised, wow, they were able to eat jjampong like in a Chinese restaurant and brought tears to their eyes. Received merit points, Disan was so absorbed in cooking that she didn't know that there was always a pair of eyes staring at her, Zhang Disan tried glancing over here to see. Disan's 2 friends walked in, Disan, we're here. The 2 boys were immediately attracted to his handsome appearance, oh my god, Disan is so attractive while cooking, I'm going to have to stay awake tonight. Disan is in a very good mood today, so talking to them is extremely fun, you must support my sales today, in his heart, he secretly thought, these guys are from the music department. Suddenly a scolding voice rang out, Zhang Disan, this kid is causing trouble again. It turned out that this voice came from a few professors he had met when he entered school. One professor said, lately the joy of my life is watching this kid. Another professor joked that he skipped class at the warehouse, lot to go to cooking school. Disan saw the professors come and his face became brighter. I love you professors. A professor heard that and said, why does it look like you are asking for an envelope? After hearing this, the professor next to him couldn't help but laugh and spit. Okay, today I'll be generous, I'll pay in advance, so the wine and snacks will be freely consumed, right? Disan happily replied, of course, I will serve my best. Suddenly there was a call, Director Zhang. Disan turned around and was extremely surprised to see Lawyer Zhou. Director Zhou smiled and said, our director is here. The girl on the right of Lawyer Zhou spoke up, oh my god, does the director even know how to cook? The students couldn't help but wonder when they looked at them dressed so elegantly, aren't they famous people? Wow, they're really cool. Disan saw her calling him that and reminded her, Hada, this is a school and you shouldn't call me that. Sir also came along today and laughed and said, oh I'm sorry, so we'll just sit quietly and drink a glass of wine and then go. Senior Yu came over and enthusiastically welcomed her, inviting the 2 beauties to come this way. Disan saw this scene and silently groaned in her heart, so rural. Disan smiled and said, Senior Yu, you should greet this person first. Yu was suddenly confused when his name was called, ha. Disan spoke up and introduced, this is Director Zhou Yuntai of Manhwa Law Office. Senior Yu was surprised to hear that, what the Manhwa Law Office? Director Zhou warmly greeted everyone, nice to meet everyone, my name is Zhou Yuntai, a 7th grade student. Senior Yu heard this and immediately bowed to greet him, it was an honor to meet him. You came so early, a voice spoke from behind, Disan secretly smiled and now has another sponsor. The elegant man bowed his head in greeting, it's been a long time since I've seen Senior Zhou, Lawyer Zhou said very coldly, hello, so the director of RC Company is also here, ha. Hearing about RC Company, the students here gasped in surprise. Hey guys, didn't you see me? The man spoke so loudly that everyone paid attention. Lawyer Zhou smiled awkwardly and said, oh Senior Xian is here too. Director RC also spoke up to ask, are you still okay, Senior Xian? Senior Xian enthusiastically smiled and replied, you two should come visit my Dasa Yang from time to time. The 2 of them said politely, so you have to come visit someday. This time it was Dasa Yang, the students were once again surprised.
Director RC turned to greet Desan. My junior has arrived. Desan smiled back. Yes, Senior Sien, thank you for coming. Desan smiled in response. Yes, Senior Sien, thank you for coming. It's not easy to have a gathering day, Director RC said. It's been a long time since I returned to school, isn't it, seniors? All three of them looked at each other and burst out laughing, seeing their positions of power clearly visible before their eyes. A lawyer spoke up. Director son of RC was usually cold and heartless but now looked like an ordinary person. Okay, that's right, we. Zhou Yun just stood there staring blankly at the three of them chatting happily, thinking what an unbelievable scene. Suddenly there was a call that pulled Zhou Yun's mind like being in the clouds. Hey Zhou Yun-ti, Sunday-kun, Lee Sung-chul, don't stay there and scare the kids, come here. Zhou Yun-ti was called and immediately went over there. Gu seniors, when are you guys coming? Today was truly a memorable school festival for the students, a university festival where famous figures in the law industry gathered in large numbers. Moreover, Zhang Tizhan was surrounded. The sky had begun to gradually turn dark, and the hall had ended. Zhang Tizhan dragged her tired body into the elevator. Tishan's expression is indescribably listless. Does she have a grudge against alcohol? Why didn't she drink all that much? Think about how many hours I was energetic just now. Just now, when I was sitting with Auntie Yun, I didn't think she could drink like that. It makes me tired all over. Tizhan walked out of the elevator, standing in front of the door, punching in the password. As soon as he entered the house, darkness covered his whole body. As he was about to turn on the light, he felt something very strange. There was someone else in the room. There was a strange and different breath. And at an extremely close distance, Tizhan was in a tense mood as she probed her surroundings. Because this is the house where I live alone, the frequency is also adjusted to suit anyone who would dare to break into my house like that. Just as he was still deep in thought, someone from behind threw a sword straight through him. Without giving him time to react, he continued to attack. This time, Tizhan had a shield but was still grazed by the sword. In the darkness, two small lights suddenly flashed. Just like that, he took advantage of Tishan's injury to attack. He leaned forward to avoid it. At the same time, use your strength to jump up high. Tizhan just kept hugging her body full of wounds, dodging every sword strike that rushed towards him. What the hell was that? Although he escaped the opponent's sword, his body was too weak at this time so he could not resist the man and collapsed onto the wooden floor. He painfully hugged his biceps that kept bleeding. Oh damn. Because he was in the dark, he couldn't see and act. Tizhan found a relatively safe hiding place and thought about what to do. His expression is becoming more and more serious. Is there any way? Tizhan suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, it was that thing. Tizhan used all his strength to make the red and blue blood vessels appear more clearly than ever. Tizhan reached for the ceramic vase, gritted his teeth and said, it must end in one blow. He silently judged in the darkness, at a distance of about 7 meters, the time for attack and defense to be applied. Zhuang, the ceramic vase he just threw away broke into pieces. At this moment, Tishan's face was extremely surprised. His cold black gun aimed straight at Tizhan and said, found it. Tizhan did not panic and silently looked at him. He curled up tightly. Use all your strength to rush towards him and die. That guy was indeed hit by him and screamed in pain, A. His arm was severed from his body. Blood splattered all over the glass door in the room. He hugged his arms and smiled savagely. This bastard was proud. As soon as he finished speaking, Tizhan couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. Damn it. The whole room, which was clean, was now filled with fresh blood. Tizhan fell to the ground, worried. She still had to attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow and now she was like this. At Anna Joint Stock Company right now, an extraordinary shareholder meeting is being held. The chairman of the meeting quickly started and invited everyone to take their seats. Lawyer Zhou Yuntai impatiently looked at his watch. Why hasn't it arrived yet? He couldn't wait and texted Zhang Taizhen directly, thinking worriedly, there must be nothing wrong, right? His face showed concern. Several thoughts appeared in his mind. Director Zhang, what are you doing? Where are you? Without waiting for Zhang Taizhen to be present, the meeting officially began following the introduction of the chairperson. According to the approval decision of the Seoul Central District Court, Anna Joint Stock Company announced the opening of the extraordinary shareholder meeting. The company's usual date is tomorrow, May 1, 2018. The chairperson continued to hold the mic and said that this extraordinary shareholder meeting was held at the request of dissatisfied shareholders about lax management and loss of trust in the board of directors as well as the company's board of directors. Next, lawyer Zhou Yuntai of Manhwa Law Office will present his opinion on behalf of foreign investors on the request to dismiss the current board of directors. Lawyer Zhou Yuntai stood up. Zhang Taizhen hasn't arrived yet, maybe he still needs to start first. He walked up to the podium, handed the mic back and smiled. I'm Zhou Yuntai of Manhwa Law Office. I don't want to give a long introduction. Zhou Yuntai goes straight to the heart of the problem. You probably understand Anna's problems very well, because the issue of mergers and acquisitions is not suitable for the current scale. Anna Group is facing a stagnant business situation.
The shareholders' faces gradually became unsightly, but it did not affect his words at all. The debt ratio was skyrocketing while sales were falling sharply. He continued, not only that, the real owner who operates ANA, Chairman OU Sung-hyuk and his family have scandals in the media every day and seriously affect the image of the business. To hear, Sung-hyuk had to grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. After the failure to purchase to Woong-ju-sun, the company's capital as well as its working fund were exhausted. Related issues are presented in the documents in your hands. The current situation of the group is that if just one segment collapses, the capital cycle, guarantee cycle, as well as unreasonable loans from the parent company and subsidiaries cannot be avoided. His face turned black. The lawyer's voice became more serious than ever, no different from today's possible bankruptcy situation. The people below me right now can't stand it anymore. They all protested at the same time. You said that a bit too much. That's right, one fits two. Without respect for the lawyer's face, they shouted, those damn foreigners, shut up. This is selling the country, selling the country. Everyone's face showed indignation. Everyone screamed, please shut up. Luckily there are still people who think and should speak up. What? Who are you to keep him quiet? After all, this is a shareholder meeting. The ruler now speaks up. Please be quiet. If there is anyone who intentionally causes a disturbance, we will ask them to leave the hall so that the meeting can take place. Going well. Lawyer Jae-un remained calm and continued his speech. That's why, it was for this reason that the overseas investors who were worried about ANA had to come out like this. The audience below still feels a bit confused. What? He ignored the gossip and posed a problem. The company's owners are the shareholders, not an individual or a family. These words probably touched some of the people sitting on the board, podium. He said one more sentence, let the corruption that has existed for so long end today. Two people including Oh Sung-hyuk and his CEO knew he was mocking me, so they were very angry. What? Mechanical, corrupt. When the audience below heard that, they were very surprised. This man was so honest and spoke so harshly. The right tree is not afraid to die, the lawyer boldly suggested, as the authorized representative of the shareholders holding 42% of the shares. We request Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk and current executives resign. The chairman of the board of directors and a number of other executives were especially shocked when they heard the number 49.42%. Everyone sitting below, no one was left behind, was extremely surprised. Oh my god, when did they collect so many stocks? The host also did not want to let everyone discuss further, immediately said, thank you for lawyer Jo Yoon-tae's speech. And now we will listen to the opinion of the current chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Oh Sung-hyuk. His face is now full of blue veins. It must be said that he is extremely angry. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae slowly walked down, completely angering the chairman. Actually, lawyer Jo Yoon-tae is also extremely worried right now, but it's not for the president or CEO of this company. Has something really happened to director Jang Tae-sun? It's too late. As soon as Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk came up, his hand immediately grabbed the microphone indignantly. He said in a harsh voice, I am Oh Sung-hyuk, the chairman of ANA's board of directors. As he spoke, he thought in his head, 49.42%, how ridiculous. As the chairman of the board of directors, he first stepped down and bowed his head to apologize to the audience. First of all, I would like to apologize to the shareholders for having to meet you in such a difficult situation. His face now turned from indignation to complacency. He wondered why Teeth wasn't here, because last night he was finished. He smiled a mysterious smile. No matter how long he waited, he still wouldn't come. Then, he came back and said, shareholders, well, this Sung-hyuk is not dead yet. He eloquently declared, I will definitely protect the ANA group passed down from my father's generation. The purchase of Daewon has not yet been finalized. I am also receiving positive feedback from the government about capital circulation, if we can overcome this risk. Surely the shareholders here will gain many times more profits. His words have successfully stimulated some shareholders. His words gradually became enchanting. I will definitely not betray your trust, so I hope everyone will make a wise decision. As expected, the power of words made many people believe in him. Everyone cheered, trust Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk. We can't let Korean businesses fall into the hands of foreigners again. That's right, it's an act of selling water. The chairperson was just waiting for that to step up, so now we will come to the voting part. As usual, the number of shares that the shareholders are holding. He hadn't finished his sentence when lawyer Jo Yoon-tae raised his hand. I have an idea. The host also stopped and asked, what? The lawyer laughed, Chairman, is it necessary to be so long-winded? It's better to decide. He handed over a gold-wrapped envelope. He just needs to hold more shares than the number of shares in my hand. As long as the chairman agrees, I will open the file immediately. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk was extremely worried when he saw the envelope, but still spoke strongly. It's not that difficult, just when the shareholders are already bored. It's not a bad thing to do, he thought in his heart. This guy needs to show his hand just once. The host had to say, then invite the lawyers of both sides to come forward and announce the documents. The lawyers of both sides took a step forward, handed over the documents and peeled off the yellow envelope. One side smiled complacently. One side is worried and impatient. Suddenly, Jo Yoon-tae's lawyer opened his eyes wide. What's wrong?
He looked at the documents inside, not believing his eyes. How was this possible? He looked closely at the data in the file. The number of shares that Chairman Tae In-sung was holding was more than he imagined. Jo Yoon-tae saw his reaction and somehow guessed the problem. He asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with everyone?" On one side, Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk was smiling very proudly. He turned around and told Jo Yoon-tae, the chairman's shares were 49.45%. Jo Yoon-tae couldn't believe his eyes, screaming, "What? How could that be?" He turned to think, this can't work. If that's the case, then there's only one way. Everyone was still chatting. Both sides of the podium were busy discussing with each other. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk was very sure of his actions. He glanced to the side and thought, there is still a power of attorney that is not tilted in any direction. The person holding that power of attorney is unanimous. Dong Long's choice will determine victory or defeat. Chairman laughed. Chairman Oh and I have finished talking. The owner turned down and asked Dong Long, the lawyer representing Dong Long, how do you decide? Unanimously and gently answered, yes, our East Dragon. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae already knew the outcome of the answer, extremely frightened. No way. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk was very pleased. He had anticipated this before. Now was his opportunity. Before any answer was uttered from Dong Long's mouth, a loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Someone opened the door of the company meeting room. Why is the road so congested today? No. That person quickly walked step by step. He smiled and confidently said, everyone has worked hard. You are Jang Tae-jin. I'm sorry for being late. I'm Jang Tae-jin, Manager Lo. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae was like a drowning man reaching for a stake, extremely happy. Director Jang Tae-jin. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk now saw Jang Tae-jin's appearance and gasped, Jang Tae-jin, that was not right last night. Jang Tae-jin saw through all of his expressions. His face was filled with murderous intent. Why are you so surprised, like seeing a ghost, he thought, wondering why I'm not dead yet. Jang Tae-jin's memories returned to the previous day, when he was lying in a pool of blood. Although he was not dead, his body was seriously injured. Lying on the cold ground, he still tried to open his eyes, telling himself, damn it, my second life was like winning the lottery. It couldn't end like this. A voice rang out, do you want healing powers? In his daze, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be hidden meaning in his voice. He tried to look up, looking for the owner of the voice. Who was it? He was a god, he thought. If someone came here to look for him, it could only be a god, that's for sure. That person continued to communicate with him even though he didn't know who the owner of the voice was. Do you want to sign a contract with me? He reasoned, if that was a god with healing power, I was sure it was a medicinal god. There must be some purpose for him to approach me. His tears began to fall. The voice continued to urge him. There wasn't much time left. A shadowy figure appeared in the darkness, his body glowing. That person continued to ask Jang Tae-jin, who was lying on the cold ground with his body covered in blood, do you want it or not? At this moment, Jang Tae-jin saved like an animal thirsting for life. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, cried out in horror, yes, I will sign the contract. The day after he finished saying that sentence, a powerful light appeared before his eyes. His body suddenly glowed. A notification appeared, you had summoned a mid-level evil god. His eyes widened, his body gradually recovered, blood was no longer on his face or on his clothes, anything. The message continued to say, your evil karma point has reached the limit. Jang Tae-jin was extremely shocked. So, evil god. Even though he was resurrected, he was still very desperate. He would be condemned and lose his points. That person said, angels are always suspicious of you, adding that the laughter was quite evil. Before leaving, that person even gave him a sentence, but evil spirits always welcome him. That's why Jang Tae-jin is still here now, present as a normal person. Why is he so surprised? He stood boldly in front of lawyer Jo Yoon-tae, telling the president Oh Sung-hyuk, did you just see a ghost or something? Oh Sung-hyuk couldn't control his voice right now, trembling violently. Jang Tae-jin, everyone feels very strange. Why is Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk behaving like that? He brought a new set of documents and gave them to lawyer Jo Yoon-tae. He smiled, lawyer Jo Yoon-tae, please take it, this is Anna's property and Lo's papers. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae was extremely happy at this moment, so the win was certain. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk and the rest were speechless. What, Anna's property? He spoke up, it was 1.1% of Anna's shares. Jo Yoon-tae was extremely happy to receive the file from him. Yes, thank you, only Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk still hasn't recovered from that psychological shock. Only now has Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk connected all the information together. Wait if they add 1% to the previous 49.42%, that is more than half corporation shares, so whether they check Dong Long's shares or not, they still win. Dong Long sitting below didn't understand what was going on. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk, this old guy, did he prepare this too? Up to now, lawyer Jo Yoon-tae has said with great confidence, let's finalize the verdict, Mr. Abbott. The abbot had no choice but to nod. At last, said the abbot, according to the verdict. With 50.52% of the total value of the shares. The dismissal of Director Anna's charges was officially approved. President Oh Sung-hyuk did not accept that. When he heard that, he shouted very loudly, "No." Up to this point, even though he couldn't save anything anymore, he still objected vehemently. "This time it doesn't count, absolutely no point, I will not accept this, never." Jang Tae-seon felt that his actions were too stubborn, stepped up and said, "Stop talking nonsense." He pointed his finger at himself. "He's dead, he still has time to curse the turtle, what, this bastard." He jumped up and down like an animal, an uneducated bastard. However, before he could even touch Jang Tae-seon's hair, the surrounding security guards ran over to stop him. Jang Tae-seon smiled triumphantly. Oh Sung-hyuk trembling in fear, "What, why are you guys?" A guard came and locked his arms. The other side also has a guard. Oh Sung-hyuk still thinks he can abuse his power. "These guys, do you know who I am, you bastards?" He screamed in pain, "I'm the president, get out, I'm the president of Anna Group." His words were no longer valid. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae saw that and couldn't stand it anymore, so he gave an order. When he went out, the guards around him obeyed, clearly. Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk cried without a sound, "You guys are dead." Seeing the situation at this moment, Jang Tae-seon smiled. Wow, the scream was so soothing. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae spoke up, "From now on we will eliminate Oh Sung-hyuk and his faction, we will sue anyone who does not want to leave." Oh Sung-hyuk still trying to resist, "Must be kidding, we're out, you bastards, you dogs, remember my face." He's acting like a crazy person now, crying, "Anna is mine." Jang Tae-seon thought while listening, "I'll do that, it's so noisy." This is truly a historic moment for the Anna Group. Oh Sung-hyuk was dragged away by security, leaving peace for those who remained. Goodbye Oh Sung-hyuk. All the people sitting in the stands had no time to react to what had just happened, everything happened so fast. While everyone had not yet regained their composure, Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae turned around. He stood up and told everyone, "Gentlemen, as the chief lawyer, I will nominate him for the position of new president. Sir Ha Gwon-woo, please show yourself." The lawyer solemnly announced that Ha Gwon-woo was the vice president of Duwongjo-san Company. His management ability was very good that day, so we received many proposals to choose Mr. Ha Gwon-woo as the new president. Ha Gwon-woo went up, bowed to the shareholders. Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae excitedly said, "Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen." Everyone clapped non-stop. Light poured into the meeting room, signaling a bright future. In the end, everyone talked happily to each other, temporarily forgetting what had just happened. A voice called Tyson's name, causing him to turn his head. That person is Dong Long, a middle-aged man with an elegant blue suit, who just a few minutes ago was on Oh Sung-hyuk's side hoping to overthrow Jang Tyson. When he saw him, he seemed to remember something. He laughed loudly, impressed, "Congratulations." He smiled back, thanking him for the compliment. On the surface, the exchange was cheerful, but in his heart he had carefully calculated, yet another new enemy. "Your face is now filled with vigilance and terrifying calculation, uncle. Dong Long is the ultimate goal." The message appears, "You have received a lot of negative karma points. Negative karma points are that reward. Many gods like negative karma points very much. And a company is a company with foreign shareholders, so the decoration style is very modern." Jang Tyson and Han lawyer Jo Yoon-tae entered the room. Seeing the room so beautiful and luxurious, he said loudly, "Is this the president's room? How wonderful." He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "It was so impressive. That guy was only the 10th richest in the tycoon world, meaning the others were probably even more so." Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae also had the same opinion. Everything smells like money." Jang Tyson crossed his arms and commented, "Well, president must have been so mad because he couldn't even pack up his things." Jo Yoon-tae nodded, he was really about to go crazy. He glanced to the side and bumped into a beautiful golf set. He didn't even have time to take this precious golf set. "I heard he was a veteran golfer, Kiki." Lawyer Jo Yoon-tae suddenly asked a question, "But where is his body? I heard he was shot by an assassin." Jang Tyson smiled lightly, "I'm sure a sniper like Leon would be in a vegetative state no matter what. The evil within him has rebelled again, and that Chinese evil god too. Oh my god, now he tells me, he is a legend." Behind him appeared the figure of the evil god named Hwada. "I received the power of the flower." Once again when Tyson collapsed, the flower appeared again. He asked you, "Do you want to have the ability to heal?" Jang Tyson thought to himself, "Of course it's not free," but he didn't see you sitting there for a while without answering, so he asked, "What are you still doing?" Suddenly there were footsteps of unknown demons or gods. They were walking towards him. After that, Hwada happily advised, the polite waiter came in, "They are all noble gods who will become your regular customers." Then Tyson heard that and immediately panicked and said, "What, regular customers?" He turned back to look at a group of people coming closer and closer, panicking and saying loudly, "Heal." After saying that, one teacher and one student immediately brought out the table and chairs to receive guests. Seeing that everyone was quite chaotic, he immediately shouted at the people below, "Let's line up," and then he thought to himself, that way I had become a powerful assistant of the flower. He looked at Huada's gentle, helpful appearance and immediately wondered, but what is the reason why Huada became an evil god at the level of a devil? He attentively observed every word and small action of his. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it became for him to understand that when Huada was still alive, he was also considered an outstanding hero, a god who healed countless people for free. If a person like this could not go to heaven, then who wants to do good deeds anymore? He couldn't understand and asked himself, why did he come to the world of evil gods? Huada seemed to be able to hear Taizen's thoughts and replied that I came here myself, making him surprised and ask again, what? Jang Taizen couldn't believe it and opened his mouth and stammered, you came here by yourself, why? Then he calmly looked at him and answered, because in the world of good gods there was nothing to do, making Taizen's shock even more shocking, as if he had opened his eyes to the thoughts of talented people. Huada further explained to him that the good gods are self-controlled and restrained every day, so there is no way they would get injured in a fight, haha, but in this place it's different. Thinking about the scene after the conflict between the evil gods and the injured people piling up, he continued, this day is like having a battlefield, the karma points that a good god earns in 100 years is just the same as earning here in one day. Jang Taizen also had some idea at this point and wondered to him, could it be because of that? Hoa Tua seriously added that it is good to increase karma points steadily, but we cannot do it alone. Then he asked Taizen, please come and work part-time, haha. He seemed to have already thought of the answer for himself, thinking to himself, that's why he personally came to me, whether he was a god or a human, he would act according to his needs, even though it was a bit awkward, he still agreed to say, ah yes. Then, Mr. Joe Skull pulled him back to reality. He asked, but is your body okay? I heard you were shot by an assassin. He seemed to be thinking about something, then Taizen smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine, just a little graze. In his mind, he was thinking, I have handed over the assassin to Captain Han Jin Wong to secretly handle. When he answered the phone, Mr. Jin told him, yes I understand. The assassin died at his hands, so Taizen didn't worry much, but thought to himself, the assassin appeared silently, so it was convenient for him to kill him quietly. Seeing that Jang Taizen didn't say anything, the CEO immediately reported, I have temporarily frozen all documents of the finance department at your request. Daewon's employees who are familiar with financial accounting are also welcome, closely monitored. Taizen heard that everything was fine and happily said, you worked hard, director, from director to general manager, you promoted really quickly, ha. Mr. Ha immediately politely replied that it was all thanks to the chairman's grace. I don't know where it came from. Lawyer Joe heard this and immediately took credit. He said, Quan Wu, it's me too. The general manager could only shyly say thank you Yun Tae. After that, Jang Taizen seriously discussed the main issue. He said, everyone probably predicted that Chairman Oh Sung-hyuk would illegally use the company's capital to win the shareholder meeting. We must focus on that point to defeat him. Suddenly he said coldly, there was no need to be compassionate or anything. He was very confident in himself and steadfastly said, I can cover the pressure caused by the political world. But in contrast to Taizen, Lawyer Joe was a bit worried and advised, Director Jang, I'm afraid it won't be easy, the amount of money Chairman Oh has given to the political world is not small at all. He also said that he is especially closely tied to the government, so there will be a lot of trouble, including lawsuits. Hearing that, Taizen didn't really deny it but just said, you don't need to worry, I already have a solution. At night, in a certain mansion in the city, loud screams rang out, I will kill you. Along with that was the sound of broken bottles. The people in the house aggressively held the bottle of wine in their hands and cursed, Jang Taizen, the kid still smells like milk. I will send more assassins for you, he said while drunk. He kept whispering to himself, if one person doesn't work, then 2 people, if 2 people don't work, then 4 people, if 4 people don't work, then it's okay. Saying this, he paused for about a second, then threw the bottle away and said loudly, I will send 10 people. Do you think I will lose like this? I am the president of Anna Group Oh Sung-hyuk, it is Oh Sung-hyuk. These words and actions of Sung-hyuk made the people standing by the door witnessing panic. The more you curse him, the louder you get, I won't die alone, I'll take all of you bastards with me. Suddenly angry, he noticed the cell phone on the table calling. As if he knew who would call, he chuckled, that's right, at least there should be some consolation. He picked up the phone and said, hello, I'm here. Hearing that, the other end of the line introduced himself, Chairman, oh it's me, then he laughed loudly and replied, yes, Minister. The minister immediately said, I won't go into too much detail, this one sentence made him realize something and naturally agreed. He continued, from tomorrow you should temporarily retire home for a while. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise and he was speechless. Sung-hyuk stammered and said, no minister, what do you mean by that? The minister didn't explain much but just said, out of respect for such a long time, I called to inform you in advance.
Not only that, the minister also told Sung Hyuk that from today he will be banned from entering and exiting the country. He will probably have to find a quiet place to rest for a few years. He can no longer believe his ears. I shouted loudly, "Minister, what the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to put me under house arrest now?" Hearing his insults, the minister immediately questioned, "What, damn it, this person is no longer useful." All the emotions and anger that had been suppressed for so long seemed to be released after hearing those words. He shouted loudly into the phone, "Hey Lee Kyung-won, this bastard, who did you ask to get to that position, but now what are you saying?" The more he talked, the angrier he became. He cursed, "I won't die alone, this bastard, I absolutely won't die alone." The minister listened and only asked again, "You are threatening the minister," making him angrily say, "What?" Having said that, the sickle minister laughed loudly. "Huh, I found and closed all those things." Sung Hyuk was so shocked when he heard that his mouth dropped to his jaw and he couldn't say a word. He was so angry that his eyes widened and foaming at the mouth after hearing the minister's words. So this psychopath should stay still, if he doesn't want to see his wife, children and the whole world turn their backs to me, he cursed under his breath, "A bunch of bastards." A second later, he fell to the floor amid everyone's pitiful calls, "President, me." Someone immediately shouted loudly and quickly called "Drive, June." The next morning, the main road was bustling with traffic. The TV station is reporting the latest news. The image of Mr. Sung Hyuk fainting is shown on the screen. The school host announces, the former president of Anna Group, Mr. Oh Sung Hyuk fainted at his home, has been brought in, emergency hospital. Dozens of people including previous and current leaders as well as members of the president's family who helped participate in this scandal are being investigated. According to the person involved, the estimated amount of embezzlement is about 1,000 billion to 2,000 billion won. Sometime later, one day, the sky was filled with white clouds and flying birds. Then came the first day of snowfall in the city. Tyson stood comfortably by the window looking at the city scenery. He thought to himself, it has been 2 months since Anna went bankrupt. Time really flies, Jang Tyson sighed. Suddenly the landline phone rang. The other person said impatiently, "Director, manager Do he is here." Then, a girl with a slightly chubby body walked in. She greeted Tyson, the director, "Good morning." Then the girl realized she was wrong and changed it. No, now she should be called president, right? Suddenly she looked at Tyson a little strangely and was startled and asked, "Who is this?" Jang Tyson, wearing an elegant suit and neatly combed hair, gently said, "Good morning manager Dudui," while he secretly thought, the success story of a little ant from a remote countryside, will continue to write, "Now I am overcoming the Korean market to reach out to the world." Without letting the girl say another word, Tyson, full of energy for the morning, turned away and said, "Let's go to the morning meeting." He remembered his master's figure and silently exclaimed, his second life was like winning the lottery. Now the second chapter will begin. At the same time the sun outside is also shining over the mountains shining on the city. High-rise buildings close together, these are all large companies in Korea. In front of the desk, a slender hand holding a file said, "Director, this is the latest report on the takeover of Tamlong." The director smirked and said, "Are you giving me this to tell me to read it?" Being reminded like that by the boss, Dewey smiled shyly and said, "There was no way it would be like that, I will present a brief summary." Jang Tyson smiled with satisfaction when he heard that. She looked straight at the director and gently said, "When you enter the company I already told you, but the list of handovers for the Tam Long car was too large." Her eyes lowered as she continued, "According to what I learned from domestic documents as well as bribing former employees of the company, I think that the Korean auto industry will definitely follow in the footsteps of the auto industry in Detroit, Michigan, USA. When Jang Tyson heard that, his eyes flashed sharply. Then he calmly replied, "So what?" His teacher seemed calm. She asked one more question, "So do you know UAW?" "Who is Jang Tyson? His knowledge is quite extensive," he replied. "Are you talking about the American Auto Workers Group?" She darkened her face and said, "Yes, that's right, they are very crazy people." The auto industry has since its birth been a mechanism easily manipulated by unions. A powerful union only needs to dominate one area out of dozens of production areas. There are disadvantages that make the progress of car production much slower. She is quite knowledgeable about this field, so knowing such things is understandable, she said, but the UAW is on strike to negotiate annual salaries. With a low-efficiency production structure and high costs, there is a lack of synergy between workers and the company, and labor flexibility is also reduced. When Jang Tyson heard this, his face fell, a depressed face not knowing what to say. She didn't pay attention to the director's expression and affirmed that the answer was too obvious. Her face was a bit dissatisfied, saying, "It could only be disintegration." After she finished speaking, Jang Tyson calmly spoke up, "I think it's not bad to share benefits adequately but..." Before she could finish her sentence, the employee countered, "If according to my prediction, the US auto industry will have to pay the price within the next year." Jiang Taizhen didn't say anything when he heard that, but the sales in the United States are very good, maybe it will collapse. She replied that even if it did not collapse, the government would certainly pour in a huge amount of public funds. Public funds are the government's capital to restructure financial institutions or businesses that are in a weak business situation. Jiang Taizhen was a bit surprised when he heard that, public money. She immediately thought about the future and said, I predicted Bear Stearns' future when he went bankrupt. How far will this new subprime crisis spread? Subprime is a subprime loan, a loan with an interest rate higher than the standard rate granted to unqualified individuals. She smiled and continued, surely one of the problems that will be encountered later is that synthetic CDL will emerge as a new detonator. If considering investment losses, synthetic CDL is linked to corporate credit reaching a minimum of 90%. Then she gently uttered a sentence, and $1 trillion would disappear into thin air. Jiang Taizhen probably hadn't thought of this. What she said surprised him. He didn't believe it would happen like that. To his surprise, she continued, this wave not only hit the United States but also hit hard in Europe and Asia, so finally the appearance of the American hero. She was not worried or had any unnecessary expressions, saying, the Federal Reserve would stand in front as a rescuer. Her words left him shaken, from beginning to end. What she said opened up a new horizon for him. He asked worriedly, how will FRB stand, even though America is also in a lot of debt right now? Before this question, she did not need to think and immediately answered, if the automobile industry could definitely survive with an investment of about $100 billion. Then I guess Chairman Ben Bernanke will splurge on it. The look on her face when she said these words seemed to be quite clear. Her face hardly expressed her current emotions. Suddenly, she turned 180 degrees and smiled brightly, her cheeks blushing and said, is that right, Director? Seeing her turn from serious to this attitude made him unable to adapt in time. He smiled helplessly and said, yes, what is right? She changed from a serious voice to a more cute voice, hey, you know, if markets become unstable, $3.5 trillion in money market funds could disappear from the market. Then her eyes lowered, with a hint of sadness in them, saying, suppose, if he collapsed, the United States would go bankrupt. To prevent that, Ben Bernanke will receive instructions from above and print money. When Jiang Taizhen heard her say that, he couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes opened wide as if he had discovered something, above. In his mind, the image of 5 men appeared. If it was the top of Ben Bernanke, then you mean the Child family. The Rothschild family, major shareholders of the Federal Reserve, many investment banks, including Morgan, are direct and indirect members of the Rothschild family. Even 50% of the world's assets belong to the Rothschild family, 20% belongs to Rockefeller, and the rest is scattered among a number of organizations headed by overseas Chinese. Hearing these words, she was also surprised. This was the first time she heard about this family, so she was a little surprised and let out a small sigh. Jiang Taizhen finished speaking and smiled, as if he was thinking about something. After listening, it was as if she had opened a new page of knowledge. She smiled and said, as expected, there's nothing you don't know, sir. Thanks for telling me about the Child clan. Jiang Taizhen thought to himself, I have obtained information about the descendants who serve other ancestors. Hearing the compliment she gave him, he smiled friendly and said, it's nothing, so Dodo his career and type points have been granted. July 10, 2008, 5:20 a.m., New York Mercantile Exchange. They gathered in groups and made a commotion. The scene was full of chaos. There were 2 men standing in another place talking to each other, wondering if the oil level would be the highest today. Isn't that crazy? Now it's the highest. Look at those crazy pig traders. There were so many people that there was no space left to squeeze in. They were all people who were interested in this matter. The other person said, it really felt like walking on thin ice. There were only people below, people crowded together like ants. David, but don't you think the recent flow is strange? The other person quite surprisingly replied, what? The people below were all busy with their thoughts, everyone's faces were tense. The blond man looked forward and said, I have a feeling they are raising prices but will cleverly push the goods away. When the brown-skinned man heard that, he turned around and said, it turns out he felt the same way. Perhaps the new traders are the problem. Damn, it turns out there are people who want to take all the money from this exchange. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, August transaction selling price 146, August trading selling price 146. That voice kept ringing, making everyone look up in bewilderment. The September transaction price was 146.5, okay, done. Hearing that, the 2 people looked helpless. The blond man said, he is crazy, isn't he? The person next to him also frowned and said, it was no different from a battlefield. The shouts were heard continuously, okay, all done. The scene became chaotic, thousands of people crowded together like that. The moon was high, almost everywhere was asleep, but in one office the lights were still on. Jiang Taizhen sat in front of the computer screen, smiling sinisterly and saying, bored, American hero, nothing new. He kept looking at the computer and smiling, continuing, selling at a great price, ha. When people cry because the world is collapsing, heroes scatter printed dollars from the sky. If you don't eat this money, you are one of the 3 stupidest people. Brand sued, from the moment he bowed his head, raised 2 scenes of war without gunfire. Although this is not an exact system, through the secret legal entity and Robert, the income in a recent month has exceeded $100 million, however, compared to the assets of the Rothschild family, it is only the size of a toenail.
Jang Tae-san looked at the screen and smiled sinisterly, thinking, let's try it all on the floor. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His hand pressed the mouse continuously, the clicking sound echoed continuously. He excitedly looked at the screen in front of him, his heart was dancing. If he earned hundreds of billions of dollars, what would he do? In the future there will be countless people whose business value exceeds $1 trillion. While lost in thought, the phone in his room suddenly rang. On the other side, a soft, familiar voice from Dudui rang out, Director, what are you doing? Jang Tae-san heard the voice and knew who it was. Manager Du, I'm about to leave work now, but what's the matter? Dudui heard that and happily said, is that so? Let's have dinner together. He was a bit surprised. She called him at this hour to have dinner together. He exclaimed, hot dinner, he thought, what a special character. A moment later, a colorful sushi appeared in front of them accompanied by Manager Du's voice, not sure if it suited the president's taste or not. When he saw what was displayed in front of him, his face was helpless. He felt something was wrong. Sushi, hey, what is this soju? She sat with her arms folded on the table. Today she wore this black dress full of charm. She smiled brightly and said, I went to the sushi shop across the street and remembered the director, so I bought it here and there. This look seemed like she wanted him to praise her. He listened to her, crossed his arms, and said with a serious face, if you want to ask to borrow money, I will refuse. Before she could speak, he flatly refused. She was startled and asked, why? She cried, looked at him with an unwilling expression and said, well, it's not okay for someone with as much money as you to have 100 billion, he sighed, not caring that she was acting and said, never. Hearing that, she looked angry, pushed her chair back and stood up, saying in a self-pitying voice, wow, she's really stingy. When he saw that, he didn't show any attitude, just calmly said, why do you have to borrow me? You tell President Du, it's just $100 billion. Hearing that, she got angry, clenched her fists and screamed ferociously, my father has no money left. He was shouted at but didn't pay much attention. He said seriously, manager, let's separate ourselves clearly. When she heard that, she froze, her eyes confused and asked, what to decide? He looked at the girl in front of him with innocent eyes and said, this is what President Du ordered. It looks like I'm going to soften my heart in front of my next beauty. He looked at the girl and continued, do I look so scary? It was as if she had been told something right in her heart. Her face suddenly turned good. She laughed it off. No, it's not like that. Then she gently said, I know the director is not an easy man, because if I wag my tail to this extent, most people will fall over but. He looked at the girl in front of him but his heart was full of thoughts. He mocked himself, no, I'm an easygoing man, it's just that girls are scary. She said half a sentence and then stopped. Maybe he would understand what she meant. Then she switched to another topic and heard Sarah say that the director would be on leave next week, and you also asked her to find plane tickets to Europe for you. She smiled brightly. She asked in a tentative way, it seemed like you were on a business trip. He used chopsticks to pick up a piece of sushi and smiled, no, I'm planning to go backpacking alone. When she heard him say he was going alone, she felt a little happy inside, but on the outside she seemed very normal. Oh, backpacking sounds good. After speaking, he put that piece of sushi in his mouth, chewed it, and then praised, this restaurant's sushi is delicious. She saw that he was quite happy and hesitantly asked, then director. She shyly continued, it's a trip, do you want to go with me? I was eating and this question choked me, I spat out all the food, it was a big shock. He looked at Dudui's seductive lips and thought, what is that? Why is she so close? His eyes moved a little lower and he couldn't help but think, why do we keep pushing his chest out? His eyes were dizzy, his nose was bleeding, his mouth was drooling full of lust. The more he looked, the more his eyes hurt. Just right, I'm also a man. In the darkness, a black figure appeared with a voice, Jang Tae-san, in the end, it depends on how capable you are. In a building, someone was still awake, a voice came out, telling them to invest $5 billion in these difficult times. The man looked at the number on the computer screen, his voice was a bit disdainful, 30 billion seems like a small amount of money, Yuri really has an eye for men, what a pity. The man looked at the computer screen but the image of Jang Tae-san appeared in his mind, he just smirked and said, Jang Tae-san is, a monster. After saying that, he picked up a glass of wine to drink, and suddenly a voice rang out in his head, Dad will go down a dark path. He took a sip and then looked at the photo hanging on the wall, his mind filled with thoughts, his father's voice still rings in his ears, children, go on the path to happiness. His eyes were sad, there was a little regret, a little pain, his heart suddenly ached, thinking, Dad? In his mind, the image of his father now appeared, and he couldn't help but miss him. His face became more and more gloomy, thinking, now, times are changing. The scene changes to the vast sky, the plane flies in the sky, this is the university president's first summer vacation, Jang Tae-san's first backpacking trip. The starting destination is Paris, the capital of France. The scene before him was so wonderful, Jang Tae-san couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's so wide. This is a trip where I want to enjoy freedom rather. Jang Tae-san satisfactorily looked at the beautiful scene before his eyes, in his heart, he couldn't help but think, he looks majestic but he. Actually, if I came here with Dudui, I wouldn't have the confidence to withstand her temptation. He smiled guiltily. He also said he wasn't very nice, ha. Walking on the streets of Paris, looking at all the new and beautiful things around him, he couldn't help but marvel, wow, what is all this? Walking in front of a statue, he was startled and thought, these are all treasures. Visitors are standing in front of a painting, both visiting and looking at it. Jang Tae-san also stopped and looked over. A thought appeared in my heart, Mona Lisa. He stood and looked at this picture, inwardly exclaiming. Now he understands that one real thing is better than 100 fakes. While occupying the threshold of the Mona Lisa painting, there was a loud voice. Ah, don't push. Jang Tae-san was startled and turned to look. Behind them was a chaotic scene. They were so crowded together that they shouted. Please get out of the way, you also have to think about the next people. Among them, 2 young men in white shirts saw the scene and also came to join in the fun and said. Ha, what a commotion. Many people on the street turned to look at them. Suddenly the sound of footsteps rang out. Something big was happening. VIP has disappeared. What? The sounds of gossip kept ringing out, making it impossible for others not to pay attention. Jang Tae-san heard him clearly thinking, it seems like some important person has disappeared. Men dressed in black gathered in the middle of the hall. One of the 3 spoke up. Shush, keep quiet. Jang Tae-san stood quite close so he heard very clearly. In his heart he chuckled, so loud that everyone heard. I also sometimes look around everywhere to find someone. The girl left me and went to France. Jang Tae-san was a bit sad, thinking about something in his heart. In his mind, an image of Yuri suddenly appeared. She was crying, a senior at the University of Fine Arts who loves painting. Son Yuri. The person flew far away. The images of the 2 of them were like a film replaying in his memory, leaving only a short memory of one night. That must have been the unforgettable night of his life. Even now when he thinks back, it still doesn't fade away at all. He used his eyes to search around, wondering if she had ever been here. Suddenly he clapped his hands together as if preparing to make some decision. He looked up at the ceiling thinking, let's go eat. He went down to the garage alone. Apart from his white backpack, he didn't take anything with him. Singing while walking, ha ha ha, in the true sense of backpacking. He enjoyed everything here. He got into his red car. Sitting in the car, he adjusted the rearview mirror and thought happily, asking for help, my friend. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed forward and opened the other side of his car. He was startled. He didn't understand what was going on. He was starting to feel scared. Eyes wide and mouth wide, he worriedly thought, could this be the legendary Paris subway robber? Seeing clearly the person in front of him, he was even more startled and stammered, who are you? A girl with yellow hair, her face was red from running for too long. Her eyes flashed with danger. She raised her hand to her mouth. Shush, Jang Tae-san on the side was scared speechless, his body couldn't move. His face looked at the girl in front of him with fear. Outside, there were many people wearing black clothes running, shouting loudly, quickly go find them. They ran back and forth looking for someone. It seemed very important. The captain of this team began to divide people to search. Team B went in the other direction to search. You guys are this way. When they received the order, they shouted in unison, yes. The blonde-haired girl shrunk down in fear, obscuring the view of outsiders. Jang Tae-san next to him was no better. The scene he witnessed earlier made him tremble with fear. The blonde girl lying in the car looked at him with a forced smile and said, hoping he would help, hey, can you help me move quickly? Jang Tae-san looked at the girl in front of him, his face fell, he couldn't believe his eyes, he couldn't help but think, maybe she was acting cute. In a certain building in Paris, an angry voice came out, what about positioning? He looked down and reported, it's turned off. When the man heard that, he shouted loudly and went looking for her immediately. Have you opened your eyes to look? He sat on the royal chair, a little worried and said, oh my god, I've lost you. Your subordinates knew that they had not fulfilled their responsibilities. So they bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. I apologize, Duke Karen. Mr. Karen frowned and said unsatisfiedly, please find the lady's apology before saying it. It is said that now the dogs of the Assassin Guild are scattered everywhere in all directions. The Assassins Guild is an extremist assassination organization of medieval Shia Islam. He was both worried and scared, grinding his teeth, his whole body trembling. What if they knew about this situation? Why would something like this happen while the team leader was away? When his subordinates saw this, they guessed that the lady probably still couldn't leave Paris. Mr. Karen was afraid that something would happen and immediately ordered him to use any method. Using DST, French intelligence agency, is also possible. Even if you rotate the CCTV to every corner, you will have to find it immediately, without any conditions. Hearing that, the subordinate quickly replied, yes, I know. Scene changed to the city of Milan, France. The cart was filled with goods. Looking at it, I thought I was buying it for a month. A girl's wondering voice rang out continuously, this was okay. Unground pepper tasted much better, so the pepper jar was added to the cart. Every time she took a step, she seemed to discover something new, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, there's even Milka chocolate." Jang Tae-san pushed the food cart helplessly. Not bothering to answer, as for the blonde girl, she looked from east to west and said, "You said you sometimes go camping, right?" She clapped her hands, so the office also needs a tent, right? Jang Tae-san heard her ask that, his face showed even more helplessness, he didn't know what else to say to this girl, he stammered and said, that Vivian. Suddenly the girl wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled, "I told you to call me Vivi, being the same age, calling friends like that is not okay." Jang Tae-san looked at the girl in front of him in fear, he could only keep silent. He drove the car and turned to look at this girl who had just been chased with eyes full of wonder and confusion. I asked her why she was being chased and she replied solemnly that she had run away from home. Her destination, who was studying at Paris 4 University and was the same age as me, was the same as mine. He glanced at the girl who was calmly lying on his car, a little helpless, just like 3. Although the girl next to her closed her eyes, she still smiled and said with satisfaction and excitement, "I'm going on a backpacking trip." He looked at this girl so calmly, no matter how many people looked for her, she didn't care at all. He couldn't help but lament, "Oh my god, if it were Korea, it would be chaotic." An adult girl who had run away from home suddenly climbed into the car right before I left the parking lot. Suddenly, an adult male and female couple who didn't know each other at all went traveling by car. The car was running briskly on this beautiful street of Paris. He reminded her, "Vivian, could you please sit up straighter?" The girl didn't care and called me Vivi. Back to the scene in the supermarket, wherever the girl went, she was excited to see one thing after another. She stopped at a certain counter and couldn't help but suddenly admire, "Kia, this brie cheese." When the sales lady saw them buying so many of her products, she happily expressed her gratitude and said, "Thank you, a handsome boy." Jang Tae-san's face darkened and he said sadly, "Ha ha ha, I hope you have good customers." She was admiring wherever she went, stopping in front of the wine bar, happily hugging it and saying with delight, "Chateau Valendrade." He looked at the wine in front of him and asked, "Is that Bordeaux wine?" At this time, she was holding the wine in the bottle, looking at him with surprise, "Oh mom. You also know this type of wine?" When Jang Tae-san was asked like that, he remained silent, not knowing what to say. At this moment she happily shouted, "Oh yeah, I won." Jang Tae-san looked grim and said, "But do you have money to pay?" In a remote, pristine area, the surroundings were dark without a trace of light. The people here all wore black clothes that covered half their faces. Looking at them they exuded an extremely cold look. A voice came out. It was said that the blue bird living in the castle had flown out of its cage. Along with that was the image of something burning. The fire was filled with black smoke. Just looking at it made me feel scared. One man among the others stood up, bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, elder." This man called the elder had a white beard and hair. He was also dressed in black like the others. He said, "Allah has also given us a chance to take revenge." Suddenly he raised his hands. The atmosphere around him also began to change. He recited the mantra, "Allahu Akbar." Then all the people present were kneeling in front of that burning fire. They recited the mantra that the elder had just recited. Allahu Akbar. Then the elder read aloud, "Send out the kamikaze warriors, let the strangers of the night order see clearly, let's prove that we are still alive, our blood will continue to flow until the great holy war is over. Let's prove that we can never live with them in the same sky, Allahu Akbar." Reading these incantations made the heavens and earth tremble, and the crows flying around the castle that night cried out savage sounds. The atmosphere here is bustling with people. They are rushing to do their own work, and this high-end, luxurious place, full of modern equipment is nowhere else than at Ojong Corporation, top of Seoul. True to the original class of the pioneer, there is no shortage of employees here, worthy of the name of a giant corporation. People come and go in a hurry, they are constantly racing against time, striving, achieve success on time. Suddenly, in the quiet and dignified lobby of the building, a familiar panicked voice suddenly rang out. "What?" he said, "the one who knocked Anna down." The man standing in front of the glass window admiring the surrounding city scene turned around in shock with a startled face, his face without a drop of blood. He was none other than the president of Ojong Group. "Mister?" I asked shyly. "Just a university student." In the middle of the large room, the secretary respectfully bowed his head, politely handed over the documents and slowly said, "Yes, that's right, the president." At this time, he slowly turned around, looking intently at his documents. It took a while. After thinking about something, before Director Ojong reached out and picked up the file. He stretched his face and breathed a sigh of relief at this bright source of information. He smiled softly and said in a soft voice that he was a law student at Hanguk University. Reading the documents, he suddenly felt a little admiration and surprise at Tyson's background. But, right now he is only 20 years old. Although he is young, he is not young. Hearing that, the secretary bowed solemnly and immediately objected, "Even though he is young, he is a great talent, with only a capital of a few tens of millions of won. In 3 years he has made a profit of trillions of won. It was truly too terrifying. Director Ojan was horrified at his amazing development. He couldn't believe his old, weak ears. He asked, "What, goods, goods? Thousands of billions?" "That's right," the secretary bent down, his thoughtful eyes looking into the unknown, and firmly affirmed that on the stock exchange he was also known as the god of stocks, the god of futures contracts, the god of foreign exchange fraud, etc. He is afraid this is really no different from a god. Extremely talented, Director Ojang was amazed. He adjusted his glasses in surprise, attentively looked at the pile of documents and wondered, "So, you mean this kid has become Anna's new owner?" The secretary answered frankly and without any hesitation. In a loud voice, "I still don't know who the owner is, but, based on the information I captured, it seems that in addition to the investor Robert in America, there are others." Having discussed with many other investment companies, in response to his assertions, he focused and listened without moving. Director Ojang was immersed in doubt, knowing that Tyson was still young. Why did he have such huge power? He was suspicious and carefully flipped through each page of documents and exclaimed, "The investment capital was quite good," but, he paused for a moment and then suddenly said, "This seems to have something." "That's right, there's definitely some problem." The secretary immediately spoke up and suggested a bold idea. "Would you like to try meeting once?" He frankly and without hesitation asked, "Maybe you should try to meet face to face and consider." Director Ojan was a bit hesitant when he heard that. He hesitated and replied, "It must be so, Anna also does, and it must be a small corporation, so there will probably be a lot of work to do in the future." He sighed dejectedly and handed over the job. "You choose a date to go," the secretary nodded. "I know." Through the window, in the distance, high-rise buildings can be seen. Could it be signaling a development? Stop at some point not too far away in reality. Director Ojang gently folded the document. He meticulously asked, "That's how it is, and how is the preparation for the smartphone business going?" The secretary immediately tightened his face and replied in a serious voice, "Yes, right now we are going through the Korean Communications Commission to prevent the iPhone from being put on the market. Perhaps we have to create the product as quickly as possible. This is too urgent, it must be done immediately." Director Ojang smiled at the secretary's answer that touched my current thoughts. He softly asked, "American children have a lot of ambition. Tell them to adjust well." He instantly relaxed and respectfully nodded, "Yes, I know." The scene changed to a time when the sky was already dark. In that dark sky, stars were now sparkling, in the middle of a dense forest with tall, muscular trees. Suddenly in the flickering, dazzling firelight resounded an excited voice of a teenage girl in her 20s, "Wow, you're a chef." It turned out to be Vivian, Daniel's companion, Tyson's new name on this trip. The girl was surprised, her eyes widened in amazement at the table of delicious food that was still steaming. She felt exclaimed, "Could it be that you cooked for me?" The girl was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. "Oh mom," Tyson laughed, softened his voice, gallantly replied, "Cooking is my hobby, let's eat quickly, before they cool." At the same time, Tyson thought brightly, a strange companion and a strange girl from the first day of traveling to France. He was a little excited but humbly introduced, although a bit poor, "But today now I can only eat like this." On the other hand, contrary to Tyson's calm appearance, Vivian is strangely happy. She shivers in joy, and suddenly reveals, "Oh, the car trip with the good guy, even cooking. It's such a joy." Suddenly, as soon as she brought a piece of food to her mouth, Vivian was startled, her eyes widened in shock, she gasped and gasped. "This dish is so delicious." Vivian only ate a few bites but her face was already satisfied, her body trembled with joy, tears welled up in her eyes, it was so delicious. Immediately, the girl rushed closer to Tyson, she hugged his arm and cooed, "Daniel, I like you so much," making him turn pale in shock and quickly shrink back, screaming in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Vivian's cheeks turned red, she shyly brushed her hands away to deny her rude action just now. "Hey, I was just joking, just kidding, because the food was so delicious I got a little excited." Hearing that, Tyson laughed it off, he was embarrassed, happily replied, "Ha, fortunately it suits her taste." Facing such a perfect world situation, Vivian happily thought to herself, "I once dreamed of going on a normal and free trip. But I didn't expect that I would spend it with a guy I met for the first time, this." Meanwhile, Tyson still had a gentle face, he gently stirred the coffee cup, politely inviting her to try drinking this too. He held the cup and handed it to the girl, solemnly introducing, "Korean-style coffee." Seeing that, the girl happily exclaimed, "Oh mom, what is this again, cream coffee?" "That's right," he happily affirmed. "Its correct name is cream sugar coffee." Looking at the steaming cup of water and hearing Tyson's affectionate introduction, Vivian couldn't help but be excited. She excitedly shouted, "Come on, wow, this is also very attractive." The sky was getting darker and darker, the darkness quickly covered the surrounding scenery. Only the flickering light of their fire remained. Suddenly, Vivian gracefully spoke up, "But, Daniel," he was stunned and confused, "Huh?" The girl blushed shyly, her cheeks reddened, and stammered brightly, "I'm scared when I sleep." Her words were so short that Tyson couldn't understand, his face was dull and he asked, "What are you afraid of?" Hearing that, Vivian immediately calmly suggested, "Please let me sleep with you in the tent." This is too shocking. Tyson was spitting out a piece of coffee in his mouth. He was shocked and couldn't believe what he had just said. "Listen. He turned pale and thought to himself, as expected outside, it was dangerous at any time. There was no other way. He helplessly tried to talk down and avoid it. Tyson had no choice but to avoid it. Vivian, if you sleep inside one person's sleeping bag can sleep comfortably because it is very soft. Seeing that, Vivian felt a bit uncomfortable. Holding a cup of coffee in her hand, she laughed, angrily thinking to herself, he was completely unyielding to temptation. The girl then pretended to be stupid and asked, then, just keep sleeping like that. Tyson shyly lowered his face, avoiding her pensive eyes, and replied in a low voice. Because I have to drive tomorrow. Every doubt suddenly arose in his heart. What was this incomprehensible comfort? Well, there was no way she could seduce him. Vivian had to accept the truth and take the initiative to say, okay, let's go see the beach. At the same time, she thought to herself. This guy really has charm. Drooping. The scene changed to a strange place. The place was crowded with people. Suddenly a tense conversation rang out between the two people. Still unable to find anything, the other guy was confused and scared and stammered in response. Still sure, I'm sure. The ruler angrily looked at the surveillance camera and angrily cursed loudly, damn it, if you lose the lady. Things had become too serious. He loudly threatened the group of people standing behind him, our honor will end here. Edouard, the captain of the knights, became tense. He frowned in worry. If the young lady encountered any trouble due to the assassins group, the Middle East would rise in a bloody storm. He was in a critical situation, his face tense and not moving at all. He was really too worried. The assassins wanted the storm to rise. Because the bloody wind had to rise for the warriors to rush into holy war, just increased. The situation is becoming more and more serious. Edouard is frightened. The armed Sunni Muslim organizations in Iraq have gradually expanded their activities since Hussein was assassinated. Terrorists have begun to disguise themselves as civilians. Refugees flooded into Europe. The story gradually got worse and worse, and as they crossed the border into the country, they were not the names I had known in the past. These barbarians are all cold-blooded people who do not hesitate to kill. He is zealous. If he memorizes strange spells, strange things will happen, even to them. Even if you get hit by a bullet, you won't die but will fiercely attack again. Edouard frowned nervously. The assassins of that monster assassin guild, they had evolved into monsters. Things gradually became too dense, too out of reach. Edouard could not hesitate any longer. He shouted loudly, his face full of blue veins, his eyes glowing red with anger, ordering the gathering, starting from now on, issued a special guard order. The situation at this time was already worrying. The war with heretics had been going on for more than 1,000 years. He stood eloquently and shouted at the crowd, all intelligence agents should monitor all of Europe including Paris. Immediately, the group of people quickly responded loudly and seriously. Yes, at that time, Edouard was still feeling anxious and worried that perhaps the moment when the fierce bloody battle would occur was approaching. The scene changes to a crowded and luxurious street, bustling with music. Tyson and Vivian are eagerly chatting next to each other. Suddenly, Vivian was attracted by a group of musicians. The girl excitedly called out, Daniel, look over there. She delightedly admired and clapped her hands, eagerly saying, Festival. Seeing the prosperous and noisy scene before her eyes, Tyson immediately looked around and thought to himself, this is Cezanne's hometown. An innovative idea flashed in his mind. Edouard proudly smiled and elegantly exclaimed, oh ho, that's cool. That's right. Vivian turned to look at him and nodded. She proactively suggested, Daniel, let's take a picture. He was very comfortable, quickly agreed, and in just a split second, they had a smiling, eager photo taken together. Unexpectedly, Vivian once again surprised him. The girl rushed closer and hugged Tyson's tall, muscular arms, causing him to turn pale in shock and quickly shrink back. The photographer saw this and happily asked, are you two lovers? Young people are so bold these days, it looks really nice. At that question, Tyson laughed. He faltered and replied flustered. Ah, yes, that. Contrary to his hesitant attitude, Vivian eagerly and loudly replied immediately. Yes, that's right, we get along very well, right? The old man smiled when he saw that. A smile bloomed on his wrinkled face. The old photographer did not hesitate to answer. Youth only comes once. This is the time to fall in love like that. Nothing is enough. So let's love each other. Having no choice, Tyson had to frown and laugh. Vivian next to him was the opposite, happily raising his hand to express gratitude and agreement. Suddenly, a song rang out from nowhere, attracting Tyson's attention. He was startled and suddenly realized, oh, this song is. He suddenly stopped in front of a woman playing the piano. His eyes fell on this gentle girl. He was anxious. Isn't this piano sonatas? It's so perfect. The girl is constantly playing the piano. Each resonant melody emitted is skillful and attracts the hearts of listeners. Both Tyson and Vivian were delighted. They passionately looked at the girl playing music. Listening attentively, at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Tyson smiled contentedly. This music was composed by Mr. Beethoven at the age of 34. This was the work he dedicated to his guardian, Count Waldstein.
At the same time, the girl at the piano was playing with all her soul, enthusiasm, and all her might, each lyric coming out like a very special sacred sound. Not only the two of them, but soon a whole group of people flocked to watch, crowding around the girl's instrument. Finally, the last key ended, the song was performed, and the girl stood up and respectfully bowed to the audience in her elegant, flowing, blue dress. She was panting heavily, tiredly frowning regretfully and softly saying, I want to play one more song for everyone, but now I'm exhausted, because of the performance tomorrow morning. It'll probably be tomorrow, now we have to stop here. Hearing that, Vivian was a bit disappointed. She said, I want to hear more, but she was a bit hesitant. Seeing that, Tyson glanced away, turning his attention to look at her. Tyson was shocked and surprised. Unable to believe that a girl who was so easily excited could have such an elegant hobby. He asked loudly in surprise, do you want to hear more? Indeed, the girl whose heart was said to her blushed and her cheeks turned red. Vivian faltered and awkwardly replied, well. The shyness was clearly shown through the shy eyes of the newlywed girl, 20s. Then, Tyson suddenly put his hands on his hips. He gradually fell into deep contemplation as if he was thinking about something, making Vivian next to him feel a bit worried and surprised. Upon the stage, the female singer spoke up and said, I wonder if anyone will perform another song for me. These words aroused the aggressiveness in Tyson's heart. He smiled excitedly as if he was about to make some admirable breakthrough. Pleasure gradually appeared in Tyson's bright eyes, even though for obscured sunglasses, Jank Tyson's fingers danced on the keyboard like a skilled musician. Going back about a minute or two ago, Vivian asked Jank Tyson, really, can you play the piano? Jank Tyson nodded, I have quite a few hobbies. So Jank Tyson spoke to the pianist, hello everyone. At least I'm a guest performer of the symphony orchestra, can I play? The pianist smiled and thought, sure, she must have heard my performance. Jank Tyson just smiled lightly, he was prepared for everything that was about to happen. Before sitting down to play the piano, he told Vivian, please rate it for me. So he sat down on the chair and put his hands on the keys. The melodies began to play. Jank Tyson was very absorbed in the music, the sounds kept dancing in the air. The music he played was so wonderful that Vivian couldn't believe her eyes, she said softly to Daniel. The musician playing the piano couldn't believe his eyes, why could he play the piano so skillfully? And even though this was a very difficult piece of music, she shook her head. No, this is the piece of music. Her eyes opened wide, Beethoven Piano Sonata No. 8 Patek. His hands still moved back and forth on each black and white key, creating a heart-touching song. He closed his eyes and felt each sound entering his hands, the intensity of the climax, he thought. Even Vivian, who was watching from afar, was caught up in those magical sounds. Both harmonies and scales. All is perfect, Beethoven Piano Sonata No. 14 Moonlight. His body is blending in with the timbre of the symphony. And also Piano Sonata No. 23. I haven't started that piece yet, the pianist thought in amazement. Everyone watching him exclaimed, Beethoven, you are as deep as if you were the author of a symphony, from temperament to talent, everything is flawless. At this moment, it was as if the god of music had descended. Everyone had the same thought. Everyone's silence brought the worship to its highest level. One person even asked, was he from the East? That was the reporter for the music monthly Yonsei-in. She speculated that she seemed to be Korean. After a while, the music ended under the surprise of the entire audience and the blank eyes. No one dared to applaud because they still couldn't believe their eyes. He stood up elegantly and spoke softly. This time the song was dedicated to the revered Beethoven. The pianist was extremely surprised. What a tribute song. Even the newspaper reporter, Yonsei Print, was surprised, and the person in front, Vivian, still hadn't recovered. A dead silence made everyone around him hold their breath. Everyone was looking forward to his performance. So he strongly placed his hands on the keys, bringing the best harmony to the space. His face, every time he concentrates on playing the piano, seems to have magic power. Everyone who looks at him finds it extremely attractive. Even the pianist who just now half believed in his talent was now moved to tears. Oh my God. He raised his face, his body becoming one with the rhythm of the sound. Yonsei-in couldn't help but praise, great, great. Vivian's emotions at this moment seemed to be taken to a completely new level. Performing like this, I heard it for the first time in my life, Daniel. This guy is like a miracle appearing before my eyes as a gift from his mother. The pianist seemed to no longer have any majesty, her body trembled, her eyes opened wide. She trembled and said, God Muse, I really need the score of this sonata. His music is the joy of heaven. Everyone around after enjoying the music cheered non-stop. He seemed to have just returned from heaven. The only person still shocked at this moment was the pianist. She still couldn't believe the truth. Any composer including Schumann, Beethoven, and Mozart that she had heard, listening until now, still can't leave a sonata like this. She looked at him as if he were the greatest composer ever.
However, a good party will eventually end. It seems like I'm about to leave.
Jang Tae-sun stood up, bowed his head to thank the appreciative crowd. The piano player did not hesitate to extend his hand. This guy had to shake it back. Without waiting for her to act, someone quickly jumped up. That was Vivian. She was so enamored with his talent that she immediately ran to hug his neck. This carefree action caused the pianist to panic. Vivian quickly took the opportunity, placed her lips on his, she kissed him passionately, not caring about the looks of people around her.
Jansen didn't know what to do in the panic, accidentally capturing the moment of the century. Everyone around couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
This performance made people applaud even more. He understood Vivian's meaning and was very compatible with her. The sky and clouds are still blue and clear, not knowing what lies ahead for him.
In a small street, people are talking to each other. Have you seen Community Best Internet?
3 foreigners were standing together, discussing, was that performance real? Everyone was in an uproar calling it the return of Beethoven. What exactly was the identity of that Oriental person? 3 people chatting excitedly, they didn't notice that a Muslim was sitting next to them, eavesdropping on the conversation. They continued, the kiss was great, it was completely my style, the performance was really good.
The Muslim next to him conveniently opened the lighter box.
He lit the cigarette that was still hanging from his lips. The muse of music has returned, everyone needs to be respectful,
he said while looking at the phone screen.
On his phone screen was the image of Jang Tae-sun and Vivian kissing each other passionately. He said a meaningful sentence. It turned out to be here, the blue bird.
Then, he called someone, hello.
His face gradually became strange. It's time to gather my friends, I will wait for you. At this time, Vivian and Jang Tae-sun continued their trip together in the new car. Vivian gently asked, are you hungry?
Let's try some food. Jang Tae-sun was bewildered.
Vivian smiled happily after feeding him. How delicious, right? Jang Tae-sun nodded in agreement. Since that kiss she treated me like a lover. A while later, the two of them arrived at the Notre Dame de la Garde church. She happily said loudly, wow, I see the Notre Dame de la Garde church. Daniel, this Marseille. Looking out into the distance, she was even more excited. There was the sea. She excitedly suggested, if we go to the old port, there will be a delicious restaurant, let's have lunch there. He felt that she was very familiar with this place and asked, does it seem like she comes here often?
She did not hesitate to answer, this is my mother's hometown.
Then I turned around and whispered to Jang Tae-sun, Daniel, I will give you special experiences today. Hearing that, my limbs felt weak and I felt so insecure. In the end, the two of them chose Marina Restaurant to have lunch and rest. As soon as we entered, Vivian spoke to the waiter, asking him to lead us to a place where we could see the sea. The waiter was also very willing to answer, I will guide you too. Sitting at the table, Vivian quickly chose her favorite dish, giving me 2 bouillabaisse combos. Jang Tae-sun was a bit shy, this was his first time coming to this place. A moment later, after the food was served, Vivian very naturally dipped a piece of bread into the jar of delicious sauce. She brought up the piece of bread, come on, she wanted to let him enjoy the delicious food. He was very unwilling and politely said, thank you. Her next words made him freeze. She happily expressed, I love you. Seeing his reaction, she laughed and said, why are you so panicked? I was just joking. Just kidding, you should try this too, this one too. Hearing her say that, his heart eased a little. Part of the burden, thanks. A person walked up to the two of them, raised his voice and said, oh, who is this? Is that person an acquaintance of Vivian? He knows Vivian's name? That person was Gabriel. Vivian was extremely frightened. Gabriel looked at the person sitting in front of Vivian. He said in a contemptuous tone, what is it, this Oriental? Jang Tae-sun's face was quite dense right now. What is this? These guys, what is with this unfounded arrogance? The person named Gabriel continued to turn to Vivian. Oh my god, what is this situation again? You have to explain to me, Vivian. Vivian was stunned and speechless at this moment. Gabriel seems to be very angry. He can't contact you, and you're meeting this Oriental person with no origin. Saying that Jang Tae-sun is an Oriental person of unknown origin, this is intentionally making him angry. He continued to ask Vivian, did your father know about this situation? Vivian was very angry, her face turned red. Apologize immediately, you make others uncomfortable. That guy didn't stop and even showed a condescending disdain. Oh really, I made you uncomfortable, then I'm sorry. Even Vivian can't stand his behavior right now. He didn't know what he meant and added fuel to the fire. The princess living in the castle is upset, she has to sincerely apologize. He continues to make things difficult for Jang Tae-sun. Hey shady Oriental friend, if you've already finished your meal, get out of the way. At this point Vivian doesn't have the patience to talk to him anymore. She stood up, banged on the table and shouted, what are you doing? Gabriel found Vivian's strange actions quite confusing. Because she had such a serious face, could it be that the two of them were dating? He made a threatening face, tonight I have a luxurious party to invite you. But that's how you dress. Vivian is not a gentle person. When she saw him criticizing her, she immediately said back, "What? Who are you talking about? The party was like that." Only now did Jang Tyson speak up. "Come on, that's no good." His speaking attracted the attention of the other two people.
Gabriel insulted him. "This guy is crazy. What right does an Easterner like you have to interfere?"
He screamed until his face turned as red as a tomato. "Who are you to say something so loud that it's not good?" Jang Tyson saw that he was a person who didn't know right from wrong and thought, "Phew, should I let him know?" He used a shady face to ask him, "So where did that poor party take place?" Thinking in his head, "Because now I'm being made fun of so much." Gabriel and his companions heard him call their party a poor party and were extremely angry. At the company, everyone promptly passed around Jang Tyson's video. Everyone exclaimed, "Wow." They talked and praised. "What is this? This is the director. Is the director a professional piano player?" Suddenly the camera panned to the scene of two people kissing. The whole company was shocked. "Oh my god, that girl, what is that lover?"
The female staff couldn't help but scream.
Some covered their faces with their hands, embarrassed. "I knew it would be like that."
Someone asked, "Is she the director's girlfriend?" Others answered, "No, just like before in Hong Kong." In the comments section of the video, people expressed a lot of interest. "I heard that this guy is Korean, is it true? Can you believe it? How can this beauty be Korean? There is no artist that I don't know." Really, the music department student at Korean University directly clarified that this was a new law student, leaving the music department in ashes. "Really crap." As expected, Korean University law faculty is an insurmountable four-dimensional wall. "I admit it, there are only living monsters." But that girl is French. Why did she suddenly kiss her like that? France is a passionate country. The female employees in the company can't avoid this handsome look. Men or women, I don't like it at all. In the beautiful faraway country of France.
Jang Tyson was still discussing work. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Boss, it's ready." Jang Tyson replied, "Is that so?" The person on the other side continued, "Doing a short sale on Kara 4, he nodded, "Just need to show a little taste." The other person obeys, "I will replace the executive board." He smiled, his face showing a bit of murderous intent. "For now, wait a moment, Robert. With a whole party tomorrow, I'll ask for your perfect help." The person on the other end of the line replied, "Don't worry, I'm waiting," delivered with top experts. "Thank you, Robert." Jang Tyson said goodbye. The person on the other end of the line was also very quick. "It's okay, boss. If there's any problem, just call me." Jang Tyson is satisfied, "Then I will contact you later." He remembered the humiliation he had received at noon, that Gabriel even deliberately belittled him. An Oriental person of your origin, he already knew his information, that he was the son of vice president. The waiter suddenly became excited. "Oh my god, you look so great." Vivian walked in with a different appearance. The service was endlessly complimented. "You were even more perfect than our models." Even Jang Tyson was captivated by Vivian's beauty. She wore a dress and black clogs. Vivian has a standard body shape, every bust comes out, her face is still pink with shyness. She asked him if he was okay. He smiled so brightly. "Perfect, there's nothing more perfect." She was so happy to hear that, her face turned red. "Thank you." He said to the waiter, "My jacket. You recommend it to me too." The waiter knew that this was a distinguished guest and his voice still remained excited. "I was waiting for you to say that. This beautiful city always attracts tourists with its dreamy look at dusk." Somewhere in the city, there was a person standing on a high-rise building watching the sunset, thoughtfully saying, "Kara 4 is one of the 3 leading multinational enterprises in the world after Walmart and Tesco. That person has typical blonde hair, Marcel Trope, he will shed tears for his child. This person is an investment genius and rising tycoon of Wall Street, currently planning for Robert. He is full of murderous intent, daring to confront the boss. Jang Tyson is the person everyone must worship, that person is his boss." At this time in St. Paul's, night has already fallen. In a mansion, everyone is partying together. There are people talking. Whether Vivian will come or not, I don't know. There are rumors that Vivian even has a high self-esteem, and the family is very formidable. At that party, Gabriel arrived very early. A friend said to him, "Gabriel, you are a bit dangerous today." Gabriel did not care and replied, "What is so terrible about the great-grandson of the fallen king?" "Yes." The other friend felt very ridiculous. "What a decline, don't you know that Vivian was with the bodyguards?" Gabriel heard that and was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to wipe his face. This guy. Everyone continued to talk about Vivian. Vivian's father also became a ghost. He was truly a talented nobleman, only Gabriel was not very impressed. His noble lineage was nothing significant. Then the conversation turned to Jang Tyson. A girl said, "But who is that guy? So handsome." The man next to him nodded. "That's right, he's an Oriental but he's tall. The body is also beautiful." "Is she an athlete? Looks like a model." "What? How is that possible?" Gabriel was now shaking with anger. Everyone could feel that anger.
His friend knew he was very angry, so he went to where the two were talking and explained, Lily, Claire, probably not. After all, it's a smelly oriental person. Probably can't come to this place. That friend smiled wryly. The other two knew their mistake, so they gently agreed, that's right, I was thinking too much. The person named Claire didn't know what to say. Why didn't I pay attention and bring up something trivial? A girl wearing a pink dress walked up to the lobby. She was happy to see Gabriel. Gabriel, we meet again. Gabriel saw her and happily greeted her, thanking her for joining the party, Miss Ellie. Ellie was very happy. Luckily it was near Provence. She even introduced her companion to Gabriel, who was a pianist who had been selected as a guest performer for the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. Her name was Isla Duncan. When Gabriel saw a beautiful girl, he felt like he had struck gold. He quickly greeted her. You're strange, I know your name sounds familiar, it's an honor to meet you in person like this. Isla Duncan heard that and politely replied, thanking him for inviting me. This girl is the pianist who had a crush on Zhang Taizhen before, but now no one recognizes her. Gabriel thought this girl would definitely belong to him. Complacency arose in his heart. He turned to Lily and suggested, Lily, please guide me here. Someone else also came, she shouted, Gabriel. That person is Giselle. Gabriel is very friendly with Giselle. Giselle, long time no see. Giselle, I said with a smile, I immediately flew here from Paris, the villa is so gorgeous. Gabriel turned to Claire, Claire. My important friends depend on you. Giselle is weak on alcohol, so she only needs water. Giselle laughed when she heard that. What are you talking about, huh? Everyone is very close. Nice to meet you, Giselle. Looking around one last time, Gabriel calculated, it must be enough now. The person next to him nodded, maybe so. However, the most important person will appear the latest. A loud sound rang out. Everyone including Gabriel was startled and turned back. What was that sound? A luxury car promptly arrived at the party and stopped. Everyone was startled when they saw it. What was that? What about Bugatti, really? In front of them now is a very expensive car. They have no reason not to be surprised. Gabriel's friend turned around. Gabriel, who else did you invite? Gabriel's face is now pale. No. Vivian elegantly got out of the car. As soon as he saw that, Gabriel felt something was not right. He exclaimed in panic, no, the person in front of him was Vivian. She was now completely different from Vivian a day ago, dressed very stylishly. Gabriel couldn't help but scream in shock, Vivian. Vivian smiled wryly, Gabriel, thank you for inviting me. Gabriel felt like he had underestimated Vivian, so he trembled and said, hurry, come in, Vivian. Just waiting for this moment, Zhang Taizhen appeared with a sarcastic attitude. Thank you for inviting me, Gabriel. Zhang Taizhen's face brightened. The outfit he wore looked very elegant and noble. Gabriel couldn't believe his eyes. Was this the oriental person he once despised? No, who are you? Zhang Taizhen extended his hand to show that he wanted to shake hands and become friends. He smiled politely and formally introduced him, I am Zhang Taizhen. Gabriel also couldn't let himself lose face in front of everyone, so he hummed and introduced himself, I'm Gabriel. Gabriel Thrope, he said while shaking hands with Zhang Taizhen. Zhang Taizhen's hand squeezed his hand tightly, causing him to cry out. Zhang Taizhen was still laughing and talking happily, oh my god, I was too harsh. Sorry, a thought appeared in his mind, if he's angry, let's hit me. Gabriel knew he was teasing him, so he thought bitterly, this brat, he's so angry. Looking back at Zhang Taizhen's face at this moment, Gabriel was sweating. His face seemed to show a challenge. Give it a try. Today I will make the whole of France pay. The threat made Gabriel unable to help but feel scared. Whatever you say, the scenery here is very beautiful with a two-story villa, Vivian exclaimed. The scenery is so beautiful. She looked into the distance and said, that's the island's fortress, the Count of Monte Cristo. While Gabriel was still in pain from his hand being clenched, thinking it was broken, Zhang Taizhen and Vivian went to greet everyone. I'm Hugo Macron, a man introduced. Zhang Taizhen replied, nice to meet you, Hugo. Zhang Taizhen asked his new friend, Hugo, how much does this villa cost? Hugo was quite confusing. According to the recent exchange rate it was 15 billion, Zhang Taizhen asked, about 10 million euros, seeing him so knowledgeable Vivian smiled happily. Hugo also doesn't hesitate to give advice, if it's that kind of money, it's better to buy a castle, that's better, Zhang Taizhen nodded, is that so? In the distance Gabriel is very upset thinking, what are you going to do? He couldn't bear to see himself being ignored, he was the main character of this party. His appearance made Zhang Taizhen unable to help but feel proud, who told him to dare to be arrogant in front of someone like him, is the return of this legend. When Isla saw you again, she couldn't help but scream, Daniel. When Daniel saw Isla, he immediately recognized her as the piano player from this morning. Isla, I see you again. Isla saw the person she admired for so long suddenly appear in front of her and was so happy, oh my god, I didn't expect to see Beethoven's reappearance here again. When Daniel heard her say that, he humbly responded, words, haha. What are you saying? Gabriel didn't quite understand what Isla said, the reappearance of Beethoven. I still continue to praise Janktason, now he is all over YouTube. And everyone calls Daniel the comeback of Beethoven. Janktason was shy when he was praised. Oh my god, you're too praising, Isla shook her head, haha, what are you talking about? Yesterday the masters gathered in province were all in an uproar because of you. I was even scolded for not being able to catch him. Gabriel was so angry that he blushed. Isla introduces Eli, it's this person, the person I talked about yesterday. Right in front of us here is the great pianist who let us see Beethoven again. Eli is very excited to hear that, oh my god, really? Everyone is talking about it very excitedly. Beethoven's comeback person, is this the main character of YouTube? Oh, it's exactly the same. Oh my god, is it real, really a genius pianist yesterday's talent, suddenly all the attention was on me, which Janktason was not used to, I'm not a genius, I'm just a small talent. Eli directly suggested, I really want to see and listen to the Sonata of Heavenly Joy live. And also want to try playing with my violin. Hearing that, I didn't hesitate to introduce myself, I've prepared a party with Vivian tomorrow, if you have time, please come. I'm so happy to hear that, really, Daniel, I can go too later, Janktason happily replied when he heard that, of course Miss Isla. Everyone around him gathered around him, I also wanted to be invited, yesterday I couldn't sleep listening to those sonatas. Gabriel's face turned black, these people, can't stand it, can't stand it. Two people, a man and a woman, also approached Janktason and Vivian. Hello, my name is Andre Bergson and this is Isabelle Chanel, my girlfriend. Gabriel couldn't believe her eyes, could it be that this is an international fashion business? Is that Chanel? As usual, Janktason bowed his head respectfully, nice to meet you too, I'm Daniel. Gabriel was so angry, it seems to be right. Vivian laughed loudly, oh mom, Isabelle, long time no see. Isabelle was very happy when she saw someone she knew, oh my god, who is this? I got to meet Vivian here. Isabelle is very friendly. Even in my dreams I never thought you would come here, Vivian is as cute as a puppy. What is the matter with such a noble person coming here? Isabelle continued to ask, Vivian, but what is your relationship with this person? She answered immediately, you saw the video of her with you yesterday, right, he is the pianist. Isabelle didn't hesitate to get closer, not that, what she meant was what this guy is to you. Vivian immediately knew she wanted to confirm if he was her boyfriend. She thought shyly, this girl, don't let it go. She blushed and confessed, Daniel, is my beloved boyfriend. Everyone at the party turned pale. Even Janktason couldn't react promptly to Vivian's words. On the contrary, everyone around them praised them very much, as expected, they looked so good. So beautiful, truly a perfect couple. Not paying attention to everyone's gossip. Janktason walked up. He approached Ellie and asked. Ellie, I wonder if I can borrow your violin for a moment. Ellie was very surprised to hear that, my violin? He nodded, I want to show you the piano sonata The Joy of Heaven that I performed on the violin for everyone to hear. Ellie was so shocked when she heard that, oh my god. This guy is not those who know how to play the piano can now also play the violin. That night was truly a wonderful night, the moon was cool and the wind was cool. The moonlight shining down made the music more beautiful. He gently performed with the violin. Thus that day, he completely devoured Gabriel's party. Looking at Janktason's performance, Gabriel couldn't help but growl, it's just right, these bastards. He had turned to stone without knowing when, muttering in his mouth. Was all of this a dream? The next morning, Janktason invited everyone to his party. His party took place on a large boat, and many people came here to participate. Everyone lavishly praised Janktason, calling him a Korean tycoon is fine, what is this? This is a yacht, not a yacht boat. Gabriel was also invited to this boat. He sat there bitterly planning revenge, yesterday it ruined his party. His face turned black, is he going to treat me like a scarecrow today? Looking at Janktason's face, Gabriel trembled a bit, what exactly was the identity of that brat? He is angry, I absolutely will not forgive him, I will eliminate him. His phone signaled that someone was calling. He picked up the phone and replied, I'm Gabriel. The person on the other side shouted in his ear, hey that kid. Where have you been, what are you doing? That's Gabriel's father, he replied tremblingly, what's going on, Dad? His father fiercely warned, you dare to touch the Valois family. You are really crazy, he still stubbornly denied, that's not true, father, that's actually the case. His father announced a shocking news, it was so loud, because of luck alone. Now even the boss of the company has changed, come back home immediately. And ban all parties, until you graduate. Hearing this, he couldn't control himself and dropped the phone to the ground. On the phone, his father was still complaining, stupid. This is a nightmare for Gabriel. Back to the story of Vivian and Jang Tae-sun.
After a morning of partying, the two continued to travel in an eye-catching red car. Passing through a field, Vivian looked out and praised, looking like in a fairy tale.
That's it.
She turned and smiled at Daniel. I like it so much, Daniel. She hummed the melody. It would be nice if time stopped like this.
Jang Tae-sun realized something was wrong. He looked out.
Why is there suddenly so much fog, he wondered. I'm confused. No, this fog feels like it's artificial. Vivian looked outside. It seemed like she knew what was going on. The Assassin's Guild. Jang Tae-sun was startled. What, the Assassin's Guild? According to his feelings, he felt there was also murderous intent. So he decided to go out and take a look. Stepping out of the car, he felt the killing intent getting stronger and stronger. His reckless actions made Vivian in the car turn pale in fear. Even the French Legion mercenaries who have survived on the battlefield for more than 10 years are no match for the assassins. These are monsters that can still withstand even if they are hit by bullets. An ordinary person like Daniel was no match for them. She was afraid. His face turned red. They were completely different from the guys he had attacked in Chuangchao.
This time it was real. He looked around and determined that this place was surrounded. He conveniently picked up a bottle of wine and thought, although I don't care, what if someone like you who doesn't know any martial arts is their target? He smashed the wine glass in his hand to shatter it. Holding the weapon in his hand, he decided that he could only use martial arts first. At this time, Vivian also got out of the car. She pulled Jang Tae-sun's shirt. Her voice trembled. Daniel. She became sad. Sorry, it was me. He saw her and said, Vivian, you should be inside. Why are you out here? Seeing this guy go all out for him like that, Vivian really appreciates it. He smiled. Stay close behind me. Absolutely don't get separated anywhere. Hearing his concerned words, she cried with emotion. Must save her life, definitely. Jang Tae-sun took a step forward, weapon in hand, ready to fight any opponent. Vivian has a watch she uses in emergency situations. She clicks on the watch's bezel. Sure enough, all the bodyguards in the Vivian company received the signal. They quickly set out to save the young lady. The signal was detected. Because where is it? It's the wine factory of Sheena Leg's commune, Rose's recently. Black cars drove very fast on the road. Everyone in the car was impatient. Damn it, speed up more. The bodyguards realized there was a traitor in the organization. Step on the accelerator harder, an artist shouted. Just endure for another 10 minutes. On this side, assassins began to appear. The head assassin said. Blue Bird, let's go home. He took a step forward. Around him is a team of many assassins. He provokes. Allah wants your blood. Vivian is scared. What are you talking about? Allah, tell me about peeling malt candy. Jang ties and joked. Actually, I'm also very scared. Why am I talking so nonsense? The cold-blooded assassins saw that he was not afraid of them and were very angry. One of them threw a dart at him. Fortunately, he had a bottle of wine there, so he immediately put it up to shield himself. Luckily, he himself was not injured. He trembled with extreme fear when looking at the dart. If this was a real bullet. The assassins quickly ran towards the two of them. They jumped up very high, intending to attack them from above. Every assassin looks bloodthirsty. Their speed is unreal. Both Vivian and Jang Tae-sun were stunned by their actions. Suddenly, Jang Tae-sun realized he still had the glass he just broke. I picked them up, turned around and challenged them. Let's give these bastards a try. I kicked that pile of glass at the assassins. You guys messed with the wrong person. The assassins were attacked by glass and blood splattered. However, one of them, despite bleeding, continued to run forward as if unharmed. In this case, Jang Tae-sun has really never met him before. What, that brat? He ran and jumped up. One of his jumps was 2 to 3 times higher than a normal person's jump, almost putting the lives of Vivian and Jang Tae-sun in his hands. He held out his clawed hand. Vivian was extremely scared when she saw that. At this point, Jang Tae-sun threw half a broken wine bottle at him. Before he could react, he was thrown out. Luckily, he hadn't done anything to Vivian. His face was both scary and painful, making Vivian scream in horror. Luckily Jang Tae-sun stopped it in time. Vivian is safe now. After he threw the bottle of wine, he mumbled and said, I told you guys hit the wrong person. Vivian was extremely frightened, tears flowing down. Daniel. However, that was not the end. There was still an assassin hiding in the bushes nearby. He laughed loudly. This guy has white hair and wears a scarf like the other assassins in the same group. Only this person did not attack Jang Tae-sun but asked, who are you? Hearing that, Jang Tae-sun turned around and asked, me. He smiled dangerously. If it was about me. Suddenly a notification appeared. The descendants of the other gods have considered him an enemy.
He had officially intervened in the Millennium War of the Gods that had not yet ended. When he heard that, he suddenly asked, "What, muscle?" He communicated with the message. What was he suddenly barking at? The 1,000-year War of the Gods. The assassin on the tree observed his strange actions and was speechless. Is he crazy? He is. Who are you talking to? The assassin continued, snorting, "Smell of another god. Are you a descendant of snakes?" Hearing that, he thought it was good, so he replied, "Yes, I actually am." "It's so funny, you're a descendant of the Iron Mask." He was angry, bastard, he knew, but he was still joking. The two of them were talking to each other, only Vivian didn't understand anything. The descendant of the Iron Mask. The assassin whistled. I was about to blame the others. But I'm so sorry. In the midst of the mountains and hills, a strange whistle sounded. Jang Taizan turned around. There it was. Vivian saw it and said in fear, I hate it. In front of the two people was a deep black space. Somewhere there were bright eyes. Coming out from there was a group of wild animals, including dogs, wolves, and even brown bears, all with strange appearances. He picked up the wooden stick, ready to fight them, not forgetting to remind them, "Stay back, Vivian." Vivian trembled. All she could do was call Daniel's name. He was very brave in front to comfort her. "Trust me." The fog had not yet drifted to either side. The bodyguards who came to protect Vivian knew that this was the fog of the Assassins' Association. They have this place surrounded. They have to act carefully. Wherever they go, they are on high alert. They are ready to kill anyone who enters this territory. They cannot let their guard down for even a second. At this moment, a bodyguard wearing elegant clothes and leather shoes walked over. He was equipped with an anti-smoke mask. This was Miss Vivian's main bodyguard. He and two other teammates went deep into the assassin's territory. He sent a signal to Vivian, "Lady, please endure just a little longer.